They are my benefactors, yet also the enemies who took everything from me. I once gave my all, leading a poor village to become the wealthiest in the county, but once success was achieved, they sent me to prison on charges of corruption. What's even more despicable is, my pregnant mute wife also died tragically because of this. Reborn, I hold the script of revenge in my hands, swear to make everyone pay the price. But when my wife signed to me, saying, I won't cry, you go quickly, I suddenly realized that everything in my past life was a misunderstanding. My name is Chen Xiao, and I just walked out of the detention center gate. A speculator and profiteer, abandoned and then reclaimed by the tides of time. Team leader Du Yunpeng informed me that the new policy from above has been implemented, and the household responsibility system and the contract system for household production are now legal. My actions would no longer be a crime. Nevertheless, my charges still stand, though the punishment was mitigated with the exemption of additional fines, but the illicit gains must be surrendered. I understand, this is an apology and compensation from above, a recognition of me as a pioneer in collective economy. Team leader Du's words carried an implicit meaning. He conveyed to me that the county party secretary hoped I wouldn't be intimidated by temporary difficulties. Continue to take the lead in developing the collective economy. I sneered inwardly. These people had shown me no trust back then, thrown me into prison, and destroyed my university diploma. Now that a new policy has been issued, do they expect me to keep producing results for them? I understand that I have no choice. A criminal just released from detention has no right to refuse. I could only reluctantly promise to continue contributing to economic development. But I've made up my mind, in this life, I won't lift a finger for those ungrateful wretches in Huangyu Village. Their greed and jealousy sent me to prison, leading to the destruction of my family in my past life. I've been reborn, and everything is a chance to start anew. I will watch them fall back into poverty with my own eyes, paying the price for their betrayal. Swish! Outside the big iron gate, I saw the figure I had been longing for day and night, my mute wife. She rushed into my arms like a madwoman, holding me tightly, tears flooding down, yet not a single sob escaped. Only stifled whimpers. I dropped my luggage and hugged her back tightly, tears also blurring my vision. In my past life, she died because of me. That pain and regret, I have never forgotten for a moment. Now, she is alive, truly and really in my arms. I kissed her cheeks over and over again, wanting to make up for all the longing of the past half month and the debt from the previous life. Team leader Du looked at us and teased, hasn't it only been half a month? If you want to be affectionate, go home and do it. I grinned, lifting my luggage with one hand and holding my mute wife with the other, striding forward. Team leader Du called out from behind, go back and rest well, then start working as soon as possible. My heart warmed, and I responded loudly, don't worry, team leader Du. Back at home, his mute wife was still gesturing in sign language, the self-reproach in her eyes clearly visible. She blamed herself for initially encouraging me to lead the villagers in starting a business, which ultimately led to all this. I held her tightly in my arms, my heart aching, and whispered comfortingly, silly wife, it's not your fault. I underestimated the greed of those people. Listening to my words, she cried even more hysterically, holding me tightly as if afraid that all of this was fake. I am a reborn one, and also a time traveler. In my previous life, I traveled back to 1960. With foresight in my university education, I returned to the village after graduation to repay my debts of gratitude. But on the way back to the village, I fell into a ditch and was rescued by a mute girl. She took care of me with everything she had, even nearly starving to death for it. My heart ached, and I swore to marry her and give her a good life. To help my mute wife and the villagers escape poverty, I led the collective fish farming initiative in Huangyu Village. The first year, we made a small profit. The second year, we had a bountiful harvest, and the whole village could eat rice and fish. But when the villagers realized I had invested the most and reaped the greatest rewards, their greed and jealousy were laid bare. They accused me of embezzling collective assets and demanded I share the money. Of course I refused. Back then, when I asked them to invest more, none of them were willing. Now that it's profitable, they're suddenly greedy? If they couldn't gain any benefits, they would report me. At that time, the crackdown on speculation was in full swing, and I became a prime example, ending up in jail. Although new policies were soon introduced, resulting in a lighter punishment for me, I lost my university diploma and was left with massive debts. In my previous life, I harbored deep hatred for these villagers and even took out my anger on my mute wife, believing she had used me to make money. I abandoned any further career pursuits and instead devoted all my energy to tormenting her and seeking revenge on the villagers. In this life, I won't make the same mistake again. 4. The system believed Chen Xiao had misappropriated collective assets. To put it plainly, they suspect Chen Xiao of embezzlement. Everyone demanded Chen Xiao disclose the accounts. Chen Xiao, confident in his integrity, disclosed all financial records. He had nothing to hide. Yet the villagers remained dissatisfied. They felt Chen Xiao had earned far too much. They insisted the money should be distributed among the villagers. But Chen Xiao naturally refused. Back then, he had encouraged these villagers to invest more. The more they invested, the larger their share would be in the end. Not a single one believed in him and was unwilling to invest. He had no choice but to borrow money to invest. Now that they'd made money, he'd invested more and earned more. So now they're upset? They want me to hand them money? On what grounds? Chen Xiao naturally refused. But what he hadn't anticipated was this. Seeing they couldn't get any advantage from Chen Xiao, they actually reported him directly. They accused Chen Xiao of profiteering. At that very moment, a directive had just been issued from above, cracking down hard on profiteering. Chen Xiao became the prime example. No matter how hard Chen Xiao tried to explain the situation to the county authorities, they refused to budge. Chen Xiao was arrested just like that. Fortunately, not long after, the policy document was issued from above. It encouraged the development of collective economies. It was the very document Yunpeng had just mentioned. Chen Xiao received a lenient punishment and was released. But, although he was released, the criminal record remained, permanently entered into his file and impossible to expunge. This left Chen Xiao branded with the crime of profiteering. Chen Xiao's university diploma was completely invalidated. It could be said that Chen Xiao's 4 years of grueling university studies were utterly wasted. Moreover, illegal profiteering carries penalties including confiscation of illicit gains and fines. Although the county party committee and government symbolically waived the fine. However, the confiscation of illegal gains included not only Chen Xiao's own earnings but also those of the villagers. The money he earned himself had already been handed over by his mute wife. But how could the villagers possibly give up the money they had earned? In the end, all that money was attributed to Chen Xiao. It could be said that, because of this single report, Chen Xiao not only lost his college diploma but was branded a criminal. He even ended up with a massive debt. Not to mention, he couldn't repay the money he borrowed from the villagers of Xiaogang Village. He had returned with the earnest desire to repay his fellow villagers. In the end, he became the very fraudster who deceived them. This series of events filled Chen Xiao with bitter hatred toward the villagers. Incidentally, he also came to hate the mute woman who had persuaded him to bring the villagers of Huangyu Village into his business venture. He believed that her earlier rescue of him and her marriage to him were all calculated moves. Her sole purpose, he believed, was to exploit him to make money off the villagers. Now that they'd made money, she and the villagers of Huangyu had betrayed him. So after he was released, Chen Xiao had no qualms about abandoning his business ventures. Instead, he took pleasure in tormenting his mute wife and antagonizing the villagers. Day and night, he tormented his mute wife. He'd either beat or berate her, or hurl cold, cutting remarks and insults. Even during their intimate moments at night, he showed no tenderness whatsoever. All for the sake of revenge. On ordinary days, he constantly picked fights with the villagers of Huangyu Village, stirring trouble for no reason. All to get back at these villagers, to get back at this scheming mute wife. As for the debt, Chen Xiao no longer cared. At worst, he'd just get thrown back in jail. He had lost everything and become a criminal. He no longer cared about anything. But the mute daughter-in-law had no way to voice her suffering. She too hated the villagers of Huangyu Village with a passion she never could have imagined. She had encouraged Chen Xiao to help the villagers make money. Everyone had clearly benefited, yet driven by jealousy and greed, they had stabbed Chen Xiao in the back. She hated these villagers with a passion. Facing Chen Xiao, she was also filled with immense self-reproach. It was she who had encouraged Chen Xiao to lead them in building their business. Chen Xiao ended up like this. Ultimately, she had been the one to lead Chen Xiao astray. So when Chen Xiao deliberately provoked her, either beating or berating her, she never uttered a single complaint. She silently endured all of Chen Xiao's torment. She allowed Chen Xiao to humiliate her in every way. At the same time, while enduring Chen Xiao's torment, she also tried every means possible to earn money. She had to repay Chen Xiao's debts. Because if Chen Xiao didn't repay the debt, he would be arrested again and sent back to the detention center. She didn't want Chen Xiao to be arrested. So, day after day, this mute woman endured Chen Xiao's taunts and abuse at home before rushing to the county town to find work. Offering lower prices than others, working with even greater determination. She fought for every job. Earning a little, she paid back a little. She worked herself to the bone. Also Chen Xiao could stay. At the same time, he went door to door every day in the village, asking villagers for money. Because the confiscated illegal proceeds belonged to these villagers too. She wanted justice for Chen Xiao. But despite all she did, Chen Xiao didn't believe her. Chen Xiao only thought she was putting on a show, acting for his benefit. A year passed like this. The mute daughter-in-law was tormented beyond recognition. Yet at this moment, she became pregnant. But Chen Xiao's mind had long since snapped. He refused to believe the child was his. He suspected his mute wife had been unfaithful. The mute wife felt utterly wronged. Yet she dared not rest. With her swollen belly, she tended to Chen Xiao while desperately seeking work to earn money. Because as long as she didn't repay the debt, Chen Xiao could be sent to prison. Meanwhile, she continued to argue with the villagers every day. As her due date approached, she fell into a ditch during another argument with the villagers. 2 lives lost. After the mute wife's death, Chen Xiao finally learned what his mute wife had done for him. At that moment, Chen Xiao finally broke down. He finally believed that the mute daughter-in-law was not in cahoots with these villagers. The mute wife wasn't putting on an act. Her child was truly his own. Only then did he realize his mute wife had never deceived him. Finally, on a peaceful morning, Chen Xiao saw everyone off at the village's only well. And he bid farewell to himself. Until the moment Chen Xiao opened his eyes again. Chen Xiao discovered he had returned to 1982. Back to the time when he was locked up in the detention center by the special task force cracking down on profiteering. He was overjoyed. Because at this point, although he had already been reported, his mute wife was still alive, not dead. He could see his mute wife again. Right up until this very moment. Chen Xiao held his mute wife, who was still weeping uncontrollably. Only then did he feel a tangible sense of security. He said from the bottom of his heart, "My dear, you're still here. It's so good." Chen Xiao held his mute wife tightly, his longing reaching its peak. His mute wife, though she couldn't speak. But she was also breathtakingly beautiful. Her skin was fair, her figure stunning, her features exquisite. In later generations, she'd easily be classified as an AI-level beauty. Yet she was shunned solely because of her muteness. But Chen Xiao never looked down on her. Chen Xiao had never once looked down on his mute wife. He now has only one thought. Never to hurt his mute wife again, and to ensure she lived a good life. Chen Xiao was utterly confident in this. Not only because of his foresight as a time traveler, but also due to his cultural knowledge. At the same time, there was also a system that had come with his rebirth. 5. A bunch of ingrateful bastards. The perfect life system. By completing system tasks, one could earn system rewards. And the system's first task for him was, ding. In life, one must establish a family and a career. Family established, career unbuilt. How can life be perfect? Host, please bind your first venture immediately. Bind my first career? Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. In this era, starting your own business is utterly impossible. Beyond opening a shop, any private economic activity is labeled as profiteering. So to start a business, you'll ultimately have to go with collective economy. Not only is it safer, but it also comes with policy support. Chen Xiao had considered pursuing his own business, bypassing collective enterprises. But in this era, engaging in private economic activities anything beyond opening a shop was tantamount to courting death. Of course, there were ways to exploit loopholes in the system. That was wearing the red cap. Put simply, it meant operating under the umbrella of the collective. You fund your own business, but nominally, you operate under the umbrella of a collective economic organization. Wearing the collective economy had to manage your own money. All you need to do is pay a certain management fee to the collective organization each year. But this practice is extremely risky. Because it's illegal. Illegal means it lacks legal protection. If Chen Xiao were to fund and establish his own business, and this collective organization grew envious, they could simply declare that the business belongs to them. In that case, Chen Xiao's entire venture could be seized by the collective. There would be no room for resistance whatsoever. Chen Xiao would once again find himself with nothing to show for his efforts. Having just endured the villagers' betrayal, Chen Xiao had no intention of exploiting such a loophole. He didn't trust human nature. Ultimately, the collective economy was the only way forward. Just like before, he would invest his own money into it. Even as a shareholder in the collective economic activities, he could still make a profit. After that, he would gradually pursue other ventures according to policy. But whatever I do, it definitely won't be here in Huangyu Village. These ungrateful bastards don't deserve it. I should go back and see the villagers of my own Xiaogang Village. This time, I'll bring them along to build it together. With policy support and the county government's mandate in hand. I'll make those ingrateful bastards of Huangyu Village watch as I lead the villagers of Xiaogang Village to prosperity and a moderately prosperous life. While they're left to return to poverty, doomed to eat roasted sweet potatoes for every meal. Chen Xiao gritted his teeth, muttering to himself. Thinking this, he lowered his head to look at his mute wife, who had stopped crying and was now nestled in his arms, rubbing against his chest with longing. Wife, come back to our village with me. From now on, you'll be one of us in Xiaogang Village, okay? Chen Xiao looked at his mute wife as he spoke. The mute wife lifted her head and nodded frantically at Chen Xiao. Now, she would agree to anything Chen Xiao said. As long as Chen Xiao didn't abandon her, as long as Chen Xiao didn't hate her. She'd do anything he asked. Alright, then let's get going. Once we get back, I'll have to properly apologize to Grandpa the village chief and the others. This time, I'm the one who messed things up. Borrowing so much money from them, they'll blame me to death. Bunch of ingrateful bastards. They packed their belongings. Chen Xiao and his mute wife, laden with large and small bundles, left their home and headed toward the outskirts of Huangyu Village. Along the way, villagers of Huangyu who passed by all watched the pair with mixed expressions. Some even peered at them secretly through their windows. Chen Xiao caught their glances, gave a cold laugh, and ignored them. He pulled his mute wife along, continuing their journey out of the village. Clatter! Suddenly, Just as Chen Xiao was about to exit the village, a large group of people suddenly emerged from the village in a grand procession. Chen Xiao, where are you headed? A gray-haired elder at the front, clad in a coat, stepped forward to block Chen Xiao's path and asked. What? Secretary 1, don't you know what we're doing? Chen Xiao halted, surveying the imposing procession before him with a cold smile. Chen Xiao, you wouldn't be planning to leave our village, would you? Secretary Wen's face darkened as he sought confirmation from Chen Xiao. Behind him, the villagers all fixed their eyes intently on Chen Xiao. What else? You don't seriously think I'd stay here and lead a bunch of ingrate villagers to prosperity, do you? Chen Xiao sneered at Secretary Wen before him. You! Secretary Wen flushed crimson at Chen Xiao's sudden taunt, momentarily speechless. Chen Xiao! What are you saying? Exactly. Even if you're a college graduate, you can't insult people like that. Exactly. We weren't the ones who arrested you. Behind Secretary Wen, the crowd from Huangyu Village erupted in fury upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, shouting and yelling at him. What? So it wasn't you who reported me? Chen Xiao was so infuriated he laughed, firing back with a counter-question. Shoo! Instantly, everyone fell silent. Chen Xiao, still unsatisfied, pressed on, or is it that the ones who reported me for stealing my money it wasn't you? Chen Xiao pressed on with his sarcastic questioning. As he spoke, he took a step forward. Thud! The next moment, everyone instinctively took a step back. Their gazes shifted away from Chen Xiao, unable to utter a word. Chen Xiao pressed relentlessly, or perhaps it was you who ransacked my home, turning it upside down? Chen Xiao sneered at the group. That's right. After he and his mute wife returned, they discovered their home had been thoroughly ransacked. Moreover, the windows had been smashed to pieces. Besides this pack of ingrateful bastards, Chen Xiao couldn't think of anyone else who would do this. Clearly, these people wanted to steal the money he'd earned. When they didn't find it, they smashed up Chen Xiao's home in retaliation. Ha! A bunch of ingrate dogs, and you dare say I insulted you? Do you even deserve my insult? I merely stated the truth. Why are you so upset? Chen Xiao sneered coldly, mocking them without restraint. In an instant, everyone clenched their teeth in fury, glaring hatefully at Chen Xiao. Yet none could do anything about it. And Chen Xiao? He relished seeing this pack of ingrate wolves seething with hatred yet powerless against him. Enough! Get lost! Good dogs don't block the path. Chen Xiao couldn't be bothered to argue with them any longer. He waved his hand impatiently. Then, with a single word, he turned to leave, dragging his mute wife along, her face beaming with vindication. But, no! You can't leave! The next moment, Village Secretary Wen spread his arms to block Chen Xiao. 6. How dare you still expect me to lend you money so you can profit? What? You're going to torture me now? You think the law can't touch you anymore, is that it? Chen Xiao's gaze instantly hardened as he fixed Secretary Wen with a cold stare, his voice dripping with menace. You promised to lead Huangyu Village to prosperity. The task isn't finished yet. You can't leave. Secretary Wen, however, stood his ground, speaking to Chen Xiao without yielding. Exactly. You promised to help me earn enough to rebuild our house. Our home still hasn't been rebuilt yet. You just decide to leave? That's nothing but deception. Exactly. You promised I'd earn enough to marry a wife. You've barely made any money and now you want to leave? How can you do that? We can't let him go. If he leaves, how will we make money? He has to stay and keep helping us earn. The crowd behind Secretary Wen also shouted various demands at Chen Xiao. Each and every one of them was filled with righteous indignation. Yee-ha! Listening to their words. Not just Chen Xiao. Even Chen Xiao's mute wife was so furious she nearly cursed out loud. If only she could speak. Otherwise, she could have argued with these ungrateful bastards all day. But even so, the mute wife was still trembling with rage. Her slightly rough little hands gestured wildly. She kept signing frantically. Her hands were practically sparking. But clearly, no one paid her much attention. Every pair of eyes was fixed on Chen Xiao. Looks like calling you ungrateful bastards was an understatement. You're also shameless. A bunch of shameless, ungrateful bastards. Chen Xiao was so furious he started cursing loudly. Seeing the anger flare up again in everyone's eyes, Chen Xiao showed no mercy whatsoever. Pointing at someone behind Secretary Wen, he declared. Now you suddenly remember your house hasn't been rebuilt? What were you doing all this time? When you reported me for profiteering, why didn't you remember your own house wasn't built? Chen Xiao pressed relentlessly. The man, cowed by Chen Xiao's scolding, shrank back 2 steps, unable to speak. Chen Xiao turned his gaze to another person. And you remember you haven't married yet? Just now realizing you need money to get a wife? What were you doing all this time? When you reported me, why didn't you think about sending me to jail? Without someone to bring you money, you won't be able to marry either. Chen Xiao unleashed a torrent of abuse at this man too. I just didn't think of it. The bachelor was startled by Chen Xiao's interrogation. He mumbled timidly, then fell silent. And you? You expect me to stick around so you can keep making money? How dare you? Back when I got you guys into leasing the fish ponds, I made it crystal clear, the more you invest, the more you earn. And what did you do? Not a single one of you believed me. You were all so stingy. A whole village, nearly 150 households, and you barely scraped together 10,000 yuan. How ridiculous is that? I had to go alone to Xiaogang Village to borrow money to cover the shortfall of 14,000 yuan. Then when we made money, I got a bigger share, and you weren't happy. You said I took too much. Wanted to split the money among you? Why should I? What were you doing when I asked for your contributions? Seeing I won't share the profits with you, you report me for profiteering? If you call me a profiteer, why should I help you make money? Bunch of ingrateful bastards. You think you deserve it? Or are you just waiting for me to make you money again before reporting me, so you can take my share? Chen Xiao glared at the sharp-tongued village woman and cursed her out without mercy. How can you blame us? It's all your fault. If you'd shared the money with us, we wouldn't have reported you. You made all that money, why shouldn't we get a share? Besides, your profiteering is proven beyond doubt. It's not just us saying it, the government says so. If you're going to blame anyone, blame the government. Why blame us? That sharp-tongued village woman wouldn't budge an inch. She said it with pride, not shame. Humph. And what about you? If I recall correctly, your family has quite a bit saved up too. Since your family has so much money saved up, why won't you share it with everyone? Women are full of gossip. That's an eternal truth. Chen Xiao, hearing the acerbic woman's ugly words, retorted without hesitation. Why? Because it's our family's money. The sharp-tongued woman was startled and quickly glanced warily at the other villagers around her, saying, that money I earned is still our family's money. What right do you have to demand I share it with you? Because you have no shame? Because you're ungrateful bastards? Chen Xiao sneered at the sharp-tongued woman. The mute woman beside her, her small chin lifted in satisfaction, glared fiercely at the sharp-tongued woman. You. The sharp-tongued woman stammered, unable to speak properly. She trembled as she pointed her finger at Chen Xiao, yet no words came out. Enough. Just then, Secretary Wen waved his hand, halting the two. He then turned to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, what we did earlier was indeed uncalled for. We apologize to you. Secretary Wen bowed deeply to Chen Xiao. Humph. Chen Xiao remained silent, only glaring at him with scorn. Had it not been for the timely issuance of the new policy, he would have been arrested on charges of profiteering and speculation, facing either execution by firing squad or a lengthy prison sentence. Even though he'd now received a lenient sentence and been released, he would still never obtain his university degree. Moreover, he was now branded a criminal and saddled with enormous debts. Not to mention that in my previous life, this very group drove my mute wife to her death. And now this party secretary thinks a simple apology will make me forgive him? Dream on. Chen Xiao, look, I've apologized. Shouldn't we reconsider? After all, you promised to lead our village to prosperity, to make us the top village in the province, even the nation. You're a college graduate, you can't just go back on your word, can you? Secretary Wen straightened his back and launched into another moralistic lecture aimed at Chen Xiao. Humph. Prosperity? Top village in the province? Top village in the nation? The scorn on Chen Xiao's lips nearly solidified. He looked at Secretary Wen before him and sneered, do you even deserve it? You. Secretary Wen's face instantly darkened, anger flushing his cheeks. But remembering Chen Xiao's value, he suppressed his rage and asked, what would it take for you to stay? Want me to stay? Fine. Chen Xiao sneered at Secretary Wen. Reimburse me for all those fines I've paid. Return the money I owe the villagers of Xiaogang Village. Then I'll consider it. Chen Xiao sneered at Secretary Wen. What gives? The shrill woman screamed again. Those are your own fines. Why should we pay them? And the money you borrowed from those folks in Xiaogang Village, that's your debt too. What's it got to do with us? The shrill woman yelled at Chen Xiao. Exactly. What's it got to do with us? You're dreaming. You're just dreaming. The sharp-tongued woman's words sparked an outburst from everyone. One after another, they kept yelling at Chen Xiao. 7. Complain? What business is it of yours? What business is it of yours? If you hadn't reported me, would I have been fined? If you hadn't reported me, would my money have been confiscated, leaving me unable to repay the villagers of Xiaogang? Who do you think you are to ask why? How dare you even ask what it has to do with you? Chen Xiao listened to this pack of ingrates' twisted logic, grinding his teeth in rage as he erupted in fury once more. You. The villagers fell silent once more. They could only glare at Chen Xiao with venom, unable to utter a word. Enough. Chen Xiao. These folks really can't come up with the money. How about this, you stay in our village, and we'll give you an extra 10% share of this fish pond's future harvest. What do you think? Secretary Wen suppressed his anger and tried to negotiate with Chen Xiao once more. However, Chen Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, he shot Secretary Wen a sarcastic look. You want to keep raising fish? Fine. But all the equipment we bought before, plus the fish and fry in the ponds, have been confiscated. Which means if you want to start fish farming again, you'll need to raise funds all over again. Alright then, let's get paying. 300 yuan per household. Chen Xiao sneered at the crowd. What? We have to pay again? The moment Chen Xiao spoke, everyone froze in shock. They couldn't process it for a long moment. What did you expect? Did you really think I could conjure fish out of thin air after all the equipment, fry, and feed were taken away? Chen Xiao sneered at the crowd. But last time we didn't have to pay this much. Someone snapped, turning to Chen Xiao. Why don't you mention that last time most of the money was covered by loans I borrowed from the villagers of Xiaogang Village? What? You want me to borrow money again? So you can rob me once more? And if you can't get it, just report me again? Chen Xiao sneered at the crowd. Chen Xiao never intended to continue working with this bunch of ingrate wolves. But he didn't mind screwing them over once. If he really got the money, his first priority would naturally be to pay off his debts. He was carrying nearly 50,000 yuan in debt. In this era, 50,000 yuan was a colossal sum. In terms of purchasing power, it was equivalent to 5 million in later generations? Pretty much. That kind of money could crush any ordinary person. So Chen Xiao had no intention of continuing to work with this group. But he was more than willing to use it to screw them over. Everyone's gaze shifted nervously, speechless. Secretary Wen, come on, take the lead and fork over the cash. Chen Xiao looked at the silent crowd, then turned his gaze to Secretary Wen. Chen Xiao, you know our village used to be the poorest of the poor. People here don't have much money to begin with. Whatever savings we had, we poured into these fish ponds. Later, when we made a little money, everyone spent it almost all. We're broke. Could you possibly? Secretary Wen spoke hesitantly. What? You actually want me to borrow more money for you to make a profit? Chen Xiao's sarcastic tone was almost unmasked. He retorted to Secretary Wen. In an instant, Secretary Wen fell silent. Enough already. What are you babbling about if you don't have any money? Get lost. Chen Xiao looked at the speechless crowd. He couldn't be bothered to say anything more. He cursed under his breath, then grabbed his mute wife who looked thoroughly satisfied and started walking toward the exit. But just then, Secretary Wen and the others were also at a loss for words. Wait. Since you refuse to stay, you must hand over every penny you've earned from our village. The money you've earned comes from raising fish in our village's ponds. It all belongs to us. You must give us that money. Seeing that she couldn't keep Chen Xiao there, the shrill woman screeched at him again. Exactly. You can leave, but leave the money behind. Right. That money was earned from our village's fish ponds. It must be returned to us. What belongs to our village must stay in our village. At the shrewish woman's words, the crowd's eyes lit up as they shouted at Chen Xiao. They were clearly trying to force Chen Xiao to hand over the money. Secretary Wen stood silently to the side. So you're saying everything belonging to your village must stay in your village? Chen Xiao listened to their words, his expression turning peculiar. That's right. The money earned from our village's fish ponds must stay here. The sharp-tongued woman looked at Chen Xiao triumphantly, her voice loud and clear. In that case, shouldn't the debt incurred from raising fish for your village also stay in your village? That's perfect. I'll go straight to the county office and demand that your village, Huangyu Village, take responsibility for my fines and debts. Chen Xiao spoke, then began pulling his mute wife toward the main road on the other side. Stop right there. The moment Chen Xiao uttered those words, Secretary Wen could no longer stand by. He rushed forward to block Chen Xiao once more. What? You don't just want the money without taking on the debt, do you? Chen Xiao stared at Secretary Wen with a peculiar expression. You? Secretary Wen gritted his teeth, staring at Chen Xiao as if he wanted to devour him whole. Finally, gritting his teeth, he spat, Go. Get out of our Huangyu Village. Don't ever come back. Secretary Wen's voice seemed to be squeezed out through clenched teeth as he made way for Chen Xiao. Secretary. The surrounding villagers instantly grew frantic. One after another, they couldn't help but cry out anxiously to the secretary. Step aside. I said, let him go. Secretary Wen turned and bellowed at the crowd in fury. Only then did the villagers of Huangyu reluctantly make way. Hoof. I told you so. A good dog doesn't block the path. Didn't believe me. Truly a pack of ingrate dogs. Chen Xiao shot a scornful glance at the crowd before pulling his mute wife, her little chin lifted in smug pride, and strolled leisurely out of Huangyu Village. The villagers of Huangyu gritted their teeth, watching Chen Xiao depart in silence, utterly speechless. Only when their figures vanished completely did a burly man clench his jaw and snap, Secretary, why did? A burly man finally gritted his teeth and snapped, Secretary, why did you just let them go? If you ask me, we should have beaten them into submission. Then they'd listen. Nonsense. Secretary Wen's eyes narrowed sharply at the man's words as he barked. Chen Xiao is a college student under the county's special supervision. If anything happens to him in our village, every last one of you will be arrested and shot tomorrow. Beat him? Would you dare lay a finger on him? Secretary Wen barked at the burly man. The burly man instantly fell silent, his face flushing crimson. The surrounding crowd shot him scornful glances. But Secretary, are we just letting them walk free? At that moment, the sharp-tongued woman persisted, unwilling to concede. Of course we won't let them off that easily. He promised to lead us to prosperity and make us the top village in the province. How can we just let them walk away? And the profits from our village's fish ponds belong to us. They must be returned. Secretary Wen narrowed his eyes as he spoke. But now they're already gone. How can we get it back? The sharp-tongued woman's eyes lit up at Secretary Wen's words. But then, she sighed helplessly. Don't worry. If we can't handle him, there are those who can. I'll write up the report as soon as I get back. I'll head to the county office in a few days. I'll report him. I refuse to believe there's no justice in this world. 8. Returning to the village. Wife. Here we are, Xiaogang Village. I didn't want to bring you back before because I borrowed money from the villagers. I couldn't face returning until I paid them back. But now, with this unexpected turn of events, I had no choice but to return. I just don't know how the uncles and aunts in the village will blame me. Chen Xiao carried large and small bundles. He led his mute young wife by the hand as they walked toward Xiaogang Village. As they walked, Chen Xiao spoke to his mute wife with a touch of unease. Every villager in Xiaogang Village was like family to him. He didn't want to do anything to betray them. When he borrowed money from the villagers earlier, it was with the intention of repaying them double once he made a profit. He considered it an investment he was making on their behalf in Huangyu Village's fish farming venture. But unexpectedly, the people of Huangyu Village, driven by greed, reported him. The profits he earned from fish farming were confiscated entirely before he could distribute any to Xiaogang Village. Not only could he not repay the villagers, but he was now burdened with a massive debt. Now, he could only continue to owe everyone. Truthfully, he felt too ashamed to face the villagers. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, the mute woman suddenly quickened her pace and stepped in front of Chen Xiao. Her hands flew like whirlwinds, signing frantically at Chen Xiao. Xiao, don't be afraid. If the villagers of Xiaogang blame me, let them blame me. They can even beat me to death. This is all my fault. The mute wife rapidly gestured at Chen Xiao, conveying her meaning. As she gestured, her eyes welled up with tears. Whenever she thought about how Chen Xiao had ended up in this predicament because of her, she regretted it so much she wanted to cry. Nonsense. But before the mute wife could finish her gestures, Chen Xiao's eyebrows shot up. He suddenly grabbed the mute wife's slightly rough little hand. Staring intently at the mute woman, she declared, I said it. This has nothing to do with you. What's this about beating someone to death? Mark my words, if you ever dare utter such nonsense again, you'll see what happens. Chen Xiao pushed the large bundle in front of his chest aside and pulled the mute wife into his arms. He delivered a vicious slap to her backside. He warned her sternly. Hearing Chen Xiao's words, the mute wife's tear-filled eyes brimmed with emotion. They're no more crying. The uncles and aunts in our Xiaogang village aren't that heartless. Let them blame me if they must. I'll prove myself through actions until they forgive us. And I'll make sure the uncles and aunts of Xiaogang village live a good life. Chen Xiao looked at his mute wife, who was crying again, and spoke to her. Xiao, I'll beg the elders for forgiveness with you. We are one. The mute wife nodded solemnly, gesturing for a moment in sign language. All right. Together. We are one. Chen Xiao smiled too. Then, holding the mute wife's hand, they continued walking deeper into the mountains. Xiaogang Village was a hamlet nestled deep within several mountains, even farther from the county seat. To reach Xiaogang Village, one must cross a mountain. All mountain paths. No highways reached the village. Forget paved roads, there wasn't even a dirt path. In later generations, this would be called a paradise hidden from the world. But in the present day, it's called a godforsaken mountain village. Chen Xiao set out with the mute woman in the morning, walking until dusk fell. As the mountain winds grew fiercer, the two finally crossed the mountain. They arrived at the only village nestled within the mountains. Wife, we're home. Standing at the mountain pass. Looking down at the village below, though made of earthen houses, each was neatly maintained. Chen Xiao paused in his tracks. He spoke slowly to his mute wife beside him. A look of deep affection welled up in his eyes. Though he was a traveler from another time, this village had long since become his home. He had come home. The mute woman watched Chen Xiao's expression and nodded in return. Her arms wrapped around Chen Xiao's shoulders. She gazed silently at the village below the mountain. Xiaogang Village, though considered a poor mountain village, even more remote than Huangyu Village. But in reality, life in Xiaogang Village was actually a bit better than it had been in Huangyu Village. At the very least, the villagers of Xiaogang could enjoy a meal of white rice once a month, and every meal included cornbread and pickled vegetables. And each household could even enjoy meat once or twice a year. It wasn't like the previous Huangyu Village. Forget meat. Getting to eat rice once a year was considered a luxury. And the reason for all this? The people of Xiaogang Village were simply more industrious. That's right. They were simply more diligent. Because of the work point system and the equal distribution system from years past, the entire nation grew lazy. Because those who worked hard and those who slacked off received the same work points. And the final distribution of benefits was the same too. So why bother working hard? Therefore, this inevitably led to an increase in those who cut corners and shirked responsibilities. As the number of slackers grows, the village's overall income naturally declines. Each labor point earned yields less and less profit. This creates a vicious cycle. Ultimately, village after village has fallen into poverty. Huangyu Village was one such place. Lazy good-for-nothings were the most common sight in the village. But Xiaogang Village was different. Led by their village secretary, the people of Xiaogang Village would beat anyone caught cutting corners or trying to cheat their way through. Thus, diligence became a habit ingrained in the very bones of this village's people. With less farmland, the village produced more grain. This explains why Xiaogang Village thrives despite having far poorer environmental conditions and resources than Huangyu Village. Yet Xiaogang Village isn't as impoverished as Huangyu Village. Let's go back home. Chen Xiao quietly observed Xiaogang Village for a moment. She took a deep breath, then led her mute wife back toward the village. Her palms couldn't help but sweat nervously. The mute wife clung tightly to Chen Xiao's arm. She nodded firmly. And so, step by step, the two made their way into the village. They passed through field after field of rice paddies until they reached the village entrance. No sooner had they reached the village entrance than they encountered several acquaintances. Auntie Xiaochuan, Auntie Lu, Auntie Wang. I'm back. Chen Xiao looked at the group of women chatting and sorting vegetables under a tree at the village entrance. Chen Xiao spoke with a touch of nervousness. Ha? Xiao. You're back. Oomph. Aunt Xiao Chun was a woman in her 40s. Seeing Chen Xiao return, her eyes lit up instantly. But as if suddenly remembering something, her expression changed mid-sentence. She gave Chen Xiao a cold snort. Then, picking up the vegetables she hadn't finished sorting, she turned and walked straight back into the village. Aunt Lu. Aunt Wang. Chen Xiao's heart skipped a beat as he turned to look at Aunt Lu and Aunt Wang with a look of hurt and helplessness. But, oomph. Two cold snorts in response. Then, Aunt Lu and Aunt Wang both stood up. They patted their bottoms and followed Auntie Xiaochuan toward the village. 9. The villagers' attitude. Well, it seems the uncles and aunts in the village are genuinely upset. Watching the three women's expressions, Chen Xiao pursed his lips, feeling somewhat helpless. Then he shook his head. Never mind, let's just head into the village first. Pulling the mute woman, whose face was also filled with worry, Chen Xiao still headed toward the village. Oh, Uncle Chunshu, you're back from work? Oomph. Uncle Jen, I just saw Aunt Xiaochun. She's back home. Oomph. What's it to you? Sister Fong, I'm back. You? Oomph. Click. Entering the village. The crowd thickened. Chen Xiao greeted passers-by as he walked along. But the crowd, who had been all smiles moments ago, turned pale at the sight of Chen Xiao. They gave him a cold snort. They patted their bottoms and left. When Chen Xiao even greeted someone passing by, they responded with a cold snort and slammed the door shut. Seems I really am despised by everyone. Chen Xiao sighed, feeling a pang of sadness. The mute wife looked at Chen Xiao with tear-filled eyes, her own heart heavy. She tried to raise her hand to express something, but gave up. It's okay. The old folks have every right to be angry with me. I borrowed nearly all their savings. Now that I haven't paid back a single penny, they really have every right to blame me. Then Chen Xiao shook his head. Summoning his strength, he continued walking toward his home in the village. He still insisted on greeting every villager along the way. But all he got in return was a cold snort and a quick departure. Chen Xiao felt utterly helpless. Until you finally decided to come back, a voice called out. Chen Xiao turned his head. There stood a spry old man in a worn Zhongshan suit, puffing on a pipe. He puffed on his pipe, glaring intently at Chen Xiao. Secretary Chen. Chen Xiao quickly ducked his head and addressed the old man obediently. What? You went to college and can't even address people properly anymore? But upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, the old man erupted into a torrent of curses. No. Sir. Chen Xiao hastily waved his hands, then obediently addressed him as uncle. A hint of relaxation flickered in his eyes. Secretary Chen finally relaxed his frown, glancing at the pretty, mute woman beside Chen Xiao. A barely perceptible flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. He then turned to Chen Xiao and said, "Follow me to the village committee." With that, Secretary Chen led the way toward the village committee office. All right. Understood, sir. Chen Xiao hurriedly followed, bringing his mute wife along. The two walked in silence all the way. Until they reached the village committee office. Secretary Chen sat down. He then looked at Chen Xiao, who still seemed uneasy, raised an eyebrow, and said, "So, no one spoke to you along the way? Feels rough, huh?" Secretary Chen puffed on his pipe, speaking leisurely to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao remained silent, a pang of sadness in his heart. Still, she exhaled a long breath. "It's only right that the uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters blame me. I borrowed their last few savings. And I haven't paid it back yet. It's all my fault. Chen Xiao hung his head low, confessing his mistakes to Secretary Chen. But before he could finish, Secretary Chen cut him off with a thunderous roar. "Bull!" Secretary Chen slammed his pipe hard on the table and bellowed. He stood up, his gaze stern as he fixed it on Chen Xiao. "Do you think your uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters are angry because you borrowed money from them? Do you think they're angry because you haven't repaid them?" Secretary Chen demanded loudly. Chen Xiao was genuinely bewildered, lifting his head to stare blankly at Secretary Chen. "They're angry because you got bullied and didn't come back to us. Where do you think you put us, your uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters? Do you even consider us family? Ha!" Secretary Chen glared at Chen Xiao, his voice sharp and accusatory. Thump! 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 Chen Xiao stared blankly at the furious Secretary Chen. His heart pounded wildly, refusing to calm down. "I'm talking to you. You were bullied by those people from Huangyu Village, and you didn't come back to find me. Even when you got arrested, you didn't send word to us. You even got married and didn't bring your wife back for us to see. What? You think just because you went to college, you're no longer one of us from Xiaogang Village? Ha!" Secretary Chen sternly rebuked Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao truly found himself at a loss for words. Yeah. He'd been too busy resenting the people of Huangyu Village. And because he hadn't repaid the money he borrowed from Xiaogang Village, he felt too embarrassed to return. But he hadn't told anyone in Xiaogang Village what had happened to him. He'd thought he'd bear it alone. But this undoubtedly hurt the people of Xiaogang Village too, making them feel Chen Xiao didn't consider them family. That's precisely why everyone was angry with Chen Xiao. But Chen Xiao believed they were angry with him over the money. Not until this very moment. Chen Xiao finally realized how utterly despicable he had been. "I was wrong." Chen Xiao suppressed the tremor in his heart and offered a sincere apology to Secretary Chen. "Oomph. Wrong? You finally realize you're wrong? Why didn't you realize this sooner?" Secretary Chen still couldn't contain his anger as he barked at Chen Xiao. As he spoke, he made a move to kick Chen Xiao twice. But remembering that Chen Xiao now had a wife, he reluctantly withdrew his foot. "Alright, stop standing there. Sit down." Seeing Chen Xiao secretly breathe a sigh of relief, Secretary Chen said with a sour tone. "So, this is the wife you married?" After Chen Xiao pulled his mute wife to sit down, Secretary Chen glanced at the mute bride again and addressed Chen Xiao. "Yes, Grandpa. This is my wife, Li Xiaoyun. She just can't speak." Chen Xiao's face instantly lit up with a smile. He pulled his timid, speechless bride back to her feet and introduced her to Secretary Chen. "Can't speak?" Hearing Chen Xiao's words, Secretary Chen furrowed his brow and scrutinized Li Xiaoyun closely. This frown made the mute wife feel uneasy. She looked at Secretary Chen fearfully, dreading his disapproval. "Sir, Xiaoyun wasn't born mute. She suddenly lost her voice after a childhood fever that wasn't treated in time. I'll take her to see a doctor later and get her cured." Chen Xiao also spoke anxiously to Secretary Chen. Chen Xiao called Secretary Chen uncle. He truly regarded him as a great-grandfather. For a long time during his childhood, Chen Xiao had lived in Secretary Chen's household. He even took Secretary Chen's surname. Secretary Chen treated him like his own grandson. So, though there was no blood relation, it was a genuine grandfather-grandson bond. 10. What? Still want to engage in illegal profiteering? If I can't talk, I can't talk. No big deal. This girl's pretty, and she looks like she'd be good at raising kids. She's worthy of you. Whether you treat her or not, that's for you two to figure out. I couldn't care less. You don't treat us like family anyway, do whatever you want." Secretary Chen took a drag on his pipe, still bristling with irritation as he addressed Chen Xiao. Phew. Chen Xiao and Li Xiaoyun finally exhaled in relief. Joy spread across their faces. Then, Chen Xiao turned to explain to Secretary Chen. "Uncle, I don't mean to treat you like strangers. I just didn't want to burden the villagers." At this point, Chen Xiao found himself at a loss for words. He knew that if he dared say it out loud, he'd truly get beaten. Among family, who talks about being a burden? Oomph. Who knows? Secretary Chen curled his lip and shot Chen Xiao a sideways glance. "Anyway, for the time being, you'd better not go to other people's homes. Save yourself from getting beaten." Secretary Chen's warning carried just the right amount of weight. Chen Xiao pursed his lips but nodded in agreement. "All right. Dinner. Why is the old man so talkative?" Just then, a shrill female voice rang out from outside the door. Instantly, the three people in the room turned their heads. They saw an elderly woman wearing a headscarf, accompanied by two other elderly women, each carrying a lunch basket, walk in through the door. First lady. Second lady. Third lady. Chen Xiao quickly stood up and greeted the visitors. The mute daughter-in-law also scrambled to her feet, waving her arms wildly in greeting. Oomph. 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 But the three old women who arrived couldn't stand Chen Xiao. Each gave Chen Xiao a dismissive snort before ignoring him completely. They nodded politely to the mute daughter-in-law. Keep smoking. Keep smoking. You'll smoke yourself to death sooner or later. Then. The matriarch in charge, glaring at Secretary Chen who was still puffing on his pipe, snarled, snatching the pipe right out of his hands. Secretary Chen could only sigh in exasperation. He opened his mouth to say something to the matriarch but closed it again. Alright, it's mealtime. I'll bring you your meals. Day in and day out, all you do is spout nonsense. Filling your stomach is what matters most. Big Mama shot her usual dismissive glare at Secretary Chen, who was pretending to be mute and ignored him completely. She said as she lifted the lid of her lunch basket. She took out 2 bowls of dishes. Behind her, second auntie and third auntie also each took out 2 bowls of dishes from their own lunch baskets. Stir-fried chicken. Roast duck. Stewed fish. Braised pork belly. Plus rice and steamed buns. Looks incredibly sumptuous. First madam. Second madam. Third madam. Chen Xiao's heart trembled again at the sight of these dishes. He knew that in this era, being able to eat such rich, meaty dishes. Even before Chen Xiao returned to Xiaogang Village to borrow money, the villagers would have had to pay a hefty price for such a meal. Not to mention, 2 years ago, after Chen Xiao borrowed the entire village's savings, the villagers scarcely ate rice, let alone meat. Yet now, the very culprit had just returned, and chicken, duck, fish, and meat were all gathered. All to treat me, to let me have a good meal. Chen Xiao could guess. This must be the villagers pooling their money to buy meat from town to welcome him back. The thought brought tears to Chen Xiao's eyes. Oomph. The first, second, and third mothers watched Chen Xiao's expression. Tears welled up in their eyes. They pressed their lips together. Finally, she gave a dismissive snort. They turned and walked toward the door without another word. Alright, sit down and eat. This was all bought with money pooled together by your uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters. Your first mistress, second mistress, and third mistress know you're out today. Guessed you'd be back. We went to town to buy meat at 4 in the morning. We prepared all these goodies just for you. Dig in. The pipe was snatched away by the first wife, leaving Secretary Chen smacking his lips with lingering satisfaction. At the same time, he addressed Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao fell silent for a moment before sitting back down. He began eating with his mute wife. Yet the food in his mouth felt impossible to swallow. Chen Xiao felt an instinctive tightness in his throat. You kid. Seeing Chen Xiao's expression, Secretary Chen shook his head and then asked, now that you're back, what are your plans for the future? To prevent Chen Xiao from overthinking, Secretary Chen asked directly. I want to lead everyone in continuing to develop our collective enterprise. Chen Xiao set down his bowl. He looked up and spoke to Secretary Chen with unwavering resolve. Whoosh! In an instant, Secretary Chen froze in place. Then, squeak! Secretary Chen silently stood up. He looked around, searching for something. Sir, what's wrong? What are you looking for? Let me help you. Chen Xiao watched Secretary Chen's movements and quickly stood up, speaking up. That stick I had before, where did it go? Secretary Chen murmured softly. Chen Xiao's face instantly stiffened. When Secretary Chen spoke to him like this, it usually meant Chen Xiao was about to get a beating. Chen Xiao could only sigh helplessly. Sir, I'm dead serious. Haven't you had enough punishment? Do you want to be sent back to prison again? Hearing Chen Xiao's words, Secretary Chen instantly exploded. He shouted at Chen Xiao. No. Chen Xiao hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. But the next moment. Cut the nonsense. I see you still haven't learned your lesson. If you dare engage in any more profiteering schemes, I'll break your legs. Secretary Chen cut him off, his voice thick with menace. Then, slamming his fist on the table, he declared, from this moment on, you are the village director. Report for duty tomorrow. If you dare disobey, just wait and see what I'll do to you. Secretary Chen threatened Chen Xiao with a menacing glare. Ugh. Chen Xiao sighed helplessly. Sir, this really won't work. I'm still drowning in debt to the government and the villagers. I have to do something, earn money to pay off the debt while also helping the villagers prosper together. Chen Xiao pleaded helplessly with Secretary Chen. You don't have to repay the villagers' money. The villagers never intended to ask you for that money. Secretary Chen waved his hand dismissively, speaking bluntly. But that's not right, this. Chen Xiao instantly grew anxious, rushing to say something to Secretary Chen. That's final. Secretary Chen declared imperiously, then continued, as for the money owed to the government. Secretary Chen rose to his feet. He walked to the cabinet behind him and pulled out several thick envelopes. Swish! The moment he saw those envelopes, Chen Xiao's pupils contracted. 11. Persuading the old secretary. These are from the uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters you've been ignoring. It's enough to pay off your debts. The villagers have pooled their life savings this time. You absolutely must stop causing trouble. Secretary Chen placed the money on the table. Chen Xiao fell silent. An indescribable feeling welled up inside him, making him want to scream out loud. He even felt an overwhelming urge to cry. He had already borrowed so much money from the villagers. They had to ration their meals just to get by. He owed them so much already. Now, upon learning of his debt, they'd once again pulled out their most precious savings without hesitation. Chen Xiao knew. A significant portion of this money came from the coffin savings of the village elders. To put it plainly, they didn't expect Chen Xiao to repay this money. Nor did they consider whether they would have a proper funeral in the future. They simply wanted to help Chen Xiao through his hardship. They were willing to sacrifice everything for this. The villagers truly raised Chen Xiao as their own child. Manhwa. The mute woman standing nearby watched it all unfold. Couldn't help but cry out. Her hands clutched Chen Xiao's arms tightly, her eyes brimming with emotion. Uncle, I don't want it. After a long pause, Chen Xiao took a deep breath and addressed Secretary Chen. Are you still being stubborn? Secretary Chen's eyebrows furrowed again at Chen Xiao's words as he scolded him. No, sir. Please hear me out. Chen Xiao grabbed the secretary, who was about to lose his temper, and sat back down. Then, he spoke earnestly to Secretary Chen. Uncle, a couple days ago, the village should have received the documents from above regarding the household responsibility system and the household contract system, right? Chen Xiao addressed Secretary Chen. I don't know. A document was indeed issued a couple of days ago, but in our village, you're the only college graduate. Besides you, who else could possibly understand that stuff? Secretary Chen pursed his lips, speaking with a hint of resignation. Sir, that document means the collective industries I started on my own initiative in Huangyu Village are now legal. They're no longer illegal. Moreover, the land within the village can now be allocated individually to villagers. They can cultivate it themselves. All they need to do is pay a certain amount of grain tax each year. This is no longer considered profiteering, much less capitalism. It's now perfectly legitimate. Chen Xiao explained to Secretary Chen. Nonsense. Secretary Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. If it were legal, why would you have been arrested? If it were legal, how would you have been charged with profiteering? You little brat, let me tell you, don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. Today, even if you talk yourself blue in the face, I won't let you run wild in the village. Falling into a pit should teach you a lesson. No more nonsense. Secretary Chen, however, refused to believe it. He pleaded earnestly with Chen Xiao. Uncle. Chen Xiao sighed in exasperation. My arrest was purely because the policy came down too late. Had it been issued just half a month earlier, I wouldn't have been arrested. And look at me now, I'm out. Sir, have you ever seen a profiteer released so easily? Chen Xiao said helplessly. Well. Hearing this, Secretary Chen was genuinely at a loss for words. As far as he knew, people had been executed for profiteering in this era. Chen Xiao's release so effortlessly left him genuinely perplexed. And old man, do you know what the head of the special task force for cracking down on speculation and profiteering, told me when I was released? Chen Xiao turned to Secretary Chen again. What did he say? Secretary Chen couldn't help but ask. He said the county party secretary told him to pass on a message that the fish farming project I led with the people of Huangyu Village was on the right track. It was only because the policies weren't clear back then that I got arrested and charged with profiteering. Now, with the new policy in place, though my conviction remains, it also proves that what I did before was right. The county party committee and government have decided that as long as I continue developing collective industries and boosting village productivity, they will fully support my work. This means they're not only endorsing my past actions, but also granting me a royal warrant to ensure I can keep building this venture. Now, do you understand? Chen Xiao addressed Secretary Chen earnestly. Secretary Chen clicked his tongue, eyeing Chen Xiao suspiciously, remaining silent for a long while. Uncle, if you don't believe me, ask my wife. My wife heard it too, you can ask her. Seeing Secretary Chen still doubtful, Chen Xiao addressed him again. Yes. I heard it. That's exactly what Team Leader Du said. The mute wife, hearing Chen Xiao's words, quickly nodded her head. She nodded while her small hands fluttered rapidly. She was trying to convey her own meaning. Secretary Chen observed the mute woman's demeanor and felt slightly reassured, yet he remained silent, lowering his head in deep thought. Chen Xiao didn't interrupt, quietly waiting for Secretary Chen to think. After a long moment of deep thought, Secretary Chen finally looked up and said, What exactly do you plan to do in the village this time? Fish farming? Our village doesn't have such abundant water resources. The water in the village the water used to grow rice is scraped from under the villagers' very noses. Fish farming is definitely out of the question. Secretary Chen didn't say whether he agreed or disagreed, but went straight to the point. Uncle, I've made up my mind. This time, we're raising chickens. Chicken farming has a short payback period, quick returns, and is easy to manage. Plus, our village doesn't have much open land anyway, and chickens don't take up much space. They also consume less water. Chicken farming is the best choice. Chen Xiao thought for a moment before addressing Secretary Chen. This was something he had already figured out while detained in the detention center. Every village's industry must develop according to its specific circumstances. Though named Xiaogang Village, water resources were actually extremely scarce. Moreover, nestled in a mountain hollow, the village itself was small. Its arable land was also minimal. Therefore, methods requiring large tracts of land for fish farming were clearly impractical. Thus, raising chickens emerged as the optimal choice. Chicken farming. Secretary Chen pondered. Though he still harbored some doubts about Chen Xiao's proposal. He found Chen Xiao's idea of raising chickens quite appealing. Even at a glance, the chicken farming approach seemed feasible to him. Raising chickens and ducks was practically the villagers' specialty. Plus, the investment wasn't huge. Roosters could be sold for meat. The hens could be sold for eggs. Even if the chickens couldn't be sold in the end, they could be given to the villagers for their own consumption, no waste. It's practically a no-lose deal. Of course. This was merely Secretary Chen's perspective. What he didn't know was that Chen Xiao was aiming for large-scale, industrialized farming. Overall, though, he still approved of Chen Xiao's chicken-raising plan. But what still worried him was this. Wouldn't this be considered illegal speculation? Could this get Chen Xiao into trouble again? 12. Secretary Fong, that Chen Xiao is nothing but a black-hearted scoundrel. I still don't believe what you're saying. For over 10 or 20 years, we've always operated under the labor point system. Farming for the state earned us labor points. Distributed equally. Why would it suddenly change? And you're talking about distributing the fields to the villagers? The land belongs to the state. Isn't this just dividing up state assets? I still don't believe it. Thinking this, Secretary Chen still addressed Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao felt a headache coming on. Almost no one in the village had received any education. Even the children who went to school had only attended elementary school at most. Had it not been for Chen Xiao's unwavering determination to pursue education from a young age, attending junior high and high school in another village, and later fought tooth and nail to get into university, Chen Xiao's credentials in this world were also just a primary school diploma. Now, Chen Xiao was genuinely at a loss about how to broach this matter with Secretary Chen, who had little formal education. But, wait. Chen Xiao suddenly remembered something, his eyes lighting up. He turned sharply to Secretary Chen and declared, "Sir, I have a way to prove I'm telling the truth." "What method?" Secretary Chen froze, asking. Chen Xiao replied confidently, "Earlier, Team Leader Du told me that to continue operating the village-run collective enterprise, we need to obtain the relevant licenses. And these licenses must be obtained from the county. If you don't believe me, come with me to the county when we apply for the license. I'll have the county officials explain it to you. Surely you'll believe that?" Chen Xiao addressed Secretary Chen. "Well, I suppose that's acceptable." Secretary Chen's eyes lit up. He clicked his tongue and agreed. Then, glancing at the nearly untouched meal, he added, "All right, hurry up and eat. It'll get cold if you don't eat soon. Just wait till your grandmother gets her hands on you, she'll break your legs." Clack. "Wife. This place is our home now." After finishing their meal at the village committee office, Chen Xiao brought his mute wife back to their real home. Looking at the courtyard before him, Chen Xiao addressed his mute wife beside him. His home was a courtyard on the edge of the village. This courtyard was built for him by the villagers back then. One family mixed the mortar, another fired the bricks, one family laid the walls, another finished the roof. That's how it came to be. It could be said that Chen Xiao had been nourished by the kindness of many families since childhood, living in a home built by their collective efforts. He even still kept the patchwork clothes he wore back then. Back then, the nation faced severe material shortages. No household had any extra fabric to spare. But to make clothes for Chen Xiao, everyone cut a piece from their own garments and stitched them together. They managed to make him several garments. These clothes accompanied Chen Xiao for a long time during his childhood. Later, when the nation's resources became less scarce, Chen Xiao finally got his first real new clothes. But for Chen Xiao, those patchwork clothes remained his most treasured possessions. He opened the door and stepped into the courtyard. Seeing everything in the courtyard, both Chen Xiao and the mute wife were stunned. It wasn't overgrown with weeds as they had imagined. Nor was it the dilapidated mess they'd imagined. On the contrary, the yard was spotless, meticulously tidied. Moreover, it looked like it was regularly maintained, not a single trace of dirt or disorder. The mute wife looked at Chen Xiao in confusion, signing with her hands. "Xiao, is this really your home? You haven't been back in so long. How come it's so clean?" The mute wife conveyed her meaning to Chen Xiao. "The villagers helped me tidy it up. They're tough on the outside but soft on the inside. It's always been like this. When I went to middle school, my courtyard was always spotless whenever I came back. It was the same when I was in college. Every time I came back for break, someone would always tidy up the yard. I thought that after borrowing money from them these past 2 years without repaying, they wouldn't help me anymore. But I never imagined. At this point, Chen Xiao found it hard to continue. Her eyes grew red, and her throat felt tight. He felt incredibly fortunate to have such a group of family in this world. Chen Xiao pulled his mute wife along as they walked inside, gazing longingly at everything around them. Just then, the mute wife seemed to spot something else and urgently tried to tell Chen Xiao something. Then, without resorting to sign language, she simply grabbed Chen Xiao's hand and led him toward the rice jar inside the house. Inside the rice bin, it was now filled to the brim with rice. The flour bin was also completely filled with flour. All of it was pure white rice and flour. The kitchen was stocked with all kinds of vegetables. Even a piece of meat lay on the cutting board. Even the villagers wouldn't have this much. Yet the villagers still scraped together whatever they could to feed themselves the best food possible. It could be said that the villagers not only didn't blame Chen Xiao for borrowing their money, they even dug into their own life savings to repay Chen Xiao. At the same time, they went out of their way to ensure Chen Xiao was served the most lavish meal upon his return. Every household brought over delicacies they themselves were reluctant to eat. All to help Chen Xiao get through this most difficult period. The people of Xiaogang Village truly poured their hearts out for Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao stared at the scene, utterly speechless. He felt as though a stone had lodged in his throat. He couldn't spit it out, nor could he swallow it down. The mute wife couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She was deeply moved. She had already prepared herself. She'd braced herself for the hatred and ostracism from Xiaogang Village's residents after returning with Chen Xiao. But she never imagined the people of Xiaogang Village would be so kind. Though their words were cold, their hearts were so warm. My dear, I will lead you and our fellow villagers of Xiaogang to a better life. I will make our Xiaogang Village the true #1 village in the entire country. I will. Chen Xiao held his mute wife tightly in his arms, repeating these words over and over. His gaze was as unwavering as iron. You must be Secretary Fang? 2 days later, Secretary Wen of Huangyu Village. Accompanied by several people, he arrived at the county party committee and government offices. After a long wait, they finally met the county party secretary. Gazing at the lean, wiry man before him, Secretary Wen instantly adopted a trembling demeanor as he asked. Yes. I am county party secretary Fang Yunpeng. You must be Secretary Wen from Huangyu Village? What's the matter? What brings you here? Secretary Fang observed the trembling Secretary Wen before him. He frowned slightly before speaking. He didn't see Chen Xiao among this group of Huangyu villagers. This made him feel something was off. Secretary Fang. You must stand up for Huangyu Village. Upon hearing Secretary Fang's words, Secretary Wen instantly began wailing pitifully. As he wailed, he tried to kneel down. Secretary Fang was startled and quickly stopped Secretary Wen from kneeling. Supporting Secretary Wen as he sat down on the nearby sofa, he said, Secretary Wen, you mustn't do that, absolutely not. Secretary Fang. The people of Huangyu Village were suffering. Secretary Wen's trembling back hit the sofa as he sat down. Secretary Wen, please tell me what's troubling you. You're my senior comrade, don't ever put me in such an awkward position again. Secretary Fang spoke while personally pouring Secretary Wen a glass of water. Secretary Fang, you have no idea. That heartless college student Chen Xiao. He deceived us. He swindled us out of everything we had. Secretary Wen continued, his face still twisted in feigned sorrow as tears streamed down his cheeks. 13. The guilty party accuses first? Chen Xiao? How did he deceive you? By the way, why hasn't he shown up today? Secretary Fang froze upon hearing Secretary Wen's words, his brow furrowing. He already had a bad feeling when he didn't see Chen Xiao among the villagers at Huangyu today. Now, hearing Secretary Wen say this, he was genuinely startled. Secretary Fang, you have no idea. That scoundrel Chen Xiao not only swindled everyone's life savings, he also embezzled the villagers' fish farming funds. Now he's abandoned us completely and just walked away. He's ruined our Huangyu Village, broken families, lost livelihoods, wives and children torn apart. Secretary Wen wiped away tears with feigned sorrow as he spoke to Secretary Fang. What? Hearing Secretary Wen's words, anger suddenly surged across Secretary Fang's face. He then sternly questioned Secretary Wen, Elder, is what you're saying true? Of course it's true. Secretary Fang, I wouldn't dare deceive you, not even if I were deceiving someone else. Our Huangyu Village has suffered terribly at the hands of that wicked-hearted Chen Xiao. Secretary Wen was suddenly fired up. He wailed as he spoke to Secretary Fang. Yes. Secretary Fang. That Chen Xiao married our village's mute girl, and we actually thought he had a kind heart. So we trusted him when he started that fish pond project. But we never imagined this Chen Xiao would turn out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Not only did he swindle everyone's life savings, he also embezzled the profits from our fish farming. He's got a heart of stone. The sharp-tongued woman who had accompanied Secretary Wen burst into tears as she spoke, wiping her eyes as she addressed Secretary Huang. Alright, old comrade, tell me exactly what Chen Xiao did. If this Chen Xiao is truly at fault, rest assured, I'll make sure he ends up back in prison. Secretary Huang asked Secretary Wen earnestly. He wasn't just paying lip service. He never had much regard for the villagers of Huangyu Village to begin with. After all, Chen Xiao had led this group to prosperity. Yet these very people turned around and reported Chen Xiao. He truly had no favorable impression of a village that repaid kindness with ingratitude. Had he not wanted Chen Xiao to continue leading these people in business ventures, earning him political credit, and assumed Chen Xiao had brought them along, he wouldn't have met with these people at all. But now, Secretary Wen's words had indeed made him pause. Could it be that when Chen Xiao previously led Huangyu Village's residents in fish farming, there were indeed things he didn't know? Secretary, you have no idea. Back then. Uncle, let's head to the county today. Look, I've already drafted our follow-up chicken farming plan. Today we'll go to the county and get that business license approved. Then our chicken farm will be fully legitimate. Meanwhile, in Xiaogang Village, Chen Xiao hasn't been idle these past couple of days. With the villagers being so kind to him, he couldn't bring himself to rest. Early in the morning, he arrived at Secretary Chen's house with the chicken farming plan he'd worked on for 2 days. He addressed Secretary Chen directly. Don't get too excited just yet. If it were truly legitimate, would you have been arrested in the first place? But Secretary Chen had clearly been waiting for some time. Chen Xiao's arrival held no surprises for him. Puffing on his pipe, he addressed Chen Xiao. Sir, why won't you trust me? I've even prepared a plan. Chen Xiao helplessly placed his handwritten proposal on the table. You're just trying to pull the wool over my eyes. Looks like you've saved all your trickery just for me. Secretary Chen didn't even glance at it, puffing on his pipe as he addressed Chen Xiao. Before Chen Xiao could respond, he continued. The more I think about it these past few days, the more it doesn't add up. You say what you did before is legal now? Then why hasn't anyone else in the other villages done it? Our county isn't the only one with college graduates. Why are you the only one so determined to pursue this? You little rascal, tell me the truth, are you pulling my leg? Secretary Chen set down his pipe and looked at Chen Xiao seriously, pressing for confirmation. Uncle, I know you won't believe me no matter what I say. Didn't we agree earlier to go to the county and confirm with the county leadership? Let's go right now. I'll have Secretary Huang, the county party secretary, speak with you. You'll believe him, right? Chen Xiao sighed in exasperation and addressed Secretary Chen once more. Fine, let's go. Do you think I'm afraid to meet the county party secretary? Hearing Chen Xiao's words, the suspicion in Secretary Chen's eyes faded a bit more. He stood up as he spoke. I just don't want you to embarrass us in front of the county. That's precisely why I'm asking you again. Since you're not afraid, I'll accompany you to the county seat. I'll see for myself how something that was clearly illegal before suddenly becomes legal. Secretary Chen said, shaking out the coat draped over his shoulders. He tapped the tobacco in his pipe. He packed his tobacco pipe and led the way out. Hey! Old man, you just up and leave like that? Without even telling the old lady? Chen Xiao watched the decisive Secretary Chen, then glanced at the plan he'd written on the table, asking helplessly. What? Scared, kid? Secretary Chen called back without turning his head. Chen Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes again. Then he turned to his mute wife beside him. Honey, your father and I are heading to the county seat. Leave the household matters to you. If you're hungry, eat without waiting for me. Grandpa and I might be having lunch in the county today. Chen Xiao instructed the mute wife. The mute wife nodded earnestly, gesturing wildly with her hands, reassuring Chen Xiao. All right. I'll be off then. Chen Xiao smiled at the mute wife's gesture, then hurried outside to catch up with Secretary Chen. Ha. The mute wife watched Chen Xiao's hastily retreating figure. She smiled foolishly, lost in her own world. She finally saw Chen Xiao looking so spirited again. After he was reported, his dejected and resentful look had nearly scared her to death. During the 10+ days Chen Xiao was detained, she went to the county seat every day trying to see him. But Chen Xiao refused to see her even once. She thought Chen Xiao resented her and had abandoned her. This nearly drove her mad with fear. Finally, Chen Xiao had finally recovered. Not only had he forgiven her, but he'd also regained his fighting spirit. Everything seemed to be back to how it was before. Except that she was poorer than before, truly had nothing left, and was saddled with so much debt. Everything was moving in a better direction. Chen Xiao has regained his drive and is building his career again. He now had family members he could truly trust and feel close to. And I could stay by Chen Xiao's side forever. To live and die alongside Chen Xiao. All of this was simply too wonderful. He. The mute wife grew happier the more she thought about it. Until Hey, Chen's young wife, what are you grinning about? You're practically drooling. A voice full of vigor came from the village committee entrance. The mute wife jolted awake. The mute wife's fair complexion flushed crimson instantly. She gestured awkwardly with her hands. Oh, stop gesturing. We can't understand it anyway. Got nothing to do right now? If you're free, come pick some vegetables with us and chat. No need to speak. Just listen to us. The woman at the door was a somewhat gaunt-looking auntie. She spoke while carrying a vegetable basket into the village committee office. Then, she enthusiastically pulled the mute woman's daughter-in-law toward the exit. The mute woman obediently followed, her wide eyes fixed on the woman as she listened quietly to her chatter. 14, Secretary, you must stand up for us. I'll find a way to build a road out of the mountains for this village. Puff, puff. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Xiao and Secretary Chen, panting heavily, traversed the mountains and forests beyond the village. They reached the foot of the mountain. Chen Xiao spoke earnestly. Come on. You'd better figure out how to get the county party secretary to lie for you first. Secretary Chen took a drag on his dry tobacco pipe, exhausted. Then, he addressed Chen Xiao bluntly. All right. I'll make sure the county party secretary tells that lie for me. After 2 days back, Chen Xiao gradually reverted to his former village self. With a hint of mischief, he addressed Secretary Chen. Enough, enough. You little rascal. Hurry up and get going. It's almost noon. Don't let us get to the county only to find the county party secretary has already clocked out. Let's hurry to Huangyu Village and borrow some bikes. Bikes will get us there faster. Secretary Chen watched as Chen Xiao returned to her former self. Though her face showed disdain, a hint of amusement flickered in her eyes. He then stood up once more, leading Chen Xiao toward Huangyu Village. Before long, Chen Xiao and Secretary Chen each mounted a bicycle and headed toward the county seat. Upon arriving at the county seat, Chen Xiao immediately sought out Secretary Huang, the secretary to the county party committee secretary. Secretary Huang, I need to see the secretary now. Is that possible? Chen Xiao asked Secretary Huang directly. Certainly. Absolutely. You're one of the few people the secretary has personally authorized to see him anytime. Why wouldn't it be convenient? Secretary Huang's eyes lit up upon seeing Chen Xiao. While speaking to Chen Xiao, he immediately offered to lead the way. No need, we can go on our own. I know the secretary's office well. Chen Xiao stopped Secretary Huang. Leading the somewhat bewildered Secretary Chen, they headed toward the county party secretary's office. Secretary Chen truly hadn't expected that Chen Xiao would be so familiar with the county party secretary. This caused his suspicions toward Chen Xiao to begin wavering. However, as the two arrived at the county party secretary's office with practiced ease, Chen Xiao paused at the doorway upon hearing a familiar voice. That voice made Chen Xiao pause in his tracks. Secretary, you wouldn't believe it. Back then, when Chen Xiao was heading home, he passed through our village. Because of the rain, the road was treacherous, and he fell into a ditch. It was our village's mute girl who painstakingly pulled him out of that ditch. And it was our village's mute girl who endured hunger and hardship to care for this Chen Xiao, saving his life. Secretary Wen wiped away tears with feigned emotion as he recounted the story slowly to Secretary Feng. Secretary Feng sat there, listening quietly. Outside the door, Chen Xiao stood with a cold smile on his lips, saying nothing. After he was saved, Chen Xiao, to repay the kindness, married our village's mute girl. We thought, what a grateful young man this Chen Xiao is. So when he later said our village was too poor to keep going like this, and wanted to lead us all in pooling our resources to raise fish and get rich, we agreed without a second thought. But, at this point, Secretary Wen looked as if he might burst into tears again. Elder, have some water to calm down. Secretary Fan watched Secretary Wen's state, shook his head helplessly, and quickly offered his concern. Secretary Wen quickly took a sip of water and finally seemed to calm down. Poof. Outside the door, Chen Xiao nearly burst out laughing upon hearing Secretary Wen's words. He agreed without a second thought? What about all that persuasion he'd done door to door in Huangyu Village from the start? And what about borrowing money from Xiaogang Village? Chen Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. But, we never imagined this. Chen Xiao, you heartless bastard. He took the life savings meant for coffins from our villagers and he did raise fish. But, after making money, he pocketed most of the profits. He even claimed it was his rightful due. Secretary Feng. This was clearly done with money invested by the villagers. How could Chen Xiao do such a thing? We admit Chen Xiao put in hard work raising fish for our village, if not for merit, then for effort. We accept he deserves a share of the profits. But he can't just take the lion's share of the village's money for himself. This fish farming money was scraped together from our fellow villagers' life savings. He's stolen it all. What are we villagers supposed to do now? Secretary Wen spoke, his voice trembling as tears welled in his eyes. His grievance grew with every word. The more he spoke, the more resentful he became. His words sounded utterly convincing. Secretary Wen, is what you're saying true? And his performance had clearly deceived Secretary Fong. Secretary Fong's expression turned grave as he pressed Secretary Wen again. Xiao, is what he said true or false? Secretary Wen's words had deceived not only Secretary Fong, but even Secretary Chen of Xiaogang Village. Secretary Chen looked grave as he whispered to Chen Xiao. Of course it's fake. Have you forgotten about the money I borrowed from Xiaogang Village's villagers? Chen Xiao rolled his eyes, exasperated with the easily swayed Secretary Chen. Oh, sigh, old age dulls the mind. Secretary Chen suddenly snapped out of it, muttered quietly, then quickly closed his eyes and lowered his head, feigning complete disinterest in the outside world. Of course it's real. But from the office came Secretary Wen's voice. Chen Xiao couldn't help but curve his lips at the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, this old codger sure can spin a yarn. But now he was genuinely curious to see just how far Secretary Wen could take this nonsense. More than anything, he wanted to see Secretary Wen's reaction when he realized Chen Xiao had overheard everything at the door and confronted him. How entertaining that would be. Chen Xiao forced himself to suppress the urge to step out and expose Secretary Wen. He continued to listen intently. Secretary Fong, you might think that Chen Xiao brought us fish farming to make money, yet our villagers turned around and reported him. That we, the people of Huangyu Village, acted ungratefully biting the hand that fed us. But who knows that Chen Xiao embezzled so much of our money? Our fellow villagers couldn't even get back their retirement savings. We were truly forced into reporting him. Secretary Fong, you must stand up for Huangyu Village. On behalf of our fellow villagers, I kowtow to you. At this point, Secretary Wen grew even more aggrieved. He was about to kneel before Secretary Fong once more. No, no, no. Elder, you absolutely mustn't do that. Secretary Fong keenly noticed Secretary Wen's action. He quickly rose to his feet, stopping Secretary Wen, who was trembling as he tried to kneel before him. Venerable Elder, rest assured. Whatever grievances your Huangyu Village has suffered, speak freely to me. I'll make sure to record everything. If it's confirmed later, I'll personally send that Chen Xiao to prison. Secretary Fong helped Secretary Wen back to the sofa, reaffirming his assurances. Honorable Magistrate. Truly an honorable magistrate. Secretary Wen tremblingly heaped praise upon Secretary Fong. You flatter me. You flatter me. Elder statesman, we're all serving the people here. Secretary Fong of the County Party Committee waved his hands hastily. Exactly. Serving the people. Serving the people is good. Secretary Wen also said shakily. After taking another sip of water, he continued, we thought that once Chen Xiao was arrested, we could finally get back the money that belongs to our fellow villagers. Return the villagers' life savings to them. But 15, Secretary Wen, please tell us. But we never imagined. Not only did we fail to recover the money Chen Xiao embezzled. What's more, the fish farming equipment we bought with our life savings and even the fish fry in the ponds were confiscated. This Chen Xiao was actually leading us into illegal activities. Everyone in our village was deceived by him. He's brought us nothing but misery. Our life savings are completely gone. Secretary Wen spoke to this point, her face once again filled with hurt. Beside him, the sharp-tongued woman stood with tear-filled eyes, looking utterly wronged. But faced with the issue Secretary Wen had raised, County Party Secretary Fong truly didn't know how to respond. Whether it was Chen Xiao's arrest or the confiscation of Huangyu Village's fish farming facilities and fry. These were all requirements mandated by government policy. Government agencies could only act in accordance with policy. He couldn't very well say the higher-ups' policies were flawed, could he? Xiao, you. Secretary Chen, who had been pretending to be oblivious outside the door, couldn't help but glance at Chen Xiao when Secretary Wen spoke up, wanting to ask something. But just as he opened his mouth, he quickly shut his mouth, remembering how easily he'd been fooled just moments ago. Don't worry, old man. You'll see soon enough. Chen Xiao smiled at Secretary Chen's expression and said no more. Meanwhile, Secretary Wen's voice continued to echo through the office. But the villagers' life savings are gone. That Chen Xiao, he was locked up for a few days, but now he's out again, without facing any consequences. Fine, let him out. But we want Chen Xiao to return the money he embezzled and distribute it to the villagers. The villagers aren't expecting to make any money, they just want their life savings back. But what about Chen Xiao? Not only did he refuse to hand over the money, he called us ungrateful. Then he ran off with our village's mute girl. Secretary Wen's voice choked up again as he spoke these words. Slap. What? He ran away? But upon hearing Secretary Wen's words, Secretary Fong's brow furrowed sharply, his gaze instantly sharpening. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Though he had been skeptical of everything Secretary Wen had just said, he hadn't taken it too seriously. After all, the Chen Xiao and Huangyu Village affair was a tangled mess. As the county party secretary, he couldn't afford to be swayed by one-sided accounts. Besides, Chen Xiao would later develop the collective economy. Huangyu Village would benefit once more. There was no need to dwell on this messy affair. But now, Chen Xiao had fled. This is a serious problem. Because he was counting on Chen Xiao to pull off something impressive, something that would bring him enough political achievements. With Chen Xiao gone, where else could he possibly secure achievements? Not to mention, Chen Xiao still owed tens of thousands in fines to the Special Task Force for cracking down on speculative trading. That money was specifically approved by the County Party Committee and government leadership to let Chen Xiao temporarily avoid paying the fine and return home first. If Chen Xiao really did flee, that fine would fall squarely on the shoulders of the County Party Committee and government leadership. The money itself isn't the big issue. But the problem is, if Chen Xiao escapes, it would constitute a grave political error. The entire leadership team would face punishment. With this punishment in place, any further advancement would become exceedingly difficult. In this era, many people defaulted on debts and fled. After all, in this era, there was no internet. Communication between regions was extremely difficult. Those who incurred debts or committed murder could simply flee to another region, leaving local authorities powerless to pursue them. This was the norm in those days. But he never imagined that Chen Xiao, a college student, would run. Yes, he ran. Not only did he fail to repay the money owed to our fellow villagers in Huangyu, he just up and left. Secretary Wen was startled, nearly losing his composure. He forced himself to maintain his composure as he continued. Rest assured, I'll make the call immediately. We'll have Chen Xiao apprehended. He won't get away. You can rest assured. Secretary Fawn didn't hesitate either. He picked up the phone beside him, ready to make the call. But just then, Secretary Fong, no need to trouble yourself. I haven't run away. Not only did I not run, I came to find you. At that moment, Chen Xiao's voice came from the doorway. Secretary Fong paused in his movements and glanced toward the doorway. There stood Chen Xiao, leading Secretary Chen step by step into the office. Their eyes were fixed intently on the stunned Secretary Wen of Huangyu Village and that sharp-tongued woman. Well, Secretary Wen, we meet again? How is it that after just a few days apart, you've already learned to shoot your mouth off? Your progress is rather swift, isn't it? Chen Xiao looked at Secretary Wen, who was trembling all over with her mouth agape, and the sharp-tongued woman. The smile on his lips was no longer concealed. He spoke to Secretary Wen in a deliberately sarcastic tone. Why you? I. Secretary Wen trembled uncontrollably. Stammering, he couldn't form a single coherent sentence. Beads of sweat began pouring down his forehead. He never imagined that his scheme to secretly frame Chen Xiao and send him back to prison. But he never imagined. His exaggerated, deceitful accusations had been heard loud and clear by Chen Xiao. And his underhanded betrayal was laid bare before Chen Xiao's eyes. Now facing Chen Xiao's scornful mockery, he wished he could sink into a crack in the ground. Chen Xiao? You didn't run away. Secretary Fong breathed a long sigh of relief upon seeing Chen Xiao. A faint smile even appeared on his face as he addressed Chen Xiao. Secretary Fong, you're too kind. My home is right here. Over 100 households in Xiaogang Village raised me bit by bit. I'd rather die here than run away, Chen Xiao said with a smile. As he spoke, he helpfully poured a cup of water for the tense Secretary Chen following behind him. Secretary Chen was so startled he kept giving him warning glances. Chen Xiao winked back at Secretary Chen, signaling him to relax. You really do treat this office like your own home. Secretary Chen watched Chen Xiao's practiced movements, shaking his head with a smile. He sat back down in his chair. You bet. If it weren't for your help back then, how could I have built this business in Huangyu Village? Chen Xiao said with a smile. Then, turning to the stunned Secretary Wen and the sharp-tongued woman still reeling from shock, he added, but I never imagined that coming here would let me witness such a grand spectacle of twisting truth and turning black into white. It's truly, utterly satisfying to watch. Chen Xiao said with a smile, watching Secretary Wen, who was trembling uncontrollably. Twisting the truth? Calling a deer a horse? Secretary Fawn looked surprised upon hearing Chen Xiao's words. Sitting down in his chair, he asked, could it be that something Secretary Wen said was problematic? Secretary Fong feigned ignorance. Of course there's a problem. A huge one. Chen Xiao sneered at Secretary Wen, who kept his head down and dared not speak, enunciating each word deliberately. Then, with a teasing tone, he turned to Secretary Wen. Secretary Wen, tell me back then, you trusted me without a second thought, and the people of Huangyu Village handed over their life savings to me? Chen Xiao asked Secretary Wen slowly. Yes. The villagers, didn't they give you the money? Secretary Wen stammered, his voice trembling as he addressed Chen Xiao. But no matter how he phrased it, his words lacked conviction. 16, then why did you report me? Well, that's what puzzles me. Who was it who went door to door, explaining the situation to every single household? And in the end, who was it who pounded their chest and guaranteed you'd make money? Who promised that if you didn't make money, they'd personally compensate you? That's why you were willing to invest your money. Secretary Wen, tell me who was that person? Chen Xiao sneered at Secretary Wen. It was you. Secretary Wen couldn't even meet the gaze of the county party secretary beside him. He kept his head bowed, his voice trembling as he spoke. Then who else would have gone out of their way to secure loans for your Huangyu Village fish farming project, covered the shortfall in your funding, and ultimately made the fish farming venture happen? Chen Xiao sneered at Secretary Wen again and pressed on. It was you. Secretary Wen's head drooped even lower, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. The county party secretary listened to Secretary Wen's answer. He narrowed his eyes slightly. He never imagined that a fish farming incident could involve so many hidden matters. Oh? It's me too. Then based on my investment, is it reasonable for me to get my share of the money? Chen Xiao looked as if he just had an epiphany, then asked Secretary Wen again. Reasonable. Secretary Wen's stammering voice grew indistinct. Then I'm baffled. I borrowed money to invest in this venture. When the fish farming finally turned a profit, taking my share is only fair. So how dare you accuse me of stealing your fish farm profits? Ha! But the next moment, Chen Xiao suddenly erupted mid-sentence. He bellowed at Secretary Wen. Boom! Chen Xiao's sudden, thunderous roar. Startled, Secretary Wen shuddered. He nearly kicked over the small tea table beside him. Hey! Chen Xiao's sudden outburst startled even the county party secretary, who quickly stepped in to restrain Chen Xiao before he could act. The sharp-tongued woman was also startled, lowering her head and daring not to speak. But Chen Xiao had no intention of letting Secretary Wen off the hook. You keep accusing me of embezzling your Huangyu Village's fish farming funds. Then let's reconcile the accounts again. Secretary Huang is here now, let him bear witness. If today's audit proves I embezzled funds, I'll go straight to jail. But if I haven't embezzled a single cent and you've slandered me? Oof. Slander and defamation are no light offenses. For serious cases, 3 years in prison is unavoidable. Then get ready for jail. With Secretary Huang intervening, Chen Xiao managed to rein in his temper. He spoke again with a cold laugh. Swish! Chen Xiao's words instantly made Secretary Wen lift his head. He stared at Chen Xiao in disbelief. Chen Xiao's words had genuinely startled him. Go to prison. He was already 50. Go to prison? For 3 years? That'd be the death of him. Jail. The sharp-tongued woman turned pale with fright. She stared blankly at Chen Xiao, trembling all over. Chen Xiao. I must have misremembered. I'm getting old. Maybe I just misremembered. You know my memory isn't what it used to be. Look, it's all water under the bridge now. I didn't even bring the ledger today. Why don't we just let it go? What prison? That's not. The next moment, Secretary Wen was trembling as he pleaded with Chen Xiao. However, no problem. You didn't bring the ledger? I did. Now, let's settle this once and for all. Did I embezzle or not? Chen Xiao showed Secretary Wen no mercy whatsoever. He pulled an account book from his backpack while glaring coldly at Secretary Wen. This. Secretary Wen's weathered face instantly turned pale. He instinctively looked toward Secretary Huang for help. But, slurp. Secretary Huang sat there sipping his tea, seemingly oblivious to everything. Clearly, this was Secretary Huang's retaliation for Secretary Wen's earlier act of deceiving him right before his eyes. Likewise, he understood that Chen Xiao was venting his anger over being stabbed in the back by the villagers of Huangyu earlier. So he simply let Chen Xiao vent. It satisfied both his own need for catharsis and Chen Xiao's. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Secretary Wen, look back then, the villagers of Huangyu and I invested a total of 24,000 yuan in the fish farming venture. Yet the village contributed 30 mu of fish ponds, taking a 40% stake. My personal investment alone totaled exactly 14,380 yuan. My single investment accounted for nearly 60% of the total capital. But even though I put up the lion's share, to look out for you all and for my wife's sake I agreed to split the remaining 60% equally with the Huangyu villagers, despite my larger investment. That means I alone hold 30% of the shares, and all the villagers of Huangyu Village hold 30%. Over these past 2 years, our total profits from rice fish farming and fish pond operations amounted to 81,600 yuan. My share of that is 30%, which comes out to 24,480 yuan. Is that acceptable? Chen Xiao spoke as he placed the ledger before Secretary Wen. Secretary Wen, who looked several years older, replied. Yes. Secretary Wen stammered in response. The entries in the ledger were recorded with crystal clarity. Even if he wanted to deny it, he couldn't. Now he was truly terrified. When he had slandered Chen Xiao earlier, he had been reckless, thinking it wouldn't matter even if Chen Xiao found out. But now he finally understood. Slander and defamation could land you in prison. This truly scared the living daylights out of him. Chen Xiao. I admitted it was me. I've just gotten senile. I remembered wrong. You didn't embezzle. Not only did you not embezzle, you even voluntarily gave our villagers extra money. We should all be thanking you. We're the ones who wronged you. Secretary Wen was terrified, fearing Chen Xiao would send him to prison. Trembling, he hurriedly apologized. But Chen Xiao wasn't having it. He raised his voice again. Is this how you show your gratitude? Reporting me. Making me lose my degree, saddling me with massive debt, and leaving a criminal record on my file. Is this how you repay me? Chen Xiao bellowed at Secretary Wen. I. Secretary Wen tried to speak but couldn't utter a word. Chen Xiao's eyes flushed crimson as he continued, and you claim I led you into illegal activities without your knowledge? Did you really not know that fish farming was illegal back then? Didn't I explicitly tell every single one of you at the village committee that our fish farming operation was illegal at the time? But that's because we were navigating a time of policy upheaval. Though our actions were illegal, we were on the right path. It wouldn't be long before policies were enacted to prove the righteousness of our actions. We just needed to wait patiently to weather the darkness before the policy was enacted. Did I not tell you this? Ha! Chen Xiao raised his voice again, confronting Secretary Wen. His eyes glowed crimson. Just 15 more days. Just 15 more days, and the policy would be announced. Then he could apply for the collective business license for Huangyu Village. Then, his village's private fish farming operation could be transformed into a legitimate business. But, because of the greed of those people in Huangyu Village, they reported him on the eve of dawn. Not only did they ruin his education, but they also completely destroyed his fish farming business. I did say it. Secretary Wen replied, his voice lacking conviction. 17. If you dare to do it, you must bear the consequences. Then why did you report me? All for your petty greed. To ruin me. To ruin this fish farming business? Do you realize that if you hadn't reported me, we could have obtained a legitimate license by now? Our fish farming would be legal. And after 2 years of operation, this business is finally on solid footing. Those 30 acres of ponds are producing a steady yield. This year's catch alone could net us over 100,000 yuan. Even after taking my share, the Huangyu Village committee and villagers would still earn at least 70,000 yuan. But what about you? One report not only ruined me, but completely destroyed this stable, mature industry. The fish farming equipment was confiscated. The newly stocked fish fry in the ponds were confiscated. Even the mature fish that hadn't been sold yet were confiscated. They confiscated the fish feed too. Everything was gone. Is this what you wanted? Chen Xiao's voice turned icy as he confronted Secretary Wen. T10, 10,000? Secretary Wen's eyes widened as he heard Chen Xiao's words. He hadn't fully considered it before. But now, Chen Xiao's simple calculation truly stunned him. Earning 80,000 yuan over the past 2 years had already felt like a remarkable achievement to him. But now, Chen Xiao claimed they could earn over 100,000 in just this 1 year. Secretary Wen regretted it. He was utterly filled with regret. How could he have been so blinded by greed that he reported Chen Xiao? 100,000? The sharp-tongued woman was stunned into silence. She stared blankly at Chen Xiao, unable to recover for a long time. Right now, he regretted it so much he wanted to scratch his chest raw. That was 100,000 yuan. In the past 2 years, earning 80,000 had already made the entire village go wild with joy. And now, 100,000 in just 1 year? How much of that could she possibly get? She dared not even imagine it. She truly regretted it. But then, she couldn't help but feel resentment. Resentment toward Chen Xiao. Resentful that Chen Xiao hadn't spoken up sooner. This is all your fault. We had no idea this would happen. Why didn't you tell us sooner? If you'd told us earlier, we wouldn't have reported you. This whole mess is your fault. You ruined our fish pond. You have to compensate us for all the money we'll lose. The shrewish woman's eyes were bloodshot as she gritted her teeth and screamed at Chen Xiao. Ha! Hearing the shrewish woman's words, Secretary Feng's brow furrowed. He wanted to say something, but glancing at Chen Xiao, he held back his urge to speak. You damn woman, you. Secretary Chen's blood boiled at her words. Without another word, he stood up and lunged toward the shrill woman. But Chen Xiao quickly stopped him. This was the county party secretary's office. If he, the big shot, hit someone and they called the police, it would be impossible to explain. Chen Xiao held Secretary Chen back. Chen Xiao turned to face the sharp-tongued woman. Oof. Blame me? If you hadn't been greedy beyond measure, trying to swallow more than you could handle by coveting my share of the money, how would this have happened? If you hadn't insisted on reporting me, how would this have happened? Let me tell you this, everything you're going through right now is entirely your own doing. You reap what you sow. Since you wanted to steal my money, you'll get nothing. You deserve it. You dared to report me, so you must bear the consequences. Regretting it now? Too late. And you want me to pay compensation? Ha! Dream on. Chen Xiao shot a scornful glance at the sharp-tongued woman as he helped Secretary Chen back into his seat, his words dripping with contempt. Greedy? We reported you for your own good. How could you possibly resent us? Reporting you was for your own good, wasn't it? We just didn't want you to go down the wrong path. You're a college student, for heaven's sake you can't possibly do anything illegal. You may have told us about right and wrong, but we're just uneducated farmers. What do we know? We reported you for your own good to keep you from going astray. How can you, a college student, not understand the good intentions of your fellow villagers? And you're blaming us for ruining our fish ponds. The sharp-tongued woman wouldn't let it go. Her eyes flushed crimson as she turned to make unreasonable demands at Chen Xiao. She stood up, her words dripping with venom as she gritted her teeth. As if Chen Xiao were her sworn enemy. Oof. For my own good? Chen Xiao was so enraged he laughed. Fine, then I'll do something for your own good too. Since you claim my past actions were for my own good, that you feared I'd break the law and sent me to prison. Now I've been punished and all the illegally earned money has been confiscated. Then shouldn't you also turn in the money you earned illegally with my help? After all, that's illicit gain. It's subject to confiscation. Chen Xiao didn't hold back, directing his words straight at the sharp-tongued woman. Why should we? That money came from our own investments in fish farming. Why confiscate it? The sharp-tongued woman instantly shrieked. She had just lost 100,000 yuan. Now Chen Xiao was demanding the profits she'd earned earlier. Wasn't that like taking her life? What? Not happy about it? I'm doing this for your own good. All that money you made? It's all illegal proceeds. Chen Xiao looked at the sharp-tongued woman with contempt. Playing mind games with me? Trying to turn the tables? Does she even know her own IQ? Impossible. You. Chen Xiao. You really are a bastard. The shrewish woman was stunned, screaming curses at Chen Xiao. Whether I'm a bastard or not, I don't know. But you're definitely paying back that money. Chen Xiao sneered at her before turning to Secretary Fang beside him. Secretary Fang, our fish farm was a joint collective venture. If it's illegal, it can't be just me breaking the law, right? The entire Huangyu Village, even its leadership, is complicit in this violation. Now that new policies are in place, it's impossible to have them arrested. But surely I shouldn't be the only one to bear the confiscation of the illegal gains? I only made 30% of the illegal profits, yet they want me to pay back the entire 80,000 plus yuan earned by Huangyu Village? That's just bullying. Shouldn't we reconsider how this fine is allocated? Chen Xiao ignored the sharp-tongued woman and addressed Secretary Fang directly. As the sharp-tongued woman listened to Chen Xiao's words, her eyes widened, growing larger and larger. Eventually, her eyes looked downright terrifying. Secretary Wen, standing nearby, was also stunned. His mouth hung open as he stared at Chen Xiao in utter disbelief. He never imagined this would happen. Originally, he'd come today intending to report Chen Xiao and squeeze some extra money out of him, forcing Chen Xiao to hand over the portion he'd previously pocketed so it could be distributed to the people of Huangyu Village. After all, this money was earned from Huangyu Village's fish ponds, so it should stay in Huangyu Village. But he never imagined. Not only did he fail to get the money, but his dirty little scheme of tattling behind people's backs was exposed. What's more, I learned that their past actions cost us 100,000 yuan in profits today. Not to mention, not only had they lost that 100,000 yuan, but the entire village was about to be saddled with a massive debt. How could this be? 18, fine then, count my debt on your heads too. No way, Secretary Fang. This fish farming venture was Chen Xiao who insisted on leading us into it. We were forced into it. That money is the villagers' life savings. It absolutely cannot be confiscated. The next moment, Secretary Wen tremblingly rose to his feet and knelt before Secretary Fang. But this time, Secretary Fang ignored him, fixing his gaze instead on Chen Xiao. Well, if I forced you, then why were you all so happy when you took the money? Besides, if you don't want to make money from fish farming, then handing over the money you've earned should suit your wishes perfectly, shouldn't it? After all, it's money earned illegally. It's not worthy of being your nest egg. What if it taints your journey to the afterlife? Wouldn't that be a shame? Chen Xiao sneered at Secretary Wen. You. Secretary Wen's eyes widened abruptly at Chen Xiao's words. He opened his mouth to speak but no sound came out. The sharp-tongued woman, meanwhile, stared at Chen Xiao in fear, no longer daring to speak out of turn. She never imagined. She'd only intended to recover that 100,000 yuan, yet ended up losing far more. She didn't know if all college students were this terrifying. But Chen Xiao, he was terrifying. Chen Xiao, however, paid no further attention to the two women. He turned directly to Secretary Fang. Secretary Fang, since we're confiscating illegal gains, shouldn't the responsibility be allocated according to each person's share of the income? It can't be that they make the money, yet I alone bear all the responsibility, right? That's unreasonable. Chen Xiao addressed Secretary Fang earnestly. This was one of the reasons he'd come to the county. Indeed. After Chen Xiao and the villagers of Huangyu were arrested for fish farming, although they were released, the fine still stood. Moreover, the amount of the fine equaled all the income earned from fish farming. All the money Chen Xiao had earned before was considered illegal gains and was confiscated. However, the over 80,000 yuan he had previously earned was all attributed to him. Meaning that, combined with his own earnings, Chen Xiao had to repay over 80,000 yuan. That's right. Chen Xiao's debt wasn't actually 50,000 yuan, it was 80,000 yuan. If you add the money owed to the villagers of Xiaogang Village, it comes to 95,000. But since Chen Xiao's earnings had been confiscated, excluding the debt to Xiaogang Village's villagers, he was left with just over 57,000 yuan in debt. But from the very beginning, Chen Xiao never intended to repay the remaining amount. He only intended to repay the over 10,000 yuan borrowed from Xiaogang Village. The portion he earned himself had already been repaid. Why should he be responsible for repaying the illegal gains made by those villagers and the village itself? Since these people from Huangyu Village reported him for profiteering and saddled him with all this debt, then let each bear their own debt. When they reported me, they didn't consider that we were all in the same boat. Now, the consequences of their reporting should be borne solely by those responsible. Chen Xiao had no intention of paying off their debts. Just because his illegal gains were confiscated, did they think they could escape unscathed? That's one reason Chen Xiao came to the county today. To make them repay every single debt that wasn't theirs to pay. This. Secretary Wen was nearly driven mad with frustration. He wanted to say something. But with his limited understanding, not a single word came out. He could only look at Secretary Fong with pleading eyes. The sharp-tongued woman, having grasped the situation, turned pale with fear. If the government really intends to reclaim the profits made earlier, it would be no different from taking her life. She regretted it. She truly regretted it. Why did she have to open her big mouth just now? For the first time, she hated her own mouth with a passion. But now, she had no solution. All she could do was turn to Secretary Fong with a pleading look. Comrade Chen Xiao, the issue you've raised is indeed a problem. If the profits are distributed fairly, then the responsibility should also be shared by everyone. If only you were to bear this responsibility, wouldn't that be exploiting a loophole in the policy? Secretary Fong paid no heed to Secretary Wan or the sharp-tongued woman. Instead, he turned to Chen Xiao with earnest attention. Then, glancing at the trembling Secretary Wan and the sharp-tongued woman, he added, "Later, I will convene the county leadership team to discuss this matter. I will ensure a satisfactory outcome." Secretary Fong said this. Chen Xiao knew the matter was essentially settled. Then thank you, Secretary Fong. Chen Xiao's face instantly lit up with a broad smile. The very first task he'd taken on since arriving at the county level had been resolved. Secretary Fong, this won't do. We've been tricked by Chen Xiao. Secretary Wen grew frantic upon hearing Secretary Fong's words. He abruptly stood up and pleaded with Secretary Fong. Secretary Wen, are you saying that everything you just admitted to was a lie? Secretary Fong, however, looked at Secretary Wen with an indifferent expression. No. Secretary Wen was nearly driven mad with panic. His face was covered in cold sweat. He tried to speak, but no words came out. Since you weren't lying, that means Comrade Chen Xiao's account is entirely accurate. You knew that raising fish privately was illegal. Yet you did it anyway. And you even accepted the profits from the fish farm without hesitation. Comrade Chen Xiao did break the law, but you are accomplices. You may leave now. I will discuss the outcome of this matter with the county leadership. The final resolution will be delivered in writing to your Huangyu Village. Secretary Fong, his expression stern and cold, issued a direct order for Secretary Wen to leave. Aye. Secretary Wen tried to speak but found himself utterly speechless. Just then, the secretary waiting outside entered and politely addressed Secretary Wen. Secretary Wen, please return now. As he spoke, he gently guided Secretary Wen toward the office exit. The sharp-tongued woman stood frozen, watching the entire scene unfold. Only when Secretary Wen was nearly out the office door did she suddenly snap out of her daze. She shot Chen Xiao a look filled with both fear and resentment. Yet she dared not linger any longer and followed suit, heading toward the exit. But just as she reached the doorway, something suddenly occurred to her. She whipped her head around. That fish pond belongs to our village. Since the money came from the fish raised in our pond, and Chen Xiao has already left our village, his share of the profits should be returned to us. Otherwise, why should an outsider profit from our village's fish pond? The sharp-tongued woman declared with conviction. But the next moment. Fine. Then my share of the debt will be charged to your village head. Perfect, I'll be debt-free. Here's your money. Chen Xiao said with ease. 2 matters. Swoosh. In an instant, the sharp-tongued woman's face turned ashen. Yes. She wanted to pocket the portion of money Chen Xiao had earned. Now that the money was being confiscated, she naturally had to shoulder Chen Xiao's share of the debt. This trip had already saddled Huangyu Village with such a massive external debt out of thin air. If she were to take on Chen Xiao's debts as well, she'd truly wish she were dead. Stupid woman. Get out of here. Secretary Wen, meanwhile, was so furious he could have killed that sharp-tongued woman. He turned around and lashed out at the sharp-tongued woman with a fierce scolding. The sharp-tongued woman dared not utter a word. She hurriedly followed Secretary Wen out of the county government building. What a ridiculous spectacle. Watching the two of them walk away, dejected and defeated like two roosters after a fight, Chen Xiao let out a cold laugh. As a reincarnated individual with a college education, if he couldn't handle a village party secretary with no education and an illiterate village woman, he might as well give up on life. Huh, so you really hate the people of Huangyu Village that much? Secretary Fan watched Chen Xiao vent his frustration with a silent curse, then sat back down at his own seat and asked with amusement. Of course I hate them. I hate them so much it makes my teeth itch. Chen Xiao turned his head to face him. Noticing Secretary Chen's tea had run dry beneath his quilt, he casually poured Secretary Chen a fresh cup of tea before speaking in a low, lingering tone. Back then, I saw Huangyu Village as my wife's hometown. And I saw how desperately poor they were. So, to give my wife a better life and to help the village she comes from thrive, I took this bunch of ingrate bastards and figured out how to make them rich. When it came time to invest, I told these guys, the more you put in, the more you'll get out. But these bastards wouldn't believe me. Every last one of them was stingy as hell, refusing to put up any money. In the end, we barely scraped together 10,000 yuan. Not nearly enough to start the fish farm. To get this done, I swallowed my pride and went to my hometown, Xiaogang Village, to borrow the money needed for Huangyu Village's fish farm. Later, when the profits rolled in, seeing how much I made, they all got jealous. They demanded I share my profits with them. Why should I? When I refused, they reported me for profiteering. They got me arrested and fined. Now, their golden goose the fish farm has been shut down. All the fish farming equipment and fry have been confiscated. They're desperate? What were they doing when they reported me? I told them long ago that guiding them in fish farming was the right thing to do, it just needed a little time for policy adjustments and implementation. Once the policy is in place, we'll be able to do this completely legally. But these people? Greed knows no bounds, they'd sell me out for a pittance. Now that I'm gone and they can't raise fish anymore, they're panicking? And now they're turning the tables and slandering me? If I let them off easy, I won't feel right about it myself. They deserve to be poor. Chen Xiao still gritted his teeth in anger as he spoke to Secretary Fang. You. Secretary Fang watched Chen Xiao's childish outburst, shaking his head and smiling. Secretary Chen looked at Chen Xiao, his eyes filled with a hint of heartache. Only now did he realize what had truly happened to Chen Xiao. He never imagined the villagers of Huangyu could sink to such depths. He truly felt heartbroken. Only he could truly feel this pain for his own grandson. But after glancing at Secretary Fang, he remained silent. Feeling satisfied now? Secretary Fang took a sip of tea and addressed Chen Xiao again. Satisfied. Extremely satisfied. Chen Xiao exhaled deeply with relief. He sat down across from Secretary Fang. Now that you're satisfied, tell me why you came to see me today. You wouldn't come see me for no reason. Secretary Fang didn't mince words, speaking directly to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao adjusted his posture. He addressed Secretary Fang. Secretary Fang, before I explain my purpose, I'd like to confirm two things with you. He glanced at Secretary Chen sitting beside him, his expression cautious and careful. Chen Xiao smiled and asked Secretary Fang. Go ahead. Secretary Fang raised an eyebrow at Chen Xiao. Secretary Fang, when I lead the villagers to build collective wealth and prosperity in the future, that won't be considered profiteering, right? Chen Xiao asked Secretary Fang directly. Of course not. Secretary Fang looked at Chen Xiao with a slightly puzzled expression. He couldn't understand why Chen Xiao would ask such a question when he clearly already knew the answer. I won't get arrested again, will I? Chen Xiao glanced at Secretary Chen beside him, who was quietly letting out a sigh of relief. He pursed his lips and asked again. Of course not. Helping the villagers prosper isn't a crime. Why would we arrest you? Secretary Fang noticed Chen Xiao's movements. He also roughly understood why Chen Xiao felt the need to ask these redundant questions. He smiled and patiently replied. Uncle, see. I told you. Now that national policy permits it, my previous actions weren't considered profiteering. Only after hearing Secretary Fang's words did Chen Xiao turn his head and address Secretary Chen. A smug smile played on his face. Seeing Secretary Chen glare at him fiercely, Chen Xiao turned back. My apologies, Secretary Fang. Honestly, this old man of mine just wouldn't believe my past actions were legal. He was terrified I'd get arrested again. So, with no other choice, I had to bring him along to seek your confirmation. Chen Xiao explained to Secretary Fang as well. Ha ha ha. No problem. Veteran comrade, rest assured. Comrade Chen Xiao's actions were correct. They were absolutely right. It was only because the policy wasn't implemented in time that this mix-up occurred. And it caused Comrade Chen Xiao to suffer tremendous losses and injustices. Our entire county leadership feels deeply apologetic to Comrade Chen Xiao. Now, you needn't worry. Any future actions Comrade Chen Xiao takes of this nature will be entirely legitimate and lawful. He won't be arrested again. Secretary Fang waved his hand and explained the matter earnestly to Secretary Chen once more. This finally put Secretary Chen at ease. His face beaming with joy, he responded. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Secretary Huang, for looking out for our young Chen. I extend my deepest gratitude to you here. Secretary Chen's heart was completely at ease as he addressed Secretary Huang earnestly. Ah, you're too kind, old comrade. Secretary Huang hurried forward and steadied Secretary Chen. He guided Secretary Chen back to the sofa and helped him sit down. Alright, now that the old man's matter is settled, it's time to get down to business. Chen Xiao's expression turned serious at that moment. He looked at Secretary Huang and said, Secretary Huang, I have two matters to discuss during my visit to the county. The first matter is that I intend to lead the people of Xiaogang Village in developing an industry. As for what exactly we'll be doing. Chen Xiao paused here, rummaging through his bag. He pulled out a thick business proposal. 20, congratulations, host, you have obtained. Secretary Huang, this is what I plan to do next. I've already drafted the plan. I'm here specifically to apply for the business license to develop collective village industries in Xiaogang Village. But I suppose I'm the first to pursue this village collective enterprise, right? That's why I need your assistance. Chen Xiao addressed Secretary Huang earnestly. Secretary Huang remained silent. He first took Chen Xiao's proposal and studied it carefully. Chicken farming, he read, looking at the project Chen Xiao proposed to develop for Xiaogang Village. Secretary Huang paused, then looked at Chen Xiao. That's right. Chicken farming. Chen Xiao nodded. Why not continue with fish farming? You already have experience with that. This chicken farming. Secretary Huang furrowed his brow, unable to hold back. Fish farming isn't suitable for Xiaogang Village. First, Xiaogang Village lacks water, there's simply not enough to dig fish ponds. Plus, the village's usable land isn't extensive. Large-scale fish farming is impossible. Without scale, there's no real profit to be made. So after much deliberation, I've decided on chicken farming. Chen Xiao paused here, then addressed Secretary Huang earnestly. Chicken farming not only has a short payback period, but it also requires minimal land area. For Xiaogang Village, this is the optimal livestock choice. Chen Xiao explained in detail to the county party secretary. But, do you know anything about raising chickens? I recall, your university major wasn't in this field, was it? Secretary Huang remained somewhat concerned. Rest assured, Secretary Huang. My university studies weren't just unrelated to chicken farming, they weren't even remotely connected to the entire livestock industry. But I still ended up raising fish, didn't I? And I've done quite well at it. Nothing is impossible for those who are determined. Whatever you do, put your heart into it and you'll succeed. Chen Xiao addressed Secretary Huang. His tone brimmed with confidence. This confidence didn't come from the system. It was his own belief in his abilities. He majored in electrical engineering in college. It was all about the science. Nothing to do with animal husbandry. When he started fish farming, he studied extensively beforehand and did his homework thoroughly. Throughout the process, he actively tackled every problem that arose. Eventually, he made his fish farming a thriving success. Now he's simply switched to raising a different animal, nothing more than learning the ropes all over again. He has nothing to worry about. If he could master complex motor technology, how could he possibly fail to learn chicken farming? Well, looks like you've made up your mind. I won't try to talk you out of it. You've already proven your capabilities with the fish farm. I believe in you. Today, I'll accompany you to the Administration for Industry and Commerce to get you the business license for our county's first village-owned collective enterprise. Secretary Huang observed Chen Xiao's demeanor. He also skimmed through Chen Xiao's plan. Finding no issues, he refrained from nitpicking. He stood up and addressed Chen Xiao directly. That's wonderful. I'm truly flattered. A smile blossomed on Chen Xiao's face as he retrieved his proposal. Secretary Chen, puffing on his pipe nearby, also smiled. He knew Chen Xiao's matter was settled. By the way, you mentioned you came here for two matters, right? The first was getting the business license. What's the second? Secretary Huang asked curiously while gathering his things. The second thing is to get money. Chen Xiao didn't mince words, addressing Secretary Huang directly. Money? Secretary Huang froze, not understanding what he meant. Secretary Huang, raising chickens requires money. I just got fined, and I only have a few bucks left on me. You can't possibly expect me to do anything with just a few bucks, can you? Chen Xiao rolled his eyes in exasperation. Xiao! Don't talk nonsense. Secretary Chen was startled by Chen Xiao's overly familiar demeanor. He quickly cut her off. Then he hurried forward again, fumbling through his bag to pull out several envelopes. Xiao, this is the money the villagers pooled together for you to repay your debts. Now that you don't have to pay it back, take this money and use it to raise chickens. The villagers won't say a word. Secretary Chen said to Chen Xiao. As he spoke, he handed the money to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao's heart trembled. No matter how many times he experienced it, the kindness shown by Xiaogang Village's villagers never failed to make his heart tremble. He took a deep breath. But he didn't take the money Secretary Chen offered. Instead, he pushed it back and said, Uncle, it's not necessary. The villagers have already lent me so much money. I can't accept any more of their money. I can take out a loan from the county credit union. The money the villagers lent me before, I'll consider it their investment. In the future, not only will I repay the villagers, but I'll also share profits with them. Rest assured. Chen Xiao solemnly addressed Secretary Chen. Nonsense. You refuse the villagers' money yet insist on borrowing from others? Do you think others will lend you money for free? They'll charge interest. Aren't you just throwing money away? Secretary Chen scolded Chen Xiao with obvious displeasure. As he spoke, he tried to push the money back into Chen Xiao's hands. Uncle, I really don't need it. I'm taking out this bank loan not just for our fellow villagers, but also for Secretary Huang and the county leaders. Chen Xiao smiled wryly and spoke again with resignation. For Secretary Huang? Secretary Chen looked somewhat bewildered. Sir, you don't understand. If I used your money to raise chickens, Secretary Huang might actually worry I'd run off. But if I raise chickens with a bank loan, Secretary Huang won't be afraid. After all, the banking system wields considerable power. Unless I never use banks again, I'd never be able to run away. Right, Secretary Huang? Chen Xiao grinned as he addressed Secretary Huang. What nonsense are you talking about? You're the first college graduate in our county to lead villagers to prosperity. How could I not trust you? But you're right, we really can't keep using the villagers' money. The state has support policies for collective economies. You can get a loan. I've got some clout myself. I'll call the bank right now and put in a good word for you. When the time comes, you just go straight to the bank. Secretary Huang shot Chen Xiao a playful glare as she spoke. Clearly, Chen Xiao had hit upon precisely what he feared. So, though he outwardly scolded Chen Xiao for not trusting him, he remained vigilant toward Chen Xiao in his actions. Moreover, granting Chen Xiao a loan would repay the favor of having previously apprehended him. It would also allow Chen Xiao to continue shining and making a difference. It was a win-win situation. This was arguably the best course of action. Hey! Thanks a lot, Secretary Huang. We'll be counting on you to handle the loan arrangements. Chen Xiao seized the opportunity, turning directly to Secretary Huang. Don't worry. You're the first in our county to establish a village collective enterprise, so you're already eligible for policy support. It's only the right thing to do. Let's get moving then. Perfect timing, I've got some time now. I'll take you to the Administration for Industry and Commerce and the bank to get everything sorted out. Once it's done, you can get started sooner, right? Secretary Huang wasted no time, gathering his belongings. He led the way out the door. Alright. Let's go then. Chen Xiao quickly helped Secretary Chen to his feet and followed Secretary Huang out the door. By the way, Chen Xiao, how much are you planning to borrow this time? Not a small amount. Ding. Congratulations, host. First business venture bound chicken farming. Subtasks for the chicken farming venture now activated. Ding. Host has completed the bound business task. Rewards are now being issued. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 21 task completed, task reward, new task. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your first venture chicken farming has been bound. Subtasks for the chicken farming venture have been activated. Ding. Host has completed the bound career task. Reward disbursed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the poultry chicken farming knowledge guide. Ding. Main career quest issued. Task 1, raise 10,000 laying hens with an annual egg production of 300 eggs per hen. Task 2, raise 10,000 broiler chickens, achieving an average annual meat yield of 12 gene per chicken. As Chen Xiao finalized his business license, a system notification sounded in Chen Xiao's mind. Chen Xiao froze. Is that all it takes to complete the system task? Chen Xiao murmured to himself. Then, before he could think further, buzz. Countless pieces of information began flooding into Chen Xiao's mind at breakneck speed. Broiler breed selection and optimization. Laying hen breed selection and optimization. Essentials of chicken coop construction. Feed formulation plans for laying hens and broilers. Essentials of broiler chick rearing. Detailed guide to broiler castration techniques. Breeding optimization plan for breeder chickens. High-yield egg feed formulation plan. Feed formulation for fast-growing broilers. Poultry disease prevention vaccine formulation. Countless pieces of cutting-edge poultry farming knowledge flooded Chen Xiao's mind. This is incredibly helpful. Chen Xiao's eyes suddenly flashed with sharp brilliance as he studied the content. He had assumed that even after obtaining the necessary permits, he wouldn't be able to start raising chickens right away. He'd need to study for quite some time. After all, his university major had nothing to do with poultry farming. But now, all the poultry farming knowledge he needed to learn had been systematically provided to him. It includes not only current chicken farming methods, but also those that surpass this era farming methods from future generations. It even covers considerations for chicken coop construction, feed formulation for laying hens and broilers, breed selection for laying hens and broilers, Essential guidelines for raising chicks. It even includes specific formulation plans for chicken vaccines and medications. It can be said that the system's rewards provided Chen Xiao with a systematic, comprehensive understanding of everything needed to raise chickens. Extremely comprehensive. This undoubtedly accelerated his poultry farming progress tremendously. Armed with this knowledge, after refining the details, he could essentially start his chicken farming operation immediately. Moreover, the knowledge provided by the system offered even more benefits than just these. I originally thought it would take a long time to recoup my investment through chicken farming. But now it seems the payback period will be much faster than I imagined. And frighteningly fast. Chen Xiao's eyes lit up with delight. This content also covered breed selection for laying hens and broilers. For instance, before acquiring this knowledge, Chen Xiao would likely just buy ordinary breed chicks from local farmers at the market or other villages. For laying hens of this common breed, annual egg production was 100-120 eggs. Over a year, a single laying hen might yield a small profit, but it was pitifully meager. However, the guide mentions a specific breed available during this era, the white leghorn chicken. This was an imported breed. It's a highly productive layer breed. Once it reaches laying age, its annual egg production ranges from 260 to 330 eggs. In fact, premium white leghorns can exceed 330 eggs per year. Compared to ordinary breeds, the white leghorn's egg production is nearly 3 times higher. This means the profit from a single laying hen is 3 times higher than that from ordinary breeds. This return is exceptionally impressive. For example, raising 10,000 ordinary laying hens yields 1.2 million eggs annually. If Chen Xiao could secure 10,000 white leghorn laying hens, the annual egg production would reach 3.3 million eggs. This difference is nothing short of staggering. Not to mention that this knowledge also includes selecting high-yield meat chicken breeds. Ordinary broiler chickens yield a maximum of 4-5 pounds of meat at slaughter. But with other broiler breeds, yields can exceed 10 pounds. Meat yield can double as well. It's safe to say that the knowledge provided by these systems has been incredibly helpful. Not to mention, these resources also include breeding protocols to enhance both meat quality and quantity. Plus breeding programs for breeds that boost both egg and meat production, and so much more. Moreover, armed with this knowledge, not only did output nearly double, but also enabled him to complete the new tasks assigned by the system. Once the new tasks are completed, Chen Xiao couldn't help but wonder what new rewards the system would bestow upon him. Chen Xiao grew increasingly excited. Gazing at the business license in his hand, the more delighted he felt. "You little brat, it's just a piece of paper. Look how excited you are." Secretary Chen watched Chen Xiao grinning like an idiot at the business license. A hint of a smile touched the corners of his eyes as he addressed Chen Xiao. "Uncle, you have no idea this license means our upcoming chicken farming business is now fully recognized and protected by law. It's the foundation for our Xiaogang Village to get rich." Chen Xiao, of course, wouldn't reveal anything about the system. His eyes gleamed as he addressed Secretary Chen. "Honestly, I don't understand the details. You handle it however you see fit. Oh, and since we can raise chickens now, let's buy a batch of chicks on our way back. Then we'll organize every household to get chicks and raise them at home. That'll settle this chicken farming business once and for all. You still need to secure that loan later. The sooner we start raising these chickens, the sooner we'll earn money to pay it back. Chicken farming is a solid business. Every family in the village does it. It's not like you can lose money on it. Looks like your education hasn't gone to waste, you little rascal." Secretary Chen chuckled, his words directed at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao's lips twitched slightly at the party secretary's words. Secretary Chen clearly assumed Chen Xiao was planning to stick with the old free-range chicken model. But that model was costly and low yield, utterly out of the question for Chen Xiao. "Uncle, the chicken farming I'm planning isn't what you're describing," Chen Xiao explained helplessly. "Not what I'm talking about? Then what else could it be? Haven't chickens always been raised this way since time immemorial?" Secretary Chen looked somewhat bewildered. He'd assumed Chen Xiao was handling the paperwork because he didn't understand these things. But as a pure farmer, he knew chicken farming inside out. But now, listening to Chen Xiao, it seemed different. The thought made him wary. "You young punk," he warned, "you've just been released. Don't go messing around again." Secretary Chen spoke to Chen Xiao with a lingering unease. "Uncle, you can rest assured. I've got it under control. Large-scale chicken farming can't be done like it used to be. Once I get back, I'll explain everything to you in detail." Chen Xiao had intended to explain things properly to Secretary Chen. But just then, he saw Secretary Huang emerging from the office, accompanied by the Director of the Administration for Industry and Commerce. Chen Xiao stopped mid-sentence and stepped forward to greet them. 22, Team Leader Du, you're good people? Ha! So, have you taken care of all the necessary paperwork? Secretary Huang saw Chen Xiao approaching and asked with concern. "All done. Business registration, industry license, tax registration, organization code certificate, bank account permit, and labor employment permit all sorted. Chen Xiao beamed at Secretary Fang, counting the certificates and documents in his hand as he reported. Alright. Since everything's ready, let's go to the credit union. We'll open an account for you and arrange a loan. Secretary Fang smiled at Chen Xiao as he spoke. Alright. Secretary Fang, please lead the way. Chen Xiao hurried over eagerly, trailing behind him. Having the county party secretary personally accompany him to handle all the paperwork, Chen Xiao was truly the first person in history to experience such treatment. You. Seeing Chen Xiao's fawning manner, Secretary Fang couldn't help but chuckle. That little rascal. Secretary Chen watched Chen Xiao, who was already acting like old friends with Secretary Fang, and muttered under his breath, silently cursing him. Yet his eyes sparkled with amusement. Listen up, people of Huangyu Village. Your previous fish farming activities have been classified as illegal speculation. It is illegal. Therefore, in accordance with the relevant penalty and compensation regulations, all your illegal gains will be confiscated. Your fish ponds have already been seized. However, the related illegal income has not been confiscated. Now, based on the ledger provided by Comrade Chen Xiao, the Huangyu Village Committee must return 32,640 yuan in illegal proceeds. And the villagers of Huangyu Village must return 24,480 yuan in illegal proceeds. Failure to comply will result in the confiscation of 30 mu of village fish ponds for auction and contracting, along with the confiscation of 30 mu of Huangyu Village land for the same purpose. The above is the official notice issued by the county party committee and county government. Is that clear? 2 days later. Huangyu Village. Du, head of the Special Task Force for Combating Speculative Trading, arrived in Huangyu Village bearing the detailed debt repayment order issued by the county party committee and government. He immediately convened a village assembly for all residents of Huangyu Village to deliver the notice issued by the county party committee and government. Evidently, after deliberation by the county party committee and government leadership, the illegal profits from the previous fish farming operation would no longer be entirely attributed to Chen Xiao. The debts that rightfully belonged to the villagers of Huangyu were returned to them. Whoosh! As soon as team leader Du uttered these words, the entire assembly of Huangyu villagers erupted in an uproar. What? My money? No way. I don't have any money. Exactly. Why should we pay back? That's our money. Chen Xiao was the one raising fish, what does that have to do with us? We won't pay. The entire Huangyu village was in an uproar. Shouts erupted from the crowd below the stage. Damn beast. Who'd have thought that bastard would actually dare to pull this? He actually dares to make the entire village of Yellowfish Beach pay back money. Doesn't he fear offending the entire village of Huangyu? Secretary Wen of Huangyu Village was also stunned. He had thought Chen Xiao's earlier words were merely meant to intimidate them. But Chen Xiao actually dared to follow through. By doing this, Chen Xiao had effectively alienated the entire village of Huangyu. How could he possibly do this? I refuse. Chen Xiao is the one who broke the law, why should we have to pay too? That bill should be charged to Chen Xiao. Hearing she'd have to hand over her hard-earned money, the sharp-tongued woman's eyes instantly turned red with rage. She abruptly stood up and shouted at Team Leader Du on the stage. Team Leader Du frowned at her words and retorted, "Don't forget Chen Xiao's actions constitute illegal profiteering." But you lot? You're grasshoppers marching in lockstep with Chen Xiao. You were involved in the fish farming scheme with Chen Xiao, your accomplices. Therefore, you will face the same punishment as Chen Xiao. Team Leader Du stared coldly at the sharp-tongued woman. Nonsense. We clearly reported the speculators as witnesses. How are we accomplices? If we follow your logic, then there wouldn't be a single good person left in this world who reports criminals. Anyone who reports others becomes an accomplice. The sharp-tongued woman persisted relentlessly. Then let me ask you this, did you receive your share of the profits from the fish farm operation? Team Leader Du fired back without hesitation. We did get a share, but how much was that? And how much did Chen Xiao get? He's the real culprit. We were the ones who reported him. We shouldn't be treated the same as Chen Xiao. The only one who should be punished is Chen Xiao. All the money that needs to be returned should be charged to Chen Xiao alone. The sharp-tongued woman shrieked loudly. As she spoke, voices around her echoed in agreement. Right. Exactly. You're absolutely right. It should all be charged to Chen Xiao. Exactly. We're the good citizens who reported the lawbreakers, why should we be the ones paying? One by one, the villagers shouted loudly at Team Leader Du on the stage. The scene was one of intense public outrage. You call yourselves good citizens? Team Leader Du listened to their outbursts, nearly laughing in exasperation. Since you're the ones who reported Chen Xiao, that means you knew his actions constituted profiteering. If you knew Chen Xiao was engaging in illegal speculation, why didn't you report him sooner? And even invested money in him? And when it came time to split the profits, you all took your share without hesitation. You don't seriously believe these actions were legal, do you? Your actions constitute undeniable criminal facts. Speculation and deliberate concealment. You are solid accomplices. Team leader Du looked down at the rowdy villagers of Huangyu Village with scorn. He spoke bluntly. Then, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. And you still call yourselves good people? Knowing full well your actions were illegal, yet you still did them and deliberately shielded others. Is that what a good person does? When it came time to split the money, you stole from others. When you couldn't get your share, you reported them. Is that what a good person does? And you claim your actions are righteous? Ha! Let me tell you something. Your actions, whether in public or private, make you nothing but scum. Good people? Ha! Team leader Du delivered his scathing rebuke to this group of Huangyu villagers whose hearts were filled with filth. He tore away their fig leaf of decency without mercy. You! Hearing Team leader Du's words, everyone was enraged. Their eyes blazed with fury as they fixed their gaze on Team leader Du, who stood above them. The sharp-tongued woman opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out. Team leader Du paid her no mind. Moreover, your actions in reporting Comrade Chen Xiao, that's not reporting. At best, it should be called self-surrender. Because you are Comrade Chen Xiao's accomplices. You two have committed criminal acts. To put it bluntly, you knowingly broke the law. That makes your crimes even worse. Every single one of you should be arrested. You're lucky you're not behind bars right now. Go ahead and rejoice. Still daring to shout here? Still claiming to be good people? Ha! Regarding the crowd's fury, Team leader Du paid no heed. He addressed the crowd without mercy. 23 make 100,000 from fish farming? The moment he uttered these words, the audience fell instantly silent. The villagers of Huangyu, realizing they too were criminals. Each and every one of them was terrified. Having just endured the most perilous decade in over a century, had been so thoroughly persecuted that they now spoke with extreme caution. Now, to be branded as criminals as well. Each of them turned deathly pale. When it came time to invest, none of you wanted to put in a dime. But now that profits are rolling in, seeing how much Comrade Chen Xiao has earned, you all want to grab a piece of his money. Honestly, I've seen stupid people before, but I've never seen anyone as stupid as you lot. When you reported Comrade Chen Xiao, didn't you realize you were all grasshoppers on the same string? He broke the law. Do you really think you'll get away with it? It really is laughable. Team leader Du had thoroughly investigated the entire incident before arriving and now fired back at the Huangyu villagers without holding back. To be honest, he held a deep contempt for these people from Huangyu Village. A bunch of ingrate dogs. And a bunch of ungrateful bastards who were dumb as rocks. The kind of idiots who could end up in a museum. Chen Xiao was the one who helped them make money. Reporting Chen Xiao, did they think that would make them better off? Chen Xiao's actions were illegal. They were in cahoots with him. Does that not make them criminals too? You've got to be kidding me. Enough. I'm not wasting my breath on you lot. The notice has already been issued. It's still your own business. I'm outta here. Team leader Du looked at the shifty-eyed group before him and couldn't be bothered to engage any further. He stood up, ready to leave. Hey! Team leader Du, please wait a moment. Seeing team leader Du about to leave, Secretary Wen could no longer sit still. He quickly stood up and hurried over. He grabbed team leader Du's arm. His strides were powerful and confident. Not a trace of his earlier trembling remained. Secretary Wen, what are you doing? Let me tell you, this notice is the county's decision. Even if you keep me here, it won't make the slightest difference. Team leader Du instinctively took 2 steps back, eyeing Secretary Wen warily. In this era, when impoverished villagers banded together, they effectively became a semi-illegal organization. And when they were stirred to passion, they teetered on the edge between ordinary villagers and a mob of rioters. Though he held a position of some authority in the county, in these villages, he was utterly powerless. If truly provoked, these villagers would show no regard for anyone they'd attack without hesitation. He certainly didn't want to endure that kind of physical suffering. Group leader Du, you've misunderstood. Misunderstood. Secretary Wen, seeing Du's wary expression, quickly stepped in to explain. Then he approached team leader Du and said, Team leader Du, please, can you make an exception? Our Huangyu village is considered the poorest village in our county. Honestly, we just can't come up with that much money. Could the government show some mercy and give Huangyu village a chance to survive? Secretary Wen pleaded softly to team leader Du. Team leader Du looked at Secretary Wen with a peculiar expression. You? Impoverished? If I recall correctly, over the past 2 years, Chen Xiao has led you in fish farming to make money. Shouldn't your village have already lifted itself out of poverty by now? And every household eats white rice. They even get to eat meat from time to time. You call this poverty? Not to mention, the money Chen Xiao helped you earn is still sitting in your village's account, right? That's all illicit income. Shouldn't it be turned over? How can there be no way out? Team leader Du mercilessly exposed Secretary Wen's sob story, cutting straight to the point. This. Secretary Wen froze for a moment, then replied with a grim expression, Team leader Du, that's one way to put it. But our village has only just escaped poverty and begun to prosper thanks to fish farming. If you take this money back now, won't you be forcing Huangyu Village back into the hardships of the past? Isn't this cutting off our livelihood? Secretary Wen said with a grim expression. You actually realize it's because of fish farming that you've prospered? Then why did you report Comrade Chen Xiao? If Comrade Chen Xiao hadn't taught you fish farming, would you be living this good life now? Wen Zhaishan, you're an old party member too. You should know that reporting Comrade Chen Xiao means you'll bear the consequences of that report. So it's not me cutting off your livelihood, you've cut it off yourselves. You lot, you've brought this upon yourselves. Team leader Du showed no courtesy whatsoever to Secretary Wen Zhaishan. He spoke without the slightest mercy. Wen Zhaishan's face darkened completely upon hearing Du's words. Team leader Du. If you keep talking like this, don't blame us for refusing to follow the organization's decisions. We've finally achieved a decent life, we won't let you ruin it. Wen Zhaishan suddenly grew defiant, issuing a veiled threat to Team Leader Du. Then what exactly do you want? Team Leader Du frowned, demanding an answer from Wen Zhaishan. This money shouldn't be ours. It belongs to Chen Xiao. Wen Zhaishan declared bluntly. Humph. Team Leader Du scoffed coldly, shaking his head. Impossible. This is a unanimous decision by the county leadership. Wen Zhaishan was momentarily speechless. But he knew full well. This matter was beyond Team Leader Du's authority. Then, we can return the money, but we have 3 conditions. Wen Zhaishan paused, then gritted his teeth. Speak. This time, however, Team Leader Du softened his tone, uttering a single word toward Wen Zhaishan. First, the repayment deadline must be extended. We can't pay it back now. Wen Zhaishan paused before speaking. Why? Team Leader Du frowned, demanding an explanation. Because we can't pay it back right now. Wen Zhaishan declared with a look that said, I'm broke, so I'm in the right. Team Leader Du looked at the stubborn Wen Zhaishan with a headache. Then when do you plan to pay it back? In a year. Wen Zhaishan pursed his lips before speaking. A year? How can I be sure you won't abscond with the money in the meantime? Team Leader Du pressed without mincing words. We won't run. Not only will we not run, we'll stay right here and keep living the good life. Because we plan to use this money to keep raising fish. That's our second condition. Wen Zhaishan didn't hesitate, laying out his plan directly. Fish farming? Team Leader Du suddenly understood, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Exactly. Chen Xiao said if we keep fish farming this year, we could make 100,000 yuan. Once we make that money in a year, we'll pay this back. Wen Zhaishan addressed Team Leader Du. 24. Collusion between officials and business? I see. Team Leader Du narrowed his eyes. He pondered silently. But deep down, he couldn't help but think. Who would have thought the secretary was right after all? These folks from Huangyu Village truly have no intention of repaying the debt. And just as the secretary suspected, the villagers of Huangyu are indeed planning to continue fish farming. In reality, when Team Leader Du arrived in Huangyu Village, Secretary Fang specifically met with him and shared his prediction about the villagers' actions. Secretary Fang speculated that the villagers of Huangyu would certainly not accept repaying the debt. Therefore, the villagers of Huangyu would surely take action. They would either resist repayment outright, playing the role of rogues, or they would delay repayment. Moreover, not only that, they would use the profits from previous fish farming to start breeding fish again. Because Chen Xiao had told Wen Zhaishan that if everything went smoothly this year, fish farming could net them 100,000 yuan. Given the greed of Wen Zhaishan and the other villagers of Huangyu, they would never pass up such a lucrative venture. Therefore, they would definitely consider continuing the fish farming. It could be said that everything unfolding in Huangyu Village was precisely within Secretary Fang's expectations. Reflecting on this, Team Leader Du couldn't help but admire Secretary Fang's shrewdness. However, regarding this matter, Secretary Fang had issued clear instructions. Namely, approved. Team Leader Du looked directly at Wen Zhaishan and stated plainly. That's right. Secretary Fang's directive was to approve Wen Zhaishan's proposal. Secretary Fang decided to give the people of Huangyu Village a chance. While this might seem a bit unfair to Chen Xiao, it aligned perfectly with Secretary Fang's strategic vision. For Secretary Fang, this was a sure bet. Whether the villagers of Huangyu could earn 100,000 yuan through fish farming remained unknown to Secretary Fang. But he knew this. Whether the villagers of Huangyu Village made money or not, he stood to lose nothing. Because if the villagers of Huangyu made money and completely shook off the label of poverty, he'd gain another political achievement. If the villagers of Huangyu Village didn't make money, they'd still have to repay their debts. If they couldn't, he could auction off the village's fish ponds and land for lease. In fact, he already had his eye on who to award the contract to. Naturally, Chen Xiao. By having Chen Xiao expand Xiaogang Village's industries, he could extract even more political achievements from him. That way, he'd not only secure political achievements but also sell Chen Xiao another favor, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So for Secretary Fang, this was a surefire win-win deal. It just seemed a bit unfair to Chen Xiao at the moment. Secretary Fang was well aware of how much Chen Xiao despised the people of Huangyu Village, so doing this did indeed feel unfair to him. But he believed Chen Xiao would understand. Alright. Wen Xiaoshan's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing Team Leader Du's words. After a moment's thought, he added, there's a third condition. Another? What condition? Team Leader Du frowned. This came as a surprise to Secretary Fang. We need to know what Chen Xiao plans to do with Xiaogang Village. Also, the county must help us obtain the legal permits needed for fish farming. Wen Xiaoshan added. What does Chen Xiao intend to do? Why are you asking this? Team Leader Du frowned, his tone guarded. Helping Huangyu Village obtain permits wasn't a big deal. But when Xiaoshan inquiring about Chen Xiao's plans, that was unusual. Who could guarantee the people of Huangyu Village wouldn't sabotage Chen Xiao's efforts? This is our business. You needn't concern yourself. Just tell us what he's planning to do. When Xiaoshan's response was deliberately vague. Absolutely not. If you deliberately sabotage Chen Xiao's plans, I'd be the one deserving punishment. Team Leader Du flatly refused. You? When Xiaoshan gritted his teeth. His eyes flickered. Evidently, he had genuinely considered such a course of action moments ago. Then, with a hint of resignation, he assured Team Leader Du, I promise you we absolutely won't deliberately sabotage anything Chen Xiao is trying to do. Is that acceptable? Not good enough. Team Leader Du cut him off. What else do you want before you'll tell me? When Xiaoshan opened his mouth, asking helplessly. If there's any sign of deliberate sabotage against Chen Xiao's work, I'll hold Huangyu Village responsible. Can you guarantee that? Team Leader Du demanded bluntly. After all, what Chen Xiao was about to undertake was of paramount importance to the county. Neither he nor the county leadership could tolerate deliberate sabotage of Chen Xiao's mission. Their futures depended on it. When Xiaoshan hesitated. After a moment, as if struck by an idea, he clenched his jaw and declared, alright. Team Leader Du hesitated repeatedly before finally speaking up, chicken farming. Group Leader Du really didn't want to say it. After all, in a sense, this amounted to revealing trade secrets. It was just that, in this era, the concept didn't exist domestically yet. But now, facing the resolute Wen Xiaoshan, Team Leader Du didn't want to complicate matters further. He simply stated it outright. Chicken farming? Chen Xiao wants to lead Xiaogang Village into chicken farming? When Xiaoshan froze, murmuring in realization. Alright. I've told you everything I needed to. When you need to process the permits later, come find me at the county office. I'll take you to get them done. I'm outta here for today. Remember, exactly 1 year from today, you must return all the confiscated illegal proceeds. Seeing that the matter was settled, Team Leader Du didn't linger any longer. After gathering his belongings, he glanced at the villagers below who couldn't hear his whispered conversation with Secretary 1. He mounted his bicycle and headed back toward the county seat. Old Secretary, what do you think? Do we still have to repay this debt? As soon as Team Leader Du left, the 2 brigade captains from Huangyu Village and that sharp-tongued woman all crowded around, anxiously asking Wen Xiaoshan. Sigh. We still have to pay it back. When Xiaoshan snapped back to reality inside. What? Why? How much did we even make? Why should we be the ones to pay it back? Exactly. That Chen Xiao should be the one paying it back. This is outrageous. We're the good citizens who reported the lawbreakers, and now we have to pay back the money too. In an instant, all 3 gritted their teeth in fury as they cursed. Secretary 1, Chen Xiao must have bribed the county party secretary. That's why the county officials are siding with Chen Xiao. This is collusion between officials and businessmen. We're going to the city to lodge a complaint. I refuse to believe there's no justice left in this world. The sharp-tongued woman shrieked. As she spoke, she started walking toward the stage exit. Stop right there. Watching the sharp-tongued woman's movements. When Xiaoshan frowned and shouted sternly. Secretary 1, they're bullying us too much. We can't let them treat us like this. The sharp-tongued woman turned back, her teeth clenched. You just accused them of colluding with officials and businessmen, and that's that? Do you have any proof? How can you sue them with just your word? Then they'll turn it around and accuse you of slander. You'll end up in jail. Have you forgotten what happened at the county government office just the other day? Go ahead and sue them right now. When Xiaoshan's voice turned sharp as he confronted the sarcastic woman. The sharp-tongued woman shivered in fright and dared not say another word. What about the old party secretary? What should we do now? That fine isn't exactly pocket change. Are we really going to lose all the money we worked so hard to earn? The team leader turned to Wen Xiaoshan, his voice laced with urgency. 25. This is Chen Xiao's plan. How could it not make money? Don't worry. I've already got a plan. When Xiaoshan waved his hand dismissively. After that, he said no more. He took his seat on the platform and turned on the loudspeaker. Fellow villagers. The county authorities are still demanding we pay that fine. Which means we'll have to hand over all the profits we made from fish farming. Observing the murmuring crowd below the stage, Wen Zhaishan made no attempt to hide his words as he spoke directly. Whoosh! Instantly, the room erupted in an uproar. How can this be? After all these years in Yellowfish Beach Village, we've finally built a decent life. This is forcing us back into hardship. Exactly. Do they just hate seeing us do well? Old secretary, let's go complain. We'll take it to the city authorities, tell them officials are bullying ordinary folks. We'll sue them to death. Hundreds below the stage erupted into angry shouts. Their eyes blazed with fury. Fellow villagers! Fellow villagers! Watching the enraged crowd, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Wen Zhaishan's eyes. He shouted several times before finally calming the angry crowd. Complaining won't do any good. We can't fight fire with fire. They're all in cahoots, we stand no chance against them. Wen Zhaishan sighed as he addressed the crowd. Then what should we do, old secretary? Are we just supposed to let them bully us like this? That's right, old party secretary. We can't just let them push us around like this. If need be, we'll fight to the death. I refuse to believe they're not afraid of dying. The crowd below the stage erupted in clamor once more. Among them were lawless outlaws who, with nothing to lose, shouted defiantly. Enough! Fellow villagers! This is a civilized society now. We can't just resort to violence anymore. The county insists on forcing debts that aren't ours onto our shoulders. We have no way to resist. This is the most critical moment our Huangyu Village has ever faced. We must find our own way out. Fortunately, I just secured an extended repayment period of 1 year from Team Leader Du. We can pay this back in a year. Also, I've been thinking about ways to resolve this debt. I'll share them now for everyone's input. Wen Zhaishan, startled by the villagers' clamor, quickly interjected. Hearing that Wen Zhaishan had a solution, the crowd finally calmed down a bit. The two brigade captains, accompanied by the sharp-tongued woman, made their way to the front. They sat down and continued listening to Wen Zhaishan's words. At this point, Wen Zhaishan glanced at the villagers, their faces flushed with anger. He spoke again. We've already learned from the county authorities that Chen Xiao's fish farming operation was illegal. But now, with the new policy issued from above, continuing fish farming is legal. I've been wondering, could we possibly start fish farming ourselves? Wen Zhaishan paused here. Fish farming is legal now? That's fantastic. We can still raise fish. It's good that fish farming is legal now, but Chen Xiao is gone. How are we supposed to do it? So what if he's gone? Does that mean we can't fish anymore? The moment when Zhaishan uttered these words, instantly, the villagers below the stage lit up, their eyes brightening as they began to buzz with discussion. Moments later. Fellow villagers, listen to me. Earlier at the county government, we not only confirmed the legality of fish farming, we also received another piece of news. Chen Xiao personally stated that if we continue fish farming this year, we could net a profit of 100,000 yuan. Just then, when Zhaishan dropped another bombshell on the villagers of Huangyu. Boom! The news sent a buzzing sensation through the minds of every villager in Huangyu. Moments later. How much? 100,000? And that's pure profit? TH 10,000? How much money is that? Everyone was stunned. They stared at Taishan's Wen Zhaishan in disbelief. Folks, tell me, can we still keep raising fish? Seeing their expressions, Wen Zhaishan spoke again. Fish farming. Of course we can farm fish. This is 100,000 yuan. If we can't raise fish with this, what else can we raise? Raise them. We absolutely must raise them. In an instant, the entire village erupted. One after another, they shouted loudly. But just then. But old secretary, without Chen Xiao, can we really raise fish? The captain of Team 1 couldn't help but interrupt the crowd, nervously turning to ask Wen Zhaishan on the stage. But before Wen Zhaishan could respond, the next moment, the surrounding villagers erupted one after another, their eyes red with fury. Why wouldn't it work? Chen Xiao isn't some superhuman. Fish farming is simple enough. We've followed his methods for 2 years. We've seen enough, haven't we? How could it not work? Exactly. Now that he's gone, we'll raise fish ourselves. That 100,000 yuan? We'll split it among ourselves. How much will each of us get? Exactly. I've long since figured out Chen Xiao's fish farming methods. They're dead simple. We can do it ourselves. The surrounding villagers shouted at the team leader one after another, their voices filled with feverish excitement bordering on madness. Team leader 1 felt uneasy, but seeing the villagers already caught up in their frenzy, he couldn't bring himself to say anything more. Alright. Since everyone agrees to raise fish, it's settled. We'll raise fish ourselves. Seeing everyone's agreement, Wen Zhaishan. He smiled broadly and settled the matter outright. Then, looking at the equally delighted villagers, he spoke again. Fellow villagers. Actually, I think just raising fish isn't enough. Wen Zhaishan declared loudly once more. Fish farming isn't enough? Then what else could we do? Yeah. We know fish farming makes money, but what else? The villagers were dumbfounded. They looked at Wen Zhaishan on the stage, then exchanged glances again. Folks, I think we shouldn't just raise fish, we should raise chickens too. Wen Zhaishan addressed the crowd once more. But this time, few cheered. Instead, they all looked hesitant. Secretary Wen, raising chickens, will that actually make money? Yeah, Secretary, we all know how to raise chickens, but making money, can we really make money? Secretary Wen, maybe we should stick with fish farming. What if we lose money on chickens? That would be all for nothing? One by one, the villagers spoke up to Wen Zhaishan, their voices tinged with reluctance. No! Chicken farming will definitely make money. Wen Zhaishan shook his head firmly and declared loudly. The villagers exchanged glances, staring at the resolute Wen Zhaishan, unsure what to say. Should they support him or not? Fellow villagers, actually, I just got news from team leader Du. Chen Xiao has returned to Xiaogang Village. And, he plans to start a chicken farm with the villagers. What do you think? Could Chen Xiao's venture possibly not turn a profit? Wen Zhaishan addressed the crowd once more. 26. Use Chen Xiao's method to earn even more than Chen Xiao? Whoosh! The next moment, everyone's eyes lit up again and they began buzzing with discussion. Chen Xiao wants to raise chickens? That's bound to be profitable. Exactly. Regardless of his character, he's clearly sharp. Raising chickens is bound to be profitable. Right. He's a college graduate, after all, he knows more than us. If he's raising chickens, he's bound to make money. The villagers all chattered away. Though their words were laced with seething resentment toward Chen Xiao, they also held an absolute trust in him. It sounded utterly bizarre. Folks, I've been thinking about this chicken farming business too. This business is actually quite promising. You have to admit, that Chen Xiao, he really is a college graduate. He spotted such a great business opportunity right away. Chicken farming, it's a surefire moneymaker. Once the chickens are grown, they lay eggs. And when they stop laying, you can eat the meat. If you don't eat them, you can sell them for profit. You can't lose no matter how you raise them. Besides, chicken farming? Who in our village doesn't know how to raise chickens? It's our farmer's specialty. He's just a college kid, how many chickens has he ever raised? How can he compare to us? If we raise them, how could he possibly compete with us? Wen Zhaishan boasted confidently to the gathered villagers. The villagers of Huangyu Village, flattered by his words, stood tall with chests puffed out, radiating pride. Wen Zhaishan continued. So I thought, this time, we'll tackle it on two fronts. Raise fish and chickens together. Earn double the income. Fish farming goes without saying. As for raising chickens, if Chen Xiao can lead Xiaogang Village in chicken farming, so can we. And we'll raise more than Xiaogang Village on a much larger scale. How many people are in Xiaogang Village? Just 100 or so households. Even if the entire village raised chickens, with 20 chickens per household, that's only about 2,000 chickens. But our Huangyu Village has a full 146 households. If every household raises 20 chickens, that's nearly 1,000 more than Xiaogang Village. That's 1,000 more eggs just from laying alone. How can they compare to our Huangyu Village? At this point, Wen Zhaishan's smile grew even broader. He addressed the excited villagers below the stage with pride. Not to mention that Chen Xiao scraped together money for fish farming borrowed from every single person in Xiaogang Village. And now, all the money Chen Xiao earned from fish farming has been confiscated. Chen Xiao is practically penniless now. And how much could they possibly scrape together from Xiaogang Village to raise chickens? 1,000 yuan? Or maybe 3,000? Even if they scraped together every last penny they had saved for their funeral, it wouldn't amount to more than 10,000 yuan, would it? But what about us? We all chipped in money for the fish ponds before, but how much did we actually put in? Now, thanks to the fish ponds, every household has probably recouped their investment by now and even made a profit. Not to mention, the village committee hasn't even touched the 40% pure profit share from fish farming that was allocated to them. That alone amounts to over 32,000 yuan. Let's use part of this money for fish farming. Then pool the rest with our fellow villagers' contributions. We'll easily raise tens of thousands more to start chicken farming. I've crunched the numbers. Our total investment for fish and chicken farming would only need 50,000 yuan. Even if Xiaogang Village scraped every last penny, they couldn't match that. But with this money, our chicken farm will not only outpace Xiaogang Village in scale, but will definitely earn more than them in the end. Add in the fish farming. Chen Xiao said that if we can keep raising fish this year, we could make over 100,000 yuan in pure profit. Even if chicken farming doesn't hit 100,000 yuan, we should still make 40,000 to 50,000, right? 100,000 plus 50,000, that's 150,000. We invest 50,000, but we could earn 150,000. Earning that much money? I bet Chen Xiao wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Then we'll split the profits based on our investment shares. We got a hefty share from the previous 80,000. What about this 150,000 now? How much will each of you get? Secretary Wen calculated the figures for the villagers. As he roughly tallied the figures, the entire village watched with eyes wide. Their eyes turned bloodshot and their breathing grew heavy. Had it not been for Chen Xiao teaching them fish farming earlier, they would never have believed fish and chicken farming could yield such profits. But having seen Chen Xiao lead them to fish farming and earn a fortune, everyone knew this was a profitable venture. Though they envied Chen Xiao, they also held his abilities in the highest regard. If Chen Xiao said fish farming could earn 100,000 yuan, then it absolutely could. If Chen Xiao believed chicken farming could turn a profit, then it absolutely could. That was the absolute confidence Chen Xiao instilled in them. But they only saw how easily Chen Xiao made so much money by guiding them in fish farming. They didn't see the knowledge Chen Xiao had acquired, which played a decisive role in this endeavor. Do they really think anyone can make money raising fish? Don't be ridiculous. What's more, when Chen Xiao said he'd earn another 100,000 yuan today through fish farming, that's 100,000 yuan earned on top of the stable output built up over the past 2 years. He incubates the fish eggs himself, producing batches of fish continuously. Making your own fish feed plus specialized machinery to assist. Only with stable fish production. That's how he achieved such results. Now, the ponds are completely empty, not a single fry remains. The aerators and pumps have all been taken away. How could they possibly earn another 100,000 yuan? Not to mention, does Chen Xiao really have no money? These people simply don't know what a loan is. But now, following Secretary Wen's calculations, these people have completely lost their minds. Raise them. We absolutely must raise them. Raise chickens and fish together. Right. We absolutely must raise them. For us farmers, raising chickens is a piece of cake. Yeah. 15,000 yuan. That's a huge sum. I can't even imagine it. The villagers of Huangyu erupted in frenzied clamor. The immense profit had everyone's blood boiling. Old secretary, let's settle this matter. We won't just raise chickens, we'll outscale Xiaogang Village. We won't just make money using Chen Xiao's methods, we'll make more than he does. Let's make him green with envy. The sharp-tongued woman shrieked excitedly at Wen Zishan. She was completely fired up. Others might not know. But she knew perfectly well. Chen Xiao had indeed said earlier that this year's fish farming could earn 100,000 yuan. Therefore, this must be true. Naturally, she was more excited than anyone else. Alright. Since everyone agrees, let's finalize this plan. Fish farming and chicken farming. We'll use that bastard Chen Xiao's money-making scheme, but we'll do it on a bigger scale. We'll use his method to make even more money than he did. We'll make that bastard green with envy. Seeing this, Wen Zishan breathed a long sigh of relief. He immediately made the decision, sealing the deal. Watching the villagers below the stage, each one so excited they were practically shaking. The smile on his face grew even broader. This debt, not just these villagers. Even when he had roughly calculated it earlier, he had trembled with excitement. They couldn't wait to earn that much money right now. It took a moment for the villagers to finally calm down. Alright, since it's settled. Then it's time to pool our funds. This time, I won't say much more. You all know that the more you invest now, the more you'll earn later. It's up to you. When Zishan spoke slowly to the group. 27, old man, the chickens I'm raising are no ordinary ones. Whoosh. The next moment. Everyone erupted once more. Everyone knew what this meant. It meant that the more you invested now, the more you'd earn in the future. Just like Chen Xiao. I'll chip in 400 yuan. I'll chip in 300. This is my life savings. And me, 320. I'm putting it all in. Clearly. The villagers of Huangyu, who knew nothing about loans, had no idea that Chen Xiao had invested twice as much as them in his chicken farm venture. A whopping 100,000 yuan. And the profits Chen Xiao anticipated were figures they couldn't even dream of. However, Chen Xiao was now grappling with the very loan he'd taken out. What? 100,000 yuan? You borrowed 100,000 yuan? In Xiaogang Village, Secretary Chen was utterly stunned by Chen Xiao's words. He stared at Chen Xiao in utter disbelief. Yep. What's up, old man? Chen Xiao grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from the table in Secretary Chen's house, cracking them as he spoke. Whoa! Upon hearing Chen Xiao's confirmation, Secretary Chen's hands trembled so violently he nearly dropped his pipe. Where's my medicine? Next, Secretary Chen looked as if he might faint, gasping for breath. His voice trembled as he stammered. Grandpa, how many years have you been putting on this act? Aren't you sick of it yet? But Chen Xiao remained unhurried, cracking sunflower seeds as he did so. He even snatched Secretary Chen's water cup and gulped down a large mouthful. Rolling his eyes at Secretary Chen, he snapped. You little brat. Exposed by Chen Xiao, Secretary Chen dropped the act, glaring fiercely at him before snapping, you brat. This time you've gone too far. That's 100,000 yuan. Do you even know what 100,000 yuan means? It's enough to sell every single person in Xiaogang Village and still not cover it. You brat, you'd better listen to your old man this time. Go right now and pay back that money. Just focus on raising chickens with the villagers' money. It's not much money, we'll just raise fewer chickens. How much interest will you have to pay on such a big loan? What if you can't pay it back and get arrested again? Xiao, you've only just gotten out. You absolutely can't cause any more trouble now. Though the act was over. Secretary Chen spoke sternly to Chen Xiao. Clearly, the 100,000 yuan had genuinely alarmed Secretary Chen. After all, in this era, reform and opening up had just begun, and the household contract responsibility system was being implemented. In an era where a pound of rice or flour cost 2 dimes and a pound of pork cost $1, farmers were impoverished. After covering basic living expenses, they could barely save 20 or 30 yuan a year. This 100,000 yuan. That was more money than a farmer could earn in thousands of years. No wonder Secretary Chen was terrified. Sir, rest assured. I'm willing to take on such a large loan because I know I can pay it back. And don't worry about the size of the loan, I'll use this money to earn even more. Within a year, I'll pay back the entire loan through chicken farming. Chen Xiao reassured Secretary Chen. Nonsense. That's 100,000 yuan. I've never heard of anyone making 100,000 yuan in a year just from raising chickens. You're just talking nonsense. But Secretary Chen scoffed at Chen Xiao's words. Uncle, come on, you don't even trust me. This debt is on my head. If I could cheat you, could I really cheat the bank? Chen Xiao rolled his eyes and sighed helplessly. I don't know if you can fool the bank, but I know you can't fool me. I'm a farmer, for crying out loud, and raising chickens is my specialty. Let me run the simplest numbers for you. Raising a chicken from a chick to laying age takes 5 or 6 months. That means just raising the chicken to adulthood takes half a year. Then the chicken starts laying eggs. And I know full well that a chicken only lays 1 egg every 3 days. That's only about 120 eggs a year. Over half a year, if I count 60 eggs, that's about 5 or 6 pounds of eggs. Eggs on the market now go for 90 cents per pound. Even if you raise 100 chickens, you'd only make 90 yuan a year. Even with 10,000 chickens, you'd only make 9,000 yuan. And that doesn't even cover your chicken raising costs. Tell me, how many chickens would you need to raise just to break even? And you expect to make 100,000 yuan a year from chicken farming? Try pulling that one over on me. Secretary Chen rolled his eyes, not believing a single word of Chen Xiao's nonsense. Uncle, my chickens aren't like yours. And our methods are different too. I really can make 100,000 yuan a year from chicken farming. Chen Xiao explained helplessly. Still talking back. Secretary Chen remained utterly unconvinced. Then tell me, how are our chicken raising methods different? How come you can make 100,000 yuan raising chickens, but I can't even make 10,000? Secretary Chen puffed on his pipe, speaking bluntly. Well, I actually came here today to discuss this very matter with you. Based on the situation, I've drafted a new plan over the past couple of days. Take a look. Chen Xiao set down the sunflower seed shells in his hand and retrieved another copy of the plan from the bag he carried. He slid it towards Secretary Chen. I won't look at this thing. I can't understand it. Just explain it to me. Secretary Chen disdainfully turned away from Chen Xiao's neatly written proposal, too lazy to look. Fine. I'll explain it to you then. Chen Xiao sighed helplessly and began. Earlier, you asked me why I could earn 100,000 yuan a year raising chickens, but you couldn't do the same? The chicken farming you had in mind was probably buying chicks and distributing them to every household in the village, letting each family raise a few, right? But the way I plan to raise them is completely different from your old-fashioned methods. Uncle, have you heard of large-scale farming? Chen Xiao addressed Secretary Chen directly. Large-scale farming. What on earth is that? Secretary Chen was genuinely stumped, pondering it for a long while without grasping the concept. Large-scale farming, to put it plainly, means concentrating the livestock in one place for unified management and feeding. Chen Xiao explained to Secretary Chen. Oh, like an army? Secretary Chen grasped the concept roughly and mused aloud. That's quite vivid. Chen Xiao clicked his tongue, unsure how to respond to the old man's sudden insight. Exactly, just like an army. Chen Xiao finally nodded in agreement, then added, my farming method is like an army. So what you described is like a militia. Tell me, Chen Xiao asked directly, which approach produces stronger fighters, my military-style training or your militia-style training? Chen Xiao asked directly. 28 free-range chickens. The army, of course. How could the militia compare? Secretary Chen rolled his eyes. Exactly. Chen Xiao nodded with satisfaction. It's the same with raising chickens. Gather all the chickens together, feed them in a communal dining hall, and apply different rearing methods based on their growth stages. This way, the chickens raised consume less resources. And the chickens themselves are of higher quality. Tell me, isn't my large-scale farming better than your free-range approach? Chen Xiao addressed Secretary Chen. Well, I suppose it's not bad. Secretary Chen clicked his tongue and muttered. Second, what exactly is the difference between the chickens I raise and the ones you raise? Let me tell you, the difference is huge. Chen Xiao chimed in again. What's so different? Aren't they all just chickens? Secretary Chen was confused again. People are different from each other, let alone chickens from chickens. Chen Xiao stated bluntly. Then, turning to Secretary Chen again, he added, "Old man, the chickens you raise are just the ordinary ones we see every day. Raising them from chicks to laying age takes nearly half a year. And once they start laying, they only produce about 120 eggs a year. But have you heard of a chicken breed called the White Leghorn?" Chen Xiao's lips curled slightly as he addressed Secretary Chen. "You brat, mocking your old man for not having much schooling, huh?" Secretary Chen's face flushed crimson at Chen Xiao's words, his embarrassment turning to anger. He brandished his tobacco pipe, looking ready to beat Chen Xiao. "Fine, fine. Old man, I won't ask anymore. I'll just tell you." Chen Xiao quickly ducked his head, no longer playing coy. "Uncle, the Bai Laihong chicken is a foreign breed. Do you know how long it takes from chick to laying age for this breed?" Chen Xiao couldn't resist asking again. But the moment the words left his mouth, he saw Secretary Chen's eyes narrow in warning. He quickly ducked his head and continued. 3 to 4 months. That's a full 2 months faster than regular chicks. Chen Xiao blurted out the answer. Secretary Chen's eyes widened instantly. He stared at Chen Xiao in disbelief. "No way? Why wouldn't it be? This has all been precisely researched by scientists. White Leghorn chickens not only grow extremely fast, but they also consume 10-20% less feed than ordinary chickens. You could say they eat less and grow faster." Chen Xiao affirmed to Secretary Chen. "Good heavens! There's actually a chicken like this in the world? It eats less than other chickens and grows faster? How does it grow? Could it be a magical chicken?" Secretary Chen swallowed hard, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Divine chickens? Uncle, you're getting more superstitious by the minute." Chen Xiao rolled his eyes dramatically at Secretary Chen's remark. "It's just a characteristic of this breed, they have a high feed conversion rate. It's like how some people have better nutrient absorption. Like how some people eat a bowl of rice and just get thinner. But others, eating the same bowl of rice, just get fatter and fatter. That's the difference between fully absorbing nutrients from food and not absorbing them well." Despite his grumbling, Chen Xiao patiently explained the distinction to Secretary Chen. "So that's how it is. It's all about whether the grains make you look good or not. I get it." Secretary Chen suddenly understood. Then, his brow furrowed again, "But nothing in this world is perfect. If these chickens grow so fast, they probably don't lay many eggs, right?" Secretary Chen ventured a guess. "Wrong." Chen Xiao's lips curved upward at the party secretary's words. "Sir, these White Leghorn chickens not only grow fast, but their egg production will blow your mind. A single White Leghorn can lay 330 eggs in a year." Chen Xiao calmly dropped the figure. "What?" Just as expected. The next moment, Secretary Chen was stunned. He instantly stood up, staring at Chen Xiao in disbelief. 330. Chen Xiao repeated the figure, then added with a smile, "And if they're well cared for, that number could be even higher." Chen Xiao beamed at Secretary Chen. This. Secretary Chen was at a loss for words. Truly. He never imagined that in this world, there could be a chicken that lays 330 eggs in a single year. This shattered his worldview. Those foreign contraptions really are useful. After a long while, Secretary Chen slowly sat back down. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. "Well, true enough." Chen Xiao clicked his tongue, unsure how to respond. In this era, those foreign devil things really were useful. Never mind. That's not important. Chen Xiao shook his head and turned back to Secretary Chen. "But you're right, nothing in this world is perfect. This White Leghorn breed is excellent, but naturally, the chicks come at a premium price." Chen Xiao chimed in again. "The chicks are expensive? How expensive could they be?" "They're just chicks." Secretary Chen responded dismissively upon hearing Chen Xiao's words. "I'd guess, between 50 to 80 cents. Chen Xiao pursed his lips, offering a rough estimate. "What?" Secretary Chen was stunned again. "An ordinary chick costs just 10 cents. If you buy more, you can even get 2 chicks for 10 cents. This so-called white chicken costs 8 jiao? That's daylight robbery." Secretary Chen protested indignantly. Chen Xiao sighed helplessly. "That's precisely why I had to take out a 100,000 yuan loan, sir. Just buying the chicks alone will cost us a pretty penny." Chen Xiao said helplessly. "But, with chicks this expensive, plus feed and everything else, will there even be any profit?" Secretary Chen still sounded uneasy. "Rest assured. We'll make a profit. I've done the math specifically. A single White Leghorn chicken can lay 330 eggs a year. Their eggs are slightly larger, averaging about 65 grams each. That means each hen lays nearly 40 gene of eggs annually. Eggs currently sell for about 1 yuan each on the market. Since we'll be supplying in bulk, we can offer them at a slightly lower price, say, 70 cents per gene. That's already very low, right? So each White Leghorn chicken nets us 28 yuan a year. And I plan to raise 10,000 White Leghorns at once. That means 280,000 yuan in profit per year. The annual feed cost for 10,000 White Leghorns is about 70,000 yuan. If we budget 1 yuan per chick, the total cost comes to 80,000 yuan. The remaining 20,000 yuan will cover additional chicken coops and various machinery. So my total costs would be around 100,000 yuan. With 280,000 yuan in annual profits, after deducting costs, that's a net profit of 180,000 yuan. Sir, do you still think this 100,000 yuan loan is too much? Chen Xiao quickly ran the numbers for Secretary Chen. 29. The money pooled from Huangyu Village. As Chen Xiao continued his calculations, Secretary Chen's eyes grew wider and wider. Until the moment he heard the figure of 280,000 yuan. He was utterly stunned. His mouth hung open, unable to recover for a long time. Only after a moment passed, he finally regained his senses. Whoosh! The next instant, he sprang to his feet. You little rascal! Come on, let's go buy some chicks right now. We're raising those white-something chickens. Right this instant. Secretary Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he urgently urged Chen Xiao. As he spoke, he tried to pull Chen Xiao toward the door. Wait! Chen Xiao, helpless, quickly grabbed the excited Secretary Chen, whose eyes were shining brightly. Uncle, we don't have any white leghorn chickens around here. Chen Xiao said helplessly. What? We don't have them? What are we going to do? Secretary Chen froze, then broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. That's precisely why I came to see you today. Chen Xiao smiled wryly. I'd like you to accompany me to Wuxi tomorrow. There's a state-owned farm there that specializes in breeding these chickens. We'll go buy some chicks. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? These guys, they all claim they're so poor they can't even afford to eat. Look at them now, turns out they're all pretty well off. That's a whopping 48,000 yuan. That means every household in both village brigades basically chipped in 300 yuan. 300 yuan, they just pulled it out of thin air. Yet they're always whining to me about being broke, complaining they can't afford this meal or that meal. Honestly. Huangyu Village. When Zhaishan was counting the money pooled together by the villagers of Huangyu, the smile on his face hardly ever faded. Counting the money, he muttered to himself. That's right, old secretary. I was worried we wouldn't raise enough. But now it seems we have absolutely nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, at the village committee's office desk, Village Chief Lu Changlin, Village Director Hosania, Team 1 Captain Jean Changlin, and Team 2 Captain Zhou Yunpeng all sat around the conference table looking slack and careless. When Zhaishan was beaming as he counted the money, the village chief sat quietly, saying nothing, lost in thought. Village Director Hosania was busily scribbling down the accounts. Beside Wen Zhaishan, a burly man watched the money in his hands with gleaming eyes. He spoke up. This man was Jean Changlin, the captain of Huangyu Village's first production brigade. Yes. The issue of initial investment for our fish and chicken farming is finally resolved. But old secretary, we discussed doing both fish and chicken farming together. As for fish farming, Chen Xiao, though not the most likable person, is a college graduate with real capability. With him setting the tone, we all have a pretty good idea how to raise fish now. Before, Chen Xiao was the one tending the ponds daily, feeding the fish and such. If need be, we can just rotate the duty among all the households. None of that is a problem. But old secretary, this chicken farming. While every household knows how to raise chickens, we're aiming to turn it into a large-scale business like the fish farming. How exactly do we manage that? Meanwhile, on the other side, a gaunt man squatted on the long bench by the village committee meeting table. Puffing on a cigarette, he voiced his concern. It's simple. With this money, the village committee will buy chicks in bulk from the county supply and marketing cooperative. Once the chicks are delivered, we'll distribute them equally to every household in the village. Who in our village hasn't raised chickens? Who doesn't know how to raise chickens? Then we'll distribute a portion of these chicks to every household, letting them raise them. That's all there is to it. What's so difficult about that? Upon hearing team leader Zhou Yunpeng's words, Wen Zhaishan glanced at him and replied with confidence. Yet as he listened to Wen Zhaishan's words, the look of concern on Zhou Yunpeng's face didn't fade, it only grew heavier. But old secretary, asking the villagers to put in a little effort to raise chickens, that's hardly a big deal. Chickens need feed. Chicks aren't expensive, but raising a single chicken consumes a lot of grain. In the past, every household raised chickens, but only 2 or 3 at most. They didn't consume much feed, and each family could easily afford it themselves. They'd just feed them their own corn or such, raising them for their own consumption, with little to no cost. But things are different now. We're raising them in bulk now. Every household keeps at least dozens of chickens. The cost of that feed adds up to a hefty sum. If we make the villagers cover this themselves, they'll revolt. Team leader Zhou Yunpeng of Team 2 expressed his concerns to Wen Zhaishan. Ha! That's right. Old secretary, old Zhou's got a point there. The others stiffened, their expressions turning serious. They all looked at Wen Zhaishan with equal concern. What's there to fear? What you can think of, do you think I can't? Wen Zhaishan, however, kept his head down as he neatly stacked the bundle of money in his hands, speaking slowly and deliberately. Of course I know feed is the biggest expense. And if we're raising chickens on a large scale, I'm afraid the corn our villagers keep for themselves won't be enough to feed them. That's precisely why I never planned to have the villagers handle the feed from the start. We'll definitely have to buy the feed from outside. Otherwise, why would we invest tens of thousands of dollars just to raise chickens? Only after organizing the money did Wen Zhaishan lift his head, sweeping his gaze across the group with obvious disdain. Then, tying the stack of bills with a string as he spoke, he continued, how much is a single chick? Just over 10 cents, right? Even if we bought 10,000 chicks, it'd only cost 1,000 yuan. Why would I ask the villagers to pool so much money? It's because chicken feed is the most expensive part. I'm preparing for that cost. As he spoke, Wen Zhaishan carefully placed the money into an envelope. I've got it all figured out. We'll buy the chicks and have the villagers raise them for us. But the feed will be purchased uniformly by our village committee. After we buy them, we'll distribute them to each household in fixed quantities, just like our old collective system. This time, though, we won't be distributing grain for their own consumption, it'll be feed for raising chickens. This way, the villagers won't have to bear the cost of the feed. And since they're raising the chickens for themselves, they know that the better they care for them, the more money they'll earn later. The more they earn, the larger their share will be. So, when it comes to working, they'll definitely put their hearts into it. Not to mention, they've invested their own money into it. Doesn't this achieve the best of both worlds? When Zhaishan finished packing the money, his smile unchanged. He slapped the table, laying out his plan. 30 exorbitant profits? As soon as he spoke, the tension on the faces of those around him eased. They looked at Wen Zhaishan with admiration. So the old party secretary had already planned this out. He really had foresight. No wonder he's been the party secretary for so long. Team 2 Captain Zhou Yunpeng also broke into a smile, flattering Wen Zhaishan as he spoke. Enough! What's the point of this? If I didn't have a clue, would I have challenged that Chen Xiao to a duel? Wen Zhaishan retorted without mincing words, his tone tinged with pride. True. Team 2's captain nodded in agreement, his smile widening. Then he couldn't help but ask, by the way, old secretary, how many chickens are we raising this time? I've already decided 3,000. The old secretary didn't hide anything, handing the money to the village director beside him as he spoke. After that, he gave his clothes a shake before speaking. 3,000? That's so many. How much will that cost? What if we end up losing money raising that many? Upon hearing the figure, his eyes widened in shock. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling with anxiety. Though he was the captain of a brigade in the village, he'd never seen so many chickens. 3,000 chickens, it was a number he'd never even dared to imagine. What kind of massive operation would that be? Don't worry, I've done the math. You won't lose money raising chickens. I checked with the county office, chickens cost just 10 to 20 cents each. We're ordering 3,000 chicks at once, they'll definitely charge us 10 cents each. Meaning we'll only spend 300 yuan on chicks. That's the low end of the cost. The key is feed. I've roughly calculated feed costs to raising one chicken for a year will only cost about 9 yuan in feed. All told, the total annual cost per chicken is just 9 yuan and 10 cents. For 3,000 chickens, that's 27,300 yuan. That's almost exactly what we estimated earlier. Combined with the fish farming, the total investment comes to just over 51,000 yuan, perfectly on target. And a single chicken lays about 120 eggs a year. That's roughly 12 pounds of eggs. Right now, eggs are selling for 90 cents per pound in the market, and prices are still rising. By the time our chickens start laying eggs, it'll probably hit $1. At 1 yuan per gene, 12 gene equals 12 yuan. That means each chicken will net us 2 yuan 90 cents per year after costs. With 3,000 chickens, we could make nearly 9,000 yuan a year. And each chicken can lay eggs for 4 or 5 years. That means we can steadily earn 9,000 yuan for 4 or 5 consecutive years. That's a total profit of 45,000 yuan. That's a huge profit margin. When Zhaishan murmured in admiration, smacking his lips as he spoke. He hadn't crunched the numbers before and hadn't realized the potential. After crunching the numbers later, he couldn't help but marvel again at how sharp this college student Chen Xiao's mind was. To come up with such a profitable venture. Whoa! 45,000 yuan. Good heavens! Just think how much every household in Huangyu Village will get then. It's truly, a good life is coming our way. Listening to Wen Zhaishan's words, team leader Kim Song-rim murmured in utter shock. Yeah, good times are coming. Too bad about that debt Chen Xiao, that bastard, dumped on us tens of thousands of yuan. If not for that, our lives would be even better. Wen Zhaishan couldn't help but sigh. But then he recalled what Du, the head of the special task force investigating illegal speculation, had told him earlier. He clenched his teeth in fury and muttered. At this remark, the few people in the village committee office all fell silent. Their eyes flashed with hatred. Only after a moment passed. The village chief, who had finally finished recording the accounts, looked up. By the way, old secretary, we planned from the start to raise fish and chickens together. A total investment of 51,000 yuan. But the villagers have already pooled 48,000 yuan. Does that mean the village committee can cover the shortfall without contributing any funds? The village chief bypassed the village head and addressed the old party secretary directly. No, the village committee must still invest. Not only must they contribute, but whether it's fish farming or chicken farming, the village must hold the majority stake. For fish farming, the ponds belong to the village. These ponds will take a 40% share, but the village must also contribute an additional 20% of the funds. That's a total of 60% share. The villagers get 40%. As for chicken farming, since the village doesn't need to provide land, the village will cover the majority of the investment, that is, a 60% share. When Xiaogang stated without hesitation. If that's the case. Old secretary. Our village committee will need to invest 24,380 yuan and also refund 21,080 yuan to the villagers. The village director quickly finished the calculations. At this point, he glanced regretfully at the several large envelopes placed on the table. Then refund it. We absolutely must refund it. Whether it's fish farming or chicken raising, these are collective ventures. The village committee must hold a 60% stake, not a single percent more or less. When Xiaogang declared without hesitation. Alright, then I. The village director, hearing the old secretary's words, glanced at the village chief standing silently beside him. Then, he simply nodded in agreement, ready to accept the terms. But just then, hold on. Suddenly, Zhou Yunpeng, the captain of Team 2, called out to him. Everyone turned to look. Team leader Zhou Yunpeng pursed his lips and asked the village director, Director Ho, if I recall correctly, the village only has about 24,000 yuan left, right? If we pour all of it into these fish and chicken farming ventures, won't the village be left with almost nothing? Team leader Zhou took a drag on his pipe, pursed his lips, and asked Director Sun. That's right. After investing all this money, the village's accounts are completely depleted. Only 100 yuan remains. The village director replied helplessly. Team leader 2 nodded. He turned his gaze to Wen Xiaogang, old secretary, you said before that the more chickens we raise, the more money we'll make, right? The second team leader's eyes gleamed as he spoke. That's right. Wen Xiaogang nodded, unsure what the second team leader was getting at. You see, old secretary. Right now, we raise 3,000 chickens and make 9,000 yuan a year. What if we use the remaining funds, the portion we're supposed to return to the villagers, to buy more chicks instead? With over 21,000 yuan, if we budget carefully, we could easily buy chicks and feed for another 3,000 chickens, right? Even if it's not quite enough, we can cover the shortfall later with future profits. That way, we could raise 6,000 chickens. 6,000 chickens double the number. That means our annual profits will double too. That means 18,000 yuan. Team leader Air quickly ran the numbers. His eyes widened instantly at the figure. Secretary Wen, 18,000 yuan, that's no small sum. Team 2's captain emphasized each word to Wen Xiaogang. 31. The scheming of Huangyu Village. No. Absolutely not. But the next moment. Wen Xiaogang waved his hand decisively, flatly rejecting the proposal. Secretary, why won't it work? Making more money, is that a crime? After hearing the calculations from the second team captain and then Wen Xiaoshang's flat refusal, Team 1's captain grew impatient. He urgently asked. He was now completely blinded by the sight of that 18,000 yuan. I just said it. Whether it's fish farming or chicken farming, the village committee must hold the majority stake. If we invest the villagers' money too, won't the village committee end up with a smaller share? How would we manage the chicken farming industry afterward? Besides, if the village committee doesn't hold the majority stake, can this even be called a collective enterprise? Don't forget Chen Xiao was just arrested over this very issue. What if the higher-ups find out later and pin charges of profiteering or taking the capitalist road on us? Who among us could bear that? Is it you guys going to jail, or is it me? When Xiaogang wasn't blinded by the massive profits, he countered directly. Well. Instantly, everyone fell silent. Yet their faces still brimmed with reluctance. Finally, one team leader couldn't hold back, but old secretary, this is 18,000 yuan. That's a huge sum. Even though our village committee's share is smaller, the total profit we're making has actually increased. The final share of the money just got bigger. The team leader couldn't help but blurt out anxiously. Yeah, old secretary, don't forget we're still saddled with that debt Chen Xiao, that bastard, dumped on us. That's tens of thousands of yuan. Old secretary, I think Team 2's captain has a good idea. Hearing the old secretary's words, the captain of Team 1 grew even more anxious and tried to persuade him. Nonsense. When Xiaogang snapped back. Let me ask you this, what if the county comes to audit our accounts? If they see the village committee's stake in our collective enterprise is too small, they'll accuse us of taking the bourgeois path. Who's going to jail then? When Xiaogang wasted no time, cutting straight to the point. The captain of Team 1 fell silent, unable to continue. Everyone fell silent, their eyes flickering with reluctance. But old secretary, couldn't we just treat this money as a loan from the villagers? The second team leader spoke reluctantly. Would the villagers agree to that? If they find out later, who will take responsibility? When Zhaishan shot him a dismissive glance and cut straight to the point. Well. The second team leader fell silent. Wait. Just then, Hosanio, the village director, suddenly brightened. Secretary 1, what if we kept a secret ledger? On the surface, we'll record the accounts showing the village committee as the major contributor. This money will be treated as borrowed from the villagers. If higher-ups audit the books, we'll show them this official ledger. But behind the scenes, we'll keep a real ledger with accurate shares. We'll follow the actual shares. When we make money later and distribute it, we'll use this ledger to divide the profits. Even if the villagers find out, they won't spill the beans. After all, this ledger shows them getting more money. They wouldn't dare report us, would they? What do you think? The village chief spoke with some trepidation. Well. As soon as the village chief finished, hesitation flickered across everyone's faces. After all, keeping false accounts was no small matter for anyone involved. Is this really okay? When Zhaishan asked uneasily. I think it can. At that moment, the team leader clenched his teeth and suddenly spoke up. Old secretary, this matter is known only to those of us present here. As long as we don't speak up, no one will ever know. Old secretary, we're talking about 18,000 yuan here. We absolutely can't lose the forest for the trees over this. The Team 1 captain urged anxiously. The prospect of 18,000 yuan in pure profit had him seeing red. Old secretary, if I recall correctly, you mentioned that Chen Xiao also wants to raise chickens, right? At that moment, the second team leader suddenly turned to Wen Zhaishan with a gleam in his eyes. Yes, what about it? Wen Zhaishan, who had been hesitating, was interrupted by the second team leader and asked with some confusion. But in an instant, when Zhaishan seemed to recall something, his expression turning stern, don't tell me you're planning to sabotage it? Let me tell you, you absolutely must not do that. If anything goes wrong with Chen Xiao's operation, the county authorities will definitely come down hard on our Huangyu Village. The thought sent a chill down his spine, and he sternly warned the second team captain. Old secretary, what are you thinking? You already warned us not to deliberately sabotage Xiaogang Village's chicken farming. We remember that clearly. The second team captain quickly interjected upon hearing this. Seeing Wen Zhaishan's expression soften, he continued cautiously, but if we can't act directly, couldn't we still do something indirectly? The second team captain narrowed his eyes as he addressed Wen Zhaishan. Indirectly? How exactly? Wen Zhaishan grew even more puzzled and asked. Old secretary, think about it, since he's raising chickens, Chen Xiao must be buying chicks in bulk, right? But right now, villagers are selling things secretly. They dare not specialize in raising chicks. The county market can only gather 5 or 6,000 chicks at most. So, if we could buy up all these chicks at once, then Chen Xiao wouldn't have any chicks to buy, right? Without chicks, how could that Chen Xiao raise chickens? The second team leader paused here, his eyes darting toward Wen Zhaishan, whose face showed signs of wavering. Seeing Wen Zhaishan hesitating, he pressed on, Old secretary, this isn't deliberate sabotage. We're just engaging in normal business competition. The county can't possibly forbid us from buying chicks, can they? The second team leader persisted in his persuasion. The moment he uttered these words, Wen Zhaishan, the captain of Team 1, and the village director all had a sudden realization, right? Why didn't I think of that? Before, we were only focused on finding ways to sabotage Chen Xiao's chicken farm when he started raising chickens. Unfortunately, the old secretary stopped us from doing that. But now, we're raising chickens ourselves. We're buying chicks legitimately. He raises chickens, we raise chickens, we both need chicks. If we buy up all the chicks on the market, won't he be left with none to buy? That way, if he can't raise chickens, he can't blame us, right? Even if he waits for the next batch of chicks to hit the market, it'll take a while. That means not only will we start raising chickens before Chen Xiao, but we'll also invest more money and raise more chickens than him. And when it comes to profits, we'll leave Chen Xiao in the dust. And as long as our business outperforms Chen Xiao's, the county authorities will naturally value us more. Our influence in the county will grow, so why should we fear this Chen Xiao then, right? The team leader's eyes lit up as if he'd suddenly grasped a crucial insight, speaking rapidly. 32, poor little wife. That actually is a brilliant idea. Wen Zhaishan's eyes flickered with excitement. But that would mean we'd have to buy up every single chicken chick on the market. The quantity absolutely can't be less than 5,000. And we'll need to compensate the villagers for their losses. So, old secretary, it's up to you to decide. Are we going ahead with this or not? The second team leader spoke up at the right moment, turning to Wen Zhaishan once more. Wen Zhaishan sat there for a long time, saying nothing. His expression shifted between light and shadow. Only after a moment did he slam his hand on the table and rise to his feet. Then let's do it. Wen Zhaishan gritted his teeth. If it were merely to earn a little extra money, he might not have agreed. But if it meant thwarting Chen Xiao, he'd be willing to pay any price and take any risk. He hadn't forgotten the humiliation of being trampled underfoot by Chen Xiao in front of County Party Secretary Feng. That incident had stripped away every shred of dignity he'd built up over decades. So when it came to causing Chen Xiao trouble, he was more eager than anyone. We'll use that chicken farming idea of Chen Xiao's to make more money than he does. We'll drive him and Xiaogang Village into a corner. This is what happens when he dares to betray our Huangyu Village. Let's do it. Wife, tomorrow I'm going with the old man to the county to buy some building materials, then we'll head out of town. The household is in your hands. Don't worry, we're just going to buy some chicks. We'll be back soon. In Xiaogang Village, Chen Xiao was happily enjoying the meal his wife had prepared. His mute wife didn't eat either. She just sat at the table, propping her chin up, smiling warmly at Chen Xiao. Her large eyes were filled with adoration. Chen Xiao smiled back at his mute wife's expression. He continued eating while speaking to his mute wife. The mute wife froze upon hearing Chen Xiao's words. Then, two small hands fluttered rapidly, gesturing to Chen Xiao to convey their meaning. When will you be back? Where are you going? Is it dangerous? The mute wife signed at Chen Xiao, asking. Don't worry, Grandpa and I are heading to Wuxi. There's a state-run farm there that specializes in raising chicks. That's where I'll get the chicks I need. Don't worry, we're taking the train, no danger. We'll probably charter a train car for the return trip to transport the chicks. No need to worry about safety. Chen Xiao said with a light chuckle. That's good. Hearing Chen Xiao's words, the mute wife finally let out a long sigh of relief and gestured to Chen Xiao. Then she stood up again and gestured to Chen Xiao. Xiao, you eat first. I'll go pack your things. She gestured while turning to head toward the bedroom. Wait. Chen Xiao quickly stood up. He grabbed the mute wife's arm. Pulling her forcefully into his embrace, he declared, eat first. Every time I finish eating, you only eat then. Do you insist on eating my leftovers? Chen Xiao gazed into her wide, bewildered eyes, gently pinching her delicate little nose as he spoke. The mute wife blushed bright red at Chen Xiao's affectionate gesture. But inside, she was utterly delighted. She raised her hand and gestured repeatedly toward Chen Xiao. You're the pillar of our family. Only when you're well-fed can our household prosper. So you eat first, make sure you're full, I'm fine. The mute wife gestured and spoke to Chen Xiao with delight. Smack! But the next moment, Chen Xiao's hand landed squarely on the mute wife's plump little bottom. What do you mean it's fine? Do you think I don't know? You only cook enough for one person every day. How much leftovers do you think I get? How can you survive eating so little every day? Tell me, are you worried your husband can't afford to support you? After the slap, Chen Xiao tenderly rubbed his mute wife's plump bottom, soothing the pain. He spoke as he did so. Hearing Chen Xiao's words, the mute wife grew frantic. She frantically gestured with her hands and feet, trying to express her meaning. Her large eyes looked at Chen Xiao expectantly. No, Xiao is the best. It's just that I don't have much to do at home, it doesn't take much effort, and I'm not very hungry. That's why I eat less. Besides, our family borrowed so much money. We owe the villagers and the bank. If I eat less, we can save more money. That way we can pay back the villagers and the bank sooner. The mute wife gestured earnestly toward Chen Xiao, conveying her meaning. Smack! But the next moment, another slap landed on the mute wife's plump behind. Her fair cheeks flushed even redder. She pouted her little mouth and looked at Chen Xiao with wide, pleading eyes. You mustn't do this again. Don't worry about the money, I'll handle it. Besides, don't worry about how much we owe now. We'll earn even more in the future, more than you can imagine. We'll never run out of food for you to eat. From now on, you're going to eat properly for me every single meal, until you're completely full. If I catch you skipping meals again and letting your little butt get skinny from hunger, I'll make sure to spank that plump little bottom back into shape, you hear me? Chen Xiao gazed at his silly wife with heartache. He held her tightly in his arms as he spoke. This silly wife of his always did this. She spoils her with all the best food and drinks. Whenever trouble came, she'd always find a way to shield him and protect him. She'd go out alone to bear the consequences. No matter how great the hardship, she was determined to protect him well. Now, seeing how much debt her family has accumulated, she couldn't help but worry. She wanted to save money by eating less so Chen Xiao could repay the debt sooner. She didn't even consider her own health. Chen Xiao was truly heartbroken. Tears welled up in the mute wife's large eyes as she gestured urgently at Chen Xiao. Xiao, I'm really fine. I'm not afraid of hunger. The mute wife looked at Chen Xiao, gesturing earnestly. But I'm afraid you'll go hungry. Chen Xiao seized her slightly rough hand, pressed it to his lips, and kissed it gently. If you're with me and go hungry, it'll make me feel like a useless man unable to provide for you. Chen Xiao kissed her small hand greedily, speaking earnestly to her. At these words, the mute wife grew flustered. The mute wife anxiously pulled her hand away and quickly gestured to Chen Xiao. Xiao, you're the best. You're a college graduate. You can even help our villagers make money. You're the most capable and strongest among everyone. It's not that you can't support me, it's those bad people who've wronged you. The mute wife frantically gestured at Chen Xiao, fearing Chen Xiao might misinterpret her words. 33 middlemen? Then just eat your food properly. I've left all the extra money at home. If you run out of food or drink or crave something, just take the money and buy what you need. Don't you dare skimp on money for me. If you get skinny from starving yourself, I won't even want to do that thing with you at night. Your butt's getting too small, it's uncomfortable for us at night. You have to fatten yourself up for me, got it? Chen Xiao wrapped his arms tightly around his mute wife's slender waist as he spoke to her. Hearing Chen Xiao's words, the mute wife's face flushed crimson as if on fire. Still, she obediently nodded at Chen Xiao, her eyes fixed on him. Good. Now eat. Chen Xiao smiled at her obedient nod. He planted several firm kisses on her flushed cheeks. Then he pulled his wife down to sit and eat together. The mute wife no longer deliberately scrimped and saved. She too began eating heartily. As she ate, she gazed at Chen Xiao with her big eyes half closed, a smile lighting up her face. Her eyes brimmed with adoration. What? Only 100 chicks? What good are those supposed to be? And 15 cents per chick? Have you all gone completely broke? At the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative. At that moment, when Zhaishan from Huangyu Village and the 2 brigade captains were purchasing chicks here. To their surprise, the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative didn't sell chicks in bulk. This left the 2 men utterly dumbfounded. Fine. Buy it or leave it. If you're not buying, get lost. But the notoriously poor service attitude of supply and marketing cooperative clerks in this era was legendary. Hearing their words, the clerk rolled her eyes in disdain and walked away, ignoring them completely. You! The supply store clerk's attitude infuriated them to no end. They glared at the clerk, grinding their teeth in frustration. But the clerk didn't even bother to glance their way. Old secretary, let's go. We won't buy chicks from this supply and marketing cooperative. Anyway, if they won't sell, it's their loss. The second team leader glared at the arrogant supply store clerk, his teeth clenched in fury. But the supply store clerk merely shot him a disdainful glance, saying nothing. Not buying? Where else are we supposed to get chicks? When Zhaishan gritted his teeth in frustration, but could only say helplessly. The second team captain glanced at the supply store clerk, who had just shot a dismissive look at the 2 of them. After a moment's thought, he spoke up, Old secretary, let's go first. I have a plan. With that, the second team captain took the old secretary by the arm and led him toward the exit. The old secretary glanced at the disdainful supply store clerk, then at the second team captain. Gritting his teeth, he followed the second team captain out. Speak up. What's your plan? I'll tell you this, if you mess with our Huangyu Village's business, you'll regret it. Leaving the supply and marketing cooperative behind, they arrived at a secluded corner. When Zhaishan shook the coat draped over his shoulders and said irritably, Old secretary, this supply and marketing cooperative is already a lost cause. Not only is the merchandise subpar, but it's ridiculously overpriced. We can't rely on this supply and marketing cooperative. Hearing Wen Zhaishan's excuses, the second team leader's eyes flashed with anger. He forced himself to remain calm as he addressed Wen Zhaishan. Then tell me, where else can we get this many chicks besides the supply and marketing cooperative? Wen Zhaishan couldn't help but retort at the second team leader's question. The black market, the second team captain replied without hesitation. His words stunned Wen Zhaishan, who then exclaimed in disbelief, What? The black market? You want me to engage in illegal trade? Wen Zhaishan asked suspiciously. Old secretary. There's a new policy now, the black market isn't illegal anymore. Plus, black market prices are way lower than the supply and marketing cooperative. And they have everything. The second team captain replied with a hint of resignation upon hearing Wen Zhaishan's words. Not illegal? Wen Zhaishan froze, looking at the second team captain with confusion. The second team captain explained, That's right. Since the new policy was announced, the black market isn't a black market anymore. Our fellow villagers in Brother Village are all allowed to trade privately now. So the black market isn't illegal anymore. But if an individual trades too large a volume, they could still be charged with profiteering. The second team captain elaborated to Wen Zhaishan. That's ridiculous. We're buying 6,000 chicks, that's hundreds of dollars worth of business. Not to mention we'll need to buy massive amounts of feed and other supplies. That's tens of thousands of dollars worth. If we try to buy all this on the black market, we'll definitely get busted. Wen Zhaishan instantly grew displeased. He looked at the second team captain and said, So, old secretary, we can't just go out and buy large quantities openly in the market. We need to find someone we know. Private deals. Hearing Wen Zhaishan's words, the second team captain replied with confidence. Find someone we know? Who? Do you have connections? Wen Zhaishan instantly grasped the second team leader's meaning. His eyes flickered as he asked. Well, old secretary, I actually know someone. This guy, Kim Jun Bak, used to be in the black market. He's basically the biggest middleman in the entire county's black market. Now, with the new policy in place, this Kim Jun Bak has become the middleman for every market in the entire county. Word is he's got some powerful connections. Buying chicks from him not only gets us a lower price, but bulk transactions would also be safer. Why don't we go find this guy? the second team captain suggested to the old secretary. Is that so? When Zhaishan narrowed his eyes, observing the second team leader's eager demeanor, he knew there was definitely something fishy going on. This second team captain must have some private deal with this Kim Junbok. But he didn't care. As long as it didn't interfere with his plan to buy the chicks. Fine. I'll go meet this Jin Juanfu. After a moment of silence, when Zhaishan took a deep breath and finally spoke up. Alright. Got it. Old secretary, this way. Jin Juanfu was already waiting at the state-owned restaurant. Let's hurry over. The second team leader perked up upon hearing the old secretary agree. His eyes lit up instantly. He immediately began leading the way, bowing and scraping. When Zhaishan said little, he followed the second team captain, walking slowly. Before long, the two arrived at a state-run restaurant. Upon entering, only one imposing-looking man sat at a table, leisurely enjoying his meal and sipping wine by himself. He glanced up at Wen Zhaishan and the second team captain as they entered. He glanced up at them before lowering his eyes again. Brother Jean, I've brought our village's former party secretary over. This is our village's former party secretary, the one who can do big business with you. After entering, the second team captain spotted the imposing man and immediately approached him with fawning flattery. Jin Juanfu glanced at him, then at the old party secretary dressed in plain, rustic clothes. He frowned but said nothing. He simply lowered his head and continued eating and drinking. 34, big business? Old secretary, this is the man I told you about, Brother Jean. He's one of the most influential figures in our entire county. He knows the entire county market like the back of his hand, and his connections run deep beyond measure. Seeing Jin Juanfu show him no courtesy whatsoever, the second team captain felt awkward. But he still managed a forced smile, turning back to introduce Jin Juanfu to Wen Zhaishan. Young man, you're the one who can secure large quantities of chicks. Wen Zhaishan frowned at Jin Juanfu, who looked slovenly and clearly didn't take him seriously. Without any pretense of politeness, he sat directly across from Jin Juanfu and asked with an air of superiority born of age. The man named Kim Junbok merely gave him a faint glance, saying nothing in response to his self-important air. Kim Junbok's reaction only made Moon Jae-san feel more uncomfortable. He was the head of the entire village, overseeing 700 or 800 people. How dare this young upstart show him such contempt? Ouch! The captain of the second work team, standing nearby, keenly sensed the tense atmosphere and quickly let out a startled cry before speaking up. Secretary, I forgot to tell you. Brother Jean is incredibly resourceful. Whether it's chicks or fish fry, he can get you as many as you need. Plus, Brother Jean is known throughout the county for his generosity, and his prices are always fair. Going through him will be absolutely no problem. The second team captain addressed Wen Zhaishan once more. After speaking, he turned to Jin Juanfu, bowing and scraping as he said, Brother Jean, please don't hold it against the old secretary. He doesn't often come to the county and hasn't heard of your reputation, so he was bound to be a bit rude. Please don't take it personally. But in business, we all know that harmony brings prosperity. The old secretary specifically asked me to bring him to see you. He's here to discuss a major business deal. The second team leader reiterated their purpose to Kim Junbok. Ha! Big business? How big could it be? $5? $10? Or 50? 100? Jin Juanfu snorted derisively at the second team leader's words. Truth be told, he was actually quite pleased when the second team captain told him he'd brought a big deal. He'd been waiting here for quite some time. After the two men arrived, he had been observing Moon Jae-shan the moment he stepped through the door. But to his disappointment, Wen Zhaishan was just an old farmer. Not at all like the second team captain had described someone who could bring him big business. As the county's largest middleman, controlling nearly every market, he naturally couldn't be bothered with these two country bumpkins. If it weren't for the fact that he was acquainted with a relative of the second team captain, he wouldn't have bothered with the captain either. Young folks just don't know any better. You call a few dozen bucks a business deal? We're talking about deals worth thousands, even tens of thousands. You got the guts to try? Wen Zhaishan couldn't hold back any longer as he listened to Jin Juanfu's mockery and immediately spoke up. Oh? Business worth thousands or tens of thousands? Hearing Wen Zhaishan's words, Jin Juanfu froze, unable to resist taking another look at the old farmer before him. He narrowed his eyes, then sat up straight. A hint of seriousness appeared on his face. After scrutinizing the two men once more, he couldn't help but remark, forgive my bluntness, but I don't see you as the type who could handle deals worth thousands or tens of thousands of dollars. Kim Junbok narrowed his eyes, testing the waters with his question. Young people still lack experience. You can't judge a book by its cover, haven't you heard that saying? Wen Zhaishan scoffed dismissively at Jin Juanfu's remark. Well then, old man, tell us what kind of business could possibly be worth thousands or tens of thousands. Jin Juanfu, seeing the former secretary's confident demeanor, wasted no more time and asked directly. Well, Brother Jean, we want to buy a large batch of chicken chicks. The second team leader glanced at Wen Zhaishan and stepped forward to speak. Buying chicks? That's it? You call that a big deal? Contempt flashed in Jin Juanfu's eyes again as he heard the second team leader's words. How many do you want? A few dozen? Or a few hundred? Jin Juanfu asked the two men, his disdain unmasked. 6,000. At that moment, when Zishan calmly uttered the number. The moment the figure was uttered, Jin Juanfu's eyes instantly sharpened, and the disdain on his face vanished. He narrowed his eyes, fixing them on one Zishan. 6,000? That's quite a number. Then, with a dismissive tone, he added, still, it's only a few $100s worth of business. Nothing major. Although Kim Junbok's tone had grown slightly more serious, he still didn't take it too seriously. A few hundred yuan, while not insignificant, was hardly a fortune to him. This deal would only net him a few hundred yuan, barely a snack for him. It certainly wasn't a main course. Brother Jin, that's where you're underestimating it. At that moment, the second team captain's eyes darted around before he spoke up. Jin Juanfu dropped his formal demeanor and turned to the second team leader. Oh? What do you mean? Brother Jin. Think about it. Why are we buying 6,000 chicks? To raise them, of course. And if we're raising chicks, we'll need feed, right? And that feed for 6,000 chicks? That's tens of thousands of yuan worth of feed. That's the real money in this business. Brother Jin, don't tell me you can't get feed for 6,000 chickens. A look of smug satisfaction flashed across the second team leader's eyes as he spoke to Jin Juanfu with an air of superiority. Oh? Jin Juanfu instantly sat up straight, his expression growing even more solemn. He narrowed his eyes and murmured, this really is a big business. Nan nodded. Jin Juanfu looked at the two men solemnly, old secretary, and this brother. I truly underestimated you both earlier. I offer my sincere apologies to both of you. It is I, Jin Juanfu, who has wronged you. You two have truly taught me a lesson. One really can't judge a book by its cover. As an apology, how about this? Whatever the final price for today's chicks is, I'll deduct 1 cent from each of your payments as my gesture of goodwill. What do you say? Jin Juanfu clasped his fists in a respectful salute, speaking earnestly to them. Indeed. The chick business was neither too big nor too small for him. But the chicken feed business? That was truly a major venture for him. And it was a business that could catapult him to success overnight. Chicken farming. The biggest expense isn't the chicks, but the feed. A single chick costs just a few cents, but raising one chicken to maturity costs 8 or 9 yuan. If you lack the know-how, it could easily cost over 10 yuan. So, these 6,000 chicks are just the beginning. But if you raise them, the amount of feed needed later on is enormous beyond imagination. Jin Juanfu made a rough estimate and knew this was a business worth tens of thousands of yuan annually. Even if he only got a 10% cut from this venture, that would still mean thousands of yuan in income. In this era, that was no small sum. Not to mention, chicken farming is a long-term endeavor. This meant that if the business remained stable, he could earn this much every single year. Not only is it lucrative, but it's also stable and enduring. This venture is indeed a major undertaking and a high-quality one at that. Therefore, he proactively bowed his head to the two of them. 35, the smug one Zishan. That's why young people these days just aren't grounded. All that noise and fuss all day long, what good can come of it? One Zishan looked down at the bowing Kim Junbok, feeling thoroughly satisfied as he lectured him. He was acting like a know-it-all old man, putting on airs as an elder. Yes, sir. The old master is absolutely right. This youngster has learned his lesson. Kim Junbok looked at the self-important Wen Zishan before him, feeling disgusted inside. But for the sake of this business deal, he put on a respectful act of acceptance. Since you've admitted your mistake, I'll be magnanimous and let it go. Now tell me, 6,000 chicks. Can you get them? Observing Kim Junbok's cotton-like demeanor, Wen Zishan, who had been putting on airs, now smacked his lips in boredom and asked directly. I really can't. Jin Juanfu hesitated before answering the old secretary's question. What? You can't even get a few thousand chicks? And you call yourself well-connected? Wen Zishan frowned at Jin Juanfu's response. Well, esteemed senior, you see, there's something you don't know. The new policy was just announced. Most people haven't had time to react yet. There are few traders to begin with. What's more, these chicks are usually brought in piecemeal by villagers from different villages across the county to sell here. The number hatched locally is already quite limited. Not to mention, the crackdown on speculation has been particularly intense lately. Those coming to sell chicks are terrified of getting caught, so there are very few of them. So even if we pooled all the chicks in the entire county, I'd guess we could only muster around 2,000 chicks. Jin Juanfu estimated based on the current situation as he explained to the two men. What? Only 2,000? What good is that? The second team captain, upon hearing Jin Juanfu's words. 2,000? Wen Zishan frowned upon hearing the number. 2,000? Wen Zishan frowned upon hearing this. This number was far below what he had anticipated. But, just then, Kim Junbok hesitated again before speaking. But what? Wen Zishan raised an eyebrow, pressing him for clarification. But if you're not in a rush, we could split the purchase into 3 batches. Kim Jun-bok stated directly. The first batch of 2,000 chicks should arrive in about a week. Another 2,000 chicks are scheduled to be delivered to the county in another week. Then another 2,000 will arrive the week after that. By splitting the purchase into 3 batches, we can still get all 6,000 chicks. What do you think? Jin Juanfu addressed the 2 men. Old secretary, I think this plan works. Team leader number 2's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He turned to Wen Zishan and said, "That's right, senior comrade. Though we'd buy in 3 batches, the chicks would only be a week apart." "What's a week? It won't make much difference." Jin Juanfu also chimed in, trying to persuade Wen Zishan. "That's actually feasible." Wen Zishan pondered for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. Kim Jun-bok smiled upon hearing this. "That's the spirit. Rest assured, as soon as the county has more chicks, I'll deliver them to you first." That's settled then." Wen Zishan nodded with satisfaction, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his mind. Meanwhile, the captain of Team 2 whispered nearby, "Old secretary, this means we'll be sweeping up every single chicken chick in the entire county. Our people checked Xiaogang Village today that Chen Xiao still hasn't bought any chicks. Now if Chen Xiao wants to buy chicks, he won't get a single one. Without chicks, I'll see how he manages to raise chickens." "Old secretary, our plan has succeeded." The second team leader whispered furtively to the old secretary. "That's right. Now that we've bought up all the chicks, I'll see what that bastard Chen Xiao can do about it." Wen Zishan narrowed his eyes and added with equal malice. "In certain matters, 1 step behind means falling further and further behind." He believed it. Their Huangyu Village had invested more capital in chicken farming than Xiaogang Village and had secured all the chicks first. Could that Chen Xiao conjure chicks out of thin air? Even if Chen Xiao managed to buy chicks later, it would be at least another half month. They were already a full month behind. How could Chen Xiao possibly catch up to their progress? Having started chicken farming later meant they'd naturally be behind when it came to egg production. By the time Chen Xiao's chickens start laying eggs, theirs will already have been laying for half a month. Half a month is more than enough for their eggs to supply the entire county's market. Even if Chen Xiao had eggs, he wouldn't be able to sell them. That's the power of being 1 step ahead. It sets you up for every step forward. It's just a pity. Perspective determines height. They clearly had no idea that in this world, some chickens consume less feed, grow faster, and lay more eggs. Their calculations were bound to fail. "Elder, what exactly are you 2 talking about? I'm a bit confused." Jin Juanfu couldn't help but ask, observing the 2 men's expressions. "That's none of your concern. Just make sure you deliver every single chick available on the market to us. Under no circumstances are you to sell them to anyone else. Is that clear?" Wen Zishan listened to Jin Juanfu's words but issued his command without the slightest courtesy. "All right, I promise." Jin Juanfu felt increasingly annoyed by Wen Zishan's tone, but he still managed to respond patiently. "All right, then tell me your price for the chicks." Wen Zishan didn't seem to care and continued asking directly. "Senior, you've checked with the supply and marketing cooperative yourself. Their chicks are 15 cents each. I won't lie to you, from me, you only need to pay 12 cents each. I buy the chicks from the villagers for 10 cents each. I only make 2 cents profit per chick. That's fair, right?" Jin Juanfu spoke with genuine sincerity. But upon hearing Jin Juanfu's words, Wen Zishan frowned. After a moment's thought, he said, "Too expensive. 10 cents. Wen Zishan retorted bluntly. Senior, that's not fair. You can't expect me to make 0 profit, can you?" Jin Juanfu's face darkened. This Wen Zishan really wasn't giving him any face at all. "Anyway, you see. If it works, it works. If not, I'll find someone else," Wen Zishan said indifferently. He could see right through it. Kim Jun-bok had his sights set on the lucrative feed business that followed. So he was using this deal as leverage to squeeze every last penny out of Jin Juanfu. Every penny saved counts. Watching Wen Zishan's shameless attitude, Kim Jun-bok's face darkened. He never imagined he, Kim Jun-bok, would be held hostage like this. A momentary silence fell over the scene. 36. The price of bale-hang chicken chicks. After a moment, Kim Jun-bok finally spoke slowly. "Senior, you must know that I'm voluntarily lowering the price for the chicks to secure your future feed business. I can accept that price. I won't make a single penny. But you must give me a guarantee. The entire feed business must be handed over to me. And you must offer me a fair price." Jin Juanfu no longer maintained his polite tone, addressing the 2 men directly. "Well." Wen Zishan hesitated, but after a moment's thought, he replied, "I can agree to that. But you must guarantee that your feed will be supplied to us first. If anyone else offers to buy feed from you in bulk, even if they pay more than us, you must still sell it to us first." Wen Zishan's eyes flickered as he spoke. This was something he'd just thought of. They needed feed for their chickens. Didn't Chen Xiao need it too? But large-scale chicken farming required enormous quantities of feed. If what the second team captain said was true, that when Zhaishan was the county's biggest middleman, then Chen Xiao would inevitably have to go through him to sell large quantities of chicks and feed. If he made a deal with this Jin Juanfu to prioritize supplying them with feed, that would undoubtedly create another headache for Chen Xiao. One Zhaishan never tired of finding ways to make trouble for Chen Xiao. This. Senior, you're overthinking it. Besides you, who else would buy such large quantities of feed from me? Jin Juanfu interjected upon hearing Wen Zhaishan's words. Just tell me yes or no. Wen Zhaishan pressed without hesitation. This. Fine. I agree. Jin Juanfu felt resentful but conceded helplessly. Alright. It's settled then. Yunpeng, you stay behind and discuss the supply arrangements with little Jean. I'll head back first. I'll settle the payment once the goods arrive. One Zhaishan nodded with satisfaction, speaking as he walked toward the exit. The second team captain responded respectfully. After when Zhaishan departed, he remained behind to discuss future supply arrangements with Jin Juanfu. Half an hour later, the second team captain departed with a broad smile. Damn it! 2 country bumpkins. Only after both men had departed, Kim Junbok's face darkened completely. Every time he recalled Wen Zhaishan's commanding tone from earlier, his anger flared anew. Moreover, the way they haggled without leaving themselves any wiggle room made him grind his teeth in frustration. He couldn't help but curse these 2 greedy bumpkins under his breath. Then his face cleared like clouds parting, but thankfully, these 2 bumpkins have no idea what my bottom price for chicks is. The supply and marketing cooperative charges the villagers 5 cents per chick, but I pay 6 cents. Now I'm selling them to these 2 bumpkins for 10 cents. I make 4 cents per chick. 6,000 chicks means 240 yuan. Not bad, a decent little profit. Jin Juanfu silently calculated the profit, then nodded with satisfaction. Then, watching the direction they left, he narrowed his eyes again. But these 2 bumpkins are so clueless, I can't just let them off the hook. I really need to put some thought into choosing the chicks. Jin Juanfu murmured, his eyes narrowed. The quality of the chicks directly impacts the success of the subsequent breeding. The healthier the chicks, the faster they grow naturally and the less prone they are to illness. The weaker the chicks, the slower their growth and the more susceptible they are to disease. Obviously. Jin Juanfu was determined to give Wen Zhaishan and the second team captain the care they deserved. Also, I heard those 2 mention someone named Chen Xiao earlier. Could it be that this Chen Xiao is also in the chicken farming business? Then he must need feed too. Who knows, this could be a big business opportunity. Gotta go find out. He pondered as he walked toward the exit. Jin Juanfu headed outside. What? 8 dimes? Do you know how much a regular chick costs? 1 dime. That's 8 times the price. This is robbery. Meanwhile, at a state-run farm in Wuxi, Chen Xiao stared wide-eyed at the farm director before him, letting out an incredulous yelp. Secretary Chen, standing beside him, shot Chen Xiao a puzzled look. He clearly remembered. When Chen Xiao had calculated the costs earlier, he'd priced each chick at 1 yuan. So why was Chen Xiao now freaking out over 80 cents? But recalling Chen Xiao's earlier advice to speak less and observe more, and remembering how easily he'd been duped at the county government, he kept silent. Jingjing stood calmly by, unfazed. Comrade, these are imported breeds, white leghorn chickens, not the common varieties we usually raise. The director of the state-owned farm, observing Chen Xiao's expression, couldn't help but explain. He was afraid Chen Xiao would just walk away. This state-run farm specialized in breeding various chicken breeds. However, over the past decade or so, due to policy restrictions, ordinary people dared not raise chickens in large numbers. Keeping 3 chickens at home was considered socialist, but keeping more than 3 was deemed capitalist. Consequently, this state-run farm had seen little to no profit for over a decade. Even the workers' wages have been unpaid for several years. Now, this state-run farm is gradually approaching the point of dissolution. If the state-run farm cannot generate profits, then it won't be long before this state-owned farm is truly dissolved. Therefore, the director of this state-owned farm is in a hurry. Extremely anxious. When he heard Chen Xiao intended to purchase a large batch of chicks, he was nearly overjoyed. Not only did he personally receive Chen Xiao immediately. Upon learning Chen Xiao wanted white leghorn chicks, he immediately slashed the price to the absolute lowest, barely covering costs, to demonstrate his sincerity. He hoped Chen Xiao would place the order. But what he hadn't anticipated was this. Even with the price slashed to rock bottom, Chen Xiao still found it too expensive. But that was understandable. Ordinary laying hen chicks cost only 10 cents each, and bulk purchases could even bring the price down to 5 cents. So, it was only natural that Chen Xiao found it expensive. But, white leghorn chicks aren't just any ordinary breed. Although their breeding costs were lower than ordinary chicks, as an imported foreign breed, the initial cost for those first few dozen breeding chicks was astronomically high. They were purchased with US dollars. They were even flown in by dedicated cargo plane. Just a few dozen breeding chicks cost thousands of US dollars. In an era of severe foreign exchange shortages, Several thousand US dollars represented a significant drain on foreign exchange reserves. All of this had to be factored into the cost of the chicks themselves. Moreover, starting from just a few dozen breeding chickens back then, we've now cultivated tens of thousands of chicks. The costs incurred along the way were substantial. Furthermore, state-run farms also needed to turn a profit. Therefore, the price of white leghorn chicks ultimately became incredibly high. A single chick cost 8 cents. In those days, 8 jiao could buy a whole pound of meat. But that's still too expensive. I need to buy 10,000 chicks. 800 yuan for 8,000 chicks? That's far too expensive. Chen Xiao still seemed dissatisfied. 37. Factory Manager Wang's dinner meeting. But Comrade Chen Xiao, this price is truly the absolute lowest. We simply cannot go any lower. The state-owned farm director listened to Chen Xiao's demands, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. However, seeing Chen Xiao and Secretary Chen frowning in silence. After much deliberation, he finally spoke up. How about this? You two comrades have traveled a long way. I imagine you haven't had lunch yet? How about I treat you both to lunch? You can sample our local specialties. The state-run farm manager addressed the two. All right. Let's eat first. Chen Xiao visibly relaxed, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes as he agreed. The real show was about to begin. All right. Follow me, please. The state-run farm manager also exhaled in relief, leading the way as he guided Chen Xiao and Secretary Chen toward the exit. 1982. A rustic atmosphere permeated every corner of the country. This rustic feel stemmed from inadequate infrastructure, with dust and dirt roads everywhere. Therefore, people of this era, no matter how you looked at them, inevitably carried a rustic flavor. Here, rustic is not an exaggerated adjective, but a realistic one. This is also why people of this era are particularly enthusiastic about foreigners. Because countries with superior infrastructure and stronger economies are like paradise to those in China today. This era, then, is one of explosive growth for the people. Chen Xiao and Secretary Chen followed the state-owned farm manager to a state-run restaurant. After ordering several dishes, they sat down to eat. Chen Xiao couldn't help but ask, Director Wang, I must say I'm quite surprised. Theoretically, state-owned farms respond to national demand policies, and everything they produce is subject to centralized purchasing and distribution. You shouldn't be short on sales channels. And selling me chicks privately, isn't that against national policy? Why were you so eager, even disregarding higher-level policies, to sell me chicks privately? Chen Xiao continued asking while eating. Hearing Chen Xiao's words, factory manager Wang couldn't help but sigh. It's not that we want to engage in this illegal trade. But if we don't do it, this farm will be completely finished. Factory director Wang looked at Chen Xiao across the table, his voice filled with resignation. How could this happen? Theoretically, all the chicks you produce should be purchased by the authorities. Especially not a premium egg-laying breed like the white leghorn. How did things get this bad? Chen Xiao grew even more puzzled and asked. Secretary Chen, standing nearby, stole a glance at Chen Xiao out of the corner of his eye, a fleeting look of bewilderment crossing his own. If he remembered correctly, Chen Xiao should know the specific reasons behind this situation. He had inquired about the state of the state-owned farm immediately after arriving here with Chen Xiao. He had already grasped the fundamental issues. But he couldn't fathom why Chen Xiao was now asking these questions as if he didn't know the answers. How should I put this? Truthfully, these issues are common knowledge among the local villagers. Factory director Wang sighed again before speaking. Our factory was established back in 1965. Back then, our facility was even larger than it is today. Because back then, we were a specialized breeding farm for all kinds of parent stock. I can say without exaggeration that back then, our factory gathered breeding stock of every breed from all over the country. Back then, large poultry farms from all over the surrounding areas would come to our factory begging to buy chicks. Because we offered the widest variety of chicks and ours were the highest quality. Our factory was even a place where people begged to come work as laborers. Director Wang paused here, raising his glass to clink with Chen Xiao's before sighing wistfully, but it all stems from that decade. With that, he tilted his head back and downed the liquor in one gulp. With a grimace, he swallowed the white liquor. During those 10 years, that prevailing atmosphere forced our factory to meet one impossible production target after another. Influenced by that prevailing atmosphere, our factory not only failed to achieve higher production targets, but our chick output actually decreased. To make the books look good, those people just grabbed and sold off one high-quality breeding hen after another. Our factory lost nearly 80% of its breeding stock. Even the few remaining breeding chickens were scattered and sparse. Most of them were dead. Our factory went from producing tens of thousands of chicks daily to barely being able to produce any at all. That decade caused catastrophic losses for our factory. You could even say it was ruined. As factory manager Wang spoke, tears welled in his eyes. Chen Xiao looked at the gray streaks in director Wang's temples, knowing this man had weathered many storms. When our factory couldn't produce chicks anymore, naturally, we couldn't generate any income. We gradually couldn't pay the workers' wages. At first, I managed to carve out a space in the factory to raise chickens. I gave the eggs and chicken meat to the workers as wages. But later, the workers all left, some walked out, others fled. We didn't even have anyone left to tend the chickens. It wasn't until 5 years ago that our factory completely lost the ability to pay wages. By then, most of the workers had already left. At this point, factory manager Huang poured himself another glass of wine. Chen Xiao listened quietly. She poured him another glass at just the right moment. Until 3 years ago. After that wave passed. The local government, recognizing how difficult it was for our factory to survive, and considering our factory's circumstances back then, they decided to provide policy and financial support to rescue our factory. At that time, we were completely destitute, just me and a few dozen workers left in the factory. Upon hearing the news, we were overjoyed and ready to roll up our sleeves. We repurchased breeding stock and gradually rebuilt our factory. We researched breeding stock from all over the country, but couldn't decide which breed to purchase. Until I learned about a breed outside our region, the white leghorn. They reach laying age in just 3 to 4 months, half the time of ordinary chickens. They lay over 330 eggs per year, 3 times more than ordinary chickens. And they consume 10-20% less feed. When I saw the data on this chicken, my eyes lit up. I knew these chickens were absolutely the finest egg-laying breed. They would become our factory's premier egg-laying stock and revive our entire operation. So I lobbied every department, hoping to secure foreign exchange for our factory to import white leghorn breeding stock. I even guaranteed everyone that with these breeding stock, our factory would perform better than ever before. I succeeded. I secured 5,000 yuan in foreign exchange. But I never imagined that the white leghorns would be both our salvation and our downfall. At this point, factory director Huang shook his head bitterly once more. He downed the liquor in his cup in one gulp. 38, add another dime? Chen Xiao silently poured another glass of liquor for factory director Huang. After introducing the breeding chickens, it took us half a year to finally mass-produce the first batch of chicks. The chicks are thriving. No signs of acclimatization issues. This solves most of our problems. Next step is handing them over to the central purchasing and distribution system. I figured such excellent chicks would sell like hotcakes right away. But I was wrong. The white leghorn chicks didn't just fail to take off, they barely sold at all. As factory manager Huang spoke these words, his hunched posture seemed to stoop even lower. Secretary Chen sighed deeply as he listened, pulling out his pipe and puffing on it repeatedly. The mood grew melancholy. They were both men who had weathered their share of storms. Though Chen Xiao's face mirrored their gloom, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Why? That shouldn't be the case. Chen Xiao frowned, feigning ignorance. Sighing, factory manager Huang glanced at Chen Xiao and continued, first, there's the price issue. Our white leghorn chickens are imported breeds, costing a huge amount of foreign exchange. Naturally, the cost must be factored into each chick. I initially set the price at 1 yuan per chick. But after the state-run purchasing and distribution system took the chicks, they couldn't sell them. Because they were too expensive. Ordinary chicks cost 10 cents, but ours were 1 yuan. The common folk wouldn't buy them, and the state-run poultry farms wouldn't buy them either. Even when I explained how superior our white leghorns are, they didn't believe me. They thought I was that troublemaker from the Cultural Revolution era, trying to swindle them with smooth talk. Director Huang shook his head helplessly at this point. In the end, it's come to this, because our white leghorn chicks won't sell, the higher-ups have stopped bulk purchasing and distribution altogether. Because our chicks aren't selling, many have died. It's a complete money-losing venture. So, after more than 2 years, our factory now has only 10 workers left. These workers are the veterans who chose to stay and give it one more shot with me. I owe them 5 or 6 years' worth of wages. Now, I have no choice but to take desperate measures at least to earn enough to pay them what they're owed. As for the factory, I'm at my wit's end. Factory manager Huang sighed as he spoke. But in over 2 years, hasn't a single villager realized that the Beilehong chicken is truly a superior breed? If just one villager had recognized the benefits of the white leghorns, word would have spread, and the market would have opened up, right? How did it come to this? Chen Xiao frowned again, unable to hold back his question. You're mistaken. Factory director Huang shook his head at Chen Xiao's words. First off, the villagers aren't as simple-minded as you think. Most of them are selfish. Some who raise chickens for our factory, even knowing our white Leihang chickens are superior, will secretly keep them for themselves. They won't tell anyone else. Because rural folks love to compare themselves to others, they can't stand seeing others do well. So even if they know about something good, they won't share it. Factory director Huang said with resignation. Secretary Chen felt this was somewhat biased and wanted to counter. But recalling Chen Xiao's experiences in Huangyu Village, he fell silent once more, continuing to puff on his pipe. And it's not just that, there's also the policy issue. Raising 3 chickens is socialist, but more than 3 is capitalist. This policy has made the villagers afraid to raise chickens, let alone buy them at 1 yuan each. The cost is just too high. So, there were already very few people who could raise our Bai Leihang chickens, and then there's human nature to consider. Our factory has also reached this point. Factory Director Huang said with a sigh. At this point, he turned to Chen Xiao and said earnestly, Comrade Chen Xiao, 80 cents per chick is truly the lowest price I can offer. Honestly, after selling you this batch of chicks and using the money to pay our workers back wages, the factory won't even have enough left to fund the next batch of chicks. It's not that I'm unwilling to lower the price, it's just I truly can't go any lower. If I go any lower, I won't even be able to pay the wages. Factory Manager Huang addressed Chen Xiao earnestly. Chen Xiao fell silent. A heavy silence fell over the entire dining table. Secretary Chen, seated beside Chen Xiao, glanced at Factory Director Huang, then at Chen Xiao. He opened his mouth but remained silent. He wanted to plead with Factory Manager Huang. But remembering that he and Chen Xiao were on the same side, he kept his mouth shut. Besides, Chen Xiao's money didn't just blow in on the wind. It was a loan, after all, one that required interest payments. After much deliberation, he decided to let Chen Xiao make the call. He wouldn't get involved. Moments later, Chen Xiao spoke up, this price. I accept it. Not only do I agree, but I'll add an extra dime. Chen Xiao suddenly looked up and addressed Factory Manager Huang. His eyes flashed with an inexplicable gleam. What? Really? Factory Director Huang instantly leapt to his feet in astonishment, exclaiming. Secretary Chen, who was smoking a pipe nearby, was also startled, nearly choking on his pipe smoke. He couldn't help but glance at Chen Xiao. A hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. He hadn't expected Chen Xiao to not only agree to the deal but also offer an extra yuan. That's right. I'm willing to buy the white leghorn chicks for 90 cents each. Chen Xiao confirmed once more. This. Factory Manager Huang stammered, his eyes wide with astonishment. Comrade Chen Xiao, why would you suddenly add an extra dime? A flicker of emotion crossed his eyes as if he just realized something, and he asked Chen Xiao. Sympathy, I suppose. Chen Xiao sighed. I don't want to see a principled factory director like you, Comrade Huang, disappear because of all this mess. And I certainly don't want to see loyal workers like you, who followed you for so many years without complaint, end up not even getting paid. Chen Xiao shook his head. Yet a gleam shone in his eyes, and the calculations forming in his mind were known only to Chen Xiao himself. Comrade Chen Xiao, I truly don't know how to thank you. Tears welled up in Factory Director Huang's eyes. He reached out, grabbed Chen Xiao's hand, and squeezed it tightly, at a loss for words. But Chen Xiao shook his head. Director Huang, I haven't finished. My offer to add an extra dime comes with conditions. Chen Xiao addressed Factory Director Huang. Comrade Chen Xiao, speak freely. Whatever I can do, I'll do it without hesitation. Factory Director Huang immediately pounded his chest in assurance. I'm willing to pay an extra dime. But I also hope that you and the factory workers can select some of the better quality chicks for me. I'm willing to let you make a profit, but I also hope you won't take advantage of me. Chen Xiao stated directly. So that's what this is about. Comrade Chen Xiao, rest assured. Even if you hadn't said anything, I would have personally led the workers to select the very best 10,000 chicks for you. You won't lose out. Hearing Chen Xiao's words, Factory Manager Huang let out a long sigh of relief, patting his chest as he made his promise. The look of gratitude in his eyes deepened. He knew that although Chen Xiao had made a request, it was essentially irrelevant whether he had said it or not. Even if Chen Xiao hadn't added that extra dime, as long as he'd asked, Huang would have done his utmost to select the finest chicks for him. This was his gratitude toward Chen Xiao, a valued customer. Chen Xiao's willingness to pay that extra dime was purely out of consideration for him. He made up his mind then and there he would select the very best chicks for Chen Xiao. 39. The calculation of a dime. Alright. Let's head to the factory to load the chicks. I've already called for the truck. We need to wrap up the transaction quickly so they can be loaded onto the train. Our train leaves tonight. We can't afford any delays. Chen Xiao wasted no more time. Led by Factory Manager Huang, he walked outside with Secretary Chen. You little rascal. What you pulled off today. Well done. That evening, inside a train car Chen Xiao had chartered exclusively. Dozens of trays of white chicks were stacked neatly in layers. A full 10,000 white leghorn chicks. Feed was piled in the corner. Enough feed to last these chicks about a day. The train had already departed. By tomorrow morning, this batch of chicks would arrive at the county. Chen Xiao and Secretary Chen were also in this carriage, keeping watch over the chicks while chatting. As they chatted, the conversation turned to the events of the day. Secretary Chen couldn't help but give Chen Xiao a thumbs up. Chen Xiao rolled her eyes and said nothing. Seeing her reaction, Secretary Chen couldn't help but chuckle, then added with a hint of puzzlement. You little rascal. I remember when we first arrived, you were the one who dug up all the details about this state-run farm, weren't you? Didn't you already know everything that Director Huang mentioned? Why are you asking him again today? Isn't that just a waste of time? Besides, didn't you initially say you could accept a price of 1 yuan per chick? Why are you complaining it's too expensive when he offered 8 mao? Then you ended up adding another dime? Why? Secretary Chen asked, puzzled. Of course, only by having him tell the story himself could I get what I wanted. Chen Xiao began to explain. What you wanted? Did you ask what you wanted from that factory director Huang? Secretary Chen asked, puzzled, turning to Chen Xiao. I did ask for it better quality chicks. Chen Xiao said with a smile. Ha? If you want high quality chicks, just tell factory manager Huang directly. Why wait until he finished his story before mentioning it? Secretary Chen grew even more puzzled as he turned to ask Chen Xiao. Because only this way can we make factory manager Huang feel that we are kind people. At this moment, I added an extra dime. That dime is where it holds the greatest value. It also makes factory manager Huang think I'm a kind-hearted person who cares about him. Chen Xiao explained with a light chuckle. But, aren't we already good people? Secretary Chen was completely baffled, unable to grasp Chen Xiao's meaning. Secretary, do you know why I insisted on the best-looking chicks? Chen Xiao sighed and asked. Why? Secretary Chen was bewildered. Because high-quality chicks grow up healthier and lay more eggs. Chen Xiao stated plainly. An average chick lays only 250 eggs a year, but a high-quality white leghorn can lay 330 eggs annually, and some exceptional ones even surpass 350 eggs per year. That's a difference of 80 eggs equivalent to 4 gene of eggs. That means for every high-quality chicken, I can earn an extra 4 yuan. With 10,000 chickens, that's 40,000 yuan. That's why I'm proactively offering him an extra dime and making sure he thinks I'm a good guy. It's all to get him to pick out the best-looking chicks for me. Meaning I'm paying an extra 1,000 yuan upfront to earn 40,000 yuan in return. What do you think, should I go for it? Chen Xiao smiled as he addressed Secretary Chen. Gulp. Hearing Chen Xiao's calculations, Secretary Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. Then, with a hint of confusion, he stammered, but you don't need to pay that extra dime or listen to his story. If you keep a close eye on things and push that factory manager Huang harder, wouldn't he still pick out the best-looking chicks for you? Why go through all that trouble listening to his story and spending an extra dime just to bring this up? Secretary Chen asked, his voice dry. Because passive and active are two entirely different states. If I hadn't made him think I was a good person, if I hadn't paid that extra dime. When factory manager Huang selected the chicks for me, he would still try to pick the better ones, but for him, it wouldn't matter much. After all, I was just another customer buying chicks good enough would do. He might pick out some good ones for me, but for the most part, he wouldn't care much. Chen Xiao paused here, stood up to inspect the chicks in each small cage, then continued. But if I listened to his story, agreed to his price, and even offered an extra dime, that would make him think I was a good person. And I'll have reaped the benefits of his gratitude. With that feeling in his heart, he'll start looking out for me on his own. He might even feel too embarrassed to give me the inferior chicks. Because how could he bear to let such a good person as me get shortchanged? This way, every single chick I get will be top quality. Chen Xiao finished inspecting the chicks and sat back down to continue. So, if I hadn't listened to his story and added that extra dime, out of the 10,000 chicks I bought, maybe only 1,000 would have been decent quality. But now, every single one of these 10,000 chicks is top-notch. They're all high-quality chicks that can lay over 300 eggs. That's what I gained from listening to his story and that extra dime. Now, do you still think I'm wasting my time doing useless work? Chen Xiao finished explaining to Secretary Chen with a smile. Secretary Chen stood frozen in place, unable to recover for a long while. Only after a moment did he ask hesitantly, "You little rascal, when did you become so cunning?" Secretary Chen swallowed hard as he asked. "Uncle, in the business world, we talk business. Emotions are the greatest taboo in business and also its sharpest blade. You can use it, but you can't let it use you. This is a lesson I learned the hard way." This was a truth Chen Xiao had known even before his transmigration. Therefore, he never let emotions cloud his judgment in business. "You youngster, you won't treat me and the villagers like this in the future, will you?" Suddenly, Secretary Chen asked in a dry tone. "Ha ha ha. Old man, you guess." But when faced with Secretary Chen's inquiry, Chen Xiao gave a sly grin and replied meaningfully to Secretary Chen. "You little rascal." Seeing Chen Xiao's expression, Secretary Chen instantly relaxed. He understood that Chen Xiao wouldn't play such tricks on him or the villagers. Chen Xiao was still Chen Xiao. That Chen Xiao who, an hour later, would sneak around to different households every day to scrounge for meals. The Chen Xiao who craved tasty food and would shamelessly ask the villagers for treats. Ha ha ha. Chen Xiao chuckled too, saying nothing more. Some things didn't need explaining. To the villagers of Xiaogang Village, he offered his most sincere warmth. He would never forget that he had been raised by every villager in Xiaogang Village. This debt of gratitude he would carry forever. But, you little rascal, so all that emotion you showed in front of that one factory director today, it was all fake? Secretary Chen puffed on his cigarette for a moment before blurting out. 40, Huangyu Village wants to raise chickens too? Of course. Do you think I'm like you, so easily swayed by what people say? To put it bluntly, whether his factory succeeds or fails is none of my damn business. I just came to buy chicks. Now that I have them, we'll hardly have any dealings in the future. Why should I pretend to be his best friend? It's all about getting good quality chicks. Chen Xiao replied matter-of-factly. And you didn't even think to warn me? Just wanted to watch your old man make a fool of himself, huh? Secretary Chen instantly puffed out his cheeks and glared at Chen Xiao as he lectured him. I didn't expect you to be two-faced like that. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Did you forget how when Zhaishan from Huangyu Village slandered me in front of the county party secretary? Now someone tells a story, and you empathize. What am I supposed to do? Chen Xiao rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. You little brat. How dare you lecture your old man? You're just asking for a beating. Whoa. Old man, we're on a train, this is dangerous. The next day at noon, Chen Xiao and Secretary Chen returned to the county. They arranged for the old secretary to escort the shipment of chicks back, while Chen Xiao remained in the county seat. He found someone. Jin Juanfu. After locating Jin Juanfu, Chen Xiao addressed him directly. Oh, brother? You're here. Sit down. Have you eaten? I'll have someone whip up a few dishes for you right away. The moment Jin Juanfu saw Chen Xiao, his eyes lit up. He eagerly rushed over and said, No need. I'm here to buy something, just like last time. Chen Xiao ignored Jin Juanfu's obsequiousness, sat down directly across from him, and spoke. Oh, you really are my lucky charm. Just tell me what you need this time. Fish fry again? Rest assured, I'll handle it perfectly. Absolutely not. Jin Juanfu didn't get angry. He enthusiastically poured water for Chen Xiao while speaking to him. No, that's not it. But before he could finish, Chen Xiao cut him off. Not? Jin Juanfu froze, momentarily bewildered. Indeed, he and Chen Xiao knew each other. It was just that the people of Huangyu Village didn't know it. Because Jin Juanfu had handled all the heavy lifting in Chen Xiao's previous fish farming operations from purchasing to selling. 2 years ago, Chen Xiao had approached him for a major deal, a deal worth tens of thousands of yuan. Buying fish fry, fish feed, disease prevention supplies, and so on. Later, when it came time to sell the fish, he was the one who collected them and handled the sales. Jin Juanfu handled both procurement and sales, pocketing the profit margin in between. It could be said that, over these 2 years of business with Chen Xiao, he'd made a fortune. Moreover, doing business with Chen Xiao was a breeze. Although Chen Xiao was quite skilled at haggling, he always struck the perfect balance. He always leaves enough room for profit. Moreover, he conducts business with integrity. For him, Chen Xiao was absolutely a premium client. Seeing Chen Xiao now felt like seeing his own father. Naturally, he was overjoyed. He had assumed Chen Xiao was coming to buy fish fry and feed again. But that wasn't the case. This left him momentarily stunned. You've probably heard a bit about my situation, right? A while back, I got arrested and charged with profiteering. My fish ponds were sealed off, and all the fry and equipment were confiscated. And all the money I earned was confiscated too. So I've stopped fish farming. Chen Xiao addressed Jin Juanfu directly. So, you were the ringleader of that profiteering scandal that caused such a stir in the county recently? Look at me, I didn't even know you'd been arrested. If I'd known, I would have come to see you. A flash of realization crossed Jin Juanfu's eyes. A while back, the county had arrested a speculative trading ringleader, which had startled him. He'd assumed someone under his command had been arrested. But after checking, he found none of his people were involved. After much inquiry, he finally learned that it was someone he didn't know who had gotten into trouble. And it was someone from his own village who had reported him. He had wondered who it could be. But it turned out to be none other than his own major client. It was actually this very client of his. He narrowed his eyes and quickly spoke up. It's already taken care of. Chen Xiao shook his head, offering no further explanation. Then, turning to Jin Juanfu, he asked, Now, do you still dare to do business with me? Chen Xiao asked Jin Juanfu. Why wouldn't I? Not to mention the policies are favorable now. Even if the policies were still the same, as long as you need anything, I'd be at your service anytime. Jin Juanfu pounded his chest emphatically. He assured Chen Xiao. But Chen Xiao merely smiled noncommittally, saying nothing. Truth or false, time will tell once we get down to business. Alright then. I do need to continue doing business with you, but it won't be the fish trade anymore. It's about chicken feed now. In or out? Chen Xiao addressed Jin Juanfu directly. Chicken feed? Jin Juanfu froze, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he couldn't help but ask suspiciously, You wouldn't happen to be Chen Xiao, would you? Jin Juanfu asked uncertainly. That's right. Although Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu had been doing business together for 2 years, he had never revealed his true identity. After all, the policies were unclear back then, and the crackdown on speculation and profiteering was severe. Chen Xiao dared not reveal himself to avoid inviting trouble. Therefore, Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu conducted their transactions privately, always in specific locations. As for Chen Xiao's background, which township, which village he came from, Jin Juanfu had no idea whatsoever. But now, Jin Juanfu recalled the words of Wen Zhaishan and the second team captain from Huangyu Village a couple of days ago, along with their mention of Chen Xiao, who also wanted to raise chickens. Combined with Chen Xiao's current need to buy chicken feed, he suddenly realized something and couldn't help but ask. "You're investigating me?" Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes, turning to Jin Juanfu. No. Doing business without digging into backgrounds is our rule. I wouldn't break that rule. I heard about your situation from two people in Huangyu Village. Jin Juanfu waved his hands frantically as he explained to Chen Xiao. Huangyu Village? How do you know them? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, frowning as he asked. Previously, he'd conducted business directly with Jin Juanfu. The villagers of Huangyu had no knowledge of Jin Juanfu's existence. But now, people from Huangyu Village had actually sought out Jin Juanfu directly. This struck him as odd. Well, the captain of Team 2 in Huangyu Village is a relative of a friend of mine. Through that connection, the people from Huangyu Village came to me. They came to me for the same reason as you, to buy chicken feed and chicks. I'm the one handling the sales of chicks and feed for them. That's how I got to know them. During our conversation, they mentioned your name. They also said you were planning to raise chickens on a large scale. Now that you're also buying feed in bulk from me, I made a guess and came up with an idea. Jin Juanfu's eyes flickered. He didn't reveal everything that happened that day. He recalled how Wen Zhaishan and the second team captain had planned to monopolize the entire county's chicken chicks, and how they'd forced him to sell all his feed to Huangyu Village, barring him from supplying Chen Xiao. He had pieced together the whole situation. It all boiled down to some grudge between Huangyu Village and Chen Xiao. Knowing Chen Xiao also planned to raise chickens, they bought up all the county's chicks and feed, forbidding him from selling to Chen Xiao, leaving Chen Xiao with no chicks to buy and no feed to use. It was simply a deliberate attempt to sabotage Chen Xiao. But when it came to this sort of thing, 41 trouble from Huangyu Village. But he actually found this kind of thing quite amusing. Because this meant that as the middleman, he could profit even more from their situation. Naturally, he wouldn't say much more. Yellowfish Beach Village, raising chickens too? Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. With just this piece of information, he could roughly deduce the current situation. Looks like the folks in Huangyu Village can't pay back that debt. They're forced to do something about it. I just didn't expect them to raise chickens too. And they even found out I'm raising chickens. Clearly, someone tipped them off about my plans. They figured chicken farming must be profitable, so they want in too. And while they're at it, they'll try to screw me over. And they're not just raising chickens, they're doing both fish and chicken farming. I don't believe they'd pass up fish farming after seeing how much money I made from it before. Oof. Chen Xiao speculated in his mind. But who told them I was planning to raise chickens? At this thought, Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. The only people who know about my chicken farm right now are my wife, the old man, and county party secretary Feng. My wife can barely speak, she couldn't have said anything. And Grandpa's been with me these past few days, he couldn't have said anything either. That leaves only one person. At this realization, Chen Xiao's heart stirred. Looks like Secretary Feng is pretty greedy after all, he wants both. He's trying to have his cake and eat it too. A cold gleam flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes. This county party secretary clearly knew about his feud with Huangyu Village. He also knew full well how unscrupulous the people of Huangyu Village were. Yet he still leaked the details of my chicken farming project to Huangyu Village. All for one reason. He was trying to score political points with Chen Xiao while simultaneously pressuring Huangyu Village whether they could deliver or not. Burdened with such heavy debts, Huangyu Village would naturally resist repayment. But they couldn't avoid it either. They had to find a way to keep doing business as before. Fish farming was naturally their top choice. Yet, with their insatiable greed like a snake trying to swallow an elephant, fish farming alone won't satisfy them. Therefore, they would certainly be interested in what they planned to do next. Though their character was poor, they had great confidence in their business acumen. Whatever they set their minds to, they believed would turn a profit. The county party secretary recognized this very trait, which is why he leaked Chen Xiao's business plans to Huangyu Village. By later standards, this would undoubtedly be considered a leak of trade secrets. As for whether it would bring trouble upon him or cause him hardship? What did his own grievances matter in the face of his political achievements? This was essentially sacrificing his own dignity to bolster the party secretary's achievements. Looks like I'll have to adjust my attitude towards Secretary Feng from now on. Chen Xiao thought to himself. Though he had never trusted Feng's humanity from the start. But seeing Secretary Feng act so underhanded still left him feeling bitterly disappointed. Secretary Feng, since you've chosen to play this game, then we'll have to play this game properly. You want to play both sides? Fine. But if you make me suffer, be prepared to lose everything. You want to prop up Huangyu Village? I'll crush it completely. I'll see just what you can do about it. Chen Xiao thought to himself. His hatred for Huangyu Village remained undiminished. But now, burdened by debts to Xiaogang Village's residents, he had no choice but to focus on his own affairs. Well, that was that. since Secretary Fawn wanted to prop up Huangyu Village to oppose him. Then he'd settle both scores, revenge against Huangyu and building his fortune at once. He'd see if this Huangyu Village could withstand his assault. But now, the people of Huangyu Village actually dared to try to screw me over with the feed issue. Then it's time to have some real fun. From Jin Juanfu's earlier words, Chen Xiao had picked up a clue. Clearly, the first trouble caused by Secretary Fang revealing his business dealings to Huangyu Village had arrived. If Chen Xiao's guess was correct, once Huangyu Village learned he was raising chickens too, they'd definitely try to screw him over with the feed. Chen Xiao didn't believe for a second that Huangyu Village had approached Jin Juanfu just to buy feed and chicks, nothing else. Jin Juanfu had just mentioned Huangyu Village also intends to purchase chicken feed in large quantities. That alone said it all. Typically, when raising chickens, you don't need to buy too much feed at once. It's better to buy just enough for a week or a month at a time. This approach minimizes financial strain. It allows for sufficient reserve funds to handle unexpected situations. Moreover, it allows for adjusting the feed ratio based on the chicken's different growth stages. Chen Xiao didn't believe the villagers of Huangyu knew anything about so-called feed ratios. But she knew Huangyu Village would never willingly shell out that much money to buy such a large quantity of feed all at once. But now, Huangyu Village had still gone ahead with it. There was only one possible explanation. Huangyu Village wanted to leave her with no feed to buy, destroying her chicken farming business. And, if I'm not mistaken, the people of Huangyu Village have likely forced you to sell your feed and chicks exclusively to them, right? After a long pause, Chen Xiao lifted his head, his expression a mix of amusement and skepticism as he looked at Jin Juanfu. Jin Juanfu's expression stiffened. He couldn't help but look at Chen Xiao. He never imagined Chen Xiao's gaze could be so piercing. Through just that brief exchange, she had discerned his private dealings with Huangyu Village. This left him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. What do you intend to do? Chen Xiao observed Jin Juanfu's reaction, his smile deepening as he spoke. Jin Juanfu fell silent for a moment before uttering 4 words, the highest bidder wins. Jin Juanfu fixed Chen Xiao with a piercing stare. Poof. Chen Xiao heard Jin Juanfu's words and sneered inwardly. Back when they were in the fish business together, there was no such thing as the highest bidder wins. As long as it was his business, it always took top priority with Jin Juanfu. But now, Jin Juanfu was telling him it was the highest bidder who got it? There could only be one reason. This Jin Juanfu, seeing that after my arrest, all my income was confiscated and I couldn't even raise fish anymore, he figured I wasn't that important anymore. So while he didn't kick a man when he was down, Jin Juanfu no longer granted him any preferential treatment. It felt like a bit of a case of once you're gone, the tea gets cold. What price did Huangyu Village offer? Chen Xiao had anticipated these developments. After all, they were businessmen, people driven solely by profit. What room was there for sentiment? He couldn't be bothered to waste time and cut straight to the point. 1 dime. Jin Juanfu's eyes flickered as he addressed Chen Xiao. A dime? Are you kidding me? Chen Xiao scoffed immediately. That's the price Huangyu Village is offering. Jin Juanfu's eyes narrowed as he insisted firmly. In reality, Huangyu Village's offer was 9 cents per pound of mixed chicken feed. He agreed. But he saw the bad blood between Chen Xiao and Huangyu Village, so he added one more fin. He intended to leverage his monopoly over the business to squeeze more profit out of Chen Xiao. 42. I'll be waiting for you to come back to me. Chen Xiao shook his head, unwilling to linger. In that case, I'll take my leave today. Chen Xiao wasted no time, standing up and heading toward the exit. Jin Juanfu saw this and instantly panicked, jumping to his feet. Mr. Chen, you know I have an agreement with Huangyu Village. I supply them exclusively with feed. You have to let me make a little money from breaking that contract, right? Jin Juanfu said, unwilling to give in. He knew Chen Xiao was aware of his scheme to fleece him. But he never imagined Chen Xiao would walk out so decisively. Over such a small sum, he just walked out. Didn't Chen Xiao raise chickens too? Didn't he need feed? You've already secured an exclusive supply deal with Huangyu Village. How could I let you be the one to break it? Chen Xiao replied calmly. Then he continued walking toward the exit. You don't want the feed anymore? I know you want to raise chickens on a large scale. But I dare say, in the entire county, only I can secure bulk feed supplies. Jin Juanfu watched Chen Xiao keep walking and grew impatient. He called out again. Mr. Jin. May your business thrive. Chen Xiao merely murmured indifferently. He continued walking toward the exit. You. Jin Juanfu watched Chen Xiao's figure grow increasingly distant. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. He never imagined he'd end up losing more than he gained. Not only had he failed to squeeze more money out of Chen Xiao, but he'd also managed to offend him. But, recalling Chen Xiao's decisive departure, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in resentment. I'm the biggest supplier in the entire county market. I'll be damned if you can find anywhere else to buy such large quantities of chicken feed without dealing with me. When your chickens starve to death for lack of feed, you'll come crawling back to me and then the price won't be a mere dime. Chen Xiao, I'll be waiting for you. Jin Juanfu gritted his teeth, his eyes flickering as he muttered under his breath. Poof. 10 cents? You really think you can rip me off like some foreigner? Chen Xiao, who had just left, couldn't help but sneer coldly. The chicken feed available in the market now wasn't the complete feed of later generations. It was merely a simple mixture of corn, bran, and soybean meal. While it could barely sustain the chickens, its nutritional value was low. Adding other nutrients required purchasing them separately. Therefore, the price per pound of chicken feed in this era was, at most, 6-7 cents. He dared to say that Huangyu Village's quote to Jin Juanfu absolutely wouldn't exceed 8 fun. Yet this Jin Juanfu had the nerve to quote him a full 10 cents. Clearly, he was banking on the fact that Zhang, running a large-scale chicken farm, would inevitably turn to him a middleman to buy feed in bulk. Add to that his own grudge against Huangyu Village. That's why he's ripping me off like this. But I really do need a lot of chicken feed. A standard breed chicken eats about 120 grams of feed per day. 10,000 chickens means 1,200 kilograms daily, that's 1.2 tons. White leghorns consume over 10% less feed than ordinary breeds. One white leghorn eats about 108 grams daily. 10,000 white leghorns would consume 1.08 tons. 1,080 kilograms. 2,160 gene. And that's just daily consumption. I always buy at least a week's worth at a time, meaning a minimum of 8 tons. There are already few suppliers of chicken feed, and those capable of supplying such large quantities at once are even rarer. To buy chicken feed in such bulk quantities, you really need someone like Jin Juanfu. But after crunching the numbers, Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. But even if I need someone like Jin Juanfu, I can't let him rip me off like this. And now that he dares to bring people from Huangyu Village to pressure me, I absolutely cannot back down. This Jin Juanfu really needs a good lesson. Chen Xiao's eyes flashed with determination as he thought this. But as this thought formed, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. A confident smile spread across his face. But as for teaching Jin Juanfu a lesson, I won't need to lift a finger. Huangyu Village will give him a taste of his own medicine. What kind of people live in Huangyu Village? Others may not know, but I certainly do. Huangyu Village buys feed in bulk from Jin Juanfu, that's a hefty sum every single time. Do you think Huangyu Village would be willing to hand over all that money at once? Chen Xiao's smile grew even brighter. Earlier, he had dared to turn and walk away. Besides despising Jin Juanfu for trying to rip him off, he was absolutely certain this feed deal between Jin Juanfu and Huangyu Village wouldn't last. Because he knew exactly what kind of people the villagers of Huangyu were. They'd take advantage whenever they could, and swindle whenever possible. Buying feed in bulk like this required a significant sum of money. Chen Xiao didn't believe Huangyu Village would be willing to fork over all that money at once. When I helped Huangyu Village start fish farming, they made over 50,000 yuan in total. If they want to raise both fish and chickens, the 24,000 yuan investment for fish farming is non-negotiable. That leaves them with less than 30,000 yuan. If they used that 30,000 yuan for chickens, they could only raise about 3,000 birds. If they bite the bullet, dip into their life savings, and scrape together another 30,000 yuan to raise 3,000 more, that'd be 6,000 chickens. 6,000 chickens would consume 1,440 gene of feed daily. Annually, that's 525,600 gene, equivalent to 262 tons. If they want to monopolize the entire county's feed supply, they'd have to buy a year's worth in one go. That's the only way to clear out all the feed in the county for the short term, leaving me with nothing to buy. And with Jin Juanfu's tactics, Huangyu Village won't get any favorable terms from him. The price per gene will probably be just 8 fun. Which means, they'd have to buy 42,048 yuan worth of feed in one go. Never mind whether they're willing to shell out that much cash at once. Even if they were, they're simultaneously raising fish. They'd need to buy fish feed too. Their cash flow demands are even greater. Do they even have enough money? Ha! Chen Xiao's smile grew even broader as he thought this through. He glanced back at the state-run restaurant nearby. Chen Xiao murmured, Jin Juanfu, oh Jin Juanfu. I'm waiting for you to come find me. When that time comes, the price won't be up to you. Chen Xiao's smile grew increasingly confident. Then she shook her head. Forget it. I won't think about him for now. The matter with Jin Juanfu won't be resolved in a day or two. I still need to go buy some feed first. Otherwise, the 10,000 chicks I just bought will starve to death. Even though the county feed store can't consistently supply me with enough feed, they can still scrape together enough for a week. I'll go buy feed first. Chen Xiao thought to himself as he headed toward the county's designated feed supply point. 43. Does muteness affect fertility? Young lady, you and that good-for-nothing Xiao have been married for 2 years now. Why haven't you had a child yet? At that moment, in Xiaogang Village, the mute's wife was sorting vegetables and chatting with the village women here. Unable to speak, the mute wife listened quietly as the others chatted. As the conversation flowed, the topic inevitably turned to her. This made the mute wife pause in surprise. Ha! The mute wife froze for a moment. She pursed her lips, then began gesturing with sign language toward the group, preparing to express something. But... Wait. I forgot you can't speak anymore. Here's what we'll do, we'll ask questions, and you just nod or shake your head, okay? An old woman nearby, watching the mute wife start to sign, quickly called out in exasperation. The mute daughter-in-law nodded quickly. Hey, little girl, don't be so scared. We're not going to eat you. Seeing the mute woman's nervousness, the old woman smiled warmly, reached out, and gently patted her on the shoulder to comfort her. The mute woman finally relaxed a little. The woman then asked, young lady, you and that boy, Xiao, aren't you two having trouble with the bedroom matters? The old woman asked quietly, while several other women nearby pricked up their ears, listening intently. The mute daughter-in-law flushed and shook her head hastily. She knew full well how insatiable Chen Xiao was in that department. Nighttime was a must, and daytime was whenever he could squeeze in. Whenever he had a moment, Chen Xiao wouldn't let her off the hook. How could it be any less? Then, are you using contraception? Don't you want children? Seeing the mute wife's expression, they asked again. The mute wife shook her head hastily again. Chen Xiao never liked any form of contraception. Ha? Neither? Then why haven't you had a child after all this time? Seeing the mute wife's expression, the old woman grew even more puzzled. Could it be that Stinker Xiao has some kind of problem? The old woman couldn't help but ask again. The mute wife shook her head again. Though she hadn't been examined as the one bearing the brunt of his daily advances, she knew full well how potent Chen Xiao was. If even a man as powerful as Chen Xiao had physical issues, then every man in the world would have problems. Then why haven't you had a child after 2 years? What's going on with you two? Could it be you? The old woman grew even more puzzled, blurting out the question instinctively. But before she could finish, she saw the mute wife's face suddenly turn pale. Realizing her mistake instantly, she clamped her mouth shut. The other women nearby shot the gossipy woman a reproachful glance, clearly blaming her for her loose tongue. The mute woman, hearing the old woman's words, was genuinely startled. She couldn't help but feel flustered. Yes. Could it be that after all this time, they still had no child because of her? Could it be my muteness is preventing me from conceiving? The mute wife thought instinctively. She had little education and didn't know if her muteness could affect her fertility. But what if it was? In the past, both she and Chen Xiao were consumed by their careers. Whenever they had a moment to spare, Chen Xiao would take her. They never had time to think much about having children. Now, after hearing the old woman's words, she suddenly felt a bit afraid. What if she really couldn't conceive? The mute wife grew more and more frightened as she thought about it, her eyes flashing with fear. Don't be afraid, little one. It's nothing. Auntie's just talking nonsense, it definitely has nothing to do with you. Just put your mind at ease, understand? The old woman watched the mute daughter-in-law, who seemed lost in thought and grew paler by the moment, her own face filled with self-reproach. She wanted to slap herself twice. Why had she been so talkative? The mute wife lifted her head, forcing a faint smile to assure the old woman she was fine. Little one, you really have nothing to fear. Everything will be fine. Trust me. Grandma looked at the dazed, tear-brimmed eyes of the mute daughter-in-law. Her heart ached as she pulled her into an embrace, offering comfort. The mute wife shook her head, signaling for the old woman to relax. But her pitiful state only made the old woman feel even more heartbroken. Little one, you. The old woman was about to say more. At that very moment. The brat's little wife. Hurry. The chicks are already bought. The brat said everything here is taken care of for you and sent me to find you. A deep, resonant voice echoed from the distance. The women all looked up. They saw Secretary Chen striding purposefully toward them, shouting to the mute woman as he approached. The mute woman's face instantly cleared of worry. A delighted smile instantly spread across her face. She nodded eagerly, wriggled out of the old woman's embrace, and gestured for Secretary Chen to follow her. Secretary Chen glanced at the group of women standing nearby. Alright, you women, stop gossiping. I'm off now. He gave them a parting admonition, then hurried after the mute woman without waiting for their response. Secretary Chen followed the mute woman toward a wooded area outside the village. Why did you build the chicken coop deep in the mountains? Is it even feasible to have it here? As they delved deeper into the woods without spotting any chicken coops, Secretary Chen couldn't help but ask. The mute woman turned back, raising her hand to gesture something. Trying to convey her meaning. Secretary Chen froze in confusion for a moment, then quickly called out, Alright. You don't need to keep gesturing at me, young man's wife, I can't make heads or tails of it. I'll wait until Chen comes back and ask him myself. Secretary Chen quickly interrupted. A flicker of disappointment and self-reproach crossed the mute wife's eyes. She nodded silently and said no more. She continued leading the way. But her heart grew heavier and heavier. Before long, the mute woman led Secretary Chen to a secluded mountain hollow. Upon entering this enclosed mountain hollow, Secretary Chen instantly felt the surrounding mountain winds vanish. Only a faint, thread-like breeze caressed the air. Without that chilly, damp feeling, it actually felt quite comfortable and airy. This is the leeward slope? And such a large open area without any bamboo. What a prime spot. Secretary Chen's eyes lit up instantly, unable to hold back his admiration. The mute wife turned her head upon hearing this, smiling with evident pride. She gestured emphatically, indicating that this plot had been discovered by Chen Xiao. Her eyes nearly overflowed with pride. You two are just alike that brat. No wonder you two ended up together. Though Secretary Chen didn't understand the mute wife's meaning. But seeing her expression, he guessed the gist of it. He couldn't help but chuckle. After speaking, he couldn't help but glance around again. This mountain hollow was surrounded on three sides by hills, forming an inward-facing H shape. The narrow opening served as the entrance and exit, while the wider opening was blocked by a stone wall. Moreover, this mountain hollow was situated on a leeward slope. Though the narrow opening served as the entrance and exit, the wind that blew in wasn't strong. It was just a gentle breeze, very pleasant. More importantly, apart from the stone wall, the two surrounding sides, though steep, were not high enough to block the sunlight. The ground beneath was rocky and hard. And right in the center of this mountain hollow. 44. Finding a concubine for Chen Xiao? A chicken coop, constructed from greenhouse plastic sheeting and bamboo, stood firmly in place. It covered a considerable area, looking like it took up about 2 mu of land. This spot just fixed the entrance at this funnel-shaped opening, and it's a natural chicken coop. With these 3 stone walls blocking the entrance, and a proper door installed, these chickens won't be able to escape even if they tried. How did I never notice this before? Secretary Chen grew more and more fond of the place the longer he looked at it, murmuring his admiration. Then, turning to Chen Xiao's mute wife, who still wore a proud smile, he added, "Alright, you wait here. I'll take the villagers and go retrieve that brat's chicks. The road out of the village has long been blocked by mudslides. Vehicles can't get through. I'll take some people to carry the chicks back. You just wait here." With that, Secretary Chen strode briskly toward the exit. The mute wife wanted to help too. But in the blink of an eye, Secretary Chen was already far away. After much deliberation, she decided to stay put. After watching Secretary Chen walk away, she paused, then entered the shed to inspect it once more for any oversights. This shed was built by her and Chen Xiao just 2 days ago, working themselves to exhaustion. Its entire structure was made of bamboo. It resembled the framework of a vegetable greenhouse. Bamboo was the one thing this place had in abundance. The surrounding hillsides were covered in bamboo. Outside, it's entirely wrapped in a layer of plastic film. Even the floor inside is covered in plastic sheeting. She had once asked Chen Xiao why the floor needed plastic sheeting too. Chen Xiao told her that if the chickens spent less time on the ground, their chances of getting sick would be much lower. He even said something strange like, as long as their feet are off the ground, the virus shuts down, and their smarts take over again. Thinking of this, the mute wife couldn't help but chuckle. Her big eyes crinkled into crescent moons. But her laughter barely lasted 2 breaths before she remembered the old woman's words. She still hadn't conceived Chen Xiao's child, and it was very likely her own fault. The smile vanished from her face. Worry flashed in her eyes once more. But looking at the chicken coop before her, she shook her head, banishing the distracting thoughts. She continued inspecting the coop for any issues. Inside the coop, large wooden boxes resembling drawers were placed on the floor. Neatly arranged, they were used to collect chicken droppings. About 10 centimeters above these boxes, layer upon layer of drawer-like, finely woven bamboo mesh cages were stacked. These were for housing the chickens. Each mesh cage held 2 rows of hollowed-out bamboo halves, used to hold chicken feed in water. Chen Xiao had asked the villagers to make all these items. After the villagers finished making them, he purchased them. It served as a way to supplement their income. The mute wife inspected the greenhouse thoroughly, finding no oversights, and only then relaxed. She returned to the outside of the chicken coop and sat on a nearby stone, waiting for Secretary Chen and the others to bring the chicks. But then, the words spoken by the older women earlier echoed uncontrollably in her mind. The child's problem. Worry and fear washed over her face once more. She and Chen Xiao had been married for 2 years. They hadn't neglected their marital duties. Back in Huangyu Village, Chen Xiao had been busy leading the villagers in fish farming. She too had been busy supporting him. They rarely had time to think about whether they had a child. She hadn't given it much thought. But now, she couldn't help but think about it. Could it be that there really is something wrong with my body? I'm mute. Could this speech impediment be affecting my ability to have children? The mute wife sat there, unable to stop the thoughts swirling in her mind. Her eyes betrayed her panic. She was mute and had little education. Marrying Chen Xiao felt like a blessing from heaven. But as Chen Xiao's wife, her primary duty was to bear him children. She feared that her condition being mute might prevent her from bearing children for Chen Xiao, which would mean she was ruining his life. She didn't know if her muteness would make it impossible for her to conceive, but she was terrified. She felt utterly lost. She sat there quietly, her fear growing with every passing thought. Yet her mind kept racing with uncontrollable thoughts. Wait, yesterday the village auntie mentioned that some families in the city couldn't have children either. The men go out and find mistresses to bear their children, tearing families apart. Suddenly, the mute wife thought of this and her eyes lit up. That's it. If I can't bear children, I'll just find a fertile woman for Xiao. The thought filled the mute wife with excitement. As long as she can bear children for Xiao, I'm willing to let him take a concubine. If she refuses, then I'll be Xiao's concubine and she can be the main wife. As long as she's willing to bear children for Xiao. If that still doesn't work, then I. The mute wife murmured to herself. But as she thought this, her face suddenly paled, and she couldn't bring herself to continue. Could it be, if that woman refused, would she have to leave Chen Xiao? She just couldn't bring herself to do it. After a moment, she couldn't help but shake her head. Forget it. We'll talk about it later. Xiao has so much on her plate right now. I'll help her keep an eye out for someone. Xiao is a college graduate educated. And so capable, he can lead everyone to earn so much money. I absolutely must find Xiao a concubine worthy of him to bear his children. Not like me, mute and unable to bear children. As the mute wife contemplated this, her gaze grew steadily more determined. To the mute wife, Chen Xiao was her entire world. Her admiration for Chen Xiao ran deep in her bones. She had always felt inadequate, believing herself unworthy of Chen Xiao. She constantly pushed herself to do more for him. Yet now, 2 years into their marriage, she still hadn't conceived. This fills her with dread. The greatest thing I can do for Chen Xiao is to bear him children and carry on his family line. But now, I might not even be able to have children, meaning I can't give Chen Xiao a complete family. How heartbroken would Chen Xiao be? And I'm mute. Even if I have no issues and can conceive, what if the child is born mute like me? No way. Whether I can have children or not, I absolutely cannot give birth. Xiao already has a mute wife holding him back. I can't burden him further by giving him a mute child. At this thought, the mute wife's eyes nearly glowed with determination. I must find Xiao a concubine. She must be healthy, prettier than me, and well educated. Healthy means she definitely won't bear any children with problems. Educated means she's smart, and the children she bears will be smart too. More beautiful than me means she has good bloodlines. Xiao is so accomplished, he deserves the most beautiful woman. Right. That's exactly it. The mute wife pursed her lips, her thoughts growing resolute. As the mute wife lost herself in these wild thoughts, time ticked by second. Finally, Secretary Chen's booming voice echoed in from outside the small valley. Hey, kid! Hurry up, we've brought the chicks over. Open the chicken coop. 45, that Jin Juanfu, he'll come looking for me. Good heavens, I'm exhausted. At the village committee office, Chen Xiao downed the water in his cup in one gulp, then let out a long sigh. Of course you're exhausted. If you want to make money, you've got to put in the hard work. How else would you earn this money without enduring hardship? Secretary Chen couldn't help but chuckle at Chen Xiao's appearance, though he too was panting from exhaustion. But Grandpa, we can't just force ourselves to endure without reason. This is over 10 tons of feed. We led the villagers, trekking over mountains and valleys, making 2 trips just to carry it all. Is this sustainable? Sir, this can't go on. To get rich, we must build roads first. Without roads, it's just too inconvenient. We have to build roads. After catching his breath, Chen Xiao couldn't help but speak up. It wasn't that Chen Xiao was complaining. Today, right after getting off the train, he'd rushed back and covered the entire county, plus some surrounding townships and villages. He'd managed to buy 12 tons of chicken feed in scattered purchases. But on his way back, he couldn't access Xiaogang Village because there was no road. The truck made it to the foot of the mountain but couldn't proceed further. Chen Xiao had no choice but to seek help from Secretary Chen. He asked Secretary Chen to rally the villagers to help carry all that chicken feed in. 12 tons of chicken feed. Nearly half the village mobilized to assist Chen Xiao. Even so, it took several trips back and forth to finally carry all 12 tons of chicken feed. Forget about Chen Xiao and Secretary Chen. Now most of the villagers were panting heavily at home, drinking water and resting. And this was only the first delivery, 12 tons. This feed would last them 10 days at most. After 10 days, they'd have to do it all over again. Over the course of a year, raising 10,000 chickens requires over 400 tons of feed. That means nearly 40 trips up and down the mountain. Once or twice, the villagers didn't complain. But 40 times? Even if the people of Xiaogang Village were as kind to Chen Xiao as they would inevitably harbor resentment. That's why Chen Xiao immediately set his sights on building a road. Build a road? With what? With your mouth? Do you have any idea how many people it takes? How long it takes? How much it costs? You just want to build a road. You come up with one crazy idea after another. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, Secretary Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes and retorted directly. Uncle, I recall our village has an existing road leading out, right? It's just fallen into disrepair and can't handle vehicles anymore. Can't we just fix that road? Chen Xiao couldn't help but ask. That road has been abandoned for ages. It was built during the war to transport troops and store grain. After liberation, we still used it. But a few years back, for various reasons, it fell out of use, and no one maintained it anymore. Over the years, landslides and mudslides have completely blocked the entire route. Trying to rebuild and clear it now would be incredibly difficult. Secretary Chen spoke while pulling out his pipe tobacco, gesturing toward Chen Xiao. But uncle, no matter how hard it is, we have to rebuild it. Otherwise, the villagers will face more and more troubles down the road. There will come a day when the villagers won't stand for it anymore. Wouldn't that be letting them down? Chen Xiao clicked his tongue, then spoke up to persuade him. You think we don't want to fix it? We want to fix it too. But the problem is, who's going to do it? How are we going to do it? Where are we going to get the money for the road? There are so many problems. Secretary Chen rolled his eyes as he addressed Chen Xiao. Who's going to fix it? Of course, it's up to all the villagers to pitch in and get it done. As long as we work together, this road is just blocked. Fixing it shouldn't be too hard. As for how to fix it? That's simple. This road fell into disrepair because no one maintained it. Landslides and mudslides pile up, blocking the path. So we just need to clear away the accumulated rocks and mud, right? Our villagers may not handle high-tech stuff, but digging and moving rocks we can manage that, right? As for the cost, it's just clearing an old path. How much could it possibly cost? If need be, I'll cover it myself. I can save some of the loan money for the repairs. That should be enough, right? Chen Xiao took a sip of water. He roughly estimated the road construction costs. You're thinking way too simplistically, kid. Let's not even talk about anything else. Repairing this road will take at least a month or two, won't it? Right now, the villagers are busy tidying up their homes and preparing for the new year. After the new year comes spring plowing season. You want them to spend a month or two mobilizing to clear this road? What about the New Year celebrations? How will they manage spring plowing? Besides, the villagers are busy year-round from spring plowing to autumn harvest, summer irrigation, and winter preparations for the new year. When would they ever have free time? Spring plowing, autumn harvest, watering crops in summer, and winter preparations for the new year, tidying up the house and getting ready for the festivities. They're busy all year round. Where would they possibly find a month or two to fix this road? Secretary Chen stuffed tobacco into his pipe while glancing sideways at Chen Xiao. You're right. Our villagers are the hardest working among all the surrounding villages. They're always busy year-round, never getting a moment's rest. This road is a winding mountain path, stretching over 20 or 30 kilometers. Fully clearing it will indeed take a month or two. That really is a problem. Chen Xiao frowned, feeling a headache coming on. And that's just one part of it. Second, this road isn't just covered in mud. There are wooden stakes and rocks too. The mud and such we can just shovel that away with our spades. But the rocks? Those are massive boulders, some as tall as a person, even taller. The villagers can't possibly move these stones. For these, we'll need explosives. Tell me, where do we get explosives? And even if we had explosives, would you know how to use them? What if you mess up and hurt someone? That would be a huge problem. Secretary Chen lit his pipe, took a satisfying puff. He turned back to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao's frown deepened. He too felt the situation was becoming tricky. Seeing Chen Xiao's furrowed brow and troubled expression, Secretary Chen smiled and shook his head. As for the matter of the required funds, honestly, that's the least of our problems. The village accounts still have some money, more or less. We can definitely afford to buy tools, explosives, and such. But the most critical issues are the first two. The time issue and the technical issue. Both are tough nuts to crack. Secretary Chen puffed on his pipe and sighed deeply. Chen Xiao remained silent, his brow deeply furrowed. This was indeed a major challenge. But building the road was essential. Whether it was his current chicken farm or whatever he might do in the future. The road must be built. The saying to get rich, build roads first wasn't coined for nothing. But the reality is, this road is no easy fix. What can be done? Alright, stop worrying about it. This road won't be built anytime soon. You should be thinking about feed right now. We carried a lot of feed today, but it'll probably only last your chickens 10 days or so. You scoured the entire county today and still had to use 9-cent coins to buy this much. What will we do next time? Keep going around the county collecting feed? Isn't that cost getting too high? Secretary Chen frowned again at this point. Don't worry, old man. This is only temporary. Before long, that Jin Juanfu will come crawling back to me. Then, not only will he offer a lower price, but will also be able to collect more feed. Chen Xiao responded confidently upon hearing Secretary Chen's words. 46. Chen Xiao's fish farming skills are completely inadequate. Didn't you say the villagers of Huangyu had already bought up his feed? And that bunch of schemers in Huangyu Village deliberately made things difficult for you. Can we really rely on someone who abandons principles for profit? Secretary Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at Chen Xiao's words. Rest assured, sir. A man like Jin Juanfu is purely profit-driven. Whoever offers him enough benefits, he'll call that person father. But such individuals are also highly capable. If you can control him effectively, he'll be an extremely useful tool. Chen Xiao smiled as he addressed Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen nodded in understanding. Yet he couldn't help but ask, how can you be certain he'll come back to you? Hasn't he already struck a deal with Huangyu Village? Secretary Chen asked again, his voice tinged with doubt. Because I know Jin Juanfu, and I know the people of Huangyu Village even better. Precisely because I know them, I know they'll never see eye to eye. One only cares about immediate gains, while the other is stingy and unwilling to give. Just you wait and see, old man. It won't be long before Jin Juanfu comes crawling back to me with the feed. I've given him plenty of concessions before, letting him feast until his mouth was watering. Now that he sees I'm in trouble, he's trying to fleece me. Deliberately extorting me. If I don't teach him a lesson that really hurts, he'll think I'm a pushover. Chen Xiao's eyes flashed with determination as he spoke with confidence. A hint of ferocity flickered in his eyes. In this era, anyone who wants to get things done must possess a certain ferocity. Chen Xiao had cultivated this very ferocity over the past 2 years of fish farming. You brat. Secretary Chen looked at Chen Xiao, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Unnoticed, the little rascal who used to steal chickens and dogs all day had grown up. Not only had he married a wife, but he'd also developed both skill and capability. It made him feel like times had truly changed. Alright, old man, I'm off to find a wife. I still haven't met my wife yet. Off I go. Just then, Chen Xiao seemed to remember something. He gave Secretary Chen a quick nod, grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from his desk, and headed for the door. Seeing the sparse few seeds left on the desk, Secretary Chen's mouth twitched. He rolled his eyes and cursed Chen Xiao under his breath. That little brat. I'll make you regret it. What neither Chen Xiao nor Secretary Chen knew was, forget a few days from now. Jin Juanfu was already regretting it. He even harbored thoughts of killing Wen Zhaishan and the people of Huangyu Village. At this moment, Huangyu Village. Yang family's fourth son, are you sure you didn't buy the wrong fish fry? These fry look so much smaller than the ones Chen Xiao bought before. And why is there only one type of fry? I recall Chen Xiao bought several different kinds last time. When Zhaishan stood by the fish pond, watching Yang's fourth son release the fry, he couldn't help but ask. By then, Jin Juanfu had already delivered the purchased fish fry. When Zhaishan and the villagers of Huangyu were watching Yang Jia's fourth son release the fry. But looking at the fry brought back by the second team leader and the fourth son of the Yang family, he couldn't help but ask. Old secretary, rest assured. These fry were personally selected by me and Uncle Air, their top quality. No problem. Hearing Wen Zhaishan's words, both the second team captain and Yang's fourth son exchanged a knowing glance. Yang's fourth son spoke up. Clearly, something fishy was going on. Wen Zhaishan sensed something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. He remained silent. Yang's fourth son pressed on. Besides, when Chen Xiao was raising fish before, I wanted to say something. How can you put so many different types of fish fry in one pond? Grass carp, crushing carp, silver carp, all these different types. How could they possibly thrive together? All these fish eat different feeds, how's that supposed to work? Fish farming is just like farming crops. Old secretary, would you plant wheat in a rice paddy? Same principle. Fish farming needs to be clean and focused, that's how you raise them well. If that Chen Xiao hadn't thrown in all those random fish fry before, we'd have made way more money. Old secretary, just you wait and see. This time, we'll make even more money than that Chen Xiao guy claimed. Yang's fourth son was a young lad. It was his first time managing such a big operation, and he was incredibly excited. He stood there, beaming with pride, making a solemn pledge. That does make sense. When Zhaishan listened to Yang Jiasiwa's words, pondered for a moment, and finally felt reassured. Indeed. Can rice and wheat be planted together? That's definitely impossible. But then, he gazed at the pristine surface of the fish pond and couldn't help but add, but Yang's fourth son, I recall when Chen Xiao was raising fish before, he went to great lengths bringing in all sorts of machinery. And procuring all kinds of chemicals. He spent a fortune on it. Why didn't you get that machinery and medicine? Can you really manage without them? When Zhaishan couldn't help but ask again. Old secretary. Fish farming is a simple thing, don't overcomplicate it. That Chen Xiao fellow before, I think he was just making a big deal out of nothing. He was using all that machine and medicine stuff as an excuse to swindle us out of our money. Old secretary, our ancestors raised fish too. Did they need to feed them medicine back then? Of course not. Did they need machines? Probably not. So you see, that Chen Xiao made fish farming sound like some big deal, but honestly, it was useless, just a scheme to rip us off. Old secretary, just look at the costs this time, we saved thousands of yuan. That means Chen Xiao must have swindled us out of at least a few thousand yuan before. That Chen Xiao is a real crook. Yang Jiasiwa poured the entire bucket of fish fry into the pond while addressing Wen Zhaishan. Seems like he's got a point. Wen Zhaishan smacked his lips thoughtfully. He realized Yang's fourth son had a point. He said no more. Alright, old secretary, I'll go feed the fry now. Don't worry. You know very well that my Yang family has been raising fish for generations. Don't think I don't know a thing about fish farming. It was only because Chen Xiao dared to take initiative that I held my tongue before. When it comes to fish farming skills, ours is a family legacy. Could that Chen Xiao ever compare to us? Yang's fourth son finished releasing the fry. He also carried several bags of feed one by one onto the wooden boat. He spoke to Wen Zhaishan as he worked. The 30 acres of fish ponds at Huangyu Beach were all connected. The largest one was like a vast lake. Whether it was feeding the fish or releasing the fry, everything had to be done by boat. Alright. Yang's fourth son, I'm entrusting these fish ponds to you. If anything goes wrong later, I'll hold you accountable. Hearing Yang Laoxi's words, the old party secretary glared at him and gave him a stern scolding. Then he turned and strode toward the shore. Jin Juanfu was still waiting here with a truck. Old-timer, how's it going? Did I let you down with these fish fry and feed? The quantity's all right, right? Jin Juanfu leaned against the truck, watching Wen Zhaishan approach, and stepped forward to ask. 47, Wen Zhaishan's calculations. No problem. You've done a fine job, kid. Wen Zhaishan shook out the coat draped over his shoulders. He gave Jin Juanfu an appreciative look. That's good. That's good. Thank you for your kind words, senior. By the way, senior, the first batch of 2,000 chicks has already been delivered. You just counted them yourself, and the numbers match perfectly, correct? Jin Juanfu's smile broadened as he listened to Wen Zhaishan's words. No problem. But those chicks don't look very lively, do they? Wen Zhaishan nodded in agreement, then furrowed his brow and asked. Senior, you must understand. To find these chicks, we drove all over the county, searching village by village. We barely managed to gather 2,000 chicks and rushed them over to you. The chicks might be lethargic from all the jostling in the truck. Feed them for a few days, and they should recover. Jin Juanfu's eyes flickered as he addressed Wen Zhaishan. Alright. That should be fine. Wen Zhaishan listened to Jin Juanfu's words and felt a slight sense of relief. Phew. Jin Juanfu watched Wen Zhaishan's expression and breathed a sigh of relief himself. In truth, Kim Junbok had deliberately selected some chicks of inferior quality purely to retaliate against Wen Zhaishan for driving down his prices earlier. Seeing Moon Jae-shan's foolish expression now, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Yet his expression remained impassive. In that case, senior, shall we settle the payment for the fish fry and these chicks? Kim Junbok immediately addressed Moon Jae-shan again. Oh? How much? Moon Jae-san raised an eyebrow at Kim Junbok's words and inquired. Senior, as we agreed earlier, I'll charge you 1 dime per fish fry. That's a total of 30,000 fry. That comes to 3,000 yuan. And the chicks? Also 10 cents each. 2,000 in total. I'll give you 200 yuan for that. Chicklings and fry together come to 3,200 yuan. Plus the follow-up chicken feed and fish feed should arrive tomorrow. You're ordering a large quantity. The first batch totals 100 tons. At the agreed price of 80 cents per pound for chicken feed, 50 tons comes to 8,000 yuan. Fish feed is priced at 137 yuan per ton. 50 tons comes to 6,850 yuan. The total cost for tomorrow's first batch of feed is 14,850 yuan. Add the chicks and fish fry, and it comes to 18,050 yuan. However, since the feed hasn't been delivered yet, you don't need to pay the full 18,050 yuan right now. Just pay me 8,050 yuan for the fish fry and a partial deposit for the feed. The rest can be settled tomorrow when I deliver the feed. Jin Juanfu immediately began calculating the figures as he spoke to Wen Zhaishan, a smile spreading across his face. The work was done. And finally, it was time to collect payment. Once Wen Zhaishan settled the bill, he wouldn't just be able to clear his debts with the other merchants, but he'd also make a hefty profit. From this single deal alone, he stood to pocket at least 4,700 yuan. Absolutely outrageous profits. But the next moment. What? Over 18,000 yuan? How could it be that much? But when Wen Zhaishan heard Jin Juanfu's words, he froze in place, instinctively blurting out. His eyes widened in shock. Kim Junbok, hearing Wen Zhaishan's words, furrowed his brow. Senior, this price we agreed on it. Whether it's feed, chicks, or fish fry, I haven't overcharged you at all. And all you need to pay now is an 8,050 yuan deposit. The rest can be settled tomorrow once all the feed is delivered. Just top up 10,000 yuan then. The remaining 2 batches of chicks and 2 batches of feed will be settled the same way. Pay after delivery. Jin Juanfu observed Wen Zhaishan's demeanor. A sense of unease began to creep into his mind. He began explaining the accounts to Wen Zhaishan in detail. Wait. How could it be so much? I don't think we bought that much stuff. How could it cost so much? Xiao Jin, you're not pulling the wool over this old man's eyes, are you? Wen Zhaishan still couldn't accept it. His brow furrowed into a deep frown. While he certainly had enough money, spending such a large sum all at once still made him uneasy. He was reluctant to part with it. Senior, this price was agreed upon by both parties, it's clearly stated. The records are all right here. I haven't overcharged you by a single penny. Jin Juanfu frowned and emphasized once more. When Zhaishan glanced up at Jin Juanfu, pursing his lips, he still wasn't willing to hand over such a large sum at once. After a moment's thought, he suggested, well, Comrade Jin, how about this? You still haven't delivered the remaining 4,000 chicks, and that first batch of feed hasn't arrived yet either, right? How about this? Once you deliver both the chicks and the feed, we'll settle everything together. What do you say? When Zhaishan addressed Kim Jun-bak. At these words, Kim Jun-bak's expression abruptly darkened. Senior, we absolutely cannot proceed this way. If you insist on this, you'll lose all credibility. I've delivered all the goods to you, yet you refuse to pay? That's not right. Kim Jun-bak's frown deepened. He shot Wen Zhaishan a look laced with veiled threats. Young man, how dare you speak to me like that? How am I losing credibility? Are you implying I'd skimp on paying you such a small amount? I'm just saying you haven't even delivered the feed yet, and you want me to pay you up front. What if I pay and you disappear? Hearing Jin Juanfu's words, Wen Zhaishan grew displeased. He glared back and retorted. Even if the feed you mentioned hasn't arrived yet, and you're worried I'll run off without paying the deposit, the chicks and fish fry have already been delivered. You have to pay for those chicks and fry, right? Hearing Wen Zhaishan's words, Jin Juanfu's expression darkened further. He spoke again. That makes even less sense. It's true you've delivered the chicks and fry now. But without feed, how are we supposed to raise them? What if I pay you now, and you turn around and break our agreement, selling the chicken feed and fish feed to someone else? Wouldn't that ruin our entire plan? When Zhaishan continued to argue with Kim Jun-bak, his voice full of conviction. You! Kim Jun-bak's face flushed crimson with rage at Wen Zhaishan's twisted logic. His eyes narrowed menacingly as he fixed his gaze on Wen Zhaishan. As if he might strike at any moment. Not far away, the villagers of Huangyu had clearly noticed the commotion. Each of them watched Kim Jun-bak warily. Should Jin Juanfu dare make a move, they would surely swarm him. Little Jin, don't worry. The feed money is the real bulk of the debt. Once you deliver the feed, we'll settle this account together. Wouldn't that make everyone happy? What? You don't think I'd run away, do you? The fry are already in the pond, do you really think I could scoop them out and run away with them? When Zhaishan couldn't help but smile smugly at Jin Juanfu's expression. Adopting an air of superiority born of age, he addressed Kim Jun-bak. 48, oh no, old party secretary. Chen Xiao bought the chicks. Damn it. Hunting geese all these years, and now I've been blinded by one. Walking by the river all the time, and now my shoes are finally wet. Jin Juanfu watched Wen Zhaishan's expression and nearly exploded with rage. He'd been dazzled by the big business deal this Wen Zhaishan had brought earlier. He'd completely forgotten about the character of this Wen Zhaishan, a villager from Huangyu Village. Now that he thought about it, Chen Xiao had led this group to prosperity, yet they turned around and reported him. Such ungrateful scum were certainly not reliable partners. And I even ended up alienating Chen Xiao for their sake. Regret. I truly regret it. Jin Juanfu struggled to suppress the rage boiling within him. His gaze flickered towards several farmers nearby, their eyes fixed intently on him. He forced himself to remain patient. Elder, this simply won't do. Just as you worry I might run away, I worry about you too. Now I've delivered all the fish fry and chicks to you, yet you still refuse to pay me. Then tomorrow, when I bring the feed to your village, you still refuse to pay me. What am I supposed to do? I'm just one person, I can't take on your entire village, right? Jin Juanfu narrowed his eyes, trying to keep his tone as calm as possible. Look at the way you talk. Comrade Xiao Jin, would the people of Huangyu Village ever do such a thing? I promise you, as long as you deliver the goods tomorrow, we'll settle your account without fail. Fair trade, right? Besides, this first batch of feed you've delivered is just the beginning. This feed will only last these chickens and fish for a little over 2 months. We'll need to keep buying feed from you then. This is a long-term business we're building. Do you really think we try to rip you off? Wen Zhaishan spoke bluntly to Jin Juanfu. Kim Jun-bak watched as Wen Zhaishan stubbornly refused to pay, his expression darkening like storm clouds gathering. A bad feeling grew stronger in his heart. Especially when he heard Wen Zhaishan mention continuing a long-term business relationship? Ha! He wasn't stupid. How could he fall into the same trap twice? After wrapping up this deal, he would sever all ties with this Huangyu Village. Not only had he alienated Chen Xiao over this deal, now even settling the accounts was turning out to be such a sour experience. These people are worlds apart from Chen Xiao. Working with Chen Xiao is still the most comfortable. Jin Juanfu thought to himself, feeling thoroughly frustrated. But seeing Wen Zhaishan gloating right now, he felt utterly powerless. Half the job was already done. He was already in too deep. He had no choice but to accept it. He could only hope that when the feed arrived tomorrow, Wen Xiaoshan would actually settle the account with him once and for all. Otherwise, it would truly be a case of losing more than he gained. Kim Jun-sang thought about this, narrowed his eyes and said to Wen Xiaoshan, "Then I'll grant you this favor, old master. Once you arrive tomorrow, settle the entire 18,050 yuan in one go. I hope the senior doesn't go back on his word." Kim Jun-bok glared at Wen Xiaoshan with a dark expression as he spoke. His tone carried a distinct hint of threat. "Fine. No problem. Once the goods arrive tomorrow, I'll settle the payment." Upon hearing this, Wen Xiaoshan's face broke into a smile. With a seemingly magnanimous wave of his hand, he addressed Wen Xiaoshan. "Alright, old-timer, I'll be on my way then." Kim Jun-bok wasted no time. With one final word, he turned and got into the car. He departed with his driver. "What a little punk. What's he trying to pull in front of me? Now he's got to play nice with me, huh?" Watching Kim Jun-bok drive away with his men, Wen Xiaoshan smirked triumphantly once more, muttering a vicious curse under his breath. But then, he recalled the bill Kim Jun-bok had just presented, and his expression darkened again. But 18,050? How could it be so much? And that's just the first batch of feed. The fish feed will be sufficient with just one more batch. But we'll need several more batches of chicken feed later. One batch costs this much already. And there are several more batches to come. How much will that cost? Wen Xiaoshan cringed as he counted on his fingers. He had originally planned to settle the bill today. But upon hearing such a large sum he'd have to hand over, he couldn't bring himself to part with it. That's why all this trouble had erupted. This amount is truly excessive. Once Kim Jun-bok delivers the feed tomorrow, I'll have to renegotiate the price with him. This much money? That's just ripping people off. We absolutely must renegotiate this price. After pondering for a moment, Wen Xiaoshan's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but speak up again. While pondering what price to negotiate tomorrow, he headed toward the village committee office. But just then, a frantic figure dashed into the village from outside. The figure dashed toward Wen Xiaoshan without hesitation. While running, he shouted frantically, "Old secretary! Old secretary! It's bad. That Chen Xiao, no one knows where he got those chicks. He's already sent them to Xiaogang Village." The one running toward Wen Xiaoshan was a gaunt young man. His words caused Wen Xiaoshan's expression to shift repeatedly. "Son's second son. Say that again. What's wrong with Chen Xiao?" Wen Xiaoshan abruptly stepped forward 2 paces. His face darkened as he demanded answers from Sun's second son. "Old secretary, that Chen Xiao brought in a large batch of chicks and has already delivered them to Xiaogang Village." Sun's second son gasped out to Wen Xiaoshan. "Son Erwa, are you absolutely certain you didn't miscount?" Wen Xiaoshan's expression darkened further. Why had he gone to Jin Juanfu to buy so many chicks in the first place? Wasn't it to monopolize the entire county's chicks, leaving Chen Xiao with none to raise? But now, where had Chen Xiao's chicks come from? "Village chief, I'm certain I didn't misread it. That Xiaojiang Village secretary Chen Youfu personally drove a truck all the way to the entrance of Xiaojiang Village and stopped there. After Chen Youfu left, I snuck up to take a look. The truck was loaded with chicks. And these chicks were different from ours, they were white. No idea what breed they were." Sun Jia's second son swallowed hard, speaking with solemn conviction. How could this happen? Wen Xiaoshan's face darkened like storm clouds. Gritting his teeth, his voice barely escaped through clenched jaws. He never expected this. He'd gone to such lengths to ensure Chen Xiao had no chickens to raise, yet Chen Xiao still managed to get his hands on chicks. Where the hell did these chicks come from? How many chicks do you think are in there? Wen Xiaoshan pondered for a long moment, unable to figure it out, and asked again. "I'd say 8 or 9,000. They're chirping and clucking like crazy." Sun Jia's second son thought for a moment before declaring with conviction. "That's impossible." But no sooner had Sun's second son finished speaking than Wen Xiaoshan blurted out. 49, that Chen Xiao is nothing but all show. 8 or 9,000? That's more than we have. He already borrowed every last penny from Xiaojiang Village. He probably can't even scrape together 10,000 yuan. 8 or 9,000 chickens? How could he raise them? Where would he get the money? You must have miscounted. Wen Xiaoshan's face was as dark as storm clouds, yet he spoke with unwavering certainty. "Old secretary, I couldn't possibly be mistaken. While the driver was taking a leak, I got into the car and counted the plates. I didn't finish counting, but based on what I saw, there had to be at least 70 or 80 trays. And each tray was packed with chicks, at least 100 chicks per tray. 100 chicks per tray, 70 or 80 trays, that's at least 7 or 8,000 chicks, right?" Sun's second son explained anxiously. "Are you telling the truth?" Hearing Sun Erwa speak with such conviction, Wen Xiaoshan couldn't help but believe him. Though unreliable in other matters, Sun's second son wouldn't lie about something like this. Damn it! How does this Chen Xiao get such good luck? Where did he get those chicks? Didn't Jin Juanfu say all the chicks in our county were bought up by him to sell to us? That Jin Juanfu. How could he be so careless? When Xiaogan's expression darkened completely. He had assumed that by buying up all the county's chicks, Chen Xiao would be helpless, forced to just watch helplessly. Now Chen Xiao would have to watch them profit from his very own money-making scheme. Huangyu Village would finally get its revenge. This was the price Chen Xiao would pay for betraying Huangyu Village. But he never imagined his very first scheme had come to nothing. Chen Xiao had somehow procured chicks 7 or 8,000 of them, no less. More than the entire village planned to raise. This was simply... Wait. Suddenly, when Xiaogang seemed to grasp something, his eyes narrowing slightly. Right. 7 or 8,000 chicks. Chen Xiao and Xiaogang Village barely had any money to begin with. Where did he get the funds to raise so many chicks? Wen Zishan's gaze flickered slightly at this thought. Exactly. And 7 or 8,000 chicks would need more feed than even we do. We feed 6,000 chickens, and that's nearly 270 tons of feed a year. At 8 cents per pound, that's over 42,000 yuan. Even our Huangyu village had to pool over 20,000 yuan from the villagers just to afford raising these 6,000 chickens. Xiaogang Village was already drained dry by Chen Xiao's loans. How much could they possibly scrape together now? Probably not even 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan for 8,000 chickens? Chen Xiao probably can't even afford the feed. Ha, and he's a college graduate. All show and no substance. Looks like Yang Jiasiwa was right after all. Chen Xiao has no real skills. The only time he made us money raising fish was pure luck. This chicken venture? Chen Xiao is bound to take a huge tumble. When Zishan ran the numbers in his head, the more he calculated, the brighter his prospects seemed. A cold smile lingered on his face. Besides, even if he got those chicks from who knows where, he'll still have to buy feed from the county, right? Earlier, I had Jin Juanfu sell all the chicken feed in the county to our Huangyu Village. Jin Juanfu can deliver it tomorrow. Chen Xiao, I'll be damned if I don't see how you're going to raise those 7 or 8,000 chickens without any feed. Then when Zishan remembered the feed issue, a smug look spread across his face. He was thoroughly pleased with his own foresight. If he hadn't specifically negotiated an exclusive chicken feed deal with Jin Juanfu, how could they have dug such a deep hole for Chen Xiao? Finally, a smirk curled the corners of Wen Zishan's mouth as he murmured smugly. Chen Xiao, oh Chen Xiao. Without chicken feed, just wait until your chicks starve to death, I'll see how you handle that. Honey, how's it going? Have you fed the chickens yet? First, he had to travel to another province to buy the chicks. Then, he had to escort them all the way back, scouring the entire county to gather feed bit by bit. Chen Xiao was exhausted after 2 full days of this. Yesterday, he arrived at the chicken coop and briefed his mute wife on the chicken raising tasks. He simply couldn't take it anymore and headed back to rest. After a good night's sleep, early the next morning, he arrived at the chicken coop. He saw his mute wife inside the coop, adding water to the chicks. Watching his wife's graceful silhouette, Chen Xiao's lips curved upward. As he approached, he asked, The mute wife instantly turned around with a look of surprise and delight. She saw Chen Xiao approaching, looking refreshed and energetic. Her large eyes instantly narrowed into crescent moons. She quickly set down the long-spouted watering can she'd been using to water the chickens. Her hands began gesturing rapidly. Xiao, you're here. I've already fed the chickens once. Now I'm giving them water mixed with glucose and vitamins, just like you said. The mute wife beamed at Chen Xiao. Good girl, you're doing a great job. Hearing this, Chen Xiao's smile grew even broader. He instinctively pulled the mute wife into his arms and gave her a firm pat on the butt. The mute wife's fair little face flushed red, but she didn't resist. Instead, her large eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she beamed at Chen Xiao. Xiao likes big butts. When finding a concubine for Xiao, she must have a big butt too. But in his heart, he was secretly scheming. Wait. Silly wife, why do you look so exhausted? Suddenly, Chen Xiao keenly noticed the lingering weariness on his wife's face. His brows instantly furrowed as he asked. The mute wife hurriedly gestured with her hands, trying to say something. Chen Xiao ignored her. Instead, he gently pushed her aside to examine her condition. After a careful inspection, he noticed she hadn't changed her clothes and that dried mud clung to her cloth shoes. His expression darkened instantly. Tell me, did you not go back to sleep last night? Chen Xiao wrapped his arm around her waist, his gaze stern and unyielding. Startled by Chen Xiao's gaze, the mute wife looked at him wide-eyed. Her hands hesitated, forming signs. I slept in the chicken coop last night. The mute wife gazed at Chen Xiao as she gestured. Smack! But the next moment, her plump little bottom got a slap. Stop lying. Tell me, did you stay up all night watching over the chicks? Chen Xiao's voice remained stern. The mute wife was scared stiff, cowering like a quail, unable to utter a word. Her large eyes stared wide at Chen Xiao, filled with anxiety and fear. Oh, you! Chen Xiao sighed at the pitiful sight of his mute wife. You really need to take better care of yourself. You're my wife. If you wear yourself out, it'll be like taking my life away. Chen Xiao couldn't bear to scold his foolish daughter-in-law any longer. He pulled her tightly into his embrace and spoke. The mute daughter-in-law struggled to raise her hand, gesturing a simple message. I can do it. It's okay. The mute wife said. 50. The system's true power. Even if you can handle it, you shouldn't do it this way. You've already stayed up all night here. Last night, you went out of your way to wash my feet and do my laundry. This morning, you went back again to cook for me. Even an iron body couldn't handle this. You silly girl. You absolutely mustn't do this anymore, understand? Now, go back to bed and get some rest. Don't come back without my permission. Chen Xiao looked at his mute wife with heartache, his voice stern as he gave her strict instructions. After waking up this morning, he felt his clothes being removed and his feet washed clean. When he stepped outside, he saw freshly laundered clothes hanging to dry and a prepared breakfast waiting for him. Chen Xiao had assumed it was his mute wife who had finished her chores in the chicken coop after he fell asleep last night, then returned to prepare everything. After finishing, they'd gone to sleep together, and she'd gotten up early this morning to make breakfast before heading to the chicken coop. Little did he know, his silly wife hadn't slept at all that night. She'd been tending to him and keeping watch over the chicken coop. How could that be right? The mute wife grew flustered upon hearing Chen Xiao's words. Her sign language gestures flew like spinning wheels. She urgently gestured toward Chen Xiao. Xiao, it won't work. You said so yesterday. These chicks have already been acclimated, but the long-distance transport has caused some stress. They need meticulous care. Otherwise, they could die off in large numbers. Xiao, you borrowed so much money to raise these chickens. If something happens to them, we're finished. Xiao, please let me stay here. I can definitely take good care of these chicks. After finishing the sign language, the mute wife stared at Chen Xiao with wide, anxious eyes. Slap. I said no means no. You need to go back to bed. I'm here. Don't you trust me? Chen Xiao gave her little bottom another sharp smack. He declared in a very domineering tone. The mute wife refused to budge, rapidly gesturing with sign language. Xiao, this work is too dirty. Feeding the feed, giving them water. And worst of all, cleaning chicken droppings. Chicken droppings are disgusting. You're a college graduate, an educated person, how could you do such work? The mute wife stubbornly conveyed her meaning to Chen Xiao. Slap. Why can't I do it? Raising chickens was my idea in the first place. How to raise them on a large scale was also my idea. How could I not do it? Anyway, no matter what you say, you're going back to bed right now. Otherwise, I'll really get angry. Chen Xiao delivered a sharp slap to his wife's little bottom as he spoke. Ugh. The mute wife watched Chen Xiao, who genuinely looked angry. A flicker of fear crossed her big eyes. Finally, she obediently nodded. Reluctantly climbing out of Chen Xiao's embrace, she walked toward the chicken coop exit, glancing back every few steps. That silly girl, she doesn't take care of herself at all. Watching the mute daughter-in-law finally return to rest, Chen Xiao exhaled in relief. He murmured with concern. Alright, now it's my turn to work. The mute daughter-in-law had left. Chen Xiao stretched his arms, picked up the long-spouted kettle the mute wife had just used, and began refilling water for the chicks that hadn't been watered yet. Ding! Host detected engaging in animal husbandry. Activating animal husbandry skill. Current skill progress, animal husbandry LV1, 50-10,000. However, just as Chen Xiao finished watering one cage of chicks, a sudden system notification echoed in his mind. This left Chen Xiao stunned. This system can actually upgrade skills? Wasn't it supposed to give rewards for completing tasks? Chen Xiao was dumbfounded. He had assumed this system was just a standard task completion reward system. But now, this suddenly awakened animal husbandry skill left him utterly baffled. But before he could dwell on it, the next moment, buzz. Suddenly, waves of information surged into his mind once more. This is... Chen Xiao froze in shock once more. The next moment, he quickly closed his eyes to absorb the flood of information. Moments later, he opened his eyes, feeling utterly astonished. This is actually knowledge on raising various animals? Previously, thanks to the chicken raising knowledge rewarded by the system, he had become well versed in chicken breeds, habits, feed requirements, and so on. But that knowledge was merely data. Now, it was solid, hands-on experience. At this moment, Chen Xiao resembled an experienced herder, intimately familiar with the habits and conditions of all animals. With just a glance, he could tell exactly what state the animals were in. Whether they were thirsty, hungry, or sick. He could tell them all. And just then, ding! Congratulations, host. You've awakened your first life skill. Received an additional reward. Private space infinite size. Keep up the good work, host. Strive for a perfect life. Suddenly, another notification sounded. Swish. In an instant, Chen Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. If his countless years of farming experience had already left him feeling utterly astonished before, then now, this private space ability, truly god tier, had genuinely startled him. This system. Could it be not just a simple life-oriented system? Chen Xiao swallowed hard, unable to stop himself from muttering. He had assumed the system's greatest capability would be limited to providing him with knowledge-based assistance. But now, with the emergence of the private space ability, he felt utterly bewildered. Forget it. Who cares what kind of system this really is? As long as it can help me give my silly wife a better life and give the villagers of Xiaogang Village a better life. As long as it supports me in transforming Xiaogang Village into the nation's scratch that. The world's premier village, that's all that matters. Moments later, Chen Xiao swept away the distracting thoughts in his mind and murmured to himself. This time, he knew he had been reborn to atone for his sins and to repay his debts of gratitude. To Xiaogang Village, which had given him life, and to his mute wife, who had given him a second chance at life. As long as they could be happy, he was willing to do anything. But now it's all good. I was still fretting about how inconvenient it was that Xiaogang Village had no road access. It made transporting feed a nightmare, and selling eggs outside the village after the chickens laid them was a real headache. After all, 10 or 20 tons of feed could still be managed by manual labor. But raising 10,000 chickens requires over 400 tons of feed. Asking the villagers to carry that would be too much for them. Hiring labor would be far too costly. Now, with this private space and an infinitely large one at that, no matter how much feed I buy, I can move it all effortlessly by myself. Chen Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. If the old herder's livestock expertise had previously felt like merely icing on the cake, now, this private space truly felt like a transformation from mortal to god. Moreover, with the capabilities of this private space, I can accomplish so much more. 51. Jin Juanfu's regret. Take the simplest example, if I use this private space ability for smuggling, within a month, I could become a 10,000 yuan household. In fact, I could become a billionaire in no time. In this era, being a billionaire is like being a certain cloud in the future. And with this ability, I'd never have to worry about getting caught. It's pure profit. But it's illegal, after all. Since I can make money through legitimate channels, why would I do something illegal? So there's simply no need to do it. Chen Xiao wore a smile on his face. Countless ideas erupted wildly in his mind. The ability to create private space brought him immense excitement. It opened up new horizons for him. Forget it. No point dwelling on all this nonsense. Let's take it one step at a time. Right now, the biggest use for this private space is probably solving the feed problem. Chen Xiao shook his head, temporarily clearing his mind of those wild, unfocused thoughts. Focus on the most pressing issue at hand. Why did we have to buy feed from the county before? Because transportation costs were too high in this era. Buying from the county allowed us to minimize shipping costs. All things considered, including shipping, the cost per pound of feed could be as low as 6 cents or even less. But if we bought feed from the city, the feed itself might be cheaper. However, transporting it would push the price up to 9 fun, or even a full 10 fun. That's why I had no choice but to rely on Jin Juanfu's feed channels for large-scale supply. I even had to resort to tricks to force Jin Juanfu to come to me for cooperation. But now it's different. With this private space ability, I can even buy feed from other provinces with ease. I can completely break free from relying on Jin Juanfu's feed supply channels. Chen Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. At this moment, he finally didn't have to exhaust himself scheming against this person or that. With the private space ability, he now possessed the capital to break through any obstacle. All his worries vanished. Kim Jun Bak. Moon Jae San. Huangyu Tan Village. Secretary Feng. Now we can really have some fun. Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly once more. Previously, he'd been preoccupied with raising chickens to repay the villagers' debts. He'd approached everything with extreme caution, afraid of making any mistakes. He dared not take any action against Huangyu Village. Even though his hatred for Huangyu Village ran deep, he dared not act. He dreaded the thought of his chicken-raising business being ruined by any messy complications. Now, though. Alright. Things must be done step by step. For now, let's just keep watering the chickens. Raising chickens is the real business at hand. Though I wonder how this animal husbandry skill proficiency actually increases. A moment later. Chen Xiao shook his head, temporarily clearing his mind of distractions, and resumed carrying the water jug. He began refilling the water for the chicks. As Chen Xiao kept adding water to the chicks. The next moment. Ding! Host detected performing animal husbandry. Animal husbandry skill proficiency plus 50. Animal husbandry LV1, 110,000. Damn it! These bastards. Who'd have thought Jin Juanfu, who's been hunting geese for years, would end up getting pecked blind by one? These damn bastards, they're driving me crazy. In the county town. Jin Juanfu was at the state-run restaurant he frequented. He growled under his breath. His eyes were bloodshot, consumed by rage. Every time he recalled Wen Zhaishan's shameless, smug expression from yesterday, he gnashed his teeth in fury. Huangyu Village was an unfamiliar partner. He had anticipated potential issues when doing business with Huangyu Village. But he never imagined it would be this kind of problem. He never imagined the people of Huangyu Village could be so shameless. Fair trade cash on delivery. He had delivered the goods, yet Huangyu Village refused to pay. Such people had existed before, but those who dared play such tricks on him back then were now nowhere to be found, not even their bodies. Yet he never imagined that someone would try to pull this kind of trick on him again. And he couldn't do a thing about it. This is driving him absolutely mad. Damn it! I should have stuck with Chen Xiao's chicken feed business. Even if Chen Xiao doesn't have much money now, and his chickens might not outnumber those in Huangyu Village, at least he knew the rules. He paid up clean and quick. Those damn bastards from Huangyu Village, daring to mess with this young master. Damn it! He regretted it. Jin Juanfu truly felt regret. After learning Chen Xiao's identity, he discovered Chen Xiao had just been released from detention. All his assets had been confiscated. He figured that with Chen Xiao's money confiscated, he'd have no capital left. He couldn't pull off any major deals. He underestimated Chen Xiao a bit. But the business opportunities Huangyu Village offered him made his blood boil, momentarily clouding his judgment. He sided with the people of Huangyu Village. This move angered Chen Xiao. But he never imagined that by siding with Huangyu Village, he would offend Chen Xiao. The villagers of Huangyu, however, treated him like a fool. Their conduct was utterly unprofessional. Cash on delivery is the industry standard. But what about the people from Huangyu Village? They supplied the goods, yet Huangyu Village refused to settle the bill. Not only did they break the rules, but since it's on their turf, he can't do anything about it. This truly left him at a loss for what to do. I've got lard for brains. I'm just a complete fool. If I'd done the chicken feed deal with Chen Xiao, even if it was a smaller operation, I'd probably have the profits in my hands by now. But now, not only have I failed to make any money, I'm also thousands of yuan in debt to the fish fry seller. Damn it, when have I ever done business like this? Jin Juanfu gritted his teeth and continued cursing. His regret growing deeper by the moment. And it's not just the fish fry money. Now I owe for 50 tons of chicken feed and 50 tons of fish feed too. If I deliver these to Huangyu Village today and that old bastard still won't pay up, then I'll really be losing more than I gain. Forget making money, I'll probably have to pour every penny I've earned these years back into this business. Those bastards. The thought of potentially going bankrupt over this deal. Jin Juanfu couldn't help but curse again. After another moment of silence, a loud shout suddenly came from outside the door. Brother Fu, I'm back. Jin Juanfu heard the sound of heavy breathing coming from outside. He snapped his head up. He saw a gaunt figure sprinting into the state-run restaurant. He called out loudly to Jin Juanfu, Little Lu. You're back? How'd it go? Did you find out what I asked you to? Jin Juanfu's eyes lit up instantly. He turned to ask Little Lu. Brother Fu, don't worry. The matter you asked me to look into has been taken care of. Xiao Liuzi responded to Jin Juanfu with a gasp, catching his breath. Then, his mouth parched, he grabbed a nearby water cup and gulped it down in one go. Only then did he continue. Brother Fu, I found out that Chen Xiao really is raising chickens, and in no small numbers. Xiao Liuzi said, panting after finishing his water. 52, is Wen Zhaishan not planning to settle the bill again? Oh? He's really raising chickens? What's his situation now? Has he bought the chicks? What about the feed? Jin Juanfu's eyes flashed with sharp interest at Xiao Liuzi's words, and he pressed for details. As he asked, he poured Xiao Liuzi another cup of water. Truth be told, since returning from Huangyu Village yesterday, he'd already considered abandoning the chicken feed business with Huangyu Village. He wanted to turn around and resume business with Chen Xiao. After all, the character of the people in Huangyu Village made him too hesitant to continue this business. And since Chen Xiao also kept chickens, he was naturally his first choice. Therefore, early this morning, he sent someone to inquire about Chen Xiao's current chicken farming situation. He needed to confirm the accuracy of the information about Chen Xiao raising chickens. Now, hearing Xiao Liuzi confirm that Chen Xiao was indeed raising chickens, his eyes lit up instantly. He was the biggest middleman in the county. If Chen Xiao started raising chickens, he'd be the only source for chicks and feed. Though he had indeed offended Chen Xiao for the sake of Huangyu Village. But all men are driven by profit. All he had to do was find Chen Xiao, apologize, and pay a little price. Chen Xiao would naturally continue doing business with him. After all, Chen Xiao's poultry operation demanded massive quantities of chicks and feed. In the entire county, only I can supply Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao isn't stupid, he wouldn't deliberately antagonize me. As long as he secured this deal with Chen Xiao, he wouldn't have to hang himself by a single rope in Huangyu Village. He could cut his losses in Huangyu Village's business ventures. He could still hold on to the lucrative chicken feed business. That's why he's so desperate for news about Chen Xiao right now. Brother Fu, I've found out. That Chen Xiao has already bought the chicks. Xiao Lu didn't beat around the bush. He picked up his water cup again, downed it in one gulp, and only after his breathing steadied did he speak. What? He bought them? Where did he get them? Jin Juanfu's eyes widened instantly, his brows furrowing. A bad feeling settled in his gut. This wasn't what he had expected. Chen Xiao had actually obtained the chicks without relying on him? In this county, besides him, who else could procure such a large batch of chicks? Brother Fu, I don't know where they bought them from, but I heard they were picked up from a train. Probably not from our city. They must have been bought from out of town. Xiao Liuzi relayed the situation directly to Jin Juanfu. From outside the province? Xiao Liuzi's words sent a jolt through Jin Juanfu's entire body. A flash of realization crossed his eyes. But an even worse premonition gripped his heart. He never imagined Chen Xiao would break away from him and purchase chicks from outside the region. This ignited a sense of crisis within him. An overwhelming sense of crisis. It wasn't because he couldn't sell the chicks to Chen Xiao anymore. How much profit could chicks possibly bring? It was because Chen Xiao could bypass him and source chicks elsewhere. What about feed? Could Chen Xiao also break away from him and buy feed elsewhere? Moreover, this also reflects Chen Xiao's stance. Chen Xiao can still do business without Jin Juanfu. Chen Xiao no longer wanted to play along with him. He realized that offending Chen Xiao over Huangyu Village yesterday had finally borne bitter fruit. He had hoped to use this business deal with Chen Xiao to cut his losses in time. But it was too late now. He had been certain Chen Xiao would come back to him, continuing their chicken feed business. Well, that was that. Chen Xiao had cut ties with him and was sourcing goods from elsewhere. His previous certainty now seemed like a joke. He felt like a complete fool. What about the quantity? How many chicks did that Chen Xiao buy? Jin Juanfu was filled with regret to the extreme. But he gritted his teeth and pressed on, unwilling to give up, continuing to question Xiao Liuzi. Chen Xiao no longer wanted to do business with him. He could only hope that Chen Xiao's flock was smaller than Huangyu Village's. That way, he wouldn't have to regret it so much. 10,000. According to the guys at the train station, a full 10,000 chicks. Xiao Liuzi watched Jin Juanfu gritting his teeth, pursed his lips, and spoke up. What? 10,000? Xiao Liuzi's words left Jin Juanfu completely dumbfounded. He couldn't process it for a long time. 10,000. That's 10,000 chicks. This meant Chen Xiao intended to raise 10,000 chickens. Consider this. Huangyu Village only raised 6,000 chickens. The feed he'd need to buy was a huge business opportunity for him. And Chen Xiao is raising 10,000 chickens. The feed required will far exceed that of Huangyu Village. This venture is even larger. So big he dared not even imagine it. This meant that if he took on this deal, he'd make even more money. Even double what Huangyu Village earned. But now, just because he'd offended Chen Xiao, this deal was likely slipping through his fingers. The regret surging through Jin Juanfu's mind now was like a tidal wave, relentlessly battering his rationality. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer. Fury boiled over, erupting in a torrent of curses. Damn it! Why did I act like an idiot before, offending Chen Xiao just for that bunch of jerks in Huangyu Village? This was a classic case of sacrificing the big picture for trivial gains. Chen Xiao's business was clearly bigger, he was more familiar with the people, and the payments were much smoother. Yet because of those jerks in Huangyu Village, I not only missed out on such a huge deal, but also alienated Chen Xiao, such a great partner, all for the sake of that bunch of scum. How could I have been so stupid? Jin Juanfu was so furious he was gasping for breath. He wanted to slap himself. All because Chen Xiao got arrested. He'd looked down on him for a moment, thinking he could use Huangyu Village to put Chen Xiao in his place. Now look, Chen Xiao was furious. He'd cut ties with him outright, refusing to do business together anymore. The result? Not only was he stuck dealing with a bunch of shady characters, not only could he not collect the money, but he's also missed out on bigger opportunities. He couldn't even use Chen Xiao's deal to cut his losses in time. Jin Juanfu was seething with rage. Forget it. This is how things stand now. We have to keep the deal with Huangyu Village going. Otherwise, this time we'll really take a huge loss. Have the truck fleet deliver the chicken feed first. Then we'll see how Huangyu Village handles the payment. If they drag their feet and refuse to pay like yesterday, we'll have to teach these bastards a lesson. Elder. The first batch of feed, 50 tons of chicken feed and 50 tons of fish feed, has been delivered to you. What? Do you want to inspect the goods? Afternoon. A convoy of 15 trucks arrived at Huangyu Village. It was Jin Juanfu and his group. But this time, Jin Juanfu did not drive the trucks into Huangyu Village, but stopped at the entrance instead. He summoned only Wen Zhaishan from Huangyu Village and the captains of the two brigades. However, Wen Zhaishan was clearly wary of Jin Juanfu. He brought along more than 20 men from the village. Little Jin, why did you stop the truck here? Let's head to the village first. Once we're in the village, we'll eat something, drink some water, and take it slow. Wen Zhaishan narrowed his eyes as he observed Jin Juanfu sitting in the passenger seat of the truck, showing no intention of getting out. He put on a friendly face as he spoke to Jin Juanfu. Just as Kim Junbok had feared. Yes, Wen Zhaishan still had no intention of settling the bill today. 53, can't we stick to the previous price? After mulling it over yesterday, he felt the amount was still too high. So he devised a plan. As long as Kim Junbok entered Huangyu Village, he wouldn't fear him running off with the goods. He planned to have the villagers pressure Kim Junbok into leaving the goods behind and depart first, just like yesterday. Settle the accounts later. But he hadn't anticipated that Jin Juanfu and his convoy wouldn't enter the village at all. This caught him completely off guard. No. I'm afraid I could get into Huangyu Village, but I might never get out. Start checking the goods here. Once we've counted the goods and settled the payment, we'll consider our cooperation a success. Jin Juanfu responded to Wen Zhaishan's words with a cold laugh. He instantly saw through Wen Zhaishan's scheming. Without mincing words, he shot back with a cutting remark. You. Seeing Jin Juanfu's blatant defensiveness and refusal to give him face, Wen Zhaishan's expression darkened completely. The group of men from Huangyu Village that Wen Zhaishan had brought along naturally picked up on Jin Juanfu's sarcasm. One by one, they glared at Jin Juanfu with fury. But Kim Junbok showed no sign of flinching. Clang! 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 Kim Junbok suddenly banged on the car body, producing a shrill sound. The next moment. Whoosh! Instantly, two heads peered out from the cabs of each truck, their eyes gleaming with savage intent. That's right. This time, Kim Junbok didn't come alone. He brought 30 men with him. And every one of them was a burly, strong man, ready to fight and take risks. Therefore, when it came to the 20-odd men brought by Wen Zhaishan, he merely sneered at the suddenly speechless Wen Zhaishan. Not a word. As someone who'd been operating in the black market for years, the men under his command were certainly no fewer than those from Huangyu Village. Yesterday, Huangyu Village had caught him off guard. They had forced him to retreat. But this time, who was afraid of whom? So there was no need to grovel. Xiao Jin. What on earth are you doing? Weren't we getting along just fine before? Bringing all these people, aren't you just guarding against us Huangyu villagers? Wen Zhaishan had intended to lead the villagers in seizing the goods directly. But seeing the burly men sitting in the other truck, and then glanced at his own group of skinny villagers, he knew they wouldn't stand a chance in a fight. All he could do was awkwardly stammer. So, old-timer, are you going to inspect the goods? Kim Junbok's gaze toward Wen Zhaishan grew even more mocking. He stated directly. Seeing Jin Juanfu's expression, Wen Zhaishan felt even more uneasy inside. But he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Alright, little Jin, let's unload and inspect the goods. Wen Zhaishan's eyes darted about as he spoke again. Once the goods were unloaded, he could stall during the inspection to send someone fetch the villagers. Once the villagers arrived, Kim Junbok would have no choice but to keep the goods. No. You should just inspect the goods right here on the truck with your people. Don't worry, we've brought scales and everything. After inspection and confirmation, once payment is settled, we'll deliver the goods straight to your village. Otherwise, there's no point wasting our time. Jin Juanfu cut him off before Wen Zhaishan could respond. Wen Zhaishan's expression darkened further. He couldn't help but ask, what? Little Jin, you don't plan to do this deal? You brought people to keep tabs on me, so I kept quiet. But now, you won't even let us unload the goods for inspection. Let me tell you this, if you don't want to do this deal, don't even think about getting paid for yesterday's chicks and fish fry. That's thousands of yuan. The loss would be substantial. Seeing his scheme fail once again, Wen Zhaishan, his face darkening, threatened Jin Juanfu directly. Wen Zhaishan, I'll just write off that payment for the chicks and fish fry. I must have been blind to choose the wrong partner for business. But I'll be damned if I don't see how you'll manage your chickens and fish without my feed supplies. With his men present today, Kim Junbok showed no sign of backing down. He immediately fired back with a threat of his own. You. Wen Zhaishan's face instantly darkened to the extreme. He never imagined Jin Juanfu would dare threaten him. But then he thought of the chickens and fish the village had just started raising yesterday. The feed wouldn't last more than a few days. Wen Zhaishan forced a pained smile and patiently said again, Young Kim, why are you talking like this? Haven't we been cooperating quite well? What good are these words? Fine, if you insist, we won't unload the truck. We'll inspect the goods right here on the truck. Wen Zhaishan forced a smile as he addressed Jin Juanfu. With that, he turned and waved to the two brigade captains behind him. The two men instantly led their teams to prepare for splitting up and inspecting every truck. Kim Junbok remained silent. He merely watched coldly. Wen Zhaishan remained silent too, standing there with his head bowed and eyes closed. Not uttering a word. Over 20 people from Huangyu Village. 15 emerged, boarding one vehicle after another. Under the watchful eyes of two burly men inside the vehicle, they nervously measured out the feed in small increments. Simultaneously, they inspected the quality of the feed. After more than half an hour, when Zhaishan grew tired of standing and sat down on a nearby stone, waiting quietly. Finally, after everyone had finished inspecting the goods and returned, panting heavily. After a brief discussion, they confirmed the goods were in order. Only then did Wen Zhaishan turn to Kim Jun-bak, who sat in the passenger seat with his eyes closed. "Hey, Kim," he said, "we've finished inspecting the goods. Everything's fine." Wen Zhaishan's eyes flickered as he addressed Kim Jun-bak again. "Then let's settle the payment. The total comes to 18,050 yuan. Kim Jun-bak wasted no time, responding directly to Wen Zhaishan. "Well, little Jean. Look, could we possibly hold off on settling this account a little longer? After all, we still have several more feed deals coming up. We can settle this next time." When Zhaishan's eyes darted around as he tried to negotiate with Jin Juanfu again. But he hadn't finished speaking. The next moment, Jin Juanfu turned to the driver and barked, "Drive." He already knew what Wen Zhaishan was going to say. Wen Zhaishan was genuinely treating him like a fool. There was no need to waste any more time. He was about to storm off decisively. Hey! Wait! Hearing Jin Juanfu's words, Wen Zhaishan's eyes instantly narrowed. He blocked the vehicle in a few quick strides. "Little Jean, why the rush? I never said I wouldn't pay you. You drive." Kim Jun-bak barked at the truck driver again. The truck driver didn't hesitate, immediately starting the engine and preparing to charge forward. In this era, doing business wasn't protected by the intricate rules and legal protections of later times. Business in this era was just beginning its wild, untamed growth. It was often accompanied by extremely bloody violence. Fights, conflicts, deaths. Such things were commonplace. So much so that even when Zhaishan, who had witnessed it all, turned pale with fear. He immediately shouted, "I'm done. I'm out of here right now." Squeak! The truck, which had just started moving, came to an abrupt halt. "Money!" Kim Jun-bak leaned out the window, coldly staring at the clownish-looking Moon Jae-shan. "I can settle this debt. But not at the previous price. The chicken feed price must be lowered by another 2 cents. Seeing that the situation had escalated beyond repair, Wen Zhaishan exhaled in relief, shedding all pretense to state plainly. 54, Kim Jun-bak's choice? Not at the original price? Kim Jun-bak nearly laughed in anger at Wen Zhaishan's words. He had only agreed to this deal because the price had been settled beforehand. If they weren't sticking to the original price, why would he bother? Wen Zhaishan was just blackmailing him because he'd already brought in the goods and had no choice but to sell them to Huangyu Village. "Jin Juanfu, I've checked the county feed price is only 6 fun. Yet you're selling it to us for 8 fun. That's way too high. Aren't you ripping us off? Therefore, we must follow the county's feed pricing." Wen Zhaishan also confronted Jin Juanfu with a hard line. "Ha, 6 cents? Jin Juanfu was so furious he burst out laughing. Staring at Wen Zhaishan standing in front of the truck, he was at a loss for words. He'd seen plenty of shameless people. But someone this shameless, who actually turned the tables on others, that was a rare sight indeed. The county's chicken feed was indeed labeled at 6 cents per pound. But there was always some room for maneuver. That 6 fun price was only achievable for someone like him, someone with connections and channels when purchasing in bulk. Jin Juanfu dared to say that if Wen Zhaishan could personally procure feed from the county at less than 9 fun per Jin, he'd take Wen Zhaishan's surname. But now, this Wen Zhaishan not only broke his word, but when Jin Juanfu delivered the goods, he tried to drive down the price. He slashed the price by 2 cents at once, leaving Jin Juanfu with not a single penny to show for his efforts. What was the point of all that hard work moving supplies around for days? To do good deeds anonymously? This is no joke. Drive! Jin Juanfu couldn't be bothered with Wen Zhaishan and addressed the driver again. "Kim Jun-bak. Don't be so ungrateful. Who else in the county could possibly buy such a large batch of feed besides us? Where else could you sell it? If you can't sell it, this batch of feed will end up stuck on your hands sooner or later. You might as well sell it to us at a discount." Watching Jin Juanfu's movements, Wen Zhaishan's face darkened as he threatened. "Ha, old man, you're overestimating yourself. Don't tell me you don't know Chen Xiao. You want me to sell all this feed to you just to cut off Chen Xiao's supply line, right? Now, if I sell this batch to him, tell me, do you think he'll accept it?" Kim Jun-bak sneered back at Wen Zhaishan. "You." Wen Zhaishan's pupils suddenly contracted, a flash of anxiety darting across his eyes. This was precisely his greatest fear. Chen Xiao had also started raising chickens and naturally needed feed. What had been the purpose of his earlier arduous negotiations with Jin Juanfu, demanding exclusive supply? Wasn't it to cut off Chen Xiao's feed supply? If Jin Juanfu was now selling feed to Chen Xiao, what had been the point of all his efforts? Just as Wen Zhaishan was about to speak in anxiety, he suddenly seemed to think of something. The worry on his face instantly smoothed out. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you really think that Chen Xiao could possibly want your feed?" Wen Zhaishan asked Jin Juanfu. "Old man, what do you think?" Jin Juanfu scoffed at Wen Zhaishan's question, then ignored him completely. He turned to the driver and ordered, "Drive. Jin Juanfu, I'll remind you once, if that Chen Xiao doesn't take your feed. If you come back to me, the price I offer won't be the same as it is now. And if you do come back to me, I won't take a single grain of feed from you, not even if you sell it to Chen Xiao. It's your call." Wen Zishan repeated his threat to Jin Juanfu with solemn conviction. Yet, faced with his threats, Jin Juanfu uttered only 2 words. "Drive." The next moment, the long convoy slowly pulled away. Damn it! When Zishan watched Jin Juanfu drive away, his teeth grinding audibly. He hadn't expected that even his final threat hadn't been enough to keep Kim Junbok from leaving. "Old secretary, what are we going to do now?" That Kim Junbok actually broke the deal and sold the feed to someone else. To Chen Xiao, no less. He has no integrity whatsoever. The second team captain spoke to Wen Zishan with righteous indignation. Just then, the captain of Team 1 approached, his voice filled with urgency. "Exactly, old secretary. The feed we have in stock now will only last us 3 or 4 days. Without this feed, we won't be able to raise our chickens and fish. Old secretary, we absolutely can't let him sell the feed to Chen Xiao. If he sells it to Chen Xiao, we're truly finished." Watching the convoy depart, the second team leader couldn't hold back any longer. He hurried over and asked anxiously, "Don't worry. Jin Juanfu will definitely bring this batch of feedback." When Zishan replied with absolute confidence. "Huh? Why? Didn't we just have a falling out?" The second team leader was a bit confused. He couldn't help but ask. "Because Chen Xiao can't handle this batch of feed." When Zishan even flashed a smile as he spoke with absolute certainty. Exactly. That was exactly what he'd just figured out. "What do you mean?" The squad leader still looked confused. Chen Xiao and Xiaogang Village, though no one knows where they got 7 or 8,000 chicks, have started raising chickens. But don't forget, Chen Xiao's money was confiscated as a fine. He doesn't have any cash on him. Even if the entire Xiaogang Village pooled their money again, since they'd already lent Chen Xiao money last time, they could only scrape together maybe 10,000 yuan at most. Even if Jin Juanfu sells this batch of feed to Chen Xiao probably can't afford it. So Jin Juanfu will definitely come back to me. Then we can buy back this batch of feed at an even lower price. When Zishan spoke with confidence. Upon hearing this, both the first team captain and second team captain flashed expressions of sudden realization. They relaxed completely. But the first squad leader couldn't help but ask, "But old secretary, what if Jin Juanfu sells part of the feed to Chen Xiao, giving him chicken feed? What then?" Team leader 2 rolled his eyes upon hearing this. "Oh, come on. Are you stupid? Didn't the old secretary just explain it? If that Jin Juanfu dares to sell even a bit of chicken feed to Chen Xiao, we won't buy any of Jin Juanfu's feed. This is forcing Jin Juanfu to choose sides. He'll either choose us or that Chen Xiao. He can't have it both ways. But Chen Xiao doesn't have enough capital to buy his feed. If he sides with Chen Xiao, he'll be stuck holding that batch of feed. So he knows exactly who to choose. That's why the old party secretary said he'd definitely come back." The second team leader explained to the first team leader. "So that's how it is." The squad leader suddenly understood, then rubbed his head and looked at Wen Zishan with admiration. The old party secretary really is the old party secretary. Impressive. A hint of pride flashed in Wen Zishan's eyes. But he shrugged it off nonchalantly. "Enough of this idle talk. Send someone to keep a close eye on Xiaogang Village. Let's head back." With that, Wen Zishan gave his coat a shake. He then led the villagers of Huangyu back toward their village. 55 Skill Enhancement Methods. Ding. Current livestock level, LV1 5000 10,000. Please increase breeding numbers. Hearing the system prompt, Chen Xiao shook his head helplessly. Who would have thought that improving this livestock level actually depends on the number of animals raised, not whether you're actively farming? Chen Xiao set down the watering can in his hand. Ever since awakening the system's new function yesterday, Chen Xiao had been relentlessly testing the upgrade conditions for his skills. At first, he thought his skill upgrades were tied to farming activities. He believed that performing farming actions like watering chickens or feeding them would increase his proficiency. But after feeding water and feed to all the chickens yesterday, no matter whether he continued feeding them or giving them water, the proficiency level would not increase any further. He spent the entire day studying the system. Only now did the system reveal a specific condition for advancement. Only then did he understand. It turned out that the proficiency level for animal husbandry didn't depend on how many breeding actions he performed. As long as he had ever performed any breeding action on any single animal, the system would classify that animal as belonging to Chen Xiao's livestock. Furthermore, each additional animal granted Chen Xiao an extra 0.5 points of proficiency. Why 0.5? Because the laying hens currently being raised haven't laid eggs yet. This does not constitute a complete breeding cycle. Therefore, only half the proficiency is granted. Once these chickens start laying eggs, it signifies that Chen Xiao has completed a full breeding cycle. That will grant an additional 0.5 skill points. If Chen Xiao were raising broiler chickens, once they reach maturity and are ready for slaughter, he would receive a full 1 point of proficiency. The method of granting farming proficiency varies depending on the specific animal. However, generally speaking, Chen Xiao gains 1 point of proficiency for each additional animal raised. However, to fully obtain the full 1 point of proficiency, the animal must be raised to maturity. This means if I want to level up my skill to level 2, I'll have to wait 3 months until this batch of chicks grows old enough to lay eggs. Realizing this, Chen Xiao muttered to himself with a sigh of resignation. Oh well. No big deal. I'll just take it slow. It's not like I'm short on time. Then, shaking his head, Chen Xiao said with a light-hearted tone. 3 months was nothing he could wait. Alright, time to clean up the chicken droppings. These chickens sure can produce. After sorting through the system's status, Chen Xiao turned his attention back to the white leghorn chickens he was raising. Over the past 2 days, with the addition of small amounts of glucose and vitamins, the chicks had recovered from their stressed state and regained their energy. This finally put Chen Xiao's mind at ease. However, as the chicks grew accustomed to their environment and regained their appetite and normal bowel movements, it's only been a little over a month since they were weaned from the brooder. Each chick could produce nearly 40 grams of droppings per day. 10,000 chicks meant 400 kilograms of droppings. That's no small amount. Private space. Collect. But for Chen Xiao now, this was no big deal. The private space instantly absorbed the entire droppings tray into its void. Using his mastery over the space, he stripped all the chicken manure from the trays and stored it within. Then he returned the tray to its original position. And just like that, the chicken droppings were cleaned up. It was quite convenient. But I bet I'm the only one using god-tier abilities to clean chicken droppings. Chen Xiao glanced at the mountain of points already stored in his private space and couldn't help but chuckle. His hands moved steadily. Before long, every single manure tray in the chicken coop was spotless. Finally cleaned up. But I really need to get this automatic chicken manure processing device sorted out soon. Using the private space to process chicken manure is convenient, but it's a bit too supernatural. Once or twice might be explainable, but over time, it won't hold up. The chicken manure was processed. Chen Xiao looked at the chicken coop, now clean once more, and smiled with satisfaction. Then, after replenishing the feed for the chicks and opening the coop's ventilation, he headed outside. Outside the coop, he paused for a brief rest. Chen Xiao glanced at the time. He figured his wife had probably finished making lunch, so he prepared to head back for a meal. Just then, Xiao! Xiao! Suddenly, an urgent cry echoed from the distance. Dashin? What's going on? Chen Xiao looked up and saw a burly, down-to-earth looking fellow running toward him. He. Brother Xiao, the village chief wants you to come to the village committee. The man named Dashin grinned broadly at Chen Xiao as he approached. The old man wants me? What does he want with me? Chen Xiao looked at Dashin's expression, chuckled, and couldn't help but ask. No clue. But second uncle and third uncle are both there. Probably something important. Dashin scratched his head, looking a bit confused. Wow, the whole village leadership is gathered. Looks like it really is something big. Alright. Let's go then. A look of gravity flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes upon hearing Dashin's words. Under normal circumstances, the entire village committee wouldn't gather together. Minor village matters were usually decided by the head of the village committee alone. Therefore, unless it was an exceptionally significant matter, it was rare to see the first elder, second elder, and third elder gathered together to discuss matters like this. Hey! Brother Xiao, aren't you going to do anything about those chickens? Dashin watched Chen Xiao get ready to leave, glanced at the Tumu chicken coop behind him, swallowed hard, and couldn't help but ask. It's fine, the chickens aren't going anywhere. Chen Xiao replied with a smile. Oh, alright. Dashin said no more, leading the way toward the village committee office. Oh, by the way, Dashin, I heard you got married last year? Where's your wife from? Chen Xiao asked as he walked alongside Dashin toward the village committee office. Dashin was a childhood friend he'd grown up playing with. He was 2 years younger than Chen Xiao. He'd always been like a shadow following Chen Xiao around. But after Chen Xiao started high school, he had to spend every week at the commune. So they didn't hang out as much. After entering university, I rarely returned home during breaks, wanting to learn as much as possible. During my sophomore year, I finally managed to come back home, only to fall into the water and be rescued by the mute woman. Chen Xiao stayed temporarily in Huangyu Village. Later, Chen Xiao borrowed money from the villagers and felt too embarrassed to face the people of Xiaogang Village. He stayed in Huangyu Village for 2 years, focusing on fish farming and rarely returning home. He had planned to return once he made money from fish farming to repay his fellow villagers and share profits with them, while also catching up with everyone. But unexpectedly, he found himself reported again. So, as for his childhood friends like Dashin, Chen Xiao hadn't seen them in ages either. He only knew that Dashin and the others had all gotten married. Brother Xiao, Huang is from Huangyu Village. Dashin scratched his head sheepishly upon hearing Chen Xiao's words and explained. From Huangyu Village? That's not bad. Chen Xiao thought about Huangyu Village's circumstances, a smile curling his lips. Huangyu Village had a pretty good reputation. Plus, there were plenty of young women there. Many of the villagers' wives were girls from Huangyu Village. The two chatted and laughed as they caught up. Until they arrived at the village committee office. Whoa! So many people? When Chen Xiao arrived at the village committee office, he was startled to see a crowd of villagers gathered around the committee building. 56. The Xiaogang Village is not that Xiaogang Village. The villagers around him noticed Chen Xiao approaching and all turned to look at him. A flicker of amusement crossed their eyes, but they quickly put on indifferent expressions, averting their gaze from Chen Xiao. Brother Xiao, you go in by yourself. My mom told me not to talk to you right now. I'm off. Dashan, who had been guiding Chen Xiao. At that moment, he quietly whispered to Chen Xiao before walking over to an auntie nearby. The woman had clearly seen Dashan whispering to Chen Xiao. As Dashiang approached, she shot him a fierce glare. But she said nothing. Instead, she shot Chen Xiao a complicated look before pretending to be disgusted and snorting lightly. Chen Xiao pursed his lips, feeling a warm glow inside. These hypocritical villagers. They made him feel both endearing and exasperating. They clearly cared about him every day, yet always put on this aloof front. Yet whenever he needed help, these folks were more eager than the next. Whether it was transporting chicks or carrying feed, they never uttered a single complaint. Yet now they act so cold. Clearly, he still resented being treated like an outsider. Uncles, aunts, brothers, sisters, and little ones, I'll head inside now. He shook his head. He spotted 3 elders seated inside the village committee office, none other than the village's first elder secretary, second elder village chief, and third elder village director. The first elder was glaring fiercely at him, signaling for Chen Xiao to hurry inside. Chen Xiao quickly greeted everyone and scurried into the committee office. Seeing Chen Xiao like this, the villagers around him couldn't help but chuckle. Then they quickly composed themselves. Uncle 1, Uncle 2, Uncle 3, you wanted to see me? After arriving at the village committee office, Chen Xiao sat down without hesitation at one end of the desk and cautiously addressed the first elder, who was glaring at him. Second uncle and third uncle glanced at Chen Xiao. Their eyes held a hint of amusement, but then they both closed their eyes, saying nothing. Good heavens! Such lack of manners. All that university education wasted. Elder 1 watched Chen Xiao plop down without invitation and couldn't help but scold him under his breath. Chen Xiao rolled his eyes but said nothing. Alright, I called you here today for 2 things. Seeing Chen Xiao's utterly indifferent attitude, the old man gritted his teeth in frustration. He averted his gaze, choosing not to see the annoyance, and spoke in a low, drawn-out tone. What is it? Chen Xiao glanced at the old man, then at the second and third elders, who sat there looking perfectly composed. He cut straight to the point. First thing, that policy document you mentioned about assigning production quotas to individual households, are you sure we can pull it off? The eldest uncle wasted no time. He lit his pipe and turned to Chen Xiao. Yes, uncle. I already told you that before. The higher-ups issued this policy specifically to motivate the farmers. It directly links collective profits to individual earnings. As long as you meet the collective quota, the rest is all yours. This way, folks won't worry about working for nothing. Everyone farms their own land. The more they harvest, the more grain they get. This benefits both the nation and its people. Chen Xiao nodded and addressed Secretary Chen directly. You little rascal, are you sure this won't get labeled as capitalist tendencies? At that moment, Second Master opened his eyes and asked Chen Xiao. Second Master, I'm certain. Actually, the seeds of this household contract responsibility system were already sprouting back in 78. Back then, there was this village called Xiaogang Village in Anhui province, not ours. Chen Xiao hastily clarified, earning him a chorus of eye rolls from the 3 elders. Back in 1978, there was a village in Anhui that was incredibly poor. How poor? This village even gained notoriety for its nickname, the 3 Dependencies Village. That meant they relied on grain resales for food, relief funds for money, and loans for production. In fact, most villagers had left their homes to beg on the streets. To escape Xiaogang Village and survive, its residents resorted to every possible means. The entire village had only about 40 jin of grain per person per year. This alone shows just how impoverished this village truly was. And it was precisely at this moment. 18 farming households, unable to endure any longer. So they risked everything they had, signing a blood oath. Implementing household-based production contracts for the entire village. In just 1 year, the autumn of 1979, Xiaogang Village saw a massive surge in grain production, yielding over 60,000 jin. Chen Xiao paused here. A sudden, startled cry interrupted him. How much? Third uncle's eyes snapped open, his voice thick with disbelief as he shouted the question. Grandpa and second uncle also widened their eyes in shock, staring intently at Chen Xiao. 60,000 jin. That's the total grain output from 1955 to 1970, 15 years worth. And he even paid 12,488 jin in public grain taxes. It caused a national sensation. Chen Xiao stated emphatically once more. Whoa! The three elders couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This. The three old men exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment they couldn't contain. That's how the seeds of household responsibility began to take root and sprout. Actually, over the past 2 or 3 years, quite a few villages in our province have already started doing this secretly. It's just that the official policy has only now been formally issued. It confirms that the household responsibility system is legal. Chen Xiao observed the three elders' expressions, smiled, and continued. You mean people in our province have already started doing this? The elder keenly picked up on the implication in Chen Xiao's words and addressed him. Yes. And quite a few, too. Chen Xiao nodded in affirmation. The elder fell silent, exchanging glances with the second and third elders. Each kept his head bowed, deep in thought. Until a moment later. Boss. Let's do it. I trust little rascals. Little rascals went to college and has broad knowledge. There won't be any problems. Besides, didn't you go to the county seat with little scoundrel to ask about this before? The county office said it was right, so what's there to fear? Second uncle gritted his teeth and looked at first uncle. That's right, old man. Spring plowing starts in just a few days. We can't delay any longer. These past years, the villagers have been willing to listen to us and have worked diligently. But deep down, they've all got a bone to pick. Why do other villages get food without working, while we have to toil so hard? So, boss, let's do it. After this, the villagers will have their own fields. They'll grow their own grain. The villagers have suffered long enough, it's time for them to rejoice. Third uncle also spoke to first uncle. Chen Xiao watched it all unfold, saying nothing more. He no longer held a position in the village committee, so it wasn't his place to speak. Hey kid, what do you think? Secretary Chen fell silent for a moment before suddenly turning to ask Chen Xiao. Uncle, let's do it. The policy's already been approved, what's there to fear? If anything goes wrong later, it's the policy's fault, not ours. Chen Xiao pursed his lips and stated bluntly. Poof. Let's do it. Hearing Chen Xiao's words, the elder finally made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and declared. I'll apply to the commune tomorrow. Second and third sons, you two go measure the land. Let's get the land distributed before spring plowing. The old man declared decisively. All right. Agreed. Uncle 2 and Uncle 3 both smiled and agreed. With that matter settled. The three elders each felt a weight lifted from their shoulders. The first elder lit his pipe with a match, the one he'd stuffed with tobacco leaves but hadn't managed to ignite for quite some time. Now, on to the second matter. Elder brother declared, turning his gaze toward Chen Xiao. 57, building an unassailable foundation. Uncle, please speak. Chen Xiao nodded and replied directly. You know, kid, our Xiaogang Village is tucked away in a mountain hollow, so there's very little arable land. And with no rivers flowing through, we're also short on water. Back when our village was smaller, everyone worked hard enough to keep hunger at bay. But over the years, since our lives were better than those in other villages, many people married into our village. This caused our population to skyrocket. Now, the fields in our village can barely feed us anymore. Even if we redistribute the fields among the villagers this time, each family would only get 1 or 2 mu. Though the villagers work hard, it can feed their families. But that's all they'll manage, just enough to eat. With just 1 or 2 mu of land, kids your age in the village will never have a future. And most of these kids are already married, they'll have children of their own someday. When their children grow up, this little bit of land won't be enough to feed a family of 5 or 6. But if we give them land, there's simply no more to distribute. So we can't keep suffering like this. That's why I called you here today to get your thoughts on this matter. How to solve the employment problem for the young people in the village. The elder spoke to Chen Xiao while puffing on his cigarette. That's certainly a problem. Chen Xiao frowned upon hearing this. Xiaogang Village's location was truly unfavorable. Not only was it tucked away in a mountain hollow, but there wasn't much arable land either. In the past, Xiaogang Village had only a few dozen households. Farming these fields could easily support everyone. But over the years, more and more people have married into Xiaogang Village. Some families even split into separate households due to growing numbers. Now Xiaogang Village has nearly 100 households. On average, each household has 4 people. The grain produced in the village is barely enough to feed the villagers themselves. Moreover, now that the children of Chen Xiao's generation have grown up and all gotten married, the village's population is about to experience another major surge. This means Xiaogang Village will soon face the prospect of going hungry. You must understand. Xiaogang Village has rarely experienced hunger since the founding of the People's Republic. Even during periods of unfavorable policies, the villagers of Xiaogang hardly ever went hungry. But now, with policies now favorable, the village faces starvation precisely because its population has grown too large. Therefore, Secretary Chen must make early preparations for the village's youth. Wait. Perhaps I do have a solution. Chen Xiao pondered for a long while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he'd grasped something. He then looked at Secretary Chen and said, "Uncle, I actually do have a solution. But it might take some time, I need to check things out first." Chen Xiao addressed Secretary Chen. "What solution?" Secretary Chen froze, then fixed Chen Xiao with an intense stare. "Well, it's like this." Next, Chen Xiao, Secretary Chen, second uncle, and third uncle each shared their thoughts. By the time Chen Xiao emerged from the village committee office, over 2 hours had passed. Phew! Finally done. I'm starving. Rubbing his temples, Chen Xiao prepared to head home. But just then, "You little brat." Secretary Chen's voice echoed behind him once more. "What's up, old man?" Chen Xiao turned to see Secretary Chen slowly approaching him. "Nothing much, just checking how are those chickens you're raising. Everything okay? I noticed the chicks looked a bit listless earlier." Secretary Chen asked Chen Xiao with a hint of concern. "Don't worry, sir. The chickens are fine. We bought broiler chicks that had already been acclimated. They were just a bit stressed from the transport, that's why they seemed lethargic. They've adjusted over the past couple days and are back to their usual selves." Chen Xiao replied with a smile. "That's good. But with so many chickens, do you have enough feed? Are you sure that Jin Juanfu will come back to find you? It's been 2 days already, and there's been no sign of him." Secretary Chen asked Chen Xiao with renewed concern. "We've got enough feed to last 10 days. No problem. Don't worry, old man. Jin Juanfu will definitely come back for me." Anyone doing business with Jin Juanfu and the folks from Huangyu Village is just asking for trouble. From what I know about those folks in Huangyu Village, greed is in their very bones. They'll stop at nothing to take advantage and cheat people. Even if they have money, they won't hand it over willingly. Even if forced to pay, they'll nitpick every detail, trying to give as little as possible. Jin Juanfu doing business with Huangyu Village can only end one way. It might seem like a big deal now, but in the end, he won't make a dime, he might even lose a fortune. So if he wants to cut his losses and recover, he has to come to me. In the county, the only large-scale chicken farms besides Huangyu Village are ours. If he doesn't want to sell his chicken feed to Huangyu Village, he has no choice but to sell it to me. He has no choice. Chen Xiao spoke to Secretary Chen with absolute confidence. He never doubted for a moment that Jin Juanfu would come back to him. He knew exactly what kind of people the villagers of Huangyu were. They'd trample any rules to get an advantage. If Jin Juanfu wanted to cut his losses in time, he would inevitably come looking for him. It was only a matter of time. Since that Jin Juanfu and Huangyu Village deal fell through, why don't you go find Jin Juanfu? Get the feedback sooner and you'll have peace of mind sooner. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, I don't know if he can afford the loss, but you certainly can't. Secretary Chen felt relieved upon hearing Chen Xiao's words. Then, he couldn't help but urge Chen Xiao again. "Uncle, that won't do. Right now, if I'm not mistaken, Jin Juanfu is probably regretting it. But he hasn't come to me yet. There's only one reason for that, he's challenging me to a duel. Because whoever reaches out first shows they need the other more, meaning they lose the challenge. And the consequence of losing is that the winning side sets the price for chicken feed. By then, the cost will be steep indeed. Business rivalry boils down to a contest over the importance of supply and demand. Whoever needs the other more finds themselves at a disadvantage. The initiative then belongs to the other party. Take the current situation. If Chen Xiao were to approach Jin Juanfu proactively, it would mean Chen Xiao couldn't hold out any longer and desperately needed Jin Juanfu's feed. Jin Juanfu could then use this leverage to dictate terms, demanding a steep price. Chen Xiao would have no choice but to bite the bullet and accept it. But if Jin Juanfu were to approach Chen Xiao instead, it would mean that for various reasons, Jin Juanfu couldn't hold out any longer and needed to sell the chicken feed for cash as soon as possible. Otherwise, he'd face consequences he couldn't handle. Chen Xiao could also use this to leverage Jin Juanfu, offering an extremely low price. Therefore, this was no longer merely a contest between two individuals. It was a battle of interests. However, whether before or now, Chen Xiao has never worried about losing this contest. Because 58, Chen Xiao would definitely come looking for me. Don't forget the knowledge the system gave him. It contains all sorts of chicken feed recipes and production methods. Even if he really couldn't handle it in the end, he could easily buy corn, bran, and soybean residue himself to make chicken feed. It just costs a bit more. But it's still way cheaper than Jin Juanfu's 10-cent price. With the technology in hand, he had nothing to worry about. Not to mention that now, Chen Xiao possessed the private space ability. He could easily buy cheaper feed from other regions. He could transport it back by himself. He certainly didn't need Jin Juanfu anymore. Still, if possible, he'd prefer to buy feed from Jin Juanfu. Because this ties into his next strategic move. A plan that would net him a hefty profit. Therefore, he never worried in the end, it would be Kim Jun-bak who grew desperate. So that's how it is. Fine, then do as you see fit. I'm too old for these kinds of schemes. Anyway, just handle it however you see fit. Secretary Chen, hearing there were such tricks involved, and muttered gloomily. Chen Xiao had grown up, and the matters he handled were no longer something he could interfere with. Sigh. With that, he turned to head back for lunch. Uncle, why don't you come over to my place for dinner? My wife has already cooked. Brother Fu. We've taken a huge hit this time. 30,000 fish fry, 2,000 chicken chicks. That's a loss of 1,900 yuan. All down the drain? Meanwhile, in a warehouse in the county town, Jin Juanfu's face was dark and gloomy. A subordinate beside him, who had been tallying the accounts, finished his calculations and turned to Jin Juanfu with a grim expression. I never imagined that after years of hunting geese, I'd end up blinded by one. To run into such a bunch of scumbags this time. Jin Juanfu listened to his subordinate's words, his heart wrenching with regret. He had thought this deal was a big one. That's why he'd gone to such lengths. Not to mention anything else, just the 30,000 fish fry and 6,000 chicken chicks alone would net him a hefty profit. After all, for others, buying a single fish fry cost over 10 cents. But with his connections and access to bulk supplies, he could get them for just 6 cents each. Selling them to Huangyu Village at 10 cents each netted him a pure profit of 1,200 yuan. Chickens were even cheaper, he bought them for just 5 to 6 cents each. So with 6,000 chicks, he could easily make a few $100. Now he's in a fine mess. He's completely alienated Huangyu Village. Unless he actually turns around and sells this feed back to Huangyu Village. Otherwise, he'd never see that money again. This meant he hadn't made a single penny, but instead lost nearly 2,000 yuan. Half his life savings are gone. How could he possibly accept this? A seething hatred consumed him, making him want to gather men and wipe out the entire village of Huangyu. Brother Fu, how about we go back and sell this feed to Huangyu Village? Otherwise, we'll never get this money back. The young man beside him, busy with the accounts, couldn't help but plead with Jin Juanfu. No way. Those bastards in Huangyu Village? If I actually go back to them, they'll drive the price down to 4 cents. Then forget about making a profit, we'd probably lose so much we'd have to pawn our pants. Jin Juanfu flatly refused. But Brother Fu, if we don't go back to the Huangyu Village people, we'll lose even more. We bought all this feed on credit from the county feed factory. We still owe the feed factory nearly 10,000 yuan. If we can't sell this feed, we won't even be able to repay the feed factory. Then not only will this feed be stuck on our hands, but we'll also lose the feed factory as a customer. The bookkeeper, hearing Jin Juanfu's words, couldn't help but speak with a hint of anxiety. Damn it! Jin Juanfu couldn't help but curse aloud upon hearing the accountant's words. Did he not know about these circumstances? Of course he knew. But what could he do? He thought this deal would bring in a huge profit, meat for himself, and a little soup for his brothers. Now, forget about the meat, he couldn't even get a sip of broth himself. He's even having to cut his own flesh to feed the wolves. He'd assumed Chen Xiao would also raise chickens, so he could count on Chen Xiao as a safety net. At worst, he could just sell the feed to Chen Xiao. That way, he could cut his losses in time. Moreover, Chen Xiao raised more chickens, meaning a bigger business. He could make even more money. But because of Huangyu Village, he had completely alienated Chen Xiao. Now Chen Xiao had cut ties with him, preferring to buy chicks elsewhere rather than approach him. His hopes of selling feed to Chen Xiao have also been dashed. It could be said that because of Huangyu Village, he not only missed out on the larger business opportunity with Chen Xiao. At the same time, he'd ended up with a losing deal. At this thought, he couldn't help but curse aloud once more. Damn it! Bastards! A bunch of bastards! Jin Juanfu cursed furiously. His subordinate, who was handling the accounts, watched Jin Juanfu's outburst. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke up. Brother Fu, didn't you investigate that Chen Xiao before? He's raising chickens too, right? Why don't we sell this chicken feed to Chen Xiao? The bookkeeper asked Jin Juanfu. Of course not. That Chen Xiao has other channels now, so he wouldn't. Jin Juanfu blurted out instinctively. But as he spoke, he suddenly froze. His entire demeanor quickly calmed down. The rage on his face vanished instantly. He narrowed his eyes, as if something had occurred to him. Wait. Maybe our feed could actually be sold to Chen Xiao. And at a pretty good price. Jin Juanfu pursed his lips and murmured. Right. That's it. Jin Juanfu's eyes grew increasingly bright. He murmured aloud, even though Chen Xiao buys his chicks from out of town, he might not necessarily source his feed from elsewhere too. Feed prices are pretty much the same across the entire southwest region. The final overall cost naturally depends on the transportation distance. The closer the distance, the lower the overall cost per pound of chicken feed. At this realization, a glimmer of insight flashed in Jin Juanfu's eyes. Exactly. 10,000 chickens require hundreds of tons of feed over the course of a year. If sourced from elsewhere and transported by train like he does, the costs would be prohibitively high. The price per pound of chicken feed is at least 12 cents. That's exceptionally high. And forget about other regions. Even if he buys feed locally and transports it to our county, the total cost per pound still hits 10 cents. That's no small price. If he buys feed from me, I'll give him a 1 cent discount selling it for 9 cents per gene. That's still cheaper for him. So buying locally is the most cost-effective option. Which means if Chen Xiao wants relatively cheaper chicken feed, he has to come to me. Jin Juanfu thought about this. His entire demeanor settled. A look of excitement even flashed across his face. 59, you dare come to me? I'm the biggest middleman in the county, my channels are the widest. Exactly. Chen Xiao isn't stupid. Of course he wouldn't pass up cheaper feed. Instead, he'd go out of town and pay more for expensive feed. Plus, Chen Xiao raises 10,000 chickens. His demand for feed is far more urgent than Huangyu Village's. If he wants chicken feed, he has no choice but to come to me. Exactly. That must be it. I bet Chen Xiao is waiting for me to come find him. He previously helped Huangyu Village raise fish, so he clearly knows what kind of people they are. So he's waiting for me to approach him. At this thought, Jin Juanfu felt a surge of excitement. His eyes even gleamed with determination. But I can't go looking for him myself. I have to wait for him to come to me. As long as he comes to me, I can set a good price. That way, not only will I not lose out this time, but I'll actually make a killing. Jin Juanfu narrowed his eyes slightly. Just as Chen Xiao had said earlier. In this deal, whoever approached the other first would lose the upper hand. Therefore, whether it was Chen Xiao, Jin Juanfu, or Huangyu Village, they all had to bite their tongues and play the waiting game. Huangyu Village firmly believed Chen Xiao lacked sufficient capital to handle Jin Juanfu's supply. They were waiting for Jin Juanfu to come back to them. Meanwhile, Jin Juanfu was convinced that Chen Xiao's need for chicken feed is more urgent than his own need to sell it. So he's waiting for Chen Xiao to come back to him. As for Chen Xiao, is also waiting for Jin Juanfu to break down and come to him. But whether he comes or not, it won't make much difference to Chen Xiao. Because, with the private space in his possession, Chen Xiao feared none of Jin Juanfu's tactics. That's right. As long as I control the chicken feed supply, Chen Xiao has no choice but to come to me if he wants to buy it in bulk. If he doesn't buy it, his chickens will die. Chen Xiao, oh Chen Xiao. I'll see how long you can hold out. The next 2 days. Everything seemed to settle into a lull. Chen Xiao kept to himself, raising chickens and waiting for Jin Juanfu to come knocking. The villagers of Huangyu also quietly raised chickens and fish, waiting for Jin Juanfu to come knocking. Meanwhile, Jin Juanfu was waiting for Chen Xiao to come to him. It felt like they were caught in a strange loop. But both Huangyu Village and Jin Juanfu grew increasingly anxious with each passing day. Chen Xiao, however, remained completely unruffled. He continued to live at a leisurely pace, tending to his chickens while enjoying sweet moments with his mute wife. Old secretary, are we going to keep waiting? The feed we have left will last only 2 more days at most. That Jin Juanfu still hasn't shown up. Could he have already sold the feed to Chen Xiao? Huangyu Village. The captain of Team 1 asked Wen Zishan with growing impatience. Impossible. But before Wen Zishan could respond, the captain of Team 2 blurted out, our men stationed at Xiaogang Village haven't spotted Jin Juanfu going to Chen Xiao. There's only one road into Xiaogang Village, and there's been no sign of large-scale feed shipments. So the two definitely haven't made a deal. The second team leader looked at the first team leader and stated directly. Then why hasn't that Jin Juanfu come to us yet? Team leader 1 couldn't help but ask team leader 2. Well, the second team captain was momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't help but glance at Wen Zishan. Don't worry. Chen Xiao can't handle the goods Wen Zishan has. Besides, I've already found out that the feed Jin Juanfu got was on credit from the county feed factory. If he can't sell that feed quickly, when the county feed factory comes calling for payment, he might not be able to handle it. Wen Zishan's expression now flickered between uncertainty and resolve. He no longer felt so certain Jin Juanfu would come looking for him. After all, in his original plan, Kim Junbok should have already come back to find him by now. But now, Kim Junbok hadn't made a single move. This had him feeling uneasy. Old secretary, are you sure this will work? This time, however, the second team captain no longer held such unwavering faith in Wen Zishan's words. Instead, he asked uncertainly. Alright, send someone over to find Jin Juanfu. Tell him that if he brings the feed over now, we'll still pay him 6 cents per kilogram. And we'll settle the payments for the chicks and fish fry all at once. Wen Zishan's heart was pounding. After a moment's thought, he softened his tone and addressed the second team captain. The second team captain visibly relaxed and quickly replied. Alright. I'll go then. After all, I know Kim Junbok personally. Brother Fu, are we still waiting? The county feed factory has already come to demand payment twice. Old Zhang is getting really anxious. If we don't make a decision soon, old Zhang might really not be able to hold out. Meanwhile, at the state-run restaurant, one of Jin Juanfu's subordinates approached him with the same question. Hearing this, Jin Juanfu's expression darkened further. But he gritted his teeth and said, tell old Zhang to hold on a little longer. Just hold on a few more days. Just a few more days, and that Chen Xiao will definitely break. Last time in the county, he only bought enough feed to last 10 days or so. In another 3 or 4 days, he'll have to buy more feed. If we can hold out until then, that Chen Xiao will have no choice but to come crawling to me. Jin Juanfu's eyes flickered as he gritted his teeth. His men watched him, sighing inwardly. They felt a sense of helplessness. Jin Juanfu's approach of trying to please both sides was essentially like dancing on the edge of a knife. They didn't entirely approve of it. But Brother Fu, what if this Chen Xiao goes out of town to buy feed? Jin Juanfu's subordinate couldn't help but remind him. Impossible. Chen Xiao isn't stupid. He wouldn't go out of his way to spend more on feed from elsewhere. I'm his best option. Jin Juanfu's eyes flickered as he spoke. Well, Brother Fu, what if the folks from Huangyu Village change their minds and come looking for you? Would you still sell feed to them? His subordinate pondered for a moment before asking again. No way. I'd rather be stuck with this batch than sell it to that bunch of scumbags. At the mention of Huangyu Village, Jin Juanfu's eyes instantly turned bloodshot as he declared firmly. But what if Huangyu Village offers to buy it at the original price? Would you still refuse? Seeing Jin Juanfu's face clouded by rage, the subordinate couldn't help but ask again. Well. Jin Juanfu froze. The rage on his face gradually faded, replaced by a few flashes of deep, intense light in his eyes. Lost in thought, he remained silent for a long while. His subordinate remained silent too, simply sitting in place, quietly drinking his wine and eating his meal. Time passed, its duration unknown. Suddenly, a voice came from the doorway. Brother Jin, still drinking? A voice tinged with a hint of frivolity rang out. Jin Juanfu looked up. Instantly, his eyes turned red as he fixed his gaze on the figure stepping through the doorway. 60, Chen Xiao's broke? You actually have the nerve to come looking for me? Jin Juanfu narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with unmasked menace. Brother Jin, don't talk like that. I'm just offering you a way out since I know you're really struggling. The captain of Team 2 in Huangyu Village shrugged it off with a laugh and cut straight to the point. I suppose you didn't sell your feed to that Chen Xiao, did you, Brother Jin? The second team leader sat down across from Jin Juanfu with familiar ease. He asked bluntly, without any pretense of politeness. Jin Juanfu remained silent, merely narrowing his eyes. His gaze toward the second team leader grew even more fierce. Brother Jin, our old party secretary already anticipated your current situation. Forget whether Chen Xiao would buy your feed. Even if he wanted to, he probably couldn't afford it. Back when Chen Xiao was leading us in fish farming, he borrowed money from every household in Xiaogang Village. Later, he got arrested and had all his assets confiscated. He's already dirt poor. Even if he tried borrowing again from Xiaogang Village folks, he probably couldn't scrape together 10,000 yuan. So, you might want to reconsider selling that feed to Chen Xiao. He can't afford it. Right now, the only place in the entire county that can take your feed is our Huangyu Village. The second brigade leader poured himself a glass of wine without any pretense. He ate his meal, drank his liquor, and spoke with smug satisfaction. He seemed to have Jin Juanfu completely under his thumb. Jin Juanfu remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the second team captain. Jin Juanfu's men watched the second team leader's demeanor, pity flickering in their eyes, yet they said nothing. So, Brother Jin, don't say I'm not loyal. I'm here to genuinely show you a clear path. Our old party secretary said to deliver the feed to Huangyu Village still at the price he set before, 6 cents per kilogram. We'll take it all. This time, we'll settle everything in one go. What do you say, Brother Jin? I didn't mislead you, did I? The second team captain looked smug, his mouth practically dripping grease as he ate the dishes on the table and drank his liquor. He addressed Jin Juanfu with a magnanimous air. Ha! Fine, fine. That's great. Jin Juanfu listened to the second team captain's words and was so angry he laughed. The price had been clearly agreed upon at 8 cents, yet now they were suddenly being forced down to 6 cents. And now he was acting like he was doing Jin Juanfu a favor. Jin Juanfu couldn't take it anymore. His current predicament was entirely due to Huangyu Village's lack of credibility. And now they dared to show off their power in front of him? Smack! The next instant. Jin Juanfu didn't hesitate, he delivered a hard slap. Ah! Crash! The second squad captain, who had been smugly enjoying his meal, was sent flying by the blow. The impact sent tables and chairs flying across the state-run restaurant. You, what the hell are you doing? Jin Juanfu, have you lost your mind? You don't want to sell your feed anymore? The second team leader's head buzzed from the blow. Moments later, he finally came to his senses, dazed and confused. He stared in terror at Jin Juanfu, who was rising to his feet and advancing step by step toward him. Oh, didn't you say you'd give me a way out? What's this begging for mercy now? Kim Jun-bok sneered at the terrified second team captain. Kim Jun-bok. Our village's old party secretary said this is the last chance. You, how dare you treat me like this? Jin Juanfu, mark my words, even if you come begging to Huangyu Village later, we won't take your feed. Your batch of feed? Just wait for it to go to waste. The second team captain backed away timidly while shouting at Jin Juanfu in terror. Poof. Jin Juanfu remained unfazed by the captain's threats. He continued walking forward, his gaze cold and sharp. When he reached the captain's side, thud! Ah! Kim Junbok delivered a brutal kick without hesitation. Then came a relentless barrage of punches and kicks, showing no mercy whatsoever. He kept at it until the captain was left with a black eye, swollen face, and barely conscious. Jin Juanfu finally let out a long sigh of relief. Much of the pent-up frustration in his heart dissipated. He then crouched down. He grabbed the captain by the hair and yanked his head up. Grinning at the sight of the captain's battered face, he snarled, "Go back and tell that old bastard. I'd rather lose my shirt selling this feed than sell it to him. We've got plenty of time ahead. We'll play this out slowly. And I hope none of you from Yellowfish Village ever set foot in the county seat. Otherwise, I'll beat every last one of you I see. Get lost." Jin Juanfu finished speaking, then grabbed the 2nd Brigade captain by the hair and flung him out of the state-run restaurant. Then, he swept a menacing glance at the crowd that had gathered to watch the spectacle, then waved his hand dismissively. "All right, everyone, disperse." "What, you want a beating too?" Jin Juanfu issued a threatening warning to the onlookers. The crowd instantly scattered like birds and beasts. In this era, while the law was strict, its enforcement was far less so. And let's not even mention that in this era, some enforcers were involved in organized crime. Thus, chaos was the norm. Mass brawls were practically an everyday occurrence. Even in rural areas, clashes between villages were commonplace. Therefore, most ordinary people in this era have to learn to keep their heads down. Jin Juanfu, you wait. The second squad leader was thrown out the door. His eyes flickered between terror and rage as he glared at Jin Juanfu, about to speak. But when he saw Jin Juanfu turn his head back, he was so frightened he quickly shut his mouth. With a swift turn, he bolted toward the county's outskirts. "Damn it! Bastard!" Jin Juanfu shot a mocking glance at the fleeing 2nd squad captain and spat on the ground. He returned to the shop. "Send a few men to keep an eye on Huangyu Village. If you see anyone leaving alone, beat the crap out of them. No matter if they're men, women, or children, beat them all." Back in the shop, Jin Juanfu directly addressed his subordinate who had just rearranged the tables and chairs at the state-run restaurant, issuing his orders. Got it, brother Fu." The subordinate nodded. Then, hesitating slightly, he added, "But brother Fu, do you think what that guy from Huangyu Village said might actually be true? That Chen Xiao, is it true he doesn't have any money, which is why he didn't come find you?" The subordinate couldn't help but ask. His words left Jin Juanfu momentarily speechless. A flicker of worry crossed his eyes. He pondered it over and over. He gritted his teeth and declared, "I'll go find Chen Xiao and sound him out." With that, he turned and headed out. "Uncle, with this chicken farming venture, the villagers already get a 40% share. That's the highest percentage I can possibly offer. If I give any more, I won't be able to repay the loan." Xiaogang Village Committee Office. Chen Xiao looked at Secretary Chen, who stood before him with a clearly dissatisfied expression, and spoke with a sigh of resignation. 61, can't stomach it? No. It's too little. But upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, Secretary Chen grew even more displeased. "I'm not saying you gave the villagers too little, it's too much." Secretary Chen confronted Chen Xiao directly. What? Hearing Secretary Chen's words, Chen Xiao abruptly looked up, momentarily stunned. "I said, the share you gave the villagers is too much." Secretary Chen rolled his eyes, tapped his pipe, and addressed Chen Xiao. "You young punk, I know you feel guilty toward the villagers. But you can't just go around doing things like this. Even if we count all the money the villagers lent you as shares, like you suggested, the villagers only lent you less than 15,000 yuan in total. You took out a 100,000 yuan loan earlier. If you count that 15,000 toward your chicken raising costs, that's only a 15% share. Now you're giving the villagers 40%? That's ridiculous. Do you think the villagers are all cheapskates? We people of Xiaogang Village have never done anything so unprincipled." Secretary Chen spoke to Chen Xiao with obvious displeasure. "No. Uncle, how can you people complain about getting too much?" Chen Xiao felt a bit touched. Yet he also felt a bit helpless. He had borrowed a considerable sum from Xiaogang Village's villagers earlier. He had planned to repay them after raising the fish. But unexpectedly, the money hadn't even had time to warm his hands before it was confiscated. This left him unable to repay the villagers of Xiaogang Village. Therefore, to express gratitude and compensate the villagers of Xiaogang Village, in this chicken-raising venture, Chen Xiao allocated a larger share of the profits to the villagers of Xiaogang Village. He gave his own share to the villagers of Xiaogang Village. But unexpectedly, this extra portion he deliberately set aside. Only served to dissatisfy Secretary Chen and the villagers of Xiaogang. They felt Chen Xiao had underestimated them. Chen Xiao felt both helpless and deeply warmed by this. Making money with the right people truly was an immensely satisfying endeavor. Who doesn't want to earn more? But no matter how much we desire it, we Xiaogang villagers must always act with integrity and do things the right way. Who else would do something like this? Just handing out extra money to the villagers out of thin air? You might be happy giving it, but the villagers won't feel right accepting it. Just stick to the rules, take what's yours, and it's yours. When we make money and the villagers get their fair share, they're happy too. And if we don't make any, they won't blame us either. Secretary Chen lectured Chen Xiao once more. Chen Xiao could only keep his head down and listen to Secretary Chen's scolding. Yes, sir. I understand. Chen Xiao replied helplessly. Then he added, but the village provided the land, so the village gets a 20% share. Surely that's fair? Chen Xiao addressed Secretary Chen once more. That shouldn't be a problem. Though you discovered that little hill, it ultimately belongs to the village, to the state. I can't really say much about it. You decide how to handle it. Anyway, that little mountain hollow will be yours forever. A 20% share amounts to 20,000 yuan, more than enough to secure that valley for you for life. Secretary Chen had no objections to this arrangement. He puffed on his pipe as he addressed Chen Xiao. Alright. It's settled then. The villagers will lend me 15,000 yuan for a 15% share. The village provides the land and gets a 20% share. I'm putting up the bulk of the capital, so I get a 50% share. The remaining 15% profit will be distributed to the villagers who lend a hand during the chicken raising process. Secretary Chen's brow furrowed again. Chen Xiao quickly continued. Uncle, please don't refuse. These past few days, the villagers have put in a lot of effort for my chicken farm. I can't just let them work for nothing, can I? After speaking, Chen Xiao stared intently at Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen frowned, puffing on his cigarette for a long while. Finally, he sighed and said, Alright, I can't argue with you. Do as you see fit. Secretary Chen shook his head, unwilling to say more. Alright. Then, old man, could you stamp this collective enterprise profit-sharing agreement for me? Seeing Secretary Chen nod, Chen Xiao visibly relaxed. He then pushed the collective enterprise contract he'd drafted on the spot towards Secretary Chen. Alright. Secretary Chen didn't hesitate. He glanced over the agreement Chen Xiao had drafted, found no issues, and promptly stamped it with the village seal. Alright, old man, that's all for today. Keep this contract safe. I'll be heading back now. I still need to clean up today's chicken manure. Having finished his business, Chen Xiao wasted no time. He stood up, tucked the contract away, and headed straight for the door. Secretary Chen watched Chen Xiao walk out without a second glance, too lazy to say anything. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he ignored Chen Xiao and went to tidy up the contract and the official seal. Just as Chen Xiao stepped out of the village committee office, a voice called out from outside. Brother Xiao, someone from the county is here to see you. Dashan's somewhat simple voice called out. Chen Xiao looked up to see Dashan leading a burly man to the village committee entrance. Well, if it isn't Boss Jean. What a rare visitor. Chen Xiao glanced at Jin Juanfu, who had come to Xiaogang Village, his eyes flickering as he spoke with a smile. Comrade Chen Xiao, please don't laugh at me. I'm here today to apologize to you. Jin Juanfu listened to Chen Xiao's words, a wry smile flickering across his face as he addressed Chen Xiao. An apology? Well, that depends on whether Boss Jin has the sincerity to offer one. Seeing Jin Juanfu cut straight to the chase, Chen Xiao wasted no time. He nodded to Dashan, signaling him to leave first. He then approached Jin Juanfu, raising his hand to guide him toward his own residence. Comrade Chen Xiao, let's not beat around the bush. Just say it. I currently have 50 tons of chicken feed on hand, with 6 more batches coming totaling 350 tons. Can you handle that much? What price are you looking to buy at? Jin Juanfu sighed as he walked, addressing Chen Xiao directly. Hearing Jin Juanfu's words, Chen Xiao shook his head in disappointment. Is that not possible? Jin Juanfu's heart sank at Chen Xiao's expression. He couldn't help but ask. He thought to himself, could that old man from Huangyu Village have been right after all? Was Chen Xiao out of money now? Couldn't afford his goods? No. Chen Xiao shook his head again. It's not that I can't afford it, it's just too little. Chen Xiao walked on, smiling as he spoke. Too little? Jin Juanfu's pupils suddenly contracted. A fiery glint instantly flared in his eyes. Then Comrade Chen Xiao, how much chicken feed do you intend to take? Gulp. Jin Juanfu stammered, unable to suppress a swallow. 800 tons. Can you get it? Chen Xiao halted his steps and turned to face Jin Juanfu. 62. Jin Juanfu's choice. Thump. 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 Jin Juanfu froze instantly. His heart began to pound wildly. 800 tons. That number assaulted all his senses with an insane frequency. Only moments later, he finally snapped back to reality. His eyes blazing, he stared at Chen Xiao and declared, the goods are no problem. I'll get them for you. But, are you really going to be able to handle it? And as far as I know, you've got 10,000 chickens. Even over 2 years, you wouldn't need that much feed, right? Are you seriously not messing with me? Jin Juanfu forced himself to stay calm as he pressed Chen Xiao. Rest assured, as long as you deliver the goods, I'll pay you on the spot. Everything will be just like before. As for why I need to buy so much feed, that's none of your business. That's my business. Chen Xiao spoke while leisurely settling onto a nearby rock. What about the price? Jin Juanfu's heartbeat grew increasingly frantic. But he forced himself to remain calm as he asked. 6 cents. Chen Xiao looked at Jin Juanfu, smiled, and uttered the figure. Whoa! The moment Chen Xiao spoke, it felt like a bucket of cold water had been dumped over Jin Juanfu's head. A chill ran through his entire body. His expression darkened as he glared at Chen Xiao. Comrade Chen Xiao, this is a bit much, don't you think? 6 cents? Are you telling me I can't make a single penny? Jin Juanfu glared at Chen Xiao with resentment. He had already considered this on his way over. Chen Xiao would definitely try to fleece him on the chicken feed price. But he never imagined Chen Xiao's cut would be this deep. It was even the same price as the malicious underbidding in Huangyu Village. This was practically looting. Old Jin, let's be straight with each other. First off, I can guarantee you'll still make a profit at this price, just a little less than you'd hoped. Chen Xiao listened to Jin Juanfu's words yet remained unconcerned. He kept smiling as he spoke. After speaking, he saw Jin Juanfu about to respond. Chen Xiao waved his hand, signaling for Jin Juanfu to let him finish. Second, don't accuse me of taking advantage of the situation. You took advantage of me earlier too, relying on Huangyu Village's backing to demand a whopping 10 cents. That price was downright ruthless. Now it's my turn to make an offer. You've got to pay some price, right? You added 2 cents to Huangyu Village's offer. Now it's my turn to bid. I'm taking 2 cents off their offer. That's not unreasonable, is it? After Chen Xiao finished speaking, he calmly stared at Jin Juanfu, saying nothing more. Jin Juanfu was rendered speechless by Chen Xiao's words. The resentment on his face faded away. Only a trace of complexity and a wry smile remained. After a moment, he sighed helplessly. Comrade Chen Xiao, is this really how smart you educated folks are? You offered me a price I couldn't accept. I should be angry with you, but I just can't bring myself to be. If I don't accept this price as you suggested, I'd feel like I'm letting you down. Jin Juanfu said to Chen Xiao with a bitter smile. Truth be told, working with Chen Xiao was a breeze. Because Chen Xiao was fair and knew how to give concessions. But don't mistake Chen Xiao for some pushover who lets others take advantage of him. If you really crossed him, Chen Xiao's methods could leave you not only without any advantage but even forced to pay a price. What's more, not only could he take advantage of him, but Chen Xiao could also make him unable to hold a grudge against him. He always found Chen Xiao's methods rather terrifying. Yet he was powerless against them. He truly believed Chen Xiao was an exceptional collaborator. This isn't over yet. Chen Xiao shook his head. These words made Jin Juanfu grow solemn once more. This price is merely the baseline. If we do reach an agreement, there are several additional requirements. The first requirement is that all 800 tons of feed must be delivered within 1 week. Of course, I won't shortchange you a single cent on the payment. Chen Xiao spoke while observing Jin Juanfu. And what else? Jin Juanfu's eyes flickered, neither agreeing nor refusing. Instead, he pressed on. Second, you must sell all your feed to me within this month, no sales to others. And you must not disclose our chicken feed business to anyone. I imagine Huangyu Village already mentioned this condition to you before? You agreed to it, correct? Chen Xiao stated. He looked at Jin Juanfu with a faint smile. Jin Juanfu remained silent for a long while. After a moment, he finally said, Comrade Chen Xiao, I need to go back and discuss this with my brothers. The price you've offered and these demands, I need time to think them through. Jin Juanfu ultimately couldn't make up his mind. He needed to go back and crunch the numbers. He also needed his brother's input. Fine. Take your time. Chen Xiao shrugged indifferently. Jin Juanfu sighed as well. Alright then, Comrade Chen Xiao, I'll be on my way. With that, he nodded and turned toward the road leading out of the village. Now, it's all up to you. Jin Juanfu, don't let me down. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes as he watched Jin Juanfu's retreating figure. He murmured to himself. Just then, a muffled groaning sound came from nearby. Chen Xiao turned to look. There stood the mute wife, having come to find him. A smile spread across Chen Xiao's face. Wife, I've got some great news. If everything goes as planned, we should be able to save tens of thousands of yuan on chicken feed going forward. In fact, if everything goes smoothly, we might even make a quick profit of tens of thousands through this. Chen Xiao instantly pulled his mute wife into his arms, grinning as he spoke to her. His mute wife was instantly overcome with excitement, waving her hands wildly as she signed to express her feelings. Xiao, you're amazing. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Chen Xiao. He. Silly wife. Seeing the silly wife with stars in her eyes, Chen Xiao's gaze softened with affection. He bent down and showered the mute wife with kisses. The kisses left the mute wife feeling dizzy. Only then did he take her small hand and lead her back home. How's it going? Can we get feed from the county feed mill? When Jaishan asked the team leader who had rushed back from the county, his voice urgent. Old secretary, the county feed factory said their feed is exclusively for supply to various farms. We need connections to buy any feed. Without a connection, they won't sell us a single pound. And even with a note, we still have to wait in line. To get any feed, we'll have to wait at least a month and a half. Team leader gasped as he explained to Wen Zhaishan. How could this be? Wen Zhaishan's brow furrowed deeply. After the second squad leader returned yesterday, beaten to a pulp, the entire village of Huangyu was enraged. In his fury, Wen Zhaishan declared he'd never buy feed from Jin Juanfu again, even if it cost him his life. Moreover, Kim Junba could forget about getting paid for the chicks and fish fry he'd delivered earlier. 63, Jin Juanfu, this is extortion. But without Kim Junbok, their feed would only last the chickens and fish another 2 days at most. What about feed for the chickens and fish after that? They'd have to figure it out themselves. The first solution that came to mind was the county feed factory. Since Jin Juanfu could source supplies from there, they naturally assumed they could too. But now, listening to the squad leader's words, when Zhaishan finally understood why Jin Juanfu could pull strings across the entire county. Old secretary, it seems we have no choice but to go to Jin Juanfu. Otherwise, those 2,000 chicks and 30,000 fish fry will starve to death. And we still haven't bought the 4,000 chicks yet. With Kim Junbok's people watching us, we can't even buy chicks in the county now. The bruises on the second team captain's face hadn't yet faded. Hearing the captain of Team 1 speak, he couldn't help but give a bitter smile as he addressed Wen Zhaishan. Looks like we have no choice but to go along with it. A look of resignation spread across Wen Zhaishan's face. He had thought Kim Junbok had already sunk thousands of dollars into this business. Not to mention the feed he had on hand. Chen Xiao certainly didn't have enough money to afford all this feed. Only he and his associates could absorb it. So to avoid taking too big a loss, he'd surely come begging them to buy the feed. But he never imagined this Jin Juanfu actually had such backbone. He'd rather go bankrupt than do business with him. This left him utterly at a loss. He'd completely blown this game. Old secretary, we're going to find Jin Juanfu. What price should we offer him this time? The second team leader couldn't help but ask again. We'll see when we get there. After a moment of silence, the old party secretary shook his head and said helplessly, Brother Fu. Chen Xiao offered 6 cents. Huangyu Village also offered 6 cents. That's far too low. Is there absolutely no way around this? At the state-run restaurant, Jin Juanfu and his associates were discussing the matter. Chen Xiao's side is definitely out of options. I know Chen Xiao well. He won't budge on his price. As for this Huangyu Village, Jin Juanfu trailed off, unable to continue. His eyes flashed with resentment. Whether Huangyu Village will raise their prices is beside the point. The situation now is that both sides want you, the boss, to supply feed exclusively. They're forcing you to pick sides. So, boss, it's up to you now. Will you continue doing business with Huangyu Village or switch to doing business with this Chen Xiao? A bespectacled subordinate of Jin Juanfu pushed his glasses up and addressed him. Well, obviously we're siding with Chen Xiao. We've done business with this Chen Xiao for 2 years. He's got a great reputation. And this time, he's buying more feed than Huangyu Village. While 6 cents per kilogram may seem like a small profit margin, with such a large volume, we can still make a decent return. Of course we'll go with Chen Xiao. No sooner had Glass's subordinate finished speaking. Voices from the other subordinates chimed in from the side. The other henchmen nodded in agreement. Clearly, the incident in Huangyu Village had taught them a valuable lesson. Alright. Then, Jin Juanfu had already made up his mind. Hearing his subordinate's words now only solidified his resolve. He gritted his teeth, ready to make his decision. But just then, boss, the people from Huangyu Village are here. A sudden shout rang out from outside. Everyone instantly turned their heads to look. Then they saw Wen Zhaishan leading the captains of Huangyu Village's 2 brigades, entering the state-run restaurant one after another. You old fool. You actually dared to come looking for me? Jin Juanfu saw Wen Zhaishan leading the group. His eyes narrowed, a flash of hostility flickering in their depths. Young Kim, what kind of talk is that? I came today to give you one last chance to reconsider. Don't pick the wrong side. Some people won't tolerate your kind of nonsense. When Zhaishan glanced at the group of burly men, recalling the fate of the second squad leader earlier, and a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. Then, swallowing hard, he forced himself to speak with an air of seniority. I don't know if Chen Xiao can handle my goods. But I know they'll at least pay me. As for you. Jin Juanfu stood up. He cracked his knuckles, his posture suggesting he was ready to throw down. Xiao Jin, that's a bit of a slanderous remark. When has our Huangyu Village ever failed to pay you? Didn't I tell you before that as long as you unload the cargo, I'd pay you? It was you who refused and drove off with the goods. When Zhaishan stubbornly persisted in his denial. Humph. Listening to Wen Zhaishan's words, Jin Juanfu was so furious he laughed. If Wen Zhaishan hadn't changed his mind at the last minute and tried to drive down the price, why would he have turned tail and left? Now he was turning the tables on him? He couldn't be bothered to say anything, preparing to stretch his legs. But, little Jean, don't say I didn't give you a chance. I know you weren't satisfied with the previous price. Fine. We'll buy chicken feed at 7 cents per pound. Fish feed at 6 cents per pound. This way, you won't lose money, you'll even make a little profit. Is that acceptable? When Zhaishan looked at Jin Juanfu, who was itching to act, he gritted his teeth in fear. Then he quickly spoke up. Kim Junbok's movements halted. He frowned at Wen Zhaishan. He hadn't expected Wen Zhaishan to actually raise the price. He discreetly signaled to one of his men beside him. The subordinate, understanding the signal, began calculating the profit margin. Seeing Kim Junbok pause, Moon Jae-shan exhaled in relief. A smug look flickered in his eyes. But he remained silent, knowing Kim Junbok was calculating the figures. A moment later, the subordinate finished his calculations and approached Kim Junbok. If Huangyu Village pays 7 cents per kilogram, they'll need 300 tons of chicken feed. We'll make 12,000 yuan. That barely covers the costs for this batch, just enough to break even. But Chen Xiao's deal, though only 6 cents per kilogram, requires 800 tons of feed. That would net us 16,000 yuan. That's still 4,000 yuan more than Huangyu Village. But Huangyu Village also needs fish feed. That'll bring in some extra cash. The profits should even out. At most, it'll be a few hundred yuan difference. The subordinate whispered these words into Jin Juanfu's ear. Jin Juanfu narrowed his eyes, grasping his subordinate's meaning. He then addressed Wen Zhaishan bluntly. Wen Zhaishan, 7 cents? Are you trying to give me change for a beggar? Let me tell you, right now, 9 cents. Anything less than 9 cents, and I won't sell you a single pound of this feed. Jin Juanfu sneered at Wen Zhaishan. Impossible. Wen Zhaishan's face flushed instantly as he shouted at Jin Juanfu. Jin Juanfu, we had a deal. Chicken feed at 8 cents. Fish feed at 7 cents. This is extortion. Malicious extortion. You're breaking your word. Wen Zhaishan seemed to snap, yelling insults at Jin Juanfu. 64, the final choice. Blackmail? Ha! Watching Wen Zhaishan erupt in sudden fury, Jin Juanfu couldn't help but laugh. So you know this is extortion? You know this is breaking your word? Then why didn't you recognize this as breaking your word when you were trying to drive down my price? Kim Junbok sneered at Wen Zhaishan. You! Wen Zhaishan was momentarily speechless. His old face flushed with embarrassment. He glared at Jin Juanfu in a fit of anger born of humiliation. Finally, he threw caution to the wind and snapped, Kim Junbok. I'm giving you one last chance. 8 cents. Stick to our original price. Take it or leave it. If you're not willing, we don't need to do this business. If you're willing, deliver the goods to the village by tomorrow afternoon. After we inspect the goods, I'll settle the payment all at once. Both the money for the chicks and fish fry from last time and the feed costs. Stung by Jin Juanfu's sharp retort, Wen Zhaishan could no longer bear to stay. He addressed Jin Juanfu. He turned to leave, leading the 2 team leaders out. Ha! The burly man who had brought Kim Junbok over. She instinctively blocked Jin Juanfu. What do you want now? Wen Zhaishan instinctively asked the burly man blocking his path. But the burly man merely looked at Jin Juanfu, awaiting his command. Let them go. Jin Juanfu remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. The burly man immediately stepped aside. Humph. Wen Zhaishan snorted coldly before striding toward the exit. Big brother. If we stick to the original price, this deal could actually work out. After Wen Zhaishan and his men departed, the bespectacled subordinate, finally unable to contain his excitement, addressed Wen Zhaishan. I just crunched the numbers. If we sell chicken feed at 8 cents and fish feed at 7 cents, our chicken feed would net us 18,000 yuan. And the fish feed would bring in 5,200 yuan. That's more than what Chen Xiao's making. Even after deducting costs and social expenses, our profit is still substantial. Kim Junbok's subordinate excitedly explained to Kim Junbok. That's right. Boss, we should definitely sell this batch to Huangyu Village. This time, they won't dare to delay payment for the feed. As long as we settle the accounts, this is a great deal. The surrounding subordinates all looked at Jin Juanfu with eager eyes. But Jin Juanfu remained silent as he listened to their words. Now, 2 choices lay before him. One was to sell the feed to Chen Xiao. 800 tons of feed would net him 16,000 yuan. The other was to sell to Huangyu Village. Chicken feed plus fish feed totaled over 400 tons, netting him 23,200 yuan. Both options were mutually exclusive. He chose Huangyu Village. Huangyu Village would certainly not allow him to sell the feed to Chen Xiao. Had he chosen Chen Xiao would never have permitted him to sell to Huangyu Village. It can be said. This choice is crystal clear. He should choose Huangyu Village. because the profit margin on this deal with Huangyu Village was far greater. But he couldn't help but ask. Everyone, do you really think Huangyu Village is trustworthy? What if we deliver the feed to Huangyu Village tomorrow, and they deliberately undercut the price or refuse to settle the bill? What then? Jin Juanfu stroked his chin, unable to resist asking each of his subordinates. Then we'll just take the goods and sell them to that Chen Xiao, right? One of his men piped up from the side. Don't get your hopes up. Jin Juanfu gave a wry smile. I tried to play both sides before, and now look, Chen Xiao's offering me 6 cents per pound too. But what if we go to Huangyu Village tomorrow, they refuse to pay, and then we turn around and sell to Chen Xiao? I dare say Chen Xiao will drive the price down again. And we won't have a leg to stand on. So what then? Do we sell or not? Jin Juanfu said helplessly. He'd already learned the hard way about trying to please everyone. He didn't want to suffer a second time. Moreover, if he did, he'd be bankrupt for good. Therefore, this decision was especially crucial. The surrounding subordinates and underlings understood Jin Juanfu's concerns. One by one, they too fell into hesitation. After a moment's pause, Jin Juanfu sighed and declared, "Brothers, I believe we should still choose Chen Xiao this time." Jin Juanfu addressed the group. Seeing the flashes of reluctance in their eyes, he continued, "Though we won't make much profit working with Comrade Chen Xiao. But we win in one crucial aspect. That's safety and reliability. By choosing Comrade Chen Xiao, we're guaranteed to make this money. The profit margin might be slim, but we won't lose money, we'll still make a gain. But if we go with Huangyu Village, we're gambling again. If we lose that bet, we'll truly have nothing left." Jin Juanfu paused here. He looked at his group of subordinates, who also sighed. He finally made up his mind. "Therefore, I've decided to choose Comrade Chen Xiao. Old secretary, do you really think Jin Juanfu will come find us to continue this business?" He headed toward Huangyu Village. The second team leader couldn't help but ask the old party secretary. "He'll definitely come." When Zhaishan sighed and said firmly, "Jin Juanfu has such a huge stockpile of feed. Besides us, only Chen Xiao could possibly absorb any of it. But I'd wager Chen Xiao's price to Jin Juanfu isn't high. Otherwise, Jin Juanfu would have sold his chicken feed to Chen Xiao long ago. Why wait until now? Even if Chen Xiao is broke, he must have enough for this batch of chicken feed, right? Then why hasn't he sold it yet? The only reason I can think of is the price is too low. And now, we're offering a higher price and can buy even more feed. Why would Jin Juanfu go out of his way to sell to Chen Xiao? He's not stupid." Wen Zhaishan declared with conviction. Hearing Wen Zhaishan's words, the captains of Team 1 and Team 2 relaxed. And besides, this batch of feed from Kim Junbok isn't just chicken feed. There's fish feed too. He can sell the chicken feed to Chen Xiao, but what about the fish feed? He'll still be stuck with it. That's still a loss, isn't it? Wen Zhaishan's eyes gleamed as he addressed the two. Upon hearing this, even a hint of a smile appeared on their faces, and their confidence grew even stronger. Seeing this, Wen Zhaishan smiled too. Then he urged them again. "Alright, hurry up and go. If you don't move quickly, you'll miss the next bus. We'll just go back and wait properly. That Kim Junbok will definitely deliver the feed tomorrow." "Are you sure? You're selling it to me? Let me make this clear, if I find out you've sold this feed to anyone else besides me, don't blame me for showing no mercy." Xiaogang Village. Chen Xiao spoke while supplementing the chicken's feed, his eyes fixed on Jin Juanfu. A smile played in his eyes. This gamble. Clearly, he had one. 65, the plan. Now we just wait for Huangyu Village to walk right into the trap. Rest assured. I, Jin Juanfu, have a reputation for doing business with integrity. You know that. Since I promised to sell the feed exclusively to you, I won't go back on my word. But this time, I've taken a real hit. Jin Juanfu sighed as he looked at Chen Xiao, who was smiling. Chen Xiao listened to Jin Juanfu's words and gave him a peculiar look. Then he said, "Loss? You won't be losing anything. I have a pretty good idea of how much you've made. After deducting the money you paid to your channels and the money you paid to your subordinates, I'd wager your personal profit from this deal is at least 4,000 yuan. That's hardly a loss." Chen Xiao spoke with absolute confidence. Jin Juanfu felt even more helpless hearing Chen Xiao's words. He looked at Chen Xiao and said, "You college student, you're being a bit too clever, aren't you? How did you know the base price I paid for the feed?" He never imagined Chen Xiao had already figured out his base price for the goods. From the very beginning, he had been in Chen Xiao's grasp, never escaping. He felt utterly helpless. He'd been in the business for years. But few could outmaneuver him with sheer intellect alone. Chen Xiao was one of them. What terrified him most was that despite Chen Xiao's scheming, he couldn't even muster anger. Because he was the one who had schemed against Chen Xiao from the very beginning. Chen Xiao was merely striking back. Facing Chen Xiao, he even felt a sense of helplessness. Your cost price for goods isn't that hard to guess. I won't explain the specifics of how I figured it out, you wouldn't understand anyway. It involves financial knowledge. You lack the foundation, you wouldn't grasp it. All in all, I didn't make you lose money, you still made a profit. Isn't that good? Chen Xiao shook his head and chuckled softly at Jin Juanfu. You're truly terrifying. Jin Juanfu muttered helplessly. Then he added, actually, if you call it profit, it's hardly a profit. After all, Huangyu Village still bought 50 tons of fish feed from me. You're not raising fish, so that fish feed that's 5,000 yuan down the drain for me. Plus the chicks and fish fry I'd already sold to Huangyu Village. That money's definitely gone another 2,000 yuan. All told, I'm out 7,000 yuan. It's a loss. Jin Juanfu crunched the numbers, his forehead creasing with frustration. So, do you want to wipe out these losses and even make a huge profit? Hearing Jin Juanfu's words, Chen Xiao's lips suddenly curved upward. He spoke to Jin Juanfu with an air of mystery. Huh? Wipe out the losses? Make a huge profit? Besides this business of yours, how else could I make a huge profit? How much could I earn? Jin Juanfu looked at Chen Xiao with a puzzled expression. That's none of your concern. If I say you can make a fortune, you will. At least 10,000 yuan, maybe even more. It all depends on whether you dare to trust me. Chen Xiao declared confidently. Well, Jin Juanfu hesitated. To be honest, after this incident, he was a bit hesitant to take risks. After all, the losses this time were simply too great. He wanted to settle down and develop steadily for a while. But Chen Xiao's offer was undeniably tempting. 10,000 yuan. That would be enough to cover every single loss from this deal. And coming from Chen Xiao himself, that made it all the more tempting. Because he had seen Chen Xiao's methods firsthand. Without batting an eye, he had outmaneuvered both him and Huangyu Village completely. He had complete faith in Chen Xiao's capabilities. Therefore, thinking this, he couldn't help but speak up. What should I do? Jin Juanfu looked at Chen Xiao with intense focus. If you trust me, today and over the next 2 days, you must do 3 things. First, use your connections at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to get a business license for an agricultural products specialty store. At the same time, secure a storefront. Chen Xiao addressed Jin Juanfu directly. Huh? A business license? Why? Jin Juanfu looked confused. Don't worry about it for now. Just do as I say. You'll understand later. Chen Xiao said confidently. Alright. I'll get it done right away. I'll have it in hand before tomorrow. Jin Juanfu didn't hesitate, committing Chen Xiao's words firmly to memory. What about the second task? Jin Juanfu asked again. Keep buying fish feed from the feed mill. The more, the better. The more you buy, the more you earn. Up to 150 tons. Chen Xiao smiled as he addressed Jin Juanfu. Huh? Buy fish feed? Is that even possible? Who would we sell the fish feed to? Huangyu Village? Now that I'm doing business with you, would they even want to buy my fish feed? And even if they are willing, the price they offer won't let me make much profit, right? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but ask again. Same as before, if you trust me, just stock up. Chen Xiao still offered no explanation, addressing Jin Juanfu directly. Alright. I'll go get it done. Jin Juanfu gritted his teeth, finally deciding to trust Chen Xiao, and agreed aloud. Third thing. Spread the word about selling your feed to me. Especially, make sure this news reaches Huangyu Village. Chen Xiao said earnestly. That shouldn't be a problem. But why must we tell Huangyu Village specifically? Jin Juanfu was puzzled. Chen Xiao looked at him without speaking. Jin Juanfu instantly understood. Alright. I won't ask anymore. Alright. One more thing. Seeing Jin Juanfu get the hint so quickly. And smiled too. Then he continued. What is it? Jin Juanfu asked Chen Xiao. Within the next 2 days, today and tomorrow, you must secure over 500 tons of feed for me. Is that possible? Chen Xiao asked Jin Juanfu sternly. 500 tons? That shouldn't be a problem. I've already made arrangements with the county feed factory. You can come pick it up anytime. The county feed factory has quite a stockpile reserved for me. But the problem is, even if I get it here, how do I transport it to your village? I've already seen it. The road leading to your village has been blocked off for ages. Jin Juanfu asked in confusion. He didn't press Chen Xiao on why he needed 500 tons of feed so urgently. Don't bring it to the village. I've rented a warehouse in the county. Get the first batch of feed to this warehouse by 6 tonight. I'll be there waiting with the money. Chen Xiao said, pulling a note from his pocket and handing it to Jin Juanfu. Jin Juanfu stared at the note Chen Xiao had clearly prepared in advance, then looked back at Chen Xiao. He sighed helplessly. Looks like you knew all along I'd end up doing this deal with you, didn't you? Jin Juanfu was genuinely impressed by Chen Xiao. In all his years, he'd never met someone so meticulously prepared. Alright, go already. Don't be late. Chen Xiao didn't respond, nearly curling the corners of his mouth as he addressed Jin Juanfu. Got it. By 6 this evening, I'll deliver at least 200 tons of feed. Just wait for the delivery. Jin Juanfu wasted no time. He tucked away the note. He gave Chen Xiao a nod before turning and walking away. This deal is half done. Now it's up to those bastards in Huangyu Village. When Zhaishan, it's my turn now. Don't let me down. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes. He murmured silently to himself. The net is now fully spread. All that's left is for the big fish from Huangyu Village to swim right into the trap. 66. 3 things. Honey. Come here for a hug. Back home. Chen Xiao spotted his mute wife bustling about in the kitchen. He hurried over. He embraced his sweetheart from behind. The mute wife, who was in the middle of stir-frying, was suddenly embraced by Chen Xiao. Her cheeks flushed instantly. She instinctively rubbed her cheek against Chen Xiao's face. Then she gestured at Chen Xiao again. Xiao, stop messing around. I'm cooking right now. The mute wife's face flushed as she gestured at Chen Xiao. She couldn't quite put her finger on why. She felt Chen Xiao had become clingier since his release from detention. Though she was quite pleased about it. It still felt a bit strange. Smack. All right. You start cooking, I'll go wash up. Chen Xiao planted a firm kiss on his silly wife. Then he turned and headed outside. The mute wife finally got back to cooking. Before long, several dishes were placed on the table. Chen Xiao had finished washing up. He sat down at the table and began eating. While eating, he asked the mute wife, Honey, how much of our loan is left to pay? Chen Xiao asked the mute wife. The mute wife quickly set down her bowl. She fetched the loan passbook from the inner room. She showed it to Chen Xiao. Then she pulled out a small ledger and showed it to Chen Xiao as well. Chickens cost 9,000 yuan. Chartering a train car cost 1,000 yuan. Buying feed cost 2,400 yuan. Building the chicken coop, buying plastic sheeting, the bamboo cages made by neighbors for raising chickens, and those wooden chicken manure trays altogether cost 300 yuan. Renting the warehouse cost 300 yuan. Total expenses, 13,000 yuan. That leaves 87,000 yuan. This money is more than enough. Chen Xiao stared at the remaining balance, his eyes gleaming with calculation. Before long, this money would multiply out of thin air. He. The mute wife watched Chen Xiao working diligently, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She couldn't help but giggle. Silly girl, what are you laughing at? Hurry up and eat. Chen Xiao watched his silly wife grinning at him. He couldn't help but chuckle. The mute wife nodded quickly and began eating. Chen Xiao also set down his ledger and passbook. And began eating. As he ate, he said to his mute wife, Honey, I'm heading to the county town this afternoon. I won't be back until tonight. This afternoon, the chicken coop is all yours. If it gets too much, go ask Dashan's wife for help. Don't try to handle it all alone. Understood? Chen Xiao instructed his mute wife. The mute wife nodded quickly upon hearing this. She even patted her ample chest. Signaling that she'd handle it, Chen Xiao could rest assured. You silly girl. Chen Xiao watched his wife's clumsy, innocent expression. The look of affection in his eyes grew even stronger. To see his silly wife again truly felt wonderful. All right. That's 230 tons of chicken feed. After a whole afternoon of work, we finally hauled it all in. 6 o'clock in the evening. At a warehouse on the outskirts of the county town. Jin Juanfu stood before Chen Xiao, drenched in sweat. Pointing at the cargo being unloaded into the warehouse, he spoke to Chen Xiao with some trepidation. Clearly, because of the Huangyu Village incident, he was worried Chen Xiao might act like the villagers there. And refused to settle the bill. All right. I'll pay you. Chen Xiao carefully inspected the chicken feed, confirming there were no issues. He nodded with satisfaction. Then, without hesitation, he walked straight up to Jin Juanfu, bag in hand. He opened it up, revealing stacks of 10 yuan bills inside. That's right. 10 yuan bills. In this era, there were number 100 yuan bills. The 10 yuan note was the highest denomination available. 110 yuan notes made up one stack. 1,000 yuan. Inside were dozens of stacks of banknotes. The sheer amount of cash left Jin Juanfu and his crew wide-eyed. 230 tons of chicken feed, 6 fun per Jin. That comes to 27,600 yuan total. This is 27,000 yuan. This is 600 yuan. The accounts are correct, right? Chen Xiao counted out 27 stacks from the bundle, then pulled out an additional 600 yuan. Handing it to Jin Juanfu and his henchman, he addressed Jin Juanfu. After all, Jin Juanfu couldn't handle 27 stacks of cash by himself. No problem. No problem. Of course it's fine. As expected, doing business with you is always a pleasure. Kim Junbok took the money and finally let out a long sigh of relief. He couldn't help but say to Chen Xiao. All this is just window dressing. Tomorrow, when I deliver another 270 tons of chicken feed, that's when it really counts. See the remaining money? If you manage to get the full 500 tons of chicken feed together tomorrow, this remaining money is yours too. Chen Xiao shook his head with a smile, pointing to the 30-odd stacks of cash left in the bag as he addressed Jin Juanfu. Gulp. Jin Juanfu instantly swallowed hard and immediately assured him, rest assured. Tomorrow, I will definitely secure the remaining 270 tons of feed. Jin Juanfu said earnestly to Chen Xiao. Alright, that's settled. How's progress on the other matters I mentioned earlier today? With the main issue resolved, Chen Xiao turned his attention back to Jin Juanfu. Got the business license. The shop's right next to that state-run restaurant. Jin Juanfu immediately informed Chen Xiao. As he spoke, he pulled out a business license from his bag. He showed it to Chen Xiao. In this era, due to previous policies, people still feared doing business. Therefore, very few people had obtained business licenses. For someone like Jin Juanfu, who had applied for an individual business license, this was naturally a welcome development. He obtained his individual business license that very day. Alright. What about the fish feed? Chen Xiao pressed again. I got another 50 tons from the county feed factory. Now I have 100 tons on hand. Tomorrow I'll get another 50 tons on credit, bringing the total to 150 tons. Jin Juanfu told Chen Xiao. Good. Chen Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he asked again, what about the message? Has it been released? Yes. It's been released. If all goes well, it should have reached Huangyu Village by now. Jin Juanfu nodded again. That's good. Chen Xiao gave Jin Juanfu an appreciative look. This was precisely why he admired Jin Juanfu. He acted decisively and without hesitation. If I'm not mistaken, the people from Huangyu Village will come looking for you tomorrow morning. They'll definitely want you to break our contract and sell the feed to them. They might even bring cash with them. I trust you know what to do. Chen Xiao asked Jin Juanfu with a half smile. Don't worry. I, Jin Juanfu, am a man of my word. My spit is as good as gold. If I say I'll only sell it to you, then I'll only sell it to you. Jin Juanfu immediately assured Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao nodded, seemingly satisfied. Then he added, if I'm not mistaken, tomorrow the people from Huangyu Village will threaten you again over the fish feed. I'll tell you this much, if you want to make money, no matter how Huangyu Village pressures you tomorrow, don't sell a single bag of that fish feed. Chen Xiao said earnestly to Jin Juanfu. 67. When Shaishan is back. This. Jin Juanfu's eyes lit up upon hearing Chen Xiao's words. His eyes lit up. The losses from the fish feed had been a thorn in his side. If Huangyu Village really wanted to buy his fish feed, it would be a win-win situation. But now, Chen Xiao was telling him not to sell the fish feed at all. This left him hesitant. Anyway, I've warned you enough. The rest is up to you. Chen Xiao shrugged indifferently, observing Jin Juanfu's expression. His scheme was meant to compensate Jin Juanfu for his losses. If Jin Juanfu didn't follow through and failed to make money, he wouldn't be to blame. I trust you. Rest assured, I'd never sell this fish feed without you. Jin Juanfu finally gritted his teeth and said. Alright. After the next batch of chicken feed arrives tomorrow, I'll tell you the rest. Chen Xiao's lips curved upward. He addressed Jin Juanfu once more. Alright. I'll be on my way then. Jin Juanfu knew Chen Xiao was dismissing him. He took a deep breath, gave Chen Xiao one last lingering look. Then he turned and led his men and underlings out the door. Thud. Only when the warehouse door slammed shut. Chen Xiao finally cracked a smile. His eyes sparkled with excitement and thrill. Ha ha ha. This time, I've hit the jackpot. Before, I thought 8 cents per pound for feed was acceptable. But now? 6 cents per pound. That's a full 2 cents less. Just these 230 tons of feed saved us 9,200 yuan. That's like saving an entire 10,000 yuan household. And don't even get me started. Once tomorrow's feed arrives, we'll save another 10,000 yuan. This move? Totally worth it. After all this time, Chen Xiao's calculations finally paid off. In his original plan, he'd been willing to accept feed priced at 8 yuan per kilogram. That was precisely the price he'd approached Jin Juanfu with. But he never imagined Jin Juanfu dared to underestimate him for the sake of Huangyu Village. Well, then, he'd have to play along properly. Therefore, these past 2 days, he'd been outmaneuvering Jin Juanfu. In the end, he drove the feed price down to 6 cents, saving me a whopping 20,000 yuan. And this was 20,000 yuan in 1982. In terms of purchasing power, compared to later generations, that's nearly 2 million. And I saved it all through sheer determination. How could he not be thrilled? And this is just the beginning. Just wait 2 more days until that big fish in Huangyu Village takes the bait. I'm going to take a big bite out of it. Then, Chen Xiao began plotting his next moves. His eyes flashed with sharp brilliance. He murmured to himself. Only after a moment did he regain his composure. Then, he stepped forward and waved his hand. He swept the remaining money on the ground directly into his personal storage space. Then he approached the feed. With a wave of his hand, he stored all the feed into his personal storage space. Finally, he cast one last lingering glance at the now empty warehouse. He turned and headed outside. What? Jin Juanfu sold the feed to Chen Xiao? Meanwhile, in Huangyu Village. At that moment, when Zhaishan heard the news relayed by the squad leader, he leapt to his feet in shock. Then, in disbelief, he exclaimed, that Jin Juanfu, has he lost his mind? Does he really refuse to do business with us even at a loss? When Zhaishan was flustered. He never imagined Kim Junbok could be this stubborn. Wasn't it just that he'd taken advantage of him once? He wasn't trying to screw him over now. Was he really going to throw such a fit? This Jin Juanfu, he's just too petty. If you want to make money, can't you just swallow your pride? How much money does Chen Xiao even have? Can he afford his feed? How much could he possibly make selling to Chen Xiao? He'd lose his shirt. He must be out of his mind. When Zhaishan muttered frantically for a long while. A moment later, Kim Junbok couldn't help but ask again that Kim Junbok, how much feed did he sell to Chen Xiao? When Zhaishan fixed his gaze on the squad leader and demanded, we don't know the exact amount. But we do know that Jin Juanfu used the same truck convoy that delivered feed to us last time he made 2 round trips delivering feed. We estimate it was around 200 tons. The captain of the first team swallowed hard as he addressed Wen Zhaishan. That's impossible. When Zhaishan immediately retorted with certainty. I don't know what price Kim Junbok sold the feed to Chen Xiao for, but it couldn't possibly be less than 6 yuan per kilogram. Even at 6 cents per kilogram, 200 tons of feed would cost 24,000 yuan. Where would Chen Xiao get that kind of money? Bluff. It must be a bluff. When Zhaishan exclaimed excitedly. As he spoke, he paced restlessly around the room, suppressing his growing panic. The first and second squad leaders watched the agitated Wen Zhaishan. They truly didn't know what to say. Until a moment later, when Zhaishan abruptly stopped and declared, no. We'll go find this Jin Juanfu tomorrow. He must deliver the goods to us as soon as possible. When Zhaishan addressed the captains of Team 1 and Team 2. Understood. The two exchanged a glance and could only nod in agreement. Watching their expressions, when Zhaishan finally exhaled in slight relief, he continued murmuring with unwavering conviction. Rest assured, they're just bluffing. They absolutely are. What? Chen Xiao actually ate 230 tons of feed? That's impossible. Where did he get the money? How could anyone from Xiaogang Village have that much money? You must be pulling my leg, right? Early the next morning, when Zhaishan arrived with 2 brigade captains to find Jin Juanfu, Kim Junbok had been waiting for them here for quite some time. As soon as they arrived, when Zhaishan couldn't help but ask Jin Juanfu if he had really sold the feed to Chen Xiao and how much he had sold. To his shock, he received an answer that made his scalp tingle. Chen Xiao had actually consumed that batch of feed and paid for it with real money. This left him completely dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it. Hey! Still dreaming? Look at this. This is Comrade Chen Xiao settling the bill for me yesterday. Honestly, Comrade Chen Xiao is way more straightforward than you guys. But Jin Juanfu opened the large bag on the table, revealing stacks of cash inside. The sight of it instantly made Wen Zhaishan and the other 2 stare wide-eyed. They stared at the money in disbelief. It's real. Where did this Chen Xiao get all this money? How could he possibly have this much money? When Zhaishan stood frozen in place, he muttered in utter bewilderment. Jin Juanfu couldn't be bothered with him and cut straight to the point. Enough. I don't have time to waste here. I've got to head to the county feed factory to settle my debt. You guys stay here. Jin Juanfu finished speaking, zipped up his bag again. He turned to walk out. Wait. But the next moment, Moon Jae-shan suddenly spoke up, stopping Kim Junbok. What? You wanna pick a fight with me? Kim Junbok raised an eyebrow, glaring at Moon Jae-shan. 68. When Zhaishan, must you really drive me to the brink? No. Of course not. When Zhaishan hastily waved his hands, signaling his innocence. Then, he forced a slightly obsequious smile and said, Brother Kim, look, since you can sell feed to Chen Xiao, why not sell some to us too? What do you say? At the same price as I quoted you yesterday, 8 cents for chicken feed. 7 cents for fish feed. This price is definitely higher than what Chen Xiao gave you, right? So, interested in doing business? When Zhaishan pleaded with Kim Junbok in a low, submissive tone. When Zhaishan wasn't stupid. He understood perfectly well. Now that Kim Junbok had struck a deal with Chen Xiao, feed sales were no longer a concern. He was no longer someone Kim Junbok could control. Quite the opposite. Huangyu Village, where chicken feed and fish feed were about to run out, was the one being controlled. The 3,000 fish fry in the ponds and the 2,000 chicks already being raised all depended on feed to survive. He had no choice but to speak to Jin Juanfu in a low, submissive tone. Sorry. I've signed an exclusive supply agreement with Comrade Chen Xiao. My feed can only be sold to him. Jin Juanfu showed no hesitation whatsoever, flatly rejecting Wen Zhaishan. A flicker of admiration crossed his eyes. He found himself increasingly impressed by Chen Xiao. He had anticipated this. Chen Xiao had anticipated every single thing. Whether it was Wen Zhaishan coming to see him or the attempt to get him to break his contract and sell feed to Huangyu Village, Chen Xiao had calculated it all with crystal clarity. Such skill gave him an almost bone-chilling feeling. Brother Jean, I know you're angry with us Huangyu Village. But in business, harmony brings prosperity. Don't be so stubborn. Sell us some of that feed, you'll make more money that way. You wouldn't turn down money, would you? Worried we won't pay up? Don't fret. Look, here's the money for the chicks and fish fry, plus the first batch of feed. We brought it all with us. If you can deliver the feed today, I can give you the money right now. What do you say? Wen Zhaishan said, taking a bag from the squad leader beside him. He opened it, revealing stacks of cash inside. Gulp. Seeing the cash Wen Zhaishan had brought, truth be told, Jin Juanfu was tempted. But remembering Chen Xiao's warning from yesterday, he gritted his teeth and said, forget it. I, Kim Junbok, am a man of my word. I said the chicken feed is exclusively for Comrade Chen Xiao, so it's exclusively for Comrade Chen Xiao. Don't even think about it. Kim Junbok turned his head away and repeated his stance. You. Wen Zhaishan's face darkened as he saw Jin Juanfu refuse again. Jin Juanfu, I've spoken to you nicely and offered you the benefits you deserve. Must you push me to the brink? Wen Zhaishan confronted Jin Juanfu with a dark expression. Oh, so now you realize this is wiping me out? Why didn't you think that way when you were screwing me over? Kim Junbok couldn't help but sneer at Moon Jae-shan, who could no longer maintain his composure. You. Wen Zhaishan's expression darkened further. Then, unable to restrain himself, he added, Kim Junbok, don't forget about the chicks and fish fry you already delivered to our Yellowfish Beach village. Don't you want the money for those chicks and fry? We're not demanding you sell feed exclusively to us. Just sell some to us while you're supplying Chen Xiao. I'll settle the payment for those chicks and fry right now. Wen Zhaishan gritted his teeth, threatening Jin Juanfu. Ha! Since I've already struck a deal with Comrade Chen Xiao, I wasn't expecting to recoup the money for the chicks and fry anyway. Consider it charity from me, Jin Juanfu, bestowed upon you beggars. Jin Juanfu's eyes flashed with anger as he heard Wen Zhaishan's words, snapping back immediately. You. Wen Zhaishan's face visibly twisted with rage at Jin Juanfu's words. Then, as if remembering something, his eyes darted around as he asked, what about the fish feed? Chen Xiao might buy your chicken feed, but he's not going to buy fish feed, right? If the fish feed doesn't sell, it'll just be stuck on your hands, right? Kim Junbok. Let me be perfectly clear, if you won't sell us chicken feed, we certainly won't take your fish feed either. Don't forget, we need a significant amount of fish feed every year. Do you want to make money off this fish feed? It's up to you. Wen Zhaishan threatened Jin Juanfu once more. Kim Junbok said nothing more. He merely narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze directly on Wen Zhaishan. Predicted again. Chen Xiao had predicted it again. Wen Zhaishan's threat had been anticipated with uncanny precision. Jin Juanfu felt an electric shock run through his entire body, making his scalp tingle. In that moment, he witnessed firsthand what it truly meant to be played like a puppet in someone's hands. Huangyu Village was now being toyed with like a plaything in Chen Xiao's hands. They couldn't even struggle. Everything had been meticulously calculated by Chen Xiao. This made him feel the sheer terror of Chen Xiao's methods. Well, are you willing now? Since you're willing, then now you'll. When Zhaishan watched Jin Juanfu's expression, a smug smile spreading across his face once more. He addressed Kim Junbok. But before he could finish, Kim Junbok cut him off. Sorry. I won't sell. Kim Junbok stated bluntly. Are you out of your mind? When Zhaishan exploded, bellowing at Jin Juanfu, you really don't want to sell that fish feed anymore? Wen Zhaishan's eyes bulged like copper bells. The voice sounded as if it were being squeezed through clenched teeth. He confronted Jin Juanfu. Old man, I'll be blunt with you. Comrade Chen Xiao knew you'd come looking for me today. So he warned me long ago. Forget about buying feed from me. Alright, I'm out of here. Do as you please. Jin Juanfu paid him no mind. He spoke calmly, then picked up his bag and walked straight toward the exit. When Zhaishan's gaze fixed intently on Jin Juanfu's retreating figure, his eyes burned with intense hatred. Resentment toward Jin Juanfu. And also resentment toward Chen Xiao. He never imagined Chen Xiao could have guessed he was coming to find Kim Junbok. And had made preparations long ago. All his plans had been shattered. Old secretary, what should we do now? The second team leader swallowed hard. He couldn't help but ask Wen Zhaishan. Back to the village. Wen Zhaishan gritted his teeth and spat out the 3 words. Then he led the way out. How much chicken feed is left in the village? How much fish feed? Back in the village. Wen Zhaishan immediately asked the village chief. Old secretary, we have less than a ton of chicken feed and fish feed left. It'll last 1 more day at most. The village chief reported immediately. Besides buying feed from Jin Juanfu, where else can we get it now? Listening to the village chief's words, Wen Zhaishan felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He asked again. Our county has only one feed factory, and its feed is exclusively supplied to the county's livestock farms. We need a special permit to buy any. And even with an approval slip, the price per pound is still 10 cents. Not only that, but we'd have to wait over a month to get the feed. So there's simply no time. The village chief thought for a moment before speaking directly. 69, Huangyu Village reporting again? He glanced down at his notebook again and continued, plus several small feed stores in the county. Our people have already been there. But the feed in those shops has all been bought up. According to our sources, Chen Xiao bought all that feed. The village chief cautiously glanced at Wen Zhaishan before speaking again. Chen Xiao. It's Chen Xiao again. Damn him. Not only did he betray our Huangyu Village, but now he wants to wipe us out completely? Hearing Chen Xiao's name again, Wen Zhaishan flew into a rage. He couldn't help but curse out loud. Only after a moment did he begin to calm down. What else? He demanded of the village chief again. And then, they collected separately from each commune. But none of the communes have dedicated feed production facilities. Even if we go door to door collecting feed, we won't get much. Our collection pace probably won't keep up with what these chickens and fish need to eat. Not to mention, buying feed from these small-scale farmers is very expensive. The price per catty is estimated to be over 10 cents. The village chief sighed helplessly. Wen Zhaishan fell completely silent. Truly, he had no idea what to do. Seeing Wen Zhaishan's expression, the village chief sighed helplessly. I reckon Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu are in cahoots. They're teaming up to set us up, cutting off our livelihood. Honestly. What's wrong with the policies these days? This is blatant profiteering. Why aren't they being arrested? This is just letting the capitalist tail grow unchecked. The village chief grumbled under his breath. But upon hearing his words, Wen Zhaishan's eyes lit up instantly. I've got an idea. Wen Zhaishan exclaimed as he sprang to his feet. What is it? In an instant, the village chief and the two brigade captains abruptly turned their gaze toward Wen Zhaishan. The director is right. They're engaging in profiteering. We'll report them tomorrow. Wen Zhaishan declared passionately. Old secretary, is that even possible? But Chen Xiao, hasn't he already legalized it? The team leader asked blankly. You fool. Wen Zhaishan snapped, frustrated. Chen Xiao may be legal, but Jin Juanfu certainly isn't. A middleman like Kim Junbok is the very definition of profiteering. Chen Xiao doing business with someone like that? That's definitely profiteering too. We're reporting them tomorrow. We'll get them every time. If they dare cut off our livelihood, I'll make sure they suffer too. Chen Xiao, if you dare harm us like this, I'll make sure you're sent back to prison. Wen Zhaishan muttered venomously. His eyes burned with venomous hatred. Alright, here's today's pay. 6 o'clock that evening. Chen Xiao returned to the warehouse he rented. After counting the goods delivered by Jin Juanfu, he nodded in satisfaction. He handed the remaining money directly to Jin Juanfu. Alright. Jin Juanfu took the money. But he seemed a bit quiet. What's wrong? Did something happen? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow at Jin Juanfu's expression and asked. Nothing major, really. It's just, that fish feed, can it really turn a profit? I've already stockpiled 150 tons. I'm afraid. Jin Juanfu asked Chen Xiao with a hint of unease. Oh, that's it. Chen Xiao realized instantly. Seeing Jin Juanfu's uneasy expression, he thought for a moment and said, here's the deal, sell me half of this fish feed. If we make money later, we split it. If we lose money, you sell me your half of the fish feed, I'll take it off your hands, and I'll cover your losses. How does that sound? Chen Xiao's eyes flickered. As he addressed Jin Juanfu. Is that okay? Jin Juanfu hesitated. Such a move would clearly show he didn't trust Chen Xiao. So he couldn't help but hesitate. Why wouldn't it be? Just give it to me. Chen Xiao cut straight to the point. According to his plan, this fish feed could make him a pretty penny. If everything went smoothly, he could make a fortune. Since Jin Juanfu was scared, it only meant he'd get to profit from the fish feed business too. Even if he didn't make any money having this fish feed in his possession. With his private storage space, stored in my private space, I won't have to worry about it going bad. He could always sell it later. No matter how you look at it, he wouldn't lose out. So he felt no guilt whatsoever. Well, alright. I'll have someone bring half the fish feed over right away. Jin Juanfu's eyes flickered as he spoke. To be honest, Chen Xiao hadn't been involved in the fish feed matter before. He was admittedly a bit uneasy. Because Chen Xiao claimed this fish feed could make money, he couldn't fully trust it. And Chen Xiao wouldn't let him sell the fish feed. If they didn't make any money, having all that fish feed sitting on his hands would mean a surefire loss. Now that Chen Xiao was involved in backing him up, he had nothing to fear. Alright, 75 tons of fish feed. At your base price of 5 cents per pound. That's 7,500 yuan total, no problem, right? Chen Xiao pulled out 7,500 yuan from his bag and handed it to Jin Juanfu. No problem. I'll arrange for someone to haul the feed right away. Jin Juanfu's expression immediately stiffened. He stepped aside to instruct his men to arrange for the pickup. Moments later, he returned. Chen Xiao, that when Zhaishan really came looking for me today, I sent him away. What should we do next? Jin Juanfu eagerly pressed Chen Xiao. He was genuinely eager to see what would become of Huangyu Village. He also wanted to see how Chen Xiao would handle Huangyu Village next. If I'm not mistaken, tomorrow, someone will come knocking to arrest you. Under the pretext of illegal speculation. Chen Xiao suddenly delivered a shocking statement. What? Jin Juanfu froze in shock. What did a middleman like him fear most? It was the special task force cracking down on illegal speculation. For someone like him, it could be euphemistically called the commercial practice of buying low and selling high. Put bluntly, it was pure profiteering. Especially in this era, his middleman business was the epitome of profiteering. If he gets caught, there's only one outcome. Re-education through labor until death. What's the panic? Chen Xiao frowned and shouted. The sudden outburst jolted Jin Juanfu awake. WHWH, what should we do? Jin Juanfu stammered, utterly flustered. Maybe we should run? Jin Juanfu blurted out. Run my ass. Chen Xiao looked at Jin Juanfu's expression and was even more speechless. Then he stated directly, if I'm not mistaken, those people from Huangyu Village will definitely report us for profiteering. It's their standard tactic. I was reported by them before. A flash of sarcasm flickered in Chen Xiao's eyes as he spoke. He then turned to Jin Juanfu. But don't worry. Chen Xiao patted Jin Juanfu on the shoulder. Remember that business license I had you get yesterday? Chen Xiao's lips curved into a smile. 70, Chen Xiao, you're speculating again? Bonus chapter for votes. Business. Ha? Business license? Jin Juanfu had been flustered. But upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, he snapped out of it. As if he'd grasped something. A look of delight gradually spread across his face. That's right. You're now a sole proprietor running a specialty agricultural products store. Buying and selling feed is perfectly normal business activity. Not only is it not profiteering, it's actually a protected business activity. You'll have to pay taxes from now on. What are you afraid of? Chen Xiao's lips curved upward as he addressed Jin Juanfu. Gulp. Jin Juanfu stared at Chen Xiao, who seemed utterly confident. He was genuinely stunned. Stammering, he asked, so, you already predicted this outcome the day before yesterday, right? Jin Juanfu thought he had already overestimated Chen Xiao. But he hadn't realized. He had still underestimated him. 2 days prior, Chen Xiao had already foreseen everything that unfolded today. And he'd made his moves early. Such tactics truly startled him. It's no big deal. Chen Xiao shrugged indifferently. He continued, so when the leaders of the Special Task Force on Illegal Business Activities come to arrest you tomorrow, just show them your business license. And if I'm not mistaken, tomorrow we'll all be summoned to the county government by the county party secretary. You don't need to worry about what happens next. Chen Xiao continued giving instructions to Jin Juanfu. Jin Juanfu glanced at Chen Xiao with a hint of apprehension, then nodded solemnly. Understood. Oh, and one more thing, barring any surprises, this fish feed should sell out tomorrow. I'll notify you when it's time to sell. As for the price, stick to 12 cents per kilogram. And sell 150 tons at a time. No less. No lower. Got it? Chen Xiao continued instructing Jin Juanfu. What? 12 cents? And sell the entire batch at once? Can we even sell that much? Jin Juanfu was stunned, unable to contain his surprise. Relax, if I say it can be done, it will be done. Just follow my lead tomorrow. Chen Xiao spoke confidently to Jin Juanfu. Jin Juanfu could only nod helplessly. Alright. You must be Jin Juanfu? Someone reported you for profiteering. Come with us for questioning. Just as expected. Early the next morning. Yunpeng, head of the county's special task force on combating profiteering, arrived at Jin Juanfu's newly rented shop with several others. He addressed Jin Juanfu directly. Right. Jin Juanfu looked at the men in uniform. He sighed inwardly. Chen Xiao had anticipated this outcome once again. There was no point in resisting. He followed Yunpeng straight out the door. Before long, the group arrived at the office of the Speculation and Profiteering Task Force. Before they even entered, he heard Chen Xiao's voice from inside. Team Leader Du, you're finally back. Why am I being called in for questioning again? I'm operating legally now, I have a license. All my transactions are protected by law. You can't just pick on me like this. Chen Xiao's voice brimmed with grievance. This surprised Jin Juanfu. He'd never seen Chen Xiao like this before. Alright. We just brought you back to ask a few questions. Someone reported you, didn't they? This is just standard procedure. Yunpeng looked at Chen Xiao's aggrieved expression and sighed helplessly. Someone reported me again? It must be those folks from Huangyu Village, right? Chen Xiao feigned bewilderment at Du Yunpeng's words. Then, with unwavering certainty, he declared. Then, gritting his teeth, he spat out, "Don't these bastards think they've screwed me over enough? Do they really want to finish me off?" Chen Xiao spat out the words, his teeth gritted. Then, Chen Xiao looked directly at Du Yunpeng. "Team leader Du, tell me what did they report me for this time? Could it be profiteering again?" Chen Xiao's eyes burned as he pressed Du Yunpeng. Actually, yes. They reported you and this Jin Juanfu for reselling controlled supplies speculation and profiteering. Seeing Chen Xiao easily deduced that it was the people from Huangyu Village who had reported him, Du Yunpeng felt utterly helpless. Without wasting any time, he stated directly. "Jin Juanfu? Boss Jin?" Chen Xiao turned toward the doorway with a blank expression upon hearing Du Yunpeng's words. "Oh. Boss Jin, you're here too," he exclaimed, feigning surprise. "What? Could it be you were reported too?" Chen Xiao asked with genuine curiosity. He seemed genuinely unaware. Jin Juanfu watched Chen Xiao's masterful acting and was at a loss for words. He could only force a smile and say, "Yeah. I have no idea what happened, but I got called in for questioning. Team leader Du, this is going too far, isn't it? Mr. Jin and I have never engaged in profiteering. This is slander." Chen Xiao frowned at Du Yunpeng, his voice tinged with displeasure. "But the former party secretary of Huangyu Village claims you and Jin Juanfu privately traded state-controlled goods buying low and selling high. And the amount involved is as high as tens of thousands of yuan. That constitutes serious profiteering." Du Yunpeng curled his lips without committing to the accusation, then stated directly. Having learned from his previous mistake, Du Yunpeng didn't dare to lock Chen Xiao up immediately this time. Instead, he interrogated him in his office first. "Nonsense." Chen Xiao's eyes widened in shock as he shouted angrily, "Slander. This is pure slander. Team leader Du, where are the people who reported me? Where are they? I demand to confront them face to face." Chen Xiao shouted angrily at Du Yunpeng. "Wang, go fetch Secretary Wan and the others." Du Yunpeng shrugged. Then he turned to an assistant nearby and said, "Right away." The staff member immediately stood up and headed outside. Not long after, he returned to the office with 3 people in tow. They were none other than Wen Zhaishan and the captains of the 2 brigades from Huangyu Village. "Wen Zhaishan, have you no shame? I helped you guys make money raising fish, and this is how you repay me by stabbing me in the back and reporting me. And now you dare to slander me?" The moment when Zhaishan entered, Chen Xiao confronted him with a furious expression. "Oomph. Chen Xiao. Slander me?" Seeing Chen Xiao's furious expression, a smug look flashed in Wen Zhaishan's eyes. He immediately retorted, "Chen Xiao, dare you say you haven't been buying and selling chicken feed in bulk with this Jin Juanfu?" When Zhaishan confronted Chen Xiao directly. "I have." Chen Xiao frowned and answered bluntly. "You dare say it wasn't a private transaction?" Upon hearing this, Wen Zhaishan's face openly lit up with smug satisfaction as he pressed Chen Xiao further. Du Yunpeng's expression turned serious. "It was a private transaction." Chen Xiao frowned tightly and stated again. "You dare claim you weren't trading controlled goods?" When Zhaishan was trembling with excitement, he pressed the accusation once more. Du Yunpeng even stood up. His gaze locked onto Chen Xiao. "It is controlled goods," Chen Xiao admitted once more. Du Yunpeng's hand slipped unnoticed behind his waist. 71, is Wen Zhaishan complaining again? Extra chapter for votes. Then how dare you claim you're not engaging in profiteering? Wen Zhaishan was thoroughly excited as he confronted Chen Xiao. "Of course we're not profiteering," Chen Xiao declared with righteous indignation. "Ha! You admit it. Eh? What?" Wen Zhaishan was about to burst out laughing. But he suddenly snapped back to reality. He froze in place. He froze solid in place. Du Yunpeng was equally bewildered. Staring blankly at Chen Xiao, he couldn't quite process what was happening. You still dare to make excuses here. You've admitted to these illegal activities, yet you still claim you're not engaging in profiteering? The next moment, when Zhaishan lost his temper completely, he shouted at Chen Xiao. "We really aren't profiteering." Chen Xiao adopted an innocent expression once more. You. When Zhaishan was so furious his blood pressure spiked. Shaking violently as he pointed at Chen Xiao, he was too furious to speak. "Chen Xiao, what's really going on here?" Du Yunpeng couldn't hold back any longer and confronted Chen Xiao directly. "Team leader Du, everything we're doing is completely legal." Chen Xiao turned to Du Yunpeng. As he spoke, he pulled out his business license. "Look, this is the business license for our Xiaogang Village collective enterprise." "I know that. But that doesn't justify your private dealings." Du Yunpeng waved his hand dismissively. "But Mr. Jin has a business license too." Chen Xiao turned to look at Jin Juanfu. Jin Juanfu, understanding the situation, pulled a business license from his coat and handed it to Du Yunpeng. "You have a business license?" Du Yunpeng stared blankly at Jin Juanfu's document. He glanced at Chen Xiao, who wore an innocent expression. Then he looked at Jin Juanfu, who showed no expression. Finally, he glanced at Wen Zishan, who stood frozen in place. He couldn't snap out of it for a long time. Team leader Du, Boss Jean runs an agricultural products specialty store. I buy feed from his shop. That's not illegal, right? Chen Xiao asked directly. It's not illegal. Du Yunpeng replied, somewhat speechless. We're doing a private transaction. That's normal, right? Chen Xiao pressed. Normal. Du Yunpeng was even more speechless. Even though feed is a controlled commodity, Boss Jin's shop is a specialized agricultural products store. Selling feed should be permitted, right? Chen Xiao stared wide-eyed at Du Yunpeng. Permitted. Du Yunpeng couldn't help but turn his head away. He replied helplessly. So does our transaction count as profiteering? Chen Xiao inquired. She glanced at Wen Zishan beside her, his face darkening to the extreme, with a faint, almost imperceptible smile. It doesn't. Du Yunpeng sighed, resigned to Chen Xiao's sly nature. But he still made his final judgment. Wen Zishan, did you hear that? Our transaction is a perfectly normal business transaction. Not profiteering. Only then did Chen Xiao turn to Wen Zishan with a sneer. You all. Wen Zishan felt like his brain was about to explode. It felt as though all the blood in his body had surged into his head. The pressure made his head throb painfully. The intense fury nearly robbed him of his sanity. Finally, he roared in fury. Collusion between officials and businessmen. You're all colluding with each other. I'll sue you. I absolutely will sue you. I'm going to find Secretary Fong. I'm going to find Secretary Fong and report you. Wen Zishan declared. He spun around abruptly and strode rapidly toward the exit. Du Yunpeng watched Wen Zishan's retreating figure. He glanced at Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu, utterly at a loss for what to do. Team leader Du, can Boss Jean and I leave now? Chen Xiao turned to Du Yunpeng. Go ahead. Du Yunpeng waved his hand in exasperation, rolling his eyes. All right. Chen Xiao finally broke into a smile and led Jin Juanfu toward the exit. That Wen Zishan went to see the county party secretary. What should we do next? Only after leaving the speculation and arbitrage suppression office did Jin Juanfu exhale a long breath. He turned to Chen Xiao, his eyes burning with intensity. Now, the main act begins. Just follow my lead. Chen Xiao glanced toward the county government building, a faint smile curling his lips. Secretary Fong, you must stand up for us. That Chen Xiao and team leader Do they're in cahoots. A collusion between officials and businessmen. They've teamed up to bully our Huangyu Village. When Zishan arrived at Secretary Fong's office, he pleaded with Secretary Fong once more. Chen Xiao and team leader Do colluding? What's this about? Secretary Fong frowned at Wen Zishan before him. He vividly remembered Wen Zishan's wild claims. Therefore, he didn't immediately believe Wen Zishan. Secretary Fong, you have no idea. Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu are clearly involved in illegal speculation. Let's report them. But that Do, the team leader, actually claimed Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu's business was legal. Isn't that blatant nonsense? This is nothing but collusion between officials and businessmen. You must stand up for us. When Zishan feigned instability, about to kneel before Secretary Fong. Secretary 1, please sit down first. Secretary Fong watched when Zishan state, sighed helplessly, rose to steady him, guiding him to the nearby sofa. Secretary 1, how about this? I'll bring over Chen Xiao and that Jin Juanfu you mentioned. We'll sit down and talk together, okay? After helping Wen Zishan settle onto the sofa, Secretary Fong addressed him. Wen Zishan opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. He could only let Secretary Fong make the call to notify the Special Task Force on cracking down on speculation and arbitrage. The task force was instructed to have Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu come to Secretary Fong's office. Secretary Fong then sat down at his desk, no longer paying attention to Wen Zishan, and proceeded with his work. A moment later. Secretary Fong, you wanted me? Oh. Wen Zishan, you actually came to complain? Really? Chen Xiao entered with Jin Juanfu in tow. The moment they entered, they spotted Wen Zishan sitting on the sofa, head bowed in thought, flanked by the 2 brigade captains who stood beside him like door gods. He immediately sneered. Chen Xiao, watch your language. Secretary Fong's eyes flickered upon hearing Chen Xiao's words. She scolded him reproachfully. Yes. Secretary Fong, I'll speak properly. Chen Xiao quickly responded. As he spoke, she skillfully took 2 cups from the cabinet and poured 2 glasses of water. One for himself. One for Jin Juanfu. Chen Xiao's practiced movements genuinely startled Jin Juanfu. He quickly and nervously accepted the glass of water Chen Xiao offered. I called you here today for 2 matters. Secretary Fong was no stranger to Chen Xiao's easygoing manner. Setting aside his documents and taking a sip of tea, he addressed Chen Xiao. Go ahead, Chen Xiao replied, taking a sip of water before getting straight to the point. 72, Chen Xiao must give up the feed. First, how are your chickens doing? Secretary Fong didn't address the matter Wen Zishan had mentioned right away, but instead asked Chen Xiao first. Not bad. They're on the right track now. Chen Xiao shrugged. When can we expect to see a return? Secretary Huang pressed further. About 6 months. We should see stable returns within roughly half a year. Chen Xiao pursed his lips and gave an inflated estimate. That'll do. Secretary Huang exhaled softly upon hearing this. In less than a year, he would be transferred. Whether it would be a promotion, a lateral transfer, or a demotion. It all depended on Chen Xiao and Huangyu Village's performance. He felt confident about Chen Xiao, but Huangyu Village. At this thought, he couldn't help but glance at Wen Zhaishan, who sat with his head bowed, saying nothing. Then he continued speaking. Then let's discuss the second matter. Secretary Wen just mentioned that you and this comrade Jean were involved in profiteering? And team leader Du is covering for you? Secretary Huang addressed Chen Xiao directly. Nonsense. Chen Xiao retorted dismissively. Secretary Huang, don't let that old codger fool you. Chen Xiao retorted without restraint. Enraged, Wen Zhaishan abruptly lifted his head but dared not utter a word. Watch your language. Secretary Huang nearly choked on his drink, glaring fiercely at Chen Xiao as he addressed him. Yes. Chen Xiao rolled his eyes and replied helplessly. I already explained this to team leader Du earlier. My dealings with Boss Jean are purely business. I have a business license, and Mr. Jean has an individual business license too. He runs an agricultural products specialty store, and I buy feed from him. This is legal and protected by law. Therefore, our actions are not illegal speculation. I already explained it clearly just now, but this old man just refuses to believe it. He insists on filing a complaint, wasting our time. Chen Xiao briefly explained to Secretary Huang. Secretary Wen, is that what Chen Xiao said? Secretary Huang's eyes flickered upon hearing this. He frowned and turned to confront Wen Zhaishan. That's exactly what he said, but... Wen Zhaishan protested reluctantly, only to shift his tone mid-sentence, but while they claim it's a legitimate business transaction, it's actually nothing but profiteering. Wen Zhaishan gritted his teeth. Secretary Wen, I find this rather hard to understand. Both Boss Jean and Chen Xiao have all their permits in order. How does that constitute profiteering? Secretary Huang frowned. Because this Jean Juanfu only sells goods to Chen Xiao. He refuses to sell to anyone else. On the surface, it's a commercial transaction, but in reality, it's using this commercial transaction to cover up his profiteering activities. When Zhaishan glared at Chen Xiao with venom, his teeth clenched. It's a frame-up. As soon as Wen Zhaishan finished speaking, Chen Xiao couldn't help but wail like a ghost, startling Secretary Huang. Unable to restrain himself, he shot Chen Xiao a fierce glare before speaking. What exactly is unfair? Mr. Jean never said he'd sell the goods exclusively to me. Chen Xiao declared with a look of utter grievance. Watching Chen Xiao put on another act, Jean Juanfu nearly burst out laughing. He quickly lowered his head, forcing himself to think of nothing. Nonsense. I went to buy feed from him yesterday, and he said his feed is only for you. Isn't this profiteering? When Zhaishan sprang to his feet, his voice boiling with fury as he confronted Chen Xiao. Mr. Jean, is that what Secretary Wen said? Secretary Huang turned directly to Jean Juanfu. Secretary Huang, that's not true. It's undeniable that all my current goods have been sold to Comrade Chen Xiao. But I'm not specifically selling to Comrade Chen Xiao, it's just that the volume he requires is enormous. Therefore, I had no choice but to supply all the goods to Comrade Chen Xiao. On the way here, Chen Xiao had already coached Jean Juanfu on how to handle various questions. His responses now flowed with practiced ease. You're lying. If that's the case, then let me ask you this, if I were to buy chicken feed from you right now, would you sell it? Listening to Jean Juanfu's nonsense, Wen Zhaishan was so enraged he began trembling all over. That really wouldn't work. Kim Junbok shook his head. See? You still claim you're not profiteering. Wen Zhaishan exclaimed excitedly, as if he'd caught Kim Junbok red-handed. Mr. Kim, why not? Secretary Huang frowned at the overconfident Wen Zhaishan and couldn't help but ask Kim Junbok. Because all the chicken feed in my store has already been sold to Comrade Chen Xiao. Even the feed for the next month has been reserved by Comrade Chen Xiao. Secretary Wen will have to wait a whole month to buy any. Kim Junbok explained. Chen Xiao stood silently to the side, calmly sipping his water without uttering a word. A month? By then, my chickens will starve to death. How am I supposed to raise them? I don't care. You must sell me the chicken feed today. Wen Zhaishan was nearly beside himself with rage. He couldn't help but shout loudly. Ha! Secretary Huang heard Wen Zhaishan's words and couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart, furrowing his brow. You see? Huangyu Village was the second piece he had strategically placed. He had even sacrificed Chen Xiao for it. If the chicken farming venture in Huangyu Village failed, it would be a double loss, both the wife and the army. Mr. Jean, is there truly no way to reallocate any resources? Secretary Fan couldn't help but press Jean Juanfu. Secretary Fan, it's genuinely impossible to reallocate any. Comrade Chen Xiao purchased far too much. Jean Juanfu replied helplessly to Secretary Fang. How much did he buy? Enough that you can't allocate any at all? Secretary Huang glanced at Chen Xiao, who remained calm and composed, and asked Jin Juanfu suspiciously. Well. Jin Juanfu glanced at Chen Xiao as if seeking his approval. Seeing Chen Xiao nod, he finally replied, 800 tons. What? 800 tons? As soon as Kim Jun-bok uttered those words, Moon Jae-shan exploded. Chen Xiao, do you even need that much feed? When Jae-shan's eyes turned bloodshot as he confronted Chen Xiao. Yeah. Chen Xiao, how many chickens are you raising? Do you really need that much feed? Secretary Huang also asked in confusion. Secretary Huang, this isn't excessive. This is only enough for 2 years' worth of feed for my chickens. I actually think it's too little and plan to buy even more. Mr. Jin. Chen Xiao said, turning to look at Jin Juanfu with an expression that suggested he was ready to place an order immediately. No. When Jae-shan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He then turned to Secretary Huang. Secretary Huang, Chen Xiao is deliberately hoarding feed. He's trying to destroy our Huangyu Village's chicken farming industry. You absolutely must stand up for us. When Jae-shan began pleading with Secretary Huang once more. Chen Xiao watched when Jae-shan's display, curling her lip in disgust and dismissing him with a sneer. Well. Secretary Wen, this is essentially a normal business practice. How can I possibly help you? Secretary Huang sighed helplessly. He spoke up. Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao must give up a portion. When Jae-shan gritted his teeth and addressed Secretary Huang. 73, if he's unwilling, then forget it. This. Secretary Huang looked at Jin Juanfu. Secretary Huang, don't come to me. Comrade Chen Xiao has bought up all my feed supplies. You'd better go to him. Jin Juanfu's eyes flickered as he addressed Secretary Huang. He now vaguely understood the scheme Chen Xiao had set in motion. Though it was only a faint inkling. But already, a chill ran down his spine. Chen Xiao. Secretary Huang could only turn to Chen Xiao. No way. Chen Xiao declared without hesitation. He shot a glance at Wen Zaishan before turning back to Secretary Huang. I know full well that Mr. Jin's first customer wasn't me. It was Huangyu Village. But Huangyu Village acted improperly earlier. Mr. Jin delivered the goods, yet they refused to settle the bill. Mr. Jin lost thousands of dollars on chicken and fish fry that went to waste. Huangyu Village has terrible character. I refuse to be screwed over by them again. Chen Xiao stated bluntly. In business, you shouldn't chase after every deal. You have to play hard to get. You. Hearing Chen Xiao's words, when Jae-shan's eyes instantly bulged with rage, his gaze fixed intensely on Chen Xiao. But he couldn't utter a word. These were all facts. Chen Xiao. Secretary Huang sighed in exasperation, calling out to Chen Xiao once more. Only then did Chen Xiao fall silent. Secretary Huang turned to Wen Jaishan. Secretary Wen, how about this? Why not just conduct the transaction right here in my office? Cash on delivery. I'll act as guarantor. If any issues arise, come straight to me. Is that acceptable? Secretary Huang addressed Wen Zaishan. Well, agreed. Wen Zaishan hesitated briefly before finally consenting. Secretary Huang visibly relaxed upon hearing Wen Zaishan's agreement, then turned his gaze back to Chen Xiao. But Chen Xiao remained silent. Secretary Huang frowned and asked, Chen Xiao, is this acceptable? Secretary Huang, you know the situation between me and Huangyu Village. Do you really think I'd be willing? Chen Xiao spoke earnestly to Secretary Huang at this moment. This. Secretary Huang frowned upon hearing Chen Xiao's words. He understood Chen Xiao's grievances with Huangyu Village better than anyone. Chen Xiao's grievances were entirely justified. But, Wen Jaishan was, after all, another pawn he had personally cultivated. He certainly didn't want Wen Jaishan to fall so easily. He could only say, Chen Xiao, that's all water under the bridge. Haven't the necessary measures already been taken? Be magnanimous. Now, you're all leading enterprises in our county. For the better and faster development of our county, we should support each other. You can't keep living in hatred forever, can you? Secretary Huang urged Chen Xiao. He was truly at a loss. Secretary Huang, don't sugarcoat it. Those 15 days in jail weren't for nothing. You want me to forgive you? Fine. Then show me some sincerity. Chen Xiao said, turning his gaze toward Wen Zaishan. For the feed I'm transferring to Huangyu Village, I'll add 2 cents per pound on top of my purchase price. Chen Xiao stated bluntly. The dagger was revealed. After all this planning, it was time to reap the rewards. Add 2 cents? How much is that? Secretary Huang asked instinctively. 12 cents. Chen Xiao blurted out the figure. Instantly. Bull. How could it be that expensive? You're taking advantage of the situation. This is extortion. When Jaishan's eyes widened instantly, he shouted angrily at Chen Xiao. Secretary Huang, is this the sincerity you asked me to set aside my grudges for? Chen Xiao turned directly to Secretary Huang. This. Secretary Huang was utterly dumbfounded. He glanced at Wen Jaishan, then back at Chen Xiao. He truly didn't know what to do. Jin Juanfu, who had remained silent all along, finally understood everything. He finally saw through Chen Xiao's scheme. It could be said that, whether it was Chen Xiao challenging him to a duel earlier, or when he bought 800 tons of feed from him, or the tasks he later assigned him, none of it was merely about gaining the upper hand in feed pricing. Securing the upper hand in feed pricing was merely the smallest piece of his larger scheme. The real stakes were always about the present. Slaughtering pigs. And the pigs being slaughtered is Huangyu Village. Chen Xiao intends to make a hefty profit off Huangyu Village. And he's doing it right in front of the county party secretary, legally and legitimately slaughtering Huangyu Village. And Huangyu Village has no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. This is a pig slaughter scheme. The pig slaughtering scheme unique to Huangyu Village. Secretary Huang. He's lying. The price he paid for feed was clearly less than 10 cents. He's lying. When Shaishan urgently confronted Secretary Huang. Bull. I clearly bought it for 10 cents. Mr. Jean is right here, you're trying to smear me? Mr. Kim, tell him what price did I pay you for the feed? Chen Xiao retorted angrily. Then he turned to Jin Juanfu with solemn certainty. 10 cents. Jin Juanfu felt like a greenhorn in front of Chen Xiao. He answered obediently. They're in cahoots. Secretary Huang. They're in cahoots. They're deceiving you. When Shaishan was nearly driven mad with anxiety, he shouted at Secretary Huang. Secretary Wan, enough. Secretary Huang had grown impatient, his voice low and sharp. You were the one who asked Chen Xiao to transfer the feed. And now you're the one complaining about the price. What? Do you expect Comrade Chen Xiao to give it to you for free? Secretary Huang directly lectured Wen Zhaishan. I. When Zhaishan was so flustered he stammered. He wanted to say something, but the words just wouldn't come out. Only after a moment did he regain some composure and say, but Secretary Huang, 12 cents is way too high. At that price, I might as well buy it from the county feed factory, they only charge 10 cents. Why would I buy from him? Then go buy it from the county feed factory. Perfect timing, Secretary Huang is here. Have him write you a note. Just go buy it. Chen Xiao interjected immediately, shrugging indifferently. You. When Zhaishan gritted his teeth in fury. Chen Xiao clearly had him figured out. He knew that even with a note, it would take at least a month or two to get the goods from the county feed factory. By the time he got the feed, the chicks would be starved to death. What good would feed do then? Then I won't buy any. We haven't paid for the chicks or fish fry anyway. Even if the chicks and fry die, we won't lose anything. When Shaishan watched Chen Xiao's brazen, unapologetic demeanor, he was utterly furious. He turned to Chen Xiao. Oh. That's great news, then I won't have to transfer the feed either. Well then, Secretary Huang, we'll be on our way. Chen Xiao instantly wore a look of delight, and with that, he was about to leave with Jin Juanfu. You. When Shaishan instantly panicked, blurting out, wait. What now? Chen Xiao snapped irritably. But deep down, he was grinning from ear to ear. Everything unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated. When Shaishan would never dare to simply abandon this batch of feed. He certainly wouldn't let the chickens and fish he was raising die like this. Because 74, no money? No problem. You can take out a loan. Though he hadn't paid for these chicks and fry. They were crucial to Huangyu Village's debt repayment plan. Huangyu Village was still drowning in tens of thousands of yuan in debt. If they couldn't repay it, their 30 mu of fish ponds would be auctioned off. They remembered Chen Xiao had said this year's fish farming would net at least 100,000 yuan. If they lost this golden goose, the fish ponds, they would regret it bitterly. He had considered waiting until this batch of chicks and fry died before buying new ones to raise. But then, where would he get new chicks and fry? And where would he get feed? He'd still have to turn to Jin Juanfu. But now, Jin Juanfu and Chen Xiao were in cahoots, practically inseparable. He didn't believe Jin Juanfu would continue doing business with them. Therefore, he had to take on this batch of feed Chen Xiao was offloading. And he must do it in front of the county party secretary. Otherwise, the moment they left this office, Chen Xiao would undoubtedly renege without hesitation and refuse to do this deal. Or he'd just keep stalling until all the chickens and fish in Huangyu Village died before agreeing. He knew Chen Xiao was perfectly capable of pulling such a stunt. So, despite his tough talk. But in reality, he had no backbone whatsoever. And now, every single one of these weaknesses had been calculated and ruthlessly exploited by Chen Xiao. It was so infuriating that when Zhaishan felt like he could spit blood. Because he had come to realize something. Chen Xiao knew Huangyu Village had no way out, and he was using this situation to fleece them. And this blow was both ruthless and vicious. When Zhaishan could only turn to Secretary Huang once more, Secretary Huang. This price is simply too high. How much are you willing to pay? Secretary Huang looked directly at Wen Zhaishan and asked bluntly. 8 cents. Wen Zhaishan replied immediately. Impossible. But the next moment, Chen Zhao's voice cut through the air. Secretary Fong turned to see Chen Xiao, his face flushed with indignation. Secretary Fong, I bought this feed for 10 cents. You want me to sell it to him for 8 cents? Not only would I make no profit, but I'd lose 2 cents out of thin air? Secretary Fong, this is killing me. Chen Xiao glared at Wen Zhaishan with feigned fury. That's true. Secretary Fong knew this was indeed a bit excessive. He promptly declared, fine, 10 cents it is. Chen Xiao, sell it to Secretary Wen for whatever you paid for it. Is that acceptable? Secretary Fong made the decision outright. No way. No. But the next moment, Wen Zhaishan and Chen Xiao both spoke in unison. This caused Secretary Fong to frown once more. Secretary Fong, Chen Xiao really doesn't have a single penny to buy this feed. Don't let him fool you. Wen Zhaishan pleaded anxiously with Secretary Fong. Secretary Fong, that's just the feed cost, there's also transportation fees. Hiring a truck costs money too. I spent a lot hiring trucks to transport this feed. These are all costs. 10 cents per kilogram. That's the absolute lowest price. If you can accept it, fine, if not, forget it. Chen Xiao stated bluntly. Secretary Fong watched the two men each stating their case. He was at a loss. Finally, he gritted his teeth and turned to Wen Zhaishan. Wen Zhaishan, today you first falsely accused Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao didn't hold it against you. Then you tried to snatch his feed supply. I even mediated for you. He was willing to cooperate. Now they're willing to transfer it to you, yet you're still not satisfied, insisting they take a loss. Wen Zhaishan, do you even want the feed anymore? Secretary Fong couldn't hold back any longer. He turned directly to Wen Zhaishan and lectured him. Wen Zhaishan tried desperately to speak, but the next moment. I don't care if what you say is true or not. Anyway, we're going with Comrade Chen Xiao's price of 10 cents per kilogram. Take this feed or leave it. This is the only time I'll mediate. If anything else happens, don't blame me for not seeing you. Secretary Fong couldn't be bothered to argue further with Wen Zhaishan. He cut straight to the point. Take it. Wen Zhaishan was so furious his teeth nearly ground to dust. He glared at Chen Xiao with such intensity he could have devoured him whole. Upon hearing his words, Chen Xiao's lips curled into a faint, thread-like smile. This trap. It worked. The harvest was imminent. He cut straight to the point. How much do you want? Chen Xiao said with a pained expression. 30 tons. Wen Zhaishan pursed his lips, his eyes flickering before he spoke. Are you kidding me? Chen Xiao instantly grew displeased, blurting out. What's the problem? Secretary Fong looked at Chen Xiao in confusion. 30 tons? Why bother coming to me for a transfer? He could just go buy that much from each commune individually. Isn't this just messing with me? Or maybe he wants to buy a little at a time? That's even worse. Once we step out of this office, I won't believe a single word those Huangyu villagers say. Who knows if he'll try to rip me off when he comes asking for feed later. Secretary Fong, let's just drop this matter. Chen Xiao stated bluntly. No. I only need this one time. After this, I'll buy it from the county feed factory. Wen Zhaishan spoke anxiously, trying to explain to Secretary Fong. Then just go buy it from the county feed factory. Why bother coming to me? You're wasting my time. Mr. Jean, let's go. He knew exactly what Wen Zhaishan was up to. He was merely using these 30 tons of feed to tide him over temporarily. To tide them over for a month and a half before getting supplies from the county feed factory. But that wasn't what Chen Xiao wanted. He'd already drawn his knife, there was no way he'd walk away unscathed. Immediately, Chen Xiao adopted an expression that made it clear he had no desire to linger any longer. He turned to leave. Stop right there. Seeing Chen Xiao about to walk away like that, Wen Zhaishan grew impatient. He called out to Chen Xiao in a raised voice. Then he cut straight to the point. How much are you asking for the transfer? Wen Zhaishan gritted his teeth. 500 tons. I'll give it all to you. If you can take it, take it. If not, forget it. Chen Xiao shrugged indifferently. You. Wen Zhaishan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He understood. He finally understood. Chen Xiao was out to slaughter him. Slaughter him mercilessly. This was revenge. Chen Xiao's revenge against him in Huangyu Village. Secretary Fong, this is revenge. This is extortion. Blatant extortion. Wen Zhaishan couldn't hold back any longer and rushed to complain to Secretary Fong. Then just don't buy it. If you don't buy it, you won't get extorted. Chen Xiao shrugged indifferently. Secretary Fong glanced at Wen Zhaishan, then turned his gaze to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, isn't this a bit too harsh? Secretary Fong clearly saw through it. Chen Xiao was determined to bleed Huangyu Village dry. He couldn't help but ask. Secretary Fong, I don't know if it's ruthless or not. But 500 tons of feed? That'll keep him from bothering me for at least a year. Otherwise, when he runs out of feed again and comes begging, should I transfer it to him or not? If I transfer it, then I'll be engaging in illegal speculation. And he might even rip me off. If I don't transfer it, he'll come complain to you. And I'll have to come over again. How troublesome is that? I don't want to deal with this kind of trouble again. Anyway, if he wants to buy, it's 500 tons of feed at 10 cents per ton. Take it or leave it. Chen Xiao said indifferently. 75. Slaughter. This. Secretary Fang was at a loss. He could only turn to Wen Zhaishan once more. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wen Zhaishan stared at Chen Xiao. His teeth were grinding so hard they might shatter. But he truly didn't know what to say. Finally, he could only manage a hoarse voice. Secretary, it's not that I don't want it, but our Huangyu Village simply doesn't have that kind of money. 500 tons of feed at 10 cents per kilogram, that's 110,000 yuan. Where are we supposed to get that kind of money? Wen Zhaishan said hoarsely. He accepted it anyway. Because he had no choice. Huangyu Village had no choice either. So it's just about money? That's easy enough to fix. But before Secretary Fang could respond, Chen Xiao spoke up again. What do you mean? Wen Zhaishan turned his head, looking at Chen Xiao as he asked. Loans. Chen Xiao stated bluntly, then turned to Secretary Fang. Didn't I raise chickens with a loan? Secretary Fang is here now. He can vouch for you, and you can get a loan too. Get a loan to raise chickens. Once they lay eggs, sell them and pay back the credit union. Chen Xiao shrugged indifferently. But a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. He knew full well that Huangyu Village couldn't possibly come up with that much money. This plan had been carefully thought out long ago. Let Huangyu Village take out a loan to slaughter themselves. Moreover, this loan isn't just about reaping enough money for himself. It's also part of his new strategic plan. Only this time, the target wasn't limited to Huangyu Village. Loan? When Zhaishan's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing Chen Xiao's words. He instantly understood where Chen Xiao had gotten all that money. So it was loans. His mind cleared instantly. And this stirred up a little scheme in his mind. He turned his gaze towards Secretary Fang. Loans? That's feasible. Secretary Fang pondered for a moment before speaking. He then turned to Wen Zhaishan. Alright then, I'll call the bank. You go handle the loan application. This way, you won't be short on funds either. The feed issue should be resolved, right? Secretary Fang inquired of Wen Zhaishan. Alright. I'll take the loan. After much deliberation, Wen Zhaishan made up his mind. Then he added. But I have conditions. Wen Zhaishan looked up at Secretary Fang again. What conditions? Secretary Fang frowned. Was Wen Zhaishan perhaps misunderstanding the situation? He was the one short on funds, and I was helping him secure a loan. Not the other way around. And now he's setting conditions? This Jin Juanfu must provide me with as many chicks as Chen Xiao got. And sufficient fish feed. When Zhaishan addressed Secretary Fang directly. You'll have to ask Mr. Kim about that. Secretary Fang looked directly at Jin Juanfu. No. I refuse. Jin Juanfu declared flatly. What? You refuse? His words stunned Secretary Fang. Refusing a business opportunity that comes knocking? Secretary Fang, it's like this. Chen Xiao spoke up again. You don't actually know. Actually, Mr. Jin's original seller wasn't me. It was this Wen Zhaishan. Mr. Jin's chicken chicks, fish fry, chicken feed, and fish feed were all sold to Wen Zhaishan first. But this Wen Zhaishan, he's completely unprofessional. After Mr. Jin delivered the chicks and fry, Wen Zhaishan refused to pay. He even used this as leverage to force Mr. Jin to deliver the feed, saying he'd pay once the feed arrived. But even after the feed was delivered, Wen Zhaishan still refused to pay. Mr. Jin immediately threatened to leave, which finally forced Wen Zhaishan to pay up. But then Wen Zhaishan immediately pressured Mr. Jin to lower the price. He slashed the agreed-upon feed price by another 2 cents, threatening not to pay otherwise. Mr. Kim was so furious he left immediately. That's why Boss Jin started doing business with me. To this day, Wen Zhaishan still hasn't paid for the chicks and fish fry Mr. Jin delivered. That means Boss Jin's lost thousands of yuan for nothing. Not to mention the fish feed he procured for Wen Zhaishan that's also stuck in his hands, costing him another 10,000 yuan in losses. If it weren't for me, his chicken feed would have gone to waste too. Another loss of tens of thousands. Tell me, if you were Mr. Jin, would you still do business with someone like this? Chen Xiao ruthlessly exposed Wen Zhaishan's dirty laundry. You. Wen Zhaishan hadn't expected Chen Xiao to expose his past like this. He wanted to retort. But not a single word came out. His face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Wen Zhaishan, is this really the case? Secretary Fang's expression turned cold upon hearing Chen Xiao's words as he turned to confront Wen Zhaishan. Wen Zhaishan remained silent, only lowering his head. Wen Zhaishan. Wen Zhaishan. You're quite the character. Secretary Fang was so furious he laughed. He knew Wen Zhaishan had poor character but never imagined it could be this bad. He now seriously doubted whether supporting Huangyu Village had been the right choice. I'm willing to settle the bill with Mr. Jin right now. I've brought the money with me. I also guarantee this will never happen again. When Xiaogang wished he could sink into a crack in the ground, he could only stammer out, "Put. Who'd believe that?" Chen Xiao scoffed disdainfully. "Chen Xiao." Secretary Fang shot Chen Xiao a fierce glare, silencing him. "Mr. Jin, Secretary Wen has already assured me. Do you think it's feasible now?" Secretary Fang turned to ask Jin Juanfu again. "Secretary Fang, I'm truly sorry. Our margins are already razor thin. We simply can't withstand another round of deception." Jin Juanfu replied with a helpless expression. Chen Xiao watched Jin Juanfu's dramatic performance and nodded with satisfaction. "Jin Juanfu, I've already given my word. What more do you want from me?" When Xiaogang, hearing Jin Juanfu's words, was so furious his ears were practically smoking. He couldn't help but retort. "Shut up!" Secretary Fang snapped at Wen Zishan. Then, turning to the silent Jin Juanfu, he asked, "So, Mr. Jin, what would it take for you to agree to this deal?" Secretary Fang asked helplessly. I don't know." Kim Junbok replied, feigning confusion. Well. Secretary Fang was at a loss. He truly didn't know what to do. "Secretary Fang, how about this, let Mr. Jin do as I do? We're right here in your office, let's finalize the unit price and transaction volume. 1J Shan will pay us on the spot. Full payment up front. We'll deliver the goods to him as soon as we return. What do you think?" Chen Xiao suddenly shifted his gaze and proposed. "Mr. Jin, what do you think?" Secretary Fang pondered for a moment, then looked at Jin Juanfu. "Well, I trust Comrade Chen Xiao." Jin Juanfu replied, feigning a timid demeanor. "Alright, it's settled then." Secretary Fang ignored Wen Zishan's attempt to speak and made the decision outright. He then turned to Jin Juanfu. "Mr. Jin, how much per chick for your chicks? And how much for the fish feed?" "Chickens are 10 cents each. Fish feed is 12 cents per pound." Jin Juanfu blurted out the prices. "Nonsense. But fish feed was only 7 cents before." When Xiaogang exclaimed in shock upon hearing Jin Juanfu's quote. 76, harvest. A bountiful harvest. Are you dreaming? Even the county feed factory charges 10 cents per kilogram. Boss Jin is selling it to you for 7 cents? That'd be a total loss. Chen Xiao rolled her eyes and retorted bluntly. "No, that's not it. Secretary Fang, believe me. It really wasn't like that. It really was 7 cents. When Xiaogang frantically explained to Secretary Fang. "But, at this price, do you take it or not?" Secretary Fang had no patience for Wen Zishan's evasions and cut straight to the point. Wen Zishan's credibility with him was now completely gone. Whatever he said, Secretary Fang wouldn't believe it. "I take it." When Zishan was so flustered he couldn't catch his breath for a moment. Finally, he could only choke out 2 bitter words. In reality, compared to chicken farming, fish farming was the true focus of the entire Huangyu Village. He hadn't forgotten what Chen Xiao had said earlier, continuing fish farming this year could net them 100,000 yuan. Therefore, fish feed was the absolute priority. Even though he knew this price was ripping him off, he had no choice but to accept it. "How much do you need?" Jin Juanfu asked directly. 150 tons. When Zishan replied quietly. "Agreed." Hearing the same number of fry Chen Xiao had anticipated, a sharp gleam flashed in Jin Juanfu's eyes as he continued. "Additionally, you must repay the money owed for the chicks and fry from before." Everything unfolded exactly as Chen Xiao had predicted. "Fine. But you must continue supplying me with 8,000 chicks." When Zishan countered. "Agreed. The previous chicks and fry total 3,200 yuan. Plus another 8,000 chicks coming up, that's 800 yuan. Plus 150 tons of fish feed, that's 36,000 yuan. That comes to exactly 40,000 yuan in total. Settle the bill." Jin Juanfu wasted no time, turning directly to Wen Zishan. "Alright." 1J Shan gritted his teeth, hesitating for a long moment. Finally, he motioned for the squad leader beside him to hand over the bag. With trembling hands, he counted out 40,000 yuan from inside and handed it to Jin Juanfu. 40,000 yuan. When Zishan could still manage that much. After all, Huangyu Village had saved up over 70,000 yuan in total. This amount was still manageable. "Payment is complete. The goods will be delivered today." Kim Junbok immediately grinned from ear to ear. "Next up is mine. 500 tons of chicken feed, 110,000 yuan. Go get a loan." Chen Xiao turned to Wen Zishan again. When Zishan remained silent, turning his gaze towards Secretary Fang. Secretary Fang wasted no time. He picked up the phone and called the credit union, explaining the situation. "Alright, go now. Get the loan processed quickly and give the money to Chen Xiao. Once you return, haul back whatever you need. Consider this matter settled." After hanging up, Secretary Fang finally exhaled in relief and sank back into his chair. When Zishan said nothing, he simply led the 2 squad leaders toward the exit. "Alright, you two stay here and get some rest. Once Wen Zishan returns and settles the accounts, you're both out of here. This petty nonsense of yours is driving me crazy. Secretary Huang delivered the words to Chen Xiao without a shred of mercy. He sat back down at his desk, rubbing his temples in frustration. Chen Xiao quickly adopted a docile demeanor alongside Jin Juanfu and sat down on the sofa. But Jin Juanfu was trembling uncontrollably with excitement. Chen Xiao found him utterly repulsive and ignored him completely. 2 hours later, when Zishan's dejected figure finally reappeared at the doorway. Thud! He tossed a large travel bag at Chen Xiao's feet. He snapped, "This is the money for the chicken feed." When Zishan's eyes burned with venomous hatred, he gritted his teeth in fury. Being fleeced by someone already made him so furious he felt like spitting blood. Being swindled by Chen Xiao made him so furious he could have eaten Chen Xiao alive. "I'll pay." Chen Xiao, however, remained completely unfazed. He opened the bag and carefully counted every single bill. Not a single note was overlooked. Jin Juanfu, watching the densely packed bills in the bag, was nearly mesmerized. He kept swallowing hard. Only after a moment passed, Chen Xiao finally finished counting the money. Squeak! He zipped up the large bag and finally turned to look at Wen Zishan. "All right. No problem. Come with me to pick up the goods later." Chen Xiao hoisted the travel bag, beaming with satisfaction. 500 tons of chicken feed, he'd spent 60,000 yuan on it. Now it was worth 110,000. A net profit of 50,000 yuan. Plus 75 tons of fish feed. Bought for 7,500 yuan, sold for 18,000 yuan in one go. Net profit 10,500 yuan. The chicken feed and fish feed businesses together brought in 60,500 yuan. And this was meat carved right off Huangyu Village's body, and he savored every bite. This was the payoff from Chen Xiao's long-term planning. "Alright, once you're done, head back. I'm still busy." Secretary Huang waved his hand impatiently at this point. "No way." Chen Xiao suddenly interjected. "What else do you want?" Secretary Huang asked, looking at Chen Xiao with resignation. "The delivery is about to happen. You need to go supervise it. What if we deliver the goods, and then the people from Huangyu Village falsely accuse us of not delivering? Won't we get screwed over again?" Chen Xiao confronted Secretary Huang directly. "You?" Wen Zishan's face instantly flushed with anger. He was about to say something. Secretary Huang cut him off. "Alright then, it's about time for dinner. I'll tag along with you guys. Oh, and lunch is on you. But keep it simple, no fancy feasts. Don't make me break any rules. Dealing with this mess today has worn me out." Secretary Huang cut off Wen Zishan before he could finish. He massaged his temples. As he stood up, he addressed Chen Xiao. "Got it. No fancy dishes, but I've got a few home-style stir-fries. Mr. Jean, isn't the state-run restaurant right next to your place? I'll leave it to you." Secretary Huang, dining at the state-run restaurant shouldn't be considered a disciplinary violation, right? Chen Xiao immediately lowered his gaze and spoke to Secretary Huang with deference. As he spoke, he picked up a bag of money and followed Secretary Huang out the door. Meanwhile, Wen Zishan led the 2 brigade captains out the door. "Alright, get to counting the goods. Don't accuse us of fudging the numbers." Outside the county government building, Secretary Huang also arranged for 2 vehicles. They drove the group to the warehouse Chen Xiao had rented. Chen Xiao opened the warehouse doors. Inside stood neatly stacked piles of 500 tons of chicken feed and 150 tons of fish feed. Not a ton more, not a ton less, exactly the right amount. "You!" When Zishan seethed inwardly at Chen Xiao's sarcastic tone, feeling utterly frustrated. But seeing Secretary Huang standing silently by his side, he could only lead the 2 team leaders over to inspect the goods. Another 10+ minutes passed in a flurry of activity. When Zishan finally returned, he nodded to Secretary Huang. "Secretary Huang, the goods are fine." "Alright, as long as the goods are fine. Now, both sides are even. This matter is settled here and now. No issues, right?" Secretary Huang smiled upon hearing this. "No problem." Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu immediately nodded in agreement. "No problem." When Zishan also nodded, then turned to Jin Juanfu and said, "Jin Juanfu, now you can finally deliver this feed to our Huangyu Village, right?" "What? You want Mr. Jin to deliver it for you?" "Wen Zishan, that's a bit unfair. Do you have any idea how much it'll cost to transport 650 tons of feed? You expect him to deliver it for you? Does he want to go out of business? Find your own transport." 77. Taking stock of the harvest. Chen Xiao's eyes widened instantly as he confronted Wen Zishan. "You! Chen Xiao! Don't push it too far." Wen Zishan's face darkened completely as he gritted his teeth at Chen Xiao. "Me? Over the top?" Chen Xiao feigned bewilderment at Wen Zishan's accusation. He glanced at Wen Zishan, then at Secretary Huang. "Secretary Huang, could it be that all deliveries in our county are free of charge and don't require quotas?" Chen Xiao couldn't help but ask. "Of course not. Secretary Fan looked at Wen Zhaishan and Chen Xiao, then sighed helplessly. To transport goods within the county, you need a transportation quota. It costs 3 cents per ton per kilometer. Secretary Fang declared. Did you hear that, Wen Zhaishan? Transporting goods costs money, and you need permits too. You expect Mr. Jean to deliver goods for free just because you open your mouth? How thick-skinned are you? Chen Xiao sneered at Wen Zhaishan. Wen Zhaishan's face darkened like storm clouds. He glared at Chen Xiao, breathing heavily with rage. Yet not a single word escaped his lips. Only after a moment passed. He finally ground out through clenched teeth, how much? Wen Zhaishan demanded through gritted teeth. Didn't Secretary Fang just say? 1 ton of cargo, 3 cents per kilometer. From here to your Huangyu Village it's at least 40 kilometers. 650 tons of cargo, 40 kilometers, that's 7,800 yuan. Mr. Jean, is this price acceptable? Chen Xiao said, turning to look at Jean Juanfu. Ah. No problem. Absolutely no problem. The greenhorn Jean Juanfu quickly chimed in. In truth, his own trucking company didn't charge nearly that much. Usually, transporting goods only cost a little over 10 cents per kilometer. Making a profit was already a win. Now, 30 cents per ton for 650 tons of cargo. This was a huge profit. Not to mention, whether it was the feed sales earlier, the quote given to Wen Zhaishan, or the quote for Chen Xiao. The freight costs were already factored into the feed price. Shipping costs weren't billed separately. But now, he could pocket an extra 7,800 yuan in shipping fees out of thin air, pure windfall profit. Why not? So he just watched Chen Xiao's shady dealings in silence, saying nothing. Chen Xiao, you're never satisfied, are you? You want me to pay 7,800 yuan just to deliver a shipment? Why don't you just rob me? Wen Zhaishan couldn't hold back any longer and erupted in a torrent of curses at Chen Xiao. Wen Zhaishan, you really don't know a good thing when you see it. This is a standard quote, okay? Even if you went to the county's trucking company, it'd be the same price, and you'd still need a quota. A 650-ton quota, even if you wanted that quota, it'd cost you a pretty penny, wouldn't it? We're already giving you a bargain at 30 cents per ton. The price is what it is. If you're willing to pay, Boss Jean will deliver the goods. If you don't want to pay, Boss Jean will be happy to take a break. Chen Xiao said indifferently. You. When Zhaishan glared at Chen Xiao, who could barely conceal his smug satisfaction. He gritted his teeth in fury. But he was utterly helpless. The situation was stronger than him. He was being held hostage. What could he do? Send, he finally managed to say through gritted teeth. The words were practically squeezed out between his teeth. Then pay up. You're getting a bargain. Chen Xiao shot him a dismissive glance as he spoke. When Zhaishan's gaze darkened, he stared intently at Chen Xiao for a long moment. Only then did he tremulously begin counting money again from the bag on his back. This time, he nearly emptied the entire contents of his bag. Finally, gritting his teeth, he counted out 8 stacks of cash. He pulled out another 20 bills. Only then did he hand the money to Chen Xiao. Why give it to me? It's for Boss Jean. I'm not the one delivering the goods. Chen Xiao rolled her eyes and snapped. You. When Zhaishan trembled with anger once more. He shot Chen Xiao a fierce glare. He handed the money to Jin Juanfu with trembling hands. All right. Money received. I'll have someone come deliver your goods right away. Kim Jun Bok grinned so widely his gums showed. Taking the money, he patted his chest and declared to Jin Juanfu. All right. When Zhaishan, you just wait here. Jin Juanfu's convoy will be here shortly. We're heading out for lunch. No need to join us. After all, seeing you here makes my appetite disappear. Chen Xiao watched Wen Zhaishan's frustrated expression. A faint smile touched his lips once more. He shot a sarcastic glance at Wen Zhaishan, then ignored the man's trembling fury. Turning on her heel, she adopted a submissive demeanor towards Secretary Fang. Secretary Fang, shall we go? Let's have dinner. All right. Secretary Fang glanced at Wen Zhaishan, sighed, and said nothing more. He understood. In this dispute between Chen Xiao and Wen Zhaishan, Chen Xiao had won. And he had won decisively. As for taking sides with Wen Zhaishan, Secretary Fang wasn't that foolish. Earlier, to support Huangyu Village's industrial development, he had revealed Chen Xiao's chicken farming business to Wen Zhaishan. That alone had already wronged Chen Xiao. Not to mention that earlier, Chen Xiao had explicitly warned him about the upcoming policy changes. Chen Xiao's previous actions were nothing short of profiteering. Yet he still had Chen Xiao arrested. This too was his betrayal of Chen Xiao. Once, twice, but not a third time. He had already wronged Chen Xiao twice. If he took sides now, he would truly alienate Chen Xiao for good. If anything were to happen to Chen Xiao, then he'd truly be robbing Peter to pay Paul. Let's go. Secretary Fang shook his head, ignoring Wen Zhaishan's desperate, pleading gaze once more. He turned and headed straight for the car. Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu quickly followed suit. Only when Zhaishan and the other two remained, staring blankly as the two vehicles drove away. Only after a long while. When Zhaishan finally roared hoarsely, "Bastards! All of them bastards! A bunch of damned beasts!" After dining with Secretary Feng, after seeing Secretary Feng off, Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu arrived at the shop Jin Juanfu had rented. After closing the outer door, they began settling accounts. After finishing the calculations, Jin Juanfu's eyes flickered with inner conflict. Finally, he gritted his teeth. From the large pile of money he had brought back, and pushed a small portion toward Chen Xiao. He pushed it toward Chen Xiao. "Comrade Chen Xiao, this is your share of the profits from the fish feed. A total of 18,000 yuan. Count it." Jin Juanfu said, his eyes filled with reluctance and regret. He truly regretted it now. 150 tons of fish feed priced at 12 cents per pound. That's 36,000 yuan total. The cost was 5 cents per gene. After deducting costs, the profit was a whopping 21,000 yuan. If only he hadn't distrusted Chen Xiao earlier and sold half the fish feed to him. Then now, this entire 21,000 yuan profit would be his. But because he feared Chen Xiao might miscalculate and dared not fully trust him, he agreed to sell Chen Xiao half. Now half of this profit had to go to Chen Xiao. Every time he thought about it, he regretted it so much he wanted to slap himself. Earlier, he had considered returning only the cost of the fish feed to Chen Xiao and pocketing the entire profit for himself. But 78, please, take us under your wing. He knew full well, if he dared to pocket this money now, he and Chen Xiao would become enemies afterward. Before, he might not have cared about antagonizing Chen Xiao. But now, having witnessed Chen Xiao's flawless strategy, completely controlling the people of Huangyu Village, and witnessing Chen Xiao carve up Huangyu Village's resources, with the villagers having no choice but to willingly submit to his demands, he was genuinely terrified. Terrified of antagonizing Chen Xiao. So, after much deliberation, he finally restrained his greed. He handed the money over to Chen Xiao. Moreover, having witnessed Chen Xiao's methods, he'd actually begun to entertain other ideas. Straightforward. Chen Xiao watched Jin Juanfu hesitate several times before finally handing over the money, then nodded with satisfaction. He had already braced himself for the possibility that Jin Juanfu might pocket the entire sum. But to his surprise, Jin Juanfu had managed to resist his greed. This earned Jin Juanfu a newfound respect from Chen Xiao. Then, glancing at the stacks of money left before Jin Juanfu, he smiled and said, "So, did you break even this time?" "I've recouped it. Not only that, I've made a profit. A huge one." Jin Juanfu glanced at the even larger pile of money before Chen Xiao. He exhaled deeply and spoke. "Before, with the chicks and fish fry from Huangyu Village, plus the feed business. All told, it was only 66,600 yuan worth of business. After deducting profits, I only made 24,440 yuan in the end. But there were many people to share that profit with. The county feed factory gets a cut, the people backing me get a cut, and my own employees get a cut. I barely made anything myself, a few thousand yuan at most." At this point, he looked at Chen Xiao, his eyes brimming with admiration. "But now, just from fish feed alone, I've made 10,500. Add the 800 tons of chicken feed I sold you, and I'm looking at 16,000 yuan. That's already 26,500 yuan. Plus the 7,800 yuan in freight costs you just negotiated down. This time, I'm netting 34,300 yuan. After splitting the profits with others, I'll personally pocket at least 15,000 yuan. That's nearly double everything I've ever made before. Chen Xiao, you're just one word, awesome." Jin Juanfu said, giving Chen Xiao a thumbs up. His eyes brimmed with admiration. Earlier, he had chosen to sell the feed to Chen Xiao, who offered a lower price. He'd already braced himself for breaking even on this deal. After all, 800 tons of chicken feed would only net him 16,000 yuan. Not only was it insufficient for his own needs, but it wouldn't even be enough to share with others. He'd just have to take the loss. Not to mention the fish feed he still had on hand. That was bound to be a total loss. He'd be out another few thousand yuan. But he never could have imagined. After doing business with Chen Xiao, not only did he not lose money, but actually made a hefty profit. He even made nearly 10,000 yuan more than before. And what's more, it was money he'd made off Huangyu Village. This made him feel incredibly satisfied. Huangyu Village had screwed him over before, nearly bankrupting him. Now, the tables had turned. Not only had he outmaneuvered Huangyu Village, but he'd also made a fortune off them. This was simply incredible. Nothing special, just some basic economics knowledge. Chen Xiao shook his head, unconcerned. "Alright, since the accounts are settled, I'll be on my way. Don't forget the remaining 300 tons of chicken feed," Chen Xiao said, packing up the money and standing up. "Wait a minute." Just then, Jin Juanfu suddenly stood up and called out to Chen Xiao. "What is it?" Chen Xiao looked at Jin Juanfu curiously. Jin Juanfu remained silent. He simply pulled out 4 more stacks of cash from his pile, 4,000 yuan in total. He pushed them toward Chen Xiao. What's this for? Chen Xiao frowned at the 4,000 yuan. This is the freight rate you just negotiated for us. Actually, our shipping rates aren't that high. Usually, we can deliver for around 12 cents. Half of this should be yours. Jin Juanfu stated earnestly to Chen Xiao. Ha? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, looking at Jin Juanfu. He narrowed his eyes and said, I suspect this money isn't just for this matter, is it? You need something from me? Chen Xiao asked pointedly. Earlier, Jin Juanfu had willingly given him money that rightfully belonged to himself. Chen Xiao regarded him with newfound respect. But that didn't mean Chen Xiao would believe Jin Juanfu would voluntarily give him money. Jin Juanfu offering money voluntarily meant he must have something he wanted from him. Jin Juanfu wasn't the type to make a losing deal. As expected, you see right through me. Jin Juanfu couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh when he saw Chen Xiao instantly guess his purpose. Then, composing himself, he continued, You're right. I do have something I need your help with. Of course, whether you help or not, this money is yours. I was right before half of this freight cost truly belongs to you. Jin Juanfu addressed Chen Xiao. Go ahead, what is it? Chen Xiao glanced at the 4,000 yuan on the table. He sat back down and asked. I want to ask you to take me and my brothers under your wing. Jin Juanfu pursed his lips, then took a deep breath before speaking. Mentor you guys? Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, puzzled. That's right. Jin Juanfu nodded solemnly before continuing. Back when the market wasn't open, I led my brothers through life and death black market deals every single day, risking our lives for a few dozen yuan a day. But it was all for survival, nothing to complain about. But things are different now. Jin Juanfu paused, fixing Chen Xiao with a serious gaze. Now, the higher-ups are encouraging economic development and have loosened restrictions on business activities. The old black market has transformed into a legitimate marketplace. But for us, buying low and selling high, that's still considered profiteering. It's illegal. Now that society has improved, I don't want my brothers risking life and limb to make money with me anymore. I want them to earn money safely and securely. I want them to earn money and live stable lives. I know you're a college graduate, you understand policy interpretations, and you've got the skills and capability. So I'm begging you, guide us. If you're willing to guide us, we'll follow your lead from now on. Jin Juanfu spoke earnestly to Chen Xiao. This was what Jin Juanfu had been contemplating. Through this incident, Jin Juanfu had finally grasped the extent of Chen Xiao's capabilities. After the new policy was announced, he knew he and his brothers couldn't keep going like this. He wanted to find a way out. But, with little formal education, how could he possibly know which path to take? It wasn't until he witnessed Chen Xiao's methods. Only then did he glimpse a glimmer of hope. 79. Detailed analysis of the entire scheme 1. How much do you trust me? Chen Xiao stared intently at Jin Juanfu for a long moment before suddenly asking. I trust you completely. Jin Juanfu took a deep breath and declared firmly. A faint smile touched Chen Xiao's lips as he spoke again. Then do you know about front companies? Honey, I'm home. It wasn't until around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Chen Xiao finally made it back to Xiaogang Village from the county seat. By then, his mute wife had already returned from the chicken coop and was preparing dinner for Chen Xiao. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's voice, she rushed out joyfully, clutching the frying spatula. Seeing Chen Xiao, the mute wife's eyes sparkled with even greater joy. She gestured wildly with her hands, trying to convey her meaning to Chen Xiao. Xiao, you must be hungry. Dinner will be ready soon. The water's already drawn, go wash your hands and get ready to eat. After finishing her frantic sign language gestures, the mute wife dashed back into the kitchen. That silly girl. Chen Xiao watched his mute wife dash back out just to catch a glimpse of him. A smile crept onto his lips. He murmured to himself. While speaking, he picked up a large bag of money and pushed open the door into the courtyard. Delicious. Once the meal was served, Chen Xiao ate until his mouth was greasy. He. The mute wife watched Chen Xiao devour his meal, grinning silently with her mouth wide open. Then she went back to eating her own meal in small bites. Only when she was nearly finished did she slow down. Chen Xiao finally slowed down and turned to the mute wife, saying, Wife, I've done something big these past few days. Want to know what it was? Chen Xiao's eyes twinkled as he spoke to the mute wife. The mute wife looked at Chen Xiao's eager expression, clearly wanting to show off. She nodded eagerly. Hey! Look what's inside this bag. Chen Xiao looked at his simple-minded wife, grinning as he pushed the large bag at his feet toward the mute woman. The mute wife looked at the bag in confusion, then glanced at Chen Xiao. Only then did she bend down and unzip the bag. Ha! The moment she unzipped it, the mute wife's wide eyes bulged in shock. Her breathing became erratic. She stared blankly at the bag filled to the brim with money. She couldn't recover for a long time. Ah, my dear, you look so silly. Chen Xiao couldn't help but grin at the sight of his mute wife. The The next moment, the mute wife snapped back to her senses. She abruptly raised her hand and rapidly signed at Chen Xiao. Xiao, did you withdraw all the loan money? The mute wife instinctively asked Chen Xiao. Of course not. Our loan balance was already down to 87,000 yuan. But this bag contains 132,000 yuan. Not only that, but we still have 19,500 yuan in our passbook. With this money plus what's in our passbook, we now have a full 151,500 yuan. In other words, after paying off the remaining 87,000 yuan loan, we've actually gained a full 64,500 yuan. Chen Xiao beamed at his mute wife as he spoke. What? How did we suddenly get so much more money? Xiao, you didn't do anything illegal, did you? But upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, the mute wife grew even more anxious. She quickly signed at Chen Xiao. Her eyes were filled with worry. Clearly, she feared Chen Xiao might have resorted to illegal means for the money. Don't worry, silly wife. Chen Xiao reached out and took her rough little hand, smiling as he said, this money is completely above board. I got it right in front of the county party secretary, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Chen Xiao placed her small hand to his lips and kissed it before speaking. The mute wife finally exhaled in relief. A look of joy spread across her face. She gestured with her other hand. That's good. But Xiao, how did you suddenly get tens of thousands more in this money? The mute wife asked curiously. Of course it's thanks to your husband's brilliant mind. Chen Xiao declared triumphantly. Seeing Chen Xiao's smug expression, the mute woman's eyes sparkled with admiration. But Xiao, how did you earn it? How could you make so much money all at once? That's incredible. The mute wife signed with her hands, her eyes fixed on Chen Xiao. Well, it all started when Grandpa and I went to buy those chicks. Chen Xiao began recounting his earlier scheme to the mute wife in detail. In truth, the beginning of all the scheming began when Chen Xiao and Secretary Chen returned from buying the chicks. In truth, it all began when the two returned and Chen Xiao found Jin Juanfu in the county town. Through their brief conversation and Jin Juanfu's attitude, he had already deduced the situation in Huangyu Village regarding chicken and fish farming. He also deduced that Huangyu Village had finalized an exclusive feed supply agreement with Jin Juanfu. Otherwise, Jin Juanfu wouldn't have treated him that way. Thus, upon piecing all this together, Chen Xiao resolved to exploit Huangyu Village's inherent greed and penchant for bargains. To execute a plan to thoroughly exploit Huangyu Village. But to pull off this scheme, he needed to win over Jin Juanfu. He needed Jin Juanfu to renege on the contract with Huangyu Village. But if he approached Jin Juanfu directly about this matter, just as Jin Juanfu had demonstrated before, he would certainly seize the opportunity to demand an exorbitant feed price from me. After all, he and Huangyu Village were enemies. Huangyu Village and I are natural competitors. Jin Juanfu was the one calling the shots. Whoever wanted to sign an exclusive supply agreement with Jin Juanfu would have to pay the highest price. In the end, it was undoubtedly Chen Xiao and Huangyu Village locked in a standoff, while Jin Juanfu reaped the benefits. This was not what Chen Xiao wanted to see. While Chen Xiao intended to severely exploit Huangyu Village, this didn't mean he was willing to hand his own money over to others. Therefore, Chen Xiao immediately had an idea. Jin Juanfu was someone he absolutely had to win over, but winning him over required careful strategy. He couldn't approach Jin Juanfu proactively. Instead, he had to make Jin Juanfu come to him, get Jin Juanfu to actively seek him out for this deal. But how could he achieve this outcome? Chen Xiao chose to bet on the human nature of Huangyu Village. Having dealt with Huangyu Village for 2 years, he knew deep down that the people of Huangyu Village were inherently greedy and always looking to get a bargain. He was more than 90% certain that Jin Juanfu's deal with Huangyu Village would not go smoothly. It would definitely go south. Because the villagers of Huangyu would undoubtedly resort to every possible scheme to take advantage of Jin Juanfu in this deal. Given the intelligence of the people in Huangyu Village, there were only 2 ways they could try to take advantage of Jin Juanfu in this business deal. One was to refuse payment when Jin Juanfu delivered the goods, dragging things out indefinitely. The other was to accept the delivery, then ruthlessly drive down the price, betting that Jin Juanfu couldn't afford the loss and would agree to a discount just to keep the peace break even at all costs. Therefore, no matter which tactic they chose, Jin Juanfu's final choice was always the same: to abandon doing business with Huangyu Village. Because 80. Detailed explanation of the entire layout too. The villagers of Huangyu knew the cheapest feed on the market cost 5 fun, but they didn't realize that procuring such low-cost feed involved significant labor costs in the middle. Thus, when Huangyu Village maliciously drove the price down to 6 cents, it appeared they weren't letting Jin Juanfu get the better end of the deal. But in reality, because of the labor costs Jin Juanfu incurred to grease the wheels, this price and this deal already meant he was taking a huge loss. Unless the Huangyu Village folks, like Chen Xiao, buy 700 or 800 tons of feed at a time. Only then could he make a tiny profit. But could Huangyu Village really buy that much? Of course not. They only raise 6,000 chickens. This feed would last them 3 years. There's simply no need. Therefore, with losses already mounting, Jin Juanfu had only one path left. That was to abandon the business. Even if the feed were to go to waste, he wouldn't continue this venture. At this point, if he wanted to resell this batch of feed to recoup some losses, his only option was to approach Chen Xiao. At this moment, Chen Xiao's first objective was achieved. He had Jin Juanfu come to him willingly to make this deal. Simultaneously, Jin Juanfu's approach signaled the full-scale deployment of his strategy targeting Huangyu Village. Jin Juanfu approaching Chen Xiao was the very first step in this plan. After Jin Juanfu found Chen Xiao naturally wouldn't be magnanimous enough to give Jin Juanfu a discount. He quoted Jin Juanfu the same price of 6 yuan per kilogram, the exact same rate Huangyu Village had been forced to accept. However, the quantity demanded reached 800 tons. Even at just 6 yuan per kilogram, this volume of feed provided Jin Juanfu with a modest profit margin. That was hope. But Jin Juanfu remained unsatisfied. He needed to weigh his options carefully and also test Chen Xiao's resolve. He knew Chen Xiao had an urgent need for chicken feed. If he could just hold out until Chen Xiao ran out of feed, Chen Xiao would have no choice but to come to him, offering to raise the price. At that moment, the power to set the price would return to his hands. But Chen Xiao had naturally anticipated this too. After all, who wouldn't want to make more money? But Chen Xiao wasn't worried. Because what Jin Juanfu didn't know was that the system had just granted him a private space. With the private space as his safety net, he had no lingering concerns. Moreover, even without the private space, Chen Xiao was certain Jin Juanfu wouldn't outlast him. After all, the news that he and Secretary Chen had just purchased a train car full of chicks from out of town couldn't be hidden from Jin Juanfu. This news alone was enough to make Jin Juanfu lose his patience. Jin Juanfu would inevitably wonder, if Chen Xiao could procure chicks from out of town, could he also secure feed? This would make Jin Juanfu restless. At this point, all it would take was a single spark to ignite Jin Juanfu completely, leaving him unable to endure any longer. That spark was Huangyu Village. Because earlier, Chen Xiao had scoured every feed store in the county. He had cleared out every last bag of bulk feed in the entire county. Huangyu Village had previously done feed business with Jin Juanfu, so they weren't worried about running out of feed. They certainly wouldn't have stockpiled much feed. At most, they had enough for a few days. But now that their business dealings with Jin Juanfu had fallen through, feed shortages have become a major problem. Therefore, Chen Xiao speculated they would definitely go looking for Jin Juanfu. But Huangyu Village never gets enough of a bargain. The people of Huangyu Village all share one trait. They only regret things when it's too late. Even if they track down Jin Juanfu at this point, they wouldn't restore the original prices or resume doing business with him fairly. Instead, they would act high and mighty, treating Jin Juanfu as if they were doing him a favor, and keep pressuring him to sell feed to them at rock-bottom prices. Just as Chen Xiao had anticipated, the second team leader approached Jin Juanfu with an air of condescension, demanding he sell them feed. In the end, he was soundly beaten by Jin Juanfu. This was the final straw. Jin Juanfu couldn't take it anymore. He was ready to accept Chen Xiao's business deal. Chen Xiao surmised that Huangyu Village would inevitably approach Jin Juanfu again, and this time, they would restore the original price. Because Huangyu Village couldn't withstand it. Burdened by massive external debts, Huangyu Village couldn't afford to let their poultry and fish farming operations collapse. So, with their immediate shortage of feed, they would inevitably panic. And this was the most crucial element in Chen Xiao's strategic plan. Jin Juanfu's choice would determine Chen Xiao's subsequent moves. Sure enough, when Zhaishan sought out Jin Juanfu immediately. However, he didn't immediately restore the original price. Instead, he raised it to 7 cents. Only after seeing Kim Junbok's reluctance did he revert to the original price of 8 cents. This was the moment of Kim Junbok's final decision. If Huangyu Village returned to the original price, Jin Juanfu would certainly earn more than by doing business with him. But he himself was more trustworthy and had better character than the people of Huangyu Village. So the final decision rested with Jin Juanfu. As for whether Jin Juanfu would ultimately choose him, Chen Xiao was only about 70% certain Jin Juanfu would choose him. Because he understood Jin Juanfu to some extent. Deep down, Jin Juanfu possessed a fiery spirit. Sometimes, even if it meant taking a small loss, he wouldn't let himself be wronged. So Chen Xiao was betting that Jin Juanfu would continue to hold on to that fiery spirit. But this deal was simply too big. Chen Xiao couldn't guarantee it 100%. But he didn't dwell on it. If Jin Juanfu didn't choose him, he had backup plans and other arrangements in place. Fortunately, in the end, Jin Juanfu chose Chen Xiao. Even if it meant taking a small loss, he refused to let himself be wronged. Chen Xiao had won the gamble. And with that, all the pieces needed for the scheme were now in place. Now, it was time for the hunt. And the target of the hunt was naturally Huangyu Village. Chen Xiao was certain that without feed supplies, Huangyu Village would surely be driven to desperation, burning their boats and fighting to the bitter end against him and his men. But how could they possibly fight to the death against him and Jin Juanfu? Could it be a violent clash? That was naturally impossible. Jin Juanfu had plenty of henchmen, all of them fierce fighters. Unless the people of Huangyu Village were suicidal. Otherwise, a violent confrontation would never happen. There's only one explanation left. Report it. Exactly. Reporting them. Because the only irregularity in Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu's business dealings was Jin Juanfu's middleman tactics, buying low and selling high. In this era, it was pure and simple profiteering. And Chen Xiao, who was doing business with Jin Juanfu, was inevitably engaging in profiteering too. Therefore, the moment Chen Xiao finalized the deal with Jin Juanfu, he had Jin pull strings to obtain an individual business license. With this business license in hand, the last remaining loophole in Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu's business dealings was completely closed. At this point, the entire scheme reached its moment of ultimate harvest. 81. Detailed explanation of the entire scheme 3. The next day, when Zhaishan reported the two as expected. But because this gap had been filled, their transaction was a perfectly normal business deal, without a single irregularity. But that wasn't the focus today. The crux was this. Chen Xiao knew that when Zhaishan's denunciation of the two of them wasn't his true objective. Rather, he intended to use team leader Du's influence to secure feed from Kim Junbok. Securing sufficient feed. He would certainly continue his shenanigans. Sure enough. Upon realizing his accusation had failed, when Zhaishan immediately sought out the county party secretary to lodge a complaint. But again, complaining was merely the surface reason. His true objective was to use Secretary Fang's authority to secure the feed. Because he knew the only way to quickly secure large quantities of feed was to get it from Jin Juanfu. He intended to leverage Secretary Fang's authority to pressure Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu, forcing Jin Juanfu to sell him feed. But this was precisely Chen Xiao's ultimate objective. In front of Secretary Fang, he would complete a seemingly fair feed transaction by exposing Wen Zhaishan's false accusations and his business dealings that cheated Jin Juanfu. When Zhaishan lost his initiative and credibility in Secretary Fang's eyes. Then, when Jin Juanfu finally revealed his true intentions and demanded Chen Xiao transfer the feed to him, Chen Xiao knew that Secretary Fang, who supported Huangyu Village's industrial development, would inevitably show favoritism and pressure him to transfer part of the feed to Huangyu Village. So Chen Xiao played the victim card again, recounting his feud with Huangyu Village and refusing to transfer the feed under any circumstances. Secretary Fang already felt guilty toward Chen Xiao because of his situation. Now Chen Xiao was playing the victim again. Naturally, Secretary Fang dared not force the issue. Thus, Chen Xiao had completely turned this transaction into a situation where when Zhaishan and Secretary Fang were begging him to transfer the feed, Chen Xiao now held all the cards and the pricing power. Next, everything proceeded smoothly. Chen Xiao knew that neither Huangyu Village nor Secretary Fang would allow both of the village's industries to fail. After all, one was burdened with external debt. The other had already sunk costs. They had no choice. So Chen Xiao flat out quoted a high price, forcing Wen Zhaishan to accept it. Even though Secretary Fang knew Chen Xiao was taking advantage of Huangyu Village, Chen Xiao's earlier display of hardship left him with no grounds to object, so he tacitly accepted the price. Chen Xiao had anticipated Huangyu Village's funding shortfall. Thus, he opportunistically revealed the possibility of securing a loan. When slaughtering a pig, you must squeeze out every last drop of blood. He had Secretary Fang guarantee a bank loan for Huangyu Village. This way, he not only secured his own profits, but also saddled Huangyu Village with even greater external debt. Simultaneously, preparations began for the next move against Secretary Fang, that biased bastard. This Secretary Fang, though seemingly friendly, had secretly betrayed him twice. Chen Xiao never forgot it. Chen Xiao wasn't known for his magnanimity. Narrow-mindedness was his specialty. He wouldn't let Secretary Fang off the hook. They were neither kin nor friends. Why should he tolerate this man's covert attempts to undermine him? That was that. Everything proceeded smoothly thereafter. He bought 500 tons of feed for 6 cents per ton and resold it to Huangyu Village for 10 cents per ton. The price difference netted him a whopping 50,000 yuan. At the same time, he took the opportunity to sell all the fish feed as well, making a huge profit with Jin Juanfu's help. As for the subsequent freight costs, that was pure windfall profit. It was a modest profit, to be sure. With that, the scheme targeting Huangyu Village had come to a complete end. Both myself and Jin Juanfu were stuffed to the gills. Meanwhile, Huangyu Village found itself saddled with a mountain of debt out of nowhere. Of course, they also gained 650 tons of feed. But, in the end, this feed would likely find its way back into Chen Xiao's hands. Because Chen Xiaoxin's new scheme had already begun. Don't forget, Jin Juanfu specifically asked Chen Xiao to mentor him. And Chen Xiao absolutely loves helping others. So this time, I've not only earned back 64,500 yuan. And what's more, this money was earned right back from Huangyu Village. That's the price they pay for trying to rip us off before. Chen Xiao declared triumphantly to his mute wife. Hearing his words, the mute wife's large eyes narrowed into slits, a radiant smile spreading across her lips. She too harbored deep hatred for Huangyu Village. Because Huangyu Village had sent Chen Xiao to prison. And it had cost Chen Xiao his college degree. She still carries the burden of a criminal record. Whenever she thought of this, she was filled with both regret and resentment. Regret for having encouraged Chen Xiao to lead Huangyu Village in making money, resentment toward the villagers' boundless greed. Hearing that Chen Xiao had taken a chunk of flesh from the villagers of Huangyu Village now filled her with unbounded joy. Honey, don't worry. This is just the beginning. I'll make sure. Just as Chen Xiao was about to outline his next steps, something suddenly occurred to him. He whipped his head around to face his mute wife. Honey, if I keep doing things to Huangyu Village in the future, would you be upset? Chen Xiao couldn't help but ask. This was his concern. After all, his mute wife was still a villager of Huangyu. What if she became unhappy if he continued to take revenge against the villagers? The mute wife quickly raised her hand, gesturing in sign language. Xiao, it's okay. I hate those Huangyu villagers too for bullying you. Whatever you want to do to them, I'll support you. The mute wife signed earnestly to Chen Xiao. Then I can rest easy. Wife. Rest assured, I won't let a single person from Huangyu Village off the hook. This time, it's just an appetizer. We'll play our game with them slowly from now on. Chen Xiao finally let out a long sigh of relief, smiling as he spoke. Yet, his eyes flickered with the deepest hatred. Everything that had happened in his previous life clung to him like maggots in the flesh, never allowing him to forget. On the contrary, the memories of that past life grew ever clearer. Whenever he thought of that past life, he remembered his foolish wife, her belly swollen with child, working day after day in the county town to pay off his debts while also confronting those scum in Huangyu Village, demanding justice. In the end, she had drowned in the river. Chen Xiao gritted his teeth in fury. Every bone in his body itched with fury. Everything from her past life was the doing of the people of Huangyu Village. He would never forget. He would never forget. The mute wife watched Chen Xiao's ferocious expression. A flicker of fear and worry crossed her eyes. She quickly stood up and walked over, clinging tightly to Chen Xiao. She knew. Chen Xiao harbored hatred in his heart. She had always known. She didn't know how to ease the hatred in Chen Xiao's heart. All she knew was that whatever Chen Xiao did, she would stand by her, support her. That was her debt to Chen Xiao. It's okay, honey. I'm fine. The sudden warmth of the embrace snapped Chen Xiao back to reality. The intense malevolence in his eyes slowly dissipated. He reached out, pulling his mute wife back into his arms. He kissed his silly wife fiercely before murmuring. But deep down, he had already begun formulating his next plan targeting Huangyu Village. Huangyu Village, I've already made my next move. You'd better hold on. If I don't play this game until your family is ruined, how could I ever repay the kindness you showed me in my past life? 82. Huangyu Village still won't behave? Chen Xiao. Jin Juanfu. Beasts. All of you are beasts. Meanwhile, in Huangyu Village, when Zhaishan was nearly beside himself with rage. Although he had managed to buy back enough feed. But he'd paid an unimaginably high price for it. Even with his little finger, he knew he'd been double-crossed by Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu. But Chen Xiao's scheme was blatantly obvious. Chen Xiao was betting he wouldn't dare abandon his chicken and fish farming businesses, knowing full well that Huangyu Village was drowning in debt. Ingratitude. This is pure ingratitude. Damn Chen Xiao. If it weren't for Huangyu Village saving him, he'd have drowned in the ditch long ago. Now this bastard not only betrays our Huangyu Village, but also dumps the debt on our villagers. And that's not all. He's actually scheming against us. Stealing our money. Chen Xiao, may you rot in hell. When Zhaishan raged at the Huangyu Village committee. His eyes burned crimson. He never imagined Chen Xiao could be so ruthless and treacherous. How could he have set such a massive trap for Huangyu Village? How dare Chen Xiao? It was just Huangyu Village reporting him out of concern he might make a mistake. And nothing really came of it, did it? How could Chen Xiao be so ungrateful? To actually set up such a trap for Huangyu Village. He couldn't wrap his head around it, no matter how hard he tried. Old secretary, what should we do next? We've taken out another 100,000 yuan loan. With that and what we owe the government, we're over 150,000 yuan in debt. With so much debt, how can we ever pay it all back? The second team leader looked at Wen Zhaishan. The admiration that had once shone in his eyes was gone. Now, his eyes were filled with anxiety as he pressed Wen Zhaishan. What's the panic? Wen Zhaishan grew even more irritated at the second team leader's words, snapping back sharply, we've got 100,000 yuan in loans on our backs, and Chen Xiao has another 100,000 yuan in loans too. He's not panicking, so why should we? Wen Zishan glared at the second team captain as he spoke. Besides, although I didn't expect Chen Xiao to raise 10,000 chickens at once before, now, once the Jin Juanfu delivers the chicks, we'll also have 10,000 chickens. We're both raising 10,000 chickens. How could we possibly earn less than Chen Xiao? Wen Zishan glared fiercely at the second team captain as he spoke. Besides, Chen Xiao only raises chickens, he doesn't even worry about repaying his loans. We're not just raising chickens, we're raising fish too. Fish farming is our main business. Don't forget, Chen Xiao said fish farming could net us 100,000 yuan in profit this year. We'll definitely pay off our loans sooner than Chen Xiao. Not to mention, we have the fish farming business as a safety net. What's there to worry about? When Zishan fired question after question at the captain of Team 2. The second team leader was at a loss for words and could only lower his head. A flicker of resentment crossed his eyes. But old secretary, are we just going to let this matter slide? The team leader beside him, his eyes filled with frustration, couldn't help but ask when Zishan. Let it go? How could we possibly let it go? Chen Xiao dared to screw over our Huangyu Village like this, we absolutely cannot just let it slide. And that Jin Juanfu, he's in cahoots with Chen Xiao, screwing us over. I'll make sure they don't die a good death. A murderous glint flashed in Wen Zishan's eyes as he spat out the words. But old secretary, they're gloating right now. Do we have anything on them? How can we get back at them? The squad leader listened to Wen Zishan's words, his eyes burning with fervor. He couldn't help but ask Wen Zishan. Don't worry. I already have a plan. Wen Zishan narrowed his eyes slightly. Old secretary, what's your plan? The captain's eyes lit up as he pressed for details. The breakthrough point is still Kim Junbok. Wen Zishan said slowly. Kim Junbok? What do you mean? The captain of Team 1 looked confused. Our original plan was to monopolize the county's chicks and feed supply, making it impossible for Chen Xiao to raise chickens. But who would have thought that ungrateful bastard Chen Xiao would turn around and scheme against us? Now we're completely powerless against them in the chick and feed business. So continuing to pressure them through chicks and feed is impossible now. When Zishan paused after speaking these words slowly. Then, narrowing his eyes, he continued, but since Chen Xiao is raising chickens, he must be selling eggs, right? And if Chen Xiao sells eggs, there's only one way, he'll have to let Jin Juanfu handle the sales. As when Zishan spoke, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. But if Jin Juanfu dares to buy Chen Xiao's eggs in bulk and resell them, that's profiteering. Then we'll report him again. Let's see how he defends himself then. When Zishan gritted his teeth and said fiercely. But old secretary, you forgot? That Jin Juanfu is already registered as an individual business owner. His current dealings with Chen Xiao are perfectly legal. The team leader couldn't help scratching his head as he addressed Wen Zishan. Are you stupid? Kim Junbok, doing business with Chen Xiao is legal, but doing business with others isn't. Team leader 2 now understood Wen Zishan's meaning. His eyes flashed with sharp insight as he addressed the first team leader. Doing business with Chen Xiao is legal, but doing business with others isn't? What does that mean? Team leader 1 was even more confused. He asked in confusion. The old party secretary meant that Chen Xiao has a collective enterprise business license, while Wen Zishan has an individual business license. Therefore, business transactions between them are legal. But Chen Xiao keeps 10,000 chickens. Once they start laying eggs, even if each lays one every 2 days, that's 5,000 eggs a day. 5,000 eggs, do the math, that's at least 500 Jin. That many eggs? His little shop couldn't possibly sell them all in a single day. So if Jin Juanfu wants to sell all of Chen Xiao's eggs every day, he'll have to stick to the old way. Distribute these eggs to the small vendors at various markets. This effectively means Jin Juanfu is doing wholesale business with these street vendors. But that's illegal. Because while Jin Juanfu has a business license, do these street vendors have business licenses? Of course not. Even if they tried to get one, it'd be impossible. They're all small-scale operations. Getting a business license requires connections and is too costly. It's unnecessary. So Jin Juanfu and these street vendors are essentially engaging in illegal speculation. As soon as we report them, Jin Juanfu will definitely get busted. Chen Xiao won't be able to sell a single egg. All those eggs will be stuck on her hands. Chen Xiao won't make a single penny. Then all the chickens Chen Xiao raised would be for nothing. Jin Juanfu will be thrown in jail too. 2 birds with 1 stone. The captain of Team 2 explained to the captain of Team 1. A gleam shone in his eyes. 83, I figured it out. Brilliant. Old secretary, you're too awesome. The captain of Team 1's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing the captain of Team 2's words. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the unflappable Wen Zishan. Just a little trick. Wen Zishan waved it off nonchalantly. But just then, the second team leader couldn't help but interject, but old secretary, this means Chen Xiao's eggs really won't sell. But neither can ours. What are we supposed to do? The second team leader couldn't help but ask Wen Zishan. Don't worry. We anticipated this situation long ago. We just need to mobilize our fellow villagers to go to the county and sell the eggs to the market vendors. when Zishan declared with confidence. Ha! We're selling to those vendors too? But old secretary, doesn't that make us speculators too? The team leader's heart skipped a beat upon hearing when Zishan's words. He couldn't help but blurt out. No. The old party secretary is absolutely right. Our status is different from Kim Jun-bak's. Kim Jun-bak isn't a farmer. Buying low and selling high to resell goods is profiteering. We are farmers selling eggs is self-production and self-distribution. Street vendors collecting eggs are also selling for their own use. So it's not profiteering. The second team leader suddenly snapped to attention. His eyes gleamed with even greater intensity as he spoke. When Zishan gave the second team captain an admiring look. Some matters are easier to explain to the intelligent. He got it instantly. Impressive. Truly impressive. Old secretary, you're incredible. The captain of the first team couldn't help but gasp in awe. These tactics were beyond his wildest imagination. When Zishan and the second team leader both ignored him, the second team leader couldn't help but ask again. But old secretary, if we can do this, Xiaogang Village can do the same. In the end, didn't Chen Xiao's eggs still sell? The second team captain couldn't help but interject. The road. But in response to the second team leader's question, when Zishan merely smiled and uttered a single word. Road. Ha! Right. Xiaogang Village is tucked away in a mountain hollow. There's no road. It's farther than our trip to the county seat and takes much longer. We can naturally be the first to negotiate with the county's street vendors and sell our eggs to them. By the time Xiaogang Village folks arrive, the vendors will have already bought all the eggs they need. Chen Xiao's eggs still won't sell. Brilliant. The captain of Team 2 couldn't help but praise. But that's not all. When Zishan shook his head again. Don't forget we've also got fish. You all saw how popular Chen Xiao's fish were in the county. What if we leverage our fish sales to demand exclusive egg supply deals with those county vendors? What do you think, would Chen Xiao's eggs still sell? When Zishan spoke with a gleam in his eyes, both the first squad leader and second squad leader froze in unison. Though stunned, their eyes lit up with delight. The captain of the first team couldn't help but speak up. If that's the case, Chen Xiao won't sell a single egg. And he'll never pay back his loan either. How's that task I assigned you coming along? A few days later, Chen Xiao returned to the county seat and sought out Jin Junfu. After locating Jin Junfu, Chen Xiao cut straight to the point. Don't worry, everything's been taken care of exactly as you instructed. I've had my guys handle the individual business licenses for every category. 2 shops for each category. There won't be any problems whatsoever. Jin Junfu patted his chest as he assured Chen Xiao. That's good. With these licenses secured, you'll have absolutely nothing to worry about. Chen Xiao breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Jin Junfu's words. A few days earlier, Jin Junfu had asked Chen Xiao to mentor him and his brothers. Chen Xiao agreed. Because Jin Junfu's involvement would play a crucial role in his upcoming plans. Therefore, when Jin Junfu asked him what to do, Chen Xiao simply told him, have his men rent ordinary storefronts throughout the county town, preferably on long-term leases. Then, obtain business licenses for various categories. General merchandise retail, groceries, agricultural products and handicrafts, stationery, hardware and appliances, chemical products, and so on. For every sales category where a license could be obtained, he was to secure at least 2. Jin Junfu followed these instructions to the letter. But Jin Junfu still had no idea what Chen Xiao was planning. Chen Xiao, could you tell me what exactly you need all these business licenses for? Why go to such great lengths? Jin Junfu couldn't help but ask. You don't think Huangyu Village got screwed over by us this time? They'll just let us off the hook? Chen Xiao listened to Jin Junfu's words and asked him with a smile. Ha? What? They want to die? But what can they really do to us? Jin Junfu asked Chen Xiao in confusion. Let me ask you this, if you hadn't asked me to take you along. After we finish our feed business, what were you planning to do next? Chen Xiao asked Jin Junfu. Naturally, I'd keep doing what I was doing before. Jin Junfu replied matter-of-factly. Buy low, sell high, speculating and profiteering? Chen Xiao asked with a smile. Of course not. I've got my license now, right? How could that be considered profiteering? Jin Junfu replied, sounding even more self-assured. Doing business with me is perfectly normal commercial activity, not illegal. But what about those street vendors in the market under your jurisdiction? Do they have business licenses? If they don't have business licenses, that's profiteering. But if no one reports them, it's no big deal. But we're the thorns in the side of Huangyu Village. Do you really think Huangyu Village would pass up the chance to report you? Chen Xiao smiled at Jin Junfu. So that's how it is. Jin Junfu instantly understood. Still, he couldn't help but question, but just to guard against those people from Huangyu Village, is it really worth all this trouble going through the hassle of getting over 20 business licenses? Isn't that a bit? Jin Junfu trailed off. But his meaning was clear enough. He thought Chen Xiao was making a mountain out of a molehill. Old Jean, let me ask you something. Have you ever thought about the essence of the middleman business you used to do, buying low and selling high? Chen Xiao pressed on, undeterred. The essence of that business? It's just moving goods from one hand to the other, making a profit on the price difference. Jin Juanfu scratched his head. Wrong. Chen Xiao shook his head. The true nature of your business is actually sales. Taking goods from the seller and selling them to the buyer. Chen Xiao explained simply. Ha? That simple? Jin Juanfu was dumbfounded. He couldn't wrap his head around it for a while. How could he not understand this principle? It really is that simple. Chen Xiao smiled. But if it's so straightforward, what's the most crucial thing in sales? Chen Xiao turned to Jin Juanfu and asked again. The most important thing? Jin Juanfu looked bewildered. He had never considered this aspect before. 84, the new model. It's the sales network. Chen Xiao said with a smile. Sales network? Jin Juanfu was utterly bewildered by this unfamiliar term. Let me ask you this, back when I was raising fish, you bought them from me. How did you sell them afterward? Chen Xiao pressed Jin Juanfu with another direct question. Of course, I distributed the fish to my underlings, and then they sold them to the small vendors in the market. That's how the fish got sold. Jin Juanfu replied, pursing his lips. That's what you call a sales network. You give the fish to your underlings, and your underlings give it to the small vendors. Isn't that a network? A sales network. Chen Xiao smiled warmly at Jin Juanfu. So this is what a sales network is. Jin Juanfu finally understood upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, gaining a clear grasp of the sales network he controlled. You could say that after all these years in the market business, this sales network has long been established. But because the methods are improper, your sales network is illegal. It's essentially a massive criminal syndicate engaged in illegal speculation and profiteering. Am I right? Seeing that Jin Juanfu had grasped the basic concept, Chen Xiao continued. You're right. Jin Juanfu pursed his lips and sighed helplessly. When you asked me to mentor you earlier, it was actually to help you legitimize this sales network so your people could earn money legally. Am I right? Chen Xiao pressed further. That's right. Jin Juanfu nodded. A look of understanding gradually spread across his eyes. That's exactly why getting that business license was so crucial. Chen Xiao said with a smile. Your subordinates are actually the crucial nodes in your sales network for goods transshipment. If you have your subordinates obtain these business licenses, then when they redistribute the goods you allocate to them to street vendors in the market, it becomes completely legal. This way, your entire sales network would be completely whitewashed. From now on, whatever business you choose to pursue, you can do it openly and honestly. Because these would all be legitimate commercial activities. Chen Xiao patiently explained the crucial points to Jin Juanfu. So, it's that simple? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but swallow hard. He truly hadn't expected. The solution to get him and his brother out of debt would be this straightforward. It really is that simple. Chen Xiao said with a smile. But my men may have obtained business licenses, yet the small vendors they control don't have them. If they supply goods to those vendors, isn't that still considered illegal speculation? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but ask again. Of course not. Who says they're street vendors? Those people are clearly customers of your own shop. They run their own shops. People come to buy from them. They choose to sell. It's perfectly legal. You're saying they're street vendors who come here to pick up goods to resell elsewhere. What business is that of mine? All I know is they're customers coming to my shop to buy goods. Chen Xiao gave Jin Juanfu a simple example. Buy? Jin Juanfu sensed something was off. Exactly, buying. Chen Xiao nodded firmly before continuing. From now on, your sales network can't be run like an amateur operation anymore. You supply the goods directly to those street vendors without making them cover costs. They just sell. After they sell, you pay them a commission based on the quantity sold. That approach won't work. From now on, street vendors must pay for goods they take from you. It becomes a normal business transaction. You give them a wholesale price. Whether they make a profit or not after selling it is entirely their responsibility. This way, you secure stable profits, and the vendors will have more motivation to sell. After all, before, they sold goods based on the quantity sold, and you gave them a commission. They didn't make much money, so naturally, they didn't feel much. But now, every sale they make is pure profit for themselves. They'll be much happier. Chen Xiao explained earnestly to Jin Juanfu. So this is essentially household responsibility system? Jin Juanfu grasped Chen Xiao's meaning. It was essentially the same as the household responsibility system policy. Previously, Jin Juanfu managed a large group of people. Whether it was collecting goods or selling them, Jin Juanfu was essentially handling everything himself. The lion's share of the profits went to Jin Juanfu. His subordinates earned commissions based on their performance. While this arrangement allowed Jin Juanfu to earn substantial profits, but it also has major limitations. This model is like living on a fixed salary. It leaves his subordinates with little incentive to generate profits. Moreover, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Jin Juanfu lacks the capacity to withstand risks. Take the Huangyu Village incident, for example. But things are different now. Chen Xiao directly elevated Jin Juanfu to a first-tier distributor and wholesaler. Jin Juanfu sets the wholesale price. His underlings become secondary distributors, purchasing goods at that wholesale price. Street vendors and small traders form the final sales network, purchasing goods from Jin Juanfu's subordinates at the wholesale price set by the secondary distributors. They sell the goods themselves. Whether to sell at a higher or lower price was entirely up to them. How much they earn is entirely up to them. It's essentially the same as the later distributor model. And once your guys set up shop, these shops scattered throughout the county will become your permanent sales network. Whether it's receiving goods or selling them, these will be your permanent sales points. For those who come to you to sell goods or buy goods, they'll have a contact point. This will allow your business to expand its reach further and grow larger. Chen Xiao explained the benefits of this model to Jin Juanfu. Jin Juanfu listened, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. His entire being stirred with excitement. He finally saw the future direction of his endeavors. This way, not only will your business be completely legitimate, but the volume of business you can handle will be hundreds of times greater than before. And while each individual transaction might seem to yield less profit, but overall, your earnings will also be hundreds of times greater than before. And once your sales network is fully established, then we can take the next step. Chen Xiao finished speaking to Jin Juanfu with a beaming smile. Jin Juanfu looked at Chen Xiao eagerly and couldn't help asking, what's the next step? For now, just focus on building the sales network according to what I've outlined. I'll tell you when the time comes. Chen Xiao replied with a smile. The next step concerned a crucial strategic move of his. Naturally, he couldn't reveal it so easily to Jin Juanfu. Alright. I understand. Starting today, I'll begin building this sales network. Within 3 months at most, we'll see results. I won't let you down. Jin Juanfu assured Chen Xiao. Alright. Once you've got this sales network up and running, who knows, we might even make a tidy profit off Huangyu Village. Chen Xiao said to Jin Juanfu with a smile. We can rip them off again? Jin Juanfu was stunned. You'll see when the time comes. Alright, that's all for now. I need your help with something else. Chen Xiao shook his head, offering no further details. Instead, he turned to Jin Juanfu. What is it? Jin Juanfu asked immediately. Could you help me find a reliable construction crew? The road in our village needs fixing. 85. Picking up sesame seeds while losing watermelons. Boss. We're in trouble. Our stash has been busted. Someone reported our street vendors Zhou Laolu and the whole crew got hauled off. A few days later, Jin Juanfu was dining with several underlings at the state-run restaurant. Just then, a subordinate rushed over, shouting at Jin Juanfu. What? What's going on? Didn't I tell them to get their own business licenses? Upon hearing this, Jin Juanfu. He instantly stood up, unable to hold back. The paw. They were the street vendors at the very front lines of their sales network, responsible for selling whatever goods they managed to procure. They were the fundamental backbone of Jin Juanfu's sales network. Well, the subordinate hesitated upon hearing Jin Juanfu's words. After a moment, he finally spoke up. Brother Jin, I've already told them all. But getting a business license requires a storefront. But renting a storefront costs money. So old Lu and the others. The younger brother trailed off, unable to continue. Nonsense. Upon hearing this, Jin Juanfu. He slammed his fist on the table in fury. Over the years, haven't they made a pretty penny off us too? Getting a business license? Just rent any old shop and you're set. It doesn't cost a fortune. Not to mention, I've already given them autonomy. They take goods from me and set their own prices to sell them. They're making even more. The rent for the shop is just a pittance. They won't even spend that little bit? Jin Juanfu gritted his teeth in fury. He never imagined. He'd only been building his sales network for a few days when this happened. Earlier, Chen Xiao had told him that once the sales network was fully established, and had even provided detailed follow-up operational steps, he immediately followed Chen Xiao's instructions. He had his underlings, who controlled the small stalls and vendors, rent shops and obtain business licenses. He had assumed this would be a straightforward task. After all, obtaining a business license only required a fixed business location. He figured he could just find any random spot, rent a shop for a month. Within that month, he could get the business license sorted out. And everything would be fine. After all, in this day and age, the regulations governing business licenses weren't that strict. Renting a small shop costs just a few bucks a month. Getting a business license costs less than $1. All in all, it's just a few bucks. It's practically nothing. Not to mention, now that he's standardized pricing and distribution, these small vendors set their own prices. Their profits are several times what they used to be. But Jin Juanfu never imagined that even the small amount of money was too much for these people to part with. It ruined his big plan. How many people were arrested? Jin Juanfu vented his anger. Those around him fell silent, not daring to utter a word. Only after the break did Jin Juanfu's temper subside, and he turned to ask his underling again. About 20-something. The subordinate stammered out the answer. 20-something? Jin Juanfu frowned, pressing for a more precise answer. 27, the younger brother clenched his teeth and blurted out. Damn it! So none of your men listened to you? They all got arrested? Or did you never even tell them about this? Jin Juanfu asked through gritted teeth. Boss, I swear, I made it crystal clear to them. They really didn't want to. Boss, you can't blame me for this. The subordinate hurriedly explained. You told them, and they still didn't do it? How are you managing them? Jin Juanfu grew even angrier upon hearing this. He slammed his fist on the table, unable to hold back. Brother Jin, you really can't blame him for this. It's not just him. The vendors under me, and those under other brothers too, none of them are willing to spend those few bucks to get their business licenses. For these guys, 6 or 7 yuan is enough to feed a family for a month. That single page of the business license costs 6 or 7 yuan. They just can't bring themselves to part with it. Just then, a bespectacled, well-mannered man dining with Jin Juanfu. Are they stupid? Are they stupid? Are they only thinking about short-term gains? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but curse under his breath. He simply couldn't wrap his head around it. Obtaining a business license was a one-time effort that would save them trouble forever. Yet these people, for the sake of a petty advantage, would risk their own safety. Wasn't this like picking up a sesame seed and losing a watermelon? The well-dressed man said nothing more. He simply remained silent. He knew. Jin Juanfu, currently in a rage, was beyond reason. After waiting a moment, Kim Junbok finally spoke again. Did you find out who reported it? Jin Juanfu inquired. But deep down, he already had a hunch. We found out it was those people from Huangyu Village. The younger brother hurriedly told Jin Juanfu. It was them after all. Jin Juanfu's teeth clenched so hard they squeaked. He couldn't help but exclaim. Third brother, I told you last time to take men and guard the outskirts of Huangyu Village. Are those men still there? Jin Juanfu's eyes flashed red as he turned to the burly man dining with him and demanded. Brother Jin, they're all here. The burly man stood up and replied immediately. Then go surround Yellowfish Beach Village right now. Jin Juanfu immediately gave orders to the burly man. But just then, Brother Jin, I suggest you hold your horses. The bespectacled, scholarly-looking man interrupted Jin Juanfu, addressing him directly. Four Eyes, what's on your mind? Jin Juanfu, though interrupted, showed no anger. Instead, he asked the well-dressed man with caution. It's simple. I don't think this matter is that simple. And besides, getting revenge on Huangyu Village isn't even the most important thing. The real issue is what about our brothers who got hauled off by the speculation and black market task force? Four Eyes pushed his glasses up and addressed Jin Juanfu. What should we do? We have to find a way to get them out, of course. Jin Juanfu blurted out instinctively. 27 people. Brother Jin, can we really get them out? Four Eyes pressed Jin Juanfu directly. Use some connections. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. Jin Juanfu gritted his teeth but still spoke up. But visibly, a flicker of pain crossed his eyes. How much will it cost? Four Eyes countered calmly. Jin Juanfu remained silent. Clearly, the cost was astronomical. Brother Jin, you actually have two options. Four Eyes observed Jin Juanfu's expression and smiled. Two options? What do you mean? Jin Juanfu frowned and asked Four Eyes. Brother Jin, one option is to pay a huge price and try to bail them out. And the other option is... Four Eyes paused, his eyes flickering as he looked at Jin Juanfu. To abandon these people and let them rot in jail. 86, go find Chen Xiao, he knows what to do. No way. Jin Juanfu retorted without hesitation upon hearing the second option. Give up? Absolutely not. They're all brothers. I can't do that. Wouldn't that be betraying our brothers? They've been through life and death with us all these years. Now we just sell them out? Would I even be human then? Four Eyes, don't ever say things like that again. Jin Juanfu snapped sternly at Four Eyes. But Brother Jin, the crackdown on profiteering is getting fiercer. We've got over 400 street vendors under our control. If one of his vendors gets in trouble today, you'll have to pull strings to smooth things over. What if another vendor under someone else's wing gets into trouble tomorrow? Will you pull strings again? What if the day after tomorrow, one of my vendors gets into trouble? Will you pull strings again? At this rate, will your profits even cover feeding those hungry wolves? Upon hearing Jin Juanfu's words, he spoke up, addressing Jin Juanfu. Then what do you suggest we do? They've been through thick and thin with us all these years. Are we really going to send them to jail? Jin Juanfu heard Four Eyes' words, clenched his teeth and said, I don't know what to do either. But Four Eyes shook his head. You. This made Jin Juanfu frown. If Four Eyes had no ideas, why was he talking so enthusiastically? But someone knows what to do. Four Eyes smiled again and spoke up. Who? Jin Juanfu raised an eyebrow, asking instinctively. Chen Xiao. Four Eyes' eyes flickered as he turned to Jin Juanfu. Chen Xiao? Jin Juanfu froze, then a look of realization flashed across his face. That's right. Comrade Chen Xiao. Four Eyes nodded in confirmation. Actually, I had anticipated this situation arising. I just didn't expect it to happen so soon. Four Eyes continued, addressing Jin Juanfu. And I dare say, this outcome wasn't just anticipated by me. Chen Xiao must have anticipated it too. Four Eyes stated with absolute certainty. Chen Xiao anticipated it too? Why would that be? Jin Juanfu asked, thoroughly puzzled. Actually, even before this, I had my doubts. Chen Xiao having us all apply for individual business licenses is certainly a good thing. For us, getting these licenses costs a bit, but it's not a huge amount, we can all manage it. But for the vendors working under us? They're pinching every penny they can save. Would they be willing to spend 5 or 6 yuan for a piece of paper? Absolutely not. So this way, those of us following you will definitely be safe. But this also means shifting the risks we face onto these small vendors. And if I can foresee all these consequences, wouldn't Chen Xiao have thought of them too? I think he must have anticipated this outcome long ago. But he must have had other plans. That's why I stayed out of it. Four Eyes' flashed with sharpness as he spoke to Jin Juanfu. Plans? Are you saying Chen Xiao is plotting against me? He wants to harm me? Jin Juanfu keenly picked up on the dangerous implication in Four Eyes' words. He narrowed his eyes and asked. No. Quite the opposite. While Chen Xiao does have his own schemes. But he's actually helping us. I just don't know how exactly he intends to help. Four Eyes said earnestly to Jin Juanfu. Ha! Jin Juanfu finally exhaled in relief. Chen Xiao's previous tactics had cast a deep shadow over his mind. He didn't want to admit it, but he was genuinely afraid of Chen Xiao. Especially upon hearing that Chen Xiao might be scheming against him. He felt his heart race with fear. Hearing Four Eyes speak now finally eased his tension slightly. So what should we do now? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but ask. You need to go find Chen Xiao. If all goes according to plan, Chen Xiao should already have a strategy in mind. Four Eyes replied without hesitation. Jin Juanfu's eyes flickered upon hearing this. He said directly. All right. I'll go find Chen Xiao right now. Slow down. That's it. Slow down. Good. Down. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao was working with a construction crew on the only road leading to Xiaogang Village. They were busy clearing the road of landslide debris, soil and rocks. Bit by bit, they cleared the only route connecting Xiaogang Village to the outside world. A few days earlier, Chen Xiao had sought out Jin Juanfu and used his connections to bring in the construction crew. Their mission, to clear the road blocked by mudslides and landslides. After all, whether you choose to sell eggs yourself or renovate Xiaogang Village, either way, they need a road connecting them to the outside world. Otherwise, nothing can be done. It's just a shame we can only keep it as a dirt road for now. To pave it with cement or asphalt, it's really tough to find a construction crew in the county. We'll see if we can find a contractor in the city later. Chen Xiao watched the group bustling about on the road. Several days passed. After various large-scale machinery arrived on site, the construction pace accelerated dramatically. In no more than 2 days' time, this road would be reopened. But gazing at the pitted dirt road, Chen Xiao couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Although the road would make access much easier in the future. But this bumpy, pitted road still couldn't be considered convenient transportation. You little brat, this road should be cleared in 2 more days, right? How much did you pay these people? Just then, Secretary Chen approached Chen Xiao. He addressed Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao remained silent. He raised one hand. 500 yuan? That's acceptable, not too expensive. Secretary Chen finally exhaled in relief and spoke. But the next moment, 5,000. Chen Xiao spat out the 3 words. Instantly, Secretary Chen froze in place. After a moment, he snapped back to his senses. He said nothing. He merely removed the pipe from his mouth. He knocked out the tobacco leaves inside. Without another word, he raised the pipe, ready to strike Chen Xiao. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Old man, what are you doing? Chen Xiao quickly twisted his hips to dodge. You little brat, you don't think money is money, do you? Do you know that 100,000 yuan was a loan? You're just throwing that money away? What if you can't pay it back later? Ha! Secretary Chen brandished his pipe and began lashing out at Chen Xiao. Uncle! Uncle! Don't lose your temper. I've already paid back the loan. Paid it all off. Chen Xiao hurriedly called out. What? The loan's paid off? How did you pay it back? Hearing Chen Xiao's words, Secretary Chen was dumbfounded. He looked at Chen Xiao, his face blank with confusion. Well, that's a long story. Chen Xiao heard Secretary Chen's words, lifted his chin smugly, and said with great satisfaction. You brat! Get to the point. Keep it short. Seeing Chen Xiao's attitude, Secretary Chen. He scolded with a laugh. 87, Huangyu Village. Good people. Well, to put it simply, I pulled a fast one on Huangyu Village. Made a tidy sum off them. Not only did it cover my loan with interest, but the leftover funds even covered the feed costs for my chicken farm and the construction crew's expenses. I even saved a few thousand yuan for my own expenses. The only thing left is the money I owe my fellow villagers. Once the chickens start laying eggs and making money, I'll repay them and give them dividends. Chen Xiao huddled his shoulders, speaking cautiously. That's right. Just a couple days ago. After much deliberation, Chen Xiao decided to repay the loan in full, including interest. He had swindled a lump sum of 64,500 yuan from Huangyu Village. He now had 151,500 yuan in his hands. The loan, due to its short term, amounted to just over 100,000 yuan including principal and interest. So, gritting his teeth, Chen Xiao paid it off immediately. After paying off the loan, he had 51,200 yuan left. He then purchased 350 tons of chicken feed. This cost 42,000 yuan. He was left with 9,200 yuan. Now he hired this construction crew, spending another 5,000 yuan. Chen Xiao still has 4,200 yuan left. It can be said. This time he's screwed over Huangyu Village. Not only did they take all the money he earned from raising chickens this year, but also the funds meant for the village road repairs. Not only that, he even lost the money he needed for his daily living expenses. The chickens he raised, however, would soon begin to generate a steady stream of income. The village road, meanwhile, would benefit both himself and the villagers. As for the money left in his hands, well, meat sure tastes good. Thinking about it this way, the people of Huangyu Village are truly wonderful. Even if it meant taking out loans, they would support Xiaogang Village in its pursuit of prosperity. Chen Xiao felt increasingly pleased with himself. Now, all that remained was the 14,000 yuan owed to the villagers. Although Chen Xiao had invested that money into the villagers' chicken farming venture. But kindness is priceless. A drop of kindness deserves a spring of gratitude. Chen Xiao still intended to repay the villagers with an extra sum. This is his way of repaying the kindness they've shown him over the years. However, regarding the loan repayment, the reason was quite simple. Because the loan he took out earlier had interest. That's right. It was precisely because of the interest that Chen Xiao was quite dissatisfied. In fact, this year, the government issued a batch of interest-free loans totaling hundreds of billions of yuan. This was specifically to stimulate domestic economic growth. Later on, many people failed to repay these loans. Yet the authorities neither enforced recovery nor imposed penalties. It's fair to say these loans amounted to outright handouts. When you compare it to the loans he took out earlier, not only came with interest but also had to be repaid. This left Chen Xiao feeling quite dissatisfied. Therefore, regarding this batch of interest-free loans, Chen Xiao naturally wouldn't let them slip away. However, previously, these loans hadn't been allocated to his county. But now, the timing seemed just about right. Swindle from Huangyu Village? How exactly? Tell me the details. The mention of fleecing Huangyu Village. Secretary Chen suddenly felt wide awake. Earlier, he'd personally heard Wen Zhaishan from Huangyu Village badmouthing Chen Xiao right in front of him. Therefore, he now harbored a seething hatred toward Huangyu Village. He couldn't fathom how someone could be so utterly despicable. Here's what happened. Chen Xiao smugly laid out his entire scheme to Secretary Chen in meticulous detail. Secretary Chen listened, his eyes wide with astonishment. This cost over 60,000 yuan? Secretary Chen swallowed hard, his voice thick with disbelief. What else? Old man, what's so hard about that? Just a bunch of clueless, greedy bastards. They're just reaping what they sowed. Chen Xiao shook his head. You kid, your methods are terrifying. Did you learn all this in college? Secretary Chen looked at Chen Xiao with a complex expression. Back then, Chen Xiao was just a naive kid. How did he become so formidable? Some I learned in school, some I figured out on my own. Would they teach you how to screw people over? Of course not. Chen Xiao said with a smirk. That's right. Back in school, he'd audit finance courses. He grasped the essence of finance. The practice of buying low and selling high by leveraging future information. As for applying these tactics in practice, that was the result of his own research and study across his 2 lifetimes before and after his transmigration. Then how come I never noticed you had this talent for outmaneuvering people before? Secretary Chen raised an eyebrow, unable to resist asking. Uncle, don't you remember how kind the villagers of Xiaogang Village were to me? Who would I scheme against? Why would I scheme against my own neighbors? Can't I just be happy playing with Dashin and the others? Chen Xiao rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. You little. Listening to Chen Xiao's words, Secretary Chen pursed his lips, his worries easing once more. He couldn't help but worry. Chen Xiao's methods were simply too terrifying. But as long as Chen Xiao harbored no ill will toward the villagers of Xiaogang Village, then he'd never have to worry. Oh, and Grandpa, could you arrange for a few villagers to help my wife out these days? I've been busy repairing the road these days, and I'm the only one tending to the chicken coop. With 10,000 chickens, my poor wife must be exhausted every day. Not to mention she has to bring me water and meals every noon and afternoon. Uncle, please find some people to help her. Chen Xiao turned to Secretary Chen again. Hey! You youngster! You're quite devoted to your wife. Alright, I'll have Liuya and the others go help your wife as soon as I get back. Secretary Chen said with a smile directed at Chen Xiao. What? Them? They'd end up fighting with my wife. Chen Xiao instantly panicked. He blurted out. Now you're scared? Who told you to promise when you were little that you'd marry Liuya and the others, but now you're marrying someone else? Liuya and the others have been waiting every single day for you to graduate from college and come back to marry them. Well, now you're back and you brought a mute wife with you. Who's to blame? You'll have to figure it out yourself. Anyway, it's spring plowing season now. The only ones free in the village are those brats who used to follow you around. Do you need them or not? Secretary Chen smiled warmly at Chen Xiao, his words dripping with cunning. Chen Xiao was genuinely at a loss. Back when he was young, he'd been the village's leader among the kids. This whole group of kids basically grew up playing together, always trailing after him. Back then, he'd made a bold declaration. He vowed to marry Liuya, who always followed him, as his primary wife. The rest of the girls would be his concubines. It was just childhood bravado. Who could have imagined? Liuya and the others actually grew to like him. But after he returned, I'd already brought back a mute wife. So, it's been quite some time now. Liuya and the others haven't spoken to me once. Whenever they saw him, their faces darkened as if they wanted to devour him whole. Now Secretary Chen has actually transferred these girls to assist the mute wife. How could they not fight? His own dumb wife is alone and can't even speak. How could she handle this? Chen Xiao felt a pang of worry. Don't worry. Liuya and the other girls are grown up now. They won't cause trouble. Secretary Chen saw that Chen Xiao was genuinely worried. He smiled and reassured him. 88, your wife is here to see you. Alright. But old man, you must tell them when it comes to raising chickens, they absolutely have to listen to my wife. There are too many chicks this time. Every step of raising them requires careful attention. The slightest oversight could lead to mass mortality. Chen Xiao couldn't help but remind him. Alright. I got it. Look how worried you are. Liuya and the others aren't clueless. They don't have any malicious intentions either. They're just feeling a bit resentful. Secretary Chen rolled her eyes and said bluntly. Chen Xiao finally felt a little relieved. Secretary Chen then turned his gaze to the construction crew clearing the road nearby and said, Young man, have you thought about what you want to do in the future? Secretary Chen asked Chen Xiao. I have. Chen Xiao replied, a smile curling his lips. What? Secretary Chen looked at Chen Xiao with curiosity. I'm going to make our Xiaogang village the #1 village in the whole country. Pave asphalt roads throughout the village, connecting every household. Every household will have villas and the latest home appliances. Water pipes will reach every household. Our villagers will never lack water again. Everyone will be able to bathe daily and even build swimming pools in their villas. Everyone will have a car to take them wherever they need to go. No one will ever worry about going hungry again. Everyone will enjoy life. This road is where it all begins. Chen Xiao spoke with a dreamy look in his eyes. This was his goal. Having been reborn, he had only two major goals. One was to ensure his simple-minded wife could live a good life. The other was to make Xiaogang Village the undisputed #1 village in the entire nation. You kid, you sure have some big dreams. You're not just talking about the top village in the country, you're aiming to build a fairy tale village. Secretary Chen listened to Chen Xiao's words. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. But after hearing it all, he couldn't help but tease him. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Just watch. It won't be long. I'll make it all happen soon. For sure. Chen Xiao had anticipated Secretary Chen's skepticism. He didn't argue but smiled and said, Then you might as well keep dreaming. Hey, look. Your wife's here to bring you lunch. I can't be bothered arguing with you. I'm heading back. Secretary Chen chuckled as he spoke. And then headed back toward the village. Chen Xiao also spotted his mute wife trudging out of the woods, struggling under the weight of a bamboo basket. Wife. Chen Xiao hurried to meet her. Her face instantly lit up with a smile. Her large eyes crinkled into crescent moons. She gestured to Chen Xiao, indicating she'd come to bring him food and water. She quickened her pace as she approached. Wife, didn't I tell you already? No need to bring me food. I'm heading to the county state-run restaurant with the construction crew for lunch. You bring me food every single day twice a day. It's too exhausting. Chen Xiao gently set down the bamboo basket his silly wife was carrying, gently massaging the spots where the bamboo basket had dug into her shoulders. The mute wife gazed at Chen Xiao's concerned expression, her eyes filled with adoration. Hearing Chen Xiao speak, she quickly began gesturing again. Xiao, taking so many people to the county for a meal will cost dozens of yuan. That's too expensive. If I cook myself, we can eat for a whole day on less than 10 yuan. We may not be short on money now, but we still owe our neighbors. We have to be careful with our spending. The mute wife gestured earnestly at Chen Xiao. But if you wear yourself out, no amount of money saved would be worth it to me. Chen Xiao pulled his simple-minded wife tightly into his arms. His words carried a hint of reluctance. The mute wife waved her hand and gestured rapidly again. Xiao, I'm not tired. The mute wife was growing drowsy from Chen Xiao's intimate actions. She murmured unconsciously. Silly girl. Chen Xiao's face nuzzled against the silly wife's neck, greedily inhaling her scent. The mute wife wrapped her arms around Chen Xiao from behind, saying nothing more. She just let Chen Xiao do as he pleased, dumbly compliant. Wife, I already had the old man send some men over to the chicken coop to help you. Otherwise, you'd have to tend to all those chickens every day and still cook and bring me meals. You're too exhausted. I can't bear it. Moments later, Chen Xiao lifted his head and spoke earnestly to his mute wife. The mute wife quickly raised her hand, trying to gesture something. Chen Xiao grabbed her small hand. Don't you dare say you're not tired. Just do as I say. Chen Xiao commanded imperiously. The mute wife could only abandon her intention to refuse. But the person your master found for you. I have some reservations about her, and you might too. If they bully you, don't just take it. Just tell me when I get back. I'll teach them a lesson for you. Don't worry, they won't mean any harm. They're just feeling a bit off. If they really bully you, tell me, I'll handle it. Don't put up with it, understand? Chen Xiao solemnly instructed his mute wife. Though he trusted the character of Xiaogang Village's people, he still feared his wife might be mistreated. The mute wife nodded, her gaze fixed on Chen Xiao with adoration. The two shared a tender moment. The mute wife finally returned, carrying the same food basket she'd used last time. Chen Xiao then called out to the construction crew, everyone, take a break. Lunch is ready. Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up. They stopped their work and gathered around Chen Xiao. If you're not eager to eat, there's something wrong with your mindset. Before long, the construction crew and Chen Xiao each held a large porcelain bowl. Inside was packed with rice and meat dishes. They ate with great relish. Master Lu, will this road be passable tomorrow? Chen Xiao asked Master Lu beside him while eating. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. We've got an excavator and 2 tractors. The entire road is almost cleared now. Just a few more miles to go. If it's not cleared by tomorrow, we won't charge you a dime for our work. Master Lu heard Chen Xiao's words. He immediately pounded his chest in assurance. His eyes sparkled with amusement. They truly valued a boss like Chen Xiao, one who provided free meals, and every meal came with meat dishes and rice. No way. Would I let you work for free? Ha ha ha. No worries, if we don't finish tomorrow, we'll just keep going. I'm not rushing you. No rush. Chen Xiao chuckled as he spoke. Mr. Chen, you're the man. Master Lu listened to Chen Xiao's words and gave him a hearty thumbs up. You're too kind. By the way, Master Lu, do you know anyone who can lay asphalt roads? Chen Xiao asked while eating. Pave an asphalt road? Comrade Chen Xiao, you want to pave this road with asphalt? Master Lu couldn't help but ask in astonishment. 89. Jin Juanfu came looking for help, save him or not? Yes, this road will definitely see more traffic in the future. And we get so much rain around here. This dirt road turns into a sea of potholes whenever it rains. You can't drive on it at all. So I was wondering if we could pave it with asphalt. Chen Xiao said with a smile. This was something he'd been thinking about for a while. Mr. Chen, I'll be completely honest with you. I actually know a construction crew that can handle paving asphalt roads. And he's actually my cousin. He used to specialize in paving roads, and now he's gone out on his own. He's the one who can handle this asphalt road. Master Lu pursed his lips as he spoke to Chen Xiao. Oh? What about the price? Chen Xiao cut straight to the chase. That's exactly what I wanted to talk about. Paving asphalt roads is very costly, and the price is high. Master Lu said earnestly to Chen Xiao. How high? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow and asked. Paving asphalt roads is charged by the square meter. 30 yuan per square meter. This road leading into your village is about 30 kilometers long. If we lay it to the standard width of 3 meters, that's 90,000 square meters. That comes to 2.7 million yuan. That's no small sum. Master Lu explained earnestly to Chen Xiao. 2,700,000. That's incredibly high. Chen Xiao frowned. It felt almost unbelievable. Never imagining road construction in this era would cost so much. And that's just for the top asphalt layer. The concrete base layer underneath costs even more. 60 yuan per square meter. Master Lu turned to Chen Xiao again. What? The concrete layer costs more than the asphalt layer? Chen Xiao couldn't help but widen his eyes. That's right. Because the asphalt layer is only 7 or 8 centimeters thick. It doesn't use much material. But the cement layer is different. That's the road base layer, requiring a 1 meter thick concrete layer. That uses a lot of material. The cost is much higher. So cement roads appear to be more expensive than asphalt ones. Master Lu explained to Chen Xiao. I see. Chen Xiao finally understood. He then smiled wryly. Looks like with my current budget, I won't be paving an asphalt road anytime soon. Chen Xiao had thought earning over 60,000 yuan meant he'd struck it rich overnight. Little did he know. This money wouldn't even cover the tip of the iceberg for road construction. Over 30 kilometers of asphalt road. That comes out to over 8 million. His measly 60,000 yuan. Even if it were 100 times more, it still wouldn't cover the road construction. That's how infrastructure works. High costs mean high prices. Nothing we can do about it. Master Lu said with a smile. I get it. Better to just make money. Make money like crazy. I'll make sure I earn enough to pave this road. Chen Xiao clenched his teeth and declared resolutely. Ha! Master Lu listened to Chen Xiao's words without saying anything. He just thought Chen Xiao was being a bit unrealistic. 8 million, it was a sum he dared not even dream of. Let alone actually earning that much. And Chen Xiao wanted to use all that money to build roads for the village? How could that possibly be? Chen Xiao. Busy? Chen Xiao was busy figuring out how to keep raking in the cash. Just then, a voice called out. Chen Xiao turned his head. He saw a truck parked on the cleared road. A burly figure stepped out of the vehicle and called out to Chen Xiao. It was Jin Juanfu. Chen Xiao's eyes lit up instantly. Here it is, a chance to make money. An idea instantly formed in Chen Xiao's mind. He stood up, bowl in hand, and walked over. You're here? Have you eaten yet? Perfect timing. There's an extra serving here, my wife made it. Care to try some? Chen Xiao said cheerfully to Jin Juanfu. Sure. Jin Juanfu accepted the bowl and chopsticks without hesitation, then asked, Did you know I was coming to find you? Seeing Chen Xiao's completely unsurprised expression, Jin Juanfu couldn't help but ask. Something happened with your street vendors, didn't it? Chen Xiao smiled and asked Jin Juanfu directly. Chen Xiao, you're incredible. How do you know everything? Jin Juanfu paused, clicking his tongue in astonishment. Of course I know. I told you about this sales network model before. If these small vendors play along, they'll have absolutely nothing to worry about. But if they disobey and refuse to get business licenses, they'll bear all the risks themselves. And with Huangyu Village digging in their heels like this, how could trouble not arise? Chen Xiao said with a smile. Jin Juanfu listened, then gave Chen Xiao a look of genuine admiration. He sighed and said, You're absolutely right. I did as you said and had all these street vendors apply for business licenses. But these guys, trying to save a few bucks, not a single one applied. Now, a bunch of them have been arrested. Now I don't know what to do. Should I save them or not? Jin Juanfu's eyes flickered as he spoke helplessly. A glint of understanding flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes. The moment Jin Juanfu spoke, he knew. This was Jin Juanfu testing him. He wanted to gauge Chen Xiao's stance on the matter. Deep down, Jin Juanfu had already resolved to save those people. But he wanted to see what answer Chen Xiao would give him. This would determine the quality of their future working relationship. If Chen Xiao chose to let him save them, it would prove Chen Xiao was a man of honor and loyalty. He would harbor no further doubts about Chen Xiao. He wouldn't even worry about Chen Xiao betraying him. If Chen Xiao told him not to save them, then he could only maintain a superficial partnership with Chen Xiao. Because a man like Chen Xiao, unprincipled yet capable of such treacherous and terrifying schemes, was someone he could never fully trust. Therefore, he needed an answer. Of course we'll save him. Chen Xiao chuckled, unconcerned. Jin Juanfu had now aligned himself with him, effectively staking his entire livelihood and life on it. His testing of Chen Xiao was understandable. Phew. Jin Juanfu exhaled deeply the moment Chen Xiao spoke. But how to save him, and to what extent, that requires careful consideration. Chen Xiao added with another smile. This remark sent Jin Juanfu's heart racing once more. What do you mean? Jin Juanfu asked, somewhat bewildered. Let me ask you this, if you rescue these people, what if they get captured again? What would you do then? Keep rescuing them? Chen Xiao asked Jin Juanfu with a smile. Jin Juanfu fell silent. He didn't know what to do either. If he knew what to do, he wouldn't have asked Chen Xiao to guide him. Over 20 people had gone in this time. To save them, he'd have to pay a heavy price in favors and money. This time alone would be enough to cripple him. But what if it happened again? Even if he wanted to save them, could he? And if you just rescue them this time? I dare say the street vendors you're managing will become even more fearless and reckless. Because they'll think, what's the point of getting caught? You'll bail them out anyway. What have they got to fear? Chen Xiao spoke up again at that moment. So am I supposed to abandon them? Jin Juanfu looked at Chen Xiao with a complex expression. 90, blocking the entrance to Huangyu Village? Of course not. Chen Xiao shook his head. We must rescue them, but not just like this. We must make these street vendors pay a price. Let these vendors understand that disobeying you comes with consequences. Only then will your investment yield maximum returns. Chen Xiao addressed Jin Juanfu. Pay a price? How exactly? Chop off one of their fingers? Jin Juanfu blurted out instinctively. Chen Xiao stared at Jin Juanfu, speechless. He knew that over the years, Jin Juanfu's business dealings had involved some degree of involvement with organized crime. That was precisely why he had taken Jin Juanfu under his wing. Because in this era, harshlands breed ruthless people, and violent crimes were commonplace. If you want to make money, you can't do it without some armed force of your own. It simply wouldn't work. Both he and his wife needed someone to protect them. As for the crackdown a year from now, Chen Xiao believes, by then, he'll have already transformed Jin Juanfu into a legitimate businessman. Why would he fear the crackdown? But right now, Chen Xiao never imagined this guy could be so ruthless even to his own people. Ugh. Talk. Ha ha. Jin Juanfu met Chen Xiao's speechless gaze and realized his suggestion was a bit too much. He quickly scratched his head and said with a sheepish grin, for these small vendors who love to pinch pennies, what's the most important thing? Chen Xiao shook his head and addressed Jin Juanfu directly. What's most important? Money, of course. Jin Juanfu replied bluntly. That's exactly right. Then we'll have to hit them where it hurts their wallets. Make these street vendors lose a hefty sum, make it hurt deep in their bones so they'll remember this lesson. Make them understand that some small gains aren't worth the risk. Greed only leads to greater losses. It'll also make them remember that everything you tell them is for their own good. That way, you can minimize your losses and maximize the gains from this incident. Chen Xiao addressed Jin Juanfu. Make them lose a huge sum of money? How do we do that? Ask them for it? Jin Juanfu looked perplexed. Of course not. Sigh. There are 3 ways. Listen to me. Chen Xiao carefully laid out several pre-planned solutions to Jin Juanfu. Jin Juanfu's eyes grew brighter as he listened. His gaze toward Chen Xiao grew increasingly admiring. Until a moment later. After hearing it all. Brilliant. He froze in place, unable to recover for a long time. But moments later, he couldn't help but ask. But Chen Xiao, won't this make the small vendors lose faith in us? All these years, I've been the one helping them make money. But now, I'm making them bear the cost themselves. What if they resent me and refuse to work with me anymore? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but speak up again. So this situation is also a test. Let those who only want to take advantage of you but refuse to follow your lead leave. It'll streamline your sales network and make it more elite. Chen Xiao addressed Jin Juanfu earnestly. Jin Juanfu listened, understanding only part of it. Chen Xiao didn't elaborate further. Instead, he continued. Actually, you should have realized this when you first applied for your business license. You and your people, and those street vendors. It's all just pure business transactions now. Your people get goods from you and have to pay. Those street vendors get goods from your people and have to pay too. Isn't this just a simple buying and selling arrangement? It's no longer the gang-style operation it used to be. Chen Xiao said to Jin Juanfu with a smile. This. Jin Juanfu froze. Now that he thought about it. It was true. In a way. He and his men, along with the small vendors under their control, had transformed from a collective into a collection of individuals. Actually. In a way. His subordinates and those vendors could just as easily source their goods from others instead of him. Because it's all legal trade. As the boss, he seemed to have lost his necessity. Besides, he wasn't the only middleman in the county. Several others were keeping a close eye on him. They were all sworn rivals. His former underlings had now become legitimate merchants, and doing business with him was legal. Doing business with other middlemen is also legal. If these guys snatch away his men, he'd be left with no one left to command. This so-called sales network would be utterly destroyed. This suddenly instilled a profound sense of crisis in Jin Juanfu. What about them? Could they betray me? Jin Juanfu's face paled as he asked Chen Xiao. That depends entirely on your capabilities. Chen Xiao remained completely unruffled as he addressed Jin Juanfu. My ability? What do you mean? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but ask. In this era, for an individual merchant to do business, the first thing they must consider is security. You become their protector. If they want to conduct business peacefully, they must inevitably rely on you. That's one reason why they can't betray you. Chen Xiao explained to Jin Juanfu with a smile. But my sworn enemies can do the same thing. Jin Juanfu frowned, unable to hold back. That's why the second point is crucial. Binding them through mutual interests. This is the most crucial method to keep everyone loyal. Chen Xiao smiled at Jin Juanfu. Tying interests together? Jin Juanfu looked a bit bewildered. It's simple. If you can help them make more money, they'll naturally follow you. Chen Xiao explained simply. So that's how it works. But how do I make these people earn more money? Jin Juanfu asked, still a bit confused. You're already doing it. You've given these small vendors the power to set their own prices, allowing them to freely earn more money. And if they follow your advice and get business licenses, there won't be any issues with the authorities. Even if they run into trouble with the authorities, you can protect them. You can protect them in the gray areas. Why are they following you? Isn't it just to make money? By following you, they can run their businesses smoothly and earn even more money. Why would they betray you? Chen Xiao explained cheerfully to Jin Juanfu. Jin Juanfu suddenly understood everything. He stared blankly at Chen Xiao. He couldn't process it for a long while. He hadn't expected Chen Xiao could scheme so deeply. He had factored everything into his calculations. The survival concerns he'd been fretting over were, in Chen Xiao's eyes, mere trifles no longer worth considering. Jin Juanfu fell silent for a moment. All right. I understand. I'll return immediately and follow the plan. Jin Jun exhaled a long breath. As he spoke, he was about to stand up and leave. Wait. Chen Xiao called out to him again. What is it? Jin Juanfu turned back, looking puzzled. Finish your meal. My wife made it, don't waste it. Chen Xiao rolled her eyes, pointing at the bowl of rice Jin Juanfu had set aside. Oh, okay. Jin Juanfu grinned widely upon hearing this, crouching down to eat alongside Chen Xiao. As they ate, Jin Juanfu seemed to remember something and couldn't help asking. Oh, right, that report against us? It was Huangyu Village doing it. I'm planning to have people block the entrance to Huangyu Village. What do you think? Jin Juanfu turned to ask Chen Xiao. 91, Huangyu Village, perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. Don't be ridiculous. Chen Xiao rolled his eyes. In this day and age, violence might solve most problems. But I guarantee you, whatever joy you feel now will be matched by misery later. You don't seriously think the government will just let these illegal activities continue, do you? Chen Xiao warned Jin Juanfu. Huh? The government would come after people like us? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but swallow hard. Of course they will. And soon. Chen Xiao's eyes flashed as he spoke. In just over a year, all criminal offenses related to organized crime will be cracked down on severely. Most of those with criminal records will end up behind bars. The worst offenders? They'll be waiting for the firing squad. Then what? After all that Huangyu Village put me through, am I really powerless? Jin Juanfu clenched his teeth in frustration. Don't worry. We won't have to lift a finger against Huangyu Village. They'll be begging us for help. The incident at Huangyu Village was entirely within Chen Xiao's expectations. But that didn't mean Chen Xiao had no plans to retaliate against Huangyu Village. But his plans for retribution had long been set in motion. Now, all that remained was to reap the rewards. Alright then. I trust you. Jin Juanfu exhaled in relief upon hearing Chen Xiao's words. A smile spread across his face. He believed Chen Xiao was even more eager than he was to exact revenge on Huangyu Village. Chen Xiao's hatred for Huangyu Village far surpassed his own. The two ate their meal while chatting away. After finishing their meal, Jin Juanfu also departed. Chen Xiao watched the departing car, his eyes flashing with sharp determination. The trap is already set. Now, it's just a matter of reaping the rewards. If everything goes smoothly, the entire county will become my personal fiefdom. This asphalt road isn't impossible to build. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes, murmuring to himself. Moments later, he shook his head and turned his gaze toward the construction crew, who had finished their meal and were now resting. Guys, let's get to work. Old secretary. Bad news. Those thugs following Jin Juanfu have all gotten business licenses. Our complaint has been dismissed again. Instead, those small vendors have all been arrested. What are we going to do now? Huangyu Village. A team leader rushed back in a panic, urgently telling Wen Zishan. What? Kim Junbok's people all got business licenses? Upon hearing this, he froze in place. Moments later, his eyes flashed with fury as he declared. Chen Xiao. It must be Chen Xiao. That damned bastard, it must be that scum helping Jin Juanfu. Otherwise, how could that uneducated fool Kim Junbok possibly know any of this? Damn Chen Xiao. Ingrate. Not only did he betray our Huangyu Village, but he's helping those who harmed us. Bastard. When Zishan roared in fury. The venom in his eyes was so intense it seemed tangible, impossible to dispel. In an instant, he could see it. The business license application, it was undoubtedly Chen Xiao who had suggested it to Jin Juanfu. Because, although Jin Juanfu appeared to have a large entourage of underlings, only one or two were educated. And those capable of keenly grasping the domestic political landscape? Was simply unheard of. Otherwise, why would he need Chen Xiao's reminder to apply for a business license? Therefore, only Chen Xiao. Only Chen Xiao, the college student. Only Chen Xiao, the college student who foresaw the nation's future trajectory 2 years prior. He was the one who could instantly spot the flaws in Jin Juanfu's schemes. That's why he reminded Jin Juanfu to have his subordinate handle the business license. Chen Xiao's warning completely derailed his previous schemes. He had intended to frame Jin Juanfu and his entire crew for illegal speculation. Then he planned to monopolize the egg trade with those street vendors. But he never imagined Jin Juanfu and his men weren't the ones sent to jail. Instead, it was the small vendors who ended up behind bars. He ended up losing more than he gained. His plan to get back at Jin Juanfu backfired. Instead, he had cut off his own escape route. This left him seething with rage. Old secretary, what should we do now? The squad leader couldn't help but ask Wen Zhaishan. Wen Zhaishan remained silent. The captain of the second squad, who had rushed over, also waited silently for Wen Zhaishan's answer. Wait. Perhaps this isn't such a bad thing. Wen Zhaishan pondered carefully for a moment. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, he narrowed his eyes and said, "What do you mean?" the second squad leader asked, puzzled. Perhaps sending these street vendors inside could actually be a good thing. Wen Zhaishan narrowed his eyes and blurted out. He then turned to the squad leader. Are you certain you reported Kim Jun-bak and his associates, yet the ones arrested were those small vendors? Wen Zhaishan asked. Old secretary, you don't trust me? After I reported that Jin Juanfu, I went with team leader Du to make the arrests. But it turned out Jin Juanfu and his men all had valid business licenses. It was all legal trade. We thought the whole operation was a bust. But then we uncovered a group of small vendors who bought goods from Jin Juanfu's shops and were reselling them privately. So we went ahead and arrested them too. The squad leader explained to Wen Zhaishan. Then there's no doubt about it. I'd bet these street vendors are definitely the ones working under Kim Jun-bak. Upon hearing this, Moon Jae-shan narrowed his eyes and said earnestly. Ha? The captain of the first squad looked perplexed. The old secretary means that these street vendors go to the shops run by Kim Jun-bak to buy things, but in reality, they're just picking up goods. Then they're selling it privately. Which means these street vendors are actually Jin Juanfu's people. And those arrested are also members of Jin Juanfu's gang. The second squad leader also keenly grasped the issue. Before Wen Zhaishan could speak, he addressed the second squad captain. So that's how it is. Team leader 1 finally understood, then added, but what good does this do? Jin Juanfu has so many street vendors under him. What good does it do to arrest just a few? Captain 1 voiced his confusion. The second squad captain also seemed puzzled. No. It's hugely significant. Wen Zhaishan's eyes flashed as he said, don't forget how we ended up owing the government all that money. Wen Zhaishan's words served as a wake-up call for the two. Ha? The captain of the second team instantly seemed to grasp something, his eyes brimming with contemplation. 92, this time, let Jin Juanfu die. Our debts? Didn't Chen Xiao shift them onto us? Team 1's captain asked, looking somewhat bewildered. That's not what the old secretary meant. The second team captain shook his head. What he meant was that if you're caught for profiteering, they'll confiscate the illegal gains and impose fines. The debt we owe is actually the confiscated illegal gains from Chen Xiao's previous profiteering. Now that Jin Juanfu's men have been arrested, it means they'll not only have their money confiscated but also face fines. And the second team captain paused here, his eyes flickering as he glanced at Wen Zhaishan before continuing, and they'll also have to serve jail time. Only then did Wen Zhaishan nod in satisfaction. So that's how it is. Team leader 1 finally understood. But then, confusion crept back into his voice, but this time, we only caught about 20 people. Jin Juanfu has hundreds of street vendors under him. This is just a drop in the bucket. This won't affect Kim Jun-bak at all. The captain of the first squad couldn't help but interject. Wrong. It's hugely significant. Team 2's captain countered with a smile. Because if Jin Juanfu were to abandon these people, it wouldn't matter much. But if Jin Juanfu wants his people to keep following him, he has to save them. Whether it's fines or jail time, Jin Juanfu has to help them get out of it. Otherwise, his men wouldn't remain loyal to him. But rescuing them will come at a tremendous cost. Even to rescue this group, Jin Juanfu will have to take a serious hit. It could be said that while we didn't send Jin Juanfu or his men to prison this time, but we've made him spit out every penny he's ever made off us. The second squad leader narrowed his eyes, slowly articulating what Wen Zhaishan meant. A flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. So that's how it is. This actually turned out to be a good thing. The captain of the first team finally grasped the full meaning of Wen Zhaishan's words. He murmured in astonishment. And that's not all. This time, Kim Junbok will pay a hefty price for saving someone. What if we keep reporting these street vendors? One Jay Shan's face lit up with a smug grin as he addressed the two. The captains of Team 1 and Team 2 both lit up. The second squad leader couldn't help but blurt out, then it won't take many more times before Kim Junbok is finished. If Kim Junbok keeps choosing to save people every time, these street vendors will wear him down. If Kim Junbok doesn't save people, these street vendors will lose loyalty. His gang will become nothing but a hollow shell. So no matter which path Jin Juanfu chooses, he's doomed. The second team leader voiced the final calculation of Wen Zhaishan. His eyes flashed with excitement. This is a trap he can't avoid. The second squad captain exclaimed passionately. So awesome. So brilliant. The captain of the first team could only chant 666, swallowing hard as he looked at Wen Zhaishan with admiration. Enough. What's so great about that? Wen Zhaishan shook his head modestly. Send someone to handle it. Jin Juanfu dared to team up with Chen Xiao to harm our village. His fate is sealed death. This time, we'll make sure he has no place to be buried. After he's dead, Chen Xiao will be next. That damn traitor betrayed our Huangyu Village and harmed us so deeply. He must not live. When Zhaishan gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with extreme venom. The two team leaders exchanged a glance. Then both replied in unison. Yes. You have only half an hour. You must leave in half an hour. Yunpeng looked at Jin Juanfu and the few people he had brought. He sighed, then spoke. Team leader Du, truly, thank you so much. Jin Juanfu hurriedly bowed and scraped as he spoke to Yunpeng. You? Never mind. You tell them yourself. Team leader Du knew these were Jin Juanfu's people. He really wanted to say something to Jin Juanfu. After a moment's thought, he held his tongue. He shook his head and walked out. Boss Jin. Save us. Boss Jin, you absolutely must save us. Boss Jin, you can't just leave us like this. As soon as team leader Du left, the 27 small vendors locked in the guard room. All rushed to the bars, each pleading with Jin Juanfu. Enough. Shut up. Jin Juanfu turned to face the group of penny-pinching vendors. He let out a loud roar. Instantly, everyone fell silent. They all looked at Jin Juanfu with fear. I told you before to get your business licenses. Why hasn't anyone done it? Jin Juanfu's gaze was piercing as he stared at the group. Boss Jin, well, we've been operating without one before and nothing happened, right? Yeah, Boss Jin, that piece of paper costs money. And renting a shop? Way too expensive. Exactly, Boss Jin. Renting a shop plus getting this license costs $5 or $6. That could feed our whole family white rice and flour for days. Hearing Jin Juanfu speak. One by one, they couldn't help but cry poverty to Jin Juanfu. Poor. Everyone says we're poor. Only you guys are poor? Look at all those starving, emaciated old farmers in the communes and villages around here. Are you really poorer than them? Jin Juanfu was furious as he listened to everyone complaining about being poor. He couldn't help but shout. The crowd instantly fell silent, not daring to utter another word. And another thing. Have I, Jin Juanfu, ever treated you unfairly over the years? The money you earn each month isn't any less than the factory workers' pay, is it? And yet you dare complain about being poor to me? Jin Juanfu gritted his teeth in anger as he spoke. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word of protest. The group of underlings who had followed Jin Juanfu shook their heads helplessly. Getting a business license plus the cost of renting a place that's only $5 or $6. Just 1/8 of what you guys make in a month. You won't even shell out that much? Don't you realize that piece of paper lets you run your business openly without fear of getting busted? With that piece of paper, you could even sell goods right in front of team leader Du, and he wouldn't bother you. He might even come looking to buy from you. Now look. You won't even get a license that costs a few bucks. Do you know how much the fine alone will be this time? 500 yuan. The confiscated goods, the seized cash, plus the penalty for illegal profiteering. Each of you will owe at least 500 yuan. You wouldn't spend $5, and now each of you faces a 500 yuan fine. Are you happy now? Jin Juanfu gritted his teeth, staring intently at the crowd before him. 93, Chen Xiao's solution. Whoa! Instantly, everyone's expressions changed in unison. They stared at Jin Juanfu in disbelief. This. Boss Jin, we didn't know. We truly didn't know. Yeah, Boss Jin. We only sold a little bit of stuff. How could the fine be this huge? Boss Jin, we genuinely don't know. Where would we even get that kind of money? Everyone panicked. One by one, they looked at Jin Juanfu with desperate eyes. Hoping what Jin Juanfu said was a lie. Ha! You think a fine is all you'll get off with? Not only will you pay fines, but after paying them, you'll all go to jail. Every single one of you will spend 6 months behind bars. Now, are you happy? Jin Juanfu watched the group of street vendors finally start to panic. He couldn't help but sneer coldly once more. What? We have to go to jail even after paying the fine? This. Boss Jean, you have to save us. Boss Jean, my wife and kids depend on me. You have to save me. In an instant, everyone wailed and begged at Jin Juanfu. Some even knelt down and began kowtowing to him. They were finally terrified. Huff. Watching this scene unfold, Jin Juanfu finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. These words were all taught to him by Chen Xiao. The point was to make these street vendors understand the severe consequences of disobeying him and refusing to obtain a business license costing just a few yuan. Otherwise, he would have taken full responsibility and resolved the matter quietly. That would only make these people think it was no big deal, that there was little cost involved. They'd walk away unconcerned. But now, after Jin Juanfu made clear the consequences of this incident, once these people leave, only then will they share these experiences with other street vendors. Only then would the other vendors be willing to spend money to obtain business licenses. This was what Chen Xiao had told him. The opportunistic, bargain-hunting mentality of street vendors cannot be changed through persuasion alone. You can't teach people through words, but they learn through experience. With these 27 chickens slaughtered as a warning, the remaining hundreds of monkeys will take it as a warning. Then, if anyone still tries to cut corners by operating without a license, Jin Juanfu would be justified in ignoring them. Jin Juanfu even recalled. Chen Xiao called this using incentives to force progress from those who resist change. He also said, the crisis brought by Huangyu Village this time was not merely a crisis. It was also an opportunity. An opportunity to reassess his team and streamline the entire organization. Now, as Jin Juanfu watched the crowd finally lose their patience, he finally understood what Chen Xiao meant when he said, you can't teach someone through words, but they'll learn from experience. However, Chen Xiao's approach to handling this matter was far more than just that. To be honest, the trouble you've caused this time is enormous. Even if I want to fix this for you, it's going to be a major undertaking. Jin Juanfu sighed again as he looked at the crowd pleading with him. Boss Jean. Save us. We beg you, Boss Jean. We truly regret our actions. We'll go get business licenses. You must save us. Boss Jean, we've been with you all these years. You can't abandon us now. Hearing Jin Juanfu's words, they grew desperate. They immediately began kowtowing to Jin Juanfu. Shut up. Did I say I was abandoning you? Jin Juanfu heard people starting to resort to moral blackmail. He glared and shouted again. Swish. Instantly, everyone fell silent. Jin Juanfu continued, so, I'm giving you a few options. Option 1. Follow the standard procedure. Pay the fines yourselves and serve your time in prison. After you're released, I'll keep leading you. I won't abandon you. Jin Juanfu calmly presented the first option to the group. No, Boss Jean, that's absolutely out of the question. I've got an old mother to support at home. Yeah, Boss Jean. If my wife finds out I've been locked up, she'll definitely divorce me. Exactly, Boss Jean. Our families can't do without us. Instantly, these men grew frantic once more. They begged Jin Juanfu in every way possible. So, there's a second option. Jin Juanfu cut straight to the chase, you pay the fines yourselves. I'll pull strings to keep you out of jail. But once you're out, you'll give me 20% of all your future profits from sales. Jin Juanfu stated bluntly. What? Pay the fine? We don't have that kind of money. Boss Jean, aren't we just paying the fine ourselves? Why do you also want a cut of our future profits? Yeah, Boss Jean. If we're paying the fine ourselves, why do you want a cut of our future profits? As soon as Jin Juanfu proposed this second plan, everyone couldn't help but voice their discontent. What? You think pulling strings costs me nothing? Do you think I'm some big shot? That I can just decide who gets out and who stays locked up? Don't you think I have to grovel and beg, offering bribes and gifts, just to get them to lift their hands and let you out? Do you think these costs just blow in on the wind? Jin Juanfu, hearing this group, still dared to express discontent. His eyebrows shot up, and he couldn't help but erupt in a torrent of curses. The group instantly fell silent. They dared not say another word. Finally, one of them spoke up on behalf of the group. But Boss Jean, we don't have that kind of money. All the money we've earned over the years has gone to supporting our families. We can't possibly come up with 500 yuan. The man looked at Jin Juanfu with a pained expression. Jin Juanfu listened to his words and couldn't help but shake his head. Just as expected. Everything unfolded exactly as Chen Xiao had anticipated. These people wouldn't agree to this solution. He didn't say much more. He simply spoke again. The third option. I'll pay your fines. I'll pull strings to keep you out of jail. But once you're out, you must follow my instructions, buy a shop in a specific location and get the business license sorted. And run a specific business. Of course, you'll cover these costs yourselves. But I take 60% of the profits from that shop. Jin Juanfu calmly presented the third option. Everyone frowned. At first, when Jin Juanfu said he'd cover their fines and spare them jail time, they were all delighted. But upon hearing the rest, the group grew dissatisfied once more. Brother Jin, this still costs a lot of money, doesn't it? Even a small shop costs 3 or 400 yuan these days. Where are we supposed to get that kind of money? Not to mention, if we buy our own shop and get a business license, we'd still have to give you such a big cut of the profits. We'd never make ends meet. The spokesperson spoke up again. His tone carried a hint of complaint. 94. The final proposal. Then what do you want? You won't listen to a word I say. Now you've made a mistake. And now I have to pay your fines out of my own pocket? Then pull strings to get you out of jail so you can go back to running your business as usual? Who's going to compensate me for my losses? Ha! Listening to this bunch, they only want a profit without suffering any losses themselves. Jin Juanfu was so furious he laughed. If only they'd listened to his advice from the start. And spent a few bucks to get their business licenses. How could things have escalated to this point? Since they refused to heed his advice and now made a mistake. And still expect him to shoulder the blame for free? Are you kidding me? Jin Juanfu gritted his teeth as he confronted the group. Everyone's eyes darted nervously. Not a word. Chen Xiao was right after all. These people, they really aren't willing. How does Chen Xiao's brain even work? How does he know everything? Jin Juanfu watched the group remain silent, yet stubbornly refused to agree. He sighed inwardly. He felt a sense of helplessness. His admiration for Chen Xiao only deepened. The final solution. Moments later. Jin Juanfu, with no other choice, could only resort to the final solution Chen Xiao had provided. It was also the one he least wanted to use. All eyes instantly turned to Jin Juanfu. I'll pay your fines. And keep you out of jail. In fact, I'll lend you the money to buy the shop and get a business license. I'll even supply the goods. All you have to do is sell goods in this shop. And you'll need to use part of your earnings to pay me back. Jin Juanfu paused here, his gaze complex as he looked around the room. He pursed his lips and paused. Then, how much money can we actually get? The group's eyes lit up instantly. All eyes fixed intently on Jin Juanfu. A 5% profit margin. Jin Juanfu stated calmly. This era. In reality, there are strict regulations governing the hiring practices of individual businesses. An individual business owner may hire no more than 8 employees. Exceeding 8 constitutes exploitation. Therefore, this is precisely why Jin Juanfu could only allow these individuals to obtain their own business licenses. Because any business license issued by Jin Juanfu would mean those shops belong to him. Jin Juanfu wanted to hire people to run the shops. He could hire at most 8 people, meaning he could only open 8 shops. This was nowhere near enough for the entire county. Therefore, he has no choice but to rely on these ordinary street vendors. A 5% profit margin? How can that work? How much money can we possibly make at that rate? This would make it impossible for us to make any profit in the future. The crowd instantly grew displeased. They couldn't help but voice their discontent to Jin Juanfu. Then how much do you want? Jin Juanfu's expression darkened. He asked with a sneer. At least give us a 30% cut. The man blurted out instinctively. The others around him nodded in agreement. Then why don't I just hand over all my money to you lot? Wouldn't that make you happier? Jin Juanfu laughed bitterly, his words dripping with sarcasm. It was clearly this group who refused to heed Jin Juanfu's advice. And ended up getting arrested. Now he was paying their fines, pulling strings to get them out of jail. Now he had to lend them money to buy a shop and get a business license. It could be said that Jin Juanfu was bearing the entire cost of all this. All these people need to do is sell goods for Jin Juanfu to earn a 5-cent profit. Yet these people still aren't satisfied. They demanded a 30% cut of the profits from Jin Juanfu. How could they even bring themselves to ask? Was Jin Juanfu a fool? Why should he give it to them? Everyone instantly fell silent. All eyes darted nervously toward Jin Juanfu. Did you guys get one thing wrong? I'm here to see you, and I'm offering you these solutions. You don't actually think I can't manage without you, do you? Jin Juanfu looked at everyone. He couldn't help but retort again. No one spoke, their eyes darting nervously toward Jin Juanfu. Speak up. I'll buy the shop with my own money and get the business license myself. I'll supply the goods for this shop myself. Can't I just hire someone to sell my goods? At 20 bucks a day, how many people would actually want to work for me? Why should I spend tens of thousands of dollars, such a huge cost, to bail you out, then arrange jobs and pay you wages? If I didn't rescue you, I'd save a lot of money. Why should I have to rescue you? Jin Juanfu's voice had calmed. He turned to the group and asked again. This? The crowd instantly realized. Fear surged across their faces. Right. Since Jin Juanfu bought the shop himself and obtained the business license himself, who couldn't he sell goods to? Why go to such great lengths to rescue them and seek them out? Were they really that irreplaceable? What gives them the right to demand that 30% cut from Jin Juanfu? Let me be perfectly clear. I'm willing to save you and give you a meal right now purely because you followed me for so many years. But even if I choose not to save you, no one can say I'm in the wrong. Because I already warned you beforehand. You were the ones who disobeyed orders and got yourselves arrested over that business license. To put it bluntly, you brought this on yourselves. Anyway, these are the only 4 options now. I've made it perfectly clear to you. I'll share these 4 options with others once I'm out. Only, their share will be a bit higher than yours. I'll be waiting for your answers in 3 days. And don't even think about trying to outsmart me. You know what I'm capable of. Kim Jun-bak paid no further attention to this group of greedy hawkers. He turned on his heel and walked away with his men. Sigh. As he walked away, Jin Juanfu couldn't help but sigh. He recalled what Chen Xiao had told him earlier. Actually, if you just choose to affiliate your sales network under our Xiaogang Village collective enterprise, you could hire people without any reservations. Those ordinary street vendors wouldn't matter much anymore. You wouldn't have to manage them at all. Not to mention, you already told them about getting business licenses. If they didn't listen and this is the result, they should bear the consequences themselves. Not rescuing them is the best choice. No one will blame you. But since you insist on helping them, I'll support you emotionally. But you'll regret it. You treat them like brothers, but they won't treat you the same. These were Chen Xiao's exact words to him. 95. Follow-up plan. At the time, he didn't believe it. He thought these street vendors had been with him for some time and surely considered him a brother too. But now, reflecting on their reactions, they probably saw him as a cash cow and a sucker. Jin Juanfu was genuinely starting to regret things. Big brother, are we just going to ignore them? Farais pushed his glasses up. He couldn't help but ask Jin Juanfu. We will. But I really need to meet with Chen Xiao again. Oh, and pass along those plans I mentioned earlier to all the vendors. But for those vendors who haven't caused trouble, raise the profit-sharing ratio by 5% for each method. How about it? Feeling pretty frustrated, huh? Chen Xiao watched Jin Juanfu sitting across from her, silently eating his meal. He asked with a chuckle. Chen Xiao, tell me, how could they do this? I clearly treated them like my best brothers. How come they always find ways to screw me over? Jin Juanfu sighed, gazing at the sunset beyond the door, unable to hold back. That's just human nature. The ancients have already taught us this truth. All the world throngs for profit, all the world scrambles for gain. Chen Xiao placed a serving of food onto his mute wife's chopsticks. Under her radiant smile, he spoke softly to Jin Juanfu. So, you're willing to take me and it's all about profit, isn't it? Jin Juanfu seemed to have an epiphany, unable to resist asking Chen Xiao. That's the main reason, of course. Just like when you asked me to guide you, wasn't that also for greater benefit? Chen Xiao didn't deny it, replying with a smile. Yeah. I asked you for the same reason, greater profit. A shadow of gloom flashed in Jin Juanfu's eyes as he heard Chen Xiao's words. But then he couldn't help but ask, but there are so many middlemen like me in the county town. Why did you specifically choose me? I treated you like that back in Huangyu Village. Jin Juanfu blurted out again. Because you want to save those vendors who were arrested. Chen Xiao heard Jin Juanfu's words. He set down his bowl and replied solemnly. Huh? So before I sought you out yesterday, you still didn't consider me one of your own? Jin Juanfu froze, as if suddenly understanding something, and blurted out. Chen Xiao had agreed to take him on as an associate several days prior. But it wasn't until yesterday that he'd come to Chen Xiao for help with the street vendor issue. That's right. Chen Xiao looked at Jin Juanfu, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Yesterday, when you came to me for a solution, I knew you were testing me. But wasn't I testing you too? Chen Xiao said with a smile. Huh? Testing me? Testing me about what? Jin Juanfu looked somewhat bewildered. Testing whether you'd save those street vendors. Chen Xiao said with a smile. And you chose to save them almost without hesitation. I'm very satisfied with your choice. Chen Xiao looked at Jin Juanfu earnestly. But didn't you say saving them was a foolish choice? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but interject. But precisely because of that, it reveals your true nature. Your nature of being deeply loyal and honorable. Chen Xiao said earnestly. To save these people, the cost you'll bear is enormous. In monetary terms, it'll take at least 30,000 yuan to save them. But the profits these people could bring you even over 10 years wouldn't cover that 30,000. This is a complete money-losing deal. Not to mention, you could actually abandon them and do so without any pressure whatsoever. Because they were captured precisely because they didn't listen to you. Even if you don't save them, no one has the right to blame you. Chen Xiao paused here. His gaze grew increasingly earnest. But you still chose to save them. Even at tremendous cost. Chen Xiao uttered the final words. This was precisely what he admired most about Jin Juanfu. Loyalty and integrity. This was the final reason Chen Xiao decided to place his trust in him. So that's why. Jin Juanfu finally understood, scratching his head sheepishly. But as the leader, this is something I absolutely had to do. If I were heartless and unprincipled, who would want to follow me? Jin Juanfu chuckled. His heart felt considerably lighter. Unconditional loyalty and devotion may seem foolish, but it's an indescribably noble quality. That's precisely why I value you most. And why I dare to trust you completely. Chen Xiao nodded in agreement. Seems this rough and tumble guy actually has some redeeming qualities after all. Jin Juanfu heard Chen Xiao's words. Couldn't help but grin. He chuckled. But don't get too cocky. If I ever catch you betraying my trust, trust me, I won't let you off the hook. But Chen Xiao turned to Jin Juanfu and warned him. Chen Xiao, I swear to you right here. If I ever betray you, I'll twist my own head off and give it to you as a wine jug. Jin Juanfu made a solemn promise to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao watched Jin Juanfu's expression and listened to his words. He said nothing more. Only a faint smile touched the corners of his lips. Let's eat. My wife made this braised pork, it's absolutely delicious. Dig in. Saying this, Chen Xiao picked up his bowl and continued eating. Jin Juanfu also began eating with a smile. The mute wife heard Chen Xiao's words. Her smile grew even brighter. Without a word, she served Chen Xiao 2 generous chunks of pork. Chen Xiao also served the mute wife 2 portions of meat. Then, while eating, he turned to Jin Juanfu and said, You came to see me today because those people chose the 4th option, right? Chen Xiao asked Jin Juanfu. Exactly. Though they haven't made a final decision yet, I can almost predict that in 3 days, they'll definitely choose this one. But if they go with this option, let's not even talk about the money it'll cost to save them. The cost of purchasing the shops alone is beyond what I can afford. According to your plan, we need to open 150 shops simultaneously in the county town, 3 shops per group, distributed across all densely populated areas. Currently, decent-sized shops on the market cost thousands. Average ones run over 1,000. Even the smallest ones start at 300 or 400. If we buy 150 shops, even at the cheapest rate, it'll cost at least 40 or 50,000. I simply can't come up with that kind of money. Jin Juanfu said helplessly. Exactly. This was Chen Xiao's subsequent plan. He would transform Jin Juanfu's men into a network of department stores covering the entire county. In this era, people shop either at supply and marketing cooperatives or the vegetable markets. But 96, the greatest opportunity of this era. These places are quite a distance from any residential areas. Therefore, Chen Xiao planned to open small general stores, grocery shops, and hardware stores near residential areas and factories. 3 shops would form a cluster. They would be established in each residential area and factory. This way, faced with nearby stores selling general merchandise, groceries, and furniture hardware, would people choose to go to the farther away department stores or markets? Of course not. People are inherently lazy. Just like in later generations, after online shopping became available, people rarely went out to shop for things anymore. Shopping has become synonymous with leisure. Now Chen Xiao wanted to open various physical stores with Jin Juanfu, aiming to dominate the entire county's retail market in one go. This year, the individual economy had just been liberalized. Everyone was still watching and waiting. On the streets, aside from state-run shops, there were virtually no privately owned shops. This was the greatest opportunity of the era. It was also the greatest opportunity brought about by the policies enacted by the authorities. A completely untapped sales market. Chen Xiao was determined to seize this opening. In one fell swoop. Completely dominate the entire county's sales market. To fully establish his sales network. This was the foundation of Chen Xiao's future business empire. And Jin Juanfu was his top general. That's why Chen Xiao tested Jin Juanfu so thoroughly. Jin Juanfu clearly hadn't considered all these factors. At this moment, he groaned with frustration, and it's not just the money to buy the shops. There's also bailing out those who got arrested, a 500 yuan fine per person. That's 13,500 yuan. Not to mention, I have to pull strings and pay favors and gifts. That alone will cost over 10,000 yuan. So that's nearly another 30,000 yuan. Adding both sides together, it's nearly 70,000 yuan. Forget me, even if I pooled all my money and that of my entire crew, we'd barely scrape together that much. Jin Juanfu sighed helplessly. Don't worry. I've already anticipated these issues. Chen Xiao said to Jin Juanfu, who was clearly frustrated. Then, with a mysterious air, he added, Would you believe me if I said I could get these people out without you spending a single penny? And you might even make a hefty profit. Chen Xiao whispered mysteriously to Jin Juanfu. What? How is that possible? These are people arrested by the government. How could I rescue them without spending a dime and even make money? That's impossible. Jin Juanfu's eyes widened in disbelief as he blurted out. Want to make a bet? Chen Xiao asked Jin Juanfu with a smile. No way. Jin Juanfu retorted without hesitation. Who knows what weird tricks you've got up your sleeve? Betting with you would just be courting trouble. You'll figure it out anyway. Jin Juanfu shot Chen Xiao a sharp glance. As he spoke, he shoveled down 2 mouthfuls of rice. Put. What a bore. Chen Xiao watched Jin Juanfu's defeatist attitude and was utterly speechless. He could only focus on eating. But what about the money for buying the shop? That's tens of thousands. Jin Juanfu couldn't help but ask again while eating. Not tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Chen Xiao said with a sly grin. What? Hundreds of thousands? What are you planning to do? Wait. You wouldn't be thinking of buying all 150 prime shops, would you? Jin Juanfu froze. He couldn't help but ask Chen Xiao. Of course. If we're going to do this, we're going to do it right. And we'll get it done right the first time. Chen Xiao said with a smile. But what about the money? Where will it come from? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but ask. Well, you'll find out soon enough. For now, let's eat. The two chatted while eating. After they finished eating, the mute wife gathered the dishes to wash them. Watching her leave, Jin Juanfu finally couldn't help but say, Chen Xiao, your wife here. Jin Juanfu pointed to the area around his own neck as he spoke. That's right, my wife is mute. Chen Xiao didn't seem to mind, smiling as he replied. Ha? You're so capable, how did you end up with a mute wife? Jin Juanfu asked, looking somewhat bewildered. He couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Chen Xiao was a college student with such a sharp mind. He really shouldn't have married a mute wife. Because my silly wife loves me enough, Chen Xiao replied with a light chuckle. Enough to love you? Jin Juanfu murmured, a flicker of understanding lighting up his eyes. For someone like him, who'd been on the streets since childhood, loyalty and affection were held above all else. So he could understand Chen Xiao's reasoning. So, I'd like to ask you for a favor too. Chen Xiao suddenly interjected. Go ahead. Jin Juanfu snapped back to attention, meeting Chen Xiao's earnest gaze and responding immediately. If you ever see my wife in trouble, you must protect her. She is my life. Chen Xiao said earnestly to Jin Juanfu. Rest assured. I'll be there. No one will ever hurt your sister-in-law. Jin Juanfu replied earnestly. That's good. Chen Xiao finally exhaled a slight sigh of relief. This was precisely why he had gone to such lengths to recruit Jin Juanfu. In this era, his simple-minded wife needed someone to protect her. His wife couldn't speak, and she was so beautiful. If anyone bullied her, he'd regret it too late. Therefore, Kim Jun-bak was the safeguard he had sought out. As for whether his mute wife might be bullied by Jin Juanfu, that's precisely why Chen Xiao had been testing Jin Juanfu these past few days. Now, he was certain Jin Juanfu wasn't that kind of person. As for whether his own wife might change her heart, if this foolish wife of his were to change her heart, then Chen Xiao's rebirth wouldn't have been worth it. Chen Xiao chatted with Jin Juanfu for a while longer. They roughly confirmed the locations of some shops. Jin Juanfu then left, carrying the map with him. His mute wife finished washing the pots and pans and emerged from the kitchen. After coming out, the mute wife untied her apron while gesturing to Chen Xiao in sign language. Xiao, I'll go check the chicken coop. You just stay home and rest. I left a pot of cool boiled water out for you. Drink it if you get thirsty. I left some leftovers in the pot. Eat when you're hungry. The mute wife continued giving instructions to Chen Xiao as she set her apron aside. She was about to head outside. Wait. I'll go with you. Chen Xiao sprang to his feet. He hurried over to the mute wife's side. Grabbing her small hand, he pulled her along as he headed outside. The mute woman grew frantic. She frantically gestured at Chen Xiao with sign language. Xiao. You're exhausted from road repairs today. We just finished the road today, so let's get some good rest. I'll take care of the chicken coop. You can rest easy. The mute wife looked at Chen Xiao with heartfelt concern. 97. The fish in Huangyu Village have died. Silly wife. These past few days of road repairs, your husband here didn't have to do any heavy lifting, just supervising the work. You're the one who's been working the hardest. You're the one who should be resting. Chen Xiao pulled his mute wife into his arms and spoke tenderly. The mute wife hurriedly gestured at Chen Xiao. Xiao, I'm not tired. I'm really fine. Her big eyes looked up at Chen Xiao hopefully. You silly girl. Chen Xiao watched his wife's silly expression. He couldn't help but bend down and kiss her again and again. Only then did he lift his head and say, honey, just wait a little longer. It won't be long before I have the money to cure your voice. I will definitely make you speak again. If the county can't cure it, we'll go to the city. If the city can't cure it, we'll go to the capital. If the capital can't cure it, we'll go abroad. I will make you speak again. Chen Xiao held his mute wife tightly, his voice heavy with resolve. Her voice had always been a thorn in the mute wife's heart. She always felt inferior, unworthy of Chen Xiao. Therefore, she constantly tried to please Chen Xiao, fearing he might abandon her. So, to make Chen Xiao happy, she worked herself to the bone. Chen Xiao felt heartbroken. Truly heartbroken. Tears welled up in the mute wife's big eyes. Her eyes brimmed with emotion. She tried to sign something. But Chen Xiao caught her small hand. Held in Chen Xiao's embrace like this, she couldn't utter a word. Until a moment later. Chen Xiao reluctantly released his mute wife. Come on, let's go to the chicken coop. Old secretary. That Jin Juanfu, he's actually ordered all the street vendors to stop selling for now. We can't continue reporting them. What are we supposed to do now? Huangyu Village. The team leader hurried back from the county. He asked Wen Zhaishan. Stop selling goods? Looks like Jin Juanfu isn't so dumb after all. Upon hearing the team leader's words, a cold smile flickered in Wen Zhaishan's eyes. He chuckled lightly. Old secretary, what should we do now? If Kim Junbok isn't selling goods, we have no way to report him. Doesn't that mean our plan will fall through again? The captain of Team 1 said anxiously. What's the rush? Wen Zhaishan frowned at the captain's words. What do you mean fail again? Don't worry. Even though Jin Juanfu knows we're targeting him, he's been backed into a corner now. He has no choice. If he doesn't sell the goods, he can't make money. His men will eventually abandon him. If he sells the goods, we'll be watching him every step of the way. Every single transaction will be reported. Sooner or later, we'll catch him red-handed and he'll be as good as dead. So Kim Junbok has only one fate death. It's just a matter of time. For now, we just wait quietly. Shaking his head, Wen Zhaishan waved his hand confidently. Ha! So that's how it is. Old secretary, I understand now. The squad leader finally exhaled in relief. Alright. Keep your people watching. You're a production brigade captain now. Stop being so impulsive. You need to keep your cool when facing major issues. This behavior of yours? Seeing the captain of Team 1 settle down. He finally began lecturing the captain of Team 1. But just then. Secretary. Secretary. It's bad. An urgent cry rang out from outside. Wen Zhaishan frowned. He was just telling the captain of the first squad to settle down, and now another loudmouth was causing a scene. He instinctively glanced outside. He saw a young boy who helped Yang's fourth son tend the fish pond sprinting toward the village committee office. Old secretary, it's bad. Our fish are dying in huge numbers. So many are dying. They're all floating on the surface of the fish ponds. Just as Wen Zhaishan was about to speak, he heard the doll cry out loudly. Whoosh! What? In an instant, Wen Zhaishan leapt to his feet, shrieking. His voice cracked. His eyes blazed with fury as he stared at the child running toward him. Say that again. What about the fish pond? Wen Zhaishan fixed his gaze on the child before him and demanded. Old secretary. We don't know what happened either. We fed the fish normally today. But when we got to the pond, we found so many fish dead. We really don't know what happened. The child stared at Wen Zhaishan's bloodthirsty gaze. He swallowed hard. He stammered fearfully. What the hell were you doing? Wen Zhaishan was nearly driven mad with rage. The fish in the pond were the top priority for Huangyu Village, the absolute most important thing. Chen Xiao had made it clear. This year's fish farming could yield a profit of 100,000 yuan. It was the most crucial industry for repaying loans and debts in Huangyu Village. Chicken farming was merely a side venture. Now, the fish farming industry is in trouble. It truly feels like the sky is falling. Swish! Wen Zhaishan couldn't sit still. His two old legs moved with surprising speed. He dashed straight out of the village committee office, heading toward the fish ponds. The little boy hurried after him. Didn't he just say to keep a cool head in big matters? The squad leader watched Wen Zhaishan's retreating figure, recalling his earlier words, and couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Then, he hurried after them. When he arrived at the fish pond, he saw a vast expanse of white fish fry floating on the surface. Clearly, the fry had all turned belly up and perished. The moment he saw this, his pupils involuntarily contracted. Too many had perished. It seemed as though every single fry had perished. His expression grew grave as he turned to look at Wen Zhaishan. There he was, cursing out Yang family's fourth son. What the hell are you doing? Didn't you say your family's been raising fish for generations? Is this how you raise fish? Ha! I asked you to raise some fish and you've killed so many. How can you justify the villagers' trust in you? If the village can't repay its debts or loans, will you take responsibility? Ha! Wen Zhaishan's eyes were bloodshot. He beat and berated Yang's fourth son. The onlookers felt deeply distressed. No one dared to step in and help. Finally, after beating Yang's fourth son into a bloody mess, he calmed down slightly. Still seething with rage, he demanded of Yang's fourth son, why did these fish die? Wen Zhaishan glared at Yang's fourth son with a cold, menacing stare. I don't know. Yang's fourth son looked at Wen Zhaishan with fear. He pursed his lips before finally speaking. You don't know? Wen Zhaishan's temper flared instantly. You're the fish farmer. How can you not know why the fish died? The next moment. Boom. Splash. He suddenly thrust his foot out, kicking Yang's fourth son straight into the fish pond. MMMPH. Yang's fourth son frantically struggled in the water. He tried to climb out. But when Zhaishan glared at him with bloodshot eyes. You said your ancestors raised fish, that you know how to fish, that's why I entrusted these 30 acres of ponds to you. And you? Not only did you let the fish die, but you don't even know how they died. What the hell are you good for? When Zhaishan roared furiously at Yang's fourth son, cursing him out. 98, it must be Chen Xiao who poisoned our fish ponds. Help me. Yang's fourth son couldn't hear a word, flailing frantically in the water. Pull him out. When Zhaishan watched as Yang's fourth son began rolling his eyes back. Finally gritting his teeth, he ordered someone to pull him out. Cough cough cough. Old secretary. I really don't know what's going on. I suspect someone poisoned our fish pond. Otherwise, how could so many of our fish have died? This must be deliberate. Yang's fourth son hauled out of the water, coughed up water while speaking with a trembling voice. Human-made? When Zhaishan's face had been flushed with rage. But at that moment, he suddenly grew calm upon hearing Yang's fourth son's words. His eyes narrowed involuntarily. Old secretary, it really could be possible. We've caused Jin Juanfu quite a bit of trouble these past few days. Could this be Jin Juanfu's malicious retaliation against us? The second team captain's eyes lit up as he hurried over and asked Wen Zhaishan. When Zhaishan narrowed his eyes, saying nothing. He was undecided. He had no doubt whatsoever that Kim Jun-bak was capable of such a thing. Kim Jun-bak was a thug through and through. Such despicable acts were his specialty. Now he'd been provoked by him and his crew. Would he do something like this? Of course he would. At this thought, he suddenly looked down at Yang's fourth son. Do you have any evidence that he drugged her? When Zhaishan's piercing gaze fixed on Yang's fourth son as he demanded. Well, old secretary, our fish ponds are just too vast. We do have people patrolling the pond every day. But it's impossible to keep an eye on every single spot. So, Yang's fourth son hesitated as he explained to Wen Zhaishan. Bam! What the hell are you doing? Upon hearing Yang Jiasiwa's words, Wen Zhaishan couldn't help but kick out again. He knocked the fourth son of the Young family flat on his back. The fourth son of the Young family dared not speak. Old secretary, what should we do now? We don't have any evidence to arrest Jin Juanfu. Even if we wanted to report it, we can't. The second team leader approached with a look of anxiety, asking Wen Zhaishan. We'll go lodge a formal complaint. Wen Zhaishan fell silent for a moment. Finally, he snapped his head up. He gritted his teeth. Secretary Fawn wants to support our Huangyu Village in developing industries. It's all for his own political achievements. Now that the fish we're raising in Huangyu Village have been sabotaged, he can't just ignore it. This is definitely Jin Juanfu's doing. Let's go confront him. We'll sue Jin Juanfu and Chen Xiao for teaming up to ruin our fish farming industry. You're saying Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu conspired to poison your fish ponds? County government. After the meeting, Secretary Fang met with Wen Zhaishan, who was waiting in his office. He frowned in exasperation. But in the end, he met with them. After hearing their grievances, his headache intensified. His frown deepened into a pronounced V shape. He looked at Wen Zhaishan and retorted. That's right. They must have poisoned our fish ponds. Otherwise, how could so many of our fish die overnight? Wen Zhaishan gritted his teeth as he confronted Secretary Fang. That's impossible. That's illegal. Jin Juanfu might do something like this, but Chen Xiao absolutely wouldn't. If you claim Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu are in cahoots, wouldn't Chen Xiao have stopped it? Secretary Fang retorted without mincing words. Now, when it came to Wen Zhaishan's words, his instinct was to doubt them first. After these recent incidents, he understood Wen Zhaishan's true nature all too well. He immediately retorted. Why wouldn't he? So many fish died in our ponds. They couldn't have just died for no reason, could they? Such a mass die-off, how could it not be man-made? It must be Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu getting back at us for reporting them last time. They must have poisoned our fish pond. That must be it. Secretary Fang, you can't take sides like this. Wen Zhaishan immediately grew agitated upon sensing Secretary Fang's skepticism. He immediately grew agitated. He spoke rapidly to Secretary Fang. Secretary Fang listened to Wen Zhaishan's words. And frowned. Indeed. If no one deliberately caused this, how could such a large number of fish die like this? But if someone did cause the harm, then it could only be Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu. Jin Juanfu might be capable of such a thing. But Chen Xiao? Impossible. He knows. Chen Xiao is a college student and a smart one at that. He wouldn't let himself get involved in such dirty business. If he got involved in something like this, Chen Xiao's future prospects would be completely ruined. And if Jin Juanfu and Chen Xiao were in this together, Chen Xiao would certainly have advised Jin Juanfu against such dirty deeds. to avoid getting blood on his own hands. Therefore, he found it hard to believe Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu would do such a thing. Secretary Fong, you must believe us. We wouldn't risk our own livelihood to frame them, would we? We still owe money to the government and the credit union. When Zhaishan watched Secretary Fong stand silently in place, saying nothing. Unable to contain himself, his eyes flickered as he spoke. This was a blatant threat. Because, whether it was Huangyu Village's debts or Huangyu Village's loans, were both secured with Secretary Fong's personal guarantee. If anything went wrong with Huangyu Village, Secretary Fong won't escape either. Secretary Fong and Huangyu Village are now in the same boat. Secretary Fong naturally detected the threat in Wen Zhaishan's words. But seeing Wen Zhaishan's defiant, barefoot and unafraid demeanor, he gritted his teeth so hard they creaked. He was genuinely regretting it now. Regretted propping up Huangyu Village such a mess. He had believed Huangyu Village could become another source of political achievements for him. He'd even been willing to slightly offend Chen Xiao. But he never imagined. Instead of reaping political gains, he'd been dragged into a quagmire. This Huangyu Village was nothing but a mess. But he was forced to yield to the threat. Because, whether it was the over 50,000 yuan in fines the village owed the government or the 100,000 yuan loan, he had indeed guaranteed both. If Huangyu Village couldn't repay these debts within a year, even if Chen Zhao's chicken farming venture succeeded and brought collective prosperity to Xiaogang Village, earning him some political achievements, it wouldn't outweigh the problems caused by Huangyu Village. Therefore, he had no choice. I'm calling the livestock station right now to send someone to your Huangyu Village to investigate what's really going on. If it's confirmed to be human-caused, I'll summon Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu for questioning. If they're responsible, I'll make them compensate you for your losses. But if it wasn't human-caused, you'll still have to give me an explanation. Secretary Fong's gaze turned icy as he fixed it on Wen Zhaishan. All right. No problem. A look of delight instantly flashed across Wen Zhaishan's face. He quickly nodded and bowed repeatedly. All right, you two can head back and wait there. The livestock station personnel will return today. 99. How come you guys don't understand anything? That shouldn't be possible. What if your fish were poisoned by someone? They wouldn't be half dead and half alive either. That afternoon, technicians from the animal husbandry station arrived at Huangyu Village. While inspecting the fish ponds in Huangyu Village, he spoke up. Technician Wang. If it wasn't poisoned by humans, how could so many fish die in our ponds? This is definitely man-made. It was that county thug who sent people to poison our ponds. When Zhaishan followed closely behind Technician Wang. Hearing the technician speak, he couldn't help but interject. That's impossible. If they were poisoning it, they'd have to dump the poison into the water. That would poison all the fish. How could half be poisoned and half not? That doesn't make sense. Technician Wang shook his head, dismissing that possibility. Then he added. Besides, look, this is just water we sampled from your pond. There's no trace of any chemicals in it. It's a bit murky, but that alone wouldn't cause mass fish deaths. Therefore, the cause definitely isn't human-made. Technician Wang spoke while pulling out the test strips beside him. Along with the recent test report, he addressed Wen Zhaishan. But if it's not human-made, how could so many fish die? Wen Zhaishan couldn't make sense of the test report. He gave it a perfunctory glance before looking away. He couldn't help but speak up. Well, Technician Wang also seemed puzzled. He turned his gaze back to the fish pond. He examined it closely. Finally, he couldn't help but ask. Could you take me to the center of your fish pond? Technician Wang asked Wen Zhaishan. No problem. Yang Laosi, hurry up. Steer the boat and take Technician Wang for a tour of the ponds. Wen Zhaishan immediately ordered Yang's fourth son, whose face was still swollen and bruised. Yes. Yang's fourth son hurried over, pulled the boat closer, steadied it, and helped Technician Wang aboard. Technician Wang wasted no time. He climbed aboard directly. He directed Yang's fourth son to row toward another part of the fish pond. Wen Zhaishan also boarded the boat. By the time they had rowed a full circle, Technician Wang's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Yet he remained silent. Wen Zhaishan watched Technician Wang anxiously, unsure whether to ask questions. It wasn't until they reached the center of the fish pond. Technician Wang finally couldn't help but speak up. How big is this pond? How many fish are in it? Technician Wang inquired. About 30 mu. We stocked a total of 30,000 grass carp fry. Wen Zhaishan quickly replied to Technician Wang. So that averages out to 1,000 fish per mu. That doesn't seem problematic. Technician Wang calculated briefly before murmuring. The atmosphere fell silent once more. Technician Wang continued observing the fish pond, pondering the cause of the mass fry mortality in Huangyu Village's fish pond. Oh, right. Why haven't I seen any aerators in your fish ponds? Have you taken them all down? Suddenly, Technician Wang remembered something and asked Wen Zhaishan. What the hell? Wen Zhaishan froze in confusion upon hearing Technician Wang's question. Yang Jiaolaosi, who was driving, also looked completely bewildered. He couldn't help but retort. The oxygenator. The machine that supplies oxygen to the fish ponds. Technician Wang observed the expressions on Wen Zhaishan and Yang's fourth brother's faces, and suddenly seemed to grasp something. He spoke again. This raising fish requires this kind of machine? Wen Zhaishan was even more bewildered. He stammered. Technician Wang instantly understood everything. He had originally thought that the villagers of Huangyu had turned off the oxygenators to avoid crushing the bodies of the dead fish in the pond. But now it seemed he had overestimated Huangyu Village. The villagers of Huangyu didn't even know what an oxygenator was. Then where is the pump for your pond's water exchange system installed? Technician Wang asked again. Water exchange system? Do we need to exchange water? Wen Zhaishan and Yang Laosi were even more baffled. They swallowed hard and asked. How often do you disinfect your fish ponds? Technician Wang's frown gradually relaxed. All the reasons have surfaced. He couldn't help but ask again. Disinfect? Technician Wang, didn't you just say there was no poison in the fish pond? Why disinfect? What exactly are we disinfecting? Wen Zhaishan grew even more bewildered. He pressed on with his questions toward Technician Wang. So it seems you haven't been doing any disease prevention either? Looking at the clueless Wen Zhaishan and Yang family's fourth son, Technician Wang felt utterly helpless. Realizing these two were complete idiots, he couldn't be bothered to say anything more. He waved his hand dismissively. Disease prevention? Fish can get sick? Wen Zhaishan and Yang Laosi were utterly bewildered. Let's just go back first. Technician Wang looked at Wen Zhaishan and Yang Laosi with a complex expression. He truly didn't know what to say. The villagers were a bunch of blockheads. They didn't know anything at all. He couldn't understand how these people, who knew nothing, dared to raise fish. And they're tackling a 30-acre fish pond. Truly, ignorance is bliss. Fine. Let's head back first. Wen Zhaishan's expression darkened. He knew it too. He had underestimated fish farming. He instructed Yang Laosi to row the boat toward the shore. But suddenly, as if remembering something, he spoke again. Technician Wang, actually, this fish pond wasn't originally ours. Someone else was raising fish here. When he was raising fish, I remember we had to install quite a few machines in the pond. Some were fixed to the drainage outlet. Some machines even floated on the water surface. Were those machines? When Zhaishan recalled how Chen Xiao had raised fish before, he couldn't help but ask Technician Wang. Those are the water pump and oxygenator for the water exchange system. Technician Wang raised an eyebrow and immediately replied. Wen Zhaishan froze in place. He turned his head and shot a fierce glare at Yang Laosi, whose face had gone pale with fright. He remembered clearly. He had warned Yang Laosi before that Chen Xiao's fish farming required a lot of machinery. Yang Laosi had sworn up and down that no machinery was needed at all, that this was just Chen Xiao's scheme to swindle Huangyu Village out of money. But now, when Zhaishan felt like killing Yang Laosi, then why does he still bring people every month to sprinkle some powder into the fish ponds? At first, they even used a lot of chemicals. What's that about? When Zhaishan remembered something else and couldn't help but ask. That's for disinfection and vaccinating the fish. This guy really knows his fish farming. What? Didn't he teach you these things? How come you guys don't know anything? Technician Wang couldn't help but exclaim. 100, another harvest season is upon us. We. When Zhaishan couldn't find the words. He couldn't very well say it. They'd driven Chen Xiao away, thinking they could make money off fish farming themselves? He couldn't help but glare at Yang family's fourth son with murderous intent. The shock nearly sent Yang's fourth son tumbling into the water. Forget it. This is your own business. It's none of my concern. Technician Wang glanced at Wen Zhaishan's adopted son and instantly knew something fishy was going on. He didn't bother asking further. He then stated directly, we've found the cause of the mass fish fry deaths in your ponds. First, inadequate facility allocation has led to critically low oxygen levels in the water, causing mass fry mortality. Second, the water quality is quite murky. Even if the fry survive now, within a month at most, nearly all of them will perish. Third, the disinfection and disease prevention measures in the ponds are practically non-existent. If this continues, problems in the ponds are inevitable. Mass fry deaths are only a matter of time. Technician Wang delivered his definitive conclusion on the investigation findings in Huangyu Village. When Zhaishan and Yang's fourth son both fell silent, Technician Wang paid them no mind. He simply recorded his final conclusion in the duty log. Not until the group returned to shore. As Technician Wang prepared to leave, when Zhaishan croaked out, Technician Wang, tell me, if we follow the requirements for fish farming now, could we reach a profit of 100,000 yuan this year? When Zhaishan clung to his last shred of hope as he addressed Technician Wang. Technician Wang stared at Wen Zhaishan with an eerie gaze. After staring for a long while, he shook his head in silence. Without a word, he simply walked away. Old secretary, what does he mean by that? The team leader watched technician Huang walk away. He couldn't help but swallow hard as he asked. I'll beat you to death, you damn thing. But when Zhaishan paid no heed to the first team leader. Instead, he turned around and struck Yang's fourth son once more. Old secretary, I'm sorry. I truly regret it. Stop hitting me. I'll die if you keep hitting me. I truly understand my mistake. Yang's fourth son instantly let out a wretched howl. He begged for mercy from Wen Zhaishan. You know you're wrong? What good does that do now? Can you bring these fish back to life? Ha! I warned you back then. Chen Xiao's fish farming requires machinery and all kinds of chemicals. What did you say? You said Chen Xiao was just trying to scam us out of money. And now? Because of what you said, so many of our fish fry have died. What good does it do to say you know better now? Ha! When Zhaishan was furious. He lost all sense of decorum. Furious, he lunged at Yang's fourth son, punching and kicking him. Old wounds haven't healed, and now new ones have been added. The villagers nearby watched. No one dared to step forward to help. Even the parents of the fourth son of the Young family could only watch with hearts full of pity, unable to utter a word. This time, Yang's fourth son had truly caused a major disaster. The sky had fallen. 15,000 in debt. The entire Huangyu Village depended on this fish pond to repay the debt. If this fish pond truly became useless, then Huangyu Village would truly be doomed beyond redemption. Even if they sold every last person in Huangyu Village, they couldn't possibly raise that much money. Ha ha ha. Finally. The beaten fourth son of the Young family was nearly at death's door. When Zhaishan finally stopped. He stood rooted to the spot, speechless for a long time. He had thought. If the fish pond had indeed been poisoned by human hands, he could almost pin it on Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu. He could demand Secretary Fang punish Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu. Not only could he recover his losses from them, but he could also extort a hefty sum. He'd make a killing. Moreover, he could send Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu to prison. But now, after investigation, the mass fish fry deaths in the ponds weren't caused by human error at all. It was caused by their own inadequate fish farming techniques. They want to recover their losses, but they don't even know where to turn. Are they supposed to make Yang's fourth son take the blame? This fish pond alone could bring in over 100,000 yuan in profit this year. What the hell kind of money does their family have? How could they possibly cover over 100,000 yuan in profits? What should we do now? When Zhaishan felt utterly lost. He stood there pondering, unable to decide what to do for a long time. Just then, a sharp-tongued woman's muttered remark drifted over from nearby. In my opinion, that bastard Chen Xiao is deliberately screwing us over. He deliberately didn't teach us these things, which is why we're facing this problem. Chen Xiao should be the one to compensate us for this loss. Though the sharp-tongued woman's voice was low, it still reached Wen Zhaishan's ears. Whoosh! Wen Zhaishan's eyes lit up instantly as he whipped his head around to glare at the sharp-tongued woman. Then, unable to hold back, he declared. Exactly. Chen Xiao should compensate us for our losses. He deliberately scammed us. He should be the one to pay. Wen Zhaishan muttered to himself. Finally, his eyes flashed with determination as he declared. Let's keep filing complaints. Chen Xiao deliberately withheld the fish farming knowledge from us. We've been scammed by Chen Xiao. He should compensate us for our losses. Comrade Chen Xiao, Secretary Fan requests your immediate presence at the county office. Xiaogang Village Committee office. Chen Xiao was on the phone at that moment. It was Secretary Fang's secretary calling. Secretary Fang wants to see me? A sharp gleam flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes. He knew harvest time had come again. Yet his voice remained feigned confusion. What might Secretary Fang need me for? Well, there was hesitation on the other end. After a moment's pause, Secretary Fang's secretary replied, I don't know the specifics, but the people from Huangyu Village have arrived. Secretary Fang's secretary hinted at Chen Xiao. Just as I thought. Chen Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. His hunch had been correct. Huangyu Village had indeed gone to seek out Secretary Fang. If he hadn't misread the situation, it must be related to the fish or chicken farming in Huangyu Village. And the trap he had set was finally ready to be sprung. Did Secretary Fang summon Mr. Jin Juanfu, the owner? Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes and asked. Yes, he did, replied Secretary Fang's secretary from across the room. All right. Got it. I'll head over immediately. With that, Chen Xiao hung up the phone. The time to reap the rewards has arrived. A faint smile touched the corners of Chen Xiao's lips. He'd been laying the groundwork these past few days. He'd been waiting for this moment. I hope this harvest won't disappoint me. Chen Xiao's eyes flashed with determination. This harvest was crucial to his next strategic move. Uncle, you heard it too. I need to head to the county seat. Please tell my wife for me. Chen Xiao hung up the phone and turned to Secretary Chen beside him. Hold on. What's the rush? Even if you need to go to the county, it's not like you have to rush off right this instant. Secretary Chen narrowed his eyes and blocked Chen Xiao's path. What's the problem now, old man? Chen Xiao looked at Secretary Chen helplessly. Yesterday, my brother, second uncle, and third uncle finalized the land distribution plan for the village. Secretary Chen tapped his tobacco leaves as he spoke. Then he turned to Chen Xiao. But there's none for you. Secretary Chen fixed his gaze on Chen Xiao. 101, coming for me? Is that it? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, speaking bluntly. What do you mean, just that? You're not upset that I didn't give you any land? Secretary Chen snapped back at Chen Xiao's words. Isn't that only fair? Not to mention I still owe the villagers money. Even if I didn't owe the villagers money, I'm an orphan who grew up eating meals from 100 households in this village over the years, and I've hardly ever done any work for the village. All these years, I've been in school, elementary, middle, high school, and haven't contributed much to the village. It's only natural that I wasn't given any land. If they had given me land, I think you were trying to curry favor with me. Chen Xiao rolled his eyes. Ugh. You little brat. Like I need to suck up to you? Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, Secretary Chen instantly flew into a rage. He stood up, ready to kick Chen Xiao. Ha ha ha. Old man, I'm outta here. Chen Xiao quickly dodged by twisting his hips. He patted his butt and took off running. That little brat. Secretary Chen watched Chen Xiao scampering away. Couldn't help but chuckle. Then, with a hint of resignation, he murmured to himself. Ah, what a pity. There just aren't enough fields in the village to go around. You'll just have to tough it out, kid. Secretary Chen muttered with a hint of resignation. Then, he frowned and said. Wait a minute. That kid just made tens of thousands of yuan. What's he got to suffer for? I'm just wasting my breath worrying about nothing. Secretary Chen shook his head. Lighting a cigarette, he walked toward the exit. Chen Xiao, you finally made it? Do you know what's going on? By the time Chen Xiao arrived at the county government building, Jin Juanfu had been waiting at the entrance for over 2 hours. His eyes lit up the moment he saw Chen Xiao. He hurried over, handing him a bottle of soda as he asked. Remember what I told you the other day? Chen Xiao took a sip of the soda before smiling and replying. What you told me a few days ago? What was it? About those street vendors? Jin Juanfu froze for a moment. It is about the street vendors. But not entirely. Chen Xiao shook his head. Secretary Fang's assistant gave me word people from Huangyu Village have come to the county again. My guess is they're here to lodge another complaint. If I'm not mistaken, the groundwork I laid earlier is about to bear fruit. Chen Xiao smiled as he addressed Jin Juanfu. Huangyu Village? They have the nerve to come complain? They reported my people, and now they dare to complain? Jin Juanfu's eyes instantly turned red upon hearing Chen Xiao's words. He couldn't help but blurt out. Those Huangyu villagers have no limits whatsoever. Didn't you want revenge before? Well, now's your chance. Chen Xiao said with a smile. As he spoke, he led Jin Juanfu slowly toward the county government building. Revenge? How exactly? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but ask Chen Xiao. I suspect when Zhaishan came to lodge a complaint this time because of their village's fish or chicken farming business. Chen Xiao pursed his lips before speaking. Fish or chicken farming? I gave them all the chicks and fish fry. I even delivered the chicken feed and fish feed. What else could there be? Jin Juanfu was utterly baffled as he pressed Chen Xiao. Fish or chicken farming isn't that simple. Haven't you noticed my chicken farming is different from Huangyu villages? Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu stopped in a corner of the government building, and Chen Xiao asked Jin Juanfu. It certainly is different. It seems like you're raising all the chickens in one big shed. But Huangyu Village distributed the chickens to the villagers to raise. Jin Juanfu thought for a moment before speaking. That's exactly it. Farming isn't a simple matter. Before I started raising chickens, I studied the subject thoroughly: feed ratios, vaccinations, environmental modifications, disinfection, and so on. Farming may be considered a farmer's forte, but that doesn't apply to large-scale operations. In reality, large-scale farming is a highly technical endeavor. Whether it's fish or chickens, it's the same. The slightest issue in any step can lead to mass deaths of chicks or fry. The entire farming venture could collapse, resulting in total financial ruin. That's the risk you take in farming. Chen Xiao paused here, taking another sip of soda. Turning to Jin Juanfu, who seemed to have gained some insight, he continued, back when I was raising fish, the people in Huangyu Village all thought they knew it all. I tried to teach them, but one by one, they refused to learn. They had no grasp of large-scale fish farming techniques. So I suspect they likely ran into problems with their fish farming, leading to massive fish deaths. They're upset, so now they're coming to Secretary Fang to cause trouble for me. Chen Xiao said to Jin Juanfu with a smile. What? They caused the problems themselves because they didn't know what they were doing, yet they're coming after you? Jin Juanfu was stunned. He stared at Chen Xiao in disbelief. Exactly. I never overestimate the character of the people in Huangyu Village. Besides, I can't think of any other reason. Chen Xiao said with a smile. He didn't seem angry at all. But his eyes sparkled with excitement. Then why did Secretary Fang call me here too? Jin Juanfu asked again, sounding somewhat puzzled. This brings us to Secretary Wen Zhaishan's true purpose. Chen Xiao said with a smile. Jin Juanfu grew even more bewildered. True purpose? Exactly. Jin Juanfu may not be the most principled person, but he doesn't waste his efforts. Chen Xiao nodded. He knows full well that the failure of the fish farm is entirely their own doing. He complained about me to Secretary Fang. He had no grounds to do so. So his real motive goes far beyond just trying to annoy me. Chen Xiao chuckled softly. Then what is he after? Jin Juanfu couldn't help asking. That's why I called you here. Chen Xiao replied with a smile. What purpose? Jin Juanfu felt his head spinning. The fish farming project in Huangyu Village failed, but that doesn't mean they'll give up on fish farming. On the contrary, they'll keep at it. Because the debt they're carrying leaves them no choice. They must rely on fish farming to repay their debts. And that means they'll have to seek out technicians to guide them in fish farming. To keep farming fish, they must keep buying fry and all sorts of equipment they never had before. For technical guidance, they can go to the livestock station. But when it comes to buying fry and equipment, they have no choice but to come to you. Chen Xiao smiled as he looked at Jin Juanfu. He asked casually, and would you still do business with them now? Hell no. Those bastards shot my men and now they expect me to sell them stuff? They're dreaming. Jin Juanfu declared without hesitation. So they knew you wouldn't sell to them. And that's why they pulled this stunt. It looks like they're picking on me, but really, they're after you. They want to use their initial momentum, then leverage Secretary Fang's influence to force you into continuing business with them. Chen Xiao said with a smile. 102 Wen Zhaishan's resentment. So that's how it is. Those bastards. They went through all that trouble just to target me. Kim Junbok instantly understood. He gritted his teeth in fury. Then, his eyes blazing, he turned to Chen Xiao. So what do we do now? Didn't you say before you wanted revenge on them? This is your chance. And what about those fines you paid for the street vendors? And the connections you used to keep them out of jail? This is your chance to settle all that. Chen Xiao said with a mysterious smile. Jin Juanfu looked utterly bewildered. What do you mean? He shook his head and cut straight to the point. Just tell me what we're doing next. Your mind races too fast, I can't keep up. Chen Xiao shot him a look of utter exasperation. Fine. Later. No way. Chen Xiao has to pay compensation. It was him who deliberately withheld this fish-keeping knowledge back when he was raising them, leaving us clueless and causing all those fry to die. He must compensate us. In Secretary Fang's office. When Zhaishan spoke through gritted teeth. His expression radiated pure venom toward Chen Xiao. Nonsense. Secretary Fang listened to Wen Zhaishan's words, his head spinning. You decided to raise fish yourselves without learning the techniques. Now that your fish have died in large numbers, you blame Chen Xiao for not coming to teach you fish farming knowledge? Wen Zhaishan, has Huangyu Village truly lost all sense of shame? Even Secretary Fang, who considered himself quite composed. He was now so enraged by Wen Zhaishan that his teeth nearly ground to dust. He'd never encountered such a shameless fellow. I don't care. The fact is, over half the fry in our ponds have died. It's all Chen Xiao's fault for not teaching us properly when he was raising fish before. Chen Xiao should compensate us for our losses. Wen Zhaishan, however, adopted a completely unreasonable attitude. Wen Zhaishan, if that's your attitude, I don't see you continuing as village party secretary. And you needn't stay here with me any longer. Secretary Fang listened to Wen Zhaishan's unreasonable words. His expression darkened. He fixed his gaze on Wen Zhaishan. Regret. He truly regretted it. Why had he supported such a rogue village? He had even offended Chen Xiao for the sake of this worthless village. He was certain. Because he'd shown favoritism toward Huangyu Village. Chen Xiao certainly wasn't as friendly toward him as he appeared. It was highly likely he harbored ulterior motives toward him. This suspicion had taken root after Chen Xiao and when Zhaishan had caused a scene in his office last time. Moreover, this feeling only grew stronger the more he helped Huangyu Village. Fine then, we won't raise fish anymore. We won't raise chickens either. Whatever you want. When Zhaishan spoke with an indifferent air. With that, he turned to leave. Hold on. But upon hearing Wen Zhaishan's words, Secretary Fang instantly frowned. If you stop raising fish and chickens, how will you handle your debts and loans? Secretary Fang glared at Wen Zhaishan with a grim expression. Whatever happens, happens. Anyway, most of the fish are already dead. I can't pay it back even if I wanted to. Then I won't pay. If you're not satisfied, go ahead and arrest everyone in our village. When Zhaishan adopted a brazen, insolent demeanor as he addressed Secretary Fang. You. Secretary Fang's eyes instantly turned red. He glared fiercely at Wen Zhaishan, who stood before him with utter indifference. As the county party secretary, he was personally responsible for guaranteeing Huangyu Village's debts and loans. If they really defaulted on the loans, ultimately, he would bear immense responsibility. It could even jeopardize his transfer assignment a year from now. Therefore, he had to approach this matter with utmost caution. What do you want? Secretary Fan gritted his teeth as he addressed Wen Zhaishan's defiant stance. Chen Xiao must compensate us. At least 100,000 yuan. A smug smile spread across Wen Zhaishan's face. Over the past couple of days, he had finally grasped the situation a bit. Secretary Fan, though seemingly close to Chen Xiao, was actually on their side, Huangyu Village's side. Moreover, in favoring Huangyu Village, he had already incurred some resentment from Chen Xiao. Not to mention, Secretary Fang was the guarantor for their village's loans and debts. In essence, Secretary Fang had already boarded their ship. Their fortunes were now inextricably linked, they would rise or fall together. Therefore, he was betting that Secretary Fang couldn't possibly abandon them. He immediately made an outrageous demand. That's impossible. If that's your stance, there's no point in continuing this discussion. After you leave here, you'll be heading straight to the detention center. Secretary Fang retorted without hesitation. He was now almost certain. Huangyu Village was nothing but a quagmire. It was destined to bring him nothing but trouble. Chen Xiao's project was his last lifeline for political achievements. He absolutely could not let problems arise on Chen Xiao's front as well. When Zhaishan froze upon hearing Secretary Fang's words. He shot Secretary Fang a skeptical glance. He wondered if his earlier assumptions had been mistaken. Theoretically speaking, whatever he said now, Secretary Fang should agree to it. Why can't I agree to anything involving Chen Xiao anymore? This thought made his heart sink. The idea of getting revenge on Chen Xiao was out of the question. Was he really going to give up? He felt utterly unwilling to do so. The entire office fell silent for a moment. Until a moment later. Thump! 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 A knock sounded at the door. Both men turned toward the doorway. They saw Secretary Fang's secretary standing at the doorway. Secretary, comrades Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu have arrived. They're in the reception room now. Secretary Fang's secretary announced. Have them come in. Secretary Fang's eyes lit up as he quickly responded. Yes, sir. Secretary Fang's secretary nodded and exited. You'd better decide what you want before they arrive. Otherwise, I'll have you sent to the detention center today. Secretary Fang shot Wen Zhaishan a cold stare. Wen Zhaishan clenched his jaw, unsure what to say. What did he want? Of course he knew what he wanted. Just like Chen Xiao had thought, he couldn't possibly give up fish farming and chicken raising. Earlier, when the livestock station officials came, they said the fish ponds were suffering from a lack of aeration equipment and a water exchange system. That's why so many fry had died. Given that situation, if they wanted to continue fish farming and do it properly, they'd have to purchase various machines and restock with fingerlings. At least half of the fry that died, over 15,000 fry. This means they need to replace 15,000 fingerlings. Such a large quantity of fry could only be sourced from Jin Juanfu. Plus the large aeration units and water-changing pumps needed for fish farming. They scoured the entire county town and found none available for sale. If they wanted to buy them, Jin Juanfu was the only one who could possibly get them. Therefore, their target was Jin Juanfu. But Wen Zhaishan knew too. They had just reported his men, forcing him to pay a heavy price to rescue them. Now they want to approach Kim Junbok for business deals. How could Kim Junbok possibly agree? Therefore, they seized the initiative by pinning the blame for the dead fish on Chen Xiao. Take a shot in the dark. Who knows? They might actually trick Chen Xiao into paying compensation. Even if it didn't work. After seizing the initiative, we'll discuss doing business with Jin Juanfu. Secretary Fang wouldn't refuse. After all, he and his people were in the same boat as Secretary Fang. But Wen Zhaishan hadn't anticipated this. Facing his demand for compensation from Chen Xiao, Secretary Fang refused so decisively. There was no room for negotiation whatsoever. This left him deeply unsettled and unwilling to accept it. 103 Wen Zhaishan, did I give you face? Secretary Fang, you called us here today and, now I get it. Secretary Fang, that old codger was bad-mouthing me behind my back again, wasn't he? Chen Xiao's voice came from outside the door. He entered the room as the voice echoed. The sound abruptly ceased. Chen Xiao glanced at Wen Zhaishan in the office, shrugged, and asked Secretary Fang with a helpless tone. Watch your language. Mind your manners. Secretary Fang listened to Chen Xiao's words, shook his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation, and admonished him. Yes. Secretary Fang, then tell me, what did I do to offend Secretary Wen today that you called me in? Chen Xiao shot Wen Zhaishan a sidelong glance, his tone thick with exasperation. Chen Xiao. You've got some nerve. But before Secretary Fang could speak, Wen Zhaishan suddenly blurted out. His voice cut through the air as he confronted Chen Xiao. What exactly has Huangyu Village done to deserve this? Why are you trying to ruin us like this? First, you dumped your own debts on our village and we accepted it. Who can blame us for misjudging people? Then you tricked us into buying your feed at inflated prices. We accepted that too. After all, you're Chen Xiao, powerful and influential. But bullying people should have its limits, shouldn't it? Once or twice is enough. Do you intend to keep pushing us further? Why did you deliberately conceal crucial details about fish farming, ruining our entire operation? How could someone's heart be so utterly corrupt? When Xiaoshan hurled his accusation at Chen Xiao with venom, the hatred in his eyes seemed ready to spill out like poisonous water. Oh. Don't act like you're the innocent party here. Chen Xiao scoffed at Wen Zhaishan's words. Why don't you explain where all those debts came from? And the feed issue's secretary Huang witnessed it. I didn't profit a single cent from you. How could you slander someone in front of all the witnesses? Wen Zhaishan, has lying truly become second nature to you? Chen Xiao stared at Wen Zhaishan with scorn. His scorn was merciless. It's all because of your profiteering. If you hadn't been speculating and profiteering, why would we have reported you? If you hadn't been speculating, how could you have racked up so much debt? We reported you to keep you from going down the wrong path. When Zhaishan's eyes flickered, yet he stubbornly shouted back. Is that so? If you think that money was earned by me going astray, then it's all dirty money. If it's dirty money, then returning it all to the government and the people is only right. I've already returned mine, you should return yours too. Is there a problem with that? You're not suggesting that once that money lands in your hands, it somehow ceases to be illicit profits from profiteering, are you? Chen Xiao sneered at Wen Zhaishan as he retorted. To deal with someone like Wen Zhaishan, you had to beat him at his own game. Sure enough. Wen Zhaishan was so flustered by Chen Xiao's words that he couldn't utter a single sentence. Finally, he gritted his teeth in frustration and spat out, You've had an education, I can't argue with your twisted logic. What about this time? How could you have kept all the important things about raising fish from us back then? Now a large number of our fry have died, it's all your fault. You have to compensate us for our losses. Wen Zhaishan glared at Chen Xiao with lingering resentment. Oh. So you can't take a dump and blame it on Earth's gravity? Chen Xiao chuckled at Wen Zhaishan's words. Just as he'd expected. Wen Zhaishan's three-pronged attack was simply too pathetic to watch. Though Wen Zhaishan didn't grasp the full meaning of Chen Xiao's words, he knew the man was mocking him. His face flushed crimson. He glared at Chen Xiao. If we're going by your logic, you should compensate me for my losses too. When I wanted to start fish farming, you didn't warn me you'd turn me in later. Because of you, I ended up raising fish with this bunch of ingrate bastards, only to waste 2 years and end up deep in debt. And I even lost my college degree. Shouldn't Huangyu Village bear these losses? I'm not asking for much, just 3 million. Hand it over. Chen Xiao shot Wen Zhaishan a scathing look. That's nonsense. You insisted on raising fish, what does that have to do with us? Wen Zhaishan's face flushed red with anger as he shouted back. Exactly. You guys insisted on raising fish. Now they're dead, what the hell does that have to do with me? Chen Xiao sneered at Wen Zhaishan, turning his own words back on him. Wen Zhaishan trembled with rage. His finger pointed at Chen Xiao, yet he couldn't form a complete sentence. Besides, if I recall correctly, when I taught you guys how to raise fish a couple of years back, I wanted to make things easier for myself, so I held a class specifically on fish farming, right? Chen Xiao seemed to remember something else and spoke up. He then lowered his gaze to Wen Zhaishan, smiling warmly. But what did you say? You said, fish farming? Everyone in Yellowfish Village knows how to do that. Why would we need a pen pusher like you to teach us? So you rejected me. You turned me down with such pride back then. Now you're saying I never taught you? Wen Zhaishan, your face is getting thicker and thicker. Chen Xiao gazed at Wen Zhaishan's face with a sigh, as if trying to gauge just how thick his skin really was. Wen Zhaishan's old face actually flushed red. He finally recalled. Back when Chen Xiao first started raising fish, managing fish in 30 mu of ponds was no easy task. Chen Xiao and his wife were constantly on their feet, working non-stop every single day. He'd been thinking about teaching the villagers of Huangyu how to raise fish. They hoped the villagers could share some of the workload. But when Chen Xiao first proposed starting a fish farming class, everyone boasted about being expert fish farmers. Yet when Chen Xiao later asked them for help, each turned out to be lazy bones, coming up with all sorts of excuses, aches in their backs, pains in their legs just to avoid pitching in. Later, it was Chen Xiao and his mute wife who worked day and night, tirelessly, to finally get the fish raised. Once the fish were raised and profits were made, when it came time to divide the profits among the villagers of Huangyu, everyone suddenly became quite eager. No more backaches, no more leg pains. On the day of distribution, they gathered early at Chen Xiao's doorstep. If anyone got shortchanged, they'd be ready to fight. Later, seeing Chen Xiao get a larger share, they reported him. Now, thinking back on all this, Wen Zhaishan found himself unable to look Chen Xiao in the eye. Gulp. Jin Juanfu, standing behind Chen Xiao, watched as Chen Xiao's few words left the old troublemaker Wen Zhaishan speechless. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Who says scholars can't reason with soldiers? That's only if the scholar can't speak. Just look at this. This college student's fighting spirit was every bit as fierce as any village matron's. Huff. Secretary Fong didn't intervene or say a word the entire time. Now, seeing Chen Xiao give Wen Zhaishan a thorough dressing down, a chill shot straight through his heart. The thrill was almost enough to make him shiver. Just moments ago, he'd been driven to boiling point by that old rogue, Wen Zhaishan. Yet he restrained himself, unable to confront the old man. Now, seeing Chen Xiao effortlessly handle Wen Zhaishan, he felt utterly exhilarated. 104, Chen Xiao, do me a favor, help Huangyu Village. Enough. Get to the point. If you don't speak up soon, Boss Jean and I will be heading back. You think we have time to run around causing trouble all day like you do? Chen Xiao watched as Wen Zhaishan was completely at his mercy. The first step had already been accomplished. Seeing Wen Zhaishan cornered, Chen Xiao couldn't be bothered with further words. You must compensate Huangyu Village. Wen Zhaishan gritted his teeth as he spoke to Chen Xiao. Mr. Jean, let's go. Chen Xiao wasn't about to waste any more time. He turned to leave with Jin Juanfu. Chen Xiao, wait a moment. Seeing Chen Xiao was about to leave for real, Secretary Fong couldn't sit still any longer. He quickly stood up and blocked Chen Xiao's path. Then, Secretary Fong fixed a cold, piercing gaze on Wen Zhaishan. Wen Zhaishan, I'm giving you one last chance. Tell me what you're really after. If you keep stalling, I'll have you taken to the detention center right now. Secretary Fong's gaze held a hint of menace. He addressed Wen Zhaishan. I want Chen Xiao's fish farming techniques. And I want Jin Juanfu to get us another batch of fish fry, along with all the fish farming equipment. Wen Zhaishan had intended to argue further. But when he looked up and met Secretary Fong's piercing gaze, he quickly revealed his true intentions. Just as I thought. Jin Juanfu listened to Wen Zhaishan's words and couldn't help but glance at Chen Xiao with admiration. Everything unfolded exactly as Chen Xiao had anticipated. Wen Zhaishan's goal wasn't merely to set Chen Xiao up. He was targeting him. Now it was his turn to make his move. Wen Zhaishan, you're out of your mind. But the next moment, Chen Xiao suddenly spoke up. It interrupted the mood he'd just been building up. He could only shoot a resentful glance at Chen Xiao, who had disrupted his carefully crafted script. He remained silent, watching Chen Xiao perform. Wen Zhaishan, forget about the grudge between us. There's no way I'd teach you how to raise fish. Just for reporting that vendor working for Boss Jean and getting him thrown in jail, Boss Jean won't do business with you. Right, Boss Jean? Chen Xiao turned to look at Jin Juanfu as he asked. Of course. Now it was his turn to act. Kim Junbok nodded without hesitation. 1J-san, 27 of my vendors were just reported. This was the work of your Huangyu Village, wasn't it? You reported my people, and now you expect me to sell to you? Are you dreaming? Jin Juanfu confronted Wen Zhaishan with feigned anger. Chen Xiao watched Jin Juanfu slightly over the top acting and was a bit speechless. But he said nothing. He just chalked it up to overreacting. You! Secretary Fong. Listening to Chen Xiao's words and Jin Juanfu's outburst, the resentment in Wen Zhaishan's eyes deepened. Yet he too was at a loss for words. He could only turn to Secretary Fong. Another whistleblower from Huangyu Village? Or someone connected to Boss Jean? What exactly is going on? Secretary Fong heard that there were actually such hidden circumstances. His gaze toward Wen Zhaishan grew increasingly icy. He turned to ask Chen Xiao. Secretary Fong, you're not aware. At the start of the year, didn't the higher-ups issue a policy allowing individual businesses to operate with permits? That way, as long as Boss Jean got his license, his business would be completely legal. Most of Boss Jean and his partners have already obtained business licenses. But to get a business license, you need a fixed storefront. Renting a shop costs money. And the lowest-tier street vendors barely make any profit to begin with. How could they possibly afford to rent a shop? Without a shop, they can't get a business license. Without a business license, they can't operate and earn money. Without making money, they can't afford to rent a shop or get a business license. So, to save up quickly enough for a shop, these vendors have no choice but to risk getting caught while doing business. Chen Xiao paused here, looking at Secretary Fong, whose eyes seemed to show understanding. Secretary Fong, we understand that the law makes no exceptions. They've broken the law and deserve to be arrested. But with the new policy in place, shouldn't there be a grace period for people to adjust? Actually, Team Leader Du has handled this well. They've eased up on arresting small vendors during this period. Precisely to give them breathing room. So they can operate with permits sooner. This benefits everyone. Our county's economy will flourish, developing faster, better, and more standardized. You and our county leadership will earn the gratitude of every small vendor in the county. Everything was going perfectly. But, at this point, Chen Xiao shot a look of disgust at Wen Zhaishan, who was burying his head like an ostrich. But Wen Zishan, that jealous bastard. He reported those small vendors that very same day. Now look at the mess. Team leader Du got the tip and had no choice but to make arrests. And for Boss Kim to save these people, they'll have to pay a hefty fine. At the same time, these people face jail time. Other street vendors are too scared to come out and do business now. The day when they can operate with proper permits seems far off. The entire county seemed to revert to the days before the policy was enacted. Everyone is terrified. And all this is because of those people Wen Zishan reported. How dare he ask Boss Jean to set up fish farming equipment for him? How does he have the nerve? Chen Xiao gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at Wen Zishan as she spoke. Wen Zishan, was it you? Secretary Fawn was nearly beside himself with rage. At first, he had simply thought it was a matter of people being reported for breaking the law. But now, after hearing Chen Xiao's words, he was suddenly jolted awake. Indeed. If the number of individual businesses in the county increased, wouldn't that stimulate the entire county's economy? And once it's stimulated, it would naturally develop better and faster. And the gratitude of the county's individual business owners and vendors? What is this? That's political achievement. It would add a significant feather to his cap. But all of this was ruined by that old fool, Wen Zishan. How could he not be furious? I just didn't want to see those people go astray. Frightened by Secretary Fang's menacing glare, he stammered out his words. Wen Zishan. I truly underestimated you. You really are my lucky charm. Secretary Fan listened to Wen Zishan's words. And instantly understood everything. His teeth clenched so hard they creaked. He knew that Wen Zishan had reported these street vendors, likely as revenge against Jin Juanfu. But it had ruined his own important plans. How could he not be furious? Wen Zishan kept his head bowed, not daring to utter a word. Burying his head in the sand. Secretary Fang, now that everything's been cleared up, we'll be on our way. We absolutely will not cooperate with the people of Huangyu Village. This isn't just my stance, it's also Mr. Jin's position. Chen Xiao stated directly. He then signaled to Jin Juanfu with his eyes. Exactly. I'd rather starve to death than ever. Jin Juanfu immediately pounded his chest to affirm his stance. But before he could finish his sentence, Secretary Fang turned to Chen Xiao and said, Comrade Chen Xiao, just do me a favor. Help Huangyu Village. Secretary Fang sighed and spoke up. 105, then continue the loan. Secretary Fang, back when you and team leader Du wanted to arrest me for profiteering, I told you, trust me, just wait another 15 days, and I'll prove my actions were right. You didn't believe me back then. But later it proved I was right all along. Chen Xiao looked at Secretary Fang. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke up. Secretary Fang remained silent, his gaze flickering, saying nothing. I know the future is unpredictable. Though I predicted the central government would issue new policies, it was merely my conjecture. It's understandable that you didn't believe me. So I've never blamed you. Chen Xiao took a deep breath. Then, gazing out the window at the scenery beyond Secretary Fang's office, he continued, but after I was released, I remember very clearly I only told you about my plan to raise chickens. Yet somehow, the people of Huangyu Village found out about it out of the blue. I know it must have been you who told them. You wanted to support them after all. Huangyu Village had the foundation of my previous business. You didn't want to give it up, and I understand that. So even though I wasn't happy about it, I didn't blame you. Chen Xiao paused here. His gaze fell upon Secretary Fang, whose face bore a look of guilt. This is the second time. Chen Xiao sighed before continuing, and it happened just days ago. Right here in this office, right here. You clearly knew about the feud between me and Huangyu Village. Yet you still demanded I transfer my feed business to Wen Zishan. Out of respect for you, Secretary Fang, I reluctantly transferred it to him. Secretary Fang, in all these matters, haven't I done anything to betray your trust? Chen Xiao stared intently at Secretary Fang as he asked. No. Secretary Fang paused before speaking. He knew Chen Xiao was settling accounts. This also meant he had pushed Chen Xiao to the brink. This was Chen Xiao demanding a reckoning. But he really couldn't say anything. Because, in truth, it was he who had wronged Chen Xiao, not the other way around. As the saying goes, you can only push someone so far before they snap. But not only had he repeatedly caused Chen Xiao hardship for the sake of Huangyu Village. Now he wanted to do it all over again. This was truly pushing it too far. Therefore, Chen Xiao's words stung. Yet he had no right to be angry with Chen Xiao. Instead, he was filled with guilt. But Secretary Fang, now you want me to forget past grievances and help the people of Huangyu Village, the very ones who nearly buried me alive? Secretary Fang, this isn't how we should conduct ourselves, is it? Chen Xiao spoke to Secretary Fang with a hint of resentment, his gaze deep and intense. Done. But deep down, Chen Xiao was nearly laughing out loud. Secretary Fang's current expression was exactly what he wanted to see. Only when Secretary Fang felt remorse toward him. Only then could he proceed with his next move. Today's gains would be maximized. Gulp. Jin Juanfu stood to the side, swallowing nervously. His admiration for Chen Xiao swelled like the Yangtze River, impossible to contain. Chen Xiao's earlier predictions about the entire situation were almost identical to the current reality. Even his guess about the other party's secretary feeling guilty was spot on. Chen Xiao was simply a god. Secretary Fawn fell into a long silence. Only after a moment did he draw a deep breath and say, "Chen Xiao, do this for me. I have no choice. Consider it helping out an old friend. What do you say? Name whatever conditions you want. Rest assured, I'll do everything in my power to meet them." Secretary Fawn remained silent for a long time. Finally, he sighed and addressed Chen Xiao. Swish. When Zhaishan, who had been keeping his head down, flashed a sudden look of joy in his eyes. Secretary Fawn hadn't abandoned Huangyu Village. He couldn't help but lift his head, looking at Chen Xiao with anticipation. Chen Xiao fell silent. His face turned ashen. He looked utterly furious. Only after a moment passed. He took a deep breath and said, "This is the last time." Chen Xiao uttered those 4 words. His voice was unusually heavy. All right. Secretary Fawn understood the weight behind those 4 words. Meaning, after this matter, there would be no more personal affection between him and Chen Xiao. His debt of gratitude to Chen Xiao was paid in full. From now on, it would be strictly business. We have conditions. Chen Xiao observed Secretary Fawn's demeanor. Though his heart grew increasingly pleased, his expression grew increasingly stern. Speak. Secretary Fawn exhaled a long sigh of relief, forcing a faint smile as he addressed Chen Xiao. When Zhaishan wants to purchase goods from Boss Jean, the fines for those small vendors Boss Jean arrested can't be borne by Boss Jean, Chen Xiao stated directly. This. Secretary Fawn instinctively glanced at Wen Zhaishan. If Jin Juanfu didn't pay the fines, then naturally Huangyu Village would have to cover them. How much? When Zhaishan understood Chen Xiao's meaning, he swallowed hard and asked. A 500 yuan fine per person. Kim Junbok's face darkened as he spoke. How much is that in total? When Zhaishan couldn't help but ask. What? You don't know how many people you reported? Kim Junbok retorted angrily upon hearing Wen Zhaishan's words. You. When Zhaishan was flustered again by the retort. But he obediently began calculating the figures. Earlier, the squad leader had told him that a total of 27 street vendors had been arrested. At 500 yuan per person, that meant 13,500 yuan? No way. Why should Huangyu Village bear this cost? When Zhaishan instantly lost his temper. He shouted directly. You people from Huangyu Village reported them, why shouldn't you bear the cost? Chen Xiao immediately retorted. This. It's just not possible. The money is too much. When Zhaishan gritted his teeth, refusing to budge. Secretary Feng, you saw it yourself. It's not that we're unwilling, it's that when Zhaishan is still making unreasonable demands. Surely you can't expect Mr. Jin to bear the fines caused by Wen Zhaishan's report while also selling goods to him? Chen Xiao didn't hesitate, looking directly at Secretary Feng. Whoa. Zai. Shan. Secretary Feng didn't mince words. He enunciated each syllable, his gaze burning with fury as he fixed it on Wen Zhaishan. Secretary Feng, it's not that we don't want to pay, it's just that the amount is too high. Wen Zhaishan instantly played the poverty card with Secretary Feng. When you were reporting, why didn't you complain about there being too many people reporting? Chen Xiao retorted coldly. But. Wen Zhaishan was momentarily speechless. You must take responsibility. Secretary Feng glared at Wen Zhaishan and declared flatly. But our Huangyu Village truly can't come up with a single penny. When Zhaishan was so flustered he nearly jumped up. He couldn't help but blurt out. Then take out a loan. Secretary Feng blurted out instinctively. After speaking, he couldn't help but pause in surprise. The last time, in this very place, Chen Xiao had suggested the matter of getting Wen Zhaishan to take out a loan. Now, it was his turn to say it. What he didn't know, however, ever since Chen Xiao first proposed the loan to Wen Zhaishan, the trap targeting Secretary Feng had already been set. This was merely a small victory. 106, my turn. This. When Zhaishan hesitated. A loan. This also meant Huangyu Village would take on more debt. The previous fines in the existing loan already totaled over 150,000 yuan in debt. Now they needed to take out another loan specifically to pay Jin Juanfu's fine. Not to mention the loans needed to buy fish fry and equipment. That would cost a pretty penny. All told, they'll be saddled with at least 200,000 yuan in external debt. Could Huangyu Village, which relied on chicken and fish farming, really afford to pay it back? When Zhaishan couldn't make up his mind. What are you still hesitating about? Are you going to keep raising chickens and fish in Huangyu Village or not? If you're not raising them, say so now, I'll have you sent straight to the detention center. Secretary Feng stared coldly at Wen Zhaishan. Fine. The loan. pressured by Secretary Fang's urgency. Finally, he gritted his teeth and agreed. He actually felt a bit of hesitation. But then he recalled how Chen Xiao had led them in fish farming, making money and sharing the profits. Those stacks of cash had dazzled his eyes. So in the end, he gritted his teeth and agreed. And one more thing. Chen Xiao spoke up again at that moment. What else? Secretary Fang couldn't help but ask. Mr. Jin's people can't go to jail. Chen Xiao looked at Secretary Fang. This was Chen Xiao's solution to Jin Juanfu's problem of the arrested street vendors. Whoever reported them would be the one to pay the fines. As for pulling strings to keep someone out of jail? In this county, whose connections could possibly be stronger than Secretary Fang's? Wasn't this the ultimate connection? And through this incident, they could get Secretary Fang to handle things for them without spending a single penny or sacrificing any benefits. Why wouldn't they? Alright. I'll call team leader Du right away and explain the situation. Secretary Fang paused for a moment before agreeing. And so, the matter of Jin Juanfu's street vendor being arrested was completely resolved. The fines were covered by Huangyu Village. The favor of avoiding jail time was also secured by Secretary Fang. Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu pulled off a sweet deal, solving the matter without lifting a finger. This was the first fruit of Chen Xiao's carefully laid scheme. Next up is the business deal between Boss Jin and Wen Zhaishan. Same as last time, all accounts must be settled right here. After returning, prepare the goods. They will be delivered to the government office. Mr. Wen Zhaishan will bring his team to inspect the goods. Once approved, they may take them away themselves. Chen Xiao spoke up again. No problem. Secretary Fang agreed on behalf of Wen Zhaishan. How many machines do I need to purchase? What is the price for these machines? Wen Zhaishan couldn't help but ask. One oxygenator is needed for 3 mu of paddy fields. The price for a large oxygenator is 1,000 yuan each. That's 10 units. 10,000 yuan. For the water exchange system, 30 mu of fish ponds require at least 5 water pumps. At 1,000 yuan each, 5 pumps cost 5,000 yuan. Jin Juanfu spoke up after hearing Wen Zhaishan's question. You're talking nonsense. How could it possibly cost that much? Wen Zhaishan instantly grew agitated upon hearing Jin Juanfu's words, shouting loudly, if just these machines alone cost 15,000 yuan, how could Chen Xiao have managed to raise fish with only 24,000 yuan back then? Wen Zhaishan's eyes turned red as he confronted Jin Juanfu. Sorry, but back then, I rented that equipment from Boss Jin. 15 machines cost only 1,500 yuan a year. Now that the equipment's been confiscated, I can't return it. I still owe Boss Kim money. Chen Xiao grinned widely as he spoke. You. When Zhaishan stared at Chen Xiao, knowing something fishy was going on. He wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Finally, he could only grit his teeth and say to Jin Juanfu, then we'll rent from you too. Sorry, no rentals now, Jin Juanfu replied calmly. When Zhaishan instantly grew frantic again, on what grounds? You rented to Chen Xiao, but you can't rent to us? Because renting to Chen Xiao led to the machines being confiscated. We couldn't return them, turning the rental business into a huge loss. It cost us a fortune. So we've decided to never get into this kind of machine rental business again. Kim Jun-bok stated his case logically and reasonably. His reasoning was perfectly sound. But in reality, this price was nothing short of a ripoff. A large oxygen concentrator costs just over 200 yuan when buying 10 units at once. Water pumps are slightly more expensive, but not by much. This was practically sold to Wen Zhaishan at 5 times the price. But this left Wen Zhaishan speechless. He was rendered speechless. So? Still buying? Kim Jun-bok calmly pressed his question. Buy. Wen Zhaishan gritted his teeth so hard they creaked, then emphasized, but it absolutely has to be the exact same model as the ones Chen Xiao had back then. Wen Zhaishan glared at Jin Juanfu with hatred. Don't worry. No problem. Jin Juanfu immediately patted his chest in assurance. What about the fry? We need to replace 15,000 fry. How much will that cost? Wen Zhaishan asked, gritting his teeth again. 2 cents per fry. Kim Jun-bok stated bluntly. This is extortion. Wen Zhaishan instantly flew into a rage, shouting at Jin Juanfu, last time your price was clearly only 10 cents. Why did it suddenly jump to 2 cents this time? This is extortion. Wen Zhaisan's eyes turned red. He yelled at Kim Jun-bok like a madman. You don't have to take it. Kim Jun-bok said calmly. Wen Zhaishan was nearly driven mad with rage. Seeing Kim Jun-bok's indifferent expression, he felt like leaping at him to start a fight. Fine, I won't take it. I'll just buy fish fry from the county livestock station. Wen Zhaishan gritted his teeth. Whatever you say. Kim Jun-bok shrugged, saying nothing more. Wen Zhaishan stared intently at Jin Juanfu. But Kim Jun-bok showed no sign of backing down, meeting his gaze with unwavering calm. Finally, after a moment passed, Wen Zhaishan dejectedly averted his gaze. You win. Give us 15,000 fish fry. Wen Zishan had no choice but to agree. Because even if he scoured every county livestock station, he couldn't possibly buy that many fry. Moreover, the fry provided by the station were the tiniest kind, just hatched from their eggs. Raising such fry takes an extremely long time, 2 to 3 years before they reach marketable size. That would have meant certain financial ruin for them. What they needed were fry weighing over 20 grams. Only such fry can grow to over 2 gene within a year. Only then could they recoup their investment quickly. And only Jin Juanfu has access to such fry. Perhaps other middlemen in the county have sources too. But they don't know anyone else. They have no choice but to rely on Jin Juanfu. Alright. The total fine is 13,500 yuan, and the purchase price is 18,000 yuan. Total, 31,500 yuan. Jin Juanfu didn't mince words, addressing Wen Zishan directly. This was the second wave of profits from this scheme. What about the fish farming scheme? Wen Zishan clenched his jaw at Jin Juanfu's words before turning to Chen Xiao. Now that Boss Jin's terms are settled, it's my turn. Chen Xiao chuckled softly at Wen Zishan's words. You've swindled me out of so much money, and you're still not satisfied? Wen Zishan's eyes instantly turned red with rage as he snarled at Chen Xiao. 107 million? 100 million? Don't be ridiculous. Boss Jin and you made a fair deal. It's reasonable and legal. If you think it's too expensive, you could have chosen not to do this business. Chen Xiao remained calm. You. Wen Zishan gritted his teeth in fury, yet no words came out. And by the way, Boss Jin is Boss Jin. I am me. Everything discussed earlier was about Mr. Jin. From here on out, it's my business. Chen Xiao stated calmly. Secretary Fan listened to Chen Xiao's words without uttering a single syllable. He waited for Chen Xiao to make his demands. What do you want? Wen Zishan, observing Secretary Fan's silence, also sensed something. Finally, he gritted his teeth and addressed Chen Xiao. First, tuition 50,000 yuan. Not a penny less. Chen Xiao replied bluntly. Impossible. Wen Zishan retorted, then sneered, Chen Xiao, do you think you're the only one who knows how to raise fish? The technicians at the county animal husbandry station are no less skilled than you. Can't I just go to them? Wen Zishan fixed Chen Xiao with a piercing stare. Then go find them. Why bother with my methods? Perfect. I really didn't want to teach you these things anyway. Chen Xiao shrugged indifferently. You. Wen Zishan's eyes bulged with fury. But looking at Chen Xiao, he truly couldn't utter a word. Truth be told. Though he hated Chen Xiao, he also placed unwavering trust in Chen Xiao's abilities. Compared to the technicians at the county animal husbandry station, he trusted Chen Xiao more. Because Chen Xiao was genuinely capable. Not to mention, he had actually raised fish in Huangyu Village for 2 years. His proven track record stood as tangible proof of his competence. The livestock station technicians sounded quite impressive. But he couldn't fully trust them. What if he was all talk and no action? That would spell disaster for them. Huangyu Village couldn't afford another failure. Can you guarantee that if we follow your methods, we'll make at least 100,000 yuan profit each year? Wen Zishan gritted his teeth as he demanded of Chen Xiao. You wish. Chen Xiao sneered. A sudden realization flashed through his mind. No wonder Huangyu Village was so persistent about fish farming. Turns out they'd overheard him mention last time that this year's fish farming could net a 100,000 yuan profit. How utterly stupid. But this was actually to his advantage. It meant he could continue to fleece them even more. Then what gives you the right to charge so much? Wen Zishan gritted his teeth. I can only guarantee that the methods I wrote down for you are the exact same ones I used when I raised fish, not a single bit wrong. As for whether you succeed or fail in your actual operations, that's entirely up to your own skills. I won't give you any guarantees. After all, who knows if you might deliberately cause problems to rip me off. Chen Xiao shrugged indifferently. Wen Zishan stared at Chen Xiao's expression, sinking into a long silence. After what felt like an eternity, Chen Xiao began to lose his balance and was about to turn and leave when. Fine. I'll give you the money. But if there's even the slightest problem, we're not done yet. Wen Zishan gritted his teeth, issuing a hollow threat. Poof. Chen Xiao only gave a cold laugh, saying nothing. Then, turning to Secretary Fang, he said, There's one more thing I need your help with, Secretary Fang. Wen Zishan, you can go get that loan now. Once you bring the money back, I'll write down every single detail of the fish farming method I used in your village before. Chen Xiao spoke softly. Secretary Fang. Wen Zishan turned his gaze towards Secretary Fang. Secretary Fang said nothing. He silently picked up the phone, made a call. After making arrangements, he hung up and said, Alright, you can go to the credit union for a loan now. Secretary Fang said, sounding somewhat weary. Alright. Wen Zishan turned and headed for the exit. So, what do you need me to do for you? After Wen Zishan had completely left, Secretary Fang rubbed his temples and asked Chen Xiao. Loans? Chen Xiao said softly. You need a loan too? Wasn't the 100,000 yuan you borrowed earlier for chicken farming enough? Secretary Fawn looked at Chen Xiao in surprise. I've already repaid the previous loan. This time, I'm applying for the interest-free loan that over 10 billion yuan just allocated from above. And this time, the loan amount is substantial. Chen Xiao looked at Secretary Fong earnestly. Interest-free loan? So that's it. Secretary Fong instantly understood. Then, he looked at Chen Xiao with a complex expression. No wonder he's a college graduate. When it came to cutting-edge information like this, he always seemed to know more than anyone else. This loan won't be a problem. The credit union is actually struggling to find borrowers. After all, few people dare to take out loans these days. Go to the credit union, it should be straightforward. Secretary Fong said. That might not work. The loan I need is for a large amount. Without your guarantee, the credit union won't approve it. Chen Xiao shook his head. A large amount? How much do you need to borrow? Secretary Fong couldn't help but ask as he listened to Chen Xiao. 10 million. Chen Xiao calmly stated the figure. What? Secretary Fong was stunned, jumping to his feet. Gulp. Jin Juanfu also shuddered at the figure Chen Xiao had named, nearly choking on his own saliva. 10 million. Chen Xiao repeated. Are you out of your mind? Secretary Fong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chen Xiao. I'm not crazy. I genuinely need 10 million. Chen Xiao replied calmly. 10 million? What do you plan to do with it? Do you even realize how much money that is? What on earth are you going to do with that kind of money? Secretary Fong couldn't contain his agitation as he pressed Chen Xiao. I want to build an asphalt road into our Xiaogang village. I checked the price 30 yuan per square meter. The entire road will cost nearly 10 million. Chen Xiao stated calmly. Build a road? Hearing Chen Xiao's words, Secretary Fong froze in place, then narrowed his eyes and sat back down. If Chen Xiao borrowed 10 million to raise chickens, that would be a terrifying prospect. But for road construction? A 10 million yuan loan wouldn't be surprising at all. 10 million for road construction would barely make a dent. Road construction is the county's responsibility. Why would you think of building roads for Xiaogang Village? And to take out a loan to do it yourself? Secretary Fong couldn't help but ask. Xiangang Village is tucked away in the mountains. It's not even on a road connecting to other counties. Even if the county's Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau plans road construction, it would only be for major highways connecting to other counties or to the city. There's no way they'd build a road specifically for Xiaogang Village. Xiaogang Village is destined to never have a smooth road. But the villagers of Xiaogang face severe travel hardships, they need this road. That's why I had to take out a loan to get this done ahead of schedule. Chen Xiao stated calmly. So that's how it is. Secretary Fong's eyes flickered, finally grasping Chen Xiao's true intentions. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Then he couldn't help but ask. But this is 10 million. Can you really handle this loan? Secretary Fong asked, his voice tinged with unease. 108, this time, Huangyu Village wasn't even a minor player. I recall the maximum loan term for this is 10 years. I might not be able to handle it now, but in 10 years, I believe I will. However, Chen Xiao dismissed Secretary Fong's concerns. Instead, he spoke with great confidence. Never mind what level of wealth he might have accumulated in 10 years. Just this loan alone. Whether it would even need to be repaid in 10 years was far from certain. If Secretary Fong didn't wield such significant influence, he wouldn't have such clout and capital now. He might have even gone straight for 100 million loan. Jin Juanfu listened from behind Chen Xiao as he and Secretary Fong spoke. He felt as though he'd overheard something truly extraordinary. He was completely dumbfounded. The way he looked at Chen Xiao was as if he were gazing upon a god. He finally understood. What Chen Xiao's true purpose was in orchestrating this entire scheme. It wasn't about the 50,000 yuan from Huangyu Village. Not the fines for those people who aren't even their own, nor the connections that keep them out of jail. But now, this 10 million loan. Chen Xiao had only one goal from the very beginning. That was Secretary Fong. To force Secretary Fong to step forward and personally guarantee a 10 million yuan loan for him. And Huangyu Village this time wasn't the main course. It wasn't even a side dish. They were merely the knife Chen Xiao used to slaughter Secretary Fong. I'll give you a 15 million credit line. And the government will cover half of this loan. Secretary Fong remained silent for a long while before suddenly speaking. He then looked up at Chen Xiao and said, but I have one demand, within a year I want to see this road open to traffic. Secretary Fong stated earnestly to Chen Xiao. This road. It was a decent gimmick. A gimmick that could add luster to his resume. If Chen Xiao could complete the road within a year, it would be an outstanding achievement to showcase when he was transferred. Agreed. Chen Xiao's eyes lit up instantly as he agreed immediately. Alright, I'll call the credit union right now. After we handle the matter with Wen Zhaishan, I'll go with you to the credit union to arrange the loan. Secretary Fong's face flashed with spirited enthusiasm as he addressed Chen Xiao. Alright. Chen Xiao nodded in agreement. Without further ado, he began by taking a sheet of paper from his desk and writing down the process he had previously used for fish farming in Huangyu Village. Secretary Huang immediately picked up the phone again and called the credit union. Gulp. Jin Juanfu watched Chen Xiao and Secretary Huang get busy. He felt his heart tremble with fear. He never imagined Chen Xiao would cause such a huge mess. 15 million yuan. That was tens of millions in loans. His current dream was simply to become a 10,000 yuan household. But Chen Xiao? A 15 million yuan loan. Chen Xiao agreed to it with Secretary Huang without batting an eye? That's absolutely terrifying. Actually, your main purpose today is this loan, right? Secretary Huang finished his call. He sat there pondering for a moment. He suddenly turned to ask Chen Xiao. That's right. Chen Xiao paused in his writing, making no attempt to conceal it. When your secretary called me today, I knew immediately it must be someone from Huangyu Village causing trouble. And the only reason you summoned me to the county is to back Huangyu Village. Chen Xiao continued writing without looking up as he spoke. A flicker of guilt crossed Secretary Huang's eyes upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, but he remained silent. Chen Xiao continued, I didn't want to come at all. But then I thought about how difficult it's been for people to leave the village these past years. I came anyway. I want to leverage your support for Huangyu Village this time to secure a loan. To build roads for the village. I don't want to see our fellow villagers exhausting themselves climbing over 2 hills every time they leave the village. I want to connect our village to the outside world. And someday, I want our village to become the #1 village in the country. Chen Xiao's voice was calm yet resolute. As Secretary Huang listened, the lingering doubt in his eyes gradually faded. Earlier, he had wondered whether everything Chen Xiao had done today had been meticulously planned all along. Was it all for this loan of over 10 million? But now, he no longer cared whether Chen Xiao had schemed against him for that loan of over 10 million yuan, or if it was just a coincidence. It no longer mattered. What mattered was Chen Xiao's heartfelt desire to develop Xiaogang Village. Chen Xiao's intentions were good, and they were extremely beneficial to him. That's enough. Time ticked by, second by second. After finishing his plan, Chen Xiao sat down on the nearby guest sofa to drink tea. Secretary Huang continued with his work. 2 hours later, when Zhaishan's figure appeared at the doorway. Your money. See? I told you so. You won't have to worry about those fines at all. In fact, you don't even need to worry about their prison sentences. Now, I've delivered, haven't I? Inside Kim Junbok's small agricultural products shop, Chen Xiao watched Jin Juanfu, who was still staring blankly, sipping his soda and unable to suppress a smile. Gulp. Jin Juanfu finally snapped back to reality, staring at Chen Xiao with an indescribable look of shock in his eyes. It's just that simple? It's all taken care of? This is unbelievable. Jin Juanfu murmured in disbelief. What else? Chen Xiao chuckled. Ordinary people earn money with their physical strength. Smart people learn to earn money with their brains. Play to your strengths. Leveraging your advantages is where your comfort zone lies. Chen Xiao sat leisurely in a lounge chair by the doorway, soaking up the afternoon sun while sipping soda. I still can't wrap my head around it. How did you get Huangyu Village to cough up all that money? And they were willing to pay 50,000 yuan just for you to write down a method. It's absolutely unbelievable. And how did you get Secretary Huang to approve a 15 million yuan loan limit for you? Jin Juanfu swallowed hard. The ice-cold soda in his hand had warmed up from his body heat. But he couldn't bring himself to take a single sip. He couldn't help but turn to look at Chen Xiao and ask. It's actually quite simple. At first, I didn't expect Wen Zhaishan to report the street vendors you were dealing with. I thought he might report you or your underlings. That's why I had you get those business licenses to prevent this very thing. Chen Xiao downed half a bottle of soda in one gulp. He let out a satisfied burp before speaking again. Then, the gaze turned to Jin Juanfu. This scheme was actually set up even earlier than the chicken feed one. Or rather, it wasn't a scheme I deliberately set up, it was Huangyu Village's own stupidity that handed me this opportunity. Chen Xiao sat up slightly, addressing Jin Juanfu. Then, gazing at the setting sun gradually sinking beyond the distant street, he continued in a leisurely tone. It all began when I learned Huangyu Village planned to raise chickens and fish. My real objective wasn't the petty money of Huangyu Village. From the very beginning, my target was Secretary Huang. Chen Xiao began to recount the entire scheme slowly. In truth. 109, Analysis of the Fish Pond Favorable Wind Scheme. In truth, this scheme predated the feed operation by quite some time. It was an idea Chen Xiao conceived while Yunpeng was keeping a close watch on him in the detention center. Because Chen Xiao, who understood the greed of Huangyu Village residents all too well, knew that no matter what policies came later, the villagers of Huangyu would continue fish farming. Chen Xiao had genuinely helped them earn money through fish farming. And they made a lot of money. Given the villagers' greed, they would never abandon this industry. Therefore, they will never abandon this industry. Even if no policies are issued from above. Even if Chen Xiao were arrested. Huangyu Village would secretly continue fish farming, just as Chen Xiao had led them before. In truth, a favorable situation had already taken shape at this point. Therefore, Chen Xiao, while in detention, was utterly certain. Fish farming in Huangyu Village would inevitably run into trouble. Because he knew the true nature of the villagers of Huangyu all too well. Greedy and selfish, arrogant and conceited. Ignorant yet self-righteous. They would emulate Chen Xiao's large-scale fish farming. But they won't bother learning advanced large-scale fish farming techniques. Instead, they'd stubbornly insist on using so-called old methods for large-scale fish farming. Because in their eyes, fish farming is an extremely simple task. Who doesn't know how to raise fish? Therefore, Chen Xiao could almost guarantee the fish farming venture in Huangyu Village was bound to run into trouble. It was only a matter of time. At the time, Chen Xiao didn't give this favorable situation much thought. His purpose was singular. More than anything, he wanted to watch coldly as Huangyu Village built its towers, and then watch coldly as those towers came crashing down. Even, if possible, he would personally pour fuel on the fire. To hasten the demise of Huangyu Village's industry, to subject Huangyu Village to an even more brutal fate. Only then would his heart's vengeance be satisfied. Therefore, at that time, Chen Xiao did not harbor thoughts of revenge against Secretary Fang. Because he understood the limitations of that era, Secretary Fang had no choice but to arrest him to protect himself. He wasn't that petty. Not long after, the higher-ups, as he had anticipated, issued a policy. Economic development was the ultimate truth. Stimulating economic growth. Chen Xiao's initiative to lead Huangyu Village in fish farming was recognized as being on the right track. Chen Xiao was released. At that time, Secretary Fang's message delivered through Du Yunpeng, along with the county government's sincere apology. These actions also allowed Chen Xiao to completely let go of the lingering resentment he had harbored towards Secretary Fang. He did not regard Secretary Fang as an enemy. He regarded Huangyu Village as his sole adversary. But all of this, everything changed the moment Chen Xiao learned that Huangyu Village also planned to raise chickens. Everything changed. Chen Xiao understood very well. The people of Huangyu Village were highly suspicious. Therefore, aside from fish farming a venture they were certain would turn a profit. They would never invest their energy in a venture with uncertain profitability. Yet the villagers of Huangyu were determined to raise chickens. This meant they were utterly convinced that chicken farming could turn a profit. But how could that be possible? How could Huangyu Village, lacking any technical expertise, be so utterly certain? Chen Xiao didn't believe Huangyu Village possessed the ability to judge which industries would be profitable and which wouldn't. Just like the fish farming venture before, Huangyu Village possessed exceptional water resources. Especially this nearly natural 30-mu fish pond. Absolutely the finest fish ponds for aquaculture. Many ancestors in Huangyu Village had been fish farmers. But not a single person in Huangyu Village had ever thought to raise fish. This clearly shows their lack of awareness about such matters. Therefore, they would never have imagined that raising chickens could also be profitable. But now, they are utterly convinced of this very thing. There was only one reason for this. The villagers of Huangyu learned about Chen Xiao's plan to raise chickens. The Huangyu Village had taken advantage of Chen Xiao. They were also acutely aware of just how capable Chen Xiao was. If anyone else had told them that raising chickens could be profitable, they wouldn't have believed it. They might even suspect you were trying to scam them. But if Chen Xiao said raising chickens was profitable, they would believe it without question. Raising chickens must be profitable. So in this regard, Huangyu Village unexpectedly trusts Chen Xiao implicitly. They might not know much else. But they knew one thing: if Chen Xiao decided to raise chickens, then raising chickens would definitely make money. That's why they were so certain chicken farming would be profitable. But therein lies the problem. How did Huangyu Village find out that Chen Xiao was going to raise chickens? Chen Xiao jolted awake. He knew his business plan had been leaked. Chen Xiao instantly grasped this fact. And that meant one thing. Someone had tipped off Huangyu Village. Someone had told Huangyu Village about his plan to raise chickens. At that time, only he and his mute wife knew about his chicken-raising plans. Only two others knew. One was Secretary Chen of Xiaogang Village, who was also Chen Xiao's uncle. The other was Secretary Fang from the county. The mute wife naturally couldn't tell Huangyu Village about this matter. Secretary Chen, being Chen Xiao's uncle, would never harm Chen Xiao nor disclose this matter to Huangyu Village. Therefore, only one option remained. Secretary Fang. In an instant, Chen Xiao understood exactly what Secretary Fang was trying to do. Secretary Fang didn't want to put all his eggs in one basket. Beyond Chen Xiao leading Xiaogang Village in chicken farming, he also wanted to support Huangyu Village in developing its own industry. Because Huangyu Village had the foundation Chen Xiao had laid earlier. Developing an industry there would be easier in more familiar territory than in other villages. If Huangyu Village's industry could be successfully supported, not only would it undoubtedly add to Chen Xiao's political achievements, Huangyu Village might just deliver an unexpected bonus. In that case, a year later, his reassignment might well be a promotion. Therefore, he disclosed Chen Xiao's plan to raise chickens to Huangyu Village. It was all to support Huangyu Village. But this undoubtedly betrayed Chen Xiao. Though Chen Xiao's chicken farming was a minor matter, it would have come to light sooner or later. It hardly qualified as a trade secret. But Secretary Fang revealing it to others without Chen Xiao's knowledge. This would greatly upset Chen Xiao. If it were merely a matter of leaking this information, it would have merely annoyed Chen Xiao without fostering resentment. But the mistake was this. Secretary Fang leaked this information to Huangyu Village. Secretary Fang was well aware of the long-standing feud between us and Huangyu Village. Yet he still handed over his business secrets to Huangyu Village. Sidelining Chen Xiao to prop up Huangyu Village? Wasn't this just bullying? In that instant, Chen Xiao classified Secretary Fang as an adversary. Therefore, from that moment on, Chen Xiao harbored intentions to target Huangyu Village and Secretary Fang. Thus, two schemes took root in his mind. The first scheme was the feed deal he'd been planning all along. Through the feed, he planned to thoroughly fleece Huangyu Village, to make a huge profit for myself. But in reality, besides this feed scheme, there was another scheme in motion at the time. This fish pond wind favoring scheme. In fact, the feed bureau was merely a strategic move by the fish pond favor bureau. When Chen Xiao learned that Secretary Fang was willing to make personal sacrifices to support Huangyu Village, although Chen Xiao regarded Secretary Fang as an adversary, he wasn't quite ready to draw a line in the sand. He still decided to give Secretary Fang one more chance. A chance to choose again. 110. Detailed analysis of the fish pond favorable situation. 2. Because Secretary Fang had indeed been somewhat unfair this time. But back then, when he was raising fish in Huangyu Village, Secretary Fang knew my fish farming was illegal. Yet he chose to turn a blind eye. In fact, privately, he frequently inquired about Chen Xiao's fish farming progress. Clearly, he supported Chen Xiao's venture. This was precisely why Chen Xiao's venture had managed to survive steadily for 2 years. It was inseparable from Secretary Fang's backing and protection. Ultimately, had it not been for the betrayal from Huangyu Village, Chen Xiao and Secretary Fang could have both entered the legal era following the policy's enactment under this unspoken agreement. Therefore, although Secretary Fang had him arrested, convicted of profiteering, and sent to prison, he harbors no resentment towards Secretary Fang. Because he knew the real culprits behind this incident were the people of Huangyu Village. But Secretary Fang was fully aware of the grudge between him and Huangyu Village, and fully understood the reason for his imprisonment. Yet now, he chose to swallow his pride and prop up Huangyu Village. Such blatant mistreatment of himself. This only fueled Chen Xiao's anger further. But recalling Secretary Fang's past kindness toward him, he decided to give Secretary Fang one more chance. A second chance to choose. The feed bureau was the opportunity Chen Xiao offered Secretary Fang. At that time, Chen Xiao had monopolized feed supplies through Jinjuanfu. Huangyu Village had no feed to purchase. The inevitable outcome was clear: all the chicks and fish fry would starve to death. The entire livelihood of Huangyu Village would be utterly destroyed. When Zhaishan would certainly not sit idly by. He would definitely go to Secretary Fang to complain. Therefore, Chen Xiao gave Secretary Fang a choice. If Secretary Fang chose not to favor Huangyu Village, then he would remove Secretary Fang from the category of enemies. Henceforth, he would continue his struggle against Huangyu Village. Secretary Fang would only need to watch the show unfold. Chen Xiao would ensure Secretary Fang received every bit of credit for his achievements. However, what disappointed Chen Xiao was Secretary Fang ultimately sided with Huangyu Village. Not only did he leak news of Chen Xiao's chicken farm to Huangyu Village, he once again forced Chen Xiao to transfer feed supplies to Huangyu Village. From this moment onward, it signified Secretary Fang had definitively chosen the path of hostility toward Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, too, now regarded Secretary Fang as an enemy. Having labeled him an enemy, the natural course was to strike him down decisively. But how to finish him off? That would depend on the Fish Pond Favorable Wind Bureau. The outcome of the Fish Pond Favor Bureau was nothing short of the complete collapse of Huangyu Village's fish farming industry. It would shatter Huangyu Village and Secretary Fang's aspirations for developing fish farming, leaving the village unable to repay its fines and debts. In terms of losses, there wasn't much to speak of. But how could that be acceptable? How could this be enough? Therefore, that's how the Feed Bureau scheme came to be. This bureau, though it made Chen Xiao quite a profit. But the greater reason is that Chen Xiao leveraged this bureau to increase the sunk costs for Huangyu Village and Secretary Huang. In any investment venture, the greater the initial investment, the more excruciating the pain when it ultimately fails. Currently, Huangyu Village's investments in fish farming and poultry raising are far too meager. In fact, there has been virtually no investment at all. Both the fish fry and chicks were purchased with Jin Juanfu's own money, and they haven't even settled the accounts with him. Thus, Huangyu Village has essentially made no investment in its fish and chicken farming ventures. As for Secretary Huang, Secretary Huang's investment in Huangyu Village's projects amounts to nothing more than that 50,000 yuan penalty debt guarantee. Frankly, that hardly counts as any investment at all. Therefore, whether it's Secretary Huang or Huangyu Village, their initial investment was far too small. Even if the Huangyu Village project failed, the damage to them would be minimal. Chen Xiao was unwilling to accept such a trivial outcome. Thus, the feed scheme was devised. For both fish and chicken farming, the biggest cost is feed. After Secretary Huang chose to favor Huangyu Village, Chen Xiao resolved to increase the sunk costs invested by Secretary Huang and Huangyu Village. He planned to take a hefty chunk out of both of them. Therefore, he leveraged Secretary Huang's demand to transfer the feed business. He sold 500 tons of chicken feed to Huangyu Village at an inflated price. 500 tons of feed that was nearly 2 years' worth of feed for Huangyu Village's chickens. This quantity was undoubtedly excessive. Moreover, Chen Xiao's price of 10 cents per pound was absurdly high. Secretary Huang understood all this. As the county party secretary, how could he not know the actual market price of feed? Therefore, he was perfectly aware of the situation. But he couldn't say anything to Chen Xiao, because he had pressured Chen Xiao into transferring these feed supplies to Huangyu Village. He had already wronged Chen Xiao once. How could he possibly let Chen Xiao suffer any more injustice? Not to mention, Chen Xiao had played the victim card with him back then. How could he possibly bear to keep pressuring her? To keep pressuring her would only make Chen Xiao hate him. Therefore, he let Huangyu Village swallow this bitter pill. Thus, the goal of increasing Huangyu Village's investment costs and expanding its sunk costs was achieved. Not only was this goal achieved, Chen Xiao also made a tidy profit on the side, killing two birds with one stone. But while Huangyu Village's sunk costs have increased, Secretary Huang's own sunk costs remain unchanged. If anything changed, it was that Secretary Huang had managed to alienate Chen Xiao even more. The actual sunk cost wasn't that significant. Thus, this was Chen Xiao's next move. Chen Xiao knew that at the feed prices he was offering, Huangyu Village simply couldn't afford it. Huangyu Village simply couldn't come up with that kind of money. Therefore, Huangyu Village needed money. But where could they get the money? There was only one place. The credit union alone. But to get a loan, you need a guarantor. And that guarantor, naturally, could only be Secretary Huang. Thus, Secretary Huang once again guaranteed a loan of 100,000 yuan for Huangyu Village at the credit union. Secretary Huang's sunk costs in Huangyu Village had once again increased. And only at this point, Chen Xiao's feed bureau had fully achieved its objective. A new scheme had been set in motion. Not only had the sunk costs for Huangyu Village and Secretary Huang been amplified, but also reaped substantial profits from Huangyu Village with the smoothest of sailing. The Fish Pond Favor Bureau was now fully operational. What followed was simply waiting for the fish in Huangyu Village's ponds to die off. The time bomb would then detonate. Then, Chen Xiao would only need to watch coldly as Secretary Huang and Huangyu Village suffered bone-deep agony from the collapse of their fish farming venture. He could simply stand by, trembling with delight. And while we're at it, let's kick them while they're down. Let Secretary Huang and Huangyu Village enjoy their moment of glory. But at this very moment, Huangyu Village reported Jin Juanfu's men, leading to the arrest of his street vendors. The hefty fines, the connections too costly to maintain, plus the money from all 150 shops across the county. All problems. Not to mention, at this very moment, Chen Xiao was overseeing road construction and had learned the staggering cost of paving a single asphalt road. It was far beyond his means to handle. Then came news that the 100 billion yuan interest-free loan from higher authorities had already been dispersed. All of this sparked new ideas in Chen Xiao. He resolved to leverage this situation to resolve these issues. Therefore, Chen Xiao resolved to redirect the course of this scheme. 111. The Borrowed Knife Scheme. From the very beginning, watching Secretary Huang and Huangyu Village implode with cold detachment had caused him pain that seared deep into his bones. Now, he aimed to maximize the gains from this scheme. Because Chen Xiao knew, through the previous feed scheme, Huangyu Village and Secretary Huang had already sunk significant costs into the scheme. Therefore, neither side could afford to see Huangyu Village's fish farming industry falter. And since Huangyu Village lacked the necessary technology, It was only a matter of time before problems arose. And once problems arise in fish farming, heavily indebted Huangyu Village would immediately seek to shift blame. And to whom would they shift this blame? Naturally, it would fall on Chen Xiao, the very person they despised with every fiber of their being. They would slander me and Jin Juanfu for poisoning their fish. They would go to Secretary Fang to lodge a complaint against us. Chen Xiao could be almost certain of this. And Chen Xiao would be equally certain. Huangyu Village shifting blame was merely incidental. What mattered more was this. Huangyu Village wanted to acquire fish farming technology from Chen Xiao. They also wanted to purchase equipment from Jin Juanfu. But when Zhaishan, who had just caused trouble for Jin Juanfu, knew full well that Jin Juanfu would never do business with them. Chen Xiao, meanwhile, harbors deep hatred toward Huangyu Village. And he certainly wouldn't help him. Therefore, they leveraged Secretary Fang's influence to coerce Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu into compliance. That was the true objective of Huangyu Village. And Chen Xiao knew it too. Secretary Fang would still side with Huangyu Village this time. Even if Secretary Fang knew what kind of scum Huangyu Village was, he would still side with them. Because the sunk costs are already too great. Secretary Fang had no choice. But this favoritism has its limits. After all, Chen Xiao was his guaranteed political achievement. Even if Huangyu Village runs into trouble, as long as Chen Xiao's side stays trouble-free, he could secure this achievement without a hitch. Therefore, Secretary Fang wouldn't be so irrational as to directly confront Chen Xiao. Instead, he would definitely send people to determine the exact cause of the problems in Huangyu Village's fish ponds. To determine whether it was caused by human intervention. If it was indeed deliberate, he could then leverage Chen Xiao to make him and Jin Juanfu clean up the mess for Huangyu Village. But if it wasn't deliberate, he would have no choice but to once again bully Chen Xiao, forcing both him and Jin Juanfu to assist Huangyu Village. At this point, Chen Xiao's trap was fully set. Next came the time to reap the rewards. Chen Xiao's seemingly heartfelt lamentations were, in truth, merely a ploy to manipulate Secretary Fang's emotions by playing the victim. Because Secretary Fang felt somewhat guilty toward Chen Xiao, knowing how Huangyu Village had repeatedly bullied him. This was precisely where Chen Xiao held the leverage over Secretary Fang. By playing the victim this time, the fines imposed on Jin Juanfu's street vendors were now borne by Huangyu Village. Secretary Fang personally intervened to pull strings. Not to mention, Jin Juanfu made a hefty profit by selling equipment to Huangyu Village. Even Chen Xiao's fish farming training program for Huangyu Village netted him 5,000 yuan in tuition fees. Chen Xiao wasn't worried about whether Huangyu Village would pay the 50,000 yuan. Because that wasn't his ultimate goal now. If Huangyu Village paid this tuition, he'd just consider it extra pocket money. If they refuse to pay this tuition, he'll seek training from the livestock station. It wouldn't affect his ultimate goal. Because the situation had been completely solidified. As long as Huangyu Village wants to purchase equipment from Jin Juanfu, Secretary Fang and the village will be held hostage. There's no way around it. But Chen Xiao underestimated the extent to which Huangyu Village placed blind faith in his abilities. Huangyu Village actually accepted the 50,000 yuan tuition fee arrangement, allowing Chen Xiao to pocket 50,000 yuan out of thin air. And then, Chen Xiao revealed his ultimate goal. A 10 million yuan loan. That's right. Chen Xiao's ultimate goal was this 10 million yuan loan. With this 10 million, Chen Xiao could not only pave an asphalt road for the village. At the same time, he would have sufficient capital to purchase enough shops in the county to open stores and establish a sales network. However, neither Chen Xiao nor Huangyu Village had access to such a large loan amount. Therefore, the only power Chen Xiao could leverage was Secretary Fang. With Secretary Fang's guarantee, he could secure this 10 million yuan interest-free loan. But guaranteeing a 10 million yuan loan was no small matter. The responsibility involved was absurdly huge. How to persuade Secretary Fang to agree to the guarantee became Chen Xiao's headache. Thus, he ultimately devised this scheme. A scheme to use someone else's knife to do the killing. Use Huangyu Village as the blade to take down Secretary Fang. Therefore, in this scheme, Huangyu Village appears to be the protagonist. But in reality, Huangyu Village is merely a tool Chen Xiao wields. The real target has always been Secretary Fang. It has always been this 10 million loan. And now, Chen Xiao has clearly succeeded. Not only that, but the loan has ballooned from 10 million to 15 million yuan, with the government covering half the amount. In other words, Chen Xiao took on 7.5 million in debt but received 15 million. And it's an interest-free loan. The term is 10 years. And in the end, he might not even have to repay it. This deal was a huge win. How can you be so sure Secretary Fang will guarantee it for you? Compared to this 15 million yuan loan, the investments in Huangyu Village are minuscule, right? To take on such a massive loan guarantee just for Huangyu Village's investments. That seems like throwing good money after bad, doesn't it? After hearing Chen Xiao lay out the entire scheme, Jin Juanfu remained silent for a long time. Only then did he snap back to reality. Then, unable to contain himself, he asked Chen Xiao. Because of what this money is for. Chen Xiao finished the soda in his bottle with a satisfying slurp. He smiled as he spoke. Purpose? Road construction? Jin Juanfu looked puzzled. Exactly. Chen Xiao set the glass soda bottle aside and smiled. If I said this money was for raising chickens or anything else, Secretary Fang would refuse without hesitation. But when it comes to road repairs, he'll definitely agree. Chen Xiao said with a smile. Why? Jin Juanfu was puzzled. Because it's a municipal project. Theoretically, road construction should be the government's responsibility. The government should be funding the road construction for Xiaogang Village. But now, I'm funding this road construction myself. In a way, this means I'm helping the government complete its own job. So fundamentally, this is a project that benefits both the people and the government. The government will definitely support it. And as the so-called investor, I merely need a loan to carry this out. The government has no reason to object. This way, the risk for Secretary Fang as the loan guarantor is minimized to the absolute lowest level. It could even be considered negligible. Because while he may be listed as the guarantor, the county party secretary, the actual guarantor is the entire county government. Even if something goes wrong, Secretary Fang might bear some responsibility, but it wouldn't be significant. But if I actually get this road built, the political achievement will be substantial. Therefore, Secretary Fang will definitely agree. Chen Xiao said with a smile. So you knew from the start that regardless of this incident, as long as you proposed a loan for road construction, Secretary Fang would definitely agree, correct? Jin Juanfu's gaze grew complex as he couldn't help but ask. 112, the real harvest. Exactly. Chen Xiao laughed. When it comes to securing the loan for road construction, the disputes between us and Huangyu Village are nothing but trivial. Then why go to all this trouble to set up this scheme? Jin Juanfu asked, his gaze still complex. Are you stupid? If I didn't set this up, how would we resolve your little street vendor issues? Chen Xiao rolled his eyes. Jin Juanfu froze. The complexity in his eyes deepened. He never would have imagined that the primary reason Chen Xiao had orchestrated this scheme was for his sake. A wave of warmth surged through his heart. Thank you. After a long pause, he took a deep breath and spoke sincerely to Chen Xiao. Whoa! That's so cheesy. Chen Xiao shuddered violently, feeling utterly uncomfortable. She then turned to Jin Juanfu and said, Don't say such cheesy things next time, it's too creepy to hear. Chen Xiao said with a laugh. Jin Juanfu rolled his eyes, not bothering to respond to Chen Xiao. But a smile did appear on his face. He then continued. But this setup you've arranged, it's not just about me and Huangyu Village, is it? Jin Juanfu asked again. Of course it's not entirely about you. Don't forget the primary purpose of this scheme is to harvest Secretary Fang. And what we're harvesting isn't that 15 million yuan loan. It's Secretary Fang's guilt. Chen Xiao said with a smile. Harvest? Guilt? Jin Juanfu froze, utterly baffled. I know Secretary Fang feels guilty toward you, but what good does harvesting that do? Jin Juanfu asked blankly. You don't seriously believe Secretary Fang raised the loan limit to 15 million out of genuine kindness, do you? Chen Xiao turned to look at Jin Juanfu, asking with a hint of amusement. What else could it be? Jin Juanfu was still bewildered. The truth is, building that road doesn't even require 15 million. Not even 10 million. According to calculations, it can be completed for just over 7 million, less than 8 million. Chen Xiao abruptly changed the subject. Only 8 million? Then why did you take out such a large loan? Jin Juanfu was taken aback. Because this loan isn't just for road construction. Chen Xiao looked at Jin Juanfu as he continued, Don't forget our original plan to establish a retail network covering every shop in the county. Now, with the money left over from the road construction, isn't that enough for us to open stores? Chen Xiao said with a smile. So that's where the money for opening stores came from. Jin Juanfu suddenly understood. But then worry crept back in, but what if Secretary Fang finds out? That would mean. He knows. Chen Xiao cut him off before he could finish. He knows? Jin Juanfu was even more stunned. Exactly. Secretary Fang is well aware that this money isn't solely for road repairs. He knows that besides road repairs, I'll definitely use this money for other things too. Chen Xiao said with a smile. Then why didn't he refuse to guarantee the loan? Why did he actually approve a 15 million yuan credit line for you? Jin Juanfu was dumbfounded. That's the purpose of this guilt. Because Secretary Fang feels he owes me, he tacitly approved my personal use of this loan. This is his way of making amends. And the reason he gave me a 15 million credit line, even letting the government cover half of it. It was to ensure I had sufficient funds while bearing less of the loan burden myself. Don't make me use my own money to cover the costs of road construction. That would mean the road never gets built. This way, the road gets built and I still have money to spare. And it won't affect his political achievements from this road. Everyone wins. Chen Xiao explained with a satisfied smile, detailing the benefits of this latest move. Gulp. Jin Juanfu froze. He never imagined that a sense of guilt could be turned into such a spectacle by Chen Xiao. To such an extent. This was simply unbelievable. You people who play with minds, your hearts are so dirty. After a long silence, Jin Juanfu uttered a single, haunting sentence. Chen Xiao's face instantly darkened. You think I won't play around with you too? Chen Xiao threatened with a dark expression, feigning menace. No, no, no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Jin Juanfu scrambled to apologize nervously. Ha 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 ha. Chen Xiao couldn't help but burst out laughing at Jin Juanfu's expression. He laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Jin Juanfu looked at Chen Xiao and couldn't help but laugh out loud too. He knew this laughter stemmed from the joy of his newfound discovery. Recalling their recent gains, he couldn't help but laugh aloud too. A moment later. Alright, you take stock of this haul. I'll be heading out now. Chen Xiao stood up, preparing to return to the village. Wait. Jin Juanfu abruptly stood up. He blocked Chen Xiao's path. Then, he pulled out a bag from inside. This is for you. Jin Juanfu handed the bag to Chen Xiao. This is money? Chen Xiao opened the bag, saw the stacks of cash inside, and looked at Jin Juanfu in confusion. That's right, it's 6,000 yuan. Half of the net profit from selling equipment to Huangyu Village this time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made this much money. You deserve half. Jin Juanfu said to Chen Xiao. Fine. I'll take it then. Chen Xiao didn't hesitate. He accepted it directly. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he added, Oh. I almost forgot. The loan has already been disbursed. Starting tomorrow, I'll deliver the map to you. Then you can have someone buy shops based on the locations. I'll transfer you 500,000 yuan later. Use it all for buying shops. As we discussed earlier, I provide the shops, you provide the goods. I take 50% of the profits, you take 40%, and the shop staff take 10%. As for the shops of those arrested this time, you take 45% and they get 5%. I'll draft an agreement later, we'll stick to the rules. Chen Xiao instructed Jin Juanfu. Alright. I'll get it done tomorrow. Jin Juanfu nodded in agreement. Alright, I'm outta here. Having settled the matter, Chen Xiao headed toward the exit. Watching Chen Xiao's retreating figure, Jin Juanfu couldn't help but ask. Chen Xiao, after this, is the feud with Huangyu Village and Secretary Huang finally over? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but ask. Chen Xiao's hearty voice echoed. The days are still long. The new game has already begun. We'll play it out slowly. Old secretary. We're now saddled with a whopping 230,000 yuan in loans. So much debt. Can we really pay it back? Huangyu Village. The team leader stared at secretary when sitting before him, looking like a skeleton. He swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask. No problem. After a long pause, when Zhaishan slowly regained his composure and spoke in a hoarse voice. Now that we've acquired Chen Xiao's fish farming techniques, this venture won't fail. If we do well, the profits from 2 years of fish farming will cover all these loans. Anything beyond that will be pure profit. When Zhaishan said, sounding somewhat defeated. We've lost. This time. He lost again. Defeated by Chen Xiao. He was utterly powerless to fight back. He couldn't accept it. 113, old secretary, what should we do next? So we have to wait 2 years before we can start sharing profits from fish farming? The second team captain's eyes flashed with reluctance as he couldn't help but speak up. When Zhaishan didn't answer, merely shaking his head and sighing. Having suffered 2 consecutive, crushing defeats. At this point, he felt powerless to argue any further. Old secretary, are we just going to let this slide? What do we do next? The squad leader spoke with a darkening expression. He never imagined. The clever plan he had devised had been utterly dismantled by Chen Xiao. Not only were they powerless to retaliate, now they'd also incurred nearly another 100,000 yuan in costs. The squad leader seethed with frustration no matter how he thought about it. Focus on raising chickens and fish for now. We've already secured the fish farming methods, and Jin Juanfu has guaranteed the equipment will be delivered within 3 days. If the fish ponds fail again, then I won't care anymore, let's all go to jail. When Zhaishan shook his head and spoke directly. Old secretary. That Chen Xiao has screwed us over so badly. Are we just going to let it slide? The squad leader grew increasingly irritated upon hearing Wen Zhaishan's words. He roared angrily. What else do you want? Charge into Xiaogang Village and tear Chen Xiao limb from limb? Then you go. Let's see if your blade swings faster, or if the folks from Xiaogang Village send you to jail faster. Listening to the first squad captain's mindless rant, couldn't help but retort angrily. The squad leader stammered, speechless. Then, with a hint of defiance, he added, can't I just wait until he leaves the village to take him down? There's a long stretch of mountain road leading out of Xiaogang Village and it's deserted. I could even make him die there. No one would ever know it was me. Then wouldn't all our problems be solved? The captain of Team 1 continued to speak with a touch of self-satisfied cleverness. People of this era were mostly like that. They'd readily draw their blades against enemies without a second thought. Then go. If you can't take down Chen Xiao, you're no man. Go on then. Wen Zhaishan also addressed the captain of Team 1 directly. However. Upon hearing Wen Zhaishan's words, the captain of Team 1 couldn't help but shrink back, unable to speak. Clearly, he was only paying lip service. When it came to actually doing such a thing, he truly didn't dare. Coward. Wen Zhaishan shot the captain of Team 1 a look of contempt. The captain of Squad 1 felt a surge of frustration. But he still said nothing. I'm warning you, you'd better not do anything. If Chen Xiao were still alive and well, we could still raise chickens and fish peacefully. But if Chen Xiao gets hurt, every single one of us will be hauled off to the police station tomorrow. You'll have to decide for yourselves. Wen Zhaishan reminded the two once more. But if we do it cleanly, the police might not be able to trace it. The squad leader still couldn't help but voice his dissent. You fool! Right now, the only ones with a life or death grudge against Chen Xiao are us from Huangyu Village. If Chen Xiao gets into trouble, we're the prime suspects. They won't find out? Are you kidding me? Wen Zhaishan couldn't help but snap at the captain of Team 1. He felt a twinge of regret. These two incidents had been blown way out of proportion. Now the entire county knew that Huangyu Village and Chen Xiao were mortal enemies. Had they not made such a big deal out of it? Even if they had actually taken action against Chen Xiao now, the county government wouldn't have been able to investigate. But they have no evidence. The squad leader couldn't help but interject again. Evidence? Ha! As for the squad leader's continued foolishness, Wen Zhaishan couldn't be bothered to say more. Ordinary people need evidence to file a complaint. Chen Xiao was a big shot in the county. If he got into trouble, evidence? To arrest them, what reason couldn't they find? The squad leader finally caught on. He said no more. Besides, do you really think Chen Xiao is stupid? Does he not know we might do something extreme to him? He's been hanging out with Jin Juanfu for ages. He's got protection. No matter how capable you are, can you really match up against Jin Juanfu's gang of thugs? Wen Zhaishan couldn't help but sneer at the squad leader's expression. The first squad captain lowered his head, unable to utter a word. Enough. It hasn't come to that yet. Everyone get back to raising chickens and fish. Pay off your debts sooner and you'll start making money sooner. Making money is what truly matters. Seeing both the first and second team leaders fall silent, he wasted no more time. He spoke up. But how could a fish farming method get us swindled out of 50,000 yuan by Chen Xiao? And that equipment, it's a rip-off. Why does it have to be so expensive? Why must we buy these things from Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu? Doesn't the animal husbandry station have technicians? They don't charge anything. And those devices, surely other middlemen in the county could source them? Why must we buy from Jin Juanfu? Team leader E muttered, still feeling resentful. Ha! Wen Zhaishan froze upon hearing the team leader's words. Then, his eyes narrowed slightly. As if something had occurred to him. After a moment, he finally spoke. The livestock station does have technicians, but they've never raised fish in our ponds. They don't charge fees, that's true. But if something goes wrong, they won't take responsibility either. Our Huangyu Village can't afford any setbacks right now. Chen Xiao has raised fish in this pond before. His techniques are better suited for us. And since he's charging us, if something goes wrong, we can file a complaint and hold Chen Xiao accountable. So, it's a form of security. That's precisely why I'm willing to pay 50,000 yuan for this solution. It's pricey, but this solution does offer real security. Wen Zhaishan sighed. A pang of regret welled up in his heart. After all, he had spent 50,000 yuan on a fish farming method. That 50,000 yuan, equivalent to 5 million in later generations. How could he not feel the sting? But he had no choice. He dared not gamble. As for why we bought equipment from Jin Juanfu, naturally, it's because Jin Juanfu and Chen Xiao are two peas in a pod. Chen Xiao provided the fish farming methods, so Jin Juanfu's equipment must naturally be reliable. Otherwise, if we'd bought equipment from someone else, if something goes wrong with the fish farming later, Chen Xiao will blame our equipment. He won't take responsibility. What can we do? So we have no choice. Wen Zhaishan sighed as he spoke. But as he finished speaking, his eyes flashed with determination. But you just reminded me. Right now, we're at Chen Xiao's mercy. We can't choose anyone else when buying supplies. But when we sell eggs and fish in the future, we don't have to be limited to Jin Juanfu and Chen Xiao. 114, it won't be that easy. Wen Zhaishan said, his eyes flickering. Old secretary, what do you mean by that? The squad leader was a bit confused. Who's stopping us from selling to anyone else? Of course, we could avoid selling to Kim Junbok. Why did Wen Zhaishan single him out? The secretary's meaning is, Chen Xiao chose to support Jin Juanfu. Couldn't we also choose someone to back? If we could elevate one of Jin Juanfu's sworn rivals and bring Jin Juanfu down, not only would we cripple Chen Xiao's influence, but would also leave him with nowhere to sell his eggs. We'll make sure Chen Xiao's eggs get stuck in his hands. The second squad leader grasped Wen Zhaishan's meaning once more. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he replied. Exactly. We've had too few options before. And we didn't have our own people, which is why Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu bullied us like that. From now on, we must have our own people in the county to stop being pushed around. Wen Zhaishan took a deep breath and added. He then turned to the second team captain. Take a few men with you and thoroughly investigate who Jin Juanfu's sworn enemies are in the county. Next, we absolutely must find a way to take out Jin Juanfu, Chen Xiao's right-hand man. Honey, don't worry. If the county can't treat you, we'll head to the city in a few days. If the city can't help, we'll go to the capital. We have money now, we'll find a cure for your muteness. After leaving the last county hospital, Chen Xiao held his mute wife tenderly. He vowed aloud. Because he had money now, Chen Xiao rushed to take his wife for treatment. Her wife's muteness needed urgent treatment. But unexpectedly, after running around every hospital in the county these past 2 days, not a single hospital could treat his wife's condition. Chen Xiao felt utterly frustrated. His mute wife forced a smile and gestured frantically at Chen Xiao. Xiao, it's okay. Shall we just stop seeking treatment? I've gotten used to it. No need to waste the money. The mute wife said to Chen Xiao. Truthfully, she was worried that if she couldn't be cured, Chen Xiao would be too disappointed. She didn't want Chen Xiao to be disappointed. Besides, she had already caused Chen Xiao to go to prison before. She didn't want Chen Xiao to do anything else for her. Smack! Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao gave his silly wife a sharp slap on her little bottom. Only then did he say, What nonsense are you talking? We'll treat it. We absolutely must treat it. My wife is no less than anyone else. We have money, we can definitely cure it. Chen Xiao held his mute wife tightly. He declared with unwavering resolve. Tears welled up in the mute wife's eyes. She gestured helplessly, but what if even the capital can't cure my illness? Wouldn't that be money down the drain? Xiao, don't waste money on me. The mute wife pleaded once more. Nonsense. What do you mean waste? What do you mean money down the drain? If it can cure you, I'd gladly spend every last penny I have. Chen Xiao gazed at his foolish wife. His heart ached as he kissed her several times. Then he added, if even the capital can't cure you, we'll go abroad. We'll take you to the best hospitals abroad for treatment. If even foreign countries can't cure you, I'll study medicine myself to heal you. One day, I'll make sure my silly wife can speak. I will. Chen Xiao grabbed his simpleton wife's small hand, which was still trying to persuade him. He pulled her into his arms. He spoke with unwavering resolve. He had that confidence too. The existence of the system gave him ample confidence. As long as he studied medicine with the system's assistance, he was certain he could achieve remarkable results. And he would certainly cure his wife's illness. The mute wife said nothing more. Tears welled up in her eyes. She hated herself more and more for being mute. She hated herself for causing Chen Xiao so much trouble. She felt more and more unworthy of Chen Xiao. I must find Xiao a concubine so he can have his own child. Once Xiao has a child, he won't waste any more money or time on me. I've already held Xiao back once, I absolutely cannot hold him back again. It must be done quickly. The mute wife thought to herself. Her resolve only grew stronger. But who should I turn to? The mute wife pondered silently. Suddenly, a delicate figure flashed through her mind, someone who had been raising chickens with her these past few days. Fan Wanwan. A girl from Xiaogang Village. One of Chen Xiao's childhood sweethearts. The girl who followed Chen Xiao around like a shadow when they were kids, the one who swore she'd marry him. Fan Wanwan. That's right. It's her. She's pretty, has a great figure, especially a big butt. Xiao would definitely like that. Plus, she can have kids. And she likes Xiao too. She's his childhood friend. She's definitely the one. I need to talk to her when I get back. The mute wife had an idea. She clung tightly to Chen Xiao's embrace, greedily inhaling his scent. She knew. Before long, Chen Xiao would no longer belong to her alone. Though it pained her. It was necessary. She couldn't let Chen Xiao remain childless. Nor could she let Chen Xiao be held back by her anymore. Chen Xiao. Sister-in-law. You're out? How is it? Can sister-in-law's illness be cured? At that moment, Jin Juanfu, who had been waiting at the hospital entrance for a long time, spotted Chen Xiao and his mute wife. He had bought several bottles of soda and approached them, asking Chen Xiao. No, the county hospital isn't up to par. Tomorrow I'll take my wife to the city hospital for another check. Chen Xiao sighed and took the soda. He opened one for his wife and took a bottle for himself. His mute wife's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she sipped her soda with a smile. You're right. The big hospitals in the city should have a solution. Jin Juanfu sighed upon hearing this. Then he could only offer words of comfort. Alright, let's go. By the way, how's the shop been doing these past couple days? Shaking his head, he set the matter aside for now. Chen Xiao turned to ask Jin Juanfu again. Don't worry. Everything's going smoothly. In a few more days, we'll have all the shops we've secured under our control. About 300 shops. You could say we'll have them spread throughout the entire county town. Once we secure these shops and start operations, from then on, we'll be the absolute rulers of the entire county's markets for daily necessities, hardware, vegetables, and more. Anyone trading these goods will have to go through our sales channels. Jin Juanfu chuckled smugly. From the business plan Chen Xiao had given him, he had already grasped the broad strokes of Chen Xiao's ambitions. His ambitions were sky high now. Don't get too cocky. Things won't go that smoothly. Chen Xiao shook his head. Jin Juanfu froze, unable to resist asking, not go smoothly? What do you mean? Don't forget, you were the biggest middleman in the county before. You don't really think your rivals are just going to stand by and watch you grow, do you? Chen Xiao said with a smile. They'd cause trouble for me? But the gap between them and me now is simply incomparable. Even if they wanted to cause trouble, they wouldn't have the capability. Chen Xiao, aren't you worrying too much? Jin Juanfu said skeptically. 115, stealing my techniques? After all, he was no longer a shady middleman operating underground. He was now a legitimate businessman. Just you wait. It won't be that smooth sailing. Chen Xiao merely curved his lips slightly, saying nothing more. Some things, you can't teach them to others. Practice makes perfect. Jin Juanfu still needed some tempering. Let him truly understand what the business world is all about. Enough of that. By the way, do you know anyone with exceptional medical skills and formidable martial arts? Chen Xiao asked again. Though he didn't know if the city hospitals or even those in the capital could cure his wife's illness. He needed to prepare now. He needed to start learning medicine sooner rather than later. He needed to leverage the system sooner to master medical skills. Then, he could cure his wife's muteness sooner. He could help his simple-minded wife speak. Then his simple-minded wife wouldn't have to feel so inferior. As for learning martial arts, that was to prevent Huangyu Village from resorting to desperate measures. Now, after being repeatedly swindled by him, they're now over 200,000 yuan in debt. They're probably nearing their breaking point. They might just take desperate measures. Therefore, I must secure my own armed force. Without the system, he might have sought bodyguards. But now that he had the system, he felt it was better to wield that power himself. That's why he sought out Jin Juanfu to find someone highly skilled in medicine, proficient in martial arts. Jin Juanfu froze upon hearing Chen Xiao's words. Then, as if remembering something, he replied, actually, I do know someone. Jin Juanfu spoke thoughtfully. This person's medical skills are exceptional. Even the specialists in hospitals can't compare to her. And she's the heir to a martial arts lineage. But the medicine she practices is traditional Chinese medicine. Will that work? Jin Juanfu scratched his head, unable to resist asking. Yes. Any medical skill will do. As long as they're skilled, it's fine. Can you ask him to be my teacher? I'll pay whatever it takes. Chen Xiao's eyes lit up upon hearing Jin Juanfu's call. He turned to Jin Juanfu and said, well, I really can't say. He's the heir to a traditional martial arts lineage. He's genuinely skilled. I've always held her in high regard. A few years ago, her family was targeted in a crackdown, leaving some dead and others scattered. She was the only one left, nearly starved to death. If I hadn't saved her back then, she'd never have given someone like me the time of day. So, while I can talk to her, I honestly have no idea if she'd be willing to take on an apprentice. How about I take you to meet her? Jin Juanfu hesitated for a moment before turning to Chen Xiao with a troubled expression. Chen Xiao considered it, then nodded. Alright. You're king of hell? Led by the second squad captain, when Zhaishan arrived at a small courtyard on the outskirts of the county town. He looked at the group of men in the courtyard, each with a menacing look on their face. And the bare-chested man at the head of the group, sitting there eating melon. He narrowed his eyes and asked directly. Gulp. However, the melon-eating man slowly swallowed the flesh in his mouth. He gave a fleeting glance to Wen Zhaishan and the second squad captain. Not a word. Ha! The surrounding gang of menacing underlings all fixed their burning gazes on Wen Zhaishan. Their eyes seemed ready to devour him. So this is your so-called king of hell, Lu. Not much to write home about. No wonder you can't hold a candle to Kim Jun-bak. Wen Zhaishan, however, seemed completely oblivious. He clicked his tongue, shot a dismissive glance at the menacing henchmen surrounding him. Without a second thought, he plopped himself down on the stool directly opposite King Yama Lu. With a hint of sarcasm, he sneered at Lu Yanwang. The moment those words left his mouth, Lu Yanhuang instantly lifted his head. His eyes narrowed as he fixed Wen Zishan with an intense stare. His eyes surged with murderous intent. Swish! One by one, the men around them narrowed their eyes and closed in on Wen Zishan. Gulp! The second squad leader swallowed nervously, his face pale as he stared at Wen Zishan. Anxiousness flashed in his eyes. What? You can't match Kim Junbok and you still won't admit it? But Wen Zishan paid no mind to the encircling crowd, instead addressing Lu Yinyang once more. Whether I admit it or not, when did it become your place, you bumpkin, to judge? Lu Yuang narrowed his eyes, fixing them intently on Wen Zishan. But this bumpkin can help you take down Jin Juanfu and become the biggest middleman in the county. Wen Zishan spoke calmly and deliberately. Ha! His words startled Lu Yanhuang. He raised a hand to halt his men, who were about to close in. After scrutinizing Wen Zishan closely, he finally withdrew his gaze and sneered, Humph. Just you? A country bumpkin from the village? Just me. Wen Zishan didn't seem to care, speaking directly. Then tell me, what skills do you possess? Lu Yuang picked up another melon seed, eating it as he sneered. I can let you run your business openly and honestly, no more hiding in the shadows. Is that enough? Wen Zishan's expression remained unchanged as he spoke lightly. Do business openly? Do you have connections in the county? Hearing Wen Zishan's words, Lu Yuang froze, his eyes narrowing as he instinctively retorted. As a top-tier middleman in the county, if asked what he feared most, it was undoubtedly the leaders of the task force cracking down on profiteering. After all, what he did as a middleman. At its core, his business was nothing but buying low and selling high pure profiteering. He was precisely the type targeted by the anti-speculation task force. Therefore, he conducted his business covertly and secretly. He dared not expose himself in the slightest. It's no different from being a thief. Now, however, when Zishan claimed he could conduct business openly and above board, the only explanation he could think of was that Wen Zishan had powerful connections in the county. I do have connections. But I can let you conduct business openly and above board without relying on such connections. Wen Zishan spoke with deliberate calm. Without relying on these connections? How would that work? Lu Yama looked perplexed. He turned his gaze to Wen Zishan. Get a business license. Wen Zishan uttered the 5 words slowly. Exactly. Wen Zishan was planning to copy Chen Xiao's approach. Over the past few days, he had meticulously studied Chen Xiao's advice to Jin Juanfu about obtaining a business license. After studying it, he realized Chen Xiao's method was truly ingenious. Jin Juanfu and his crew were originally a bunch of opportunistic middlemen. Once they obtained a business license, each of them instantly transformed into legitimate individual entrepreneurs. It instantly whitewashed Jin Juanfu and his crew. From then on, they could conduct business openly and above board. Most importantly, this scheme required minimal upfront investment. It was an absolutely brilliant method. So now, he directly copied it, intending to use it on Lu Yama. Simultaneously, by employing this tactic, he aims to earn Lu Yanhuang's trust. It served as his pledge of loyalty. 116. Join forces to take down Jin Juanfu? Obtain a business license? What is that? However, what Wen Zishan hadn't anticipated was that Lu Yanhuang didn't even know what a business license was. This left Wen Zishan momentarily speechless. Then, with a sigh of resignation, he explained. A business license is a document that allows you to legally operate an individual business. With this document, you can open a shop and conduct business. Even if you operate right in front of Du, the head of the special task force cracking down on illegal speculation, he won't bother you. Wen Zishan explained to Lu Yanhuang. What? There's such a document? You must be pulling my leg. If such a document existed, how could I not know about it? So all these years I've been doing business like a thief, was it all for nothing? But as he listened to Wen Zishan's explanation, Lu Yama grew even more skeptical. He glared at Wen Zishan with a sour expression. The policy permitting individual business licenses was only enacted on January 1st of this year. It allows individual businesses to apply for their own licenses and open shops. Observing Lu Yuang's uneducated demeanor, Wen Zishan couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation. Deep down, he couldn't help but admire Chen Xiao. Though he hated Chen Xiao with a passion, he genuinely admired Chen Xiao's capabilities. Something as basic as a business license. Neither Kim Junbok nor Lu Yanhuang, seasoned businessmen, could have thought of it. Chen Xiao, however, had grasped it instantly. Moreover, by leveraging this method, he enabled Jin Juanfu to legitimize his operations, transforming him from a speculative middleman into a lawful businessman. It must be said Chen Xiao's capabilities were truly no joke. Is this policy real? Lu Yanhuang still found it hard to believe, unable to resist asking again for confirmation. You've been puzzled lately, haven't you? Even though Jin Juanfu was a middleman just like you, why has he started acting more and more brazenly lately? He's even been seen entering and exiting the county government building several times. Yet the county task force cracking down on profiteering shows no sign of intervening. Wen Zishan offered no further explanation. Instead, he turned and countered with a question. Well, that's true. Lu Yanwan was genuinely puzzled. As Jin Juanfu's sworn enemy, he had effectively stationed men to keep a constant watch on Kim Junbok. But what puzzled him was, during this period, whether in business or any other endeavors, Jin Juanfu had ceased all covert activities. On the contrary, he's been acting quite openly. Wasn't this courting disaster? He had been waiting to see the spectacle of Jin Juanfu getting arrested. But what puzzled him was this. Jin Juanfu not only avoided trouble, even the county officials barely paid him any mind. This made him grind his teeth in fury, suspecting Jin Juanfu had found some powerful connections. Well, let me tell you, Jin Juanfu got business licenses for himself and his crew. The Jin Juanfu of today is no longer a shady middleman operating in the shadows. He's a legitimate self-employed individual with proper documentation. That's why he can act so brazenly without getting arrested. When Zishan cut straight to the point. This. Lu Yama froze. After a long moment of blankness, he finally snapped back to reality. Frowning deeply, he pondered for a long while before speaking again. Are you certain that simply obtaining this business license will prevent him from being arrested? Lu Yama asked again for confirmation. I'm certain. Wen Zishan pledged with unwavering conviction. Lu Yuwang stared intently at Wen Zishan for a long moment before speaking again. Tell me about it. That plan you mentioned earlier, how you intend to take down Kim Junbok. Lu Yanhuang pressed Wen Zishan earnestly. King Yama, I can share my plan with you, but I can't just give away my brainpower for free, can I? Consider this business license scheme as my introductory gift to you. But you can't expect me to do all the work for free, can you? Wen Zishan stopped himself just in time and addressed King Yama. As soon as Wen Zishan spoke these words, Lu Yuwang's entourage immediately turned their gaze toward Wen Zishan once more. Their expressions were fierce and menacing. Lu Yuwang narrowed his eyes, fixing Wen Zishan with an intense stare. King Yama, don't give me that look. I'm a village chief too. If it weren't for taking down Kim Junbok, even if you were wiped out by him, it wouldn't concern me. I wouldn't have come crawling to you for advice. So, I can give you a plan to take down Kim Junbok, but you've got to give me enough benefits in return. Otherwise, Jin Juanfu has plenty of enemies besides you. Why would I bother with you? Wen Zishan, however, seemed utterly unconcerned as he spoke. Lu Yanhuang remained silent. He merely raised a hand to halt his men closing in. He narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Wen Zishan for a long moment before finally speaking. What do you want? King Yama asked Wen Zishan directly. First, I want you to purchase all goods produced by our village from now on. And at the highest market price. Wen Zishan stated bluntly. Your village's goods? What goods? Grain? Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. What goods could a village possibly have? No. Our village raises 10,000 chickens and 30,000 fish. In a few months, the chickens will start laying eggs. And the fish will be ready for sale in a year. So I need you to buy our village's eggs and fish at the highest price when the time comes. Wen Zishan addressed Lu Yama directly. Oh? Eggs and fish? As Lu Yuan listened to Wen Zishan's words, a sharp gleam flared in his eyes. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He had assumed Wen Zishan was trying to take advantage of him. But now it seemed. It was nothing like he had imagined. Although Wen Zishan was making him purchase eggs and fish from Huangyu Village at a premium price, this was still a major business deal. Wen Zishan had instructed him to buy at the highest market price. But no matter how high his purchase price was, with in-demand goods like fish and eggs, he was bound to make a profit. It was just that the profit per pound of eggs and fish was a bit lower. But Wen Zishan had 30,000 fish and 10,000 laying hens. Even with such a small profit margin, the cumulative earnings from this volume would amount to a substantial sum. For him, this was undoubtedly a good thing. And that's not all. Not only did he secure a major business deal, there might even be a way to take down Kim Junbok. This is simply the best of both worlds. Alright. I'm in. With that thought, King Yama immediately spoke up and agreed. Phew. That's good. Ziwan Ashen breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing Lu Yangwan's agreement. He had two purposes for seeking out King Yama Lu this time. Finding a market for his village's eggs and fish was one of them. Now, that issue was resolved. And it had been resolved in an exceptionally favorable manner. Then how do we take down Jin Juanfu? Lu Yuang couldn't help but ask again, his impatience evident. Well, you must first obtain a business license. Not just you, your subordinates need one, and every vendor under your command needs one too. At the same time, you need to contact Jin Juanfu's other rivals. Wen Zishan responded with a mysterious smile. What? Contact several other people too? But upon hearing Wen Zishan's words, Lu Yama couldn't help but frown. True, those individuals were rivals of Jin Juanfu. But they were also his rivals. Was Wen Zishan suggesting he should ally with them? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Kim Junbok is powerful now, he just made tens of thousands. His capital is substantial. You can't take him on alone. To bring down Kim Junbok, you must unite, only then can you topple him. But Wen Zishan shook his head. 117, not worthy of concern? We need to test our strength. But what should we do even if we unite? Lu Yanwang spoke up, still feeling uneasy. Go get your business license first. And have those others get theirs too. Otherwise, I dare say, the moment you do anything to Jin Juanfu, before you even get the chance, Jin Juanfu will report you and every single one of you will be arrested. When Zishan shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. What? You want to tell them how to get a business license? But upon hearing Wen Zishan's words, Lu Yanwang grew displeased. He was still planning to take down Jin Juanfu. He planned to use this business license method to take down the others too. By then, he would become the biggest middleman in the entire county. But now Wen Zishan wanted him to share this method with others. Wouldn't that be a complete waste? If you want to take down Kim Junbok, you have to tell them. Otherwise, when the time comes, Kim Junbok will report you and everyone except you will end up behind bars. How else will you take down Kim Junbok? Listening to Lu Yanyan's words, Wen Zishan frowned and spoke. But this. Lu Yanwan was momentarily speechless. But he still felt reluctant. I know you want to be the boss of the county. Don't worry. Once we take down Kim Junbok, I'll naturally help you. When Zishan instantly saw through Lu Yanwang's reluctance, he spoke again. Fine. I hope you keep your word. Lu Yanwang narrowed his eyes and replied directly. Rest assured. Damn. Who'd have thought he'd gone to Tianjin? Looks like we won't be seeing him anytime soon. When Jin Juanfu arrived at the inheritor's place with Chen Xiao and Chen Xiao's mute wife, no one was there. The person had gone to Tianjin. It was a wasted trip. Jin Juanfu sighed helplessly to Chen Xiao. Then let's wait a bit. Perfect timing, I'll take my wife to the capital tomorrow. See if the hospitals in the capital can cure my wife's throat. Chen Xiao shook his head, unconcerned. Meanwhile, the mute wife was quietly sipping her soda. Upon hearing Chen Xiao planned to take her to the capital for treatment tomorrow, her eyes widened instantly. She immediately stopped Chen Xiao, gesturing anxiously at him. Xiao, no need. This is good enough. Going to the capital for treatment will cost a fortune. We can't be throwing money around like this right now. What if the chicken farm fails and we lose money? At least we'll have something to compensate the villagers with. Don't waste money on me. The mute wife pleaded anxiously with Chen Xiao. What nonsense! Seeing the simple-minded wife's intent, Chen Xiao grabbed the mute wife's hand and snapped sternly. What do you mean waste money? No amount of money spent on you is ever a waste. Besides, don't make it sound like getting treatment in the capital costs an arm and a leg. It won't cost much at all, probably not even 1,000 yuan. We have plenty of money now. What are you afraid of? Chen Xiao looked at his foolish wife, who spent her days thinking only of him and never herself. His heart ached, yet he felt helpless. The mute wife froze upon hearing Chen Xiao's words. Her large eyes held a look of bewilderment. She couldn't tell if Chen Xiao was being sincere or not. After all, this was a trip to the capital. She figured it would cost at least 10,000 yuan. How could it possibly cost less than 1,000? She eyed Chen Xiao suspiciously, wondering if he was pulling her leg. What are you staring at? Don't you trust me? Just do as I say. Come with me to the capital for treatment. If you dare to hesitate again, just wait and see what I'll do to you. Chen Xiao watched his mute wife still eyeing him suspiciously. He was so angry he laughed. He grabbed his mute wife by the arm. He felt like giving her plump little bottom a good spanking. But remembering Jin Juanfu was still nearby, he let her off for now. Seeing Chen Xiao's domineering manner, she could only nod helplessly in agreement. After all, she had already made up her mind. If this trip to the capital cost over 1,000 yuan, she would drag Chen Xiao back immediately. Even if Chen Xiao beat her to death, she would drag him back. Chen Xiao's business was just getting started. He needed savings as a safety net. He couldn't waste money on a mute like her. Alright, let's go. Seeing his wife finally comply, Chen Xiao lifted his head and addressed the smiling Jin Juanfu beside him. Alright. Come on, let's head over to my place. Have some lunch. Jin Juanfu downed the last of his soda in one gulp. He grinned as he led Chen Xiao and his mute wife toward the state-run restaurant he frequented. Oh, right, I've been meaning to ask you something. As they walked, Jin Juanfu seemed to remember something else and turned to Chen Xiao again. What is it? Chen Xiao asked directly. That fish farming method you wrote for Huangyu Village last time, it was fake, right? Aren't you worried they'll come after you if something goes wrong with their fish farming? They paid 50,000 yuan for that method. Won't they be furious when it backfires? Jin Juanfu asked Chen Xiao curiously. Who said my method was fake? Chen Xiao rolled his eyes at Jin Juanfu's question. What? It's not fake? Jin Juanfu was stunned. You're actually going to help them with fish farming? Jin Juanfu asked suspiciously. Of course I'll help. Chen Xiao grinned. They're my dearest friends and family. Chen Xiao smiled mysteriously. But seeing Chen Xiao's radiant smile, Jin Juanfu shuddered involuntarily. Could it be you've got something planned here? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. Chen Xiao merely chuckled, offering no further explanation. This was indeed one of his moves. But the time for reaping the rewards hadn't come yet. Jin Juanfu watched Chen Xiao's mysterious demeanor, somewhat speechless. Still, he held his tongue and refrained from asking further. Alright, for the next period, I'm heading to the capital. I'll probably be gone for about half a month. For these 2 weeks, keep a close eye on your competitors. They've been too quiet lately, they could strike at any moment. You'd better be careful. As they walked, Chen Xiao reminded Jin Juanfu again. What's there to fear? Jin Juanfu shrugged it off. They're no match for me now. I'm a legitimate business operator now. Even if they come after me, what can they really do? Are they going to report me for profiteering like they did in Huangyu Village? That's ridiculous. They're completely insignificant now. Jin Juanfu declared triumphantly. His eyes gleamed with reckless abandon. Fine. You'll have to figure it out yourself then. Chen Xiao rolled his eyes at Jin Juanfu's overconfident demeanor, choosing not to say more. Jin Juanfu was still too young. He needed to be tempered. 118, our target is Jin Juanfu's. Is everyone here? When Zhaishan surveyed the 4 burly men gathered in the courtyard, he scanned the group and spoke. You're the one Lu Yanwang said could help us take down Jin Juanfu? You don't look like much. Just a country bumpkin. The 4 burly men looked at Wen Zhaishan. What? You didn't tell them? What? Didn't you tell them? Instead of answering, Wen Zhaishan turned to Lu Yanhuang and asked. I did. Lu Yanwang realized he couldn't remain silent any longer now that Wen Zhaishan had addressed him. He spoke up. Then, turning to the other 3, he added, the method for obtaining the business license I told you about? It was this man who came up with it. He's the one who made it possible for you to operate your business openly and above board. King Yama's eyes flickered as he spoke directly. Him? That old geezer? You're saying he came up with this plan? Hard to believe. With King Lu's words, the others finally began to dispel some of their lingering doubts. But they still couldn't help muttering under their breath. When Zhaishan heard them say this plan wasn't his, he felt a bit uneasy. Furrowing his brow, he cut straight to the point. Enough. Are you here to discuss how to deal with Kim Junbok or to bicker about this? When Zhaishan addressed the group directly, the group instantly fell silent. Each of them stared intently at Wen Zhaishan. So tell us, what's your plan? One of the men demanded directly. You're all aware of the terms I had King Lu convey to you earlier, correct? Wen Zhaishan didn't speak. Instead, he turned to the group. Buying your fish and eggs at the highest market price, right? No problem. We've all agreed on it. As long as you let us take down Kim Junbok, we won't take a single penny off the price for your village's fish and eggs. Whatever the selling price, that's what you'll get. Their eyes flashed with determination as they pounded their chests emphatically, declaring to Wen Zhaishan. That's good. Wen Zhaishan breathed a sigh of relief. He then looked at the others and said, by the way, have you all taken care of the business licenses I asked you to handle? Let me tell you, ensuring your legal compliance is absolutely crucial. It's the most important thing we need to do next. When Zhaishan addressed the group again. Rest assured, all of us including everyone under our command have obtained business licenses. As soon as Wen Zhaishan finished speaking, someone immediately replied. What about your street vendors? Have they gotten theirs? Wen Zhaishan keenly spotted the flaw in the man's statement. He pressed directly. Well, some of them have, but there are still some who haven't. After all, getting a business license requires renting a shop, and that costs money too. Those street vendors are all penny pinchers. Getting them to spend money on permits is a bit of a challenge. The group exchanged hesitant glances before replying. No. Everyone must obtain a license. If they haven't applied, they won't be allowed to operate for the next period. Even if they do business, any problems that arise are their own responsibility. Can you guarantee that? When Zhaishan frowned as he addressed the group. Come on, we're all brothers here. Do we really need to be this strict? Hearing Wen Zhaishan's resolute words, the others frowned and retorted. You must know that quite a few of Kim Junbok's street vendors were just arrested, right? That was my doing. I can easily send his people to jail. You don't seriously think you can withstand Kim Junbok's retaliation, do you? Observing their expressions, he didn't hide anything, speaking directly. This. The others instantly furrowed their brows. All fell silent. Alright then, starting today, we'll have these street vendors stop setting up their stalls. And while they're at it, have them apply for business licenses during this period. Until Jin Juanfu is taken down, or until they get their licenses. If they disobey and insist on setting up shop, any problems that arise will be entirely their own responsibility. Is that acceptable? Secretary 1, you'd better hurry up and tell us how we're going to take down Jin Juanfu. Seeing the matter stalling again, he quickly spoke up, addressing Wen Zishan. You know what matters most to middlemen like you? Wen Zishan didn't answer. Instead, he countered with a cryptic question. Money, of course. What else could it be? Lu Yama blurted out instinctively upon hearing Wen Zishan's words. Wrong. For you lot, money is secondary. You may be middlemen for the money, but the most important thing isn't the money. Wen Zishan declared without hesitation. If money isn't the most important thing, then what is? Lu Yama and the others frowned at Wen Zishan's words and asked. Of course, it's what you possess. Wen Zishan replied with a mysterious smile. What we control? The goods? Our subordinates? Lu Yangguang and the others felt their heads spin even more, utterly baffled. Wen Zishan sighed in exasperation, seeing that even after explaining so plainly, they still had no clue. He silently cursed their lack of education. Finally, he could only say, it's those street vendors we just mentioned. Wen Zishan stated directly. Those street vendors? What's so important about them? Lu Yanwang responded with disdain upon hearing Wen Zishan's words. Then let me ask you this, without these street vendors, how would you sell your goods? Wen Zishan retorted directly at Lu Yuang. Street vendors are everywhere. How could there be none? Lu Yuang dismissed the concern. What if Kim Jun-bok reports all your street vendors? Wen Zishan pressed. Then we just find new street vendors. Without them, we'll just replace them with another batch. We're not short on people. Lu Yuang replied instinctively. But can you guarantee these new vendors will have the skills to handle the speculation and black market task force? When they get caught, will they know how to run to escape? When they buy goods, will they know how to avoid government officials? And if they get caught and turn you in, do you think you'll get off easy? Wen Zishan pressed Lu Yanwang relentlessly with his questions. This. Lu Yuang froze. His expression darkened. That was indeed the case. The street vendors following him were all seasoned veterans at evading authorities. Seasoned veterans. They could handle government matters on their own. But if it were a newcomer, getting caught is one thing, but if they turn him in, that's the end of them. So, you middlemen, the most crucial players, believe it or not, are those street vendors you look down on? Because they not only help you sell your goods, but also help you collect them. You could say these small vendors are your eyes and ears, and the very source of your profits. Seeing the others fall silent, Wen Zishan. He cut straight to the point. And our target this time is precisely those small vendors under Kim Jun-bok. Wen Zishan stared intently at the others. 119, this way, wouldn't Kim Jun-bok be brought down? The small vendors under Kim Jun-bok? You mean we send people to take out his crew? Send all his street vendors to jail? Lu Yanwan's eyes flickered with excitement as he asked Wen Zishan. Wrong. But the next moment, Wen Zishan rolled his eyes. Most of Kim Jun-bok's street vendors have obtained business licenses now. They're all legitimate vendors now. How can you send them to jail? Wen Zishan rolled his eyes as he addressed King Yama. What? I thought Kim Jun-bok had nearly 300 vendors under him? They've already gotten business licenses? How is that possible? The street vendors under Jin Juanfu's control? That's so unexpected. Or did Jin Juanfu pay for them to rent shops and get licenses? That would make him ridiculously wealthy. Lu Yama and the others instantly jumped to their feet, unable to contain their astonishment. This is my fault. Wen Zishan shook his head helplessly at that moment. As he spoke, all eyes turned to him. Earlier, I challenged Jin Juanfu to a showdown and reported a group of vendors under his command. That led to 27 of his vendors getting arrested. Later he found a way to get them released. But he used this incident to warn all the vendors if anyone gets arrested again, he won't intervene. It served as a warning to others. In the 10 days since then, the vast majority of Jin Juanfu's small vendors have obtained business licenses. So there's no way to report them now. Wen Zishan shook his head, sighing helplessly. That Jin Juanfu really is a sly fox. Hearing Wen Zishan's words, Lu Yanwang and the others let out a disappointed curse. Then they turned back to Wen Zishan, but since Kim Jun-bok's men have already obtained business licenses, how are we supposed to target them now? Lu Yuang and the others frowned as they pressed Wen Zishan. This brings us to another crucial action Wen Zishan took while rescuing these people. Wen Zishan smiled upon hearing Lu Yanwang's inquiry and continued. What was it? Lu Yuang asked curiously. Jin Juanfu was preparing to partner with all the street vendors to open shops. Kim Jun-bok will provide the shop space and goods, while the street vendors will handle the business licenses and sell the merchandise in the shops. Wen Zishan stated directly. What? Has Jin Juanfu lost his mind? These street vendors already have business licenses, now he's giving them stores too? Isn't that redundant? Besides, where's he going to get the money to buy all these shops? In an instant, Lu Yanwang and the others were all stunned. Swallowing hard, they couldn't help but ask. Where his money came from, I don't know. And it doesn't matter. Whether his approach is right or wrong, I don't know either, but it doesn't matter either. What matters is this is our chance. When Zhaishan narrowed his eyes as he addressed the group. Our chance? What chance do we have? Lu Yanwang looked utterly bewildered. You know that Kim Jun bought partners with these people to run shops. How much of the profits does Kim Jun bot give them? When Zhaishan asked the others directly. How much? The group asked in unison. 10%. When Zhaishan spat out the figure. 10%? Jin Juanfu, is that generous? Hearing Wen Zhaishan's words, the group froze, unable to help but retort. Previously, they, like Kim Jun Bok, had been sourcing goods themselves and having their subordinates distribute them to street vendors for purchase. For every item sold, they received a small share of the profit. But this profit was nowhere near 10%. After all, a 10% cut meant a substantial sum of money. How could they possibly afford it? Generous? No. Not at all. In fact, it's downright stingy. Upon hearing this, Wen Zhaishan shook his head and stated bluntly. Then, looking at the wide-eyed group, he added, at least, that's how Kim Jun Bok's men would see it. Wen Zhaishan chuckled lightly. That can't be. That's a 10% profit margin. The money Kim Jun Bok gave them before never reached a 10% profit margin. And now he's offering them 10% of the profits, and they still think it's too little? Lu Yanwang and the others couldn't help but exclaim. Of course they think it's too little. Because Jin Juanfu had already handed over pricing authority for the goods to those small vendors themselves. He supplied the goods to them at a uniform price. During those days, Jin Juanfu's street vendors were raking in money like crazy. Their profits were far beyond a mere 10%. They were making at least 50% or more. But now, Jin Juanfu wants them to run stores for him and only let them keep 10% profit. Do you think these people would agree? When Zhaishan asked the others. Well, they probably would. After all, they've been brothers for so many years. Even if they take a small hit for now, they're still making more than before. Not to mention, Jin Juanfu is providing the shop space and the goods. So it's only fair that Jin Juanfu takes the 90% profit, right? Lu Yenyang and the others pondered for a moment. They spoke with a hint of uncertainty. But those street vendors won't see it that way. They'll only feel they're getting a smaller share. Because before opening the shop, they could earn 50% profit. Now Jin Juanfu wants to take 40% of their profits. Do you think they'll agree? When Zhaishan shook his head. Well, the group fell silent. Exactly. Faced with this situation, if they were the street vendors, would they be willing? Of course not. So, our opportunity has arrived. Seeing the others fall silent, Wen Zhaishan spoke again. What opportunity? Their eyes flickered as they turned to ask Wen Zhaishan. The chance to poach people. Wen Zhaishan said with a sly grin. Steal people? The others looked at Wen Zhaishan in confusion. What do you think? If we told them now that we'd give them a 20% cut of the profits, and get them to join us in our business, do you think they'd agree? When Zhaishan addressed them directly. 20%? No way. That's too much. Hearing Wen Zhaishan's words, Lu Yanwang instantly exclaimed in alarm. Without a second thought, he flatly refused. Just tell me, if we offer them a 20% profit share, would they betray Kim Jun Bok and join us? When Zhaishan pressed on, unconcerned. They'd definitely agree. But wouldn't that mean even greater losses for us? That's a 20% cut of the profits. Lu Yenyang frowned as he asked. Who said we'd actually give them that much? When Zhaishan chuckled upon hearing Lu Yuang's words. What do you mean? King Yama seemed to grasp something vaguely, yet it remained unclear, prompting him to ask. We promised Jin Juanfu's small vendors a 20% cut. Naturally, they'll follow us and do business with us. But once they're truly on our side, we can just find an excuse to lower their cut later. That way, we'll gain control of all Jin Juanfu's men without paying much of a price. And they'll all be licensed operators. Wouldn't we then be able to directly replace Jin Juanfu's position? Without his vendors, Jin Juanfu would be a commander without troops, powerless to do anything. Wouldn't that bring Kim Jun Bok down? When Zhaishan said with a sly grin. 120, everything is ready, except. But if we don't offer Kim Jun Bok's vendors tangible benefits, won't they just go back to him afterward? All our efforts would ultimately be for naught. After a moment's thought, one of the four suddenly spoke up, addressing Wen Zhaishan. Don't worry. These people betrayed Kim Jun Bok. Do you really think he'd take them back if they returned? When Zhaishan retorted immediately. Well. The group exchanged glances, all falling silent. Exactly. They were all men of the underworld. They knew the rules of the underworld. How could they possibly accept a traitor? Even if he did, could Jin Juanfu still trust these people? Not to mention, Kim Jun Bok was planning to partner with them in business. The partnership had already fallen apart, and these men had stabbed Jin Juanfu in the back. How could Jin Juanfu possibly continue working with them? Therefore, once these people chose to betray Jin Juanfu, there was no turning back. And Jin Juanfu was destined to become a commander with no troops. But Jin Juanfu could easily open his own shop. If he's short-staffed, he can just hire employees. Since he's already opened a shop, does he really fear getting caught? Another voice interjected, addressing Moon Jae-shan. Absolutely not. Because Kim Jun-bok can only obtain one business license. In other words, Kim Jun-bok is willing to give up 10% of his profits just so these vendors can get their own business licenses. This way, he can keep running his business. Otherwise, he could only hold one business license and hire a maximum of 8 people. Hiring more than 8 would be exploitation. That would get him arrested too. So Jin Juanfu has no choice but to partner with others. They provide the business license, while he supplies the shop and goods. Otherwise, he couldn't run this business himself. Wen Shaishan stated with confidence. But couldn't he just partner with someone else? Well, others can get business licenses too. He provides the shop space. Partners like that should be easy to find, right? Another voice chimed in from among the 4. But that's over 300 shops. Where would he find over 300 partners in such a short time? Even if he somehow managed to recruit them, how long would it take to process the business licenses? At least 2 or 3 months. Jin Juanfu must have rented those over 300 shops. He couldn't have bought them. He doesn't have that kind of money. So, 2 or 3 months the rent for over 300 shops, plus the costs for renovations and inventory. Can Jin Juanfu handle that? Besides, even if he could, what about us? Jin Juanfu finds one person, we snatch one with a 20% profit split. How long do you think Jin Juanfu can last then? No matter how many people Jin Juanfu recruits, they'll all end up working for us. Wen Shaishan, however, showed not a shred of concern. He spoke with a sinister edge. Gulp. Several people couldn't help but swallow hard. This truly was a desperate gambit. But how can you be certain that Kim Jun-bok's men would be so greedy for money that they'd betray him? What if they refuse? A moment later, Lu Yanwang couldn't help but ask. Wen Shaishan's lips curved slightly at Lu Yuang's words. That's precisely why we must be extremely selective with our first batch of recruits. So, have you gotten all those vendors' business licenses sorted out yet? Jin Juanfu asked his bespectacled subordinate while sipping alcohol at the state-run restaurant. Rest assured. All taken care of. You've done so much for them this time. Not only did you get them off the hook for fines, but you also saved them from jail time. Old E and the others have all seen it. The word is already out. Not to mention, word about you has spread too. If these people still don't know when to be grateful, then we won't need to keep helping them. Ice took a sip of liquor, nibbled on 2 peanuts, and addressed Jin Juanfu. That's good. In a few more days, the shops will all be fully renovated. Then we'll have everyone take their assigned shops. Then our business can finally get back on track. Upon hearing this, Jin Juanfu downed a glass of wine in one gulp. He said with a smile. Boss, before Chen Xiao left, he warned you several times to watch out for those people. You'd be wise not to let your guard down. Comrade Chen Xiao's words are usually prescient. He shook his head with a smile. Then he turned to Jin Juanfu and cautioned him. You, just like Chen Xiao, are far too cautious. That bunch? I could crush them with 1 foot. They're nothing to fear. What's there to worry about? You guys are just worrying needlessly. Jin Juanfu waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Seeing that Glasses was about to say more, Jin Juanfu cut him off immediately. No need to say more. I've got it covered. Jin Juanfu waved his hand dismissively. Then, glancing at the renovation blueprints on the table, he couldn't help but remark. Glasses, you know what? Chen Xiao really is college educated. Just look at these renovation drawings, they're absolutely stunning. I can't even imagine how stunning our 300 shops will look once they're all renovated. Jin Juanfu exclaimed in admiration. Yeah. This design scheme really looks high-end. I've never seen such a clean approach to renovation. It feels like it transcends this era. Seeing that Kim Jun-bok was stubbornly refusing to listen, Glasses gave up trying to persuade him. Upon hearing Kim Jun-bok's remarks about the renovation issue, a moment later, he remembered something and couldn't help but mutter to himself. All right, boss, the shop's almost finished renovating. Have you secured the sources for all the goods Comrade Chen Xiao listed? Once these shops open without any goods, wouldn't that be a complete embarrassment? Glasses turned to ask Jin Juanfu again. Don't worry. The goods are basically all set. We've secured long-term supply contracts. I expect their goods will arrive within 2 days. Kim Jun-bok patted his chest confidently. That's good. Comrade Chen Xiao said our shop absolutely must be fully operational 3 days before the new year. Let's ride the wave of New Year shopping to make our shop an overnight sensation. Hope everything goes smoothly. Glasses let out a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this. Now, everything is ready, we just need the shop renovation to finish. Don't worry, it will definitely. Jin Juanfu couldn't help but crack a smile at the glasses wearer's words, about to say something. But just then. Boss. Trouble. Old E and the others. Old E and the others are causing trouble. 121. Why should we pay out of our own pockets for Jin Juanfu? A panicked underling rushed over, shouting at Jin Juanfu. Ha! Jin Juanfu and glasses froze in surprise. They turned their gaze toward the subordinate who was scrambling toward the state-run restaurant. Lao Yi? Weren't they just released? What could they possibly be up to? Jin Juanfu frowned at the young man and asked. Boss. Oldie, they've defected to Lu Yanwang. Now they're taking all the vendors with them to defect to Lu Yanwang. The young man gasped for breath. Once he'd calmed down a bit, he finally spoke to Jin Juanfu. What? Oldie and the others have lost their minds? Jin Juanfu leapt to his feet, eyes wide with shock. His gaze then shifted to the subordinate still crouched over, gasping for breath. You're not lying to me? Jin Juanfu gritted his teeth as he pressed the question. Boss. This is all true. Right now, Old E and the others are inciting the other vendors. You need to go there immediately. The subordinate gasped out between breaths. Where are they? Jin Juanfu couldn't sit still any longer upon hearing this. His face darkened as he demanded directly. Our warehouse 3. The younger brother quickly blurted out. Glasses. Let's go. Without another word, Jin Juanfu dashed out the door, hopped on his bicycle, and pedaled straight toward warehouse 3. Everyone, I don't need to remind you how fast we were raking in the cash just a few days ago, right? Ever since Jin Juanfu let us set our own prices and sell our own goods. In just a few days, I made what I normally earn in a whole year. If we hadn't been busted in the end, we probably would have made more in those few days than we have in all these years. But now? We were finally starting to enjoy a decent life. But Jin Juanfu actually stopped letting us work. We can't make any money at all. Isn't he trying to kill us? Warehouse 3. A gaunt figure stood atop a wooden crate, his voice thick with righteous indignation as he shouted at the crowd of over 100 vendors gathered below. As his words fell silent, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but start murmuring among themselves. Yeah. Just a few days ago, Jin Juanfu told us to set our own prices. In less than 5 days, I actually made 500 yuan. That's more than I've earned in 2 years. If Old E and the others hadn't been arrested, and Jin Juanfu hadn't ordered us to stop selling, I'd probably have made at least 1,000 yuan by now. Someone chimed in, agreeing with Old E. Yeah. I made several hundred too. Exactly. I could have made at least a few hundred more. If only we hadn't stopped working these past few days. The surrounding crowd joined in the clamor. Discontent was written all over their faces. A few days ago, after Jin Juanfu and his team obtained their business license and gained control over their pricing, these small vendors had been raking in profits hand over fist. But after Lao Yi was reported and arrested by the people of Huangyu Village, Jin Juanfu, to prevent more people from being reported and arrested, he promptly halted all business operations. But clearly, Jin Juanfu's order to halt operations did not sit well with these people. They were already so greedy for profit that they couldn't possibly want to stop making money. What nonsense are you spouting? Just then, a clear female voice rang out. Everyone turned to look. There stood a girl who looked no older than 17 or 18, with delicate features. Her face flushed with anger as she glared at the crowd and shouted her accusation. Why won't Brother Jin let us continue doing business? Don't you all know yourselves? Seeing everyone's gaze fixed on her, the girl showed no sign of fear. She strode confidently to the front of the stage and confronted the crowd. Manhwa, what do you mean? The first person to side with Old E, seeing someone undermining his position, couldn't help but speak up. What do I mean? I'd rather ask you and that old ghosty what you two mean. Hearing the challenge, Orchid turned and glared fiercely at the man, then at Old E of the Supreme Council. Brother Jin already told you guys to hurry up and get your business license. Once you get your business license, you can operate normally. Even if we run into the enforcement squad, we won't have to fear them. We can operate openly and above board. But what about you? Orchid glared at the crowd and demanded an explanation. Her eyes flashed with anger. At Lan Hua's question, everyone couldn't help but lower their heads. You were too greedy for those few bucks to bother getting a business license. And what happened? Old Ghost E and his crew got busted, all of them arrested. If it weren't for Brother Jin spending money and pulling strings to get them out, they'd all be rotting in jail right now. Lan Hua's words were punctuated by a fierce glare directed at Old E. Old Yi's face darkened. But now you have the nerve to say Brother Jin cut off your livelihood by stopping your business? How can you be so shameless? If you just listened to Brother Jin earlier and gotten your business licenses, would you be here complaining about lost profits these past few days? At the end of the day, you have no one to blame but yourselves for being unable to do business now. If only you hadn't insisted on squeezing every last penny out of people. Why would Brother Jin have called a halt to your operations? Lan Hua shouted at the group, her voice filled with fury. In an instant, everyone fell silent. Their eyes flickered with inexplicable light. Lanhua's words had effectively ripped away the fig leaf that had been covering everyone's shame. That's right. Their business had been halted, plain and simple. They had brought it upon themselves. From the very beginning, Jin Juanfu had made it clear to everyone. Go get your business licenses. Once you have a business license, you can operate openly and legitimately. But when it came to making money, these people were all greedy as hell. But when it came to spending a few bucks on a business license, they were dead set against it. They even forced Jin Juanfu to pay for their licenses. Now it's settled. Lao Yi and his crew got busted, and Jin Juanfu won't bail anyone out ever again. Moreover, he shut down everyone's business. Now they're freaking out? Scared now? Now they're all rushing to get business licenses? Honestly, these people don't know how to panic until the fire burns them. The entire situation was entirely their own doing from start to finish. Yet now they have the nerve to blame Kim Junbok for shutting down their business. How outrageous. Manhwa. Jin Juanfu was in the wrong from the very start, wasn't he? We were selling him goods. He was supposed to get us our business licenses and everything. But not only did Jin Juanfu fail to get us business licenses, he made us pay for them ourselves. Why should we? We're selling goods to Jin Juanfu, why should we have to pay out of our own pockets? But as Lan Hua spoke, Oldie on stage, his eyes darting, turned to confront Lan Hua. 122, you're betraying brother Jin. Exactly. We work for Jin Juanfu. We're selling goods for him, why should we pay for the permits ourselves? Exactly. We're here to make money with him. Why should we have to spend our own money? Exactly. Jin Juanfu's pulling this stunt is downright shady. The moment these words left their mouths, instantly, the entire group seemed to find an outlet for their pent-up frustration, turning their accusations toward Orchid. Selling goods for brother Jin? What's the problem? Didn't you make money from the sales? Or did you just not make enough? Brother Jin doesn't play fair? If he didn't, would he have bailed that ungrateful bastard Lao Gui out of jail? Why should he spend his own money? Because that money is meant to protect you, to give you the right to do business openly and earn your profits honestly. Why should you spend your own money? Lanhua countered each of them, word by word. You. Oldie was rendered speechless by the rebuttal, glaring fiercely at Orchid. Then, gritting his teeth, he continued. Fine. Even if Jin Juanfu was thinking of us. But now, we've already obtained our business license. Why won't Jin Juanfu let us do business? Laoi gritted his teeth and demanded again. Don't you know why brother Jin won't let us start business now? Brother Jin did it so we wouldn't have to run around doing business under the sun and wind anymore. He specially got us all these shops. From now on, we can just sit in our shops and sell our goods. Just like clerks at the supply and marketing cooperative. This is all for our own good. What? Do you have any objections? Lanhua didn't mince words, firing back at Old E. Objections? For our own good? Bull. But Old E, hearing Lanhua's words, spoke up immediately. Is Jin Juanfu really looking out for us? He's afraid we'll take all the money that belongs to him and he'll make less. That's why he wants us to wait until the shop's renovated before starting business. Laoi retorted dismissively. What do you mean? Lanhua heard Laoi disparaging Jin Juanfu. Her eyebrows shot up instantly as she confronted Laoi loudly. Lanhua, don't tell me you didn't know. Jin Juanfu opening this shop isn't for our benefit at all. He's doing it purely for himself. Laoi sneered at Lanhua. Then he turned his gaze to the surrounding vendors. Jin Juanfu keeps saying it's for our own good. But are these shops he's opening really for our benefit? If it's for our benefit, why does he only give us a 10% profit margin? If it's for our benefit, why can't he just give us the goods like he did the other day and let us set our own prices? He just sees us making too much profit. So he wants to keep sucking us dry. Otherwise, why would he only give us a 10% profit margin? What can you do with a 10% profit? Old Yi's eyes turned bloodshot as he turned to Lan Hua. Exactly. Kim Junbok has always been like this, exploiting us. He's living it up, and if we take a little more of his soup, he'd eat us alive. In an instant, the crowd around them erupted in indignant shouts. As if Kim Junbok were some kind of villain who committed every evil deed imaginable. How dare you say such things? Have you no shame? But hearing the crowd's words, Lan Hua was furious. Shaking with rage, she shouted angrily. Every single one of you actively sought out Brother Jin to join his business. Brother Jin took pity on you, that's why he brought you into the business. Just the other day, Brother Jin clearly told you to get business licenses. With those licenses, you could have operated openly and legitimately. But you all stubbornly insisted on cutting corners. That's why Brother Jin had to shut down the operation. And then there's the shop profit sharing. The shop was provided by Brother Jin, and the goods were supplied by Brother Jin. All we had to do was get a business license, sit in the shop and sell goods, no more lugging goods around in wind and rain like before. And no more running around dodging the enforcement squad. We just sat in the shop like supply cooperative clerks, selling goods, and got a 10% cut. And you still have the nerve to complain it's not enough? You really have no shame. Manhwa was so furious she erupted into a tirade. Her entire body trembled with rage. Then he could just keep doing what he did before he supplies the goods, and we set our own prices and handle the sales. Why should we only get a 10% profit margin? It's not like we asked him to open a shop for us. Oldie couldn't hold back either, shouting loudly. Anger flashed in his eyes. In reality, others get 10%. But he only got 5% profit. All because he'd been arrested before. He was getting 5 points less profit than everyone else. He couldn't accept it. What? Does Brother Jean run his shop for free? Does he buy his goods without spending a dime? Brother Jean runs his own shop and has his own supply channels. Then why should he share 10% of the profits with you? He could have hired people himself. Kept all the profits. Then why give us any cut at all? It's because he treats us like brothers and looks out for us. He voluntarily shares the profits with us. And you have the nerve to complain here that Brother Jean gives too little. What? You think Brother Jin's share is too small? Are you implying someone else could give you more? Manhwa gritted her teeth. The rage in her eyes was almost tangible. Manhwa, cut the crap. Without us, do you think Jin Junfu could even run his shops? Sure, he owns all those shops, but where would he get all those business licenses? He needs our licenses. So what about treating us like brothers? He clearly only gives us the 10% cut because he needs our licenses. Oldie scoffed dismissively. He retorted directly. You're talking nonsense. Manhwa refused to believe it, her teeth clenched. You'd better believe it. Without our business license, Jin Junfu's operation simply wouldn't get off the ground. And let me tell you something. Besides Jin Junfu, there really is someone willing to give us a bigger cut. You know Lu Yenyang, right? Jin Junfu's arch-rival. He came to me personally. He said if we're willing to work with him, he'll give us a 20% cut. Manhwa, one offers 10%, the other 20%. What do you think we should choose? Oldie wore a smug grin as he addressed Manhwa and the others. You're actually going to side with Lu Yuang. Old ghosty. This is betrayal. Don't forget, Brother Jean just got all of you out of prison. Manhwa flew into a rage the moment she heard Lao Yi's words. She shouted loudly. 123, don't be foolish. Whether I'm a traitor or not isn't up to me. It's up to everyone to decide. Anyway, King Lu's side is giving us a 20% cut. Folks, don't say I didn't warn you. Once this opportunity's gone, it won't come back. If you want to join me in making big money with King Lu, stand with me. Those who want to keep getting exploited by Jin Junfu, stay put. Old Yi's eyes darted around as he seized the moment to shout at the crowd. No! You can't betray Brother Jean. Have you forgotten how much money Brother Jean has helped you earn over the years? How he's looked out for you? Whatever happened in your families, Brother Jean treated it as his own business and helped you. How can you betray Brother Jean now? Can your conscience live with that? Manhwa grew frantic. She stood in front of the group, pleading with them urgently. Manhwa, don't block everyone. We all need to earn money to support our families. What you're doing? Oldie watched Manhwa's expression and sneered dismissively. He was about to say something. But the next moment. Little Orchid, let them choose. I want to see how they'll choose. A deep, resonant voice echoed through the room. Everyone abruptly whipped their heads toward the doorway. There stood Jin Junfu, drenched in sweat, accompanied by several trusted subordinates equally drenched in sweat and wearing glasses, arriving at Warehouse 3. His gaze fixed coldly on Old E. Step by step, he advanced. Gulp! As Jin Junfu drew nearer, Old Yi's legs began to tremble, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. But recalling Lu Yan's earlier assurances, he found a sliver of courage. Old E, you're a real ingrate. Aren't you afraid you'll never get out of this warehouse? Jin Junfu walked over, his cold gaze fixed on Laoi standing atop the wooden crate. Jin Junfu, don't scare me like that. We live in a society governed by the rule of law now. If you dare lay a finger on me, the cops will be here in a minute. Old E shuddered in fright. But he still swallowed hard and stuck out his neck as he spoke. TSK TSK TSK. Look at you, such a coward. You're exactly the same as you were 3 years ago. Jin Junfu watched Old E, who was forcing himself to stand his ground against him. He couldn't help but snort derisively. Kim Jun Bak, what do you mean by that? Old Yi's face flushed crimson upon hearing Jin Junfu's words. Old Ghost E, I remember it all too well. 3 years ago, you were penniless, unable to afford medicine for your son's illness. You knelt before me, begging me to help you make money. You said, if I can make you money and cure my son, you'd be my slave for the rest of your life. TSK TSK TSK. So it turns out you weren't going to be my ox or horse, you were going to be a thankless dog. Jin Junfu sneered coldly at Old E. Enough! Laoi snapped back, his voice suddenly loud. Jin Juanfu, I am grateful you saved me and my family back then. But that doesn't give you the right to exploit us forever. Old Yi's eyes turned bloodshot as he shouted at Jin Juanfu. True, over the years, we've made a lot of money following you. But what about you? How much have you made? You get the meat, while the money we earn isn't even enough for the broth. All these years, I've made you a fortune. I've long since repaid what I owed you. Stop trying to hold me hostage with your favors. I don't owe you anything. Old Yi gritted his teeth as he spoke to Jin Juanfu. Jin Juanfu stared at Lao Yi, who looked as if he hated him to the core. In a daze, he recalled what Chen Xiao had told him earlier. These street vendors, you only have a business relationship with them. Never mistake them for real brothers. They lack the ability to turn down profit for the sake of loyalty. They're not worth deepening ties with. If you keep treating them like brothers, you'll only regret it. These were the words Chen Xiao had imparted during their conversation. At the time, he thought Chen Xiao's perspective was a bit one-sided. He was confident in the vendors under his command. He believed that if he treated them sincerely, they would reciprocate in kind. But now? First, back in prison, these people were already insatiably trying to squeeze every last bit of profit out of him. Now, for a mere scrap of profit, they'd betray him outright. Honestly, he was getting tired of it. Since you don't owe me anything, fine. Then hand back the government fines I paid for you the other day. Kim Jun-bak addressed Old Yi directly. Lao Yi froze instantly. He stared at Jin Juanfu, unable to speak for a long moment. What? Can't bear to part with it now? Since you claim you don't owe me, then give me back my money. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Jin Juanfu sneered at Lao Yi. No. Old Yi was momentarily speechless, but then, as if remembering something, his eyes darted around and he retorted, what gives you the right to demand I pay you back? Those fines were yours to pay in the first place. We're your suppliers. When we run into trouble, it's your responsibility to handle it. Lao Yi gritted his teeth. Poof. If you're selling goods for me, then what are you doing now? Betraying me? Jin Juanfu asked with a cold sneer. It's because we refuse to be exploited by you anymore. We're taking back what's rightfully ours. Lao Yi stuck out his neck, looking every inch the righteous hero. Your money? Ha! Old Yi, you didn't say that when you were in detention. You said you were grateful I paid your fine and kept you out of jail. You'd remember my kindness for the rest of your life. Watching Lao Yi's stubborn, obstinate demeanor, Jin Juanfu narrowed his eyes and sneered coldly. I was just too stupid back then. I was sold out by you and still counted out the money for you. But I'm not stupid anymore. Anyway, King Lu offered me a 20% cut, while you only gave me 5%. I know exactly who to choose. And you can't stop all of us from making our choice. You've exploited us for so many years. Now we can do business openly and honestly, no more being fleeced by you. Brothers, Lu Yuang is offering us a 20% cut. You decide for yourselves. Old Yi declared. He looked down at the crowd below, his neck stiff with defiance. Old Ghost Yi, you're nothing but a monster. You. Manhwa listened to Lao Yi's shameless speech. She was both furious and anxious. Finally, she couldn't hold back and was about to speak up. But the next moment. Let them choose. Fine, I want to see for myself. How many would betray me for money? Jin Juanfu raised his hand to stop Orchid. He sat to the side, quietly waiting for everyone's choice. Everyone, don't make a foolish decision. We're all legitimate individual entrepreneurs now. We're not afraid of threats. If we can make money with Jin Juanfu, why can't we make money with Lu Yinwang? Whatever goods Jin Juanfu can supply, Lu Yuang can supply too. We're just merchants, will go wherever the money is. That's only fair. Lu Yuang offers a 20% profit margin. Don't be foolish. Seeing Jin Juanfu make no further moves, he kept jumping up and down, trying to sway everyone. 124, you decide for yourselves. Poof. Jin Juanfu watched Old Yi, who was so flustered he was practically jumping up and down. A cold smile flashed across his face, and he said nothing. He was confident. These people were all brought up by him over the years. Old Yi was a thankless bastard. But he didn't believe everyone was a thankless bastard. He believed the vast majority of people would never betray themselves for a pittance. People like Old Yi are, after all, the minority. The room fell silent. Everyone waited for these individuals to make their final decisions. Truthfully, everyone was hesitating. On one side lay greater profits. On the other side stood Kim Jun-bak, the man who had led them to prosperity over the years. Whichever path they chose, losses were inevitable. Choosing Jin Juanfu would mean forfeiting substantial profits. But choosing to follow Old Yi to seek out King Yama would inevitably brand them as traitors. In any era, that label was never a good one. But after glancing at Old Yi, who was jumping up and down incessantly, and then at Jin Juanfu, who remained silent. After a moment's hesitation, one of them finally spoke up to Jin Juanfu. Brother Jin, could we also raise our profit share to 20%? Someone couldn't hold back any longer. He addressed Jin Juanfu. You fools! Do you really think Jin Juanfu would trust you after the scene you pulled today? You're digging your own graves. Listening to the crowd's words, Jin Juanfu remained silent. But old Yi was already terrified. He quickly spoke up, pleading earnestly with the others. He was terrified that Jin Juanfu might actually increase the profit-sharing ratio. If Jin Juanfu actually increased the profit share for this group, then everything he'd done today would be for nothing. Not only would he lose favor with Jin Juanfu, even if he went to meet King Yama, he wouldn't fare any better. But neither Jin Juanfu nor the street vendors paid old Yi any mind. What do you mean? As the man spoke, Jin Juanfu's brow instantly furrowed. A bad feeling washed over him. Brother Jin, a 10% cut is really too little. Add a little more. Hearing Jin Juanfu's words, the small vendors exchanged glances. Finally, the leader gritted his teeth and spoke up. That's right, Brother Jin. As long as you give us a 20% cut, we'll definitely stay. The surrounding crowd chimed in agreement. So what if I refuse? He asked. Will you all follow old Ghost Yi to defect to Lord Lu? Anger flashed in Jin Juanfu's eyes. He couldn't help but ask. The crowd fell silent. Clearly, this was tacit admission. The anger in Kim Junbok's eyes intensified. He pressed on. What if I raise your profit margin to 20% right now? What if Lu Yama offers you 30% profit? Would you still demand I raise your cut even higher? Jin Juanfu finished his questions, his gaze fixed intently on the group before him, awaiting their response. However, the crowd remained silent. Evidently, they had tacitly agreed once more. It was like the story of the clam and the snipe. The fishermen reaped the benefits. Jin Juanfu and Lu Yama were locked in their own battle. And they, this group of small vendors, were the fishermen who reaped the benefits. Therefore, the more they could gain from the final outcome, the better. So how could they possibly pass up such an opportunity to profit from chaos? Ha, ha. Good. You lot are just wonderful. Jin Juanfu stared at the crowd. The rage in his eyes was almost tangible. He never imagined this. He had treated these people like brothers. Yet they truly saw him as nothing more than a sucker to fleece. He truly hadn't seen it coming. Old Lu, I remember back then, you were starving to death in your village. You came to me, begging for a bowl of rice. I gave you a bowl of noodles, and from that day on, you always had a bowl of rice to eat. All these years, you've relied on that bowl of rice to marry a wife and have children. And this is how you repay me? Jin Juanfu glared at old Lu, who stood before everyone, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He demanded angrily. Old Lu lowered his head, unable to bear Jin Juanfu's words. He dared not meet Jin Juanfu's gaze. And you, Sister Wang. Back when your husband died, you had no job, 2 kids to raise, and nearly starved to death. You were even driven to the brink of selling yourself just to get a bite to eat. It was me. I couldn't bear to see such a lonely, helpless woman suffer. I brought you to where you are today. Now your 2 kids are fatter than anyone else's. And look at you now. You're taking advantage of me, aren't you? Jin Juanfu turned his gaze to a plump-looking middle-aged woman beside him. Though dressed plainly, she possessed a certain charm. Hearing Jin Juanfu's words, couldn't help but turn her head away, unable to meet Jin Juanfu's gaze. And you, old son. Qin Huishan. Qua si. Have you all forgotten what you were like back then? How dare you stand before me now, using Lu Yanwang's power to take advantage of my misfortune? Ha! Jin Juanfu shouted. He couldn't help but roar. His eyes turned bloodshot. He couldn't accept it. He simply couldn't accept it. Clearly, these people had all been on the brink of survival back then. He pitied them. He had brought them to this day, ensuring they never went hungry or thirsty all these years. Now, he's even given them shops and increased their profit-sharing percentages, allowing them to earn more money with ease. He treated them as brothers, always thinking of them first whenever there were benefits to be had. Whenever they faced difficulties, he personally resolved them. But what about these people? Greed knows no bounds. They actually used his competitor's momentum to take advantage of him during a crisis. This is nothing short of treating me like a sucker. He treated them like brothers, but they saw him as a sucker? The thought made the rage in Jin Juanfu's eyes flare even brighter. He took a deep breath and declared, "You want a higher cut? That's impossible. The 10% profit share remains unchanged. I'll be perfectly clear with you. For those who stay today, I'll still give you 10% of the profits. But if any of you who leave today ever want to come back, you'll only get 1% profit. The choice is yours." Jin Juanfu suppressed his anger and spoke calmly. That 10% profit margin. It was the highest profit margin he could secure for everyone from Chen Xiao. Remember, these shops weren't bought by him, they were bought by Chen Xiao. His role was merely to supply the goods. It could be said that Chen Xiao held absolute control over this business. Earlier, Chen Xiao had already refused to give these small vendors even a 10% profit share. That was too much. According to Chen Xiao's plan, the maximum profit share was 3 points. He felt these people were like brothers and wanted to give them a bigger share. After relentless negotiations, he finally managed to secure a 5% profit share from Chen Xiao. He personally regarded these small vendors as brothers, so he took his own share and added another 5% profit to distribute among them. This is how the vendors ended up with that 10% profit share. But he never imagined that these people could be so insatiably greedy. A 10% profit share wasn't enough to satisfy them. They even used old Yi's situation as an excuse to take advantage of him. Jin Juanfu was genuinely disappointed. 125. Find Chen Xiao. After Jin Juanfu finished speaking, everyone's expressions darkened. Their faces showed signs of struggle. Ha ha ha. See? Jin Juanfu treats us like slaves, squeezing every last drop out of us. Come with me to find King Yama. He's offering a 20% cut over there. We can make way more money from now on. If you pass up this chance today, you're giving up the chance to make big money in the future. You'll regret it for the rest of your lives. Oldie listened to Jin Juanfu's words, his whole body brimming with excitement. He shouted to the crowd. The look of struggle on everyone's faces grew even more intense. They glanced at Jin Juanfu, then at Laoi. Their eyes flickered with intense conflict. Finally, moments later, a figure began walking step by step toward Old E. Sister Wang, are you sure you want to choose this path? Jin Juanfu watched the person emerge. His expression darkened completely. He spoke again. Brother Jin, I'm sorry. I'm truly grateful for all the help you've given me. But times have changed now. We don't have to hide and sneak around to do business anymore. We want to make more money too. My 2 kids are growing like weeds, and school costs a fortune. I have to earn more money. I'm sorry, Brother Jin. Sister Wang paused for a moment, her eyes flickering as she spoke. Betrayal is betrayal. And you try to dress it up in fancy words. Did Brother Jin's business dealings leave your kids starving? Really? At that moment, the bespectacled man beside Jin Juanfu couldn't hold back any longer. He spoke up with a cold sneer. Sister Wang's mask of modesty was torn away, and her face darkened. Finally, she said nothing and walked toward Old E. That's right. That's how it should be. We're all just trying to feed our families. Why should Jin Juanfu get to eat meat while we can't even get a taste of the broth? Sister Wang, you're absolutely right. Old E saw Sister Wang coming over to his side. He instantly burst into excited shouts. Amidst his shouts, another figure slowly approached Old E. Old Lu, you're a real ingrate. Watching this figure, Manhwa, standing beside Jin Juanfu, shouted angrily. Brother Jin, I'm sorry. Sister Wang is right. Times have changed and we want to make more money too. I'm sorry. Old Lu ignored Lanhua's curses. Sighing, he addressed Jin Juanfu, whose face was dark with anger, then turned and walked toward Old E. As Old Lu walked away, betrayal is betrayal. All that high-minded talk. Lanhua watched Old Lu's retreating figure and couldn't help but curse loudly. Old Lu heard Lanhua's words. His footsteps faltered slightly. In the end, he resolutely walked toward Old E. Right. That's the way to go. I don't know if this is betrayal, but the money is definitely right. Old E watched as Old Lu approached, shouting excitedly once more. Lanhua watched as Old Yi's eyes filled with rage. Thud, thud, thud. But then, after Old Lu left, everyone present began moving toward Laoi like dominoes falling one after another. And faster and faster. More and more. You're ungrateful. This is betrayal. Lanhua watched as over 100 people walked toward Old Yi one by one. She grew frantic. She cursed loudly. But the crowd didn't pause. Instead, they walked faster and faster. Finally, only 3 people remained behind. These 3 happened to be people Kim Junbok didn't pay much attention to normally. They exchanged a glance. Silently, they approached behind Jin Juanfu. Not a word was spoken. Great. Absolutely fantastic. Ha ha ha. Kim Junbok, see this? This is what public sentiment looks like. A new era has dawned. Don't even think about continuing to ride roughshod over everyone and exploit them. Ha ha ha. Oldie looked at the 100 or so people who had come over to his side. His face broke into a wide grin. This outcome. He himself hadn't anticipated it. He never imagined it could go so smoothly, causing everyone to betray Jin Juanfu in one fell swoop. Leaving Jin Juanfu with only 4 people. This was simply incredible. You've done well. Rest assured. I won't shortchange you. But Kim Junbok paid no attention to Old E and the others. Instead, he turned his head. He looked at Orchid and the 3 men who had stayed behind. He spoke earnestly. Brother Jin. We follow you not for your favors. We were all on the brink of starvation when you saved us. You gave us food to eat. You let us live to this day, and live quite comfortably. I, Sun Tianwu, am a man of my word. For even a drop of kindness I repay with a spring. I said it back then this life, I'm with you. We share blessings together, and we face misfortune together. I will never betray you. Among the three men, one of them drew a deep breath and solemnly addressed Jin Juanfu. Yeah. That's right, Brother Jin. Brother Jin. We've all pledged our loyalty to you. As long as you give us enough to eat, we'll never betray you for the rest of our lives. Brother Jin. We will never betray you. The other two men in Orchid also solemnly addressed Jin Juanfu. Good. Very good. Rest assured, I won't let you down. Jin Juanfu observed the four men's pledges. A flicker of emotion stirred in his eyes. At this moment, those who could refuse personal gain and continue to follow him. Such loyalty left no room for doubt. He addressed them solemnly. After speaking, he turned his head back. His eyes flashed with anger as he looked at the 100 or so men under Old E. You lot are quite something. You've made it clear to me that some people just can't be tamed. Thank you for teaching me such an important lesson. Jin Juanfu gritted his teeth as he spoke. Then, he took a deep breath. Pointing toward the gate on one side. Since you've all made your choices, get the hell out. Jin Juanfu's cold, piercing gaze swept over the group. He dismissed them outright. The group hesitated for a moment. They began following Old E toward the exit. But some, seeing Jin Juanfu's fury, couldn't help but speak up again. Brother Jin, if you're willing to increase the split, we get lost. The man tried to plead his case. But the next moment, a furious roar made him shiver in fear. He hurriedly followed the others out of the factory building. Ingrates. A bunch of ingrates. Manhwa watched the departing crowd. She couldn't help but grit her teeth. Then she turned to Jin Juanfu with concern. Brother Jin, what should we do? Jin Juanfu remained silent. He stood there silently for a moment. He finally turned to look at Glasses. Is there a way? Kim Jun Bak asked, gazing at Glasses. Fine, Chen Xiao. Glasses pondered for a moment before pushing his spectacles up with a resigned sigh. Don't forget Chen Xiao warned you before to watch out for Lu Yanwang's crew. You. Glasses wanted to say something more. But seeing the flash of guilt in Jin Juanfu's eyes, he stopped himself. He shook his head. This happened so suddenly, I didn't know what to do at the time. Chen Xiao had anticipated these people might cause trouble. He probably guessed all of this. If that's the case, he should already have a solution. Let's contact Chen Xiao. Glasses said helplessly. Alright. I'll call him right now. I'll ask him how things are going in Beijing too. Jin Juanfu exhaled a long breath upon hearing this. Then, he let everyone out of the warehouse. 126, the solution. Didn't you say they weren't worth worrying about? What? Now you realize the trouble? Beijing. Chen Xiao answered the phone at the hotel front desk. Listening to Jin Juanfu's explanation on the other end, he couldn't help but chuckle and tease. How could I have known? Those pig-headed bastards actually grew some brains. They're not going head-to-head with me anymore, they're playing mind games. I was caught off guard too. On the other end of the line, Jin Juanfu's resigned voice drifted through. Chen Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Never underestimate any opponent. That's the most crucial mindset in war. You still haven't grasped the current situation. Hearing Jin Juanfu like this, he relaxed a bit. He was worried that Jin Juanfu might get provoked by this group and lose his composure. That would be a huge loss. War? What kind of war is this? It's just a bunch of old rivals screwing us over. Jin Juanfu couldn't help but chuckle at Chen Xiao's words. He felt the description was a bit exaggerated. See? That's exactly your problem. You're taking this way too lightly. Now, this really is war. A business war. Chen Xiao chuckled as he spoke. Business war? Jin Juanfu froze. He couldn't wrap his head around it for a while. A middleman like him competing with other middlemen for business, could that really be called a business war? It might be a bit crude, but it's definitely a business war. Chen Xiao chuckled as he spoke. The goal of a business war is simply to seize greater profits. This guy you mentioned, Lu Yama, he's using underhanded tactics to steal all your vendors away. First, it allows his influence to expand rapidly. He can surpass you in no time. He'll become the biggest middleman in the county. Naturally, his profits will skyrocket compared to before. Isn't that all about self-interest? Second, it's cutting off your lifeline. I've told you before, these vendors are the backbone of your sales network. Stripping you of your vendors all at once, losing them, is like losing your very claws and fangs. From then on, you won't be able to do anything. Naturally, you won't stand a chance against him either. You could say that Lu Yanyang's tactics not only propel his own rapid expansion but also eliminate you, his greatest rival. Tell me, isn't this war? Isn't this a business war? Chen Xiao stepped aside, clearing the passageway for someone trying to exit. Only then did he speak. Hearing it like that, it really is a business war. Who would have thought Jin Juanfu, could pull off something this sophisticated? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but marvel. He hadn't paid much attention before. But now that Chen Xiao put it that way, it actually sounded kind of interesting. This is nothing. There'll be plenty more business battles like this in the future. You'll have plenty to play with. Chen Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at Jin Juanfu's words. Speaking of which, Chen Xiao, I'm a commander without troops now. Lu Yanwang has become the biggest middleman now. Choosing to go to Lu Yanyang now is actually your best option. Just then, Jin Juanfu spoke to Chen Xiao again, his voice carrying an inexplicable edge. His tone carried a hint of unease. Clearly, this was his greatest fear at the moment. He feared Chen Xiao would no longer want to hang out with him now that he'd lost those street vendors and his foundation. Then he would truly regret it madly. Just one time he didn't listen to Chen Xiao, and now he was completely on his own. If Chen Xiao got angry and stopped hanging out with him, then he'd truly have no hope of making a comeback. Still testing me? Do you really think I'm just some money-grubbing opportunist? Chen Xiao heard Jin Juanfu's words. He rolled his eyes and couldn't help but retort. I'm just worried. This is all my fault. You warned me, but I didn't pay attention to that group of people, leading to this outcome. If you're so angry you won't take me along, I'd regret it forever. Jin Juanfu didn't beat around the bush. He addressed Chen Xiao directly. Alright. What's the big deal? What's there to regret? Just treat it like last time. Use this chance to properly screen your people. Find the ones you can truly trust. That's far more important than those who've left. Chen Xiao shook his head. But even now, only 4 people remain. We have 300 shops, and the New Year shopping season is just around the corner. You said we should seize this chance to build our shop's reputation all at once. But with only 4 people left, there's not much we can do. If we haven't found enough staff by the time the shop renovations are finished, we might not even be able to open on time. Jin Juanfu spoke with a hint of anxiety. Chen Xiao had already shared the plans for these shops with him. In just 5 or 6 days, the 300 shops would be fully renovated. After the renovations, there would only be 3 days left before the new year. Therefore, they absolutely had to stock all the goods at once during the 3 days before the new year. Capitalizing on the holiday shopping rush, we'll make sure all 300 shops are etched into the memory of every person in the entire county. Overnight sensation. But now, all the vendors have left. 300 shops stand empty, no one's selling anything. Even their business licenses are now useless. How can they sell goods? How can we become an overnight sensation? Don't worry. The solution is simple. And I've already given it to you. It's all about whether you're willing. Chen Xiao listened to Jin Juanfu's words without a trace of urgency, responding directly. Ha? You gave me the solution already? When? Jin Juanfu froze in surprise. He couldn't help but ask. The day you asked me to mentor you, I gave it to you then. Chen Xiao smiled mysteriously. That day? You didn't say anything to me that day. How did you give it to me? Jin Juanfu remained utterly bewildered. Seeing Jin Juanfu completely lost, he looked utterly helpless. He could only say, I told you that day to affiliate your sales network under Xiaogang Village's collective enterprise. That way, our sales network business with these 300 shops could be officially registered and become legitimate. As long as we affiliate this business under Xiaogang Village's collective enterprise, we could use one business license for all 300 shops. Plus, we could hire workers without restrictions. Then we won't have to share the 10% profit with the store staff either. We'll only need to pay them wages. With that set up, why wouldn't we be able to hire as many people as we want? Worried about not having enough people? Chen Xiao said with a smile. Exactly. Up until now, Jin Juanfu's business hadn't been affiliated with Xiaogang Village's collective enterprise. Jin Juanfu had always been worried. If he were to affiliate his business with Xiaogang Village, what if the villagers of Xiaogang harbored ill intentions toward his business? He would truly be powerless to resist. He trusts Chen Xiao. But he didn't trust Xiaogang Village. It wasn't that Xiaogang Village had done anything to make him distrust them. It was simply a matter of distrusting everyone. 127. Disregard? Is there really no other way? Kim Junbok frowned. After a moment's hesitation, he said. Yes. The next moment, Chen Xiao's voice came through the phone again. What solution? Jin Juanfu froze, then quickly pressed. The model stays the same. But one person gets one business license and opens 8 shops. Hire one employee for each shop. For all 8 shops, this person takes a 10% cut of the profits, and they also cover the employee's wages. You and I will stick to the original profit-sharing arrangement. This way, it doesn't really count as capitalism. But this raises 2 issues. 300 shops will require at least 40 people. Meaning you'll need 40 subordinates. And that carries significant risk. If your subordinates cause trouble, then your worries won't just be about the business license. Chen Xiao spoke slowly. In this era, there were strict restrictions on hiring employees as an individual business owner. Employing fewer than 8 people was considered normal business operations. But if you exceed 8, it's exploitation. If someone reported you, you'd be arrested and sentenced. This method is brilliant. What could possibly go wrong? Jin Juanfu's eyes lit up instantly, and he couldn't help but exclaim. This method means one of your employees manages 8 shops. The daily profits they handle. At least 7 or 8,000. With such huge profits, they only get a 10% cut. How could they possibly be satisfied? What if they get shady and cook the books? What then? Chen Xiao confronted Jin Juanfu directly. Surely not. Didn't we use the same method before when each person managed one shop? Didn't they have to worry about falsifying accounts back then? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but interject. Of course not. Because back then, each shop kept separate accounts. Many transactions were clear as day. But now it's different. One person managing 8 shops means the accounts are all mixed up. Even the slightest manipulation here can yield substantial kickbacks. Plus, they can cover for each other in the books. You'd never be able to trace it. Chen Xiao shook his head. There were too many tricks and loopholes involved. He'd seen his share of such schemes before his transmigration. He certainly didn't want his money embezzled. It can't be that bad. Jin Juanfu said, sounding reluctant. That depends on you. Do you trust your own men? Chen Xiao countered directly. Jin Juanfu wanted to say he believed. But he couldn't bring himself to say it. If it were before the incident with old E happened, he would have patted his chest and declared his brother would never deceive him. But now, he was afraid. But what else could he do? At this thought, he sighed and spoke again. Actually, there is. But upon hearing Jin Juanfu's words, Chen Xiao spoke up again. There's more? Jin Juanfu froze. He couldn't help but ask. Of course there is. This isn't some impossible problem, there are plenty of solutions. Chen Xiao rolled his eyes. Jin Juanfu froze again. What kind of brain do you have? I wouldn't have a single solution if I were in this situation. And here you are, spouting one solution after another. Are all college students this brilliant? Jin Juanfu was genuinely startled by Chen Xiao's mind. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Why was a problem that gave him and his men headaches became problems Chen Xiao could solve with ease? And what's more, he had so many solutions. Enough. Stop sucking up to me. It's useless. From now on, take my advice to heart, that'll be more useful than anything else. Chen Xiao sighed in exasperation. Alright. Just tell me the method already. I'm waiting for my lifeline here. Jin Juanfu relaxed upon hearing Chen Xiao's words and asked. The problem you're facing now boils down to one thing: you don't have people who can handle the business license and run the shop. Then let's tackle it at the root. Just find 300 more people. Keep following the same approach as before. Chen Xiao stated bluntly. But the problem is, where do we find these people? We simply can't find that many right now. Jin Juanfu replied helplessly. You're forgetting our Xiaogang Village has over 500 people. Even if we exclude the elderly and children, there are still over 200, nearly 300 young people left. Just have each of them get a business license and work in the shop, right? Chen Xiao rolled her eyes. Xiangang Village? Right. I totally forgot your Xiaogang Village has quite a few people too. What if, wait. Chen Xiao, you didn't plan this all along, did you? You knew my stall would get snatched up, so you had Xiaogang Village folks lined up to take over, right? Suddenly, Jin Juanfu seemed to realize something. He turned to Chen Xiao with a look of suspicion. In truth, this question carried another implication. Namely, could it be that Chen Xiao had planned from the very beginning to have the people of Xiaogang Village undermine him? Exactly. In a way, Chen Xiao had placed Xiaogang Village people in 300 shops. This effectively sidelined him completely. Chen Xiao and the Xiaogang Village people were in cahoots. If Chen Xiao secretly instructed them to cook the books and pocket his share of the profits, he'd never be able to trace it back. Jin Juanfu, now suspicious of everything, couldn't help but question Chen Xiao's motives. Jin Juanfu, have you lost your mind? Chen Xiao was speechless upon hearing Jin Juanfu's words. He then stated directly, don't forget you're the core of our entire sales network. You're the central supplier. Your street vendors are leaving because others can supply them just as well. So they have no qualms about leaving. Naturally, they'll jump ship. But I need you as my supplier. We're in this together. You handle county-wide supply, I put up the money to open shops across the county. Only by working together do we form a complete sales network. What good would it do me to undermine you? Chen Xiao rolled his eyes. Jin Juanfu just wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, nor did he have a clear grasp of his own position. So that's how it is. Jin Juanfu finally got it. Exactly. He was still useful after all. Besides, do you really think I'd want the young folks from Xiaogang Village running this shop? Chen Xiao rolled her eyes again. Ha? You don't want them to run the shop? Why not? Selling these things is a great business for us. Jin Juanfu couldn't help but interject. It is a good business. But I have other plans for them. Even if we let them open shops now, it's just about getting them a business license. They won't be doing the work themselves. Each of them will hire someone to be a salesperson. You hire these people, just deduct their wages from that share of the profits. I have other plans for them personally. Chen Xiao sighed helplessly. 128. Watch him build lofty towers, watch him entertain guests, watch him. Oh, so that's how it is. Jin Juanfu pursed his lips, finally letting out a sigh of relief. What he feared most was Chen Xiao secretly plotting against him. If those shopkeepers were truly all from Xiaogang Village, he wouldn't feel at ease. After all, if Chen Xiao and the villagers of Xiaogang teamed up, he'd be played for a fool without even realizing it. Now, the Xiaogang Village folks would only provide the business licenses. He would then hire employees individually to work in each shop. This way, although the profits go to Xiaogang Village's youth, the workers remain his own people. He wasn't afraid of Chen Xiao or the people of Xiaogang Village harming him. That would be absolutely no problem. Alright. That's settled then. I'll head to Xiaogang Village shortly and call you again from there. Tell your people in the village. Jin Juanfu agreed immediately. Alright. Anything else? If not, I'll hang up now. My wife and I are heading to the Great Wall today. Chen Xiao spoke up again. Wait. Jin Juanfu quickly interrupted Chen Xiao again. Hesitating slightly, he asked, but what about those who defected to Luyama? They betrayed me. Are we just going to do nothing? And what about Lu Yuan's men? Are we not going to fight back? Jin Juanfu said, sounding somewhat reluctant. Don't worry. You needn't lift a finger about this matter. Just focus on the task at hand. They'll bring trouble upon themselves. Chen Xiao replied with confidence. What? They'll mess up on their own? What do you mean? Jin Juanfu asked, looking somewhat bewildered. Didn't you notice anything unusual about this situation? Chen Xiao didn't answer, but instead asked a question himself. Unusual? What's unusual? Jin Juanfu looked utterly bewildered. The sense of familiarity. Chen Xiao sighed helplessly. Didn't you notice how similar this method is to what happened in Huangyu Village before? Based on what you know about Lu Yuang and his crew, do you really think they could come up with something like this? Chen Xiao asked helplessly. No. Wait. Jin Juanfu responded blankly, then snapped to attention. Chen Xiao, are you saying someone's feeding Lu Yuang and his crew ideas? Jin Juanfu blurted out. Exactly. And I can say with certainty it must be someone from Huangyu Village. Chen Xiao declared with absolute certainty. Why? Jin Juanfu asked, looking somewhat bewildered. Don't forget, Lu Yanyan's whole crew has already gotten business licenses. They copied our method exactly. They've completely laundered their operations. Do you think anyone besides Wen Zhaishan who knows that getting a business license can legitimize operations like yours would figure this out? Or could this Lu Yanhuang have come up with this scheme himself? Chen Xiao confronted Jin Juanfu directly. Well, you're right. Jin Juanfu pondered for a moment. He finally caught on. The fact that they had obtained business licenses and laundered their operations, allowing them to conduct business openly and legitimately. If anyone felt the deepest impact from this, it was undoubtedly Moon Jae-san. After all, he'd been burned twice over business licenses. First, when his attempt to report Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu failed, he ended up complaining to Secretary Fang. Then, he reported those street vendors linked to Kim Junbok. In the end, he had to foot the bill for Jin Juanfu's 30,000 yuan fine. That amount of money was enough to make Wen Zhaishan weep with heartache. Therefore, when it came to using a business license to whitewash a middleman like Jin Juanfu, was something Wen Zhaishan understood all too well. Now, Wen Zhaishan was simply applying the same tactics to Lu Yuang. So now you understand who's advising Lu Yuang and his crew, right? Chen Xiao finally spoke up again. It must be Wen Zhaishan, no doubt. Jin Juanfu declared with certainty. Then, unable to contain himself, he pressed further, but if Wen Zhaishan is the one advising them, is it really okay for us to just sit here and do nothing? Jin Juanfu frowned again, unable to hold back the question. He remembered well. Although Wen Zhaishan had suffered repeated defeats at Chen Zhao's hands. But he was definitely no ordinary opponent. At the very least, Wen Zhaishan could exchange a few blows with Chen Xiao. If it were him, the fight would be over before it even began. Therefore, he remained highly vigilant toward Wen Zhaishan. Don't worry. It's absolutely fine. Moon Jae-san might still have some sense. But he shouldn't be playing this kind of business war with us. Business warfare isn't something he can handle. In the marketplace, it's not as simple as exploiting one weakness to strike at the heart of your opponent. He did strike at the weak spot that street vendors form the backbone of our sales network. But his tactics are far too crude. Just sit back and watch. It won't be long before his side starts running into problems. Chen Xiao shook his head, offering only a faint smile. In business warfare, trying to outmaneuver your opponents is perfectly acceptable. But the purpose of undermining rivals is to strengthen oneself, to gain greater profits. The actions of figures like Lu Yenyang have stripped Jin Juanfu of all his foundational assets in one fell swoop. It can be said that they instantly expanded their sales network to become the largest in the entire county. However, turning these people into genuine assets was no simple task. To put it simply, even if Jin Juanfu could supply goods for so many people, figures like Lu Yama might not be able to keep up. The scale difference was stark. How could Lu Yenwang make up the difference? The likely outcome for most of these people is that they'll have no goods to sell. They won't make any money either. Secondly, he doesn't believe Lu Yuwang's crew would actually be willing to give these people a 20% cut. Poverty breeds cunning, while wealth fosters conscience. Their businesses were already inferior to Jin Juanfu's, and they earned far less than him. Compared to Jin Juanfu, they were the poor ones. When it came to making money, they'd take advantage wherever they could. They not only took advantage of buyers, but also routinely took advantage of their own people. In fact, they're far harsher on their own people than on outsiders. So, expecting this group to give these small vendors more profit-sharing benefits than Kim Junbok? That's pure fantasy. It's simply impossible. Thus, while Lu Yenwang and his crew appear victorious, but in reality, they've set themselves on fire. The only path awaiting them is to burn themselves to ashes. That's what Chen Xiao said. Watch him build his tower, watch him entertain his guests, watch his tower collapse. Neither Jin Juanfu nor Chen Xiao need lift a finger. Fine. Since you put it that way, I won't say more. I'll head to Xiaogang Village right now. I'll call you from there around 6 or 7 in the evening. Make sure you come back early. Hearing Chen Xiao say this, his heart settled considerably. He reminded Chen Xiao. Alright. 129, what? That's it? Brother Lu. I've brought all of Jin Juanfu's men. 276 men in total. Less than 10 men remain with Jin Juanfu himself. Even counting his original crew, Jin Juanfu's got less than 40 men now. His direct subordinates are more numerous than those street vendors. Ha ha ha. Jin Juanfu was nothing but a commander without troops now. Oldie arrived at Lu Yenwang's warehouse on the outskirts of the county town with his group. He reported to Lu Yuwang, who stood before him with an equally excited look on his face. Excellent. Absolutely brilliant. Oldie, you've done a splendid job. Lu Yuwang listened to Lao Yi's report, surveying the 200 men before him. His eyes flashed with sharp brilliance. With these men, he could practically say he had directly replaced Jin Juanfu, becoming the uncrowned king of middlemen in the county. As for Jin Juanfu, had become yesterday's news. With these people on his side, what great undertaking could he possibly fail at? King of Hell Lu. Oldie made it clear. We're following you promised us a 20% cut. You're not lying to us, are you? Just then, from within the crowd, Old Lu's eyes flickered as he addressed Lu Yuwang. King Yama paused, a flicker of light flashing in his eyes. He looked at Old Lu, narrowing his eyes slightly before saying, rest assured. I said 20% of the profits. And that's exactly what you'll get. Why would I deceive you? I'm not some exploitative landlord like Jin Juanfu. When there's money to be made, we should all share in the profits. Right? Lu Yenyang declared to the crowd with righteous indignation. Phew. That's a relief. Hearing King Lu speak thus, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Old Lu spoke up directly, well then, let's get the goods distributed. We'll set up our stalls right away. Old Lu addressed King Yama directly. Hold on. You've just arrived, and I haven't had a chance to learn about your circumstances yet. First, I need to understand which areas each of you will be responsible for. Register your addresses and family information. Once I finish that, I'll assign the goods to everyone. Upon hearing this, Lu Yenwang. He calmly waved his hand and said with a smile. What? Register our addresses and family information too? What are you trying to do? We never registered any of that information with Jin Juanfu either. Hearing King Lu's words, the crowd instantly grew uneasy, erupting into murmurs of protest. Everyone, quiet down. Seeing the commotion erupt, Lu Yenwang instantly frowned. He then bellowed to silence the crowd. The crowd gradually quieted down. They turned their gaze back to King Lu. Everyone, this is our first meeting. Today is the very first time you've worked under my command. You know nothing about me. And I know nothing about you. Yet I'm entrusting you with selling my goods. To put it bluntly, if any of you take my goods and quietly slip away, with so many of you, I wouldn't be able to track you down. So, registering your family information is just to be safe. I hope you all understand. Lu Yenwang addressed the crowd. Though still dissatisfied, the crowd remained silent. Oldie observed their expressions, his eyes darting about before he spoke directly. Guys, think about it. Brother Lu is distributing goods to all of us, and each person's share is worth a lot of money. If Brother Lu gives you the goods and you run off, wouldn't he be taking a huge loss? Brother Lu is willing to share more with us. We can't possibly betray him, can we? Besides, it's just registering your personal information. It's not like we're asking you to do anything. What are you afraid of? Oldie stood before the crowd, his expression stern and righteous. Fine. We'll register. Brother Lu's right. If we want to earn more money, we should give him some security, shouldn't we? Old Lu pondered for a long time. Finally, gritting his teeth, he stepped forward to begin registering his information. Then, Sister Wang gritted her teeth and stepped forward to register her information. One by one, everyone began registering their information. That's the spirit. Alright. Once you've registered, everyone can head over to the side to pick up your goods. Just sell it all within 3 days. Seeing everyone comply, King Yama. He beamed and pointed to the goods covered by tarps in the corner of the warehouse. The crowd glanced over. Everyone eagerly began registering their information. Moments later. One by one, they finished registering and made their way to the cargo area. Alright, next up, distributing goods to everyone. King Yama, satisfied with the process, made his way to the cargo area. He pulled back the tarp in one swift motion. The goods beneath were revealed. There were various everyday goods commonly found in supply and marketing cooperatives. There were also pickled vegetables and other staples commonly found in rural areas. And there were grains, oils, vinegars, and other staples. The goods appeared quite diverse. Everything imaginable. However, why is there so little? And it seems like there's nothing new. Old Lu and the others frowned, a thought flashing through their minds. Looking at the goods piled high along the factory edge, they couldn't help but frown. These goods certainly looked substantial. But consider this. They now numbered nearly 300. Dividing this small amount among 300 people would be pitifully little. Their earnings were directly tied to the quantity of goods sold. The more goods sold, the more they earn. But this meager supply simply won't be enough to sell. Old Lu and the others felt a sense of foreboding. Yet none of them spoke up, waiting quietly instead. Perhaps Lord Lu had other goods in store. Alright, now come forward one by one with your carrying poles to collect your goods. Seeing everyone stunned by the sheer volume of goods, Lu Yanwang. He couldn't help but let out a smug smile. He then led them to the goods. He began directing people to collect their shares. Old Lu and his group were at the front of the line. After loading their goods, they frowned upon seeing that even the bottom layer of their own carrying poles wasn't fully covered. He said nothing, continuing to wait nearby. Moments later. Once everyone had finished loading their baskets, Lu Yama turned around with a triumphant air and addressed the group. Alright, everyone. Go about your business. Come back in 3 days to pay and pick up your next batch of goods. Lu Yenguang addressed the crowd directly. What? That's it? Old Lu's eyes widened instantly at Lu Yuang's words, unable to contain his surprise. Everyone else turned to stare at Lu Yama in unison. That's right. I've distributed all my goods. From now on, you'll handle selling them yourselves. Anything else? Lu Yenhuang frowned. 130, humiliation? But this shipment is far too small. It's not even a tenth of what Jin Juanfu gave us. This amount? I could sell it all this morning, let alone in 3 days. Brother Lu, you can't be joking with us. Old Lu said to Lu Yama with some urgency. This measly amount of goods. Who's supposed to sell this? It's not even a tenth of what Jin Juanfu gave us. How much could we possibly make? Even if Lord Lu gave them a 20% cut, it still wouldn't be as much as Jin Juanfu's 10% share. What kind of profit is this? Yeah. Brother Lu. This is a joke. This measly amount of goods won't even fill my crate. How much profit could we possibly make? Brother Lu, you can't be serious. Oldie looked at the goods in his crate and grew impatient. He couldn't help but snap at Lu Yenwang. Ha? Lu Yenwang froze upon hearing the Asian man's words. He hadn't expected this. The goods he'd acquired by spending his entire fortune wasn't even enough to cover what these people were selling in one go. A sudden wave of panic washed over Lu Yenyang. He suddenly realized. Recruiting these 300 men to his side seemed like he was growing stronger. But it seemed like he didn't have the capacity to supply enough goods. Looking at the crowd before him, their expressions growing increasingly hostile. He dared to say. If he dared to say he could only supply this much, these people would tear him apart. After a moment's thought, his eyes darted about as he called out, Everyone! Everyone! Don't get so worked up. Lu Yenwang addressed the crowd. Then, with a nervous chuckle, he added, Folks, this is our first deal together. If we want to make big money, it's got to be a process, right? I can't possibly give you everything I own on our very first deal, can I? So, just sell this small batch for now. Once we've worked out our partnership and gotten things running smoothly, I can confidently supply you with large quantities and you'll all make big money. That's good for all of us, isn't it? Lu Yanwang forced himself to speak to the crowd. Hearing this, the crowd finally calmed down a bit. But old Lu couldn't help but interject, but that's still too little. Even if we sell all of this, how much money would we each get? Probably not even 2 yuan, right? What good is that amount of money? Old Lu continued to grumble discontentedly. Everyone, hang in there. Just hang on for this period. Once this period passes, we'll be able to supply everyone freely. The good days are still ahead. As long as we get through this tough time, better days are guaranteed. Lu Yama spoke again, trying to placate the crowd. Fine. Hope you keep your word. Old Lu listened to Lu Yinyang's words. He pursed his lips. He decided to trust Lu Yinguang after all. After all, they had already betrayed Kim Junbok. What choice did they have? They had no choice. Of course. Lu Yanwang pounded his chest in assurance. Brothers, let's go, time to get to work. Old Lu gave Lu Yuang a meaningful look. Then he hoisted his double-barreled burden and headed outside. The others, each carrying their own load, followed suit. Old Yi's eyes flickered as he watched the departing figures, then glanced at Lu Yenyang, who was struggling to hold himself together. His eyes flickered, but he followed them out after all. Phew! Only then did King Yama exhale a long breath of relief. His expression darkened instantly. Damn it! It's only 300 people. How could they possibly need so much merchandise? Do you even think you can sell that much? Damn it! Lu Yanwang couldn't help but curse under his breath. Today, he'd finally seen the gap between himself and Jin Juanfu. The goods he'd prepared with all his might weren't even enough for Jin Juanfu's street vendors to sell in a single day. This was nothing short of utter humiliation. Brother! What should we do? The small vendors were unaware of Lu Yuang's true capabilities. But one of Lu Yenyang's henchmen standing nearby knew all too well. He knew. The goods supplied today were clearly the absolute limit of what Lord Lu could muster. There was simply no way to produce more. If they couldn't produce more goods, it meant this group would inevitably turn back to Jin Juanfu. Their dream of dominating the entire county town would be shattered forever. Lu Yenyang's men couldn't help but ask him. Let's go. Find that old bastard. That old bastard came up with this plan. He has to figure something out. Lu Yenyang gritted his teeth. With that, he hurried toward the warehouse exit. Old man, didn't you say this would let me replace Jin Juanfu and become the biggest middleman in the entire county? What about now? All these new people suddenly show up, how am I supposed to supply them all? Ha! Lu Yama and his crew made their way to Huangyu Village that very day. He found Wen Zishan at the village committee office. He demanded an explanation. Stop yelling here. Get to the point. Wen Zishan was listening to a report about the fish in the village ponds at the committee office. Suddenly, he saw Lu Yenyang and his men burst into the committee office. His expression darkened instantly. He stared blankly at Lu Yuang and said, "You old fool. You still dare to put on airs with me. If it weren't for you, how could I have suffered such humiliation? And now you still dare to." Lu Yanwang was clearly a hothead. He lunged forward, ready to teach Wen Zishan a lesson. In his view, everything that had happened to him today was caused by Wen Zishan. If Wen Zishan hadn't suggested snatching Jin Juanfu's people, how could he possibly face a shortage of supplies? He wouldn't have been publicly and privately humiliated by Kim Junbok like this. He had emptied his entire savings to supply these street vendors, yet his total shipments still fell short of what Kim Junbok delivered to them in a single trip. This humiliation was driving him mad with rage. Therefore, in his rage, he resolved to take action against Jin Juanfu. But unfortunately, just as he was about to act, a crowd of villagers swarmed in from inside and outside the village committee office. All eyes were fixed on him, watching him intently. He froze instantly. He glanced at the dozens of villagers surrounding the committee building. Then he glanced at the few henchmen he'd brought along. He kept his mouth shut. Can we talk properly now? When Zishan looked at Lu Yama, who dared not make another move, a flicker of contempt crossed his eyes. He spoke again. The anger in Lu Yuan's eyes remained undiminished. But glancing at the people around him, he maintained his composure and declared, "Today, I've already snatched all of Jin Juanfu's people. Moreover, we've already reached an agreement. But now there's a problem. Kim Junbok's street vendors number nearly 300. Add to that the 100 or so people under my own command. Where am I supposed to get enough goods for them to sell? Besides, even if I had that much supply, I don't have the money to buy it all. What do you suggest we do?" Lu Yama demanded of Wen Zishan. Anger flashed in his eyes. 131, two of a kind. You two step outside. I need to talk to him alone. When Zishan heard Lu Yenyang's words, he understood what was happening. However, he didn't respond to Lu Yenyang's words. Instead, he addressed the villagers who had gathered around. "Secretary, what about them?" The squad leader, hearing Wen Zishan's words, glanced at the burly henchman behind Lu Yenyang. He couldn't help but ask. When Shaishan remained silent, his gaze shifting to Lu Yanwang. You may leave as well. Lu Yanwang waved his hand, signaling his men to leave first. The squad leader and others then slowly exited the village committee office. Only when Zhaishan and Lu Yanwang remained inside the village committee office. Lu Yanwang stared intently at Wen Zhaishan. He was waiting for Wen Zhaishan's explanation. So, you took all the people sent over by Kim Junbok for yourself? You didn't share any with the others? When Zhaishan closed the notebook in his hands and addressed Lu Yenyang. Of course. I was the one who found these people. Why should I share them with those three? Lu Yuang's tone faltered momentarily before he replied matter-of-factly. So you're suffering from insufficient supply now, isn't that just what you deserve? When Shaishan looked calmly at Lu Yuang. What do you mean? Lu Yanwang gritted his teeth. Don't you think about why I had the four of you team up against Jin Juanfu? It's because Jin Juanfu was powerful and loaded. None of you alone could stand up to him, right? Now you think you can swallow up all of Kim Junbok's vendors by yourself? You'd be crazy to think you could. That's like a snake trying to swallow an elephant, it'll burst the snake. When Zhaishan sneered at Lu Yenyang. But you said before that after this, I could replace Jin Juanfu and become the county's biggest middleman. I've already divided my men among them. How could I possibly become number one? Lu Yuan grew even angrier at Wen Zhaishan's words. He gritted his teeth and snapped at Wen Zhaishan. You can't eat a whole meal in one bite. It's true I promised you'd become the county's biggest middleman. But you can't expect to get fat overnight. When Zhaishan frowned. Since you initially teamed up with the other three to take down Jin Juanfu, you should give them their share just as you did before. And you get the lion's share. That way, while the others grow stronger too, you'll still be the most powerful. Aren't you the top in the county? When Zhaishan said in a low, lingering tone. But that still leaves a huge gap compared to Jin Juanfu. Lu Yama remained unconvinced. He couldn't help but interject. The gap between you two was already huge. Now the gap between you and him has narrowed considerably. And you've taken down Kim Junbok in one fell swoop. Next, as long as you keep doing business steadily, you'll eventually reach Jin Juanfu's level. What more could you possibly want? When Zhaishan watched Lu Yanwang's eagerness to devour everything at once, he sighed in exasperation. Fine. You're right. But what do we do now? I've already gathered everyone under my wing. I managed to gloss over today's shortage, but what about next time? The time after that? We can't just keep faking it every time. If this keeps up, these small vendors will eventually go back to Jin Juanfu. What are we going to do? Lu Yanwang fell silent for a moment. He accepted the situation. Then, with a hint of resignation, he said, What can we do? Of course, we'll call on your comrades in arms. Get those four to help. When Zhaishan stated directly. But they must know by now that I've intercepted the person. Will they still be willing to cooperate with me? Lu Yama couldn't help but ask. When Zhaishan was also at a loss for words. He thought Lu Yanwang was brainless, but never imagined he could be this brainless. He could only say, cooperation is out of the question. Thankfully, the scheme targeting Kim Junbok is already complete. Otherwise, you would have ruined everything. When Zhaishan shook his head helplessly. Then what do we do? Lu Yanwang frowned. Buy goods from them. When Zhaishan suggested. Buy their goods? What do you mean? Lu Yuan looked bewildered. It means paying them to buy the goods they have, then distributing them to these small vendors. The three of you have enough goods to supply all these vendors, right? When Zhaishan asked Lu Yuang. Well, it should be enough. But will those three actually sell their goods to me? Lu Yenyang voiced his concern again. So you need to offer a higher price. Go buy their goods. If they can make a profit, they'll naturally sell their goods directly to you. When Zhaishan stated with great certainty. That's actually a solution. Lu Yanwan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Then, he frowned again and said, But if I do that, won't my supply costs go up? Won't my profits shrink? Lu Yama frowned as he asked. What are you afraid of if the supply price is higher? Just raise the prices you charge those vendors. After all, as long as the vendors sell their goods, someone else will foot the bill in the end. How could your profits possibly decrease? When Zhaishan rolled his eyes. Hey! That's right. Now Kim Junbok has no one to use. All the county's street vendors have become our people. Now I'll buy their goods here too. Then their stalls will have nothing left to sell. That way, every single vendor in the county will be selling through me. Whatever price I set for the goods, won't that be entirely up to me? This way, not only will I not lose profits, but I'll make a huge profit. Lu Yanwang instantly perked up. His eyes gleamed as he declared. It's up to you. After all, I've already given you the method. When Zhaishan, upon hearing this, said no more. No. You can't just leave it up to me. I'll go collect goods from the others today. I'll distribute it to the street vendors tomorrow. You have to come with me tomorrow. If anything goes wrong, you'll have to help me fix it. Lu Yama declared to Wen Zhaishan. No way. This is your own business. I've already done you a huge favor by coming up with a solution. Wen Zhaishan naturally refused to agree. Earlier, King Yama had looked ready to lay hands on him. He remembered it all too clearly. If he went to the county seat now. If anything goes wrong, who knows what Lu Yanwang might do to me? Wen Zhaishan, you'd better think this through. We're all in this together now. We agreed earlier that we'd keep buying your fish and eggs. If you refuse to go, I'll have to seriously reconsider this whole thing. Upon hearing Wen Zhaishan's refusal, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. He addressed Wen Zhaishan. You intend to go back on your word? This is breaking your promise. Wen Zhaishan instantly flared up at King Lu's words. He couldn't help but stand up and retort. 132, are better days ahead? What had he been doing all this time? Wasn't it all for future sales channels for fish and eggs? She never imagined Lu Yanwang would bring up this settled matter. Just do what you think is best. Help me out, and we can talk about anything in the future. If you don't help me, there'll be nothing to discuss later. Lu Yuan, however, seemed utterly unconcerned. Are you threatening me? Wen Zhaishan narrowed his eyes. Anyway, my partnership with the other three has already fallen apart. They definitely won't trust you either. Forget about selling your eggs and fish to them. I'm your only option now. You decide what to do. Lu Yanwang, however, merely sneered coldly at Wen Zhaishan. He couldn't care less. Wen Zhaishan stared at Lu Yuan's utterly shameless demeanor. His rage reached its peak. But in the end, he could only say, send a car tomorrow to take me to the county seat. When Zhaishan sat back down, his teeth clenched. Lu Yanwang laughed upon hearing Wen Zhaishan's words. He retorted without hesitation. Nice try. Take a cab yourself. Old Lu, sold out already? In a small alleyway of the county town. Sister Wang and Old Lu were idly chatting here. But both wore worried expressions. Sold out ages ago. Frankly, this measly amount wouldn't even cover what my regulars take for themselves. Old Lu lit a cigarette. He sat on a crate, frowning as he spoke. Same here. This is way too little. I took it to my usual spots today. Regular customers came to buy, but I barely sold to a few before running out. So many regulars couldn't get any. They're all angry and cursing. I had to apologize to each and every one of them. Sister Wang sat on her basket, frowning as she spoke. Her face bore an expression of helplessness. Then, looking at Old Lu, whose face was full of distress, she asked. Old Lu, how much did you make today? Aunt Wang couldn't help but ask. Only 50-something yuan in total. The profit was less than 10 yuan. If we split the profit at 20%, I'd get $2 at most. And that's just what I can make over the next 3 days. 2 yuan? That's less than what I used to make in half a day at Jin Juanfu's place. It's not even enough for my child's daily medical expenses. When Old Lu heard Sister Wang ask this, his brow furrowed even deeper as he couldn't help but complain. Same here. After selling all my goods, I barely made $2 myself. To put it bluntly, it's not even enough to feed my 3 kids for 2 days. What's the point of this work? Sister Wang gritted her teeth, speaking with resignation. The complaints ended. The alley fell silent for a moment. In truth, both their complaints carried a hint of regret. But neither wanted to voice it nor face it. They knew full well. They had just betrayed Kim Jun Bak. They couldn't very well turn around and go back to beg him for forgiveness, could they? Regardless of whether Kim Jun Bak would forgive them, they themselves couldn't bring themselves to do it. So, they could only wait in silence. In the alley, only the occasional wisp of smoke drifted from Old Lu's cigarette. Until a moment later. Sister Wang seemed to recall something. She couldn't help but ask. Old Lu, do you think King Lu only supplies us with this little bit of stuff because he can't afford to supply all of us? Sister Wang couldn't help but ask. Her question caught Old Lu off guard. A flicker of alarm crossed his eyes. He set down his cigarette and swallowed hard. That shouldn't be the case. This Lu Yama is Jin Juanfu's sworn enemy. They've been at each other's throats for years. He can't possibly be unable to supply the goods, right? Old Lu said uncertainly. He hadn't really considered this possibility before. Now, after Sister Wang brought it up, he actually started to doubt it. But if Lu Yanhuan can actually supply the goods, why is he giving us so little? Surely he's not really worried we'll steal it? We're in this line of work to build a lasting livelihood. Who would be foolish enough to risk their entire future livelihood for such a meager amount? Aunt Wang couldn't help but interject again. That's true. Old Lu's frown deepened. Yeah. In their line of work, reputation and trust were paramount. If not for that, how could Jin Juanfu have trusted them with such responsibility? Wait. Jin Juanfu? That's right. Old Lu suddenly seemed to remember something and spoke up. Old Lu, what's on your mind? Sister Wang asked. Old Lu looked at Sister Wang, his frown easing. Probably because they're worried about this. Don't forget, we betrayed Jin Juanfu to side with Lord Lu. Though for King Lu, our defection is certainly a boon. But the fact remains we betrayed Jin Juanfu. That's hardly a credible move. So naturally, it damages our credibility. It's only natural he's wary of us. Old Lu sighed in relief as he addressed Sister Wang. Ha! So that's how it is. In that case, it really could happen. When it comes to betraying Jin Juanfu, we were the ones who acted shady in the end. It's only natural that people would suspect us. But we were just trying to make a living. Jin Juanfu should understand. As for Lord Lu, as long as we stick with this long enough, I'm sure he'll recognize our reliability. Then, if we can secure a steady supply, plus that 20% profit margin, we'll make at least $20 a day. That's $600 a month. We'll be rolling in money. A smile spread across Sister Wang's face. She said to old Lu. That's right. It won't be as profitable as when we set our own prices a few days ago, but it's a solid long-term business. Old Lu smiled and said. Who says otherwise? Too bad. If only we'd gotten a business license a few days ago. With a business license, we wouldn't have been forced to stop that business model, and we certainly wouldn't have had to switch to that 1/10 profit split with Jin Juanfu. We could have easily made over 1,000 these past few days. Sister Wang spoke with a hint of daydreaming on her face. Forget it. It's all in the past. Let's not bring it up again. Old Lu shook his head. He sighed. Alright, since the goods are sold out, I'll head back first. I've got nothing to do for the next couple days, so I might as well go take care of my little guy. Old Lu said, getting up to head home. Sister Wang also stood up and said, alright. I'll head back too. My 3 little rascals are driving me crazy too. Auntie Wang said with a laugh. As she spoke, she picked up her carrying pole and basket and walked toward the alley entrance with old Lu. Just as they were about to part ways. Suddenly, a burly man on a bicycle pulled up beside them and said, Old Lu, Sister Wang. Brother Lu said to keep going to the warehouse tomorrow morning to get more goods. Keep selling. The man finished speaking and pedaled away on his bicycle. Sister Wang and old Lu exchanged a glance. A sharp gleam flashed in both their eyes. Old Lu couldn't help but chuckle. Looks like I was right, Lu Yama's supply chain is still solid. Our good days are coming. 133, 1,000 a day? Sir, rest assured. Just send Dashin and the others with Jin Juanfu. Would I ever harm Dashin and the others? Didn't you ask me earlier to find them away? This might not be the main thing, but it'll let them earn some extra cash. What's wrong with that? Chen Xiao listened to Secretary Chan's cautious questioning over the phone. He gave a helpless chuckle. But Jin Juanfu isn't exactly a good guy. I hear he's involved in shady dealings. What if Dashin and the others get bullied in the county? Secretary Chan remained deeply concerned. He turned to ask Chen Xiao. Uncle, you can rest assured. If Jin Juanfu wasn't a gangster, I wouldn't even want to work with him. I'm working with him precisely because he's a street thug with men under him. Our interests are now completely intertwined. As long as he wants to make money, he has to protect us. So when Dashin and the others go to the county, not only will they not be bullied by Jin Juanfu, he'll actually protect them like the palm of his hand. Chen Xiao explained to the old man while glancing at the hospital bill. Oh, I see. That works then. Since you've thought it through, I'll take your word for it. Tomorrow I'll send Dashin and the others to the county seat. We'll get that business license you mentioned. Secretary Chen pursed his lips and agreed. Alright. Old man, you can rest assured. I've already told Jin Juanfu exactly what to do. I'd never harm anyone from our village. Once this deal goes through, even if Dashin and the others never lift a finger again, the monthly income will be more than enough to keep them clothed and fed for the rest of their lives. Even if they have more children, it will still be enough for them. So you can rest easy. Chen Xiao said with a cheerful smile. What? Xiao, didn't Jin Juanfu say each shop only gives Dashin and the others a 10% cut? Could the money really be that much? But as Secretary Chen listened to Chen Xiao's words, his eyes widened in surprise, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Of course. The over 300 shops we've set up cover the entire county's business. At least half of the county's population will shop at our stores from now on. Just think, with so many people shopping, how much profit do you think we'll make? Chen Xiao continued to explain. That's an enormous amount of money. Secretary Chen looked bewildered. He wasn't familiar with the county's financial situation. Ugh. Chen Xiao rolled his eyes helplessly before speaking. Based on my estimates, a single shop's daily profit is at least 800 to 1200 yuan. Which means Dashin and the others are making close to 100 yuan a day. That's 3,000 yuan a month. You tell me, what do you think? Chen Xiao ran a quick calculation. But before he could finish speaking, a startled cry erupted from across the room. What? 3,000 yuan? Xiao, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Secretary Chen exclaimed in shock. He couldn't help but be stunned. Honestly, that income was terrifying. This was 1,982 Factory workers barely made a few dozen yuan a month. Chen Xiao blurted out a monthly income of 3,000 yuan. Are you kidding me? Sir, you really have no idea about people's purchasing power these days. Chen Xiao couldn't help but shake his head as he listened to Secretary Chen's words. Over the past decade or so, strict planned economy was enforced. This led to a problem. People had money and ration tickets, but couldn't buy goods. So, people had to fight to get their hands on things. Therefore, most of the time, people would rush to the supply and marketing cooperative or department store early to grab goods. But, every day, the majority still couldn't get their hands on the goods. This also leads to that demand remains extremely high. Yet the supply of goods was strictly rationed. Unable to purchase goods, people can only save their money in ration coupons. They have substantial savings but can't buy anything. Now, once Chen Xiao's 300 shops are established, as long as the supply is sufficient, it can be said that people will engage in a wave of revenge spending. Under these circumstances, Chen Xiao's claim of 1,000 yuan daily profit? That's an understatement. Just you wait and see, old man. In 2 days, these shops will open. That's when everyone will be stocking up on New Year's goods. Just wait until then. When we tally up a day's earnings, you'll see I'm telling the truth. But for now, have Dashin and the others follow Jin Juanfu to get the business license processed immediately. Don't delay the shop opening. I plan to head back home with my wife on opening day. Don't worry about it. Chen Xiao spoke up again. Alright. I'll take care of it right now. By the way, how's your treatment going for your mute wife back in Beijing? Secretary Chen felt a little relieved upon hearing Chen Xiao's words. Then he turned to ask Chen Xiao again. Sigh. We've been to every hospital in Beijing these past few days, but none can treat it. But one doctor here mentioned that this condition can be treated abroad. Looks like we'll have to go abroad to cure this muteness. Chen Xiao sighed and shook his head. What? Going abroad? How serious is it? Secretary Chen was startled by Chen Xiao's words and couldn't help but ask. Actually, it's not that serious. It's just that this illness has dragged on for far too long, over a decade. So it's a bit difficult to treat. Domestic treatment is possible, but the risks are too high. That's why going abroad for treatment is safer. Chen Xiao shook his head, speaking with resignation. As she spoke, she tossed the final hospital appointment slip into the nearby trash can. This was the final medical report from the last hospital in Beijing. Yet it delivered the same verdict. It could be treated. But the risks were enormous. Chen Xiao couldn't bear to subject his wife to such high risks. Therefore, he had no choice but to abandon the idea for now. Then what are you planning to do? Go abroad again? Secretary Chen asked, his voice tinged with unease. In this era, for farmers like Secretary Chen, forget about going abroad. Even traveling to another county was a major undertaking. Leaving the province was considered a life-changing experience. And now, not only had Chen Xiao left the province, but he'd gone all the way to the capital thousands of kilometers away. Now he was talking about going abroad. The thought made him feel dizzy. He'd only been to the city center once in his entire life. He'd never seen what other cities looked like, let alone what the capital was like. So, when Chen Xiao mentioned that the capital wasn't enough and they had to go abroad, he felt a bit uneasy. We'll definitely go. But not right now. Wait until I finish paving the village roads, get the chicken farming business and the county sales network up and running. Then I'll completely crush Huangyu Village. Then we'll figure out a way to get my wife medical treatment abroad. Chen Xiao sighed helplessly. He was currently saddled with over 7 million yuan in loans. Even if he wanted to leave, the state wouldn't let him. 134, Jin Juanfu is hiring? Fine. Just keep it in mind. Alright, I won't bother you anymore. I'll go tell Dashin and the others about the county trip. Don't cause trouble in the capital. If you can hold back, hold back. That place isn't like ours. No one's got your back there. Also, don't hold back, eat and drink your fill, don't skimp. Come back soon. Got it? Secretary Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Chen Xiao wouldn't be leaving just yet. He visibly relaxed. He gave Chen Xiao his final instructions. Yes, sir. You can rest assured. I've got it covered. Chen Xiao nodded upon hearing this, replying with a smile. A warm feeling washed over him. Alright, I'll hang up now. Secretary Chen smiled too, then hung up. Phew. After hanging up, Secretary Chen sat where he was, took a dry drag on his cigarette, and couldn't help but marvel again. 3,000 yuan a month. That's staggering. Dashin and the others are truly blessed. Secretary Chen said, then stood up and walked toward the exit. Looks like it's time for me to head back too. The shop is about to open. And the matter with those street vendors over at Jin Juanfu's place should be settled once and for all. From now on, there can only be one sales network in the county. I must hold the ultimate authority. After Chen Xiao hung up the phone, he glanced at the crumpled paper he'd just tossed into the trash can. He muttered to himself. Then he turned to look at his mute wife, who had been waiting patiently nearby. A smile spread across his face as he walked toward her. Wife. I finished my call. Dashin. Did you all understand what I just said? Xiaogang Village. Secretary Chen gathered all the young people in the village, both married and unmarried, at the village committee office. Puffing on his pipe, he explained Chen Xiao's arrangements to Dashin and the others. Sir, we all understand. It's just. After listening, Dashin hesitated, as if wanting to say something more. What is it? Secretary Chen prompted when he heard Dashin's hesitation. Well, Xiao wants us to get a business license and open a shop. But we've never run a shop before, let alone sold anything. Can we really do it? Dashin couldn't help but ask. Don't worry. Xiao said you just need to get the business license. Once that's done, Jin Juanfu will hire dedicated staff to handle the sales. You won't have to sell anything yourselves. All you'll need to do is wait for your cut each day. 10% of the profits. Of course, we'll deduct each of your store's employee wages from that. Consider it free money for you. Secretary Chen smacked his lips as he explained to the group. That's good. Dashin let out a long sigh of relief. He wasn't the type to be smooth-talking or persuasive. So sales work was never his thing. If he really had to work as a salesperson, he was genuinely worried he might mess up Chen Xiao's plans. Secretary, is it really okay for us to do this, as Xiao asked? It's not illegal, is it? I sure don't want to get arrested. Just then, a gaunt young man in the crowd asked anxiously. Everyone around turned to look at Secretary Chen. Their eyes, too, flickered with unease. After all, Chen Xiao had just been released. They feared he might follow Chen Xiao's old path. Don't worry. Could Xiao possibly harm you? Xiao told me that the business license you're getting is the document that lets you operate legally. With this business license, you can operate openly and earn money. You won't have to worry about anyone arresting you. Secretary Chen shot the gaunt young man a stern look as he explained. That's good. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. As long as we don't break the law, we have nothing to fear. Old Secretary, I'd like to ask, if we get this business license and take a 10% cut of the profits each month, how much could we actually earn? Someone couldn't help but ask again. I don't know the exact amount. But you'll definitely make 500 or 600 yuan a month. After deducting the wages for the hired help, which is 60 yuan a month, we'll still have at least 500 yuan left. Secretary Chen didn't dare to make bold claims like Chen Xiao. He remained conservative in his estimates. What? 500 yuan? Holy moly! That's more than working a regular job pays. Yeah. And we don't even have to lift a finger to earn it. That's crazy. Old Secretary, are you serious? We really don't have to lift a finger to earn this much? In an instant, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. They stared at Secretary Chen in disbelief, some unable to resist asking again for confirmation. I'm certain. Xiao told me this himself. Don't you trust his word? Secretary Chen looked at them all, smiling as he spoke. Holy moly! If Xiao said it, then it must be true. Xiao is a college student. He used to raise fish in Huangyu Village and made a fortune doing it. If he says he can make that much, then he can make that much. Upon hearing this, nodded in agreement, murmuring to themselves. After all, Chen Xiao's credentials are solid. His track record was verifiable. Therefore, they placed great trust in Chen Xiao's ability to generate income. Alright. Since you're all on board, follow Jin Juanfu outside to the county office later. This business is a joint venture between our village and Jin Juanfu. Just follow his instructions to get your business licenses. Secretary Chen observed the crowd, all visibly excited beyond control. He knew no further explanation was needed. He cut straight to the point. Yes. Did you hear? Jin Juanfu posted job openings outside all those shops yesterday. Each shop is hiring 2 people, paying 30 bucks per worker. The next morning, old Lu and sister Wang were heading toward Lu Yanwang's warehouse. They chatted as they walked. Of course I saw them. Jin Juanfu suddenly opened so many shops across the county, how could we not notice? But Jin Juanfu sure is stingy. Making all that money, yet only paying 30 bucks in wages. With today's prices, what can you possibly do with 30 yuan? Sister Wang chimed in enthusiastically upon hearing old Lu's words. Who wouldn't agree? Good thing we left early. Otherwise, our future pay might have ended up just like that. Old Lu chuckled as he listened to Sister Wang. What do you mean? Sister Wang couldn't help but ask, puzzled. Think about it, when we set our own prices for goods before, didn't we make plenty of money? Old Lu explained. Of course. Those few days, I made more than my entire monthly income. Sister Wang nodded in agreement. So Jin Juanfu got jealous. Under the guise of opening a store, he slashed our profits down to just 10%. But greed knows no bounds. Now he's screwing us over for even more money. I dare say. If we agree to this, just wait a while. Once he sees us making money, he'll find another excuse to take the 10% profit away from us too. Let's become his workers. The kind who only get 30 bucks a month. Old Lu declared with conviction. 135.80 cents? Now that you mention it, it might actually happen. Jin Juanfu really is greedy. He's always exploited us. We worked ourselves to the bone just to earn a few bucks a day. Finally, we can set our own prices and sell our goods. We've earned a little money and can live a better life. But he's jealous of our earnings and insists on forcing us to take only 10% profit. That Jin Juanfu was a real piece of work. He's just bullying us. Sister Wang heard old Lu's speculation. She thought it was plausible. She couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger and curse. Thank goodness we sided with King Lu. Otherwise, we'd still be suffering under Jin Juanfu. And Lord Lu's side gives us a 20% profit share. Though it's not as good as setting our own prices before. But starting today, King Lu is opening up the supply. As long as the supply holds up, with that 20% cut, I can make at least $100 a day. That's not much less than what we made setting our own prices before. In just a few months, we'll all be making 10,000 yuan a year. Old Lu said with a cheerful smile. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Yeah. 10,000 yuan households. Let's go. Hurry up. The sooner we get there, the sooner we can get the goods and start making money. Sister Wang listened to old Lu's words. Her whole body stirred with excitement. Without another word, she strode purposefully toward Lu Yanwang's warehouse. Hey! Wait for me. Old Lu watched Sister Wang suddenly burst into excitement. He called out helplessly and hurried after her. By the time old Lu and Sister Wang reached Lu Yanwang's warehouse, the other vendors had also arrived. They were all chatting away. Just yesterday I was wondering if Lu Yanwang could even supply all of us. Who knew he'd turn around and tell me to come pick up more goods today? That guy's got some serious capital. You can say that again. After all, he's someone who's gone head to head with Jin Juanfu for years. If he didn't have that kind of clout, it'd be a joke. I crunched the numbers on yesterday's goods. I barely made $2. Hope today's supply holds up. The vendors chatted among themselves. Old Lu and Sister Wang also found a corner to continue their conversation. Squeak. They hadn't been talking long. The warehouse doors slid open. Several trucks loaded with goods drove in. The crowd quickly made way. As the vehicles came to a halt, Lu Yama and Wen Zhaishan stepped down from the trucks. He surveyed the crowd and remarked, "It seems everyone has arrived." Lu Yuang then approached a wooden crate in the warehouse and asked the crowd, "Boss, everyone's here." A subordinate in charge of registration glanced at the markings in his notebook and reported to Lu Yenyang. "All right. Good to have everyone here." Lu Yanwang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yesterday's supply shortage had genuinely made him worry someone might abscond with his goods. He then addressed the group. "I know yesterday's supply wasn't enough for everyone. I know you're all unhappy about it. So, to make it up to you all, although the next delivery was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, I'm making an exception and supplying you all again today. After all, you're all here working for me. I can't let you come out short, can I?" A smile spread across Lu Yama's face as he addressed the group. "Great. I knew Brother Lu wouldn't shortchange us. Yeah. I was worried we wouldn't have enough stock to sell. Now it's all good, no more worries. Brother Lu, hurry up and release the goods. I can't wait to start selling. There won't be a shortage today, right?" Once they confirmed the goods in the truck were indeed for them, everyone grew excited. One by one, they shouted to Brother Lu. "We were right after all." Old Lu and Sister Wang exchanged a glance. Their eyes brimmed with excitement. They stared at King Lu with palpable excitement. "Hold on." Lu Yanwang listened to the crowd's words, his smile growing even broader. Then, he raised his hand, halting everyone. Everyone froze instantly, all eyes fixed on Lu Yenyang. "Rest assured, everyone, there will be no shortage of goods today. I, Lu Yuang, stand by my word. You all chose to follow me, Lu Yenyang, even at the cost of betraying Jin Juanfu. How could I let you all lose out under my leadership? I guarantee you'll learn more here than you ever did working for Jin Juanfu." Lu Yuang bellowed once more to the crowd. "All right. Wonderful. King Yama is a good man. That's right. King Lu is indeed much more generous than Jin Juanfu." The crowd instantly burst into flattery once more. The excitement on their faces grew even more intense. Until a moment later. Seeing everyone was already beyond excited, he spoke up. "All right, everyone. I know you're all eager to get your share and make money. I won't keep you waiting any longer. Starting now, pay for yesterday's goods. I'll distribute yesterday's profits to you. After the money is distributed, come to me to collect your goods. Let's get started." With that, Lu Yanwang leaped down from the wooden crate. He headed toward the trucks. One by one, the small vendors eagerly swarmed toward Lu Yenyang's subordinates who had handled yesterday's registration. "Me first. Me first. Here's yesterday's sales revenue. Count it." Old Lu was the first to rush over to King Lu's subordinate. Without a word, he pulled out the money from yesterday's sales. He excitedly addressed Lu Yuang's subordinate. "What's with all the pushing? What's with all the pushing? Everyone step back. Line up properly. No one who doesn't line up properly will get paid. But Lu Yama's henchmen weren't exactly welcoming to these people. With a look of utter disgust, he shouted at the crowd. You! Seeing the arrogance in Lu Yanyang's henchman's demeanor, the group's warm enthusiasm instantly cooled like water poured over a hot stove. Their expressions darkened instantly. They had never been treated this way when they were with Jin Zhu and Fu. Anger flashed in their eyes. Some wanted to speak up. But seeing Lu Yuan, who was chatting with an old man on the other side, paying them no mind whatsoever. And then they remembered they were about to split the money and collect their goods to earn even more. They ultimately kept their mouths shut. They obediently fell into line. There you go. All that commotion, what a disgrace. Truly, dog meat doesn't belong on the banquet table. Lu Yama's henchmen saw everyone had lined up. He then ambled over to the table and sat down. The group of street vendors heard this and gritted their teeth in anger. But they still said nothing. They waited silently for their share of the money. All right. First one. Lu Yama's henchman, seeing the crowd's silent fury, finally smirked with satisfaction. He waved his hand and declared, "Here. Yesterday's profits from selling goods." Old Lu stepped forward, feeling wronged. He placed the money on the table and said, "State your name. Don't you have one? If you don't tell me your name, how am I supposed to know how much goods you picked up yesterday? And how much you should hand over? How am I supposed to know if you've embezzled brother Lu's money?" Lu Yama's henchman frowned again at the cash laid flat on the table, his voice thick with impatience. "Lu Zitian." Old Lu gritted his teeth and spat out his name. The rage in his eyes was almost tangible. "There you go. Lu Zitian, you took 60 yuan worth of goods yesterday. At selling price, that's worth 70 yuan. After deducting costs. Your final share, 8 jiao. Take it." The underling counted out 8 jiao and handed it to Old Lu. But Old Lu froze upon hearing Lu Yama's subordinate's words. He blurted out anxiously, "You must have miscalculated. 10 yuan profit, we split it 50-50, that should be 2 yuan. How did it become 80 cents? A flicker of unease stirred in Old Lu's heart. 136, the calculation. Exactly. Old Lu made 10 yuan profit selling goods yesterday. 20% of that should be 2 yuan. How did it become 80 cents? The people waiting in line behind him all turned to look at him in an instant. Frowning, they demanded answers from Lu Yama's henchmen. What's all this commotion? What's all this commotion? But Lu Yama's subordinate slammed his notebook. He abruptly stood up and bellowed. Shut up. You'd better explain clearly where that 12% profit went. Otherwise, we're not pushovers either. Old Lu's eyes were now bloodshot with fury. To fight over these 2 percentage points of profit. He had betrayed Jin Juanfu and accepted the possibility of insufficient supplies from Lu Yama. Now, when it came time to split the profits, it had become an 80% cut. Who could possibly accept that? What are you shouting about? Don't we have costs for purchasing goods? Don't we have costs for transporting them? We drive from village to village collecting goods. Isn't gas money a cost? And bribing the county government, isn't that a cost? And we can't work for free, can we? Take away the money you're giving us. After deducting all these costs, your profit from yesterday's sales was only 4 yuan. A 20% profit margin is 8 jiao. What's the problem? Lu Yanwang's henchmen weren't intimidated either. He shouted directly at the crowd. But that wasn't actually how it was calculated. These expenses had already been factored into the cost of goods. Now, Lu Yuan was just making excuses because he couldn't bear to pay out those extra pennies. It was essentially double counting these costs and at inflated prices, no less. On the surface, they appear as costs, but in reality, they all end up in Lu Yuan's own pocket. It appears he's sharing 20% of the profits with this group. But in reality, it might not even amount to 1/5%. Bull. Lu and his crew weren't fools. Hearing this man's words, their eyes turned bloodshot with rage. They gritted their teeth and retorted. When we worked for Jin Juanfu, all these costs were covered by Jin Juanfu himself. Since when did we have to shoulder these costs? If we were covering these costs, why would we even bother coming to see King Yama? Old Lu roared, his eyes bloodshot. Back when they were doing business with Jin Juanfu, Jin Juanfu shouldered these costs himself. He never passed them on to them. They never imagined that Lu the King of Hell would actually pass these costs on to them. As a result, they appeared to earn a 20% profit margin with King Lu. But in reality, they weren't even making a 10% profit. This was worse than working for Jin Juanfu. You said it yourself. You've now pledged your allegiance to Brother Lu. This isn't Jin Juanfu's territory. Do it if you want. Leave if you don't. Lu Yama's henchman listened to Old Lu's call, then stiffened his neck in disdain. You. Fine. Old Lu was furious. He never imagined. He had betrayed Jin Juanfu to join Lu Yuan. All for the sake of following Lu Yuan to make more money. Now look at this mess. Not only is King Lu stingy with supplies, now there's even trouble splitting the profits. Not only was it worse than working for Jin Juanfu, it wasn't even worth a fraction of what he'd earned with Jin Juanfu. Thinking about this, old Lu, furious, shouted at Lu Yama not far away. Lu Yama, is this what you want? Old Lu shouted directly at Lu Yenyang. Swish. The people behind old Lu instantly turned their heads to look at Lu Yenyang. What's going on? King Yama naturally heard what was happening over here. In truth, this entire scheme had been orchestrated by him and Wen Jiashan. The goal was to reduce the money distributed to these people. But he hadn't expected old Lu and his crew would be so sensitive. Lu, the king of hell. Oldie told us before that if we worked for you, you'd give us a 20% cut of the profits. That's correct, isn't it? Old Lu forced himself to stay calm. Absolutely. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered as he spoke. Then what's your deal now? We won't even mention the short delivery yesterday. But now? Our 2/10 profit, how come we're not even getting 1/10? Aren't you just trying to cheat us? Old Lu confronted Lu Yanwang without mincing words. Old Lu, you've got the wrong idea. How have I deceived you all? Lu Yenyang quickly waved his hands in denial upon hearing this. You say you didn't deceive us? But I clearly made a 10 yuan profit selling goods yesterday. With a 20% profit margin, shouldn't I get 2 yuan? And now, you're giving me only 80 cents? Lord Lu, isn't this exactly what you call cheating? Old Lu angrily confronted King Yama. Old Lu, you're being unreasonable. The cost of the goods is indeed that price, but surely other expenses can't be ignored? To get the goods, I had my guys driving day and night to collect shipments from all over. Food and fuel costs, can't we count those as expenses? The guys working for me need to get paid, right? Fuel for the trucks costs money, doesn't it? Not to mention, some state-owned farms and factories demand kickbacks just to get us the goods. Can't we count all this as part of the cost? Add it all up, and you'll still make 80 cents per unit, no problem. Lu Yanwang, however, blatantly lied through his teeth. Lu Yawang, don't bull me. All these costs were covered by Jin Juanfu himself back when he was in charge. It's precisely because he covered these costs that he got the lion's share of the profits. But now you want us to shoulder these costs? Why the hell should we? Old Lu, however, wasn't the least bit intimidated. He fired back immediately. Exactly. Jin Juanfu always handled these costs himself. When did he ever ask us to cover them? Exactly. If we cover these costs, what gives you the right to take the lion's share? Exactly. If you don't want to shoulder any costs, why should you get 80% of the profits? That's just not fair. The crowd behind old Lu joined in, shouting at Lu Yanwang. You! All of you! Hearing old Lu and the others gushing about how wonderful Jin Juanfu was, he was so furious his nose wasn't a nose, his eyes weren't eyes. If Jin Juanfu was so great, then why did you betray him? You bunch of traitors, and you have the nerve to accuse me of being unprincipled? Lu Yuan gritted his teeth in fury. Oh no! When Jiashan, who had followed along, heard Lu Yanyan lose his mind again. 2 words flashed through his mind. It's because you let old Ghost E deceive us. If old Ghost E hadn't tricked us into believing you'd give us a 20% cut, how could we have betrayed Jin Juanfu? Old Lu heard Lu Yanhan's words. He was furious too. He couldn't help but retort. His eyes blazed with fury. Now they finally understood. They'd been set up. From the very beginning, King Lu never intended to give them a 20% cut. He'd merely used that pretext to trick them into betraying Jin Juanfu. 137, from now on, it would be Lu Yuan's world. Then you can go back to Jin Juanfu. I never stopped you. Lu Yanwan listened to Lao Lu and the others. He tore off the mask of civility and sneered. You! Old Lu was furious. They had already betrayed Jin Juanfu, and now Jin Juanfu was even hiring people. How could Jin Juanfu possibly take them back? Not to mention, they didn't have the nerve to go back to Jin Juanfu. It could be said, because of their greed and betrayal, they'd now driven themselves onto a sinking ship. They couldn't even think of getting off. King Lu. Old Ghost E. How do you do? Very good. Old Lu's bloodshot eyes fixed on the cowering old E and the sneering king of hell staring back at him. His voice seemed to be squeezed out through gritted teeth. Then, he tore off the pretense outright. Lord Lu, since you dare scheme against us like this. Fine. Even if we can't return to Jin Juanfu, we won't work for you anymore. I refuse to believe that in this entire county, there isn't a single place where we brothers can earn our keep. Brothers, let's go. Old Lu wasted no words. He let out a loud shout, swept his hand across the table, grabbing the money he'd just handed over. He stuffed it into his pocket. He was about to lead everyone out when... Halt! As Lu Yanwang watched Lao Lu's movements, he grew frantic. He instantly leapt in front of old Lu, blocking his path. You want to leave? Fine. But you must return all of yesterday's payment before you can leave. Lu Yama gritted his teeth. This payment represented his entire livelihood. The goods he'd hauled in today were all on credit from others. He was counting on getting paid back. If old Lu and his crew took the money away, he'd be dead on the streets by tomorrow. Worse still, his entire business would collapse. Naturally, he couldn't let them leave. Impossible. This is compensation for deceiving us. What? You want to fight us? Old Lu retorted without a shred of politeness. Then, glancing at the dozen or so henchmen accompanying Lu Yama, he sneered. As he spoke, nearly 300 street vendors stared wide-eyed at Lu Yenyang and his crew. Gulp. In an instant, Lu Yenyang and his dozen or so henchmen all took a step back in unison, swallowing hard as their eyes darted nervously. Oomph. Old Lu observed Lu Yenyang and his men's expressions. He gave a cold snort. He prepared to lead his men away. Hold on. Just as Lu Yenyang was nearly jumping up and down in frustration, a hoarse, aged voice rang out. Swish. Everyone instantly turned their heads. They saw Wen Zhaishan slowly approaching the group. Seeing Wen Zhaishan speak, Lu Yenyang breathed a slight sigh of relief. And who are you? What do you want? Old Lu stared at Wen Zhaishan and demanded. My name is Wen Zhaishan. I'm nobody special. But I can make you all earn more money. Wen Zhaishan listened to Lu Yenwan's hostile questioning. He spoke in a low, eerie tone. He glanced casually at Lu Yama, who was wiping sweat nearby. A flicker of contempt crossed his eyes. He'd always thought Lu Yuan was a fool, but never imagined he could be this stupid. What do you mean? Old Lu frowned. Gentlemen, your anger stems solely from the fact that your earnings fall short of your expectations. Correct? When Zhaishan addressed the crowd directly. Yeah. What's your brilliant solution? Old Lu asked warily. But why aren't you making enough? When Zhaishan asked the crowd directly. Old Lu answered without hesitation. Naturally, it's because Lu Yama cheated us. He skimmed our share. Wrong. When Zhaishan countered immediately. What do you mean? Old Lu instantly frowned, his eyes flashing with heightened suspicion. Everyone, I've seen clearly what happened between you all earlier. You all believe that all costs beyond the goods themselves should be borne by Lu Yama. But Lu Yenhuang insists these costs should be factored into the goods themselves. That's why this unfair distribution problem arose, right? When Zhaishan spoke calmly. Exactly. Old Lu nodded directly. So the problem here isn't with King Lu after all, he incurs costs when purchasing goods. That's a fact. When Zhaishan stated directly. Seeing Old Lu about to speak again, he raised his hand to interrupt him. He continued, but the problem with this matter also doesn't lie with you. After all, this issue has genuinely reduced your profits. That's also a fact. That's the real source of your conflict, right? When Zhaishan spoke again. You're right, but just muddling through won't solve anything. How do you propose to resolve it? Old Lu's frown eased slightly at Wen Zhaishan's words. But he still replied impatiently. At the root of this issue, he continued, is the fact that the profit margins on the goods are simply too low. That's why you're all making such meager profits, yet you're arguing over every penny of cost. If each of you could make $7 or $8 today, would you still be arguing over less than $1 in profit? When Zhaishan cut straight to the point. Ha! Lu Yenwan, listening nearby, instantly perked up. He recalled what Wen Zhaishan had said yesterday. Well, of course not. Old Lu hesitated for a moment before speaking. That's exactly right. When Zhaishan smiled broadly upon hearing Lu Yenwan's response. Actually, Lord Lu told me yesterday that starting today, everyone's selling prices will be doubled across the board. This way, your profits will naturally increase. They might even be several times higher than before. With profits up, even after deducting costs, won't you all earn more money? So, will you still need to worry about every penny of those costs? When Zhaishan beamed as he addressed the crowd. But how can that be? Our current prices are set uniformly with others. If we raise our prices, our customers will just go elsewhere. How would we possibly sell our goods then? Old Lu frowned upon hearing this. For these small vendors, aside from a few unique items only they carried. For everyday goods like rice, flour, oil, and vinegar, prices were largely standardized across all middlemen vendors. If they charged too much, customers would naturally choose other vendors. How could they possibly keep choosing them? Wasn't Wen Zhaishan just spouting nonsense? Don't worry. Yesterday, King Yama wasn't idle either. He accomplished something major. Today, you're the only one selling goods in the entire county. All the other small vendors are taking the day off. So your customers have no choice but to buy from you. Aren't you worried no one will buy from you? When Zhaishan said with a smile. 138, why not just go rob someone? Lu Yenwang had already bought up everyone else's goods on credit at inflated prices. Those vendors had limited daily supplies, and once they sold to Lu Yenyang, they naturally had nothing left to distribute to their own peddlers. As for Jin Juanfu, his shop hadn't even opened yet. Nor had he sold any goods. It could be said that only Lu Yuan's vendors were selling goods in the county. Therefore, pricing power lies with Lu Yanwang. I've calculated it with Lord Lu. Though this means the cost of goods for everyone will be a bit higher. But we can also set our selling prices higher. Overall, based on yesterday's volume, even after deducting transportation costs, each of you will still make over 4 yuan. Not to mention, we're giving you even more goods today. Do you still think it's too little? When Zhaishan smiled warmly as he looked around at the group. Old Lu fell silent. Behind him, Sister Wang couldn't help but step forward and say, Old Lu, this seems like it could be profitable. If we calculate it this way, we could make a decent profit every day. If future supplies match Jin Juanfu's volume, we could make at least 40 bucks a day. That's 40 yuan. 1,200 yuan a month. If we went to Jin Juanfu's shop and took a 10% cut, we probably wouldn't even make 120 yuan a month, right? Sure, we're covering the costs now, but overall, we're making way more money. Sister Wang said to Old Lu with gleaming eyes. Upon hearing this, made up his mind. His gaze shifted to Lu Yanwang. Is what he said true? Old Lu scrutinized Lu Yama. That's correct. This was decided yesterday, but before we could inform you today, the current situation arose. Starting today, you'll be the only street vendors in the county town. Not only will your sales territory expand, but we can also charge higher prices for our goods. Consequently, profits will be significantly higher. While achieving this will require significant investment on our part, the returns will be even greater. Lu Yuang didn't make any more foolish mistakes at this point. He addressed the crowd. His eyes flickered constantly. Old Lu's expression shifted between anger and doubt. After a long moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine. We'll trust you one more time. But if you deceive us again, don't blame us for showing no mercy. Old Lu threatened Lu Yama without mincing words. Rest assured. I've said it before, I won't shortchange any of you. I absolutely won't. Now, can you all make the payment? Seriously. I thought we'd have more goods to deliver today. It's barely more than yesterday. It's not even half of what Kim Jun Bok supplied. Seriously. A residential area on the eastern edge of the county town. Old Lu pedaled his bicycle, 2 baskets of goods loaded in the front basket. He pedaled along, muttering to himself. Inside the warehouse. After agreeing to Lu Yanwan's proposal, everyone obediently got to work. He had thought that Lu Yama would give them more goods today. But he never imagined. Though King Yama's supply was slightly larger than yesterday's, the increase was minimal. It still didn't even reach half of what Jin Juanfu supplied. This left him deeply dissatisfied. Nevertheless, upon seeing today's price list for the purchased goods, he managed to keep his cool. The quantity was secondary, the profit was what truly mattered. So he headed straight to his usual spot with the goods, ready to sell. Click. He arrived at his usual spot. He had just parked his bicycle. An old man fanning himself with a palm leaf fan emerged from the residential area. As soon as he appeared, he called out loudly to Old Lu. Old Lu, give me a pound of vinegar. While speaking, he held a small, dark vinegar bottle in his other hand. He gestured toward Old Lu. All right. Old Wang, didn't you go fishing today? Old Lu looked at his longtime customer. A smile spread across his face as he greeted Old Wang, opening the 2 metal baskets hanging from the back of his bicycle. He pulled out a spouted water bottle. The jug contained vinegar. In this era, street vendors sold 2 kinds of goods. One type specialized in a single commodity, typically everyday necessities like clothing, food, housing, and transportation. The other type sold everything under the sun. Whatever made money, they sold. Old Lu was one of those who sold everything. Tea, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar are always in stock. Occasionally, he sells meat. In summer, he even sells ice pops. If he comes across any novel trinkets, he'll bring them to sell too. He doesn't have much of any one thing, but he's got a hodgepodge of everything. So, his customers are the most numerous and diverse. Old Wan was clearly one of them. He'd even bought a fishing rod from Old Lu before. This rod had originally been given to Jin Juanfu by a carpenter to settle a debt. Jin Juanfu found it interesting and asked to sell it. It eventually found its way to Old Wan, this seasoned angler. Hey! My grandson's back today, and the old lady at home is cooking up a feast for him. I'll get to sip some wine and play with the little guy, so I won't be heading out fishing today. Grandpa Wang chuckled as he listened to Old Lu's words. As he spoke, he handed Lu the vinegar bottle. Old Wan, you're living the good life. Not only is your family reunited, but you're all getting along harmoniously. That's wonderful. Old Lu took the bottle without hesitation. He immediately inserted the spout and began pouring vinegar into the bottle. In those days, people mostly bought loose vinegar. This bulk vinegar was usually brewed by local village vinegar makers. To later generations, it would be considered a product without certification, without quality assurance, and without production records. But back then, this vinegar was deeply trusted by everyone. What's so great about that? My old woman can't stand seeing me idle all day. As long as I'm home, she'll find something to pick a fight about. It's driving me crazy. If it weren't for my grandson being home today, I'd definitely be out fishing. Here, take the money. The two chatted as they worked. A bottle of vinegar was also filled. Grandpa Huang took the vinegar back, screwed the cap on tight. He pulled out 4 cents from his pocket and handed them over. Uncle Huang, the price of vinegar went up today. Old Lu instinctively reached to take the money. But upon seeing the money old Huang offered, he froze for a moment, then said sheepishly, "What? It's gone up? How much is it now?" Hearing Lu's words, old Huang paused, instinctively asking. While asking, he was already reaching for his wallet. "Well, it's 2 dimes. Old Lu said sheepishly. "What? 2 dimes? Grandpa Huang, who was about to continue reaching for his wallet, froze. He snapped his head up to stare at old Lu. "Lu, have you lost your mind?" Old Huang stared blankly at him, unable to hold back the question. "Do you know how much vinegar costs at the supply and marketing cooperative? 7 cents per pound. I only buy vinegar from you because it's cheaper. And now you're charging me what? 2 dimes? Why don't you just rob me?" The next moment, old Huang exploded. He unleashed a torrent of angry words at old Lu. 139, scammed again. "Well, Uncle Huang, I don't want to charge this much either, but our cost price is already over 17 cents. If we don't raise the price, we'll lose money." Old Lu put on a look like he was the one getting screwed. "Get lost. You're ripping people off. Think you can pull that scam on me? If vinegar prices go up, why doesn't the supply and marketing cooperative raise their prices? Think you can swindle this old man out of his money? Dream on. I'm not buying vinegar from you anymore. I can't afford it. I'll go find someone else. I'll be damned if every vinegar seller is as shady as you." Grandpa Huang pulled the cork out of the vinegar bottle again. He poured the freshly bought vinegar right back into old Lu's jug. "Hey, old Huang, I wasn't." Old Lu tried to explain as soon as he heard Wang Deyi speak. But old Huang waved him off, not listening to a single word. After pouring the vinegar, he walked off into the distance. "Uncle Huang, I swear I wasn't trying to rip you off. This is the price for vinegar all over the county today." Old Lu watched the receding figure of old Huang and couldn't help but call out loudly. But old Huang paid him no mind whatsoever. He strode purposefully toward another vendor in the distance. What a rough start. Old Lu stared at the full jar of vinegar. Then he glanced again at the receding figure of old Huang. A wave of unease washed over him once more. He wondered if this plan would work or not. A little while later, another familiar customer emerged from the residential area. Upon reaching the roadside, he too knew the drill. "Old Lu, weigh out 3 pounds of rice for me." "Auntie son, I have to tell you the price of rice has gone up today." "How much?" 1 yuan per pound. "What? It used to be only 15 cents per pound, and now you're telling me $1 per pound? Are you trying to rob me?" "Auntie son, it's because the wholesale price has gone up. Who are you trying to fool?" "Old Lu, I never knew you were such a sly fox. At that price, I might as well buy from the supply and marketing cooperative," Auntie Sun said. She stormed off angrily. Old Lu frowned as he watched Aunt Sun's receding figure. His uneasy premonition only grew stronger. Will this plan really work? Old Lu felt uneasy. Earlier, when Jaishan and Lu Yama had painted such rosy pictures, he hadn't thought much of it. But now, watching old Wang and old Sun drive away, he suddenly realized that things weren't as rosy as he'd imagined. He couldn't help but doubt the methods of Jaishan and Lu Yinyang. Would it really work? If it didn't, he'd be robbing Peter to pay Paul. He wouldn't have made any money, but he'd have alienated these loyal old customers instead. That would be a huge loss. Forget it, let's wait a bit longer. We've only just set up shop. Such a sudden price hike isn't something everyone can accept. Once they realize all the vendors in the county have raised their prices, they'll come around. That's when business will really take off. Old Lu thought to himself. He sat down by the roadside. He waited quietly. The rest of the morning passed. Old Lu stalled through quite a crowd, both regulars and strangers. The regulars, upon hearing the prices of his goods, were all scared away. As for the newcomers, upon hearing his quotes, they all frowned and complained about the price hikes before walking away. However, although many people came and went, not a single person made a purchase from start to finish. Old Lu grew increasingly uneasy. What's going on? Most people know prices have gone up across the county now, right? Why hasn't anyone bought anything yet? Old Lu couldn't help but mutter to himself. Still, he patiently waited. Until old Lu saw Grandpa Huang walking back, holding a bottle of vinegar. He abruptly stood up. A flicker of panic finally appeared in his eyes. What's going on? Where did old Huang buy that vinegar? Old Lu couldn't help but wonder. He couldn't help but walk over. Uncle Huang, where did you buy this vinegar? Old Lu couldn't help but ask. Oomph. You think I can't get vinegar without you, Peddler Lu? Let me tell you, this is vinegar from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. 70 cents per pound. Not like yours. 2 yuan? Ha! Old Huang snorted coldly with satisfaction. He then strode off toward his own home. Oh no! Old Lu heard Grandpa Wang's words. His expression changed instantly. That's right. He'd completely forgotten. There was still a supply and marketing cooperative in the county where you could buy all sorts of things. Though you needed all sorts of ration tickets. But supplies weren't that scarce in this era. So, people could still buy things from the supply and marketing cooperative. These street vendors weren't irreplaceable. Sure enough. Not long after. Auntie Sun also returned carrying a sack of rice. Seeing old Lu still waiting for customers by the roadside, she gave a cold snort. She walked straight into the apartment building. Damn it! Those Lu Yans have tricked me again. Old Lu couldn't sit still any longer. He abruptly stood up. After packing up his goods, he hopped on his bicycle and headed straight for Lu Yanwang's warehouse. Lu Yanwang, you promised. You said as long as we raised prices, we'd make enough money. And now? Not only have we alienated our regular customers, but now we can't sell a single thing. How are we supposed to make money? When old Lu returned to the warehouse. One by one, the vendors had also returned to the warehouse, just like him. Inside, the place was filled with loud, chaotic shouting. Old Lu hurried inside. He saw over 100 people had already gathered inside. Auntie Wang was at the front, leading the charge as she shouted at Lu Yama. You. Lu Yama was about to say something. But the next moment. Exactly. Lu Yawang, you've really put us in a bind. Lord Lu, what do you suggest we do now? Exactly. We agreed. At least make a few dozen bucks a day. What do we do now? One after another, people around him shouted in agreement at King Yama. You lot. Lu Yanyan was momentarily stunned. He didn't know what to do. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Wen Zhaishan, who remained as calm as ever. Wen Zhaishan, say something. King Yama demanded of Wen Zhaishan. Everyone. Please calm down. Seeing the silence growing unbearable, he stepped forward and addressed the crowd. I know you're all anxious right now, but this was all within my expectations. Everyone, please wait. Once everyone is back, I'll explain what to do. I will provide a perfect solution for everyone. When Zhaishan stepped before the crowd and addressed them, everyone watched Wen Zhaishan's solemn expression. They all held their breath. They waited in silence. That old codger's got some real skill. King Yama watched Wen Zhaishan, whose single sentence had stunned the crowd. His eyes flickered. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Then let's wait. I'll see what Wen Zhaishan and Lord Lu are scheming. Old Lu steeled himself, waiting. As time ticked by. Finally, the street vendors all returned. Seeing the moment was right, Wen Zhaishan rose to his feet. He stepped forward once more before the crowd. Swish! The crowd quickly gathered around him, awaiting Wen Zhaishan's words. 140, wait? I suppose everyone here is struggling because the goods are priced too high and won't sell, right? Wen Zhaishan looked at the crowd and spoke. Exactly. We set such high prices that even we wouldn't buy our own goods, let alone anyone else. A pound of rice for $1. How is that any different from robbery? How could anyone possibly buy our stuff? Exactly. I even fell out with my loyal regular customers over this. We're taking a huge hit this time. People shop here because it's convenient and cheaper. But now? Our prices are higher than the supply and marketing cooperative. Way higher. Everyone's going there instead. How are we supposed to sell our goods? As soon as Wen Zhaishan spoke, everyone started complaining. One by one, they voiced their problems. Wen Zhaishan didn't interrupt them. He just listened quietly. Until finally. Stop. Old Lu grew impatient and cut them off. He frowned and turned to Wen Zhaishan. You guys decided on the price hike. Now, forget about making big profits. Even at this price, we can't even sell the goods. What do you suggest we do? Old Lu completely ignored Lu Yanwang standing nearby. He fixed his gaze on Wen Zhaishan and pressed him. He could see it too. Lu Yanyang was nothing but a dumb pig. The one who truly holds the power to make decisions isn't Lu Yama, but this Wen Zhaishan. Therefore, he addressed Wen Zhaishan directly. My solution boils down to one word. Facing the crowd's fury, Wen Zhaishan remained utterly unfazed, calmly uttering a single syllable. Wait. Wait? Old Lu exploded at Wen Zhaishan's words. Wait? Wait until when? If we keep waiting, we'll alienate all our regular customers. They're all going to the supply cooperative to buy things now. Without income, we'll just be waiting to die. Is that what you want? Old Lu yelled at Wen Zhaishan. Calm down. Wen Zhaishan waved his hand leisurely. When I say wait, I don't mean wait until you alienate your customers. I mean wait until the supply cooperative can't deliver enough goods. Wen Zhaishan spoke slowly. What? Wait until the supply and marketing cooperative can't deliver? How is that possible? Old Lu scoffed at Wen Zhaishan's words. First off, I must say, while the small vendors' businesses were indeed targeted before, because they were engaging in profiteering, so they were constantly being chased and blocked. But we must also acknowledge, street vendors and markets at least handled half the county's goods supply. Without you street vendors and a few markets, the county supply and marketing cooperatives and department stores couldn't possibly meet the daily needs of the entire county's population. Without street vendors and markets, the people here might still be scrambling for goods every day like in the old days. You have to admit that, right? When Zhaishan spoke to the crowd with unwavering composure. Well, old Lu's eyes flickered. Having been a street vendor for years, he knew full well how vital their presence was to the county. The daily supplies from the supply and marketing cooperative were never enough. Whether it was everyday necessities or the hot items in demand on the market, demand consistently outstripped supply. It could be said that every supply and marketing cooperative in the county had large numbers of people unable to purchase goods each day. And there weren't many supply and marketing cooperatives in the county. This situation leaves a large portion of the county's population unable to purchase goods. Therefore, the vast majority of people had no choice but to shop at the department store. But the department store faced the same problem. Out of stock. In the end, at least half the county's residents still couldn't get basic necessities. Therefore, people had no choice but to turn to markets and roadside vendors. This barely met the entire county's demand for goods. It can be said that these small vendors and a few markets bear the brunt of meeting the consumption needs of nearly half the county's residents. When Zhaishan was not wrong. We admit it's true. But so what? Old Lu frowned and pressed on. So this is what we're waiting for. Wait until the supply and marketing cooperative can't deliver goods. Wait until the department store runs out of stock again. The people in the county will have no choice but to accept our goods. And they'll have no choice but to accept our prices. Then tell me, will our goods still not sell? Will you still not make money? When Zhaishan declared to the group with unwavering conviction. His eyes gleamed with determination. That's impossible. While the supply and marketing cooperative may not meet most people's consumption needs, it can still guarantee basic supplies. Not to mention villagers from surrounding areas come to sell scattered grains and vegetables. People won't lack rice, flour, or vegetables. They won't go hungry. As long as people aren't starving, even if they have to buy supplies daily with ration tickets at the supply and marketing cooperative, they'll never accept our exorbitant prices. You're jumping to conclusions. Old Lu immediately countered. The supply and marketing cooperative and department store were indeed always out of stock. But basic supplies were still guaranteed. Otherwise, half the county would starve to death. How could that be possible? No. You're wrong. When Zhaishan shook his head and countered, at any other time, they would never accept this. But don't forget, in just a few days, it will be the new year. When Zhaishan said meaningfully, what about the new year? Aunt Wang beside old Lu couldn't help but press the question. The surrounding crowd also turned their gaze toward Wen Zhaishan. The new year means stocking up on holiday goods. That's why, at this time, people in the county have the greatest demand for consumption. Old Lu's eyes flickered as he explained. During the new year, people simply can't accept eating only plain rice and noodles. That's why people need to stock up on New Year's goods in large quantities. Every year during the New Year season, that's when our sales are the strongest. Even the higher-ups don't bother us much then. But the supply and marketing cooperative can't handle such a huge volume of goods. So when people can't get supplies from the supply and marketing cooperative, they have no choice but to buy from us. Even if it's more expensive. Old Lu explained, his eyes darting around. Exactly. When Zhaishan gave old Lu a satisfied look. That's why the New Year period is the perfect time to raise prices. And once the county folks accept our higher prices now, then they'll accept them forever. Our premium goods won't go unsold in the future either. When Zhaishan declared confidently to the group. Only then did the others grasp the full extent of Wen Zhaishan's scheme. One by one, they fell silent. So now, all we need to do is wait. Wait until the supply cooperative can't keep up. Wait until the people in the county have no choice but to accept our high-priced goods. That's when we'll start making money. When Zhaishan declared with great confidence. Old Lu observed Wen Zhaishan's demeanor. He pursed his lips. Finally, he uttered a single word. All right. 141, what? Doubled again? What the hell? After King Lu took over those street vendors, he actually made them collectively raise their prices? To this extent? Have they lost their minds? The day before the shop was set to open, Chen Xiao finally returned from the capital with his mute wife. Listening to Jin Juanfu recount the events of the past few days, Chen Xiao was stunned. He never imagined that Lu Yenyang and his crew could pull off such a shady move. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Jin Juanfu looked at Chen Xiao's stunned expression and asked with some confusion. Did you guys notice something? Chen Xiao stared at Jin Juanfu with a peculiar expression. What's the problem? They just raised the price to win over old Lu and his crew and make more money, right? What's wrong with that? Oh. Well, there is a problem. This way, old Lu and his crew will earn even more money. They definitely won't go back. King Lu has truly won the hearts of old Lu and his crew. Raising prices was a clever move. Not only did it win their loyalty, but it also made more money. But it's a shame. For us, it's hardly good news. Jin Juanfu sighed helplessly. He had previously assumed that Lord Lu wouldn't treat old Lu and the others kindly. When the time came, old Lu and the others would surely return. But he never imagined King Lu had actually employed such a method. Not only would it rake in more money, but old Lu and his crew would also be rolling in cash. They'd surely become loyal to King Lu. They definitely won't be coming back. You figured that out? Chen Xiao listened to Jin Juanfu's words, his expression turning eerily strange as he stared at Jin Juanfu. What else could it be? Jin Juanfu replied blankly. What else? Of course, these people have all broken the law. Chen Xiao rolled his eyes. Broke the law? What law? Jin Juanfu asked, equally bewildered. Intentional market price manipulation. In other words, profiteering. Chen Xiao said with a slight smirk. What? But they have business licenses, right? How could they be breaking the law? Jin Juanfu was baffled. Speculation and profiteering aren't exempt from the law just because they have licenses. Chen Xiao shook his head and explained, under our country's current economic model, while individual businesses are permitted, the prices of goods sold must strictly adhere to government-set limits. Essentially, the government sets price caps for all goods. Individual sellers can't just set their own prices. If an individual trader purchases goods at prices exceeding the government's fixed price range, that constitutes buying low and selling high, disrupting the market. It amounts to both market disruption and profiteering charges. Moreover, because they hold business licenses, these offenses will be punished with greater severity. In other words, these individuals are not only committing crimes, but they've committed serious crimes. Chen Xiao explained to Jin Juanfu in a light tone. Gulp. Jin Juanfu couldn't help but swallow hard. His eyes held disbelief. So even with a certificate, it's not completely safe after all. Jin Juanfu said nervously. Of course. The state permits individual businesses to operate and issues business licenses. It's to regulate the domestic market economy. To better control prices and improve people's lives. It's not a get-out-of-jail-free card for profiteering crimes. You really think having a license means you can do whatever you want? Chen Xiao rolled her eyes at Jin Juanfu. Then, what should we do now? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but ask Chen Xiao. Report him, of course. Wait. Chen Xiao instinctively started to say something. But the words died halfway out. He suddenly realized something. He narrowed his eyes, sat up slightly, and began to ponder. What's wrong? Jin Juanfu also quickly sat up from the recliner, looking at Chen Xiao with concern. Don't worry, let me think. Chen Xiao kept his eyes closed, deep in thought. Jin Juanfu held his breath, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Xiao. A moment passed. Chen Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and asked Jin Juanfu, how's the shop renovation coming along? It's completely finished now, with a unified style throughout. The shelves and everything are identical. Simple, clean, spacious, and bright. Absolutely stunning. Jin Juanfu paused briefly before answering. The renovation work had just wrapped up last night. He immediately went to each store to inspect the results. Seeing the clean, bright appearance of the renovated stores, he felt like they belonged to a different era from the outside world. Simple yet grand, they looked exceptionally beautiful. What about the supply of goods? Chen Xiao ignored Jin Juanfu's expression. Instead, he asked again. No problem there either. I've been stockpiling non-stop these past few days. My warehouses are already bursting at the seams. The goods inside are still being shipped out to various stores. By tonight, all stores will be fully stocked. Jin Juanfu immediately assured Chen Xiao. What about the agricultural products store? Is it the same? Chen Xiao asked Jin Juanfu upon hearing this. That won't work. Fresh produce like vegetables spoils easily. So we've already made arrangements with the farmers. Our trucks will go down to collect the produce at dawn tomorrow. Before dawn, they'll be delivered to all the produce shops. Jin Juanfu was well versed in these operations. Chen Xiao felt reassured upon hearing this. In that case, perhaps the price hike on goods from Lu Yama's side is actually a blessing for us. A huge blessing, even. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes, unable to resist murmuring. What do you mean? Jin Juanfu looked puzzled. Don't worry about it for now. I've got some tasks for you to handle right now. Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively, offering no explanation. What is it? Jin Juanfu asked urgently. Right now, have your people post a notice at the entrance of every general merchandise store. In large characters, write, we sell general merchandise. We're cheaper than the supply and marketing cooperatives and more comprehensive than department stores. At the entrance of produce stores, write, we sell vegetables. These vegetables come from the dedicated cultivation of our farmer brothers, all to provide people with affordable, healthy vegetables. As for the hardware store sign, it should read, we sell hardware tools we're tougher and have more. More than the department store. Chen Xiao said with a gleam in his eyes. What? Why write that? That's just embarrassing. Isn't that like a peddler bragging about her own melons? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but feel a bit awkward as he listened to Chen Xiao's words. Just write it when I tell you to. These words are crucial to our opening day profits tomorrow. If I'm not mistaken, once these signs go up, tomorrow's opening day profits will far exceed my initial projections. Or at the very least, more than double. Chen Xiao declared with unwavering conviction. 142, they're nothing but a bunch of capitalists. What? A few pieces of paper and some words could double tomorrow's profits? So on average, each shop could make 2,000 yuan in profit per day? Whoa! Chen Xiao, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Jin Juanfu was stunned. He sucked in a sharp breath, staring at Chen Xiao in disbelief. What good would lying to you do me? Get moving. Time waits for no one. You must wrap this up within the hour. We've been waiting all day for this news to spread. Chen Xiao's eyes blazed as he spoke directly. A few sheets of paper? A few words? This isn't just about a few words. This is called advertising. Though Chen Xiao's words were simple and colloquial, they weren't exactly great advertising copy. But it was indeed advertising. Advertising already existed in this era. However, advertising remained a practice used by only a minority in the community. Chen Xiao, clearly, is the very first person in the county to advertise. Alright. I'll go handle it right now. Jin Juanfu was completely baffled. Finally, he stood up and prepared to head outside. Alright, I'll head back then. I'll come back tomorrow. Chen Xiao also stood up. He addressed Jin Juanfu. Then he turned to look at his mute wife, who was dozing off on the recliner beside him. Honey, come on, let's head home. Old man, did you get the oil? At Mr. Wang's house. Mrs. Wang was cooking. Hearing the door open, she glanced at Grandpa Wang as he walked in and immediately asked. No. Grandpa Wang replied awkwardly. What good are you? Can't you even handle such a simple task? Hearing this, Mrs. Wang's temper flared. She immediately started yelling at him. It's not my fault. I took the oil coupons to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy oil. But who could have guessed the place would be packed to the gills today? I couldn't even squeeze through the door. By the time I finally squeezed in, forget about oil. The whole place was practically emptied out. What was I supposed to do? Grandpa Wang, hearing Grandma Wang scolding, sighed in frustration. The supply store? Why did you go to the supply store? Isn't little Lu always hanging around the entrance? Grandma Wang listened to Grandpa Wang's words. She lifted the pot off the stove and asked in confusion. Little Lu? I won't dare call him Little Lu anymore. He should be called Capitalist Lu. Grandpa Wang scoffed at Grandma Wang's remark. Lu the capitalist? What does that mean? Grandma Wang looked at Grandpa Wang with confusion. Do you know how much Lu the capitalist charges per pound for his oil? Grandpa Wang sneered coldly at Grandma Wang's question. 90 cents. Hasn't it always been that price? Auntie Wang replied instinctively. Wrong. Wang Deyi sneered coldly. It's 2 yuan 60 per gene of soybean oil. What? 2 yuan 60? That little Lu's gone mad? Even at the supply cooperative, where you need oil coupons, the most expensive it ever was 1 yuan 20, right? He wants 2 yuan 60? Grandma Wang shuddered in shock and couldn't help but ask. That's right. He's gone mad. Mad with greed. Old man Wang sneered. Then, turning to Auntie Wang, he asked, do you know how much his other goods cost? Grandpa Wang turned to Grandma Wang again. How much? Auntie Wang couldn't help but ask. Vinegar? 2 cents per pound. Rice, 30 cents per pound. Flour, 40 cents per pound. Eggs, 8 cents each. Cabbage, he dares to sell it for 10 cents a pound. Tell me, is he really selling this stuff for us to eat? He's selling it to the capitalists. That's why I say this little Lu is a capitalist. I'm not wrong, am I? Grandpa Wang ranted indignantly to Grandma Wang. These prices are more than double what the supply and marketing cooperative charges. Isn't he just robbing us blind? Auntie Wang frowned upon hearing this. Her eyes flashed with anger. I'd rather starve to death than buy a single thing from him. When we can't get any grain or supplies, I'll just lie down at the supply cooperative. Let's see if the government really lets this old soldier starve to death. Old man Wang swore vehemently without mincing words. But old man, it's only 3 days until the new year. We haven't even finished our new year shopping yet. The kids are bringing the little grandson back tomorrow. We can't very well feed them plain rice and pickles, can we? Grandma Wang asked her husband with concern. Well, reminded by his wife, old Wang instantly snapped to attention. Right. The new year was just a few days away. Without the little grandchildren and the others. The old couple would rather eat bran and vegetables than let that capitalist surnamed Lu make a profit off them. But they couldn't let their own grandson go hungry. What to do? Grandpa Wang furrowed his brow, deep in thought. A moment later, it seemed as though he suddenly remembered something and his eyes lit up. Wait. Old woman, I just remembered something. Grandpa Wang said, squinting his eyes. What? Mrs. Wang asked urgently. When I came back just now, I saw that a few shops seemed to have opened up next to our residential area. The names were pretty odd, something like Cloud's Edge Shop, Cloud's Edge Grocery, Cloud's Edge Hardware Store, and so on. I reckon they're all part of the same operation. But none of them are open. Still, truck after truck keeps delivering goods to them. I spotted all sorts of new gadgets among the goods, plus clothes and pants. But there's a big piece of paper stuck on every rolling door, with some large characters written on it. Grandpa Wang fanned himself with a palm leaf fan, while twirling his beard as he recalled the details. What did it say? Auntie Wang instinctively pressed. Something like their daily necessities are more complete and cheaper than the supply and marketing cooperative. Their vegetables and meat come straight from the farmers' fields, fresher than the cooperatives. Plus, their hardware tools are more comprehensive than the department stores. I can't recall the specifics, but that's the gist of it. Old Wang chimed in. Ha! Old Wang, if that's the case, then these 3 shops must be selling daily necessities, vegetables, meat, and those hardware tools. And according to you, their selection is even more comprehensive than the supply cooperative. They even sell clothes. Does that mean we can buy our New Year's goods here? And later, when we buy new clothes and toys for our little grandson, we can get them here too? And after the New Year, when we visit relatives, we can buy gifts here too? Aunt Wang's eyes lit up instantly. She eagerly turned to ask old Wang. 143, Cloud Edge Shop. That's what they say. But whether their selection is as comprehensive as the supply and marketing cooperatives is still uncertain. Besides, these shops aren't even open yet. Where are we supposed to shop? Not to mention, their prices might not even be cheaper than the supply and marketing cooperative. I'm worried these shops will be just like that capitalist Lu ripping people off. Grandpa Wang frowned with concern. You're right. Let's wait and see. We'll decide once their shops open. If their prices really are cheaper than the supply and marketing cooperative like they claim, we'll stock up on New Year's goods right away. We absolutely can't let capitalists like Lu rip us off. Auntie Wang nodded in agreement. She said to Old Man Wang. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on that shop these next couple of days. As soon as they open, I'll go check the prices. If they're right, I'll come back right away with the money and get all our New Year's goods. Old Man Wang nodded in agreement and said to Old Lady Wang. All right. Wen's Haitian, every last penny I have is tied up in this business now. In fact, I've even taken on nearly 20,000 yuan in debt. Are you sure that if we just hang in there, this business will work out? Lu Yama stared at the latest shipment he'd just acquired from another middleman. He looked at the goods once more, then distributed them piece by piece to the small vendors. He watched the small vendors leave with beaming smiles. He asked Wen Zishan with a trembling voice. Don't worry. These are all necessary initial investments. As long as we keep acquiring their goods, we'll ensure no other street vendors exist in the market. We'll control all business in the county. And then we can set our own prices. When people in the county can't buy anything elsewhere, they'll have no choice but to buy from us. And they'll have no choice but to accept our prices. The money you invest now will come back to you multiplied many times over. So what are you afraid of? When Shaishan spoke to Lu Yenyang with unwavering confidence, his eyes gleamed with bold ambition. But won't the government intervene if we set the prices this high? Lu Yenwang still voiced his concerns. Don't forget. Whether it's you or those street vendors, you're all licensed to trade. These are legitimate businesses. Protected by law. What's the government going to do about it? When Shaishan declared confidently to Lu Yenyang, he remembered it clearly. That Kim Junbok had obtained a business license after listening to Chen Xiao's advice. Reporting him himself had been completely useless. In fact, the two had even taken advantage of the situation at the county government to extort money from him. Right in front of the county party secretary. This clearly showed that with this business license, he no longer had to worry about official matters. Since he no longer had to worry about official matters, Lu Yama was also a notorious figure in the underworld. He now held sway over both the legitimate and criminal underworlds. What else could he possibly fear? Fine then. Anyway, you handle it. My entire fortune and life are riding on this shipment. And I've got tens of thousands in debts to pay off. And I haven't sold a single item yet. If this deal falls through, you know what the consequences will be. Lu Yenwan's voice remained calmly threatening Wen Zishan. When Zishan glanced at Lu Yuang, the excitement in his eyes faded slightly. After a moment's thought, he spoke solemnly, rest assured. 3 days at most. By the day before New Year's Eve, the people in the county town won't be able to hold out any longer. They can't possibly not buy New Year's goods, can they? So when the time comes, they'll inevitably come to buy our goods. By then, the money you're investing now will at least double in profit. And every penny earned will be pure profit. It's like your net worth doubling overnight. Think about it, what kind of return is that? Why fear taking a little risk now? When Zhaishan spoke with patient persuasion, King Yama's face showed another flicker of emotion. His eyes flickered repeatedly. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Then this matter is in your hands. Proceed as you see fit. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. The goods listed on that order I gave you. You're sure you got everything back, right?" That evening, Chen Xiao returned to Jin Juanfu's small shop. He asked Jin Juanfu, "Don't worry. To secure these supplies, I've made multiple trips to Shenzhen. My legs are about to fall off. If it weren't for a buddy of mine who's doing well over there, I wouldn't have been able to get these goods. Now the goods have arrived, and from now on, there'll be a steady stream of supplies delivered every day. The first batch has already been delivered to all the shops. Everyone will see it as soon as we open tomorrow." Jin Juanfu swatted a mosquito off his leg, his eyes clouded with worry as he spoke to Chen Xiao. Then, unable to resist, he turned his head and asked Chen Xiao, "Are you sure we can actually sell all that stuff at that price? What if they don't sell? We'll be stuck with all this inventory. We're talking about over 100,000 yuan worth of goods." Jin Juanfu asked Chen Xiao anxiously. "Don't worry. Even if we set the price high, this stuff will sell out in no time. You'll see tomorrow." Chen Xiao shrugged indifferently. He waved his fan at Jin Juanfu. "That's good." Jin Juanfu finally exhaled in relief upon hearing this. He trusted everything Chen Xiao said. Chen Xiao had never been wrong. "By the way, now you can tell me why the task you had me do this morning will double our sales tomorrow, right?" Jin Juanfu couldn't help but ask Chen Xiao again. He felt quite embarrassed about this morning's incident where Chen Xiao had instructed him to put up advertisements. But recalling Chen Xiao's assurance that this would double tomorrow's profits, he had gritted his teeth and done it. Yet his curiosity had been bubbling all day. Why would a few words alone double tomorrow's sales? So now he couldn't help but ask Chen Xiao, "Have you stocked up on your New Year's goods yet?" Chen Xiao didn't answer him. Instead, he turned to Jin Juanfu. Not yet. I've been so busy with the shop these past few days that I haven't had time to prepare anything." "What's the matter?" Jin Juanfu asked Chen Xiao with a puzzled look. "So, will you be getting any New Year's goods?" Chen Xiao smiled without answering, only asking again. "Of course I will. What else would we eat or drink on New Year's Eve if we didn't stock up? We can't just eat plain rice and noodles with pickles during the New Year, can we?" Jin Juanfu scratched his head, responding instinctively. "Exactly. It's the New Year, we have to eat something special. New Year's provisions are a must. But what if you're just an ordinary worker in a county town? Where would you usually go to buy them?" Chen Xiao asked Jin Juanfu with a smile. "The supply and marketing cooperative, of course." Jin Juanfu replied without thinking. "But what if the supply and marketing cooperative runs out of stock and you can't get any?" Chen Xiao took a sip of soda and pressed Jin Juanfu further. 144, going public. Then we'll go to the department store. The department store sells some New Year goods too. Jin Juanfu replied matter-of-factly. "But what if neither the supply cooperative nor the department store has any goods? What will you do then?" Chen Xiao asked cheerfully. "Then naturally, I'd go to the market. Nowadays, markets are regulated, they're no longer black markets. You can buy New Year goods there too. Not to mention, you don't need ration tickets to buy New Year goods at the market, and the prices are even cheaper than at the supply and marketing cooperative or the department store. The market is definitely the first choice." Jin Juanfu thought for a moment before speaking directly. His eyes were calm. "But now there's a problem. The prices at the county market stalls and the street vendors have both gone up. And the price hikes have made them twice as expensive as goods from the supply and marketing cooperative and department stores. What are you going to do? Still buy New Year's goods?" Chen Xiao pressed on. A gleam of determination began to appear in his eyes. "Well, we definitely have to buy New Year's goods. But if the market and street vendors charge more than the supply and marketing cooperative, there's no way I'm shopping there. We'll have to rush to the supply cooperative to grab what we can. We can't let those vendors profit off us." "Ugh." Jin Juanfu answered instinctively. At that moment, it suddenly dawned on him. The situation Chen Xiao described was exactly the current state of affairs in the county. These past few days, with Lu Yanwang single-handedly monopolizing the county's street vendor trade, the prices of goods from these vendors had skyrocketed to frightening levels. People in the county town dare not buy from the market or roadside vendors anymore. Instead, they've all returned to the supply and marketing cooperatives and department stores. These past few days, both the supply and marketing cooperative and the department store were packed to the brim. Every day, the goods at the supply and marketing cooperatives and department stores are completely swept away. However, the majority of people still can't get their hands on various goods. They refuse to buy from the roadside vendors at exorbitant prices. So, they could only wait it out. Seems you've come to your senses too. Exactly. Right now, the county town's residents are going head-to-head with King Yama himself. If the county townspeople want quality New Year goods at reasonable prices, they'll have to wait for the street vendors to lower their prices. King Lu wants to make more money, so he's stubbornly refusing to budge on prices. It's a matter of who cracks first. But I dare say, in the end, it will be the county townspeople who lose. Chen Xiao observed Jin Juanfu's expression and knew he had grasped the situation. He cut straight to the point. Ha? Why is that? The money is all in the hands of the people in the county town. As long as they don't spend it, they can't hold out. Shouldn't it be Lu Yanwan? Jin Juanfu looked somewhat bewildered. Chen Xiao observed Jin Juanfu's lack of insight. He shook his head helplessly. He pressed on. Same question, if you were an ordinary worker in the county town. Faced with the situation where you can't buy goods at the supply and marketing cooperative or the department store, and the exorbitant prices at markets and street vendors. Can you guarantee you wouldn't pay those exorbitant prices? Chen Xiao confronted Jin Juanfu directly. Of course I could. Just white rice, white flour, and pickles, it's not like it'll kill you. Why should we let them rip us off? Jin Juanfu retorted immediately. But in 3 days, it'll be New Year's. If you still can't get your New Year's goods the day before the holiday, how can you be sure you won't end up paying those exorbitant prices? Chen Xiao grinned as he pressed Jin Juanfu further. Well, we still have to celebrate the New Year. Jin Juanfu paused for a moment before sighing helplessly. Exactly. We still have to celebrate the New Year. In the end, the townspeople will inevitably choose to spend money to avoid trouble and celebrate the New Year. Even if they're reluctant, they'll still shell out for those sky-high New Year goods. There's no way around it, it's always New Year's. Chen Xiao paused here. His gaze shifted to Jin Juanfu as he continued, and this is precisely the scheme Wen Zhaishan and Lu Yama have devised. They're betting that the county town residents will inevitably back down and choose to spend money on New Year goods to celebrate. That's why, up until now, they haven't shown the slightest sign of budging on prices. They're aiming to fleece every single resident of the county town during this New Year shopping season. Chen Xiao calmly revealed the scheme of Wen Zhaishan and Lu Yuang. His eyes flashed with sharp insight. But that's just downright unethical. Who does things like this? Jin Juanfu, hearing Chen Xiao's words, was so enraged he couldn't help but stand up. He never imagined that Wen Zhaishan and Lu Yama could stoop to such despicable acts. It is despicable, but their despicable actions actually benefit us. Chen Xiao shook his head and waved his hand at Jin Juanfu. Ha? Beneficial to us? How so? Jin Juanfu sat back down, looking somewhat bewildered, and asked Chen Xiao. Think about it. Right now, everyone in the county town is utterly disgusted with Wen Zhaishan and those other street vendors' outrageously priced New Year goods. But they can't get their hands on goods at the supply and marketing cooperative either. What do you think they'll conclude? Chen Xiao pressed Jin Juanfu directly. Of course they'd want someone who sells quality goods at reasonable prices and doesn't run out of stock, right? As Jin Juanfu spoke, his eyes lit up uncontrollably. In fact, his entire body couldn't help but bristle with excitement. Exactly. The residents are nearly driven mad by Lu Yanyang's exorbitant prices and the supply cooperative shortages. And now, here we come. Our 300 shops spread throughout the entire county are about to open. And today we've posted notices clearly telling every resident in the county that our goods are complete, plentiful, and cheap. We are the last hope of the entire county to get affordable New Year goods. What do you think? Will this instantly capture the attention of the entire county? Chen Xiao's eyes sparkled with determination. Swish! Jin Juanfu instantly sprang to his feet again, his voice trembling with excitement. Of course it will. Everyone in the county seat is surely watching our shop right now. I'm sure the moment we open, countless people will come asking about prices and buying things. We're going to strike it rich. Jin Juanfu couldn't stop trembling all over. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The 300 Yunpeng shops they'd opened were now the shining stars of the entire county. As soon as they opened tomorrow, once customers confirm the shops have ample goods and that they're both high quality and affordable, the Cloud Edge shops will be a huge hit. How could they possibly worry about not making money? In fact, Chen Xiao's earlier claim of double profits might even be an understatement. Tomorrow, the business from 300 shops will likely set the entire county ablaze. After tomorrow, Yunpeng chain stores will become the most talked about sensation in the entire county. As Jin Juanfu contemplated this, his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Only now did he truly grasp just how crucial what Chen Xiao did today truly was. Timely advertising. Even without flowery language, it was enough to ignite the entire market. While everyone in the county town was struggling with high prices and shortages of New Year goods, Yunpeng shop, boasting cheap goods and abundant supplies, became the hero of the entire county. A hero rescuing the county's residents from hardship. From that moment on, 300 Yunpeng shops would skyrocket to fame. This is going public. 145 grand opening. Exactly. It's just a simple method to go public. You. Chen Xiao, how could you be so clever? Moments later, Jin Juanfu couldn't help but stammer as he asked Chen Xiao. He genuinely wanted to see how Chen Xiao's mind worked. How could he have thought of all this? Actually, this scheme of ours just happened to come together at the perfect moment. If it weren't for Lu Yenyang and Wen Zhaishan's shady maneuvers, I wouldn't have come up with this solution. Now, everything they've set up has worked out perfectly for us. We're just going with the flow and picking the low-hanging fruit. Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively, sighing as he spoke. Truth be told, he hadn't anticipated Wen Zhaishan and Lu Yenwang pulling off such a bold move. That's what opened up the opportunity for him. He plucked both Wen Zhaishan and Lu Yuang's peaches in one fell swoop. Otherwise, if he had to orchestrate this scheme himself, it would have required enormous manpower and resources. Unexpectedly. Now, all he needs to do is go with the flow to pluck this peach. Absolutely perfect. You're so awesome. Seriously. Chen Xiao, you're absolutely incredible. You're a true college student. So impressive. This means we're definitely going to make it big. Jin Juanfu couldn't stop shouting excitedly. Chen Xiao rolled his eyes. Popping champagne at halftime isn't a good idea. Whether our plan truly succeeded will depend on tomorrow's first day of shop profits. If tomorrow's earnings don't meet the target, then no matter how much we've done so far, it's all wasted effort. Chen Xiao spoke calmly. Halftime is no time to pop champagne. The outcome of this venture hinges entirely on the final profits from these 300 shops. Without meeting the profit target, everything else is meaningless. Then, Chen Xiao added with a dark expression. And if you don't have anything else nice to say, you don't have to force compliments. Chen Xiao said, utterly speechless. Jin Juanfu scratched his head with a sheepish grin and sat back down. But tomorrow, besides the grand opening, there's another crucial matter. Chen Xiao then turned to Jin Juanfu again. What is it? Jin Juanfu asked, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Chen Xiao. Tomorrow morning, you need to go. Old woman, give me some money, I'm going to check out that Yunpeng shop. Those shops all open at 8 o'clock this morning. I'll go check if their prices are high or low. If they really are as good as they say, quality goods at low prices, I'll snap them up first thing. Early the next morning. After finishing his morning stroll, he told Grandma Huang upon his return. Then he got ready to head out again. Don't bring any money, just go take a look first. If that shop really is as you say, good quality and cheap, then come back for the money. So you won't be hiding money to go fishing all day. Auntie Wang rolled her eyes, glaring suspiciously at Uncle Wang as she spoke. Well, what if we can't snag the goods again? Uncle Wang muttered under his breath, meeting Auntie Wang's glare. Then hurry up and go. It's so close to our place. If you hurry, you'll definitely get some. Auntie Wang shot him another glare as she urged him on. You old hag. You don't treat me like a human being. I'm over 60. How am I supposed to run faster? Grandpa Wang grumbled unhappily at his wife's words. Humph. Mrs. Wang shot him another fierce glare. Only then did old man Wang reluctantly shuffle toward the door. Honestly, women these days are impossible to please. As he quickened his pace toward the Yunpeng shop, old man Wang couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Whoa! So many people? Not long after, when old man Wang arrived at Yunpeng shop, the first thing he saw was a crowd gathered in layers around the shop entrance. And they were all familiar faces. Old son? You're here too? Planning to go inside and take a look? Uncle Wang couldn't help but ask his neighbor. Yeah. These past few days, that kid Lu has been acting like he's gone mad. Setting prices so high. It's like he's trying to rob people. So I came to check out this new shop. Hope they really offer quality goods at reasonable prices. Grandpa's son turned around, spotted Grandpa Wang, and smiled back. Yeah. What little Lu? I say he's just capitalist Lu. He's trying to rip us off while we're shopping for New Year's goods. How despicable. I don't know what's going on up there. How can they let this capitalist get cocky again? They should arrest him again and give him a proper lesson. Old Wang cursed with deep disgust. Exactly. People like that are just. Sigh. Old Wang. Look. The shop's opening. Grandpa's son couldn't help but agree with Grandpa Wang's words. But before he could finish his sentence, old son's sharp gaze caught the rolling shutter being slowly raised. He let out an instinctive gasp. But, before his words had even fallen, old Wang had already darted ahead of everyone else. He was the first to dart into the shop with the open door. Old Wang. Wait for me. Old son was stunned. He scrambled to catch up, taking 3 steps at a time into the shop. But clearly, he was already a step too late. Everyone was pushing their way into the shop. Hey! Don't push. There's plenty of stock. One at a time. A shop assistant who had just opened the door was being jostled back and forth. He shouted urgently. But clearly, no one was paying him any mind. Whoosh! Everyone followed old Wang in a flash, rushing into the shop. Once inside the shop, Grandpa Huang and the others were instantly stunned. This shop is way too beautifully decorated. How come it looks so clean? And it looks so stylish. Behind old Huang, some of the younger folks gazed at the shop's minimalist, spotless decor. The shelves held neatly arranged, spotless, and vibrantly green vegetables. And deep inside the shop, several pristine white barrels held oil, vinegar, soy sauce, wine, and other items. It could be said that the entire shop was so clean and tidy it was almost unreal. Instantly, everyone's eyes lit up. After all, vegetables and such, we eat them ourselves. Who wouldn't want the food they buy to be clean and wholesome? Therefore, the first impression this shop gives is cleanliness. Everyone immediately formed an impression. The goods in this shop must be spotless. But then, everyone started to worry. Glancing down at their own dusty, worn-out clothes, they felt unworthy of entering this shop. This shop is so beautiful, are the prices really not expensive? The next moment, this doubt surfaced in everyone's mind. It was obvious to everyone. The shop's decor had clearly cost a fortune. With such lavish decoration, could the prices possibly be low? 146, this cheap? Young lady, how much is a pound of rice here? Grandpa Huang licked his dry lips, walked over, and asked another clerk behind the counter. Sir, you can see for yourself every item in our shop is clearly marked with its price. The prices are right there on the shelves. The clerk looked at Grandpa Huang and pointed directly to the small sign in front of the vegetable shelf beside him. Whoosh! The moment the clerk spoke, in an instant, Grandpa Huang led everyone straight to the shelves. He scrutinized each small sign, reading them carefully. Tomatoes, 20 cents per pound. Grandpa Huang read aloud the prices on the tags as he looked. 20 cents? That cheap? Good heavens, this price is ridiculously low. Yeah. It's not just cheaper than the supply and marketing cooperative, it's even a bit cheaper than those roadside stalls. In an instant, the crowd behind old Huang gasped in astonishment. Their eyes lit up. In reality, because the county had opened 300 shops at once, and among them, 100 were agricultural product stores, the demand for vegetables was staggering. Therefore, Jin Juanfu led his team to every village in the county. He secured long-term purchase agreements with nearly every village. They purchased every single vegetable intended for sale by each village. This massive scale of procurement drove down the average purchase price by nearly 3 cents. So, the produce in the shop now costs 1 cent less per item than when old Lu and his crew handled sales. Despite the lower prices, after calculating all costs, they still made an extra 2 cents per item. Of course, this isn't about squeezing or exploiting farmers. In fact, the price reduction was actually proposed by the farmers themselves. Because, before, if farmers wanted to sell their vegetables, they had to haul their carts over mountain roads to the commune market or take a bus to the county market. The transportation costs alone were nearly 10 cents per trip. But now, Jin Juanfu collects produce directly from each village. This alone saves farmers the expense of transportation. Not only that, farmers selling their own produce might not always sell everything. Unsold produce ultimately leads to one consequence. They'd be stuck with the unsold produce. This also represents a cost loss. But now, Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu always buy up all their produce in one go. Profits and losses are borne solely by Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu. Therefore, farmers no longer need to worry about their produce going unsold. This eliminates another source of loss. Therefore, from every angle, the farmers themselves profit. Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu also made more. It's a win-win for everyone. What else? How much is the rest? Quick, check the prices of other items. At that moment, someone behind him called out to old Huang in front. Grandpa Huang snapped out of his shock. Suppressing his inner elation, he turned his gaze to the next sign. Potatoes. 8 cents per pound. Immediately, old Huang's eyes widened in disbelief. He uttered the words in a dry voice. Whoosh! The eyes of the crowd behind him grew brighter and brighter. This price was cheaper than the supply and marketing cooperative, and even lower than the previous street vendors and market rates. Grandpa Huang didn't pause, continuing to call out. Green peppers. 25 cents. Cucumbers. 17 cents. Radishes. 5 cents. Rapeseed oil, 1 yuan. Vinegar. 8 cents. Eggs. 4 cents. Old Huang read out the prices one sign after another. Faster and faster he went. By the end, he could barely contain himself. And just then, weigh out 10 pounds of tomatoes for me. 5 pounds of radishes. And 3 pounds of oil. 30 eggs for me. 10 pounds of oil. Give me 3 pounds of each. Everyone had gone mad. Waving money in their hands, they shouted loudly at the shopkeepers. Afraid they wouldn't get anything, the shopkeeper, startled by the crowd's frenzy, hurried over to weigh everyone's goods. That old woman. She's really messing things up. Grandpa Huang heard the shouts all around him. His heart skipped a beat. Then, Without a word, he pushed through the crowd and dashed toward his home. He went to get the money. Moments later, old Huang arrived here with his wife. They saw one person after another emerging from Yunpeng vegetable shop. Their hands were full of various vegetables, grains, and oils. Each one was panting from exhaustion. Yet, their faces were beaming with joy. Inside the shop, people were still packed in like sardines. Each person frantically waved cash, continuing to shout orders for more goods. Old woman! I told you! I said I'd bring money, but you wouldn't listen. Now look at us, we can't even squeeze inside. By the time our turn comes, everything inside will be sold out. What are we going to do? Old Huang stared at the 200 square meter shop, packed solid with people. Even outside the door, several rings of people waited to buy things. He couldn't help but blame his wife. I didn't expect the items here to be this cheap. Is this my fault? Auntie Huang watched the scene unfold, feeling a bit anxious herself, but still couldn't help muttering. Looks like we'll have to wait outside for now. Hope there's still something left for us. Uncle Huang heard Auntie Huang still arguing, and didn't bother to say anything to her. He could only squeeze outside and silently pray. Hey, old man, look over there, those two shops over there, they're part of the same chain as this one, right? Looks like they sell daily necessities, appliances, and hardware. Why are they packed with people too? Could it be that the stuff in there is cheap too? At that moment, Aunt Huang happened to glance across the street at the two shops equally packed with people. Groups of people emerged carrying large and small bags of purchases. Each one beamed with delight. Even at the home appliance and hardware store, some people emerged carrying large boxes. Who knows what was inside those boxes? I'd guess it must be. If this grocery store has such low prices, there's no reason the other two should be so expensive. Old Huang glanced over too. He speculated aloud. Old man, why don't we go check out those two shops today and see what they have? Mrs. Huang couldn't help but suggest to Mr. Huang. Then what about the vegetables we came to buy? Old man Huang raised an eyebrow, unable to resist asking. Our grandson won't be back until tomorrow. There's no rush today. Worst case, we'll come early tomorrow morning and wait. I bet we'll still get our vegetables. Let's check out those two shops first. Maybe they have some novel little trinkets we can buy for the grandson tomorrow. But Grandma Huang shook her head. Fine by me. Our grandson rarely comes back, so let's get him plenty of fun things. After pondering for a moment, old Huang agreed. Then, they headed together across the street to Yunpeng Appliances and Yunpeng Convenience Store. 147, the entire county went wild. Wow! The decor is gorgeous. And look at all this merchandise. Before long, the two squeezed into the store. Surrounded by shelves packed with retail goods, they couldn't help but marvel. The dazzling array of goods nearly made their eyes spin. Look! Clothes too. This shop actually sells clothes. And they have clothes for both adults and children. Made of polyester too. I absolutely must bring my grandson here tomorrow to buy him new clothes. Auntie Huang was the first to spot the small section dedicated to clothing at the back. Her eyes lit up as she gazed at the stylish garments. Her eyes lit up as she exclaimed. Bye. I'll come buy some tomorrow. Look. They don't just sell matches here, they even have lighters. This is something new. Old man Huang was also dazzled by the sight. He wandered back and forth between the shelves. Every new item he spotted made his eyes light up with envy. Lighters, matches, canned sweetened drinks, soap, kettles, thermos bottles, enamel bowls, Hongxuangxi ping pong balls, malted milk powder, Beta milk candies, soda, Dear Liang fabric, clothing, snowflake cream, and so much more. It could be said that almost every household item available in this era could be found in this shop. Throughout the entire store, every shelf was piled high with all manner of goods. Customers entering the shop practically scrambled for items, placing everything they fancied into dedicated shopping baskets. Finally, they proceeded to the front to pay. How wonderful! From now on, we won't have to trek all the way to the supply cooperative or department store to shop. There's so much more here than at the supply and marketing cooperative. And there are so many more novel little trinkets. Even more than the department store. Aunt Huang struggled to make her way around the store. Grandpa Huang remarked as he watched her examine all the novel little toys in the toy section. Yeah. Look at these toys, never seen anything like them. When my grandson comes tomorrow, I'll buy some for him to play with, he'll be over the moon. Grandpa Huang chuckled as he spoke. Let's go. We'll check out the other store. These two stores already have so much. Who knows what other cool stuff the next one might have. Grandma Huang was now hooked on shopping. She tugged Grandpa Huang toward the exit again. Before long, they arrived at the Yunpeng home appliances and hardware store. This shop was relatively less crowded. But it was still packed to the rafters. Moreover, the customers here were even more enthusiastic than those in the other two shops. Because, old woman, quick, look. It's a television. I saw one at old Sue's place. A television that plays operas. As soon as he stepped into the shop, old Huang lifted his head and exclaimed excitedly. Wow! It really is a television. They actually sell televisions here. Grandma Huang was startled too. Then she couldn't help but mutter, Old man, stop staring. You need ration tickets for a TV. Do you have any? And Huang rolled her eyes. Wait. No ration tickets. Look. This TV doesn't require ration tickets. It's a bit pricier than the department store, but it really doesn't require tickets. But the next moment, Old man Huang found himself standing before the TV display, studying the information on the sign. Seeing both the price requiring coupons and the coupon-free price, his eyes lit up as he exclaimed. What? No coupons required? Grandma Huang was startled too. She hurried over to look at the price tag. It clearly stated, price with industrial voucher, 550 yuan. Price without coupons, 1,000 yuan. Seeing the prices listed, Aunt Huang's eyes widened instantly. It's actually real. Even though it's hundreds of yuan more expensive, it's worth it. Just buying these industrial coupons costs hundreds of yuan. And even with industrial coupons, you might not necessarily be able to buy a TV. Old man. Buy it. Let's buy it right now. I'll go get the money right now. Aunt Huang couldn't hold back any longer either. Saying this, she turned to go back for the money. Hold on. Old lady, don't rush. There are only a dozen or so TVs here. By the time you get back with the money, they'll probably be all sold out. Old man Huang quickly grabbed old lady Huang's arm. Then what are we supposed to do? We finally have the chance to buy a TV, we can't just. Mrs. Huang asked anxiously. In this day and age, who wouldn't want a TV? Hold on, let me ask. Grandpa Huang said, turning to the shop assistant who was swamped with customers. Young man, will you still have televisions tomorrow? Grandpa Huang inquired of the clerk. Since our shop just opened, we only get a shipment of TVs every 3 days for now. Once things settle down and sales stabilize, we should get a new shipment every day. The clerk glanced up briefly before quickly returning to counting money and calculating the customer's bill. That's great. Grandpa Huang perked up at the clerk's words. His eyes lit up instantly as he turned to Grandma Huang. There you go, old lady, no need to worry anymore. Another shipment arrives in 3 days. That'll be right on New Year's Eve. Come evening, our whole family will be able to watch TV together. Grandpa Huang said excitedly. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Grandma Huang also breathed a sigh of relief, her face breaking into a broad smile. Alright, let's look at something else. Look, there's a new sewing machine too, no coupons needed. And bicycles, no coupons needed either. Old woman, look. There are watches too. Magic City brand. And fans, refrigerators. Old woman, from now on, we'll buy one of everything in this store. These are all such fine things. Grandpa Huang and Grandma Huang grew more and more excited as they browsed the shop. Their excitement made them shout out loud from time to time. By the time they finally squeezed their way out of the shop, more than half an hour had passed. Old woman, it looks like we're in for a treat from now on. With these 3 shops open, it's like having a large supply and marketing cooperative and a department store right next to our home. Old Huang still sounded excited. Yes. Shopping will be so much easier from now on. Grandma Huang chimed in, equally excited. A moment later, the couple finally calmed down a bit. Looking at the now nearly empty Yunpeng vegetable and grocery store, Grandpa Huang spoke up, let's go. We should head back over and see if there are any leftover vegetables or something. Eating pickles these past few days has nearly driven me crazy. With that, Grandpa Huang led Grandma Huang back toward the store. However, sorry, sir. Everything in our store has been completely sold out. Look, not only are there no vegetables left, but even the small bottles of sesame oil in the oil barrels have been completely drained. There's literally nothing left. The clerk rubbed his slightly cramping hands. These guys. They're absolutely mad. These people. They're absolutely mad. Wang Dato listened to the clerk's words and felt helpless too. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Then he turned to Mrs. Huang, old woman, looks like we'll be eating pickles again today. We'd better come buy groceries early tomorrow. Old man Huang said. He and Wang Dinyang headed home. The situation with old man Huang and old lady Huang was not unique to this place. Today, the entire county town was in an uproar. All 300 shops in the county town were all packed to the rafters. Everyone is practically frantic, snapping up goods. Out of 100 vegetable and grain shops, hardly any goods remained on the shelves for even half an hour. None lasted even half an hour. The vegetable and grain shops were completely cleaned out. As for the general merchandise stores, though not as extreme as the grocery stores, however, common daily necessities like matches, soap, and laundry detergent were all snatched up. Most other items were also swept away. Even the Dacron clothing was mostly sold out. As for the last hardware and appliance store, it was even more extreme. The various small tools inside weren't selling much. but the items in short supply on the market, like televisions, VCRs, radios, bicycles, and so on, were all completely sold out. Everyone went crazy. People in the county town went on a mad shopping spree. But some people were scared out of their wits. 148 Jin Junfu's shop has it opened? Just over 10 minutes ago. Hang in there. Just 2 more days. These goods will sell out soon. Old Lu rode his bicycle. Having picked up another batch of goods from Lu Yanwang, he pedaled toward his usual spot to set up his stall. But what's going on today? Why is it so early, and everyone's rushing around? Old Lu weaved back and forth along the quiet side streets. He observed the county town residents rushing about, their faces radiant with joy. He felt puzzled. Over the years, working alongside Jin Junfu in business, he'd honed a knack for evading law enforcement. Taking back alleys instead of main roads was one such tactic. But after years of habitually navigating back alleys, even now that he could conduct business openly, he still instinctively took the back alleys. He hadn't noticed that along the county's main thoroughfares and highways, newly renovated shops had already opened their doors. Therefore, seeing the bustling crowd of residents rushing about the county town today, he felt a twinge of confusion. Forget it. Who cares? I'm just a merchant, why should I care about other people's business? I just need to sell my own goods. But then, old Lu shook his head, unconcerned. He rode his bicycle, weaving skillfully through one alley after another. All these years, he'd crisscrossed the entire county town. He could navigate every road in the county blindfolded without repeating a single route. Before long, he arrived at the spot where he often set up his stall. Ha! What's going on here? Where did these people buy their goods? The supply and marketing cooperative? The department store? But, when he reached his usual spot, he discovered an unusual scene. People were bustling along the street. Some hurried off into the distance. Others returned laden with bags and bundles of goods. And they carried all sorts of things. Vegetables, meat, grains, and oils. A jumbled mess of everything. This made him frown involuntarily. That can't be right. The supply and marketing cooperative and the department store don't have that much stock. Just a couple days ago, people were rushing to the supply and marketing cooperative and the department store to grab goods, but in the end, only a few managed to get anything. How come so many people managed to buy things today? Could it be the supply and marketing cooperative and the department store increased their supply? Old Lu couldn't help but wonder. The thought made his heart race. His heart began to race uncontrollably. Impossible. If the supply and marketing cooperative and the department store could increase their supply, they would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Even if the new year is right around the corner, they never really increased supply during the holiday season in previous years. So it can't be the supply and marketing cooperative or the department store. But then, old Lu couldn't help but shake his head. He dismissed the idea. Could it be that other small vendors have set up shop? Suddenly, he couldn't help but wonder again. But seeing someone lugging a large box down the road, panting and puffing with every step, he shook his head again. No way. We street vendors don't sell such bulky items. Old Lu shook his head again. Then where did these people get their goods? Old Lu frowned, deep in thought. After racking his brain for a while with no answers, he gritted his teeth and walked up to one of them. Hey, buddy, what did you buy? That's one huge box. Old Lu parked his car. He hurried over to one of them, grabbed the person, and asked. This? It's a black and white TV. A Feiyue brand. Finally got it. Ha ha ha. The man, hearing Lu's question, excitedly boasted. A TV? You're something else, man actually managed to get tickets. Old Lu's eyes lit up as he exclaimed. What are you talking about? No tickets needed. The man waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head. No tickets? You don't need tickets to buy things at the department store now? Old Lu's eyes widened instantly, a hint of anxiety flickering in them. If the department store really didn't require ration tickets anymore, their price hike plan with Wen Zhaishan would likely suffer a major setback. No. The department store still requires coupons. But this TV I have wasn't bought at the department store. The man interjected. Not from the department store? Then where else could you have bought it? Could it be black market? Old Lu breathed a sigh of relief, then couldn't help asking. What are you talking about? The man was startled by Lao Lu's words. He shot old Lu a displeased look. If he were accused of profiteering, he'd be finished. He finally replied, it's from a shop. A new shop just opened around here. This shop doesn't just sell TVs. They also sell VCRs, sewing machines, bicycles. They sell all kinds of things. Though a bit pricey, you don't need ration tickets to buy anything. This is absolutely fantastic. The man exclaimed excitedly. Besides these, don't they sell anything else? I see so many people buying grain, oil, vegetables, and such. Old Lu heard this and his heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but ask. That was precisely his greatest worry. He wasn't worried about televisions or such, since they couldn't sell those anyway. However, items like groceries, grains, oils, and vegetables. But these are the main items they sell on a daily basis. He couldn't help but pay attention. Oh. This? We opened 3 shops today. One sells grains and oils, another general goods, and the third these appliances and hardware. And they're all called Yunpeng. Looks like they're all run by the same person. Not only do they sell a wide variety of goods, but the prices are incredibly cheap. I heard they're cheaper than those old street vendors. It's just. Hey. Why'd you leave? The person chattered on and on. At that moment, old Lu's face instantly turned deathly pale. Without a second thought, he turned and walked away. Oh no. Yunpeng? Are those Jin Juanfu's shops? Jin Juanfu's shops, they're open? It's over. This is going to cause major trouble. Old Lu instantly understood. His plans with Wen Zhaishan and Lu Yama were ruined. Without another word, he dashed back to his bicycle and pedaled away, following the flow of the crowd. Before long, after winding through several side streets, he emerged onto the main road ahead. The scene suddenly opened up before him. The main road was already bustling with activity. The foot traffic was several times heavier than usual. Yet most were crowded around the entrances of 3 shops. The wide road was completely blocked by the crowd. Residents carrying large and small packages emerged from the shops every so often, beaming with joy. It's finally open. Old Lu stared at the open shop. His face turned deathly pale. He propped up his bicycle. He dashed toward the grocery store selling grains, oils, and vegetables. Before long, he had pushed his way inside. Gulp! Seeing the luxurious and beautiful interior decoration, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. But he forced himself to say. His uneasy premonition only grew stronger. Price. Right. Let's see the price first. 149, Chen Xiao. Quick, calculate how much we've made. Old Lu shook his head vigorously. Nice decor doesn't matter, price is what counts. Right. Jin Juanfu spent so much on renting the shop and renovations, how could his goods be cheap? It's definitely expensive. More expensive than what we sell. Definitely. Old Lu thought, shivering. He knew. This was their last hope. They'd previously targeted Wen Zhaishan and Lu Yama. They figured that in the entire county, aside from the supply and marketing cooperative and the department store, all the merchants were under Lu Yama's control. That's why Lu Yuang dared to set such outrageous prices, preparing to fleece everyone. But now, Kim Junbok's shop had unexpectedly opened within just a few days. He knew full well. Jin Juanfu has opened a full 300 shops. The entire county town is filled with Jin Juanfu's shops. Once they opened their doors, it meant over 300 more people selling all kinds of goods. What does that mean? It's like having 300 new stalls appear out of thin air. And these were stalls with their own dedicated shops. This dealt a massive blow to the business of these small vendors. So, he could only pray. Jin Juanfu, burdened by the high costs of running a shop, had no choice but to raise his prices. In fact, his prices were even higher than those set by Lu Yama. Only then could they survive. But, rapeseed oil, only 1 yuan? Vinegar? Only 6 cents? That's cheaper than before. Eggs. For dimes, this. But, when old Lu saw that all the goods he usually sold were available in this shop, and when he saw the specific prices, he was completely dumbfounded. Only 2 words echoed in his mind. It's over. That's right. Finished. Completely over. The schemes of Wen Zhaishan and Lu Yama were shattered completely in that instant. Not only would they never sell those exorbitantly priced goods, but even their regular customers would never shop here again. This won't do. Lu Yuang must be held accountable. Absolutely. He's the one who started all this trouble, making us betray Kim Junbok. Now we can't even sell the merchandise. Lu Yanhuan must take responsibility for us. Otherwise, he can forget about getting any of his goods back. A moment later, old Lu snapped back to his senses. His eyes blazed with fury. Without another word, he dashed outside. He was going to ride his bike to settle the score with King Yama Lu. However, as he stepped out of the shop to retrieve his bicycle, he saw several uniformed officers loading his bicycle and its cargo into a van. Hey! What are you doing? Stealing? Old Lu's eyes instantly turned red. His livelihood was about to be ruined, and now he was even facing thieves. He felt like fighting them tooth and nail. Stop right there! The group turned at old Lu's shout. They saw old Lu charging toward them, his eyes glowing crimson. Instantly, several figures stepped forward, raising their batons at Lu Yanwang. Who are you? Why are you stealing my stuff? Old Lu's gaze locked onto the figures before him. He bellowed the question. Steal your stuff? You're Lu Zhaitian? All this cargo belongs to you? The lead officer narrowed his eyes, looking at Lu Zhaitian as he asked. That's right. I am Lu Zitian, and these goods are all mine. What's the problem? Lu Zitian declared, standing tall and proud. Well then you'll be coming with us. I'm Yunpeng, head of the Special Task Force for cracking down on speculative trading. We've received reports that you're maliciously inflating prices here, buying low and selling high. You're suspected of profiteering and illegal speculation. Come with us. Upon hearing Lu Zitian's words, without a word, he immediately moved to arrest the man. Wait. But Lu Zitian, hearing Du Yunpeng's words, shouted again. What else do you have to say? Du Yunpeng frowned as he looked at Lu Zitian and asked. I have a license. I have a business license. This is a legitimate business. A normal transaction. As he spoke, Lu Zitian pulled a business license from his chest and held it out. Business license? Du Yunpeng raised an eyebrow as he looked at the document Lu Zitian handed over. Sorry. If you have a business license, you should know that the prices for various goods are all fixed. You can't maliciously inflate or deflate prices. You clearly know these rules, yet you still dare to artificially inflate prices. This only proves you knowingly broke the law. Your crime is compounded. Take him away. Du Yunpeng stated bluntly without hesitation. What? Lu Zitian was stunned by Du Yunpeng's words. Wasn't it agreed that, once we got the business license, wouldn't we be able to operate legally and legitimately, never having to worry about inspections again? How could this be? Click. Let's go. Just as Lu Zitian stood there in a daze, a pair of handcuffs was already fastened around his wrists. He was shoved straight into the van. All right. Get the next one. Then, at Du Yunpeng's command, the group drove off toward the next cluster of street vendors. We're going crazy. Ha ha ha. Chen Xiao, the whole county's gone mad. Ha ha ha. We're famous. Ha ha ha. We're really on fire. Meanwhile, at Jin Juanfu's shop, hearing that all grain, oil, and vegetable stores in the county had been completely cleared out, furniture and hardware stores had sold out of large items. At the general merchandise store, over half of everything was sold. Even the most common household goods were snatched up. Jin Juanfu was completely stunned. Then, he spent over 10 minutes in a dazed, vacant smile. Mutterings escaped his lips. He looked completely dazed and foolish. It's so crazy. Chen Xiao was so startled he began to tremble. He had imagined these 300 shops would become an overnight sensation today. But he never imagined it would become this wildly popular. Forget going viral or even exploding in popularity. This was a black hole of popularity. Apart from the produce and grain store's inventory, the goods in the other two shops. In Chen Xiao's plan, if everything sold out within half a month, it would be a huge success. He and Jin Juanfu would have made a killing. But he never imagined. One day. No. Not even a full day. In less than an hour. Across the entire county town, nearly all 300 shops reported the triumphant news that their goods had sold out completely. This is truly insane. How much money could this possibly make? Chen Xiao was completely dumbfounded. The townspeople were absolutely mad today. His own frenzy left him feeling dazed. He didn't know what to do. Ha ha ha. We're rich. We're rich. Ha ha ha. Chen Xiao, we really hit the jackpot. Ha ha ha. Jin Juanfu was still grinning like an idiot. Moments later, he snapped back to reality. His eyes gleamed as he fixed them on Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, quick. Calculate how much we've earned in total. Jin Juanfu trembled with excitement. 150, profit. Gulp. Chen Xiao gradually came to his senses as well. Then, his body tensed and he stood up abruptly. He walked straight to the counter and began calculating. The TV's negotiated purchase price is 400 yuan. Add in shipping from Guangdong to here, plus the cost of doing business. The total cost per TV comes out to around 440 yuan. Our planned price is 550 yuan. But you need a receipt. So no one buys planned price TVs from us. The negotiated price is 1,000 yuan. Which means we basically sell all our TVs at the negotiated price. That's a profit of 560 yuan per unit. Each store stocks 20 TVs. With 100 appliance and hardware shops, that's 2,000 TVs total. So, the profit from TV alone is 1.12 million. Whoa! Just calculating the profit from a single TV. Chen Xiao couldn't help but shiver and suck in a sharp breath. These 2,000 televisions. Jin Juanfu had risked his life in Guangdong and spent a fortune on connections to secure the deal. Without those connections, the deal would never have closed. He had planned to sell all 2,000 units within the next month and consider it a success. But he never imagined. In less than a day, they were completely sold out. And this was merely the purchasing power of a single county town. It genuinely startled Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao had thought that people had been pent up with money to spend all these years. But he never imagined it would be this insane. Gulp. 112,000? Jin Juanfu's voice trembled too. That's pure profit. Pure, unadulterated profit. He'd never seen anything like it. He'd never even dared to imagine it. And forget about it. And this money was made in a single day. This is absolutely insane. I'll head back to Guangdong tomorrow. I'll negotiate another batch of TVs. This time, we're bringing in 5,000 units. Ha ha ha. Chen Xiao, we're rich. We're really rich. Jin Juanfu had completely lost his mind. A grown man. He was jumping up and down, shouting at Chen Xiao. He was laughing so hard tears streamed down his face. His jaw nearly dislocated. Yet he couldn't stop grinning. He was completely overjoyed. Hold on. There's still the bicycle. The sewing machine. The watch. Those aren't even counted yet. Chen Xiao was also panting heavily. He struggled to maintain his composure. Only after a moment did his hands stop trembling. He resumed his calculations. For the Magic City brand watches, we negotiated the purchase price. With shipping costs and the goodwill discount, the total cost per watch is 130 yuan. But we sold them for 220 yuan. That's a profit of 90 yuan per watch. We bought 1,000 total. Sold out completely. Total profit 90,000 yuan. Chen Xiao's hands never stopped as he calculated the watch prices again. Phew. But this profit wasn't as staggering as the TVs. Chen Xiao breathed a slight sigh of relief. Jin Juanfu also snapped back to reality. This watch isn't as profitable as the TV. Why don't we stop selling watches altogether and just sell TVs from now on? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but ask as he listened to Chen Xiao's calculations. What are you thinking? The profits from televisions are only temporary. At this rate, the entire county's TV market will be saturated in no time. Everyone who can afford a TV will have one. Then, TVs won't be as hot sellers as they are now. So don't let short-term profits cloud your judgment. Besides, people are just pent up right now, that's why they're going on this spending spree. Once TVs stop selling like hotcakes, our profits will plummet, and I mean really plummet. If we want to sustain our business and keep making money long-term, we must keep a wide enough variety of goods to ensure our business stays strong. Chen Xiao shook his head. He knew full well. The current business boom in these shops was merely a fleeting surge. Once the hype cooled down, business stabilizes, it would be the everyday staples: tea, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, those seemingly unprofitable daily necessities that would provide long-term, stable income. Therefore, one must never sacrifice the greater good for the sake of minor gains. Okay. I'll listen to you. Whatever you say goes. Jin Juanfu agreed without hesitation. He now harbored not a shred of doubt toward Chen Xiao. His trust in Chen Xiao was absolute. Alright, back to the calculations. Chen Xiao shook his head and resumed the calculations. As for the bicycles, we bought them at a negotiated price, but they haven't sold well. Same as the watches, we bought 1,000 bikes, with each shop getting 10. We sold them all, but it was slow going. The profit per bike isn't high either, just 30 bucks. Total profit, 30,000 yuan. Chen Xiao's hands never stopped as he kept calculating the accounts. Perhaps the television had made the sum seem too large. 30,000 yuan, neither of them felt much about it. The sewing machines were also bought at a negotiated price. Factoring in all costs, each one comes to 150 yuan. We sell them for 280 yuan. That's a profit of 130 yuan per machine. We have 500 sewing machines in total. That's 65,000 yuan total. Chen Xiao spoke as he jotted down a figure in his notebook. Then he continued his calculations. Alright, just from televisions, watches, sewing machines, and bicycles alone, our net profit is 1,305,000 yuan. Today's guaranteed profit, 1,300,000 yuan. Once the sales figures for the other goods come in later, this profit will be even higher. Chen Xiao took a deep breath. He blurted out the final figure. Gulp. Jin Juanfu swallowed hard, his eyes widening in astonishment. He sat silently in place. Only after a moment did he speak, his voice still dazed. Chen Xiao, tell me, is this real? It feels like I'm dreaming. Jin Juanfu said, somewhat bewildered. Don't worry. This isn't a dream. We've really hit the jackpot. Chen Xiao stood up then, exhaling a long breath. Today's sales success was something he never dared to imagine. We really ought to thank Wen Zishan and Lu Yama for the setup they've laid out for us. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't have made this much money. Chen Xiao sighed sincerely. Then, his eyes twinkled with curiosity as he asked, by the way, how did things go with the task I assigned you last night? Chen Xiao turned to Jin Juanfu with renewed curiosity. Don't worry, I know exactly where Lu Zitian and his crew set up their stalls. First thing this morning, I sent people to keep an eye on Lu Zitian and his crew. I'll make sure that as soon as they set up shop, someone will report it to Team Leader Du, and we'll arrest them on the spot. Not a single one will slip through. Jin Juanfu patted his chest as he assured Chen Xiao. That's good. Chen Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, right, I meant to ask yesterday. Once we open the shop today, won't old Lu and his crew be finished? Why do we need to file a separate report? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but ask Chen Xiao. 151, the original purpose? To strike at the heart of the matter, finish them off in one blow. Chen Xiao replied directly. Huh? What does that mean? Jin Juanfu asked, looking somewhat bewildered. It's simple. I want the entire county's future sales network to belong solely to us. And we must use this opportunity to crush Lu Yanwang and his crew once and for all. To prevent them from causing any trouble for our future business. Chen Xiao stated bluntly. So that's how it is. Jin Juanfu instantly understood. But then, he voiced his doubts. But this might not necessarily take down Lu Yanwang. Even though Lu Ziqian and the others who betrayed me have been captured. But Lu Yuang's own people are still out there. King Lu could easily keep running his operations. Sure, it might be smaller than his current operation, but it's not like he'd lose everything. Jin Juanfu voiced his doubts once more. You must understand. Although Lu Ziqian and his associates had been arrested. But Lu Yenyang himself still had his own people. He still had dozens of small vendors under his command. While the arrests of Lu Ziqian and others may prevent King Lu from conducting major operations in the future, the core operations remain intact. How could this be considered a complete shutdown? Jin Juanfu was puzzled. You don't seriously think they'll let Lu Yanwang off the hook just because Lu Ziqian and his crew got caught, do you? But Chen Xiao responded to Jin Juanfu's words with a mysterious smile. What do you mean? Jin Juanfu was momentarily bewildered. Lu Ziqian and his crew were arrested for profiteering. Lu Yuan was merely the mastermind behind the scenes, never directly involved in the goods sales. So what did this have to do with Lu Yuan? Why did Lu Ziqian and the others betray you? Chen Xiao didn't elaborate, turning his question directly to Jin Juanfu. Naturally, to make more money. Jin Juanfu blurted out instinctively. But now, Lu Ziqian and the others haven't earned more money. Instead, because of Lu Yuan's decisions, they've all ended up in prison. Do you think they'll let Lu Yuan off the hook? Chen Xiao pressed on. Of course not. But even if they won't, what can they actually do? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but frown. They'll drag Lu Yanhuang into it, framing him as the mastermind behind the profiteering scheme. Then Lord Lu will be arrested too. And even if King Lu has connections to get out, his entire fortune, all those goods will be confiscated. He'll be penniless. How could he possibly continue his business? So he's truly at the end of his rope. Do you think Lu Yanhuang still poses a threat to us? Chen Xiao merely chuckled softly. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. So that's how it is. Jin Juanfu finally understood. Moreover, sending Lu Ziqian and Lu Yanhuang's crew to prison wasn't just about monopolizing the entire county's sales network. There's another purpose. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly as he spoke. What purpose? Jin Juanfu pressed. It's to make an example of them. To scare other small vendors in the county into not daring to set up shop anymore. At the same time, it'll scare off anyone else thinking of opening a shop, becoming self-employed, or setting up a small stall. They won't dare do business. For a long time to come, our sales network in the county town won't face any competition. Chen Xiao's lips curved slightly as he chuckled softly. What does that mean? Jin Juanfu looked utterly bewildered again. He increasingly felt his brain wasn't up to the task. How could sending Lu Ziqian and Lu Yanwang to prison make others too scared to open shops and do business? Let me ask you, this team leader Du Yunpeng and his team just rounded up hundreds of people in one sweep. Doesn't that qualify as a major case? Chen Xiao countered Jin Juanfu. Of course it is. Not just in our county, across the entire province, this is a major case. Jin Juanfu immediately responded. Exactly. A case this significant is bound to cause a stir. It'll be common knowledge. If you were an ordinary person and heard that so many businesspeople got arrested for profiteering, would you still dare to do business? Chen Xiao turned to ask Jin Juanfu again. Of course not. Making money becomes secondary. Ending up in jail would be disastrous. After he finished speaking, Jin Juanfu's face lit up with sudden understanding. Exactly. Everyone fears being thrown in jail. Naturally, no one dares to do business. So for a long time to come, anyone in this county or even the entire province who wants to start their own business will be scared. This is our opportunity. Chen Xiao said with a smile. Opportunity? What opportunity? Jin Juanfu was once again baffled. Naturally, it's the chance for our 300 shops to become deeply ingrained in the consciousness of everyone in the county. We must seize this opportunity to make our 300 shops the top choice in the minds of county residents, more important than the supply and marketing cooperative or the department store. Chen Xiao said mysteriously. But what's the point? Jin Juanfu was once again at a loss. He couldn't fathom what Chen Xiao was trying to accomplish. Well, you'll find out soon enough. Chen Xiao offered no further explanation, only a cryptic smile.
Fine. I'm not as clever as you anyway. You handle it.
Jin Juanfu smacked his lips in satisfaction, giving up on further speculation.
Then, curiosity piqued, he asked, Chen Xiao, you didn't set this whole thing up from the start just for this moment, did you? Jin Juanfu couldn't help but ask. Of course not. Chen Xiao shook his head. Actually, this whole situation was more of an encounter battle. From the very beginning.
Listening to Jin Juanfu's words, Chen Xiao shook his head. He began to recount the entire operation slowly.
In truth, when Chen Xiao left the county town for the capital, he had indeed intended to take action against Lu Yanwang and his crew. However, because he was in such a hurry to get his wife medical treatment, it was just an idea he hadn't actually prepared to act on it. So at that time, he merely warned Jin Juanfu to be wary of Lu Yuang and his crew. Besides warning Jin Juanfu to avoid being deceived by Lu Yanhuang and his crew, he also wanted Jin Juanfu to investigate Lu Yuang and his crew. He planned to return and take action then. But what Chen Xiao hadn't anticipated was, Jin Juanfu was actually a bit arrogant at the time. This instantly set off alarm bells in Chen Xiao's mind. Pride is acceptable, but arrogance is absolutely forbidden. That's deadly. So he didn't say much to Jin Juanfu. After giving him a reminder, he left. Truthfully, I didn't think these people would cause Jin Juanfu any trouble. Yet events unfolded beyond Chen Xiao's expectations. When Zhaishan actually approached Lu Yama's crew, intending to cause trouble for Jin Juanfu. Moreover, 152, the final payoff. Moreover, they even caused such a huge mess while I was away. He actually snatched away all the small vendors under Kim Jun-bok's control, which is practically cutting off his supply at the source. Without him, Kim Jun-bok could be said to be finished for good. This left Chen Xiao feeling both relieved and troubled. The joy came from Jin Juanfu finally learning his lesson. It had finally cured the arrogance he developed after his string of victories against Wen Zhaishan. The worry was, after King Lu snatched away Jin Juanfu's street vendors, his own power would rapidly expand. In a very short time, he would become another Kim Jun-bok. Though Kim Jun-bok lost his workforce, I wasn't worried about manpower or opening the shop. But this undoubtedly created a formidable rival for both himself and Jin Juanfu. It would impact the business of the shop he and Kim Jun-bok were opening. Therefore, while in the capital, Chen Xiao conceived the plan to eliminate figures like Lu Yenyang and monopolize the entire county's sales network. He was even prepared to act immediately upon his return. What he hadn't anticipated, however, the moment he returned, he heard that Lu Yenyang, in an effort to make more money for himself and those small vendors, had jacked up the prices of goods to astronomical levels. This single move instantly made Chen Xiao abandon his plans to target Lu Yanwang. It wasn't that he wouldn't deal with Lu Yenyang anymore. It was simply unnecessary. After all, misfortune sent by heaven can be forgiven, but self-inflicted misfortune is unforgivable. In this era, daring to sell goods at exorbitant prices, Lu Yanyan and Wen Zhaishan truly had no idea how they would meet their end. Therefore, he immediately wanted Jin Juanfu to send Lu Yuang straight to prison. But, just as he was about to act, he suddenly recalled the 300 shops he and Jin Juanfu were about to open. A flash of insight struck him. He suddenly realized that Wen Zhaishan and Lu Yuang's deliberate inflation of prices across the entire county might not be such a bad thing after all. His own shops were about to open. But, opening 300 shops simultaneously without making a big splash, it would be impossible to achieve overnight success. Therefore, he needed to create a buzz. Initially, Chen Xiao sent Jin Juanfu to Guangdong to procure a large quantity of discounted televisions. These were extremely scarce items at the time. Simply bringing them back and displaying them in every appliance and hardware store. His own shop would be enough to draw everyone's attention. But that wasn't enough. It wouldn't be enough to make every resident in the county remember his 300 stores all at once. He still needed a chance to make a splash. But such opportunities were rare. Yet, just as Chen Xiaochou's incident unfolded, when Zhaishan and Lu Yama were deliberately inflating prices, causing immense hardship for all the residents in the county town, this matter came to Chen Xiao's attention. This instantly made Chen Xiao realize this was an opportunity. An excellent opportunity. When Zhaishan and Lu Yuan's deliberate price gouging had made the entire county's residents utterly despise them. Those who hated Lu Yanwang intensely. Yet they were powerless to do anything about it. Therefore, at this moment, all the county town residents urgently wished for one thing, a place where they could buy quality goods at affordable prices. This was now the greatest hope of every resident in the county town. The entire county needed a hero. A hero to rescue them from their dire straits. Thus, Chen Xiao went with the flow. No one reported Lu Yama immediately. Instead, they remained silent, allowing Lu Yama and Wen Zhaishan to run rampant and drive prices ever higher. All to wait for a tipping point. A tipping point that would make them an overnight sensation. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao never imagined The advertisements Jin Juanfu had plastered everywhere were actually hyping up his 300 stores, offering quality goods at low prices, instantly capturing the attention of every county resident craving affordable, quality goods. It also made every county resident wonder, could this advertisement actually be true? Amidst the buzzing discussions among the county town residents, Chen Xiao and Wenjiashan's store opened its doors. Naturally, the entire county town rushed into the shop's first thing to verify the ad's authenticity. And when they saw the shop's elegant, clean decor and the high-quality, affordable goods for themselves, it perfectly matched every resident's deepest desires. At that very moment, the county residents' wishes were fulfilled. They were thrilled. Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu became heroes to the entire county. These 300 shops became the lifeline for the county town's residents. Today, in one fell swoop, the entire county remembered that there was a place called Yunpeng shop. From now on, they could shop at these stores. The goods there were high quality, affordable, and clean. You could even buy a television without ration tickets. Jin Juanfu's arch-rivals Lu Yama and the street vendors were all sent to prison in one fell swoop. The mass arrest of so many street vendors. The entire county became too afraid to engage in casual business dealings. Thus, Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu completely monopolized the entire county's sales network. Not just now, but for a long time to come. No one would be able to break this monopoly. Thus, this encounter-like victory was completely concluded. The townspeople got what they wanted. Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu also got what they wanted. As for Lu Yenyang and his crew, they'd have to meet in prison. As for Wen Jiashan? He probably wouldn't dare leave the village now. This setup was a gift straight from the heavens. So that's how it is. Kim Junbok finally grasped Chen Xiao's intricate schemes. A look of sudden realization spread across his face. Thinking of the fates of Wen Jiashan and Lu Yama, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. And so, the two chatted for a while longer. They observed the accountants from 300 shops, led by Jin Juanfu's younger brother, carrying bundles of cash and ledgers, arriving at Jin Juanfu's shop. Alright, time to tally up exactly how much we've earned today. Chen Xiao watched them arrive, a bright smile lighting up his face as he stood up and declared. Jin Juanfu quickly rose to his feet and began assisting. Chen Xiao swiftly began tallying the accounts one by one. The entire morning passed. It took nearly the entire morning to reconcile the accounts for 300 shops. Chen Xiao rubbed his aching hands from writing. He looked up at Jin Juanfu, his eyes sparkling with determination. Our accounts are settled. 100 grain, oil, and vegetable stores, plus the cost of purchasing the shops, totaled an investment of 266,700 yuan. Today's total revenue was 140,000 yuan, with a net profit of 40,000 yuan. For the 100 general merchandise stores, total investment was 466,700 yuan. Today's total revenue was 420,000 yuan. Total profit, 120,000 yuan. 100 appliance and hardware stores, total investment cost 1,210,000. Total profit income approximately 1.31 million. Today's total profit from our 300 shops is approximately 1,470,000 yuan. Divide that by 300 shops. Today, our 300 stores achieved an average profit of 4,900 yuan per store. Chen Xiao took a deep breath. He announced the final profit figure. He then lifted his head, his gaze fixed intently on Jin Juanfu. That means each of our shops generates a daily profit of 4,900 yuan. Chen Xiao fell silent after speaking. Jin Juanfu, however, stood there dumbfounded for a long time. He couldn't utter a single word. One shop could earn 4,900 yuan a day. What about a month? A year? How much could it earn? Jin Juanfu dared not think about it. He really couldn't bear to think about it. 153, Brother Lu. Save us. It's bad. Brother Lu. It's bad. At that very moment, after delivering the goods to Lu Zitian and the others that morning, he was playing cards with his crew in the warehouse. But not long into the game, one of his men scrambled into the warehouse, practically crawling, shouting at Lu Yuang. What's wrong? Can you catch your breath before you speak? Lu Yenwang heard the subordinate's stammering words, furrowed his brow and said, Pant. The young man, hearing Lu Yenyang's words, he fell silent, quickly catching his breath. Only after a moment passed, he finally spoke. Big brother. It's bad. Old Lu and the others have all been taken away. The younger brother exclaimed to Lu Yenyang. What? Why didn't you say anything sooner? Where's the cargo? Lu Yenwang leapt to his feet in shock. His eyes red with panic, he demanded answers from his subordinate. Boss, didn't you tell me to catch my breath first? The underling was a bit dazed and couldn't help but ask. Hurry up. Where's their stuff? Lu Yenwang had no time to argue with his subordinate. He pressed the younger brother urgently. Of course it was taken away by the government. Big brother, you know that. Crackdown on profiteering. The goods being sold will be confiscated. The young man stated matter-of-factly to Lord Lu. Confiscated? Lu Yanwan's vision instantly went dark. Only 2 words remained in his mind. It's over. You see? These days, the goods Lu and Tian had been procuring were obtained by risking everything he owned, even borrowing an extra 20,000 yuan to secure them from other suppliers. It could be said that his entire family's livelihood, his very life and fortune, rested on this shipment. Now, the entire shipment had been confiscated. Thud. The next moment, his eyes rolled back in his head. Then, he collapsed onto the ground. He passed out. Boss. His men nearby were startled and immediately called out anxiously. WH, what do we do now? What's wrong with the boss? We're done for. What do we do now? The few men around him were instantly at a loss. Holding the unconscious Lu Yama, they were at a loss. Big brother's asleep. Why not just let him sleep? He doesn't have much to do during the day anyway. The subordinate who'd come to report the news. He glanced at the unconscious Lu Yama. He couldn't help but mutter. Well, I guess you're right. Usually during the day, the boss plays cards with us here and sometimes even sleeps here. Then let's just wait until the boss wakes up. The surrounding strategists conferred briefly. Indeed. They quickly carried Lu Yenyang over to a makeshift bed nearby and laid him down to sleep. So what should we do? But then, the younger brothers looked at each other in confusion. They didn't know what to do. How about playing cards? One of them, still holding a deck of cards. He pursed his lips and cautiously suggested. Great idea. Let's play cards. And so, the group of guys started playing cards right there. And the game grew increasingly heated. After who knows how long. Ugh. Lu Yama awoke from his stupor. He heard the rhythmic clatter of cards being played nearby. What happened to me? Lu Yama was still dazed. He couldn't help but mutter. Brother, you passed out after hearing about old Lu and the others getting arrested this morning. You slept straight through until now. Hearing Lu Yenyang's voice, several underlings nearby hurried over to inform him. Old Lu got arrested? Lu Yanwang was still a bit dazed. But the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. Wait. Old Lu got arrested? The goods were confiscated? Lu Yanwan's body tensed and he sprang up from the wire bed. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the henchman. Yes, boss. The men nodded in unison. Such an important matter. You saw me pass out, why didn't you wake me? Lu Yanwan's eyes turned red. He glared at his subordinates, his voice gritted with anger. Boss, we thought you were asleep and figured it wasn't anything major, so we didn't wake you. The underlings exchanged nervous glances. They couldn't help but swallow hard. One of them scratched his head and blurted out. Idiots. Lu Yanwang heard his underling's words. He nearly lost his mind with rage. It felt like another bolt from the blue. How could his men be this utterly stupid? Let's go. But now wasn't the time to argue with these fools. He sprang to his feet and headed straight for the exit. Leave? Where to? A few of his men asked, looking bewildered. Find that old bastard Wen Zhaishan. Get the car. Lu Yama bellowed in fury. Aye. Got it, boss. The henchman, startled, scrambled toward the parking lot outside. However, as Lu Yuang and his men emerged from the warehouse, squeak! A police van pulled up right at the warehouse entrance. Then, Yunpeng, head of the Speculation and Arbitrage Task Force, stepped out of the vehicle with his team. One hand pressed against the pistol at his waist. He addressed Lu Yanwang. Are you Lu Yanwang? I am. Who are you? Lu Yanwang stared blankly at Yunpeng. Noticing Du's ready stance to draw his weapon, he swallowed hard and asked. We're from the county's special task force for cracking down on speculation and illegal trading. Today we cracked a major case of illegal speculation and profiteering. Their ringleader wants to see you. You need to come with us for questioning. Yunpeng flashed his credentials at Lu Yuang as he spoke. Me? What does this have to do with me? Lu Yanwang's heart sank, and he quickly tried to distance himself. Even though the goods had been confiscated, he was penniless and deep in debt. But, as long as he's not in trouble, he could make a comeback. Even if he couldn't make a comeback, he could head to another province and start anew. But if he really gets caught now, then he's truly finished. I never said it had anything to do with you. It's just that this guy named Lu Zaiqian wants to see you. You need to come back with us to cooperate with the investigation. Let's go. Yunpeng watched Lu Yanwan's eyes dart around. His brow furrowed. His hand immediately reached for his holster, unfastening the buckle. He spoke again. Fine. I'll leave right now. Seeing Yunpeng's expression, Lu Yanwan knew he couldn't escape his fate today. He could only obediently walk toward Yunpeng's car. As he walked, he called out to his henchman beside him, go to Huangyu Village and find Wen Zhaishan. Listen to him. Get him to figure something out. Lu Yuang gave a quick order before climbing into the car. Then, Du Yunpeng shot a wary glance at his men before climbing into the vehicle himself? The henchmen exchanged glances. Then, they all climbed into a truck and drove off toward Huangyu Village. Lord Lu, you have to save us. You absolutely must save us. Lu Zetian looked at Lu Yenyang, who had been brought here. His eyes lit up instantly. Grasping at what felt like his last lifeline, he rushed straight to the iron bars and shouted at King Yamalu. Old Lu? Lu Yenyang startled. He looked up. He saw 5 or 6 people seated on the other side of the iron bars. It was Lu Zetian and the others, their eyes burning with intensity as they stared at him. 154, I'll take good care of your families. Don't talk nonsense. Save what? What do we have to do with each other? Lu Yama cautiously glanced at team leader Du, who had followed in, then quickly addressed old Lu and the others. Lu Yama, you can't just turn your back on us. It was clearly you. Old E, who had been dragged in here. Hearing Lu Yanyan's words, grew frantic. He was about to say something. But the next moment. Swish. Old Lu beside him swiftly raised his hand to grab old E. He also shot a glance at team leader Du, who had followed them in and was squinting at them. Only then did old E snap out of it. He shut his mouth immediately. Phew. Lu Yama saw old Lu restrain old E and finally let out a sigh of relief. Only then did old Lu turn to face Lu Yenyang. Brother Lu, my apologies. But we really had no other choice. We're just ordinary folks trying to support our families. I've got a sick son to care for at home. We really can't go to jail. Brother Lu, please, can you save us? Old Lu pleaded with Lu Yama. He never imagined. They had already obtained their business license. Yet they were still being arrested. And on charges of profiteering. This threw him into a panic, unsure what to do. Well, team leader Du, what exactly did they get charged with? I thought they were just small-scale traders? And they were all licensed and operating legally. How did they end up committing a crime? A flicker of hesitation crossed Lu Yanwan's eyes. He really didn't want to get involved. But then he thought of the goods he had confiscated. He couldn't help but press Du Yunpeng. A business license isn't a get-out-of-jail-free card. Having a business license means you must operate legally. Operate within the bounds of the law and government regulations. Weren't these points explained to them when they applied for the license? But what about them? They're deliberately inflating market prices. Even with a business license, they're recklessly inflating prices. Buying low and selling high. This is classic profiteering. Therefore, their guilt is undeniable. Moreover, since they possess licenses, this constitutes knowingly violating the law, which carries an additional penalty. They'll be sent to prison tomorrow. Each faces at least a year's sentence. Of course, if they reveal who ordered them and name the mastermind behind the scenes, their sentences will be reduced. Du Yunpeng glanced cautiously at the King of Hell, Lu, who was questioning him. His expression remained stern and impartial. In truth, he wasn't stupid. He could clearly see that old Lu and his crew were acting under Lu Yanwan's orders. He wanted to arrest Lu Yuang right now. But old Lu and his crew wanted Lu Yenyang to save them, and they could all protect Lu Yenyang without exposing him. It was a case of mutual cover-up. Under normal circumstances, he'd be powerless to act. Therefore, he wanted to capture Lord Lu. He had to resort to some tricks. And now, he deliberately claimed that if old Lu and his crew revealed the mastermind behind the operation, they could receive reduced sentences. He was creating a prisoner's dilemma between King Lu and old Lu's group. Reduced sentences? Clearly, Team Leader Du's words served their purpose. Upon hearing Team Leader Du's words, instantly, old Lu and the others' eyes lit up. Their gazes toward Lu Yanwang flickered involuntarily. Oh no! Lu Yenyang's heart skipped a beat. I knew I was done for. Old Lu and his crew definitely wanted him to save them. But he couldn't even save old Lu and the others now. He was already drowning in debt himself. Even if he weren't in debt, even if he himself were completely unscathed, he wouldn't have the means to rescue nearly 300 people. Forget him. Even Jin Juanfu couldn't manage it. Therefore, it's not a question of whether he could save them. It was a question of whether he had the capability to save them. But seeing the shifting glances of old Lu and the others, he understood. If he abandoned old Lu and the others, the next moment, they would report him, claiming he was the mastermind. He would never walk out of the detention center that day. What could he do? And this was precisely team leader Du Yunpeng's scheme. To legally and justifiably apprehend Lu Yama. A meticulously designed prisoner's dilemma. Lu Yuang feared that Lao Lu and the others would expose him, harboring deep suspicion toward them. Old Lu and the others feared Lu Yuang wouldn't rescue them, harboring deep suspicion toward him as well. A chain of suspicion was now firmly established. Team leader Du was equally certain that Lu Yanwang lacked the ability to rescue these people. As long as Lu Yanwang couldn't save them, they would inevitably drag Lu Yanwang down with them. They would pin the blame on Lu Yenyang as the mastermind behind it all. Next, It was only a matter of time before the chain of suspicion among them erupted completely. Brother Lu, please help us. We genuinely had no idea this would happen. We never intended to break the law. It was just a momentary lapse of judgment. You have to save us. Sure enough. The next moment, old Lu bellowed at King Yama. His voice wasn't quite as desperate, but it carried a different flavor. That flavor was called threat. You. Lu Yama naturally recognized the threat in old Lu's words. A flash of anger flickered in his eyes. But in the end, he could only turn to Team Leader Du with resignation. Team Leader Du, they're just ordinary citizens. They don't understand government policies. They acted in ignorance and broke the law. Can't we give them a chance to make amends? Lu Yanwang pressed Team Leader Du while stalling for time to devise a solution. Absolutely not. How many times have we emphasized this over the years? No buying low and selling high to resell supplies. No private trading. And these individuals are practically our regulars. Their chances for forgiveness are exhausted. Team Leader Du Yunpeng remained uncompromising. He continued speaking. He was forcing the issue. Forcing Lu Yanwang and old Lu to turn on each other. Forcing Lao Lu and the others to identify Lu Yuang as the mastermind behind the scenes. This. Lu Yama was genuinely feeling a headache coming on. Seeing the veiled threats in old Lu and the others' eyes, he genuinely didn't know what to do. In the past, when his men got arrested, he didn't have to worry about it. He'd just recruit new people and keep running his business with the others. As for whether the street vendors ended up in jail, what did that have to do with him? But now, Lao Lu and his crew had been arrested for deliberately inflating prices. What if they implicated him? The charges against him would be unimaginable. At this thought, he turned to face Lao Lu and the others. Everyone, you've seen the situation. It's not that I won't save you, it's that I genuinely can't. You've broken the law. I'm just an ordinary citizen, there's nothing I can do. Still, it's been nice knowing you all. Here's what we'll do, I'll go back and look into it, see if I can come up with another solution. I'll also take care of your families. How does that sound? Lu Yanwang's eyes darted around. Suddenly, he recalled the family information he had previously requested from these individuals. He narrowed his eyes. He addressed the group. His tone now carried a hint of threat. 155, Lu Yanwang is the mastermind behind it all. Clearly, this was using the families of old Lu and the others to threaten them. Lu Yama, what do you mean? When you had Oldie lead us to join you, you didn't say it would be like this. You promised us we'd make a fortune if we followed you. And now you dare threaten us with our own families? The others weren't fools either. They understood the hidden meaning behind Lu Yanyan's words. Instantly, everyone's eyes turned red with fury. Staring at Lu Yuan with bloodshot eyes, they shouted. Hey, hey, hey! Don't talk nonsense. I'm just a salesman. I sold you the goods. But how could I have known you'd use the goods bought from me for illegal speculation? You brought this upon yourselves by breaking the law. What does that have to do with me? Lu Yanwan was startled and quickly began explaining. While explaining, he kept glancing warily at Team Leader Du, who had grown alert beside him. His eyes darted around. Fine, fine. Lu Yama, you're biting the hand that feeds you, aren't you? And you dare threaten us with our own family members? Fine. Team Leader Du, we're reporting you. Old Lu heard Lu Yama's tone of wanting to distance himself. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot. He stared intently as Lu Yanwang spoke. Startled, Lu Yuang instinctively tried to say something. But the next moment. Report? Report what? Team Leader Du spoke up. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. The time to close the net had arrived. We're reporting them not because we want to artificially inflate prices. It's this Lu Yama and a guy named Wen Jiashan. They're trying to take advantage of the peak holiday shopping season to fleece everyone in the county town. That's why they set the prices so high. We're just following King Lu's business model. Whatever price he sets, that's what we sell at. It's got nothing to do with us. Old Lu shot back without a moment's hesitation. You're talking nonsense. But the next moment, King Lu instantly grew frantic. He yelled at Old Lu. Then, he anxiously turned to Team Leader Du. Team Leader Du, you absolutely mustn't believe these criminals. They're deceiving you. The rampant price gouging that's their doing, not mine. Seeing that I won't bail them out, they're making wild accusations. They're slandering me. Lu Yanwang pleaded urgently to Du Yunpeng. King Yama. You're talking nonsense. But Old Lu gritted his teeth and shouted again. You dare claim the prices of the goods we sold weren't yours? Old Lu's eyes blazed as he confronted Lu Yenyang. I. Lu Yuan was momentarily speechless. Those goods were indeed all his. He had no words to defend himself. You dare say the pricing for the goods we sell wasn't set by you? Old Lu bellowed at Lu Yenyang once more. Lu Yama tried to deny it. But looking at the people before him, he knew it was futile to deny it. And one more thing. Dare you say you and Wen Zhaishan weren't planning to take advantage of the new year to slaughter the entire county? Old Lu saw Lord Lu speechless. He couldn't help but press further. Lu Yama said nothing more. He only stared at old Lu with a cold, menacing gaze, saying nothing more. Team leader Du, everything is clear now, isn't it? We were truly forced by this Lu Yama to sell the goods at such exorbitant prices. We truly didn't want to commit a crime. Old Lu ignored Lu Yenyang. Instead, he turned to team leader Du. You're lying. Old Lu, you have the nerve to pin all this on me? Me forcing you? Dare you say you didn't agree when Zhaishan first proposed this plan? Upon hearing old Lu attempt to pin the blame squarely on him to absolve himself, he instantly lifted his head. He confronted old Lu. Old Lu's body froze. That's right. He had indeed intended to shift the blame onto Lu Yama to clear himself and his men. But he never imagined Lu Yama would react so swiftly. Lord Lu, are you even human? We chose to side with you and supply you with goods. You have a duty to protect our safety. But now, because of your scheme to inflate prices, we've ended up in prison. Not only did you refuse to rescue us, you even threatened our families. You're nothing but a monster. How dare you speak to us like this? Old Lu was furious. He didn't want to go to jail. He couldn't go to prison. His son was sick and needed constant hospital care, and he had to be there to look after him at all times. If he went to jail, his son would be left to die. He absolutely couldn't go to prison. You have the nerve to call me inhuman? Do you think you're any better? Back then, Jin Juanfu treated you all with kindness and loyalty, didn't he? But those of you Lao Yi and his crew disobeyed Jin Juanfu. Over 20 of you got arrested and are headed for prison. Jin Juanfu spared no expense to get them out. But Old Yi turned around and betrayed Jin Juanfu to join us. And you lot you keep going on about how Jin Juanfu helped you out back then, how good he was to you. But what about you? You betrayed Jin Juanfu for money. When it comes to being human, you're not even human. And you have the nerve to talk to me. Lu Yama, however, showed no mercy to this group. He ruthlessly tore away their fig leaves. You! Old Lu and his crew heard Lu Yuan's scathing remarks. Their faces instantly flushed crimson. Yet, not a single word escaped their lips. At that very moment, Team Leader Du spoke up, thoroughly satisfied. Finished arguing? Team Leader Du surveyed the group, his voice slow and deliberate. Seeing Lu Yenyang turn to speak again, he cut him off. No need for further discussion. Go inside. Lord Lu, you don't seriously think we've been unaware of your activities all these years, do you? If it weren't for ensuring the county's residents had access to daily necessities, we would have arrested you long ago. Now that business is legal, why won't you just run it properly? You insist on taking the backdoor route. If I don't arrest you, who will? Team Leader Du cut Lu Yenwang off abruptly. He stated his purpose plainly. So you targeted me from the very beginning, right? Lu Yenhuang finally caught on. A wretched smile spread across his face as he muttered. Better late than never. Now that you understand, go in on your own. Team Leader Du said with a smile curling his lips. In truth, in the past, they knew there were a few leading middlemen in the county. Jin Juanfu was the biggest one. Lu Yenyang and others were also under close scrutiny. But 156 dare to bully the people of our Huangyu Village? They wouldn't dare to arrest these people lightly. Because, as Wen Zhaishan said, though their trade was illegal, they genuinely met half the county town's consumer demand. They also supply half of the daily necessities. If they were all arrested, the situation from the past few days would recur. County residents would find themselves unable to purchase goods even with money. Therefore, over the years, they've turned a blind eye to figures like Jin Juanfu and Lu Yama. With policies now fully liberalized, Jin Juanfu, Lu Yuang, and others could now conduct business legally. Under Chen Xiao's guidance, Jin Juanfu promptly obtained a business license, becoming a legitimate individual entrepreneur. He slipped off their radar. Lu Yuang and the others swiftly followed suit, obtaining their business licenses as well. Thus, these former black market middlemen had all become legitimate individual entrepreneurs. He breathed a long sigh of relief. No longer would he have to watch these people engage in profiteering without being able to arrest them, which had been a constant source of irritation. But he never imagined, even though they could now operate legally, Lu Yama could still pull off schemes like artificially inflating prices. The entire county was filled with discontent. Even his own household, as the head of the Du group, struggled to procure New Year's goods. Wasn't this blatant disregard for the law? Therefore, he had long set his sights on Lu Yenyang. But during the New Year period, everyone needed to buy holiday goods, requiring sufficient supply. If Lu Yenwang were arrested, the county town's residents would truly have nowhere to buy their New Year's goods. That's why he hadn't moved against Lu Yenyang. But then, Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu's 300 shops opened for business. Not only did they provide ample goods, but they were also high quality and reasonably priced. Instantly, Lu Yuan's role vanished. They too were preparing to take action against Lu Yuan's people. And at this very moment, Jin Juanfu even came over to lend them a hand. He revealed the exact locations where old Lu and his crew had set up their stalls. This allowed the special task force on speculative trading to round up Lu Yuan's entire crew in one fell swoop. It was a resounding victory. But the fact that Lu Yuan, the mastermind behind the scenes, had slipped through the net, that left him with a lingering regret. Therefore, having likely learned of the affairs between old Lu and his associates and Lu Yuang, he used old Lu and his crew to orchestrate this scheme of pitting them against each other, seizing the opportunity to arrest Lu Yuang. And now, everything is proceeding smoothly. Lu Yuang was finally caught. His heart as cold as ashes, he shuffled step by step toward the open door of the detention cell. But just then, no! I can't go to prison. I have to get out. I absolutely must get out. I have a son to raise. I can't go to prison. I have to get out and earn money to support my son. Without me, my son will die. Old Lu, confined in the holding cell, suddenly became completely deranged. As he spoke, he lunged toward the cell door. Team leader Du's eyes narrowed sharply. He bellowed, "Take him down!" In an instant, the law enforcement officers inside the detention room instantly surged forward, pinning old Lu to the ground. "No! You can't arrest me! I need to get out! My son will die without me! I'm innocent! This is a frame-up! It was Lu Yama who framed me! Let me out!" Old Lu was pinned to the ground, still struggling and screaming. "Lu Zitian, you made yourselves quite clear just now. You betrayed Jin Juanfu for money and sided with Lu Yanwang. And for money, you agreed to Lu Yanwang's plan. Lu Yuang is the mastermind, no doubt about it. But you lot? You're accomplices. Therefore, none of you will get your wish." Team leader Du, however, calmly escorted Lu Yuang into the detention cell. Looking down at old Lu pinned to the ground, he spoke in a calm tone. "That's right. Don't mistake this for a scheme orchestrated solely by Lu Yuang and Wen Zhaishan. But these people were also in it for the money, agreeing to the plan. Therefore, they're all accomplices, not a single one is innocent. I can't. I really can't. I can't go to prison. I have a son. He only has me as a father. He's sick and needs my care. I really can't go to prison." Old Lu was nearly losing his mind. Tears streamed down his face as he bellowed at the top of his lungs. His voice was filled with sheer madness. "Now you realize your mistake? Where were you earlier? Jin Juanfu can run a legitimate business and make it thrive. Why did you have to exploit this loophole?" Team leader Du showed no mercy whatsoever. Over the years, he'd seen plenty of people like this. Before the policy was implemented, he might have shown a little compassion. But now, with the policies now fully legal, these people still knowingly break the law, committing crimes for money. He felt no pity whatsoever. Kim Jun-bak. Yes. Kim Jun-bak. I want to see Kim Jun-bak. Kim Jun-bak will definitely save us. I want to see Kim Jun-bak. You say Lu Yanwang and those street vendors were all arrested? Are you here to find me on Lu Yanwang's orders? When Zhaishan stared at the few of Lu Yanwang's men who had rushed to Huangyu Village in their car, he swallowed hard and blurted out, "That's right. Brother Lu told us to find you immediately. You'll find out what to do." Lu Yuang's men looked at Wen Zhaishan before them and nodded. Then, unable to contain himself, he asked, "What should we do now? Brother Lu's been arrested. We have to get him out of there." Lu Yuan's subordinate anxiously pressed Wen Zhaishan. Earlier, they hadn't thought much of old Lu and the others getting arrested. But with Lu Yanwan's arrest, they finally realized the situation had taken a serious turn. They dared not delay for a moment, immediately following Lu Yanyan's orders to find Wen Zhaishan. Wen Zhaishan was momentarily stunned. He didn't know what to do. This shouldn't be happening. Didn't Chen Xiao say that once you have a business license, it's legal operation? How could they still get busted? If Lu Yanwan's people were arrested, why weren't Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu arrested? Wen Zhaishan couldn't wrap his head around it. He just couldn't wrap his head around it. He remembered it clearly. When he had reported Jin Juanfu earlier, Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu had flaunted Jin Juanfu's newly obtained business license right in front of him. It had made him lose all face. But now the tables have turned on Lu Yuang. Why were Lu Yuang and his men all arrested? Wen Zhaishan fell into a long silence. The captains of the first and second squads exchanged glances, holding their breath in tense silence. They waited quietly for Wen Zhaishan to think. Meanwhile, Lu Yanwang's men grew increasingly restless. Finally, they couldn't hold back any longer. Wen Zhaishan, say something. What can we do to save our boss? Lu Yuan's subordinate pressed again, his voice laced with desperation. When Zishan jolted awake, snapping his head up. The moment his gaze met theirs, a flash of insight struck him. Then, he sprang to his feet. Guards! Throw these men out. How dare you come to our Huangyu Village and act like this? Do you really think the people of Yellowfish Beach Village are pushovers? When Zishan's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot as he bellowed at those around him. What? At when Zishan's outburst, everyone froze in shock. The first squad leader and second squad leader exchanged bewildered glances. Liu Yama's henchmen stared blankly at Wen Zishan, slow to react. What are you two waiting for? They've come right to our doorstep to bully us. Are we people of Yellowfish Beach Village just going to let them push us around? At that very moment, Wen Zishan bellowed at the two brigade captains once more. Ha! The second brigade leader, startled by the shout, suddenly had a flash of insight. As if he had suddenly understood something. 157, protect yourself. His eyes lit up. He instantly shouted, quick, someone come. Someone's come to our Yellowfish Beach Village to bully our people. Help us. The second team captain immediately shouted in unison. Ha! Bullying us? They haven't bullied us at all. The captain of the first team remained utterly confused. How could Lu Yanwang's men have bullied them? Glancing at the still dazed members of Lu Yuang's crew, then at the suddenly enraged captain of Team 2 beside him, he couldn't help but mutter. Never mind. Just do it. Without explanation, the second squad leader urgently shouted, help. Someone's bullying our villagers in Yellowfish Beach Village. Help us. The second squad captain yelled. The captain of the first squad also suppressed his doubts and joined in the loud call. The next moment. Bang! The village committee's gate was smashed open. Then, a mob armed with knives, forks, and clubs stormed into the village committee building. Who dares bully the people of Yellowfish Beach Village? You don't want to live anymore, do you? Do you even know where you are? Armed with various farming tools, the villagers stormed into the village committee office with fierce, predatory stares. Their icy stares locked onto Liu Yama's men. They shouted their demands. What? Wen Zishan, what do you mean by this? Liu Yanwang's men were still baffled. But seeing the murderous aura emanating from the villagers, they couldn't help but feel intimidated. They stammered nervously as they addressed Wen Zishan. In this era, killing a person or two in the village wasn't considered a big deal. They were thugs, but they were scared. Who are you? Why have you come to our Huangyu village? And why are you bullying our villagers? Wen Zishan, however, acted as if he didn't recognize them. He demanded sharply. Wen Zishan, you weren't with our brother Liu. A few people were a bit dazed. They murmured instinctively. But then, what's this about brother Liu the king of hell? I don't even know him. What does this have to do with me? Wen Zishan cut them off without a word. You. The others were all dumbfounded. They wanted to say something, but no words came out. Get them out of here. Do you really think anyone can bully Huangyu Village? But Wen Zishan wasn't about to give them another chance to speak. He shouted directly at the crowd. Get out! Get out! Get out! The surrounding villagers raised their farming tools, pointing them straight at Liu Yanyang's henchmen as they shouted. You! Startled, the men instinctively stumbled backward. Finally, they glanced at Liu Yuang, then at the enraged villagers surrounding them. Gritting their teeth, they turned and fled. Before long, they drove off in their truck. Only after watching them depart did Wen Zishan breathe a sigh of relief. A faint smile touched his lips as he addressed the crowd. My fellow villagers, thank you all so much. Otherwise, they really would have bullied us. Wen Zishan addressed the crowd. Old secretary, don't worry. The people of Huangyu Village aren't pushovers. That's right. If they dare come to Huangyu Village to cause trouble, they'll get what's coming to them. Old secretary, if they dare come back, just shout for help. We'll be there in a flash. The surrounding villagers all chimed in cheerfully. All right. No problem. Thank you all for your help today. Everyone, go back to your work. Wen Zishan cheerfully agreed. The crowd gradually dispersed. Once everyone had left, only the two squadron commanders remained. The smile vanished from Wen Zishan's face. Instead, his brow furrowed deeply, his expression turning grim. He shot the two captains a glance before striding silently toward the village committee office. Number 2, what did the old secretary mean just now? Those guys are clearly Liu Yanyang's men. Why did the old secretary suddenly act like he didn't know them? And they weren't even bullying us. Why did the old secretary say they were bullying us and order them to leave? Captain of Team 1 asked, looking somewhat bewildered. It's to distance ourselves from that Liu Yanwang. The second squad leader interjected directly. Draw a line? What does that mean? The captain of Team 1 remained perplexed. Don't forget, why did these people come looking for the secretary? The second team leader looked at the bewildered first team leader and asked directly. Naturally, it's because Liu Yanwang and his street vendors were arrested. They want the old secretary to help get Liu Yuang out of jail. The captain of Team 1 blurted out instinctively. Exactly. Team 2 captain nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Though we still don't know exactly why King Lu and those vendors got arrested. But it must be connected to that idea the old secretary suggested about raising the prices of goods. So now that Lu Yanwan's been arrested, what if he can't keep his mouth shut and drags the old secretary down with him? Won't the old secretary get arrested too? If the old secretary gets arrested, what will happen to our village's fish pond business? What about the chicken farming business? Therefore, at this moment, what we should be thinking about isn't how to save Lu Yanyang, but how to protect ourselves. With that, the second team captain turned and led the first team captain back toward the village committee office. Protect ourselves? How? Team leader 1 looked bewildered. Isn't what we just did exactly that, protecting ourselves? The second team leader glanced at Wen Zhaishan, who sat calmly in the main seat deep in thought, and continued addressing the first team leader. What we just did? Driving Lu Yanyang's men out? But how does that protect us? The captain of the first squad remained perplexed. Think about it. We called the villagers over and drove those men out of the village together. What does that signify? The second squad leader asked directly. It means they're out for revenge? The captain of the first squad hesitated before speaking. Exactly. It clearly shows we have a conflict with them. Moreover, the old secretary just publicly stated he doesn't know Lu Yanwang. He even had Lu Yuan's men thrown out to prove the old secretary isn't acquainted with him, and that he has nothing to do with Lu Yuan's actions. Now the entire village knows about this incident. So the entire village has become witnesses for the old secretary. This way, even if Lu Yuang tries to drag the old secretary down later, it won't work. With the entire village vouching for the old secretary's innocence, he won't be arrested. This way, he's completely protected himself. Got it now? 158, Chen Xiao, you ingrate. The second team captain explained everything in detail to the first team captain. Team leader 1 finally understood, so that's how it is. No wonder the old secretary suddenly pretended not to recognize those people. The old secretary really is clever. Team 1 captain remarked. He couldn't help but glance at Wen Zhaishan with admiration. Wen Zhaishan opened his eyes at that moment. Frustrated, he shook his head. Enough. The most important thing now is for you to head to the county immediately. Find out exactly what happened. How did King Lu get arrested? Why was he arrested? Lord Lu's case directly affects our future sales of eggs and fish. We must get to the bottom of this. Wen Zhaishan ordered the two men directly. Yes, old secretary. The two men instantly responded to the old secretary. They immediately prepared to leave. But just then, beep beep beep, the sound of a car horn blared. A minivan pulled up to the Huangyu Village committee. Secretary. Trouble. Du Yunpeng, the team leader, is here. The two men, just about to step outside, instantly spotted Du Yunpeng sitting in the passenger seat, about to step out. Their expressions darkened simultaneously as they whipped their heads toward Wen Zhaishan. What's the panic for? We've done everything we needed to do. What else is there to fear? When Zhaishan watched their panicked expressions, he instantly gave a low, sharp rebuke. Suppressing the panic within, he stood up and walked toward the exit. Team leader Du, what brings you to our Yellowfish Beach village today? Do you have any instructions? After stepping outside, when Zhaishan's face broke into a smile once more, he stepped forward to greet Du Yunpeng and inquired. No instructions, actually. But someone has reported you for instructing others to artificially inflate prices and maliciously drive up costs. Du Yunpeng narrowed his eyes at Wen Zhaishan's demeanor. Then he spoke directly. Nonsense. But the next moment, when Zhaishan erupted in fury, Team leader Du, this is slander. How could a simple villager like me manipulate prices and artificially inflate costs? Isn't this slander? Team leader Du, who is slandering me like this? Is it Chen Xiao? I knew that ingrate would never learn. Not only does he repay kindness with betrayal, but now he wants to ruin me. Team leader Du, you must see clearly. I, Wen Zhaishan, have always conducted myself with integrity and honesty. I can withstand any investigation. When Zhaishan stood before Du Yunpeng with an air of righteous indignation, Du Yunpeng observed Wen Zhaishan's demeanor and offered a non-committal smile. Then he stated directly, but the one who reported you wasn't Chen Xiao. It was Lu Yuang. And it's not just King Lu, the street vendors under him have all identified you as the mastermind behind this. Du Yunpeng spoke slowly. Nonsense. They're all talking nonsense. When Zhaishan erupted in fury once more. How could I possibly have instructed them to inflate prices? Do I even have the power to do that? Besides, I don't even know this Lu Yama, the whole village knows him. How could I possibly instruct him? I'm genuinely curious, why would they slander me? I, Wen Zhaishan, have no grudge against them. How could they slander me like this? When Zhaishan, panting with rage, demanded of Du Yunpeng. I have no idea. Du Yunpeng watched Wen Zhaishan's clumsy performance. He curled his lips and replied. But then he continued. But then again, I doubt you're the mastermind behind this. You're just a farmer, how could you possibly pull strings with the king of hell himself? Right? Du Yunpeng said meaningfully. In truth, Du Yunpeng already knew that Wen Zhaishan was one of the masterminds behind the scenes. But Wen Zhaishan's position was too sensitive. He was a major investor backed by the county party secretary. Arresting Wen Zhaishan would truly cause major trouble. Therefore, upon his arrival, he first went to the county party committee. He sought the county party secretary's opinion. The final answer was exactly as he had anticipated. No arrest. Just a warning visit. Therefore, he came. His sole purpose was to warn Wen Zhaishan to stop causing trouble. And the underlying message in his earlier words was clear. I know you're one of the masterminds behind this, but we're not arresting you this time for the sake of Huangyu Village's collective enterprise. But we're keeping a close eye on you now. If you dare cause trouble again, we'll follow the rules. See? It's up to you. Team leader Du truly is a just and upright official. Truly discerning. When Zhaishan's eyes flickered, and in an instant, he launched into an exaggerated display of gratitude toward Team Leader Du. When Zhaishan understood Team Leader Du's meaning, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Alright, that's all for today. Secretary Fang asked me to pass along a message. Raise your fish well. Raise your chickens well. Stay on the straight and narrow. Alright, we're heading back. Team Leader Du gave Wen Zhaishan another meaningful look. He turned decisively and climbed back into the car. Yes, yes, yes. Secretary Fang's words are wise. We will never forget our original aspirations and stay on the right path. Wen Zhaishan hastily pledged his loyalty. Alright. Let's go. Back to the office. Du Yunpeng waved dismissively, unconcerned. He addressed the driver directly. The van started up again and headed straight out of the village. Watching Du Yunpeng's car disappear, the smile vanished from Wen Zhaishan's face once more. He glared fixedly at the direction Du Yunpeng had departed, gnashing his teeth in fury. Damn you, Chen Xiao. You actually waited here for me. You're ruthless. Wen Zhaishan muttered through gritted teeth. After a brief exchange with Team Leader Du, he finally understood why Lu Yenyang and the others had been arrested. They'd been hoarding goods to artificially inflate prices. He now realized that even with a business license, pricing goods had its standards. You couldn't just set prices this high as you wanted. And only now did he grasp it. Why Chen Xiao had so openly revealed that obtaining a business license allowed one to operate legally. He also understood why Chen Xiao wasn't worried about him copying his method and having Lu Yama and others obtain business licenses to legitimize their operations. Because Chen Xiao knew he wouldn't grasp the policy. He knew that even if he copied Chen Xiao's approach and advised Lu Yuan to get a business license, he wouldn't grasp the specifics of the policy. Copying the form without grasping the essence. Their ignorance of the policy's specifics meant trouble was bound to happen sooner or later. And now, trouble has struck. Therefore, Chen Xiao had been quietly waiting from start to finish just to see them make fools of themselves. You bastards! You knew we were doing something wrong, yet you didn't warn us. Ingrate! Ungrateful! Chen Xiao, you just wait. We're not done with you. When Zhaishan gritted his teeth, imagining Chen Xiao mocking them from wherever he was now, his hatred for Chen Xiao ran deep in his bones. 159, Kim Jun Bak, I'm reporting you. Kim Jun Bak, save me. You know my son is sick. He only has me as a father. He can't live without me. Please, save me, will you? Seeing Jin Juanfu arrive at the holding cell, old Lu seemed to come back to life. He rushed to the bars, gripped them tightly, and desperately pleaded with Jin Juanfu. Old Lu, did you sleep through the morning? But Jin Juanfu, observing Lao Lu's state, raised an eyebrow and sneered. Jin, please, save me. You absolutely must save me. My son is sick without me, he'll die. Old Lu seemed to have lost his mind. He knelt directly before Jin Juanfu, pleading desperately. Save you? Why should I? You're not even my people. Jin Juanfu retorted with disdain. Brother Jin, we've weathered so many storms together all these years. You can't just abandon us. Old Lu heard Jin Juanfu's words. His face flushed. He lowered his head in shame. But then he thought of his own son. He lifted his head once more and pleaded with Jin Juanfu. Oh, so you remember all the ups and downs we've been through over the years? But when you betrayed me, I didn't see you thinking about any of that. Now that you're in prison, you suddenly remember all these years? Too late. But Jin Juanfu showed not a shred of pity. He sneered dismissively. Old Lu froze in place. He tried to speak, but stammered and couldn't get a word out. Enough. If you have anything else to say, get it out quickly. Du called me here. I don't have time to waste with you. Jin Juanfu looked at the speechless group. He shot them a dismissive glance. He glanced at Du Yunpeng standing nearby and urged them directly. We agree. Just then, old Lu lifted his head again, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Jin Juanfu. Agreed? Agreed to what? Jin Juanfu was momentarily bewildered by Lao Lu's words. Didn't you say earlier that you'd only give us a 10% share of the profits? We agree. Once we get out, we'll keep working for you. We don't want a 20% cut. Just as you said 10%. I agree. We all agree. But you have to get us out of here. Old Lu gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed intently on Jin Juanfu. The next moment. Put. Hearing old Lu's words, Jin Juanfu nearly choked on his drink. He stared at old Lu with an almost eerie gaze. Is that good enough now? Old Lu felt a chill run down his spine under Jin Juanfu's gaze. He couldn't help but speak up again. Lu Zaiqian, I really underestimated you lot. Do you really think you're irreplaceable? My shop is already open, why would I still need you? And still take 10% of the profits from me? Ha! Old Lu, could you please stop being so ridiculous? Jin Juanfu stared wide-eyed. He stared at old Lu in disbelief. Jin Juanfu, stop pretending. If you didn't need us, why bother meeting with us today? I doubt those few hundred people you recruited are as professional as us. Chances are, they don't even know how to run a business. Jin Juanfu, face reality. You need us. We've already agreed to take just 10% of the profits. If you get us out of this, we'll stick with you. Old Lu looked at Jin Juanfu with unwavering conviction. Jin Juanfu was stunned into silence by Lu Zaiqian's words. He never imagined that Lu Zaiqian would still act so confident he could control the situation at this critical moment. Honestly, who gave him the nerve? Old Lu, we're running legitimate businesses now. No more hiding in the shadows. Your so-called skills at hiding and evading are useless now. As for selling goods, it's just a simple exchange of money for goods. Who can't do that? Is your speed in handling goods as fast as the young ones? Is your bookkeeping as fast as a professional accountant's? No. What gives you the right to claim you're more professional now? And you have the nerve to ask me for a 10% cut? How ridiculous are you? Besides, you don't seriously think someone who's alienated every single regular customer has any decent sales tactics, do you? Jin Juanfu raised his eyebrows, looking at old Lu with scorn. His eyes brimmed with contempt and scorn. He never imagined Lu Zaiqian actually thought he came to see him because he couldn't do without these small vendors. This was simply laughable. You. What do you mean by that? Old Lu was flustered by Jin Juanfu's scornful remark. His heart sank. His expression darkened as he confronted Jin Juanfu with a hint of panic. What I mean is, I don't need you anymore. You lot are utterly useless to me. And you certainly don't deserve to be bailed out of jail by me. Got it? Jin Juanfu watched Lu Zaiqian, who still refused to accept reality, and spoke bluntly without mincing words. The scorn in his eyes was almost tangible. You're talking nonsense. But hearing Jin Juanfu's words, Lu Zaiqian grew frantic. He abruptly stood up and shouted at Kim Junbok. If you didn't care about us, why would you go out of your way to visit? You're just bored, are you? Lu Zaiqian's eyes flashed red as he confronted Jin Juanfu. Well, I really am bored. Upon hearing Lu Zaiqian's words, a complex expression flickered in his eyes. Earlier, when Du Yunpeng had come to see him, telling him that Lu Zaiqian wanted to meet him, Chen Xiao had actually advised him that Lu Zaiqian's request was merely a ploy to get him to save Lu Zaiqian and his group, and there was no need to come. After all, Lu Zaiqian and his men had betrayed Jin Juanfu before. Returning kindness for betrayal wouldn't be wise. Moreover, the two sides were now sworn enemies. Even if he rescued them, Lu Zaiqian and the others wouldn't behave themselves. Why invite trouble? But after some thought, he still felt that having known Lu Zaiqian and the others, he couldn't be that ruthless. So he came to see his old friends one last time. Of course, he had no intention of saving anyone. After all, hundreds of people. Even if he wanted to save them, he couldn't. He didn't have that kind of ability. Chen Xiao didn't have that ability either. Even Secretary Fang couldn't manage it. Because there are simply too many people. He had intended to have a proper conversation with Lu Zaiqian and the others in the end. If Lu Zaiqian and the others showed remorse, he would look after their families. That would have been the best he could do. But he never imagined Lu Zaiqian remained an unrepentant foster son to this day. Worse still, he tried to morally blackmail him. He had helped him make money, yet Lu Zaiqian acted as if he were doing him a favor. Jin Juanfu finally let go of the last shred of softness in his heart. He stated directly, "Of course, I didn't come here just to see you. There's another matter." Jin Juanfu stood up as he spoke, turning to Du Yunpeng beside him. "Team leader Du, I'm reporting them. The business licenses these people obtained are illegal. They used business licenses issued by our Yunpeng shops to run their own businesses elsewhere. Most of our Yunpeng shops have their own people handling the business licenses. They don't have any shops. Therefore, their business licenses are invalid. Therefore, I'm reporting them for operating without a license. 160, you're a murderer. Jin Juanfu pointed at old Lu and the others in the holding cell, his voice unwavering. What? At Jin Juanfu's words, old Lu and the others in the detention cell froze. They all stared blankly at Jin Juanfu. It took them a while to snap out of it. What did you say? Team leader Du Yunpeng was momentarily stunned. Jin Juanfu's sudden accusation left him feeling utterly bewildered. Team leader Du, I'm saying their business license was illegally obtained using our store's address. It's a violation of regulations. Therefore, their business license is illegal and invalid. Their previous business activities constitute unlicensed operation. It's illegal profiteering. Jin Juanfu repeated once more. Exactly. That was his primary purpose for coming here today. Chen Xiao had instructed him to come to report these individuals for operating without a license once more. With this report, their sentences would be extended by at least 1 year. It would be like crushing them once and for all, leaving them no chance to recover. In reality, when Jin Juanfu first heard Chen Xiao's plan, he refused. Because, while he didn't mind crushing Lu Yenyang, Lu Zitian and the others were his old comrades. Even if Lu Zitian and the others had betrayed him, and were now locked up in the station, he didn't want to be too ruthless. After all, they had worked together in the past. But, seeing the attitudes of Lu Zitian and the others, Jin Juanfu changed. He now understood the meaning behind Chen Xiao's words. Lu Zitian and his group have become enemies, there's no turning back. Once betrayal occurs, no matter how things changed, there was no way to return to the past unscathed. But since there's no such thing as a flawless return, then there are cracks. These cracks would gradually widen under the relentless flow of time. Ultimately, they become two completely opposing sides. This trend and outcome, like the torrent of time, is unstoppable and inevitable. Therefore, he no longer hesitates. He followed Chen Xiao's instructions directly. He reported these people. Since they were inevitably enemies, they must be crushed once and for all. Jin Juanfu. The next moment, old Lu screamed at the top of his lungs, "You're not human." Old Lu's eyes blazed crimson as he glared at Jin Juanfu. He bellowed. How could you report us? These business licenses, you're the one who told us to get them. You're turning the tables on us. You're not human. Lu Zitian and the others were beside themselves. They all lunged at the iron bars, screaming at the top of their lungs at Jin Juanfu. I had you get those licenses because I trusted you. I planned to make money with you, to work together. But what about you? Jin Juanfu whipped his head around, confronting Lu Zitian and the others. We. Lu Zitian and the others were left speechless. Kim Junbok shot them a dismissive glance. Then he continued. Since you've betrayed me, you must pay the price for betraying me. Those shops belong to me. You used my shops to obtain business licenses, yet you're making money for my rivals? That's not how the world works. Therefore, everything happening now is what you deserve. You deserve it. Jin Juanfu sneered coldly. Then, seeing everyone lower their heads, he paid them no further attention. He turned directly to Team Leader Du once more. Team Leader Du, I filed a report. Is that okay? Jin Juanfu asked Du Yunpeng directly. There's no issue with that. But are you sure? Du Yunpeng glanced to the side. Just as Jin Juanfu was about to speak. At that very moment. 5%. Old Lu in the guardroom suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with urgency as he addressed Jin Juanfu. We only want a 5% profit share. Is that acceptable? Old Lu gritted his teeth as he spoke. Hoof. Jin Juanfu listened to Lao Lu's words and only gave a contemptuous cold laugh. Then he turned directly to Team Leader Du. I'm certain. His voice was unwavering. Jin Juanfu. You can't do this. You rescued Old Yi and the others when they were captured before. Why can't you save us? Why kick us when we're down? At worst, if you can't beat us, just don't take our share. We just want our wages, the same wages you're paying the people you're hiring now. Is that too much to ask? Please, save us. Seeing that Jin Juanfu still wouldn't agree, he was completely desperate. He pleaded with Jin Juanfu. But, Team Leader Du, I'm done here. I'll be on my way. Jin Juanfu paid them no mind whatsoever. He stood up and started walking toward the exit. Kim Junbok. You can't do this. You have to save us. You must save us. You know my son is sick. Without me, he'll die. If you don't save me, you're a murderer. You're the one who killed my son. You're a murderer. Lu Zitian saw Jin Juanfu paying them no mind whatsoever. He was nearly driven mad with desperation. He launched into a frenzied moral blackmailing of Jin Juanfu. Humph.
Jin Juanfu shot him a cold stare.
Ignoring him completely, he silently walked toward the exit. No! Jin Juanfu! You must save us! You must save us! You can't! Seeing Kim Junbok about to leave, Lu Zetian completely lost his mind.
He screamed frantically at Kim Junbok.
Click!
Nevertheless, Kim Junbok opened the door and stepped outside.
Just as he was about to step through the main gate, suddenly,
Kim Junbok halted. He turned back, his gaze oddly fixed on Lu Zetian and the others.
Do you know how much profit my shops made today?
Kim Junbok's gaze was laced with sarcasm as he looked at them.
Lu Zetian stared blankly at Jin Juanfu. On average, each shop made over 4,500 yuan in profit. Which means, if you hadn't betrayed me, you could have made at least 450 yuan today. And now, humph.
Jin Juanfu finished speaking. He paid no further attention to the others. With a mocking sneer, he strode toward the exit.
Everyone froze in place. They couldn't imagine it. Kim Junbok's shop actually made that much money. Over 4,500 yuan in daily profits. This was simply insane.
Even if they only made a 10% profit, that would still be at least 450 yuan.
450 yuan a day, what about a month? They dared not even imagine it.
It could be said that as long as they didn't betray Jin Juanfu,
both fame and fortune would be theirs. But now, they're at King Yama's place? For a mere 40 yuan a day, they'd be satisfied. They even betrayed Kim Junbok for it.
And now, for that same 40 yuan a day, they've committed a crime.
This is absolutely... The next moment, Lu Zetian was so overcome with regret he couldn't help but let out a howl.
The others were also filled with regret.
But it was too late. Truly, greed is the original sin. You reap what you sow.
Do Yunpeng observed Lu Zetian and the others? He curled his lips in disdain and strode toward the exit.
161. Final arrangements before the new year. What? Are you hurt?
Chen Xiao watched Jin Juanfu emerge from the special task force on speculation and black market activities.
That silent demeanor. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, unable to resist asking. Chen Xiao, tell me, haven't I treated them fairly well all these years? Why are they so ungrateful? Do they really think I'm asking them to make money with me because I owe them something? All I've done for them over the years, and they actually think it's their due. This. Jin Juanfu couldn't continue.
His eyes burned with resentment. All these years, he had sought out these people to do business with. A major reason was that these were people who had nearly been driven to the brink of survival back then.
He pitied them.
That's why he was willing to bring them along to make money.
But he never imagined that these people actually believed he, Kim Junbok, owed them something, which was why he brought them into the business. Kim Junbok couldn't understand it, no matter how hard he tried. Politeness is for polite people. Fists are for those who don't know manners.
That's how the world works. Sincerity is indeed a killer move, but it must be shown to those who are sincere.
That is the way to treat others. Chen Xiao observed Jin Juanfu's expression. He didn't laugh at him.
A street-smart guy like Jin Juanfu
always clings to so-called loyalty.
He clung to so-called sincerity and loyalty. But such things are often the most unreliable.
Unless you're absolutely certain the other person also believes in sincerity and loyalty. Otherwise, you're bound to lose. As for Lu Zetian and his ilk, to put it bluntly,
their hearts and eyes are filled only with themselves. For their own gain, they'll sell anything.
As for so-called feelings and loyalty,
they never believed in them from the start.
Otherwise,
they wouldn't have betrayed Kim Junbok.
Kim Junbok fell silent.
His gaze momentarily clouded with confusion. Seeing Kim Junbok like this, Chen Xiao said nothing more.
He cut straight to the point. Alright, I know you can't accept death just yet. For the next little while, until the chickens I'm raising start laying eggs, there shouldn't be much else to do. Just take it easy and rest up.
Focus on getting these shops in the county town up and running. Ensure the shops have a steady supply of goods. Just stick to the purchase order I gave you, don't deviate.
Chen Xiao sat in the passenger seat of the truck. Watching the crowds coming and going ahead, he instructed Jin Juanfu. Don't worry. No problem.
Jin Juanfu nodded earnestly upon hearing Chen Xiao's words. Step by step, Chen Xiao was transforming him from a shady middleman running a small-time operation
into a legitimate businessman. Moreover, he now had a long-term, stable business channel. The profits he earned were figures he'd never dared imagine before.
He trusts Chen Xiao completely. By the way, I estimate our shop's business will remain steady like today's for the foreseeable future. On average, each shop brings in at least 4 or 5,000 yuan a day. But in about 2 weeks, business will start to slow down. Based on my estimates, daily revenue should drop to around 1,500 yuan. After that, daily profits should stabilize at this level.
So if profits start to dip, don't worry, it's perfectly normal. When that happens, simply adjust the supply of goods based on sales volume. Understood? Chen Xiao thought for a moment before instructing Jin Juanfu again. Got it. No problem. Jin Juanfu nodded back at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao had already explained this to him earlier. The residents of the county seat were all pent up now. So they're going on a spending spree. People were splurging on everything. Once this trend subsided, and residents have spent most of their disposable income, business will return to a stable state. A decrease in daily income is inevitable. Oh, and don't forget to pay your taxes every month. For us self-employed folks, once we hit the revenue threshold, it's a fixed 5% tax every month. Absolutely no underpaying, got it? Chen Xiao thought for a moment before turning to remind Jin Juanfu again. Got it. Don't worry. After paying taxes each month, I'll calculate your share and bring the ledger over to you. Jin Juanfu nodded again. He assured Chen Xiao. Though others might treat him unfairly, he was stubbornly principled. Be honest in all you do. Therefore, Chen Xiao did not harm him, he even did him a favor. He would never betray Chen Xiao. This is precisely why Chen Xiao values him most. Oh, and later on, buy me one more shop near our 300 stores. Buy a total of 100. Chen Xiao observed Jin Juanfu's demeanor and nodded in satisfaction. After a moment's thought, he spoke again. All right. Wait. Buy shops? More shops? Jin Juanfu instinctively started to agree. But then, he suddenly realized what Chen Xiao had said. He looked at Chen Xiao with some confusion. After all, their 300 shops already covered the entire county town. They sold everything from grains and oils to vegetables, appliances, hardware, and general merchandise. Why would Chen Xiao be selling shops? Remember what I told you before? My arrangements for the young people in our village opening these 300 shops wasn't the only part of it, was it? Chen Xiao observed Jin Juanfu's expression as he posed the question. Well, I remember. I recall you mentioning you had other plans for these people. Jin Juanfu thought for a moment. He replied. This was what Chen Xiao had told him over the phone back when he was in Beijing. He remembered it clearly. That's right. These 100 shops are what I prepared for them. Not for our current business, but for something else entirely. Chen Xiao said with a smile. Another business? What kind of business? Jin Juanfu looked puzzled. Snack business. Chen Xiao chuckled. Snacks? Can you really make money with that? Jin Juanfu pondered for a moment before asking. Of course it can make money. In fact, it might be more profitable and stable than a store. Chen Xiao said cheerfully. Then Jin Juanfu's eyes lit up instantly. He couldn't help but turn toward Chen Xiao, ready to say something. Clearly, he was ready to get involved too. Forget about it. This is for my village and my peers. Forget you, I won't be participating myself. I'm just buying the shop to rent it to them. Whether their business succeeds or fails will depend entirely on them. Only if they truly can't manage it will I step in. When that time comes, I won't forget to include you in what you're entitled to. Chen Xiao said with a smile. This was the business he had specifically arranged for Dashan and the others. Earlier, Secretary Chen had asked him to find a way out for Dashan and the others. He'd already had an idea in mind. He just hadn't expected the Lu Yanwang incident to disrupt things. But it didn't really matter. Now, it was time to move forward. 162, 3 tasks, repayment, distribution, and the future. Fellow villagers. Today, I've gathered you all here for 3 matters. The next day, Secretary Chen sat beaming on the village platform. Beside him sat second uncle and third uncle. Chen Xiao occupied the farthest seat. Below the platform, a dense crowd of villagers had gathered. Though it was only one day before New Year's Eve. It was still winter. Everyone kept their hands tucked close. Each sat below the stage, watching the villages for heavenly kings with curiosity. Especially Chen Xiao. The moment everyone saw Chen Xiao, they almost all understood. Today's business must be about Chen Xiao. Everyone was a bit curious. Chen Xiao had been back for a month. Now he's gathered everyone again, what could it be? These 3 matters were all proposed by that kid Chen Xiao. Therefore, the upcoming assembly will be led by Chen Xiao. Secretary Chen announced into the microphone. Then he sat down and handed the microphone to Second Master. Second Master then passed it to Third Master. Only then did Third Master pass the microphone to Chen Xiao. This game of musical chairs with the microphone made Chen Xiao roll his eyes in exasperation. Ha ha ha. The audience below the stage watched the flustered commotion up there, along with Chen Xiao's eye roll. Couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chen Xiao stood up, feeling slightly awkward. Ahem. Grandpas, grandmas, uncles, aunts, brothers, sisters, little sisters, I've gathered everyone here today for 3 matters. Chen Xiao cleared his throat twice, interrupting the villagers' uproarious laughter. He then proceeded to greet the crowd at length. But even that greeting nearly left him breathless, causing him to roll his eyes in frustration. Ha ha ha. As soon as Chen Xiao finished his greeting, the crowd erupted in laughter once more. However, there was no malice in it. Instead, they all smiled warmly at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao had been raised in Xiaogang Village. He was practically raised by the entire village. Everyone had watched him grow up. Therefore, they all treated him like family. Seeing Chen Xiao struggling to catch his breath just from greeting them, it just seemed amusing to everyone. Uncle 1, Uncle 2, and Uncle 3 all turned their heads in unison. They shot Chen Xiao a look of speechless disdain. Then they averted their eyes, too bored to bother with Chen Xiao. Ha ha ha. The mute daughter-in-law watching Chen Xiao's expression and the reactions of the villagers around her. She too chuckled incessantly. Her gaze was fixed firmly on Chen Xiao. She couldn't tear her eyes away. Alright, everyone, fellow villagers. Today's 3 matters have 3 themes. First, pay back the money. Second, hand out the money. And the third is the future. Chen Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly. But she forced herself to speak. Ha! As soon as Chen Xiao spoke, the laughter around her died down. One by one, they frowned and turned to look at Chen Xiao. You little brat, we're not short on cash right now. Why the rush to pay us back? Besides, you just got back, the chickens haven't even laid eggs yet. This is exactly when we need the money. If you pay us back, what will you use it for? Right now, just take the money and raise your chickens properly. We'll talk about repayment once you've made some money. Just then, a middle-aged man who had been scratching his butt in the audience stood up, frowned, and addressed Chen Xiao. That's right. Chen, kid, don't even think about paying us back now. Get your own life in order first. Once you've got your life sorted and made some money, then we'll talk about repaying the debt. We're not even asking you for money right now, what's the rush? A woman knitting a sweater nearby continued her work while addressing Chen Xiao. That's right. Chen, just focus on getting your own life in order first. Exactly. We'll talk about repaying the money later. You've just returned and are short on cash, why rush to repay? Do you think we're short on money? The others around them chimed in one after another. They all chimed in, addressing Chen Xiao. Stop it. Stop it. Though Chen Xiao felt touched inside, he quickly called out to stop them. My fellow villagers, I know you're all worried about me and want me to live a good life. Let me be clear with you all. I'm making money now. And I'm making big money. Not only have I made money for myself, but I've made money for all of you too. That's why I'm thinking about paying everyone back. Chen Xiao smiled broadly as he addressed each matchmaker in turn. What? Making money? Your chickens haven't laid any eggs yet. How did you make money? Yeah. Money doesn't just appear out of thin air. Chen, stop pulling our leg. You kid, went to college and learned how to brag. Just behave yourself. Stop going on about money all the time. Hearing Chen Xiao's words, the crowd remained skeptical. They assumed he was making up excuses to pay them back. Faced with a crowd stubbornly refusing to believe him and blocking his repayment, Chen Xiao felt utterly helpless. Then, he simply bent down and struggled to lift several large bags from the ground. Thud. 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 The heavy bags slammed onto the table in front of him. Then, zip. Chen Xiao ripped open the zipper, revealing what was inside. Whoa! The next moment, a collective gasp of astonishment echoed across the entire square. Everyone stared in disbelief at the several large bags filled with cash on the table. Their heads spun. They stood frozen in place, swallowing hard, speechless for a long while. Gulp! Not just the crowd below the stage. Even the 3 elders, first elder, second elder, and third elder, who already knew some things, were frantically swallowing hard. They too were frantically swallowing hard. So much money. They'd never seen this much in their entire lives. Fellow villagers, do you believe now that I've made money? Only then. Chen Xiao finally sighed and spoke. You little brat. How could you possibly have so much money? How much is that even worth? How did you make it? How could you earn so much? Don't you dare do anything illegal. The old man beside him trembled as he clutched his pipe. At that moment, he couldn't help but ask Chen Xiao. Uncle! And everyone here. Rest assured, everyone. This money is clean, earned through my legitimate business. It's all taxed money. Absolutely legal, absolutely clean. Chen Xiao listened to the old man's words and helplessly assured the crowd. Taxes paid? That's good. Tax-paid money is definitely legitimate money. That's good. The old man and the villagers heard this. Visibly, they finally let out a sigh of relief. Then, exchanging glances, they couldn't help but ask Chen Xiao, how much money is that? The old man asked Chen Xiao, his voice trembling. 163, handing out money. Old man, and everyone else here. Don't worry about how much money it is right now. Let's take it step by step. Let me pay you back first. Can I pay you all back now? Chen Xiao shook his head and addressed the elder and the crowd. The crowd exchanged glances. It's all a bit laughable and frustrating. I never expected Chen Xiao to be so persistent about getting his money back. Just pay it back, pay it back. It's such a large sum, at least over 100,000 yuan. You must not be short on money. I've never seen anyone so eager to get paid back. Fine, I'll pay it back. The old man listened to Chen Xiao's words, waved his hand dismissively, and addressed Chen Xiao. The villagers below heard the old man's words. Ha ha ha. They burst out laughing too. Chen Xiao smiled too before continuing. Alright. Let's get started with our first task today, paying back the money. Wife, bring up our money and the bills. Chen Xiao called out to his mute wife sitting in the front row below the stage. The mute wife quickly stood up. Frantically, she brought the several thousand yuan she was clutching in her arms up onto the stage. Then she hurried back down. Chen Xiao grinned as he accepted the money. After watching his wife leave the stage, he finally spoke again. Back then, I borrowed a total of 14,208 yuan from the villagers. I've kept careful records of every cent. Now, I'll repay everyone. Chen Xiao said, opening the ledger. Preparing to repay the money. Hold on. Why aren't you taking the repayment money from this pile? Why are you taking money from somewhere else? But the old man watched Chen Xiao's movements and frowned, asking aloud. Chen Xiao had brought out so much money. Theoretically, some of this money should belong to Chen Xiao too. Why wasn't Chen Xiao using his share to repay the debt, but instead insisting his wife pay separately? Something didn't feel right. Uncle, this money, it's all the villages and the villagers. None of it is mine. I already withdrew my share earlier. Chen Xiao looked at the old man and said with a smile. That's right. Don't be fooled by the several large bundles of cash here now. But in reality, this isn't all of it. It's only the money from the village and the villagers. Chen Xiao's share? He'd already taken it out long ago. Because the 300 shops opened in the county seat were actually established through a cooperative venture between the village collective enterprise and Jinjuanfu. The principal earned back has been deposited back into the passbook, returning to that 15 million yuan loan. The remaining 1.47 million yuan in net profit was distributed according to a 5-to-4-to-1 ratio to Xiaogang Village, Jinjuanfu, and the young villagers who obtained business licenses. In other words, of this 1.47 million profit, the collective of Xiaogang Village, combined with the allocation for Dashan and others in the village, totaled 60%. That is 882,000 yuan. However, within Xiaogang Village's collective enterprises, Chen Xiao holds a 50% stake in the collective industries. Therefore, of this 882,000 yuan, only 367,500 yuan was allocated to Chen Xiao. Additionally, 147,000 yuan was allocated to the young villagers operating shops with business licenses. After subtracting these amounts, the remaining 294,000 is what gets distributed to the village and its residents. And the large bundles of cash displayed on stage now totals just 515,000 yuan. This is meant to be distributed among the village, the villagers, and the young people like Dashan. Chen Xiao's share is already sitting in his private space. What? All this money belongs to the village and the villagers? You little rascal. I know you're grateful to the villagers, but you can't shortchange yourself. Grandpa listened to Chen Xiao's words, then looked at him suspiciously, fearing Chen Xiao might sacrifice his own needs to repay the villagers' kindness. Rest assured, uncle. I truly followed the distribution ratio we agreed upon earlier. I haven't taken a single extra cent, nor have I taken a single cent less. If you still don't believe me, just wait a moment. I'll show you the calculations later, and you'll see. Chen Xiao reassured the old man once more. Alright, I'll trust you for now. Carry on then. The old man finally exhaled in relief. He shot Chen Xiao another suspicious glance. Then he fell silent. Alright, everyone, now it's time for each of you to come up and collect your money. Chen Xiao wasted no more time. He sat down. He began calling out names, returning money to each household one by one. No one refused anymore. They began stepping forward to collect their money. The amounts repaid were modest. Some families received over 100 yuan, others just a few dozen. Others received nearly 200. It was precisely by collecting these 100 plus or several dozen yuan sums from each household that they managed to scrape together over 10,000 yuan. This allowed Chen Xiao to successfully start his fish farm. Yet these small sums, tens or hundreds of yuan, represented money the villagers had saved over several years. Apart from their own savings for the day they die. They did just that. They lent it all to Chen Xiao, without expecting anything in return. In fact, the moment they lent the money, they never expected Chen Xiao to repay them. That's the people of Xiaogang Village. And it was this very home that Chen Xiao was willing to sacrifice everything for. Everyone fell silent. hearing Chen Xiao call their names. They would go up to the stage to collect their money. After receiving the money, he looked at the extra amount Chen Xiao had given. He silently placed the extra money back down, took only the original amount, and stepped off the stage. No matter how Chen Xiao tried to persuade them, they refused to take any more. Chen Xiao felt helpless. He could only let them do as they pleased. Until the very end. Phew, last one. And Wang, I borrowed 102 yuan from you back then. Here's 110. I'm paying you back in full. The extra is interest. Chen Xiao said. Holding the final 110 yuan, he addressed An Wang as she stepped onto the stage. An Wang listened to Chen Xiao's words. But she gave him a reproachful glare. As if to say, she was his elder, how could he take advantage like this? Then, she pulled out 10 yuan from the money and slammed it down on the table. She turned and walked off the stage. Auntie Wang, that's not enough. You're short 2 yuan. Chen Xiao called out again in exasperation. But Aunt Wang acted as if she hadn't heard a thing. She sat back down, closed her eyes, and began to rest. Fine. What kind of world is this? I'm giving you money, and you don't even want it. But we had a deal. I've paid you back, so when I come over for free meals later, don't you dare beat me up. Chen Xiao stared at the small stack of money left before him, sighing helplessly. Then he joked again. Ha ha ha. Seeing Chen Xiao like this, everyone burst into cheerful laughter. Their eyes softened. Alright, since none of you are asking for more money, I won't force you. Now, I'll distribute the money. Chen Xiao smiled too. He then pulled over the large bag of money beside him and addressed the crowd. You might be wondering. Where did this money come from, and why is it being distributed to all of you? Right? Chen Xiao spoke as he stood up once more. 164, what? A 15 million loan? Seeing the puzzled looks on the faces below the stage, he smiled and began to speak. Seeing them nod in agreement, he continued. Actually, after registering our collective industry under Xiaogang Village, I did 3 things in total. Chen Xiao said with a smile. As he spoke, he glanced around at the group. He then continued. The first thing was raising chickens, everyone knows that. But as you all know, I've only been back for a month. The chickens we're raising, including the chicks at the factory, have only been growing for 2 months. To start laying eggs, we'll need to wait at least another 3 months. Which means it'll take about 3 months before we start turning a profit. Chen Xiao smiled as he finished explaining the first matter. Everyone nodded in understanding. Everyone understood this. Now, the second thing. I used some connections to get the county party secretary to guarantee a 15 million yuan interest-free loan for our village road construction. Of that, the government covered 7.5 million and our village collective enterprise covered 7.5 million. We'll build an asphalt road out of our village. Chen Xiao paused at this point. Because. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Whoa! How much? The old men beside him couldn't sit still. They turned their heads, trembling. Pale-faced, they asked Chen Xiao. 15 million. But our village only has to repay 7.5 million. Chen Xiao pursed his lips and addressed Secretary Chen. Whoa! Another sharp intake of breath. But it wasn't the old men anymore. But from the crowd below the stage, now coming to their senses. Everyone stared at Chen Xiao in utter disbelief. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief. 15 million. 7.5 million. In this era, it was a sum no one dared to imagine. Yet now, it was right before their eyes. And it was a loan. Everyone was stunned. And nonsense. Secretary Chen snapped the next moment. You must return this money immediately. This is 7.5 million. How could we possibly afford to pay that back? Hurry up and return it before we've even used a single cent. Our village doesn't need an asphalt road. This dirt road is perfectly adequate. Even without this dirt road, we can still get out through the mountain paths. Xiao, listen to me, go pay this money back right now. Take this money to use it to cover any shortfall. Hurry up. Secretary Chen stood up. He spoke to Chen Xiao, his voice trembling. He had thought Chen Xiao was bold. But he hadn't expected it to be this bold. When Chen Xiao borrowed 100,000 yuan before, he could still cover it for him. But now? 7,500,000 yuan. Even if they sold the entire Xiaogang Village, they couldn't possibly repay that much. What if they couldn't repay it? And something happened to Chen Xiao? How could he possibly cover for Chen Xiao then? Secretary Chen couldn't sit still anymore. He pressed Chen Xiao. Yeah. You little punk, you've really gone too far this time. Listen to your old man, go pay back that money right now. Uncle Air, breaking his usual quiet demeanor, anxiously urged Chen Xiao. Xiao, you've really gone too far this time. We'll go pay it back right now. We'll go with you and make sure you pay it back. Third Master also stood up, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. He addressed Chen Xiao with utmost solemnity. The crowd below the stage remained silent. All held their breath, watching everything unfold on stage. Their eyes betrayed a hint of panic. Fear crept into their hearts. Some even pulled out the money Chen Xiao had just returned to them, preparing to give it back to him, demanding he repay them. But then, uncle, second uncle, third uncle, hold on a moment. Seeing everyone's anxious expressions, he opened his mouth helplessly, ready to persuade them. But the next moment, don't be in a hurry. This is 15 million yuan. Even if the county government covers 7.5 million, what about the remaining 7.5 million loan? Even if every soul in Xiaogang Village worked themselves to death for a lifetime, we couldn't possibly pay back that much. Pay it back. Quickly, we must repay it. Right now. The old man was beside himself with panic. He strode over to Chen Xiao in 3 strides, ready to drag her off to repay the loan. Chen Xiao grew anxious too. He quickly spoke up. Uncle, I've already spent that money. Chen Xiao's words. The next moment. Swish. In an instant, Secretary Chen froze solid in place. The color drained from his face as he stared blankly at Chen Xiao. You used it? Secretary Chen's body trembled uncontrollably. Sir, please hear me out. I did use some of that money, but it's all been returned now. And I got back even more. Chen Xiao looked at Secretary Chen helplessly. Returned? And more? What do you mean? You'd better explain this clearly to me today. The old man finally let out a long sigh of relief. Then, stern and puzzled, he turned to question Chen Xiao. Please take a seat. I'll explain everything clearly. Rest assured, I would never harm our village. Chen Xiao solemnly assured Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen looked at Chen Xiao for a moment. Only then did he shake his head and sit back down. He wasn't worried about Chen Xiao betraying him. He was just an old man now. What was there left to fear? What he feared was that Chen Xiao, having taken out so many loans, might end up unable to repay them and face imprisonment again. Chen Xiao was like his own grandson. How could he let Chen Xiao go to jail again? That's why he was so worried. Alright, I'll continue. Chen Xiao saw Secretary Chen sit back down. Then turned his gaze back to the audience below the stage and continued. The second matter concerns the construction of the asphalt road. Construction on this road will begin after the 15th day of the new year. I've already secured the construction crew. Work will proceed on one side at a time, causing no disruption to traffic. Chen Xiao stated. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, though their minds drifted elsewhere. Clearly, this wasn't what they wanted to hear. Their immediate concern was how to repay the money. I know everyone's worried about how we'll repay our village's 7.5 million yuan loan, right? Chen Xiao saw the expressions on their faces, smiled, and continued. Which brings us to the third matter. Chen Xiao said cheerfully. This third matter is that I partnered with someone from the county using our village's collective assets to open 300 shops in the county town. As I mentioned earlier, I used part of that loan, the money I spent, for this very purpose. I used some of the money to buy 300 shops throughout the county town. They're spread all over the place, selling daily necessities, hardware and appliances, vegetables, and grains. And today, the shops we opened have officially opened for business. And today, we've already seen our first day's profits. Chen Xiao paused here, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He looked down at the crowd below the stage, all of them hooked with anticipation. 165, time to split the profits. Weren't you all worried we couldn't repay our village's 7.5 million loan? Well, I can now tell you all with certainty. There's absolutely no need to worry. Because today, the profits from all 300 shops have been tallied. After deducting all costs for just today, our 300 shops in the county seat have generated a net profit of 1.47 million yuan. Chen Xiao grinned as he announced the figure. The next moment. Boom! The moment that figure was announced. The old men beside him, Uncle 1, Uncle 2, Uncle 3, jumped to their feet in unison, knocking over the tables in front of them. WH. Grandpa trembled so violently he could barely hold onto his tobacco pipe. But his eyes were wide as saucers. He stared intently at Chen Xiao as he asked. The second and third old men beside him remained silent. They too stared at Chen Xiao with wide, unblinking eyes. Today's net profit, 1.47 million. Chen Xiao smiled broadly at the three of them. He repeated the figure once more. 1,470,000? I can't take it. Second brother, third brother, quick, help me up. Why do I feel so dizzy? The next moment. Secretary Chen swayed unsteadily. His voice cracked as he spoke. As he spoke, he looked as if he might collapse. However, boss, don't call me, I'm dizzy too. Me too. Second master and third master were now swaying unsteadily. They rubbed their temples hard. It took them a while to recover. Chen Xiao hurried forward, arms outstretched, catching all three men from behind. First uncle, second uncle, third uncle. With a daily net profit of 1.47 million, you shouldn't worry about us repaying the loan now, right? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Second uncle, steady yourself. Don't fall. Hey, folks. Someone come help.
Chen Xiao scrambled to steady each of the three men.
He grinned as he asked Secretary Chen. The crowd below the stage had been stunned into silence. But now, watching Chen Xiao's antics, they all burst out laughing. Ha ha ha.
You little rascal, you'd better help them yourself. You scared all three of your uncles into fainting. Serves you right.
Ha ha ha. Exactly. Who knew this brat was so formidable? Better get yourself up then. Ha ha ha. Exactly. This kid doesn't have 3 heads or 6 arms, so how did he pull this off? 1.47 million. In a single day. That's terrifying.
But none of the people below the stage came up to help. Clearly, they just wanted to tease Chen Xiao.
Chen Xiao rolled his eyes in exasperation.
Seeing third master about to fall again, he quickly stepped forward and steadied him. But in doing so, he let go of second master and first master. Now the second master and the first master began swaying unsteadily.
Chen Xiao was flustered and floundering. You, help me sit down first.
Secretary Chen finally began to respond, shivering as he spoke to Chen Xiao.
Chen Xiao hurried over and helped Secretary Chen sit down. Then,
he helped both second master and third master sit down as well.
Only then did he exhale a long breath.
He then straightened the tables in front of the three men. He shot a fierce glare at the crowd below the stage. He finally returned to his own seat.
You little brat. You just said those 300 shops made 1.47 million today? Are people in the county town really that loaded? A moment later, the old man couldn't help but ask Chen Xiao again.
Yes. Over the years, because of the planned economy, residents in both the county town and the city had money they couldn't spend anywhere, so they saved up a lot. Now, with our 300 shops open, with all kinds of in-demand goods available, plus the new year approaching, everyone is buying holiday supplies. So now, everyone has places to spend their money. When they spend, they don't think twice about it. That's why we made so much money on our first day of business today. This situation will last at most another half month, until the Lantern Festival, then it should start to slow down. Profits will likely drop by about half. Daily profits should stabilize around 600,000 or 700,000. Chen Xiao addressed the old man and the others. At this point, he turned to look at Secretary Chen again. Uncle, even with a daily profit of 600,000 yuan, we can pay off this loan in just over 2 weeks. Now, are you still worried we won't be able to repay the loan? Chen Xiao asked Secretary Chen with a cheerful smile. A hint of smugness played across his face. You little rascal. Secretary Chen had regained his composure. Seeing the faint trace of smugness on Chen Xiao's face, he couldn't help but scold with a laugh. Then he couldn't help but ask, you little rascal, did you plan this before even applying for the loan? You bet. If I didn't have a way to get the money back, how could I possibly get such a big loan so easily? Chen Xiao chuckled. You little rascal, at least you planned this out properly. Secretary Chen finally let out a long sigh of relief. Alright, now continue with what you came to discuss. We old folks won't butt in anymore. Secretary Chen then waved dismissively at Chen Xiao. He stated directly. Fine. Chen Xiao sighed, rubbing his nose in frustration. Then, turning to the crowd below the stage who had begun smiling again, he said. Because these 300 shops are a joint venture between our village collective and other partners. Therefore, our village collective, along with those who previously obtained business licenses in the county, collectively hold a 60% stake. That means out of the 1.47 million yuan these 300 shops earned today, we only got 882,000 yuan. So now it's time to divide the money. Chen Xiao stated. He pulled a large bag filled with cash closer to him. Whoosh! Everyone's eyes lit up. At that moment, they understood where this money came from. And knowing it was both legitimate and lawful, everyone grew excited. This was essentially free money. Even the simple folk of Xiaogang Village were naturally delighted by this windfall. First to be distributed were the funds for those who had previously gone to the county seat to obtain business licenses. It was agreed earlier that everyone who went to the county town to get a business license for their shop would get a 10% share of the shop's profits. But since some shops have higher profits while others have lower profits. So, to be fair, this 10% share is distributed based on the total profits. No one will get more, and no one will get less. Alright then, let's begin. First up, Lu Dashan. Next. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Chen Xiao began calling out names. The villagers seated below the stage were all. They watched it all with beaming smiles. Because these young people distributing the money were all the children of the villagers. Their children had money now, and would never lack for it again. Didn't that mean their own families would never be short of money either? Who wouldn't be happy? Hey! Hold on.
You little rascal, didn't you say this money was still needed to pay off the loan? You're handing it out to everyone now. What about the money for the loan? Just then, Secretary Chen seemed to have thought of something. He spoke again. Everyone immediately stopped and turned to look at Chen Xiao. Sir, rest assured I've got everything covered. Just watch and see. Chen Xiao said with a smile. Then he continued. 166, what? There's still money? Dashan, hurry up. You're not even eager to collect the money, do you even want it? Bring your wife too. She has a business license too, so she's entitled to a share of this money. Chen Xiao saw Dashan just stand up, then sit back down. He couldn't help but shout. There really weren't many young people in the village. Only about 100. They had no choice but to bring along the wives or husbands of these fellows. Add Chen Xiao and the mute's wife to the mix. They barely managed to gather 230 people. The remaining 70-odd spots were filled by Jin Juanfu and his men. Had. Dashan quickly scratched his head, grabbed his wife's hand, and headed toward the stage. His wife, holding a child in her arms, followed him with flushed cheeks. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Here you go. Each of you earned 490 yuan today. For 2 people, that's 980. Count the money, then sign here. Chen Xiao spoke as he handed the freshly counted money to Dashan. What? How much? The next moment, Dashan and his wife were stunned. They stared at Chen Xiao in disbelief. What? 490 yuan per person? They weren't the only ones stunned. The entire audience below the stage was stunned. One by one, they stared at the stage in disbelief. 490 yuan per person, totaling 980 yuan. What's the problem? Did I miscalculate? Chen Xiao looked at the two of them blankly. This, how come it's so much? Dashan was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but ask, his voice trembling. He'd thought it would be a few dozen yuan at most. He never imagined. It was 490 yuan. And that was for one person, for one day. This was absolutely insane. Dashan swallowed hard, staring at Chen Xiao, feeling a bit scared. Gulp. The crowd below the stage couldn't help but swallow hard too. They stared blankly at Chen Xiao. Phew. I thought something was wrong. You scared me. Chen Xiao saw that Dashan was just overreacting because there was too much money involved. She rolled her eyes. Didn't I tell you all before? You guys go handle the business license. Each of you gets a 10% share. Today's total profit is 1.47 million. 10% is 147,000 yuan. There are 300 shops total. That's 490 yuan profit per shop. Divided among you all, that's 490 yuan each. That's right. Chen Xiao quickly ran the numbers for Dashan. He spoke up. This is too much. Between the two of us, it's nearly 1,000 yuan. Brother Xiao, how about you just give me my share and keep the rest? What if the village needs money for something else? Dashan was still a bit anxious. He couldn't help but say to Chen Xiao. Dashan's wife also looked at Chen Xiao anxiously, clearly agreeing with her husband's thoughts. Dashan and his wife were both simple farmers. They'd never even touched this much money before. They'd never even seen it before. This sum was even greater than what his parents had saved their entire lives. Yet this sum was merely their earnings for a single day. They were genuinely overwhelmed. They didn't know what to do. Take it when I tell you to. This money belongs to you too. Why should I keep it? My wife and I deserve our share. Don't leave me out. You'll have to get used to it. This is just today's earnings. From now on, there'll be hundreds coming in every single day. Not to mention, I've got other plans for you guys. Chen Xiao rolled his eyes as he addressed Dashan. He understood Dashan's anxious state of mind. Sudden wealth and sudden poverty. Both deliver a massive shock. They bring not ecstasy, but bewilderment and dread. So Chen Xiao could only say, alright then, Xiaoge, I'll take this money for now. If you need money for anything later, come ask me for it. Dashan hesitated for a long while. Finally, he exchanged a glance with his wife. He finally spoke up. As he spoke, he tremblingly took the money. You too, just take this money and enjoy yourselves. Eat well, drink well. From now on, we'll never be short of money. Chen Xiao pursed his lips and said with a smile. Alright, you two can go now. Next. Chen Xiao said cheerfully, calling out the next person's name. As the distribution of Dashan's money concluded, the crowd below the stage visibly erupted with frenzied excitement. Fierce determination blazed in every pair of eyes. Their enthusiasm was skyrocketing. Earlier, no one had done the math. They'd assumed each person would only get a few dozen yuan. This amount not too much, not too little. No one paid it any mind. But no one could have imagined. Lu Dashan and his wife actually split 980 yuan. That's nearly 1,000 yuan. For years, the villagers toiled themselves to the bone in the fields to earn work points. Their savings don't even amount to that much. Not even half that amount. But now, Chen Xiao led everyone into business. In just one day, they've earned more than their families could ever make in a lifetime. And from now on, this much money would come in every single day. This is absolutely insane. It could be said that the people of Xiaogang Village, from this moment onward, everyone could just lie around all day. No more farming. No need to work. They'll never have to worry again in this lifetime. Therefore, everyone stared at Chen Xiao with burning eyes. What Chen Xiao was handing out now wasn't just money, it was their bright future. Alright, next. Chen Xiao surveyed the enthusiastic crowd. A smile touched the corners of his mouth. Then he continued distributing the money. The entire process of distributing the money lasted a full half hour. Only then did Chen Xiao take a big gulp of water. The last 2 are for me and my wife. A total of 980 yuan. Honey, come up and get your share. Chen Xiao said, smiling warmly at his mute wife sitting in the front row below the stage, her eyes fixed on him with adoring devotion. His mute wife quickly stood up. She ran up to the front, obediently collected the money. Then, under Chen Xiao's gaze, she descended, her face flushed red. Chen Xiao chuckled before continuing. Alright, the remaining money is the profit from our village's collective enterprises. Next, we'll distribute the collective enterprise funds. This time, everyone gets a share. Chen Xiao grinned again as he pulled over a large bag. He addressed the crowd. According to the agreement I made with the village earlier, it's our village's collective enterprise. I put up the bulk of the money, so I get a 50% share. My total share is 367,500 yuan. My share has already been set aside separately. As for the remainder, the village contributed the land for chicken farming, which accounts for 20% of the total share. That's 147,000 yuan. Chen Xiao said, picking up one of the large bundles and placing it on the table in front of Secretary Chen. Uncle, this is 147,000 yuan. It's the money allocated to the village. You, second uncle, and third uncle should count it and keep it safe. Chen Xiao chuckled as he addressed Secretary Chen. You little. Secretary Chen stared at the bulging bundle before him. He shot Chen Xiao a complicated look and couldn't help but shake his head. After that, without saying much more, he began counting the money with second uncle and third uncle. Though they trusted Chen Xiao. However, after all, it was the village collective's money. Regardless of their reasons, they had to count it once. Alright, let the elders count the money first. I'll distribute the money that belongs to all of you. Chen Xiao said. He struggled to lift the last 2 bundles onto the table in front of him. What? There's money for us too? Everyone looked puzzled. Someone couldn't help but ask. 167, take it all. Of course there is. Chen Xiao said with a smile. When you all lent me money before, it was a sign of your trust in me. I couldn't possibly let you all lose out. So, of the remaining 30%, half of it is my contribution on behalf of the villagers who lent me money. Naturally, everyone gets a share. Chen Xiao explained cheerfully to the crowd. What? Our money's in there too? The crowd looked at each other in confusion. They glanced at Chen Xiao. Then they all turned to look at Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen nodded upon hearing Chen Xiao's words. Chen Xiao had mentioned this to him before, so he was naturally aware of it. That doesn't make sense. Hey, Chen, didn't you just give us the money back? None of us contributed anything, how did we end up taking a share? Just then, an uncle in the audience couldn't help but ask Chen Xiao. This money I paid it for everyone. You all lent me money, I can't possibly not charge interest, right? So I invested a total of 14,000 yuan based on the amount everyone lent me. Back when I started the collective enterprise, I took out a total loan of 100,000 yuan. So, everyone's share accounts for 15% of that. Chen Xiao explained cheerfully. He explained to the group. That's not right. How can that be? We didn't put any money in, how can we get a share of the profits? The share you just gave our son is already more than enough. Don't you dare give any more. You've been good to the villagers, but we won't let your kid lose out either. I don't care about the others. As for my share, Lei Mu's share, you can just keep it for yourself. I wouldn't dare give any more. Another uncle spoke up from the crowd below the stage. He frowned and lectured Chen Xiao sternly. Same here. Chen, this money is yours, just keep it for yourself. You're right, the share we just got is more than enough. We wouldn't dare take any more. Chen, you've just returned. You've repaid all our debts and distributed so much money, not to mention it's a long-term livelihood. Whatever the amount, you should keep it all for yourself. Everyone chimed in to agree. They urged Chen Xiao, fearing Chen Xiao might shortchange them. Second Uncle Wu, fellow villagers. Do you realize how much this is? Are you really going to refuse it? Chen Xiao raised his eyebrows, speaking with a hint of helplessness. He truly hadn't expected. Handing out money to everyone was proving this difficult. I don't care. no matter how much it is. I won't take it. With what you just gave my daughter and son-in-law, our family will never be short of money again. I'm already perfectly content. We've got enough. Don't you dare send us any more money. Uncle Wu of the Wu family waved his hand dismissively. He declared with great magnanimity. At this moment, he was already content. He had a daughter. She had originally been married off. But later, seeing that Xiaogang Village had a better atmosphere, they both moved there. They'd been living here for several years now. They worked diligently. They were simple, honest people. However, over the years, with a new generation of children born in Xiaogang Village, the village has grown increasingly crowded. Yet the land in the village has become increasingly scarce. He had been worrying about how his daughter and son-in-law would manage without farmland in the future. At that moment, he heard Chen Xiao calling the village youth to go to the county to apply for business licenses. Without a moment's hesitation, trusting Chen Xiao, they followed him there. Both his daughter and son-in-law obtained business licenses. They had thought they were just helping Chen Xiao out, never expecting to make money. But unexpectedly, simply by obtaining a business license, his daughter and son-in-law each received nearly 1,000 yuan. And now they earn at least a few hundred yuan every single day. This has completely solved his biggest problem. From now on, he'll never have to worry about his daughter and son-in-law struggling to make ends meet. He could now feel at ease about them having children. No longer fretting about being unable to support a child. What more could he possibly want? But now, he heard that Chen Xiao actually intended to distribute his money to them. Wasn't this bullying Chen Xiao? When Chen Xiao was young, he often came over for meals at their house. Uncle Wu had raised him like his own son. Wasn't this putting Chen Xiao at a disadvantage? Uncle Wu couldn't stand it anymore. So he stood up and addressed Chen Xiao. But Uncle Wu, I just did the math. Based on our distribution ratio, each household can actually get 1,157 yuan. And it's the same every single day. Even if business at the county shop slows down later, we'll still have at least a few hundred yuan coming in. Are you sure you don't want it? Chen Xiao looked at Uncle Wu helplessly and asked. No. But the next moment, Uncle Wu replied without hesitation. Forget 1,000 plus yuan, even 10,000 a day. I still wouldn't take it. This is all your money, kid. If I took it, wouldn't that be like eating your flesh? I, Wu Shangjuan, am not that despicable. Wu's second uncle declared with unwavering resolve. His expression was resolute, leaving no room for wavering. That's right. Ah Xiao, don't underestimate us. We're not the kind of people who see money and lose our heads. That's right. Ah Xiao, if you repay us, we'll accept it. If you give our children their share, we'll take it. But now, giving us money for nothing? We won't take it. Not a single penny more. That's right. We people of Xiaogang Village have nothing more to spare than our integrity. Money is certainly good, but you are our child too. No matter how much we love money, we cannot covet the money of our own child. The villagers of Xiaogang Village all chimed in one after another. Their faces bore an expression of unwavering resolve. Chen Xiao fell silent. An indescribable feeling welled up inside him. Warm and fuzzy. It made the corners of his eyes sting. 1,157 yuan a day. Not just in this era. Even in the year 2025 of the future. This would be an extremely substantial income for an ordinary family. Not to mention, 1,157 yuan in this era equates to nearly 100,000 yuan in the future. And that's daily income. The temptation was undeniably immense. But now, the villagers were worried they'd be shortchanged. They stubbornly refused to accept his money. He wasn't unaware of how kindly his fellow villagers treated him. But, every single time, he couldn't help but tremble inside. Uncle Wu. Fellow villagers. Please just take it. All these years, I've been fatherless and motherless. It was everyone in our village who raised me, one family sharing a meal today, another offering noodles tomorrow. But over the years, I've done so little for you all. It's simply because I've had little ability to do much for you. Now, I've finally gained some ability to earn money and can do something for you all. Yet you refuse to let me help you. Just let me do something for my fellow villagers. How many meals have I eaten from your tables over the years? How many clothes have I worn that you all provided? You all raised me together. Now that I'm offering to chip in some money to be part of the family, you all want to keep such a tight account with me? Chen Xiao took a deep breath. He swallowed the lump in his throat. He spoke sincerely to the crowd. But no one spoke. They all stared back at Chen Xiao with equal stubbornness. They simply refused to accept it. Everyone, take some. Just then, Secretary Chen, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up. He addressed the crowd. All eyes turned to him in unison. Chen Xiao also looked over with gratitude. 168, Dashin, what are your plans for the future? Chen, you've certainly eaten and drunk your fill off us these past years. We've all pitched in to build him his own house. Chen's kid is like a child to every family in our village. If our own child gives you some money, why wouldn't you accept it? Secretary Chen puffed on his pipe as he addressed the crowd. But, old secretary, this is far too much money. How much has Chen's kid actually cost us over the years? How many times have we helped him? Is that worth all this money? We can't bring ourselves to accept it. Uncle Wu, however, remained reluctant. He frowned as he addressed Secretary Chen. Worth it. Of course it's worth it. Everyone. Chen Xiao listened to Uncle Wu's words. Couldn't help but open his mouth to say something. But the next moment, Secretary Chen raised his hand, cutting Chen Xiao off. Then you lot help this brat save the money. Just in case something happens to Chen Xiao down the line, we can leave him some savings. When the brat needs the money, we'll give it to him. So he can make a comeback. Is that acceptable? Secretary Chen cut Chen Xiao off. He addressed the group directly. This. Uncle Wu heard Secretary Chen's words. Hesitation finally appeared on his face. The villagers fell silent. Enough. I'm the village party secretary, and I'm also that brat's uncle. This matter is settled. I said it. Anyone with objections, come see me privately. Now, Chen, hand out the money to everyone. Secretary Chen saw hesitation on everyone's faces. He wasted no time. He addressed the crowd directly. Phew. Chen Xiao finally exhaled in relief. A smile spread across his face. Still the boss, huh? Alright, let's continue distributing the money. In the village collective enterprise, everyone collectively holds a 15% stake, totaling 110,250 yuan. Our village has 97 households in total. Divided among all households, each family gets 1,137 yuan. This money is still being split evenly. Earlier, when you all lent me money, some more, some less. But this doesn't mean your feelings toward me vary, it's simply due to differences in your financial circumstances. Everyone's feelings toward me are equally deep. I am grateful to all of you. So this money is still being split evenly. Does anyone have any objections? Chen Xiao addressed the crowd. The audience exchanged glances. They all spoke up. But the audience below the stage remained silent. Hesitation still lingered on their faces. Kid, you decide how to split it. We'll follow your lead. These guys are just bored. They won't even be happy if you pay them. Whatever you want to do with it. Seeing the lingering hesitation on everyone's faces, Secretary Chen. He glared at them and addressed Chen Xiao. Alright. A smile finally spread across Chen Xiao's face. First household, Uncle Lu Chongping's family. 1,137 yuan. Someone come up and collect the money. Chen Xiao called out loudly to the crowd. The crowd below the stage fell silent for a moment. Lu Chongping remained seated, motionless. Until. Lu or Duzi, what? Do I need to come and fetch you? Seeing Lu Chongping refusing to give Chen Xiao face. Immediately glared and bellowed. Put. Ha ha ha. But the moment that nickname was uttered. Instantly. Everyone burst into laughter, practically spitting out their drinks. Though Lu Chongping was already in his 40s now. But in Secretary Chen's eyes, he was still just a little kid. So calling him by his childhood nickname was perfectly acceptable. However, this sudden nickname instantly darkened his expression. He couldn't hold it together anymore. Seeing Secretary Chen about to call him again, he quickly stood up. No, no, no. Old secretary, I'll take the money. I'll take the money, okay? Lu Chongping said as he scrambled to his feet. He hesitantly made his way toward the stage. Hurry up. What's the matter? Have you got a limp now? Secretary Chen watched Lu Chongping move so slowly. And grew impatient again. He directly urged him on. Alright, I'm coming. Lu Chongping finally dared not hesitate. He scurried up onto the stage. Ha! But when Secretary Chen spoke those words, Uncle Wu from the Wu family below the stage was stunned. He might be a cripple, but what had he done to deserve this? Old party secretary, you can't just kick your own lame leg because you're lame, can you? At this thought, Uncle Wu stared resentfully at Secretary Chen on the stage. Wu's third son, what are you staring at? You're next. Get ready. Secretary Chen caught Uncle Wu's gaze. He said bluntly. Third Uncle Wu quickly lowered his head, feeling even more dejected. Uncle Lu, here you go 1,137 yuan. Take good care of it. Chen Xiao watched as everything fell into place and finally smiled. He counted out the money and handed it to Uncle Lu, who had already taken the stage. You little rascal, let me make this perfectly clear. This money, I'm just holding it for you. If you ever need money in the future, I'll give it back to you right away, got it? Uncle Lu stared at the money in Chen Xiao's hand. He hesitated again and again. He finally glared at Chen Xiao and reminded him. Yes. Whatever you say. Just take the money first. Chen Xiao rolled his eyes. He muttered, utterly speechless. You little brat. Uncle Lu gritted his teeth again at Chen Xiao's attitude. Finally, he still cursed Chen Xiao out before taking the money. He glanced at Secretary Chen, who was glaring at him from the side. He gave an awkward chuckle and hurried off the stage. Uncle Wu, it's your turn. After that, everything went smoothly. As Uncle Lu collected the money, everyone else accepted it. However, they kept emphasizing that this was solely for saving money for Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao could only respond helplessly to each one. Uncle, this last one's for you. Here's 1,137 yuan. Take good care of it. Finally, Chen Xiao handed the last penny to Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen glanced at Chen Xiao. He quietly accepted the money. All right. Everyone, the money to be distributed has all been distributed. After distributing the final sum, he stood up and addressed the crowd below the stage. Phew. Visibly, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Xiao couldn't help but smile. All right, everyone, next up is the final item on today's agenda and the most important one. The future. Chen Xiao paused here. He scanned the crowd present. He continued. Starting today, every single person in our village can be considered wealthy by the city's standards. Not only do we have money today, but our wealth will only grow from here on out. Has anyone thought about what we'll do with all this money in the future? Chen Xiao addressed the crowd. Well. But upon hearing Chen Xiao's question, instantly, everyone fell silent. Indeed. Now everyone had money. They possessed sums they'd never dared dream of before. And in the future, the money would only keep growing. So much they couldn't even count it all. But with all this money, what will they do? What will they do with it? Everyone felt a bit lost. Dashan, tell us now that you're rich, what are your plans for the future? Chen Xiao looked at the confused crowd. He called out Lu Dashan directly and asked. 169, the future. Xiao. Brother Xiao, I don't know either. All I know is that these days I should buy my wife and son some new clothes, plus some New Year's goods, to have a good holiday. As for what comes next, I have no idea what to do. Lu Dashan scratched his head, stood up, and spoke with a simple, earnest expression. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. Alright, sit down first. Chen Xiao looked at Lu Dashan's expression. He smiled and said. After Lu Dashan sat down, Chen Xiao turned his gaze to another girl with delicate, exquisite features. Fan Wanwan, you tell us. Now that you suddenly have all this money, what are your plans for the future? Chen Xiao said with a smile, looking at the girl. What am I going to do? Find a man to marry, of course. Just to piss you stinky men off. You promised to marry me back then, but now you've gone and married someone else. You think this measly sum can buy me off? Dream on. But upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, she stood up abruptly and retorted sharply at Chen Xiao. Put. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Chen kid, you swore you'd only marry Xiao Wan back then. What's your excuse now? Ha ha ha. Exactly. Hey Chen, why not take a second wife? Marry Xiao Wan too. Otherwise, I'm afraid her resentment will be too strong and summon ghosts. Ha ha ha. In an instant, everyone burst out laughing, teasing Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao was dumbfounded. It took him a moment to process. Listening to everyone's teasing, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Stop it, stop it. How old are you, still talking nonsense? My wife is right here. Stop all this nonsense. Alright. Just sit down. Enough already. Chen Xiao hurriedly motioned for Fan Wanwan to sit down. He then cautiously glanced at his mute wife. He feared his poor wife might misunderstand. But unexpectedly, his mute wife was lost in thought, seemingly deep in her own world. Chen Xiaokai breathed a slight sigh of relief. Fine. I'll sit. You cowardly jerk. Fan Wanwan heard Chen Xiao's words. She snorted in displeasure and sat back down, refusing to acknowledge Chen Xiao. Ahem. Well, it seems none of us know what to do next. Chen Xiao finally exhaled in relief. He cleared his throat twice, interrupting the laughter. He continued. But since you all seem lost about the future, I've had some thoughts these past couple days. Chen Xiao said. He pulled the cloth off a blackboard mounted on the wall behind the podium. This is the new village construction plan for Xiaogang Village? Secretary Chen turned in his seat to look at the large characters on the blackboard. Below the text, a large blueprint was taped to the board. He murmured to himself. You little brat, what's this supposed to mean? Secretary Chen stared at the bold characters and the large blueprint pinned beneath them. He looked at Chen Xiao with some confusion. Uncle, fellow villagers. Truth be told, now that we've got some wealth, there are only a few things we need to do. One is renovating our homes, another is buying food and drinks, and the third is crafting all kinds of furniture. Those with bigger plans might want to buy a house in the county seat or even the city, right? Chen Xiao didn't answer directly but spoke up instead. Well, that's exactly right. Both Secretary Chen and the villagers of Xiaogang Village, after pondering Chen Xiao's words, and couldn't help but nod in agreement. So, I've been thinking since everyone's gotten their money and is planning to renovate their homes and buy all sorts of furniture, why not just do it together? Rebuild the entire village. And since we're rebuilding, let's go all out and make it the best it can be. Chen Xiao smiled as he spoke. Then, pointing to a section on the blueprint, he continued. Truthfully, our Xiaogang Village's geography does have its flaws when it comes to farming. The fields really aren't sufficient. But from a settlement perspective, it's an absolutely prime feng shui location. You could call it a picturesque paradise, a true utopia. Chen Xiao said. A faint smile touched his lips. That's right. Though Xiaogang Village was tucked away in a mountain hollow, its fields and water sources were insufficient. Yet for future generations, Xiaogang Village would prove an exceptional feng shui treasure trove. Surrounded by mountains on all sides, they served as a protective barrier. While the village's water supply was indeed somewhat insufficient for farming, but for daily living, it's more than enough. In fact, there's plenty to spare. Not to mention, Xiaogang Village boasts ample farmland where residents can cultivate their own vegetables and such in their spare time. Therefore, when it comes to settling down, Xiaogang Village is truly a paradise on earth. That's why, from the very beginning, Chen Xiao never considered taking the villagers to the county town or city to buy houses or build housing complexes. Instead, he envisioned renovating and revitalizing the entire village of Xiaogang. Xiao, that sounds a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? At best, our Xiaogang Village is a paradise. At worst, it's just a poor backwater. What's so great about that? After hearing Chen Xiao's words, the villagers who'd lived here for decades didn't see it that way. Uncle Wu-san couldn't help but speak up. Uncle Wu, care to make a bet? I dare say our village's location will be a prime spot where the wealthy will beg to settle in the future. You believe it? Chen Xiao smiled warmly at Uncle Wu-san. Get lost. I'm not betting with you. You're a college student, how could I possibly think as much as you do? Whatever you say goes, then. Uncle Wu rolled his eyes at Chen Xiao's words and quickly sat back down. Ha ha ha. Wu Lao-san, now you see how formidable Xiao is, huh? Stop all this nonsense. Ha ha ha. Get lost. Like you know everything. I'm just leading by example, brave enough to ask questions. Pfft, Wu third, you just learned 2 new words and already you're bragging. Ha ha ha. Hearing Uncle Wu didn't dare bet against Chen Xiao. Burst out laughing, teasing Uncle Wu. Chen Xiao couldn't help but chuckle too. Once the laughter had died down, he continued. Right now, everyone thinks our Xiaogang Village is nothing special because our facilities are so outdated. For instance, before our roads were fixed, getting to the county town meant trekking hours through mountain paths just to leave the village and catch a bus. For instance, whenever we wanted to buy anything, the nearest place was the commune over 10 miles away through the mountains. In that case, it was actually more convenient to go to the county town. Not to mention, our village still has no electricity, and we even rely on an old well for water. Everything feels so inconvenient. So you think our village is no good, right? Chen Xiao asked the group with a smile. Exactly. The others exchanged glances. In the end, they couldn't help but nod in agreement. But don't forget, everyone. The paved road leading to our village will begin construction after the new year. As for water supply, I've already surveyed the surrounding waterways. There's a river just a few kilometers away. Later, we'll build a reservoir on the mountaintop, using large pumps to draw and store water, ensuring a long-term water supply for our village. This will solve both our transportation and water supply issues, with no more worries about leaving the village or water supply within it. Do you still think our village is lacking? Chen Xiao spoke while holding a stick, tracing planned construction details on the blueprint. He turned to the crowd and asked, 170, don't believe it? Let's make a bet. Is this real? Can we really divert water from that river? Secretary Chen, second uncle, and third uncle listened to Chen Xiao's words. Finally unable to sit still, they rose to their feet and gathered around the blueprint. As they studied the details, they couldn't help but ask Chen Xiao. Of course. When I visited the Forbidden City a few days ago, I already consulted the construction team there. They say it's entirely possible. Chen Xiao nodded with a smile. What about the cost? Secretary Chen's eyes flickered as he asked anxiously. Sir, you needn't worry about the cost. I can assure you, with our current income, building these water facilities would be a piece of cake. Chen Xiao said cheerfully. Go on with your plan. Secretary Chen exhaled softly upon hearing Chen Xiao's words. Then, he turned back to Chen Xiao. With that, he walked back to his seat and sat down again. Fellow villagers, according to my plan, I intend to build villas for every single person in our village. The kind of detached Western-style houses you see on TV. We'll hire the best international designers to create custom standalone villas for everyone. Every household will have an underground garage, top-of-the-line imported appliances, fully connected utilities, and the most comfortable furniture. Let every household have a villa to live in, a car to drive, and a television to watch. In the future, we'll even build dedicated playgrounds, schools, markets, private medical clinics, exclusive transportation routes, and so much more for our village. Let us have security in our lives, transportation for our journeys, and schools for our children's education. This way, even in this remote mountain hollow, we can live more comfortably than city dwellers. What do you all think? Chen Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. He grinned as he shared his vision for Xiaogang Village's future with the crowd. Now that he had been reborn, his greatest wish was to ensure his wife and the villagers of Xiaogang Village lived a good life. But what exactly constituted a good life? Naturally, it meant a more prosperous life. Therefore, since his return, aside from business matters and concerns about his wife, he spent most of his time contemplating the reconstruction plans for Xiaogang Village. Everything was designed based on modern concepts. He wanted to give his wife and the villagers of Xiaogang Village the very best. But after Chen Xiao finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at Chen Xiao, stunned, not knowing what to say. What's wrong? Chen Xiao turned around, looking at everyone in confusion. You little brat. We actually thought you might have something to say. Turns out you were just blowing smoke. Secretary Chen stared at Chen Xiao in disbelief. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Yeah, you little brat. Your plan isn't for a place people live, it's for a heavenly palace where immortals dwell. Villas, garages, and cars, how could any of that possibly relate to us farmers? You're just full of hot air, kid. Second uncle opened his eyes wide. He sighed and spoke to Chen Xiao. He was the village chief. What Chen Xiao described sounded impressive. It was like building a heavenly palace for celestial beings. But they were just a bunch of farmers. How could such things possibly relate to them? Not to mention, building such structures requires not just money but also various policy supports. How did Chen Xiao pull it off? There are countless intricacies involved. Can Chen Xiao just snap his fingers and make it happen? No. Chen Xiao saw that both Secretary Chen and Second Master didn't believe him. He grew a bit flustered. He was about to say something. But just then, you little brat, never mind whether what you're saying is even possible. Just building these things alone, how much money would that cost? You've helped our village and fellow villagers earn some money. But even if we pooled every penny from the villagers, would it be enough to transform our entire Xiaogang village into what you envision? You're just dreaming, kid. At that moment, third uncle spoke up. He was the village accountant. Naturally, he was quite sensitive about money matters. He quickly ran through the numbers in his head. He had actually done a quick calculation. But he didn't get very far before giving up. Even though Chen Xiao has indeed made a lot of money for everyone. But it was still far from the new village Chen Xiao envisioned. This wasn't something a little money could fix. The crowd below the stage remained silent. Each of them was eagerly watching the drama unfold. Who would have thought Chen Xiao would stumble like this? They all grinned at Chen Xiao, eager to see how he would respond. First elder, second elder, third elder, fellow villagers, so none of you believed my plan could succeed, huh? Chen Xiao looked at the crowd, somewhat speechless. Of course. Xiao, you're just dreaming too big. The kind of villa you're talking about, I've never even heard of such a thing, let alone seen one. How can we possibly believe you? Exactly. And private cars. The government doesn't allow private car ownership. How could every household have one? Exactly. And then there's building a school and an amusement park for our village. Isn't that just throwing money away? The kids can study at the commune just fine. Not to mention building a special amusement park for the kids that's just spoiling them rotten. The crowd below the stage chimed in one after another. He chuckled as he gave Chen Xiao his introduction. Chen Xiao grew increasingly frustrated as he listened, and could only say, fine. Since you all don't believe me, how about we make a bet? Chen Xiao scanned the crowd. Then he spoke again. He never could have imagined. He'd merely reorganized the village according to his vision of the future. And it was merely based on the ordinary future. Everyone actually thinks it's unrealistic. This left Chen Xiao feeling rather downcast. While he understood the limitations of the times, which meant the villagers hadn't seen much of the world, his plans met with such widespread skepticism, it still left him feeling quite frustrated. Fine. This time, we'll take you up on that bet. What are we betting on? The crowd below the stage shouted enthusiastically, giving him face. Regarding Chen Xiao's plan, they genuinely didn't believe in it. After all, Chen Xiao's entire plan sounded like something out of a movie, too unrealistic and impractical. It was simply impossible to achieve. Of course they dared to bet against Chen Xiao. Here's the deal, once our village's asphalt road is finished, and the reservoir on the mountain top is completed, then I'll start rebuilding my house. And I'll build it exactly according to my plan. Until I finish building my house, you guys aren't allowed to renovate yours. Then, if I really do build that villa and get a car, you won't be able to stop me from implementing this plan in our Xiaogang village, right? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow and addressed Secretary Chen and the others directly. Well, that's fair enough. If you can truly build your house the way you described, what reason would we have to object? Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, Secretary Chen and smiled. He replied directly. Clearly, he still didn't believe Chen Xiao could pull off his plan. 171, Huangyu Village, return to poverty. Alright. It's settled then. On the day my house is built, that's when we'll start implementing my plan in our village. Chen Xiao accepted the wager without hesitation. He addressed the crowd. You youngster. Secretary Chen looked at Chen Xiao's expression. Couldn't help but chuckle. Then he couldn't help but say, if you really manage to build that so-called villa you're talking about, even if you take all my assets to build a village, I'll applaud you. But I'm afraid you're just blowing smoke here. If you can't build the house, I'll be watching to see how you save face. Secretary Chen said with a smile. Though he didn't quite believe in Chen Xiao's plan. But he could see that Chen Xiao's heartfelt dedication to the villagers was genuine. Therefore, he held no ill will toward Chen Xiao. Rest assured, old man. This will definitely succeed. Chen Xiao declared firmly. Then, shaking his head again, he added, and when the time comes, renovating the entire village won't require you or the villagers to spend a single penny. What? No need for us to pay? Why? Are you planning to fund this yourself again? But as he listened to Chen Xiao's words, Secretary Chen furrowed his brow again and questioned Chen Xiao. Uncle. Of course not. Chen Xiao rolled his eyes before continuing, don't forget, we still have 15% of the collective industry's profits left to distribute. Chen Xiao pointed to the last large bundle of cash on the table. Then he looked at Secretary Chen and said, Uncle, you've forgotten what we agreed earlier. 15% goes to the villagers. 20% goes to the village collective. And another 15% is earmarked for building the village's collective facilities. So this final 15% share is the capital we'll use to build our new village. The entire village's renovation and reconstruction, whether it's paving roads after the new year, building the library, or any subsequent village upgrades, will be funded by this money. The villagers won't have to pay a single penny. Chen Xiao patted his chest in assurance. Fine then. As long as you don't dip into your own pocket again, I'll rest easy. You youngster, I'm glad you're grateful to the villagers and willing to treat them well. But you can't keep sacrificing yourself to help them. Not only would I disagree with that, but the villagers wouldn't want it either. Understand? Secretary Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. He continued to advise and admonish Chen Xiao. That's right. Xiao, you mustn't share your money with us anymore. We're perfectly content now. That's right. Now we earn so much without lifting a finger. It's more than enough, don't you dare give us any more. That little rascal Xiao sure knows how to repay kindness. But he can't keep shortchanging himself like this. The villagers chimed in, urging Chen Xiao to reconsider. Chen Xiao looked at the crowd of villagers. A wave of warmth surged through his heart. He took a deep breath and said, Don't worry, everyone. It won't happen again. Absolutely not. Building on our current distribution system, I'll lead us all to earn even more. Let's make our village the #1 village in the country. Even the world's #1 village. And I will definitely fulfill my vision for the village. I will. Chen Xiao declared with unwavering conviction to the assembled crowd. Everyone looked at Chen Xiao. Their eyes were slightly reddened. A momentary silence fell over the crowd. Until a moment later, Chen Xiao finally broke into a smile and exclaimed excitedly once more. Alright, next up let's distribute the New Year's goods. I imagine you folks haven't bought your New Year's goods yet? No need to buy any. I've already bought them for everyone. Plus the gifts I bought for everyone from the capital. It's all here. Let's start distributing the New Year's goods. Happy New Year. Huangyu Village. After team leader Du Yunpeng left yesterday, when Shaishan finally relaxed completely. As long as he didn't end up in prison like King Yamalu, he was still a man of his word. So, he didn't dwell on it any further. He began preparing for the new year. Today he'd just been to the commune market to buy New Year's goods. He bought some meat and a bunch of assorted New Year's goods. I headed back to the village. But just as he arrived back in the village, he saw a group of people who had also just returned from outside the village. They were carrying all sorts of things. They had clearly gone out to stock up on New Year's goods too. After exchanging greetings, they prepared to enter the village. But upon seeing what everyone was carrying, his brow furrowed. Folks, are you all out shopping for New Year's supplies today? When Shaishan looked at the items in everyone's hands, he asked with a puzzled expression. Yes, old secretary. Everyone stopped in their tracks. They all glanced at the long, bloody piece of pork in Wen Zhaishan's hands. They all couldn't help but swallow hard. Only then did someone lift their head to look at Wen Zhaishan and speak. But, upon hearing their words, Wen Zhaishan approached the group. He began snatching the various items from their hands. He couldn't help but frown. But what about your New Year's provisions? Why only sweet potatoes and yams? Why didn't anyone buy any meat? I don't recall your families being this poor, right?
When Zhaishan frowned, observing that the villagers held only sweet potatoes and yams, foods they used to eat regularly. Only a few had some white rice, flour, or vegetables. A handful carried bundles of second-hand clothes they'd bought, clearly meant for their families. Yet not a single person held even a shred of meat, let alone any kind of meat product. This puzzled him deeply. He remembered. Ever since Chen Xiao taught them fish farming and they started earning money, the villagers hadn't been this poor for ages.
Secretary, it's not that we don't want to hunt for meat, it's just that we've run out of money. Hearing Wen Zhaishan's inquiry, the group exchanged glances. Finally, one of them spoke up. No money? What do you mean? Wen Zhaishan asked in confusion.
Secretary, you don't know, under that ingrate Chen Xiao's leadership, we did make some money from fish farming.
That money was enough to keep us eating and drinking lavishly for a whole year. Truth be told, we're not short on cash for this year's New Year celebrations.
But you suggested we continue raising fish and chickens, and that we need to invest money.
We poured every last penny we had into it. There's simply no money left at home.
So this year, we'll just have to make do with sweet potatoes and yams again. Once our village makes money from fish and chicken farming this year, when the profits are distributed, we'll finally have a proper New Year celebration. The man addressed Wen Zhaishan. Upon hearing this, Wen Zhaishan fell silent. He finally grasped the current situation facing the villagers. Earlier, Chen Xiao had led everyone in fish farming. In the first year, after deducting costs, each household earned less than 100 yuan. But the second year, 172, we did nothing wrong. Chen Xiao is nothing but an ingrate.
But the following year, every household earned nearly 300 yuan. That was absolutely a substantial amount of money. Not to mention,
it hasn't been long since the villagers received this money. It's more than enough for them to enjoy meat and wine every few days.
Not to mention during the New Year festivities. But unexpectedly,
reporting Chen Xiao led to the entire village's fish ponds being sealed off.
If they want to continue fish farming, they had to pool their money once more.
This meant that the money the villagers had just earned was taken away from them once again. The villagers of Huangyu returned to the days before Chen Xiao had guided them in fish farming. Back to subsisting on potatoes, sweet potatoes, and yams day after day.
Now, it's already the New Year season. No one could afford meat, let alone afford it on ordinary days.
This was one of the consequences they faced for previously reporting Chen Xiao for profiteering.
So, when Zhaishan watched the villagers' expressions and couldn't help but fall silent.
He wanted to say something, but didn't know how to put it into words.
But just then,
a voice rang out from among the villagers. Old secretary, I heard that over in Xiaogang Village, that ingrate Chen Xiao gave everyone in the village over 2,000 yuan. He even brought a truck full of New Year's goods, giving each household over 10 pounds of pork, plus new polyester clothes and stuff. He distributed a whole bunch of stuff.
Is this true or not?
The sudden outburst from the crowd startled Wen Zhaishan.
Wen Zhaishan froze. His expression immediately darkened. He whipped his head around to face the speaker. How could that be? Where did you hear this false information? Wen Zhaishan retorted without hesitation.
Well, secretary, the daughter of my aunt's brother-in-law married into Xiaogang Village 2 years ago.
Yesterday, she went back to visit my aunt's brother.
She brought New Year's gifts and gave several hundred yuan. She said that ingrate Chen Xiao gave money to everyone in Xiaogang Village yesterday, over 2,000 yuan to every household. The villagers don't even need to buy New Year's goods. Chen Xiao has already purchased them for every household, distributing them for many years now. I heard that after the New Year, Chen Xiao plans to build a paved road from Xiaogang Village to the county seat.
He's even planning to build a reservoir on the mountaintop.
And he's going to build new houses for everyone in Xiaogang Village. He mentioned these houses are called something like tree houses. Upon hearing Wen Zhaishan say this,
hesitated for a moment.
Still, he addressed Wen Zhaishan.
Impossible. But the next moment, Wen Zhaishan raised his voice.
Chen Xiao just started raising chickens.
How could he possibly have enough money to give every household cash and New Year's gifts? Has he lost his mind? Not to mention building asphalt roads and reservoirs. Does he have any idea how much this will cost? Stop jumping to conclusions all the time. Don't you think about it? That ingrate Chen Xiao's chickens haven't even laid eggs yet.
Where did he get all that?
Wait a minute.
Wen Zhaishan denied it without hesitation.
But as he spoke,
a sudden flash of insight struck his mind.
As if he'd remembered something.
He murmured to himself.
Could it be? Could those 300 shops in the county town be jointly owned by Chen Xiao and Jin Juanfu?
Wen Zhaishan seemed to have grasped something. A gleam gradually lit up his eyes.
He had previously assumed
that Jin Juanfu had established all 300 shops in the county town by himself.
But now, upon reflection,
the skillful strategic layout, along with the mature operational systems of 300 shops,
could never have been achieved by Jin Juanfu, a man who hadn't even finished junior high school. The one who could pull all this off. Only one person. Chen Xiao.
If Chen Xiao is the mastermind behind these shops and the true owner,
then everything makes perfect sense.
No wonder these shops opened at such perfectly timed moments. No wonder figures like Lu Yenyang were wiped out in one fell swoop, steady, precise, ruthless.
No wonder they're so well versed in all the policies. Only Chen Xiao. Only that ingrate could pull all this off.
A venomous glint flashed in Wen Zhaishan's eyes. A torrent of hatred erupted like a raging flood.
If it's Chen Xiao, then everything makes sense.
And what Lu we just mentioned, distributing cash and New Year goods in Xiaogang Village, even repairing the road.
That must be true. Chen Xiao. You're ruthless. One move, one kill. You're the real deal.
When Zhaishan thought about everything that had happened recently, his teeth clenched so hard they ground together.
He had thought he was orchestrating a showdown between Lu Yenyang and Kim Junbok. He was challenging Kim Junbok to a duel.
In the end, he lost. He had assumed his abilities weren't even a match for Kim Junbok.
But he hadn't anticipated.
The one he was truly facing off against was Chen Xiao. It had always been Chen Xiao.
No wonder he lost. But,
now that Wen Zhaishan had come to understand all this,
could do nothing about it?
It only deepened the raging hatred within his heart.
Old secretary. Did we make a mistake back then? Should we not have reported Chen Xiao?
Seeing Wen Zhaishan suddenly fall silent, his face twisted with hatred. They could guess the truth with near certainty.
Knowing that Lu Hui's account of Xiaogang Village must be true.
Recalling Lu Hui's account of Xiaogang Village's plight, an indescribable wave of regret washed over everyone.
If only they hadn't reported Chen Xiao. Wouldn't the 2,000 yuan Chen Xiao distributed now have gone to Huangyu Village instead? Wouldn't the New Year's gifts Chen Xiao distributed have gone to Huangyu Village instead? And what about the paved roads, the reservoir, and the new houses being built? Would they have gotten new houses too? They didn't know. But they couldn't help but wonder.
The more they think about it, the more regretful they become. The more regretful they became, the more they pondered.
So now, they couldn't help but ask aloud. But the next moment, we did nothing wrong. When Zhaishan suddenly roared out. His eyes bloodshot, he glared at the people before him. We did nothing wrong. We've done nothing wrong from start to finish. Chen Xiao made a fortune off our village's fish ponds, why shouldn't he share it with us?
We reported him because we were worried he'd go down the wrong path, that's why we reported him.
Now that he's betrayed our Huangyu Village, what's wrong with us targeting him? Chen Xiao is the one who's clearly in the wrong.
Chen Xiao is nothing but an ingrate. Our village saved his life. Our village provided the fish ponds that let him raise fish and make money. And he dares to betray us.
He's nothing but a traitor. A beast.
When Zhaishan raged and cursed wildly.
The crowd was startled, staring blankly at Wen Zhaishan, too afraid to say anything more.
But Wen Zhaishan still couldn't vent his anger.
Just you wait. What goes up must come down. His joy won't last long.
I'll personally strip this traitorous ingrate of everything he owns.
Just you wait. Finally, Wen Zhaishan gritted his teeth and spat out. Then, seething with rage, he strode back toward his own home. 173 Final personal gains.
The crowd exchanged glances.
They watched Wen Zhaishan's retreating figure.
Then they looked down at the sweet potatoes and yams they were carrying. In the end, they all shook their heads. With a sigh, they headed back to their homes. Though they understood Wen Zhaishan's hatred for Chen Xiao, it wasn't nearly as deep as his. All they knew now was this. Chen Xiao had distributed so much money to the villagers of Xiaogang Village. And distributed so many New Year's gifts. Yet here in Huangyu Village, without Chen Xiao, they hadn't prospered.
Instead, they'd slipped back into their former poverty.
What a pity, those chicks the village distributed were all so tiny.
If they'd been just a bit bigger, we could have slaughtered one for the new year. Someone couldn't help but smack their lips and blurted out. Are you out of your mind?
Those are the chickens the village keeps for us to lay eggs.
You dare eat them?
The moment he spoke, a familiar neighbor beside him couldn't help but interject.
Put. I don't know if those chickens lay eggs or not. But I'm genuinely starving right now. And I really want meat for the new year. Chen Xiao raises chickens for Xiaogang Village, he gives us money, meat, and clothes. And our village?
We raise chickens and fish, yet we end up eating sweet potatoes for the new year.
I won't stand for it.
The man, however, seemed utterly unconcerned and spoke up directly.
Well.
At those words, the neighbors fell silent.
Yeah.
They had thought that after driving Chen Xiao away, raising fish and chickens would lead to a better life.